Welcome, my dear friend. Jiraiya, reclining beside the bathhouse, greeted without turning around. Ah, Lord Jiraiya, are you here again to gather inspiration? The 15-year-old Bai squatted beside Jiraiya, gazing at the mist-shrouded women's bathhouse with a sense of ennui after 14 years of visiting the same place. 1. Inevitably grows weary. You know nothing, boy. I am in search of creative inspiration, Jiraiya retorted, a familiar presence in this establishment. Bai chose not to argue, patiently awaiting the system's judgment. System notification: today's bathhouse inspiration gathering has been completed. Task reward: 0.1 chakra units. Upon hearing this, Bai immediately rose and said to Jiraiya, I shall take my leave now. Lord Jiraiya, do carry on with your pursuits. Jiraiya, concerned for his friend who shared his passions and remained steadfast in his daily visits, remarked, I have heard that White Fang encountered troubles on the front lines. Be prepared for the worst. Bai did not look back, replying, I am aware. I will seek an audience with the third Hokage shortly. I shall refrain from coming here for the next few days. Recently, the village was abuzz with the news that the renowned Konoha White Fang had abandoned his mission scroll, resulting in failure. Although Kakashi Hatake had yet to return, the ripple effects of the incident were already profound. Kakashi, when Shiboku returns, please deliver this letter to him. Inform him that I regard him as a hero. Stay by his side at home, care for our father, and we shall discuss everything upon my return. At 6 years old, Kakashi had been promoted to Chunin, while his 15-year-old brother Bai remained an ordinary individual. Bai had traversed into this world as an infant, adopted by the then-teenage Shiboku. Due to the cautious nature of a traveler and a profound distrust of Konoha's upper echelons, he chose not to become a ninja. Instead, he opened several retail shops in Konoha, leveraging his prior knowledge to become a prosperous merchant. Though he aspired to live a tranquil life, the news regarding Shiboku stirred Bai into action. After completing his daily check-in, he promptly sought an audience with the third Hokage. The third was not surprised by Bai's arrival. He held high hopes for this youth, who possessed immense potential, yet yearned to live a life of leisure. The will of fire needed to be passed on to the next generation. Soon, Bai received a personal letter of introduction from the third in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed through his crystal ball at Bai racing towards the village entrance, his eyes filled with curiosity. A 15-year-old affluent youth, exhibiting such formidable chakra and the ability to move stealthily over short distances, how had the newly emerged ninja White Fang managed to mentor him? After registering at the village entrance, Bai dashed towards the border with the Iwagakure, determined to reclaim the intelligence lost by Shiboku. As he ran, he muttered to himself, Damn Shiboku. He was clearly warned before departure that a ninja must prioritize missions. He agreed wholeheartedly. Yet here we are, losing crucial intel to save a teammate. Is history truly unchangeable? The relentless wheels of history crushed him. The failure of Shuo Mao's mission would render him the subject of scorn among the villagers, leading him to a dishonorable demise that he could not bear to witness his once warm-hearted adoptive father suffer such indignity and death. He felt compelled to take action, to rectify these issues, and ensure the survival of Shuo Mao and Kakashi's was the singular desire that resided in his heart. The foundation of his courage lay in his innate gift, a body that could evolve autonomously and issue tasks. As the name implies, this body was indeed rather unorthodox. From the moment he could remember, it had compelled him daily to visit the women's bath for inspiration, even leading him to soak in the hot springs alongside women. Warm reminder: this body does not wish to head to the front lines, it yearns to luxuriate in the women's bath. Task issued. Please, host, utilize the transformation technique to enter the women's bath and bathe with beautiful women for a full hour. Reward: mastery of the advanced 3 body technique. Though Bai felt a surge of temptation upon hearing the system's prompt, reclaiming the lost intelligence of Hatake, Shuo Mao took precedence. Internally, he lamented that his body not only grasped his innermost thoughts, but also embodied the traits of a voyeur, a pervert, and an enthusiast of peculiar tastes, akin to one adolescent caught in a phase of excessive imagination. At the tender age of 3, his mischievous spirit led him to whimsically desire to let his pet bird fly free, resulting in an hour-long stroll through the streets with the creature. The reward was the ability to teleport. He felt envious, and to this day, he remained the subject of ridicule for that escapade. At 4, his hands were tasked with wielding explosive tags to blow up the Konoha sewage system, with the reward being the Sharingan. he resolutely refused. Not out of cowardice, but rather, due to his youth should anyone discover his possession of the unique ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, he feared he would be whisked away by wild dogs the following day. After all, the Uchiha clan was not yet the mere shadow of its former self, left with only Sasuke and his brother T5. His mouth was commanded to bite the dog of the Inuzuka clan. What a dark history. His body assigned him various humiliating tasks, causing him great embarrassment. After 2 days of arduous travel, Baiyi approached the border. Along the way, he continually adjusted his mindset, preparing himself for the imminent battle while simultaneously grappling with his troublesome body. Upon reaching the last camp at the front lines of Konoha, he produced the introduction letter from the third Hokage and successfully entered the camp center. The supervising Jonin, upon seeing a mere 15-year-old boy adorned with a genin forehead protector, furrowed his brow. How did a mere genin like you arrive at the border? Who is your supervising Jonin? Within the ranks of Konoha, a genin must undertake missions under the guidance of a Jonin, typically as part of a 4-member team. The appearance of an unfamiliar genin in the camp naturally irked the commanding officer. This face cannot tolerate such disrespect. Task issued. Use your strength to slap this supervisor's face and let him know that there are greater beings beyond him. Reward. Water. Release. Water Dragon Bullet. Baiyi frowned. This situation was indeed troublesome. In an instant, he activated the teleportation technique, and the next moment, a kunai uniquely belonging to Baiyi was poised at the supervisor's throat. Cold sweat trickled down the forehead of the supervising ninja. Such an enigmatic ninjutsu had been executed without any discernible chakra flow. If the boy opposite him were an enemy, he would undoubtedly be gravely injured. In truth, Baiyi's current strength could be classified at the elite Chunin level. However, due to the peculiar abilities granted by his physical enhancements and various evolved skills, he could, under unexpected circumstances, contend even with a genin. Demonstrating his prowess, Baiyi presented the letter of introduction from the third Hokage to the supervising genin. The genin regarded the young boy with a complex expression, internally lamenting, "Why didn't you present this sooner? Am I really so lacking in perception?" He retrieved a scroll and handed it to Baiyi, stating, "This contains the life history of the rock ninja investigated by the Yamashiro clan, along with important target images. It is crucial intelligence. You have half a day to memorize its contents." Additionally, the corpse of a rock ninja named Muki Shantorai remains in the dungeon. Before infiltrating, you must closely observe his demeanor. Baiyi took the scroll, and having gone several days without sustenance, promptly sat down and consumed military rations with water to replenish his energy. In the battlefield, even the slightest oversight could lead to death. He needed to be in peak condition. Within half an hour, Baiyi was jolted awake by his skill and instructed the guards to escort him to the dungeon. Time was of the essence. Every moment of delay diminished the likelihood of recovering the intelligence that in the dungeon. A corpse lay flat on a table, while members of the Yamashiro clan awaited nearby. The time of death is approximately 2 days ago. I will later demonstrate his tone of voice and speech habits, the clan's genin stated, somewhat surprised to see Baiyi, yet fulfilling his duties with diligence. The clan members swiftly mimicked Muki Shantori's demeanor, providing Baiyi with a general understanding, before preparing to dissect and explain the key points in detail. Now, do you have an impression of this individual? If there are no issues, we shall begin. Ding. Your brain sensed your fatigue and underwent automatic evolution. You have acquired the skill, character mimicry. Bang! A cloud of smoke erupted, and a figure materialized within, perfectly resembling the corpse on the table. The onlookers could discern no flaws whatsoever. I am Muki. I am Muki Shantorai, affiliated with the Rock Ninja Akatsuchi 2nd Squad, under the command of. After a brief adjustment, a lengthy string of information pertaining to Muki Shantorai flowed from Baiyi's lips, corresponding precisely with the content of the scroll. His tone flawless. Maintaining an impassive expression, Baiyi responded in Shantori's visage. I believe I have an impression now. Please let me know if there are any adjustments needed. None. Just remember to embody the character's emotions. We shall report back to Commander. The Yamashiro genin endeavored to keep his expression neutral, but internally he was engulfed in tumultuous waves. Mastering the essence of a character in less than half an hour and committing their life history to memory, this damn genius was truly enviable. Chapter 1. The adopted son of the Hatake clan. Shiroya, welcome, my dear friend. Jiraiya, reclining beside the bathhouse, called out without turning his head. Ah, Lord Jiraiya. Have you come to gather inspiration again? The 15-year-old Shiroya crouched beside Jiraiya, gazing at the mist-shrouded women's bathhouse with a hint of ennui. After 14 years of frequenting the same place, monotony had begun to set in. You know nothing, brat. I am here in pursuit of creative inspiration, Jiraiya retorted. A regular visitor to this locale, Shiroya chose not to engage in a quarrel, silently awaiting the system's assessment. System notification: today's bathhouse inspiration gathering is complete. Task reward: 01 chakra card. Upon hearing this, Shiroya promptly stood up and addressed Jiraiya. I shall take my leave now, Lord Jiraiya. Do attend to your matters. Jiraiya, concerned for his friend who shared his passions and remained steadfast, remarked, I have heard that White Fang encountered difficulties at the front lines. Prepare yourself mentally. Without turning back, Shiroya replied, I am aware. I intend to seek an audience with Lord Third shortly. I shall refrain from coming for the next few days. In the days preceding, the news of the famed Konoha White Fang abandoning a mission scroll, resulting in failure, had spread throughout the village like wildfire. Although Tsukumo had yet to return, the incident had already stirred considerable unrest. Kakashi, when Tsukumo returns, deliver this letter to him. Inform him that I regard him as a hero, and that he should stay at home to care for his father. We will discuss everything upon my return. 6-year-old Kakashi, having recently been promoted to Ch Nin, was the adopted son of their father, while his 15-year-old brother Shiroya remained an ordinary individual. Shiroya, having traversed into this world as an infant, was taken in by the then-teenage Tsukumo. Due to his cautious nature as a traveler and a lack of trust in Konoha's higher-ups, he had refrained from becoming a ninja and instead established several retail shops in the village, employing his knowledge from a past life to become a prosperous merchant. Though the ideal was a tranquil life, the news regarding Tsukumo compelled Shiroya to take action. After completing his task, he hurried to request an audience with the third Hokage. The third was not surprised by Shiroya's arrival. He held high hopes for this youth, who possessed formidable strength but yearned for a life of leisure. The will of fire needed to be inherited by the young. Soon, Shiroya received a personal letter of introduction from the third. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Shiroya rushing towards the village's entrance through a crystal ball, his eyes filled with curiosity. A 15-year-old tycoon, endowed with such powerful chakra and an uncanny ability for short-range movement. How had White Fang managed to raise such a remarkable youth? After registering at the village entrance, Shiroya immediately set off towards the border near Iwagakure, determined to retrieve the intelligence lost by Tsukumo. As he ran, he silently cursed, Damn it, Tsukumo. Before departing, you explicitly stated that a ninja must prioritize their missions and emphasized it repeatedly. Yet you still lost information while saving a comrade. Can history truly not be altered? The relentless wheels of history crushed him. The failure of Shuo Mao's mission would lead to disgrace and ultimately his suicide, suffocated by the whispers of the villagers. He could not bear to witness the demise of his once warm-hearted adoptive father in such disgrace. He must take action to resolve these issues and ensure the survival of Shuo Mao and Kakashi. This was the singular wish that resided in his heart. His courage to do so stemmed from an innate advantage, a body endowed with the ability to evolve and issue tasks autonomously. As the name suggests, this physique was indeed unorthodox, compelling him since childhood to venture into the women's hot spring, even allowing him to indulge in the baths therein. Gentle reminder, this body has no desire to go to the front lines. It yearns to bask in the women's bathhouse. Task issued. Please utilize transformation techniques to enter the women's bath and bathe with beautiful women for 1 hour. Reward: Advanced Level 3 Body Technique at maximum capacity. Though the system's notification stirred a sense of temptation within Bai Yi, recovering the lost intelligence of Hatake Shuo Mao was his foremost priority. In his mind, he secretly lamented that his body not only heard his thoughts but also embodied the traits of a voyeur, a pervert, and a peculiar enthusiast, a quintessential young adult. At the tender age of 3, a whimsical idea struck him, prompting his body to take a stroll in public with his pet bird for an hour, with a reward of teleportation. Envious, he found himself the subject of ridicule for this episode to this day. At 4, his hands were tasked with wielding explosive tags to blow up the Konoha sewage system, with the reward being the Sharingan. He declined. It wasn't he from cowardice, but rather the fear of being discovered as a member of the Uchiha clan. Apprehensive that the stray dogs would snatch him away the next day, given that the Uchiha clan was not yet reduced to just Sasuke and his brother, Itachi. At 5, His mouth was instructed to bite the dog of the Inuzuka clan. What a shameful history. His body assigned him a myriad of humiliating tasks, causing him great embarrassment. After 2 days of relentless travel, Baiyi approached the border, continuously adjusting his mindset to prepare for the imminent battle. Simultaneously, he was at odds with his own peculiar physique. Upon reaching the final outpost at the Konoha front line, he presented the letter of introduction bestowed by the third Hokage, thereby gaining access to the heart of the encampment. The supervising Jonin, upon seeing a mere 15-year-old boy adorned with a genin forehead protector, could not help but furrow his brow. How does a lowly genin come to the border? Who is your supervising Jonin? In the Konoha team structure, genin must be accompanied by a Jonin for tasks, typically in groups of 4. Thus, Baiyi's solitary appearance as an unfamiliar genin naturally elicited the commander's displeasure. This face cannot tolerate such insolence. Task issued. Use strength to slap this supervisor's face, so he understands that there are greater forces beyond him. Reward, water release. Water dragon bullet. Baiyi furrowed his brow. This was indeed troublesome. The technique of instantaneous movement was summoned, and in the blink of an eye, a kunai unique to Baiyi was poised at the supervisor's throat. Cold sweat trickled down the forehead of the supervising ninja. Such a bizarre ninjutsu revealed no trace of chakra flow upon activation. If the boy opposite him were an enemy, he would surely suffer grave injuries. In truth, Baiyi's current strength should rank him among the elite chunin. However, due to the peculiar skills he had evolved from physical rewards, he could contend with even Jounin-level foes when taken by surprise. Presenting his credentials from the third Hokage, Baiyi handed the letter to the supervising Jounin. The Jounin's expression was complex as he gazed at the youth before him, inwardly lamenting, "Why didn't you present this earlier? Am I so lacking in perception?" He produced a scroll and handed it to Baiyi, explaining that it contained vital intelligence gathered by the Yamashiro clan regarding the life of an IWA ninja, along with portraits of significant targets. You have half a day to memorize this information. Furthermore, the corpse of the IWA ninja named Umuki Sansu remains in the dungeon. Before infiltrating, you must carefully observe his demeanor. Baiyi took the scroll, and having gone several days without food, promptly seated himself nearby to consume military rations with some fresh water to restore his strength. In the battlefield, even the slightest oversight could cost him his life. He needed to maintain peak condition. After merely half an hour, Baiyi was jolted awake by his skills, instructing the guards to escort him to the dungeon. Time was of the essence. Every moment of delay diminished the chances of recovering the intelligence. In the dungeon, a corpse lay flat on a table, with members of the Yamashiro clan already waiting. The body had been deceased for approximately 2 days. I will demonstrate his tone of voice and speech patterns later. The Yamashiro Jounin said upon seeing Baiyi, somewhat surprised yet diligently fulfilling his responsibilities. The Yamashiro clan members swiftly simulated Umuki Sansu's demeanor, providing Baiyi with a general understanding before preparing to dissect the key points in detail. Now, do you have an impression of this person? If there are no issues, we can begin. Beep. Your brain has sensed your fatigue and has automatically evolved, granting you the skill, character mimicry. Boom. A cloud of smoke erupted, and a figure emerged, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the corpse on the table. The onlookers failed to detect any flaws. I am Umuki Sansu, affiliated with the IWA Ninja Akatsuchi's second squad. The captain is. After a brief adjustment, a lengthy string of information pertaining to Umuki Sansu flowed from Baiyi's lips, perfectly corresponding to the content of the scroll, his tone flawless. Baiyi maintained an impassive expression, responding in Sansu's voice, "I believe I have a grasp of his character. Is there anything else that needs adjustment?" "None at all. Just remember to embody the character's emotions. Let us report back to Commander." The Yamashiro Jounin strove to keep his expression neutral, yet internally, he was a tempest of admiration. In less than half an hour, Baiyi had mastered the essence of the character and retained the details of his life. What a wretchedly talented genius, evoking envy. Chapter 2, IWA Ninja Camp, Maneuvering. My mind is unhappy. It has little emotions. The host is overexerting. The task was announced by the brain, requesting the host to sing and dance a little tune to please it, with a reward of 0.3 chakra limit. Bang! The sudden noise startled Baiyi, causing him to immediately revert from his transformation. His expression remained impassive as he turned toward the command center of the camp, refusing to indulge the canine body. The commander was at work and, upon seeing the two return, inquired, "Have you gathered the information? Is half a day sufficient?" Coughing. The shinobi from the mountain quickly interjected to explain the situation. The commander's pupils widened in shock, suppressing his astonishment as he began to outline the mission. 3 days prior, Hatake Tsukumo had led a team to infiltrate the rock ninja camp. During their escape while gathering intelligence, he abandoned the mission details, violating the code of the Leaf Village ninjas. Stop. Get to the point of the mission, Byakuya interjected, with a slight furrow of his brow and a voice devoid of emotion. During their flight, Hatake Tsukumo had marked the intelligence scroll with a unique invisible mark from the Leaf Village, allowing its location to be sensed within a certain range through the technique of tracking. After an investigation by the intelligence team, it was determined that the information was still within the Rock Ninja camp. You are required to infiltrate the Rock Ninja camp and retrieve the information within the shortest time possible. This mission is exceedingly perilous, classified as such, and given that the location is outside of the Leaf's jurisdiction, we cannot provide personnel support. Here are the resources for the mission. Once you return to the borders of the Leaf, you can contact us through a secret technique. We will wait for you for 2 days. After that, if the task remains uncompleted, we will assume it has failed and, to avoid inciting war, withdraw from the border immediately. Understood, Byakuya coldly replied, taking the resources and departing toward the direction of the Rock Ninja camp. As he approached the border, Byakuya transformed into the guise of Okiyamato, stealthily making his way to the Rock Ninja camp. Soon, he was spotted by a patrolling group of rock ninjas. Swiftly, a team of 4 surrounded him. Second squad. Okiyamato, returning from the Leaf borders with crucial intelligence. Facing the routine inquiry, Byakuya remained composed. He carried all the remnants of Okiyamato on his person, even wrapping previously used bandages around himself, which emitted a faint odor as he ran, causing the interrogators to frown. After a thorough questioning, Byakuya answered all inquiries with ease. The squad members escorted him back to the camp, bringing him to the command center. Intense waves of probing energy swept over Byakuya, momentarily lingering but failing to detect any anomalies before dissipating. Ding! Your chakra sensed the probing and automatically awakened your hidden mimicry talent. Your chakra will now simulate the flow of Okiyamato's chakra based on your current situation. In the command center, several personnel scrutinized Byakuya, an overwhelming sense of danger prickling at his back. Such formidable chakra rivaled the pressure Tsukumo had once exerted upon him. They were all shinobi, some even elite. Byakuya suppressed the turmoil within, moving forward silently as he stated, Second Squad, Okiyamato, Chunin, has completed the infiltration mission and requests to return to the team. Here is the intelligence. After delivering the meticulously planned intelligence scrolls to the Konoha camp, the commander picked it up and scrutinized the details within. His expression remained unchanged, indicating that he was already familiar with most of the information. Well done. Your efforts are appreciated. The other members of your team have yet to return. You should take a day to rest in the camp. Tomorrow morning, you will depart the front lines with the troops, he instructed. The commander, evidently unfamiliar with the terrain of Omoyama, concluded his routine briefing with a wave, signaling for Byakuya to leave. I have discovered during my reconnaissance that a group of Konoha ninjas has withdrawn from the front lines for unknown reasons. This team comprises more than 5 ninjas, with at least one wearing the vest of a Nin, reported the Iwagakure shinobi. Additionally, this morning, a ninja clad in a Genin vest, approximately 1.3 meters tall, entered the Konoha camp. Byakuya turned to the commander, relaying the intelligence he had gathered on his journey and upon entering the camp. At that moment, he was uncertain whether the information regarding the Konoha camp had reached the Iwagakure ninja. By voicing his intelligence, he hoped to mitigate any suspicion directed towards him. Even if it was not entirely effective, it was prudent to be cautious. The commander, seemingly unaware of this intelligence, furrowed his brow and replied, I understand. You've worked hard. Rest now. Tomorrow morning, after I compile the reports, I will summon you for a detailed discussion. Byakuya exited the command center, finding himself without guidance to his tent, unsure of which one was designated for him. Here's a friendly reminder. The 7th tent on your right houses a young female ninja who is tending to her wounds, dressed quite lightly. Mission alert. Please tune in to the high-definition live broadcast for a reward of the fire-style fireball technique. Byakuya remained unfazed as he counted 7 tents on his right and proceeded towards it. Upon lifting the tent flap, he feigned exhaustion and stepped inside. A piercing scream echoed within, followed by an array of jars and bottles hurled in his direction. I'm so sorry. I haven't returned to the camp in ages. I must have entered the wrong tent. Bai bowed apologetically and retreated. Goodness, truly magnificent, so delicate, so fair. Acknowledged. Goodness, truly magnificent, so delicate, so fair. Rewards in progress. A nearby Iwagakure ninja, drawn by the commotion, approached. With relevant information from the scroll, he introduced himself as Tsuchikawa, a genin. Bai seized the opportunity to greet him and subtly expressed his confusion about the way. Tsuchikawa, without a hint of suspicion, guided him to a tent for rest and even kindly brought him food and hot water. Bai pretended to be weak and devoured the food voraciously, thanking Tsuchikawa before lying down on the military blanket, feigning rest. As night fell and the moon hung high, Bai remained alone in the tent while the members of the Omoima team were dispersed on reconnaissance, yet to return. Maintaining his side position, he formed the seal of the serpent and boar, employing the technique of trace back to locate the scroll. Through his perception, he clearly identified the scroll's location, estimating it to be beside the commander's resting tent adjacent to the command center. Having observed the area upon exiting the command center, he noted the absence of any visible guards beside the resting tent, which appeared to be quite relaxed. A trap was evidently set. This was the sole reaction of Bai, who had been taught by Kiki Tsukumo that combat hinges on strategy and tactics. Dispelling the time reversal technique, Bai formed the tiger seal with his hands, a unique method of reconnaissance exclusive to the Kiki clan, effective solely against their own markings. As a man, Tsukumo often mislaid items, leaving things scattered around the house, making it impossible to find anything while tidying up. Under the pressure of Bai's wrath, Tsukumo developed the commendable habit of marking everything he touched. Evidently, this habit persisted, allowing Bai to uncover 3 shurikens belonging to Tsukumo, likely stored in the armory. A scroll, prominently located at the command center, was also detected. Dispelling the tiger seal once more, Bai resorted to the time reversal technique, yet still found nothing. Ding! The time reversal technique encountered a setback, evolving into the retrospective technique, capable of detecting past traces. Forming seals, Bai employed the retrospective technique in the direction of the previous location, discovering a flickering mark not far from the scroll, slowly eroded and fading away. The time reversal technique had been compromised. This was the only thought in Bai's mind. With this revelation, the next step was to devise a plan to acquire the scroll. The scroll was crucial to Tsukumo's survival. No mishaps could occur, and intelligence must be secured. During the midnight hours, the camp's defenses were at their peak, making it an inopportune moment to act. The following morning, during the handover, the guards would be most lax, and Bai resolved to strike then. Rising, Bai began to refine his chakra, replenishing his scant blue energy to maintain optimal operational status. A night passed in silence, and as dawn broke, Bai was making his final preparations when a sudden commotion erupted in the camp. Shortly after, hurried footsteps approached, and the genin, Tuwa, flung open the tent flap, calling for Bai to awaken. Shanta-senpai, your comrade, the Chunin, Shushi, has just returned to the camp. Lord Huayan is preparing to meet him. I came to inform you so we can accompany him and ensure no intelligence has been overlooked. Deep within enemy territory, Bai could not afford to be careless. Maintaining his transformation for an extended period had left him utterly fatigued. In Tuhua's eyes, Shanta-senpai appeared somewhat lackluster from lack of rest. Understood. I'll get ready and set out immediately, Bai replied to Tuhua, but internally, turmoil brewed. Shanta had been in Konoha's grasp for 3 days now. As a member of a squad, there must be a means of regular communication among them. 3 days without contact would certainly raise suspicions, and it was uncertain how much information they had obtained. Once they met, the likelihood of exposure was exceedingly high. It was even possible that his cover had already been blown. Chapter 3. Securing intelligence and making a narrow escape. Bai's original plan was to seize the intelligence during the dawn shift change, utilizing his teleportation skill to acquire the information and escape the camp before the IWA shinobi could react. However, circumstances now demanded a change in strategy. As Bai made his way toward the command center, he contemplated his next steps. Assuming he had already been exposed, the course of action would be to stir the waters and catch the enemy off guard. As he neared the command center, Bai clutched his abdomen, feigning the need to retreat for a bathroom break. Hastily, he whispered to the Earth River and darted behind a nearby tent. Instant teleportation, a swift movement to a location 5 meters away, evading obstacles, with a moderate chakra expenditure. Cooldown time, 3 seconds. The skills granted by the dog coin system proved remarkably potent. With a mere instant teleportation, Baiyi infiltrated the commander's resting tent, utilizing transformation jutsu to take on the appearance of Shuan Mao, leaving behind a shadow clone within the tent while simultaneously setting several delayed explosive tags. The next step was to create a diversion, the success or failure of which hinged upon this very moment. Baiyi inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening. For Shuan Mao, he must reclaim the intelligence. The area surrounding the tent was undoubtedly guarded. At the moment Baiyi opened the box containing the fake scrolls, an uproar erupted. Who goes there? Alert the camp. We are under attack. Several figures dashed through the tent, their shurikens glinting menacingly as they were hurled at Baiyi. Bang! A cloud of smoke erupted, followed by a piece of wood collapsing to the ground, pierced by the shurikens. Body replacement technique. The individual who had just attacked wore the vest of a Konoha Jonin. Who could it be? Konoha's White Fang. Notify Lord Yensan. The name of Konoha's White Fang had spread far and wide, and at this moment, the IWA ninja camp was thrown into turmoil. The sound of slicing air echoed continuously. Within 10 seconds, the tent was tightly surrounded, impenetrable. Shuan Mao, just days ago, your squad fell to my hands. I am curious, what intelligence drives you to risk your life in another assault? Came the voice of Huilan from outside the tent. Baiyi had narrowly evaded the attack with the body replacement technique and now concealed himself within the box, gathering his focus. The waters had grown murky enough. Next was to create a diversion and seize the opportunity. Transformation technique. Baiyi transformed once more into the likeness of Demushan II, instantaneously teleporting to the vicinity of the command center, near the box that housed the intelligence scrolls. Gale pull, a technique that generates a reverse wind from his hands, drawing enemies toward him while inflicting damage. This skill was a reward for tricking a little girl out of her lollipop. As the dog coin system sought to procure the confection, yet the mission had merely stated to deceive her, leaving a gap for Baiyi to exploit. He extended his hand, and the powerful attraction shattered the box, drawing the scroll contained within into his grasp. All of this transpired within mere seconds. Simultaneously, Baiyi felt the shattering of his clone within the tent. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals. Crack! Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions reverberated from within the tent. Baiyi's hands instinctively spread open. He paused, quickly regaining his composure and springing into action. Instant teleportation. Baiyi distanced himself from the command center, then sprinted along the perimeter of the camp to escape. There was no time for excessive deliberation. He had to flee promptly. The three-body technique, his only reliable ninjutsu, now played a crucial role. Roars of Huilan echoed through the camp, evidently infuriated by the unexpected detonation, as he bellowed for the whereabouts of the White Fang. Another furious shout erupted as they realized the true scroll had been taken. At this moment, every second counted. Time is of the essence, and the response speed of the rock shinobi is far swifter than he had anticipated. A vast net, woven by the ninjas, has already been cast towards Baiyi. Once any of the ninjas detects Baiyi, the entire net will constrict around him. As the sun gradually ascends, the shadows available for Baiyi to traverse diminish, heightening the likelihood of detection. Several waves of rock shinobi have already swept past, and Baiyi, being merely a low-ranked ninja, can only run slightly faster than an ordinary one. To escape unscathed, he must remain ever vigilant. Baiyi's head aches. It is exceedingly vexing. Though he is not far from the border between the rock and leaf villages, at his current pace, it will take him at least half a day to reach safety. Navigating through the shadows, Baiyi evades the movements of the rock shinobi while also being cautious of the trigger traps set by their squads on the ground. He resolves to master the 8 gates technique from Might Guy upon his return. He is in dire need of chakra, as these rock shinobi are nothing more than mere chickens. Baiyi grits his teeth in frustration. Possessing formidable skills, yet being unable to utilize them renders him useless. Ding! Your meridians sense your anguish and automatically evolve, doubling your chakra recovery speed. The system is truly remarkable. Baiyi instantly feels a surge of hope. As the sun tilts westward, Baiyi peeks out from the underbrush near the leaf village's border, his transformation technique now beyond his capacity to maintain, leaving him in a pitiable state. His disheveled black hair is littered with grass and twigs, and his ninja attire bears several gashes, his left arm bleeding profusely. Haphazardly wrapped in bandages, dark crimson stains seeping through. Though he is not grievously injured, he must adopt a necessary guise to present a low profile before both the rock and leaf forces. Before long, a squad clad in green vests appears in the distance, prompting Bai to prepare to rise and greet them. However, from behind him, a figure cloaked in earthy red emerges, a hand morphing into a blade aiming for Bai's neck. Sensing the rush of wind, Bai cannot turn in time and can only let out a weary sigh. Teleportation. Bai's form vanishes in an instant, leaving two explosive tags fluttering in the breeze. Concealed behind a tree, he observes the rock shinobi Jainin, who has been blown away by the explosion, and he sighs deeply. Why must it come to this? Would it not be better for everyone to simply return to their own homes? Receiving orders from the camp, Team Minato arrives to execute a rescue mission. The golden-haired Minato Namikaze grips a kunai, alert as he surveys the surroundings. The villagers from the mountains have informed him that the target is nearby, necessitating utmost caution. Suddenly, a youth clad in a leaf ninja vest appears before him, startling him to the point of nearly impaling him with the kunai. With black hair and around 15 years of age, the boy's appearance matches the image Minato recalls from before their departure, confirming Bai's identity. Boom, boom. The explosive tags detonate from the nearby underbrush, hurling a rock shinobi into the open. A rock shinobi elite Jainin, Gan. Retreat. Minato commands sharply. Golden flashes. Retreat. A loud voice calls from the opposite side. Several rock shinobi, originally advancing, vanish into the forest, while the remaining ones deftly disappear from sight. Minato gazes at the struggling youth before him, his heart aching. The boy retrieves a scroll from his bosom and declares, "I have obtained the intelligence on White Fang." Subsequently, he could no longer hold on and fainted. Chapter 4. The unexpected hero of Konoha. When Bai awoke once more, he found himself in the Konoha camp. After a brief slumber, he felt quite elated. Indeed, he had not truly fainted. He had merely taken a rest. As a ninja, maintaining a low profile and allowing for gradual growth is the true path to success. For some unknown reason, the camp was in a state of chaos. As an injured soldier, he lay in the tent unattended, while outside, a cacophony ensued. Rising to his feet, Bai made his way toward the center of the camp, intending to seek an audience with the supervising jonin. The situation was urgent. He needed to promptly relay the intelligence back to the village for the third Hokage's judgment. Minato, this matter is entrusted to you. Upon entering, Bai overheard the commander assigning tasks to Minato Namikaze, the illustrious yellow flash of Konoha. In an instant, with a swift technique, Minato departed the camp before Bai's very eyes. How impressive the Flying Thunder God technique is. Unlike his own instantaneous movement, which involves a brief delay, Bai mused. On the other hand, the supervising jonin noticed Bai and spoke. Indeed, you are the child of the White Fang. At such a young age, you have managed to independently complete such a formidable task. I have already relayed your mission report back to the village. Once you have recuperated, return to the village promptly and await further orders. War is imminent. Bai, having received this response, nodded coolly and turned to return to his resting tent. He harbored little concern for the impending war mentioned by the jonin, as long as the intelligence he had fought so hard to retrieve was successfully delivered to Konoha. The pressure on Shuaimo would be significantly alleviated. After a day of recuperation, Bai reported to the supervising jonin and then made his solitary journey back to Konoha. At the familiar gates of Konoha, two unfamiliar ninjas were conducting routine registrations. Kikuchi Bai, Jinin, returning from the border with Rock Ninja, he stated as required, simultaneously presenting the frontline documents. After a thorough examination, the two ninjas addressed Bai with solemnity. Welcome back safely, hero of Konoha, Kikuchi Bai. The sudden formal address left Bai somewhat bewildered, yet his habitual discomfort with conversing with strangers prevented him from inquiring further. He reclaimed his documents and stepped into the village of Konoha. Back to the village. Hot springs. Women's bath. Swimwear. The system has issued a task. Please transform in the evening to visit the women's bath and bathe with 5 beautiful maidens. Task reward, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Is the system out of its mind? Such tasks are being issued now? I dare not engage with such frivolities. The Uchiha clan could easily conspire against me with their entire lineage. I refuse. The system has issued a daily task. Complete the daily reconnaissance of the women's bath. Now that is more reasonable. Along the way, various ninjas and villagers pointed and commented on Bai. Is he not the genin who single-handedly infiltrated the Rock Ninja camp to procure vital intelligence? Yes, indeed. Clad in dark attire with raven hair and a striking visage, What a pity there are no suitable daughters in my family. Otherwise, I would certainly introduce him. Such a hero. Yet it is unfortunate he is the son of the White Fang. His father committed such a grievous error, and he still dares to remain in the village. What is going on? The atmosphere in the village differed markedly from his expectations. How could the public opinion of Shuang Mao deteriorate so drastically in just a few days? Baiye's heart sank with concern for Shuang Mao's state, prompting him to rush home. Suddenly, a ninja clad in the attire of the Konoha Anbu, wearing a parrot-patterned mask, appeared before him. The Hokage has issued a directive. You are to return to the village at once and report to him. In Konoha, one must bow to authority. As Baiye gazed upon the kind visage of the third Hokage carved into the Hokage rock, his worries for Shuang Mao grew heavier, and he followed the Anbu to the Hokage's office. Ah, Baiye, the hero of Konoha. The intelligence you risked your life to retrieve is of immense significance and will grant Konoha the upper hand in the forthcoming challenges. You shall be duly rewarded. The third Hokage, puffing on his pipe, regarded Baiye with a benevolent smile and a nod of approval. Baiye, anxious and breathless, inquired, "Why do the villagers refer to me as the hero of Konoha? Moreover, is the information I recovered indeed the same as that which Shuang Mao lost? Why has public sentiment towards Shuang Mao soured so severely? Is there someone inciting discord from the shadows?" Upon hearing Baiye's questions, the third Hokage's smile faded, and he spoke gravely. "Baiye, you must understand that your bravery in reclaiming this crucial intelligence, despite the peril, justifies the villagers' honorific. This intelligence is exceedingly vital and cannot be fully disclosed at present. Furthermore, Shuang Mao does not require your intervention in reclaiming it. He made erroneous choices that led to the loss of this vital information. Such criticism is a consequence he must bear, serving as a reminder for greater caution in future missions. The old man must be behind this. It is evident he orchestrated this turmoil. Let us deal with him." The system reveled in the chaos, yet Baiye had no time to dwell upon these distractions. The pressure emanating from the third Hokage was almost overwhelming. He instinctively sensed a flaw in the third's words, but could not pinpoint it. After a prolonged silence, he acquiesced and proceeded to fulfill his reporting obligations. Under the watchful gaze of the third Hokage, Baiye departed from the Hokage building and swiftly made his way home across the rooftops. Konoha was alive with harmony. Residents greeted one another with smiles, unfazed by the sight of a leaping ninja. Even the bolder children dared to wave cheerfully at Baiye. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Hatake household, he was taken aback to find the entrance surrounded by a throng of citizens. They hurled rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables at the door, once adorned with an elegant charm, now marred by grime. A group of commoners, some with children in tow, gathered at the entrance, hurling insults and outrageous claims, even dragging the ancestral legacy of the Hatake family into their tirade. This scene left Baiye bewildered, a stark contrast to the earlier atmosphere of camaraderie. In the distance, more citizens approached with baskets in hand, as if bravely joining the fray. The vision of a woman leading a child towards the Hatake residence caught Baiye's attention, the same child who had just greeted him moments ago. In an instant, Baiye teleported from the tree to the inner chamber. The room was tightly shut, draped in curtains, and the abrupt transition from light to darkness left him feeling somewhat disoriented. A kunai silently pressed against his lower back, and at that moment, Kakashi's voice broke the silence. "Who are you?" Irritated, Baiye swatted away Kakashi's kunai. After years of living together, it was inconceivable that Kakashi could not recognize his silhouette. Clang! The kunai fell to the floor, creating a loud noise. Adjusting to the dim environment, Baiye turned to Kakashi and inquired, "Where is Shuang Mao? How is he feeling?" In the obscurity, Baiye finally discerned that Kakashi's eyes were vacant, heavily shadowed, indicating he had not rested well in recent days. Kakashi seemed momentarily taken aback. Failing to respond to Baiye's question, instead, he posed a troubling inquiry of his own. "Baiye, did father truly violate the ninja code?" Chapter 5. The conspiracy surrounding Shuang Mao. The villagers were abuzz with gossip about Shuang Mao, which he paid little heed to. The third Hokage deemed Shuang Mao at fault. Yet that did not concern him. However, now even Kakashi was raising such absurd questions, and Baiye felt a profound sense of failure in his upbringing. He contemplated delivering a sound thrashing to Kakashi. "Come on, give him a beating. I've long been unable to contain myself. I hereby issue a mission. Slap Kakashi. Reward, 0-1 chakra point. Let us go, let us go. I agree. A kick would be even better. I've been displeased with him for quite some time. I add a task. Knock Kakashi to the ground. Reward, 0-1 chakra point. With a resounding slap, Byakuya struck Kakashi, suppressing his fury as he demanded. What is the purpose of a ninja completing missions? To protect the village, to safeguard the new leaves within it, Kakashi replied absent-mindedly. How can you expect someone who is unwilling to protect even his comrades to safeguard the village? With those harsh words, Byakuya kicked Kakashi to the ground and strode into Shuan Mao's room. It was not merely about completing a task. He simply wanted to vent his frustrations on Kakashi. Truly, pushing open the door, a thick cloud of smoke greeted him, somewhat suffocating. Byakuya waved his hand to disperse it, peering through the haze at the indistinct figure within and asked, "What would you like for dinner? I'll make it for you." Shuan Mao was merely lighting a cigarette, watching it burn slowly. Upon hearing Byakuya's question, he smiled and replied, "Udon noodles, it's been a while since I've had your cooking." Byakuya opened the window to let the smoke escape, simultaneously brightening the room. Shuan Mao looked at Byakuya with a smile, seemingly unaffected by the village's rumors. "You should take some time to counsel Kakashi. That unfortunate boy is nearly losing his mind over it." Seeing that Shuan Mao had not been crushed by the rumors as he had feared, Byakuya began to express his grievances, feeling relieved. Indeed, the illustrious White Fang of Konoha, seasoned in battle, would not be so easily wounded by mere words. After a moment of contemplation, a surge of tumultuous thoughts arose within him. In the original narrative, Shuan Mao ultimately succumbed to suicide, which surely concealed deeper issues. The portrayal in the Naruto anime merely highlighted the positive aspects of ninjas without delving into detailed accounts. So, who was the true puppet master behind the scenes? Was it the third Hokage? To pave the way for the future, is it to suppress the ever-growing prestige of SH or perhaps to eliminate Kakashi, removing White Fang to clear the path for one's own journey to Hokage? The information is too scant to draw any conclusions, and Byakuya stands there, his brows furrowed in confusion. Have you deduced something? Do not overthink it. I am not so easily vanquished. Ma's smile remains as warm as ever, and his calm words instantly ease Byakuya's anxious heart. Byakuya nods with a smile and turns to leave, noticing Kakashi still in a daze in the living room. He cannot help but deliver a playful kick before heading towards the kitchen. With the window ajar, the heavy darkness lingers. I have not heard of Konoha being harmonious enough for civilians to dare intrude upon a ninja's home. After dinner, Byakuya pulls Ma into the secret room of the Hatake residence. Kakashi, still dazed from his meal, attempts to follow but finds himself unceremoniously kicked out by Byakuya. Some matters are not suitable for Kakashi. After all, he is still just a child. Frustrated, Kakashi begins to tidy up the table, ready to vent his displeasure on the dishes. In the secret room, Ma continues to smile as he forms hand seals, enveloping the chamber in an invisible net of chakra. Congratulations, Byakuya, you have finally become a ninja. You are now hailed as a hero of Konoha. With more experience on the battlefield, you will inevitably earn a title of your own. In response to Ma's praise, Byakuya feels unenthused and rolls his eyes, retorting, "What good does it do? You are still the illustrious White Fang of Konoha. You were even awarded a half-sleeve of Hokage, yet ended up cornered at the door, pelted with rotten eggs." Ma feels a tinge of embarrassment. His adopted son is composed in action and considerate to others, exuding an air of aloof charm. Yet, the reality of their home life is undeniably overwhelming, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words, only able to scratch his head and chuckle awkwardly. Seeing his reaction, Byakuya's irritation flares, and he retorts, "What did I tell you the last time you were on a mission? Intelligence and teammates must be prioritized. Did you not promise? And now look at you. If you die, I will surely drag Kakashi to dance on your grave." Ma's embarrassment deepens, his smile faltering, and he quickly diverts the conversation. "Did you foresee this scene today? Why else would you have warned me so early?" Byakuya thinks to himself, "Not only did I know you would save your teammates, but I also know you ended up taking your own life in this room, leaving a childhood trauma for the oblivious Kakashi." Aware that Ma is changing the subject, Byakuya continues to play along. "You are right. I always knew your temperament would lead to trouble. The Hatake family is sparse, and you do not relish mingling with those from prominent clans. Surely, no one would nominate you for Hokage. Yet, with your formidable reputation and even a half-sleeve of Hokage bestowed upon you, this is a path to demise. The phrase merit surpassing the ruler was crafted just for you." Shuo was rendered speechless by his barrage of words, while Byakuya rolled his eyes and settled cross-legged on the ground. He inquired, "Who do you believe is behind this?" I hardly think the common folk of Konoha have the audacity to provoke the Jonin at their doorstep. Is it the third Hokage, or perhaps the scheming Danzo? Or someone else I am unaware of? Shuemo sat down as well, shrugging his hands to indicate his ignorance. Bai Yi, unable to contain his frustration, muttered in a low voice, "Years ago, I advised you to mingle more with the heads of those prominent clans. Now that trouble has arisen, you act like a blind man, with a knife poised at your throat, yet you don't even know who wields it." Shuemo remained unmoved, smiling at Bai Yi. Realizing he was gaining no useful information, Bai Yi ceased his pretense and slumped on the ground, lazily stating, "It seems it's either the third Hokage or Danzo. I had an encounter with the third at the Hokage Tower, and he has yet to show any signs of hostility towards you. Of course, it could be that he is simply biding his time. However, I lean towards suspecting Danzo. He likely wishes to carve his name into the Hokage rock, seeing you as a rival." Shuemo merely smiled at Bai Yi, choosing silence. Frustrated by his reticence, Bai Yi could not help but vent his exasperation. "I told you long ago to let me utilize the intelligence network of the Hatake clan. You always claimed it was unavailable. If I had reached out to them earlier, we wouldn't be in such a precarious position." As he spoke, Bai Yi gritted his teeth, glaring outside and muttering, "That scheming bastard, daring to target Shuemo with such underhanded methods. Little did he know I've seen the script. I know more about his petty schemes than anyone. It's merely a matter of hiring a few lackeys. Let me show him what true professionalism looks like." Chapter 6. The Puppet Master and Countermeasures on a Moonless Night, when Chaos Reigns. These were not deeds Bai Yi would partake in. As he emerged from the secret chamber, he happened upon Kakashi eavesdropping at the door, nearly losing his balance and falling. Bai Yi was somewhat speechless. The chamber was sealed by a barrier, impenetrable even to mosquitoes. So how could he have heard anything? Is the intelligence of a Chunin truly this lacking? Shuemo, following closely behind, quickly steadied Kakashi, affectionately ruffling his white hair. "Shuemo, please guide him properly. Don't let this foolish boy become too obsessed, and don't count on me. I fear I may lose my temper." With that, Bai Yi vanished in an instant, heading to the woods beside the Hatake residence to mimic a tiger and let out a few roars. A fearsome dragon-esque roar. Do you dare tremble? In the dead of night, some villagers still dared to throw eggs. The simplicity of Konoha-esque folk was indeed endearing. Bai Yi hastily visited the women's bath to complete his daily reconnaissance, only to be momentarily blinded by a group of ladies. Even the system couldn't withstand the onslaught and began dispensing rewards cautiously. So, this is why Jiraiya isn't around. The following morning, Bai Yi changed out of his ninja attire, leaving his forehead protector behind, and in a flash, departed. Business was thriving at the shop, and he needed to check the accounts. As for his daily reconnaissance, he would see when he could fit it in. He needs to discern the current activities of Danzo's roots. However, Shikamaru is unwilling to divulge any information, leaving him in a passive position. Before taking any action, he must devise a plausible excuse to present to the third Hokage. Otherwise, he cannot provide an explanation. "Meow? Bai Yi, you're back," greeted by Xiaohei, Bai Yi's butler, as he entered the shop's secret chamber. This feline, a spirit cat gifted during a routine excursion, is entirely black and presently oversees Bai Yi's establishment and intelligence network. "Meow, the shop's profits have risen by 3% this month, so I rewarded myself with a few tilapia," Bai Xiaohei remarked, nonchalantly grooming his fur. Bai Yi paid little heed to these trivialities, scooping up Bai Xiaohei for some affectionate petting while casually inquiring, "Has there been any recent activity from Danzo? Are the townsfolk gathered at the entrance of the Hatake household his doing?" Contentedly purring, Bai Xiaohei responded, "Meow." The roots spread rumors daily and even sent someone to the market to intimidate a vendor into providing rewards for the townsfolk, throwing eggs at their doors. "By the way, this tactic was employed by you a few years back when you opened your shop, Meow." Bai Yi's expression darkened as he muttered, "That wretched Danzo. Ensure your companions remain vigilant." Bai Xiaohei turned to indicate he desired to be petted on the other side, saying, "I've been quite busy lately, Meow. The Uchiha clan's ninja cats wish to challenge us." Bai Yi was left speechless. Is the feline society equally intricate? At the marketplace, a small vendor was exuding a foul odor, yet a long queue formed before him. He offered spoiled vegetable leaves and rotten eggs for free, promising a fresh piece of fruit for anyone who visited a designated location the following day. As dusk approached, the vendor departed and met with a mass dumbu. "Here is today's and tomorrow's commission. Consider it a down payment. When will the poison in my son be cured?" Rest assured, once the matter concludes, someone will be sent to administer the antidote. With a silent grin, Bai mused, "Ah, the roots. Is this what lies hidden beneath the will of fire? Buried deep within the earth." The Umbu's masks primarily bear animal motifs, while the roots display a more varied pattern on their white masks. Indeed, Danzo is resorting to underhanded tactics. After dinner, Bai and Shikamaru once again entered the secret chamber, inadvertently kicking aside Kakashi, who attempted to follow. Bai recounted his observations and conjectures. Shikamaru wore a gentle smile, soothing Bai with his words, "Do not worry. I will not be easily vanquished. These slanderous rumors are burdens I must bear. After the storm, the sun will inevitably shine again. What if the ally you rescued comes forth to accuse you?" Bai countered with a bold statement. Shikamaru's smile faltered slightly. "That will not happen. I believe Daifu will understand me." Seeing his demeanor, Bai couldn't help but remark, "If you ever find yourself in despair, just think of Kakashi. He's practically a reclusive child now. The Hatake clan is a direct lineage. If you do not live well enough to find him a wife, the Hatake clan may face extinction." Shikamaru gazed warmly at him, saying, "You are my son as well." The conversation faltered, and Bai stormed out, inadvertently kicking Kakashi, who had been eavesdropping. What a peculiar hobby for someone so young, lurking by the door to listen in. Now that the puppet master had been identified and Shuo-Mo's vulnerabilities laid bare, the next steps were merely to counter every move and handle Danzo, as well as the comrades rescued by Shuo-Mo. Thus, another bustling day commenced. Bai changed into fresh attire and instantaneously departed. Hot Springs. Women's Bath. Mission issued. Tonight, Sarutobi Bawako will invite the families of the great clans of Konoha to bathe together at the Konoha Hot Springs. Please utilize transformation jutsu to partake. Reward, Uzumaki bloodline. Goodness, this could be perilous. How could one gather inspiration under such circumstances? Perhaps it would be wise to slip away. Bai pondered, breaking into a cold sweat. This could lead to enmity with the entire Konoha elite. Indeed, outside the hot springs, he spotted Jiraiya gazing wistfully at the sky. "Lord Jiraiya, why do you appear so melancholic today?" Jiraiya glanced at Bai, shrugging his shoulders. "I cannot gather inspiration today. I'm devoid of ideas." Bai shot him a sidelong glance at this down-and-out rider, having known him for over a decade, yet he had yet to pen a single word of intimate paradise. A veritable waste of potential. As if struck by a thought, Jiraiya remarked, "The third Hokage has dispatched me on a mission outside the village. I will be away for some time. Be vigilant. The winds of Konoha are shifting." Bai observed this lecherous sage, who seemed privy to unspoken truths yet reluctant to divulge them, and sighed. Even a prominent figure like Konoha's Sannin had refrained from embodying the will of fire due to various grievances against the village. When, he wondered, would this village see the dawn of a new era? After being declined by Jiraiya, Bai ventured alone to the men's hot springs for a soak. Listening to the melodious voices from the adjacent women's bath, he contemplated the feasibility of his mission. After all, the Uzumaki bloodline was incredibly enticing. Firstly, his chakra possessed the innate abilities of concealment and mimicry, ensuring he would remain undetected. Secondly, his teleportation skill would allow him to appear in the women's bath without a trace. Hence, the final consideration was whom to transform into. Wait, the transformation jutsu? It didn't specify whom to become. Wrapping a towel around his body, Bai gauged the distance and teleported to the edge of the women's bath, casting a cursory glance that nearly caused him to bleed from his nose. Bang! A cloud of white mist enveloped him, and Bai transformed into a rock. Positioning himself near the edge of the bath, closing his eyes. "I am merely here to fulfill the mission. Remain calm. Stay composed." Chapter 7. The incomplete Uzumaki bloodline. Ah? Why is there an extra rock here? A feminine voice inquired, seemingly approaching to investigate. "No way. You must be mistaken. This rock has always been here." Fortunately, another melodious laugh interrupted her. Transforming into a stone, Bai sighed in relief. That was a close call. As time trickled by, the system's notification remained conspicuously absent. "Hey, I've been soaking for quite a while now. Could you at least respond? The system suspects you of cheating but lacks evidence. Reward issued, a partial Uzumaki bloodline. The kind that one turn your hair red. Are you upset?" A surge of power erupted from within Bai, nearly overwhelming his ability to maintain his transformation technique. Would his hair turn red? That would be quite agreeable. He thought black hair was rather appealing. As he pondered, He felt the profound changes occurring in his body. Most notably, there was an inexhaustible reservoir of power surging through him, significantly enhancing his reflexes. Furthermore, he sensed an abundance of new elements within himself, though he was currently unable to fully harness them. His control over chakra had also markedly improved. Indeed, a strong bloodline was invaluable, such an immense quantity of chakra. This was why some individuals start at a point others can only aspire to reach. As Bai Yi reveled in his newfound strength, a matron from a certain clan leaned over to him. "Oh dear, I find myself rather weary. This stone looks splendid. I shall rest here for a moment." Startled, Bai Yi swiftly utilized his teleportation technique, returning to the men's hot spring in a mere 0.5 seconds. The matron merely blinked, the stone having vanished before her eyes. After rubbing her eyes and finding nothing amiss, she settled by the edge of the pool to rest. Back in the men's hot spring, Bai Yi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exclaiming inwardly how fortunate he was. Had his reflexes not improved, escaping would have been quite difficult. At that moment, a gentle voice emerged from behind him. "My dear friend, have you just emerged from the women's hot spring?" Bai Yi was startled, splashing water everywhere. "Ah, Lord Jiraiya, I thought you did not partake in baths here. I merely teleported to grab a drink." Jiraiya, with a skeptical expression, listened to the laughter emanating from the adjacent area, then sighed deeply. "I wish I had such a convenient teleportation technique." His demeanor shifted as he proposed a deal to Bai Yi. "Bai Yi-chan, teach me your teleportation technique, and I shall impart the sage mode to you." Bai Yi shot him a glance, firmly refusing. "Absolutely not. Setting aside what sage mode entails, if Lady Tsunade finds out, I would surely bear additional scars upon my chest." Ignoring Jiraiya's furious protests, Bai Yi waved him off, dried himself, and changed clothes to head home. What a splendid day, he mused. As he was humming to himself, he noticed villagers hurling eggs at the entrance of the Hatake household. Were they not resting at this late hour? Yet, it seemed rather normal, after all. They were merely trying to earn a living. Turning, he strolled towards a nearby thicket, only to be startled by two roars echoing from within, causing him to nearly lose control. Upon returning, Bai Yi rubbed his sore throat. Evidently, shouting was not kind to his voice. This was precisely why the Tsutsuki bloodline was so formidable. In the future, when Naruto and Sasuke roared in the Valley of the End, they would not lose their voices. He considered seeking out someone to research how to encapsulate sound within talismans, allowing him to periodically roar in the woods. Surely, that would deter anyone from throwing eggs at him. The villagers having vanished, two masked Umbu ninjas appeared before Bai Yi. "Was it you who caused such a commotion? Come with us." In the dead of night, those keeping watch over the Hatake residents were certainly not part of the Umbu. Upon closer inspection of the ornate patterns on the masks of the two ninjas, Bai's mind was immediately set at ease. Their flamboyant designs unmistakably indicated they were members of the Root. "Not me. Don't make baseless accusations. Do you have any evidence? Be careful, or I might sue you for defamation," Bai retorted, delivering a swift series of 3 consecutive blows that left the two ninjas momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, he waved his hand dismissively, stating, "You may continue your patrol. I, however, shall retire for the night." What a disgrace it was for Konoha to have such cowardly individuals, even those who were supposed to protect the village. The two ninjas positioned themselves in front of Bai, slowly forming hand seals. The ninja in front declared, "Creating a disturbance at this hour, we suspect you are planning to incite panic. You will accompany us." Bai sensed their ill intentions, surmising they aimed to use him to threaten Xuan Mao, or to smear his reputation. Perfect, it was time to test a new ability. He clenched his fists, adopting a defensive stance with his arms crossed before his chest. The Root members chuckled derisively, thinking him a fool. Standing in a combat-ready posture made him nothing more than a target for ninjutsu. Without hesitation, the two began forming seals and unleashed their techniques. Earth style, earth wall collapse technique. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Walls of earth encircled Bai, and flames surged within, engulfing him in a cloud of black smoke. "Quickly, check on him. We can't let this brat die. We must take him and leave at once," the leading ninja urged in a hushed tone, aware that they were still near Konoha, where the Uchiha guard and White Fan could arrive at any moment. Suddenly, Bai's figure materialized behind him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. In the blink of an eye, Bai formed seals, exhaling fire. Fire style, great fireball technique. The fireball struck the airborne ninja solidly, prompting the other to rush to his aid. Bai, unfazed, continued forming seals. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. It was no wonder this was considered the ninjutsu with the most seals. Bei's simplified version still required 8 seals, which he managed to complete just before the enemy closed in. A water dragon surged into the sky, clamping down on the assailant and crashing him forcefully to the ground, leaving his fate uncertain. Bei dragged the two together and examined their tongues, confirming they were indeed root ninjas. Only someone as twisted as Danzo would mark beneath their tongues. 2 figures swiftly approached, and Bei looked up to see Shuo Mao accompanied by Kakashi. Shuo Mao regarded Bei with a hint of confusion, but refrained from questioning further. Bei exhaled in relief and pointed at the 2 ninjas, stating, "They are from Root, sent by Danzo to threaten you through me." Shuo Mao furrowed his brow, responding, "Umbu sought me out, claiming the Hokage requested my presence. I sensed something was amiss after a lengthy delay and encountered Kakashi on my way here." Bei casually remarked, "How you choose to handle this is up to you. Danzo will not relent so easily." Before long, the Uchiha Guard and 2 teams of Umbu arrived. Shuo Mao took charge of the situation, as it was indeed remarkable for a genin to have bested 2 Jonin. The initial group of Umbu clearly sent by Danzo was swiftly driven away by the Uchiha clan, their crimson eyes glaring fiercely. Subsequently, another Umbu team, bearing a handwritten letter from the 3rd Hokage, took 4 members from the Root and casually summoned SHMO, leaving Kakashi dumbfounded in the ravaged forest. "Bai, let us engage in battle," he proposed. Chapter 8. Plotting a counterattack. Early the following morning, Bai stepped out of his door. In the living room, Kakashi sat in a daze, watching Bai exit, and quietly inquired, "Why? How is it that you always know where I am? Even shadow clones and transformation techniques cannot deceive you." The previous night's battle had been a near one-sided massacre. Bai, intent on imparting a lesson to Kakashi regarding the prowess of the Root in combat against him, had employed most of his abilities, resulting in Kakashi being significantly shaken. Refusing to accept defeat, Kakashi was left so incensed that he was compelled to challenge Bai to a contest of stealth. Observing the almost maddened child, Bai couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you recall who manages the Hatake household?" he asked. Kakashi lifted his gaze and replied, "It's you." "What of it?" A heavy silence enveloped the air. After a prolonged moment, Kakashi suddenly grasped the implication, pulled out a kunai marked with the Hatake clan's insignia from his backpack, and angrily hurled it to the ground before walking out without uttering another word. Bai did not hinder him, but called out from behind, on the battlefield, "You can never ascertain what reconnaissance methods your enemy possesses, so do not be blindly confident in your stealth techniques." As Bai made his way down the street towards the Hokage building, he continued to gather intelligence. The townsfolk around him were engaged in conversation, with most lamenting the failure of White Fang's mission, which had brought significant losses to the village. They suggested that a group should visit the Hatake household to reprimand this Leaf Village sinner. Even the young children, while playing together, were discussing the matter with fervent indignation. Bai clenched his fists slightly as he approached the shops. There were many matters to attend to today, requiring assistance from Bai Xiaohei. Jiraiya was scheduled to leave the village at noon, and Bai intended to see him off. Upon entering the shop's secret chamber, Bai found Bai Xiaohei, the leader of the Konoha feline clan, with a large patch of its formerly glossy black fur now bald, as it tenderly licked the exposed skin. "Did you not fare well yesterday?" The esteemed leader of the Konoha cat clan, bested by a mere Nin cat? Bai teased. Bai Xiaohei glanced up at him and retorted, "Those Nin cats are devoid of ethics, resorting to ninja tools to bully us ordinary cats. Once the shop turns a profit, I'll purchase hundreds of explosive tags and obliterate their shrine." Bai sighed. Even his own cat was a source of trouble. If that were to happen, the Uchiha clan would annihilate the Konoha cats. He retrieved a piece of paper and handed it to Bai Xiaohei, saying, "Your wish has been partially realized. Find someone to transcribe the contents onto currency, then have your feline companions distribute it in populous areas of the village. No need to disseminate too many. 2 million ryo will suffice." "Understood," Bai Xiaohei replied with a huff, taking the note and departing, even withholding yesterday's earnings from him. In the twilight hours, Bai, unperturbed, made his way towards the women's hot spring, intending to pay Jiraiya a visit. At this hour, he was surely there, having been away from the village for quite some time. As anticipated, he spotted Jiraiya reclining in his usual spot. With a casual grace, Bai settled beside him. "What is it, Jiraiya-sama? The hot springs aren't even open yet," Bai inquired. Without turning, Jiraiya replied, "What do you know? I am here to draw inspiration." reminiscing about the splendid vistas of yore, for this is the most exquisite moment. He inhaled deeply, a look of rapture crossing his features, as if the very air were infused with fragrance. Ah, truly a lecherous old man, Bai thought, choosing to remain silent until Jiraiya's reverie concluded. Once Jiraiya's expression regained its clarity and the fervor faded, Bai finally spoke. Come, allow me to treat you to some grilled meat. Consider it a celebratory gesture. Jiraiya, with a face full of disdain, retorted, You, who refused to teach me even the body flicker technique, dare to offer me a treat? Bai was taken aback, incredulous at such rogue logic, and shot back. What qualifications does a perennial failure, with nary a bestseller to his name, have to learn ninjutsu? The two soon erupted into a spirited quarrel, exchanging a barrage of colorful insults such as, Do you think you can just flit about like a bird? And you were knocked into the hospital by Tsunade, you lecherous old virgin. Ultimately, their laughter rang out, side by side as they strolled toward the barbecue restaurant. As Jiraiya savored the grilled meat prepared by Bai, sipping sake with a blissful countenance, Bai casually inquired, Has Orochimaru infiltrated Danzo's route? Sensing the shift in Bai's address, Jiraiya paused before responding, Yes, it seems he is researching something. Bai continued, Last night, they attempted to capture me. Likely to threaten Shoma. Please, persuade Orochimaru to distance himself from route. It is far too nefarious. Jiraiya gulped down his drink, shaking his head in silence. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Bai poured him another glass, saying, Return soon, should Orochimaru decide to take my life. Do me the courtesy of speaking a few kind words on my behalf. Jiraiya was taken aback, having never witnessed such audacity from Bai in all these years. How could a mere genin possess leverage over one of the legendary Sannin? He set his drink aside, casting a puzzled glance at Bai, who merely placed the grilled meat onto Jiraiya's plate, shaking his head in silence. After lunch, Bai settled the bill and made his way from Jiraiya's company to the village entrance, presenting him with a complete set of ninja tools, a special product from the Hatake clan, not available for public sale, which he had specifically acquired that morning. Be cautious within the village. If things go awry, seek out the third Hokage. Though the roots may be buried, the leaves still bask in sunlight. Jiraiya, giving Bai's shoulder a reassuring pat, departed with an air of nonchalance, embodying the spirit of a true man, leaving without a trace of sorrow. Upon returning home, Bai decided to forego his duties at the women's hot spring, as Jiraiya's absence meant there would be no one to shoulder the blame if anything went awry. Shoma had been waiting at home for quite some time, and upon Bai's return, he hastened to the secret chamber. To his surprise, Kakashi was also at home, and as the two entered the chamber, he attempted to follow, only to be thwarted by Bai, who shut the door in his face, leaving Kakashi fuming. Shlomo felt a lingering melancholy as he forced a smile and remarked, It was Root's reckless initiative, which has already been addressed by the third Hokage, who has temporarily stripped them of certain powers. However, Bai was unconcerned with these matters and replied, Danzo will not relent. Similar schemes will continue to emerge. So you must remain vigilant. Shlomo presented a scroll to Bai, saying, This is the 8 gates of Dunjia scroll. The third Hokage has allotted you 3 days to memorize it, after which it will self-immolate. Bai smirked, finding it difficult to please a discerning individual like Shlomo, who had evidently recognized his lack of offensive capabilities, and inquired, Is this the compensation for the recent incident? Shlomo remained silent, behaving enigmatically. Bai scoffed, unleashing a bold proclamation. Be cautious. In a few days, the person you rescued may very well come to accuse you. Shlomo's smile faltered, unable to maintain the facade. That won't happen. I trust Daifuku will understand me. Observing him, Bai couldn't help but scoff. If you ever find yourself in despair, just think of Kakashi. He has become quite the reclusive child. With the Hatake clan being a single line, if you don't live well, and find him a wife, the Hatake name may very well face extinction. Shlomo gazed warmly at him, stating, You are my son as well. This was a statement difficult to respond to, prompting Bai to storm out, inadvertently kicking Kakashi, who had been eavesdropping, on his way out, exclaiming, What a peculiar hobby, spying through door cracks at such a young age. Chapter 9. The enigmatic rumors. Ever since the rumor spread about a man-eating tiger in the vicinity of the Hatake clan, the villagers of Konoha ceased their daily visits. Yet, the derision directed at Shlomo continued to mount, stoking public outrage, with some even preparing to rally and petition the Hokage to sanction this individual who had brought misfortune upon the village. Concurrently, a rumor began circulating in Konoha, gaining traction alongside Shwomo's predicament. The currency of 200 ryo was said to be cursed, leaving some residents restless. The specifics were as follows. Upon receiving this coin, the curse of the evil deity befalls you. If the curse is not lifted swiftly, you shall perish within 10 days. You have several methods to dispel the curse. Firstly, inscribe the curse's contents on 10 coins and spin them in different places within 5 hours. Secondly, at noon, beneath Hokage Rock, vocally denounce one of the following individuals to nullify the curse. 1. The captain of the Uchiha security force. 2. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. 3. The leader of Root, Shimura Danzo. Initially, few believed the tale until one individual who received a cursed coin was attacked by the evil deity during the night, narrowly escaping death and now remaining in a coma at Konoha Hospital. In an instant, the spending levels in Konoha skyrocketed, with everyone frantically spending, leading to a dramatic rise in prices. Even the third Hokage was compelled to intervene personally, issuing orders to quell such behavior. The following days were marked by an eerie silence in the village until a second case emerged, where someone spotted the evil deity at night, collapsing in fright and screaming. Fortunately, the Umbu arrived promptly to transport them to Konoha Hospital for treatment. The common folk discovered that the malevolent deity targeted only ordinary people, leaving the ninjas unscathed. And frustration boiled over. One fateful day at noon, a courageous individual stood beneath the Hokage Rock, vociferously denouncing the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. This solitary voice sparked a deluge of dissent, as residents emerged to vehemently condemn the third Hokage's transgressions. In a bid to articulate their grievances more creatively, some even enumerated 10 sins attributed to him. Watching this unfold through a crystal ball, Sarutobi's complexion paled. He could not fathom who was orchestrating this insurrection against him. With the stability of his Hokage position in jeopardy, he felt a sense of urgency, yet was at a loss for a solution, pulling out tufts of his own hair in distress. Meanwhile, at the roots of Konoha, Danzo Shimura listened intently to reports from his subordinates, a sly smile creeping onto his otherwise grim visage. Within Konoha, the once revered candidate for Hokage, Kakashi Hatake, found his reputation in tatters. While the current Hokage faced relentless public vilification, if the unrest was not swiftly quelled, he risked being ousted by the populace. Resting his chin on his hands, Danzo contemplated whether to intervene, aiding the citizens in unmasking the true nature of the Hokage, thereby clearing the path for his own ambitions. As advisors, Koharu Udatane and Hamura Midokado hastened to the Hokage building, urgently requiring Hiruzen Sarutobi to devise a strategy to address the crisis before it escalated further. Hidden in the shadows, Shinya observed the turmoil within the Hokage's office before vanishing in an instant, making his way to the Hatake residence. This exponential spread of dissent proved remarkably effective in the current climate of Konoha. As for the two individuals in the hospital, one had been disguised as an Umbu and had generously compensated the other, who was merely frightening himself. Shinya was unconcerned about being discovered. Should the third investigate, he would promptly lay the blame at Danzo's feet. Yet, Danzo, aware of how favorable the circumstances were for him, would likely refrain from delving deeper. That night, an unprecedented and heated debate erupted among the advisors surrounding the third Hokage, with Danzo reportedly participating, resulting in a discontented dispersal. The following noon, the denouncement of the third Hokage persisted beneath the Hokage Rock, where a perimeter of Umbus stood guard, wary of acting without direct orders from the Hokage. An elderly man, trembling with fervor, stepped forward to launch a scathing tirade. Hiruzen Sarutobi is worse than a beast, and so is Danzo Shimura. If not for the second Hokage's sacrifice to protect them, how could the second have perished using the Flying Thunder God technique? Nearby, a staunch supporter of the third vociferously countered, "Nonsense. The second Hokage acted for the will of fire, ensuring a future filled with hope for the third and the rest." The old man spat vehemently, retorting, "Had the second Hokage not saved this lot, Konoha would undoubtedly have thrived under his leadership. What audacious evil could ever dare to invade Konoha? We would not have to endure such humiliation." Beside him, another person interjected, "This is all the choice of the second Hokage." The third Hokage and his allies were resolute in their decision to defend the village, and it was the second Hokage who passed on the mantle. As subordinates, adhering to the captain's opinions is the unwavering law of a ninja. Just as the old man was about to refute, he was taken away by the Umbu under orders, leaving only a parting exclamation, "Nonsense." If these wretches truly had the best interests of Konoha at heart, why didn't they simply take their own lives back then? The second Hokage could have easily departed using the Flying Thunder God technique. The old man was taken away amidst a flurry of astonished citizens, who began to murmur in confusion. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, appeared before the crowd with a smile, delivering a passionate speech recounting how the second Hokage willingly chose to remain behind, conveying the will of fire to the six of them, fighting to protect the budding leaves of Konoha, just as they were doing now by nurturing the new sprouts of the village. His 2-hour-long oration moved the onlookers to tears, while also elucidating the unreliability of the so-called evil deity. He had collected all the coins inscribed with the deity's name in the Hokage's office, ensuring that even if there were an evil deity, it would only target him, allowing the residents to rest easy. After providing this reassurance, the citizens returned home, albeit left with one lingering question. Why did the third Hokage not take his own life back then? Seizing an opportunity while the guards were distracted, the old man instantaneously left the scene, transforming back into Bai Yi and returning home. One could only commend the individual capable of ascending to the position of Hokage. This maneuver not only defused the crisis and garnered public support, but also solidified his position while accruing nearly 1,000,000 ryo, with the populace expressing their gratitude. On the other side, Shimura Danzo, upon hearing his subordinate's report, sighed. Indeed, Hiruzen still held the hearts of the people, and it was not yet time for action. His gaze sharpened. The position of Hokage must be his. If Hiruzen could not be moved, then it was time to deal with Bai Yi. Every opponent must be rooted out completely. Chapter 10. The betrayal of a teammate when Bai Yi returned home. Shuoemo was engaged in a silent standoff with Kakashi. Shuoemo smiled at Bai Yi and remarked, "Kakashi is set to leave the village for a mission tomorrow. Why not prepare a delicious meal for him tonight?" Before Bai Yi could respond, Kakashi scoffed and retreated to his room, slamming the door shut. Bai Yi turned to Shuoemo, inquiring, "Did the conversation not go well? What did you discuss? You've been coming and going at odd hours lately. Are you plotting something?" Shuoemo did not answer directly, but instead asked, "Were you behind the incident with the paper currency? You are merely a strong rival to Danzo." While the third Hokage remains Danzo's greatest obstacle on the path to becoming Hokage, given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly be tempted to make a move. It was merely a question of whether the old man could catch him in the act. Observing Bai Yi's somewhat smug demeanor, Shuoemo could not help but expose him, saying, "Do you believe your plan is foolproof? The Umbu nearly caught you red-handed. But how can you be certain that everyone will condemn the third Hokage?" Bai Yi rolled his eyes at him and remarked, "Consider your recent predicament. It should elucidate the reasons behind this. Furthermore, if you were compelled to strike either Sandai or Danzo, whom would you choose? A person too kind-hearted will inevitably be taken advantage of." With that, he instantaneously returned to his room, having nearly faced a reprimand from Shuoemo due to his lack of preparation. He hastily made his escape. Shuoemo opened his mouth, words unspoken, having just visited Daifu where their conversation had been exceedingly cordial, and Daifu had even encouraged him. Reluctantly, Kakashi departed the village on a mission, and Shuoemo seemed preoccupied with unseen matters, his presence absent from the village for days, enveloping it in an eerie silence devoid of any news. Meanwhile, Bai Yi clandestinely indulged in the women's hot spring to satisfy certain physical cravings, while simultaneously observing business at a shop and secretly honing his 8 gates technique, which had rapidly enhanced his physical prowess, already unlocking the 3rd gate. As days passed, the day of the new students' enrollment at the Ninja Academy swiftly approached. With the 3rd Hokage set to deliver a speech, prominent families from the village sent representatives to attend, and Shuoemo brought Bai Yi along, expressing his intention to introduce him to some familiar clans. The 3rd Hokage's presentation, reminiscent of a sales pitch, extended for a full 2 hours, lulling Bai Yi into a state of drowsiness. As the conclusion drew near, Shuoemo nudged him, and the audience began to applaud. At that moment, a staggering figure rushed onto the stage, causing Bai Yi's gaze to sharpen. What was inevitable had finally occurred. Daifu, Shuomeo's teammate, began to berate him from the podium, condemning Shuoemo for abandoning his mission, which had led to significant losses for the village. He questioned why Shuoemo had rescued him, subjecting himself to endless blame and humiliation. Instantly, all eyes fixated upon Shuoemo, murmurs of speculation filling the air. Shuo Mao, incredulous, recalled their joyful exchange just days prior at the hospital. In that instant, he felt as though the sky had darkened. Bai Yi quickly supported the faltering Shuo Mao, whispering discreetly, "Did I not forewarn you of this possibility? Is such a reaction truly warranted?" At that juncture, the might father and son approached to assist Shuo Mao, allowing Bai Yi to seize the opportunity to leap onto the stage and throw a knife to the ground. "If you believe that saving you was a mistake, then why did you not take your own life at that moment? That way, Shuo Mao could have returned with the intelligence." Bai Yi fixed his gaze upon the individual, convinced that those who betray their friends do not deserve to exist. Observing the stunned expression of the person on stage, Bai Yi spoke once more, "Given your current distress, why not end your own life? It would perfectly rectify this mistake." "Bai Yi, get down," Shuo Mao shouted quietly from below. Ignoring him, Bai Yi turned to the crowd and surveyed them before declaring, "My father, Hatake Shuo Mao, sacrificed his mission to save a comrade, embodying the will of fire, leaving hope for the future. This comrade, Daifu, represents that valued future. Now you have witnessed it. This future confirms the error of his choice. So, I pose a question to you all. You claim my father caused tremendous losses to the village due to his failure. Please enlighten me on the specifics of these losses." A wave of astonishment swept through the audience, as no one could articulate a coherent response. Bai Yi spoke once more. "Indeed, my father made an erroneous choice. A mistake unbecoming of a ninja. However, this matter should be left to the judgment of Lord Hokage, who ought to impose the appropriate sanctions, rather than allowing the clamor of public opinion to escalate to the point of vilification. Has he not once rendered great service to Konoha? Must we now discard him when he is no longer of use? Furthermore, I wish to address one last issue. A fortnight ago, on the third day following my father's loss of intelligence, I, with the consent of the third Hokage, ventured to the IWA ninja camp to retrieve the lost information, which was subsequently returned to Konoha by the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. This affair remains confidential and cannot be disclosed. However, today, in defense of my father's honor, I have contravened the ninja regulations, and I am prepared to accept any punishment from Lord Third." With that, Bai Yi leaped down from the podium, assisting Shuo Mo as they left the school and returned home, leaving behind a crowd buzzing with fervent discussion, some seeking answers from the third Hokage, ultimately to no avail. Upon arriving home, Bai Yi helped Shuo Mo into a secret chamber and erected a barrier. With a teasing glint in his eyes, Bai Yi inquired, "After all your plotting, it has culminated in this. Might you now share your plans with me?" At that moment, Shuo Mo exhibited no signs of weakness. He sat upright, a hint of self-deprecation gracing his features as he replied, "I did harbor a sliver of hope, believing that everything had concluded with the third's prior remarks. Yet, here we are today. My intention was to feign severe injury and withdraw from the public eye, allowing me to watch over you and Kakashi in safety, shielded by the other clans." Bai Yi found himself at a loss for words regarding this man. Had he truly invested all his skill points in swordsmanship, possessing no understanding of political intrigue? Clearing his throat, Bai Yi began to interrogate, "All the prominent clan heads you have ingratiated yourself with, do they not all covet your potential to become the fourth Hokage? Without strength, how much influence do you retain in Konoha? I wager that the third has not uttered a single word on your behalf, for he fears not only Danzo, but also the third Hokage himself. Only until a successor emerges can he secure his position as Hokage." The renowned Konoha White Fang, for once, fell into an unusual silence. After a prolonged pause, Shuo Mo gazed at Bai Yi and asked, "What do you believe we should do?" Bai Yi, with unwavering determination in his eyes, replied, "Feign death to escape." Chapter 11. Suicide. When Shuo Mo reappeared in the public eye, he appeared to have aged considerably. He accompanied Bai Yi on visits to numerous clan leaders, imploring them to look after Bai Yi and Kakashi during their future missions. Subsequently, Shuo Mo arrived at the Hokage Tower, where he, with Bai Yi, sought forgiveness from the third Hokage. Amidst the third's gentle reassurances, he requested that the Kiki swordsmanship be entrusted to the village, allowing more individuals to learn and propagate it. He also asked the third to teach Bai Yi the Flying Thunder God technique. The third indicated he would consider it, accepted the Kiki swordsmanship, and sent them on their way without mentioning any punishment. That night, upon returning from a mission, Kakashi discovered his father lying in a pool of blood and Bai Yi kneeling before the corpse in the Kiki family's secret chamber. That night, Kakashi's anguished cries echoed throughout all of Konoha. The following day, Thunder rumbled and rain poured down, as if the heavens themselves mourned the demise of Ma. Kakashi Hatake clutched Ma's final letter, resolutely declaring his intention to personally lay his father to rest, forbidding anyone from approaching, including Keiya. Among the Leaf Village ninjas attending the funeral, some bore solemn expressions, grieving for the White Fang, while others remained disdainful. Those who cannot prioritize their missions are unworthy of the title of ninja. Kneeling before the gravestone, Keiya and Kakashi displayed cold expressions, betraying no emotion. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stepped forward with a grave demeanor, addressing the gathered crowd. The White Fang of Konoha, renowned and illustrious, accomplished perilous missions throughout his life, ridding Konoha of countless foes. Although his final task compromised a ninja's integrity, it does not overshadow his brilliance. His loss is a great misfortune for Konoha and fills me with deep sorrow. This remarkable ninja, even in death, thought of Konoha, bequeathing the Hatake sword techniques to ensure that our ninjas might possess greater strength to protect the village. The man has passed, his deed shall be judged in time, and there is no need for further discourse. Today, let us bow our heads in profound grief and observe a moment of silence for him. The crowd lowered their heads. Even the one-eyed Danzo was no exception. That night, the third Hokage visited the Hatake household after a long absence, seeking to comfort Keiya and Kakashi. At that moment, Keiya and Kakashi were at odds in the living room, with Kakashi struggling to contain his rage, believing Keiya's failure to prevent his father's actions led to Ma's tragic end. The Hokage's arrival eased the tense atmosphere, as he spoke softly to both, gradually allowing Kakashi to find some calm, ultimately leading him to tears, for no matter how powerful he was, he remained merely a 6-year-old child. After a considerable time, Kakashi's sobs subsided, and the third Hokage explained his purpose. Given Keiya's exceptional talent in space ninjutsu, he permitted Keiya to study the Flying Thunder God technique under Minato Namikaze, while also hoping Kakashi would spend some time training in the Umbu. Once the two nodded in agreement, the Hokage departed with satisfaction. Keiya, you possess the ability to teleport. Why did you not save our father? Kakashi's voice trembled, tears welling in his eyes once more. What difference would it have made? Did you not see the gaunt visage of Ma? In such a state, life was worse than death. Perhaps an early demise was a form of liberation. Keiya blinked rapidly, attempting to force out a few tears, but failed miserably. Keiya Hatake. Kakashi's voice was filled with inexplicable anger. Our father is gone. Can you not even refer to him as such? Do you not realize that he often said it brought him the greatest joy to hear you call him father? Keiya could not help but scoff inwardly, surprised to learn of Ma's peculiar fondness, and glancing at Kakashi's furious expression, he quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I will be more mindful in the future. Heartbroken, Kakashi refused to engage further with Keiya, silently retreating upstairs to his room, where soon the sound of his quiet sobs echoed from above. In a fleeting instant, Byakuya returned to his room, immersed in contemplation. He pondered whether Shwomo had already arrived in the land of Whirlpool. Once he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he intended to take Kakashi to visit his father. The plan that Byakuya and Shwomo devised involved faking their deaths to escape, leaving behind a letter instructing Kakashi to oversee their burial to prevent any suspicion. The preliminary strategy was for Shwomo to scout the land of Whirlpool, a desolate wasteland inhabited only by bandits, where they could establish a base for future endeavors. Given that the Akatsuki had begun sharpening their blades against Konoha, it would be prudent for Byakuya to save some of Konoha's vital forces rather than allowing them to be entirely eradicated. The impending third Great Ninja War loomed, and the death toll would surely be high. Fewer casualties would ensure that Konoha would not be left bereft of capable individuals. However, Byakuya was taken aback by Shwomo's ruthless approach towards his own son. When Byakuya merely suggested the idea of concealing the truth from Kakashi, Shwomo readily acquiesced. How fortunate it was for Byakuya, as the elder brother, to look after the boy in the village. Otherwise, the child would suffer immensely in the future. Contemplating Kakashi's tragic fate as depicted in the anime, Byakuya felt a pang of sympathy. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his office, deliberating on the distribution of interests within the village following the death of White Fang, seeking to maximize benefits for the village while minimizing backlash from the prominent clans. Suddenly, Danzo, leaning on his cane and wrapped in bandages, emerged from the shadows. In a raspy voice, he addressed Hiruzen, Sarutobi. The investigation from the root indicates that Hatake Byakuya is linked to the rumors circulating within the village. Hand him over to me, so I may uncover the truth. If all is well, he may remain within root to serve Konoha. The third Hokage felt a headache coming on, puffing heavily on his pipe before responding. Do not place the blame on others. Do you think I am unaware that the foul vegetables and rotten eggs were thrown at White Fang's doorstep at your behest? Were you the instigator of these rumors? Danzo, moderation is key. The village cannot withstand further turmoil. As for Byakuya, I will handle him as I see fit. Danzo's singular eye narrowed slightly, yet he refrained from arguing with the third Hokage, stating, then allow me to cultivate Kakashi within root. He can effectively inherit our will. Hiruzen, suppressing his anger, retorted, White Fang entrusted me with his children before his demise. Now, while the body is still cold, you wish to target these two children. What will the great clans think of us? Danzo sighed, replying, you always concern yourself with the voices of the great clans, which is why the Uchiha have become so unruly. The village is currently fragmented. Very well, I understand. With that, he turned and vanished into the shadows, leaving no one to witness the cold glint in his solitary eye. The next morning, Byakuya rose early to prepare breakfast. As it was the day Kakashi was to report to the Umbu, he aimed to provide him with a hearty meal. A knock at the door puzzled Byakuya. For aside from the third Hokage's visit the previous night, it had been 6 months since anyone had come to call. Overthinking was futile. Byakuya teleported to the door, unlatched it, and found a yellow-haired young man standing outside. Greetings, I am Namikaze Minato. We have met at the frontline camp. Hello, Minato-senpai, please come in. Byakuya stepped aside to welcome Minato into the room. Once they stood in the living room, Minato, shedding his warm smile, adopted a solemn expression and comforted Byakuya, saying, please accept my condolences. I was deeply saddened to hear of the passing of Elder White Fang. I returned to the village just yesterday after completing a mission and regrettably could not attend his memorial service. This morning, I placed a bouquet of flowers at his resting place. I believe he would wish for you and Kakashi to live happily. Byakuya blinked several times. Finding himself unable to shed tears, he sighed and replied, death is the ultimate destination for ninjas. For Shuo Mao to escape the clamor of the earthly realm may indeed be a form of liberation for him. I have come to terms with it. Yet it is Kakashi who suffers. Upon hearing Byakuya address him by his name, Minato expressed a hint of surprise and remarked, your bond with White Fang is truly unique. By the way, I sensed a spatial fluctuation just now. You employed a space-time ninjutsu, did you not? Last night, the third Hokage summoned me to his office and informed me of your remarkable proficiency in space-time techniques, expressing a desire for me to teach you the Flying Thunder God technique. It appears you are indeed gifted. Might you demonstrate it once more for me? Byakuya nodded and instantly teleported behind Minato. Minato turned and remarked, what a convenient technique. What is its name? It requires no hand seals nor markers, and the activation time is approximately half a second, immensely advantageous in battle. What is the chakra consumption? What is the maximum range? Are there any other limitations? Then, as if recalling something, he added, I apologize for my abruptness. Feel free to withhold any information if it is inconvenient. Byakuya scratched his head and replied, I typically refer to it as instantaneous movement. Its maximum range is 5 meters, and the chakra consumption is moderate. There must be at least a 3-second interval between uses. Minato nodded, saying, I see, that does reduce its practicality somewhat. However, it can serve a surprising advantage in ambush scenarios, and when combined with the Flying Thunder God technique, it indeed enriches one's offensive capabilities. As he spoke, he glanced at Byakuya and continued, I have been recuperating in the village for the past half-month. You are welcome to come to my home to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. The material may be extensive, but it should not be too challenging for you, considering you are hailed as a hero of Konoha. Just then, Kakashi, sporting dark circles under his eyes, lethargically descended the stairs, ignoring the two of them as he made his way to the dining table to indulge heartily in a meal. Upon witnessing Kakashi's demeanor, Byakuya found himself at a loss for words. Kakashi, do you even realize who is watching you eat? That is your future teacher, the leader of the elite ninja team, and the future 4th Hokage. You will be relying on him for your livelihood. Feeling somewhat awkward, Byakuya turned to Minato and explained, please forgive Kakashi-senpai. He has not always been this way. He has simply been feeling unwell lately. Minato waved his hand in understanding, and the two of them watched as Kakashi finished his meal before leaping out of the window without so much as a word. Byakuya felt a sense of resignation. accepting the situation as it was. With remarkable speed, they tidied the house and made their way to Minato's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Minato skillfully rapped on the door. As Baiyi pondered in confusion, the door swung open, and a crimson figure leapt into the embrace of Minato, wrapping her legs around his waist and nuzzling against him. Baiyi, steadfastly focused on the door, caught a glimpse of Minato's hand gripping her rear with what seemed like a firm squeeze. Scoundrel, how skilled you are. Rising to his feet, Baiyi accepted the steaming tea Minato offered, exchanging a knowing glance. Opposite him, the blushing Kushina buried her head into the sofa. Her ears flushed crimson. Minato, standing between them, broke the awkward silence, saying, Kushina, allow me to introduce Baiyi, the eldest son of the esteemed Hatake family. At this, Uzumaki Kushina finally rose, her cheeks aflame as she greeted, Hello, I am Uzumaki Kushina. By the way, why is your hair black? Cough, cough. Minato quickly interjected, clarifying. Baiyi is the adopted son of Shimo. The atmosphere grew tense once again. Baiyi, unfazed, nodded and replied, Greetings, Senior Kushina. I am Hatake Baiyi. Recalling the purpose of his visit, Minato addressed Kushina. Lord Third has tasked me with teaching Baiyi the Flying Thunder God technique. Kushina, could you fetch the relevant scrolls from the secret chamber? With Kushina's departure, the two found themselves at a loss for conversation, sharing a moment of silence. To dispel the awkwardness, they began discussing the legendary tales of the Crimson Chili Pepper from the Ninja Academy. After a bout of laughter, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Observing Minato's golden locks, Baiyi was reminded of a certain yellow-haired figure adorned with facial hair, and impulsively asked, When are you two getting married? This question lingered unanswered. As Kushina returned clutching the scrolls, her face aglow. With idle chatter at an end, Minato commenced the lesson. Throughout the morning, Baiyi felt the overwhelming dread of being engulfed by knowledge from his previous life. What was a guided calculation of spatial distance? What was the theory behind the essence of space-time ninjutsu? What on earth was the principle of spatial positioning and the intricacies of the imprinting technique? As he watched Minato articulate his thoughts with ease, effortlessly deriving relevant equations, Baiyi's mind swirled with confusion. Pondering over Ma Dongmei, he wondered, what was that again? Oh, it's too much. If this continues, my brain will overflow. Defeated, Baiyi slumped onto the sofa, feeling as if his head might explode. Over the years at the Ninja Academy, he had been among the top in theoretical knowledge, yet he had scarcely studied, leading him to question the knowledge system of the ninja world, feeling a sense of unwarranted superiority. Until today, if his education at the Ninja Academy had been akin to mastering basic arithmetic within 10, now he was faced with the complexities of high-order functions and multiple derivatives. Minato, with a beaming smile, asked, Did you understand? Understand your uncle. Baiyi stifled his irritation, determined not to shatter his aloof persona. He forced a smile, assuring Minato that he would ponder the material further. Minato, pleased, informed him that he had personal matters to attend to in the afternoon, which would prevent him from continuing the lesson, but he would leave Baiyi with some assignments to complete, and they could reconvene the following morning for further discussion. In the pale twilight of despair, Baiyi found himself confronted by the voice of Kushina, announcing that lunch was ready. A sigh of relief escaped him, for salvation had arrived. As he turned to beckon Minato to join him, he noticed a change in Minato's expression. Chapter 13. Danzo's relentless pursuit after partaking in a meal of fish soup adorned with scales, salted tomatoes, and rice steamed without water. Baiyi finally comprehended the cause of Minato's altered demeanor. Eager to escape, he hastily concocted an excuse to leave, fearing that another meal in the afternoon would be unbearable. As he departed, he cast Minato a sympathetic glance. For 3 days, Baiyi shadowed Minato, confident in his mastery of the techniques. Intending to delve into the theoretical aspects to avoid being caught by the third Hokage in the future, Minato claimed that if progress continued at this pace, Baiyi might begin practical applications within 2 to 3 months. Baiyi was skeptical, based on his original study timeline. Even the fastest route would still take 2 years to grasp the fundamentals. Yet, there was comfort in his secret advantage. On this particular day, Baiyi immersed himself in his artistic endeavors, finally completing a sweet portrait of Minato and Kushina just before mealtime. He placed the artwork in a prominent position and promptly took his leave, escaping Minato's home amid Kushina's wistful expressions. As he strolled home, Baiyi contemplated his next steps, but clarity eluded him. The sun dipped below the horizon, signaling Kakashi's imminent return. Shaking his head, Baiyi prepared to cook dinner. At that moment, he noticed a figure lurking in the shadows ahead, prompting him to slow his pace. As he drew near, the silhouette emerged, a member of the ANBU, adorned with an unfamiliar patterned mask. The figure addressed by Yi, stating that the third Hokage requested his presence and motioned for him to follow. Without hesitation, the ANBU vanished into the distance, leaving Bai Yi to ponder the mask's intricate designs. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged Danzo's relentless pursuit and followed the figure into the depths of the forest at the outskirts of Konoha. As the surroundings grew increasingly desolate, Bai Yi called out, "ANBU, where are we heading?" The Hokage is usually in his office at this hour. The ANBU continued unabated, explaining that the Hokage had pressing matters to attend to and was currently in the forest ahead, where Bai Yi would soon meet him. Furrowing his brow, Bai Yi halted, refusing to proceed further. The ANBU, noticing his reluctance, retraced his steps and regarded him intently. Bai Yi inquired, "You are a member of Root, aren't you? What does Danzo want with me?" The ANBU paused momentarily, his voice devoid of emotion beneath the mask, replying, "Oh, have you discerned that so swiftly? I have a question for you." Unbeknownst to him, another masked ANBU, presumably another Root member, emerged behind, flanking Bai Yi. The two figures encircled him, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape. With a self-deprecating smile, Bai Yi remarked, "Danzo truly holds me in high regard, sending two elite members for a mere lowly genin. Speak, what is it you wish to ask?" The ninja ahead inquired. "The rumor about the tiger near the Hatake residence originated from you, did it not? Therefore, the gossip circulating about the coins in the village must also be your doing." Shiroya shrugged his shoulders and replied, "What are you talking about? I have no knowledge of this." The ninja, unfazed, responded, "No matter. The Umbu base has many vacant rooms, and we possess ample patience to interrogate you. Last time, you had the White Fang to rescue you. What about this time?" Shiroya rolled his eyes in exasperation. Even at this juncture, they were still attempting to shift blame onto the Umbu. Truly, they were elite trained by Danzo. Given the circumstances, it was unlikely he could simply depart, so it was time to take action. After all, opportunities for practical combat were scarce. He decided to refrain from using the Flying Thunder God technique, and instead open the 8 gates to see how far he could push himself. As Shiroya surveyed his surroundings for potential hiding spots, the two ninjas noticed his movements and exchanged glances. One of them made a gesture, and they both nodded in agreement. One then charged toward Shiroya, aiming to seize him by the neck for capture. With a loud thud, a cloud of smoke erupted, and the ninja's hand grasped only a piece of wood. A substitution technique. How swift! Just as the intel had indicated. The ninja discarded the wooden substitute and began searching for Shiroya's whereabouts. "Ding-chi, watch out for the explosive tag," the other ninja warned. Boom. The explosive tag on the substitution log detonated, sending Ding-chi crashing against a tree trunk. He shook his head, grateful for his teammates' timely warning. As he distanced himself from the danger, Ding-jio split up and surround him. He's behind the third tree ahead. The two ninjas charged again, encircling Shiroya. Ding-chi launched several shurikens to force Shiroya out of hiding, while Ding-jio began forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Ding-jio targeted Shiroya, who was suspended in midair, unleashing a massive fireball that enveloped him in flames. "Be careful, don't kill him," Ding-chi shouted as he rushed toward the descending flames. Ding-jio did not respond, for Shiroya had already teleported behind him, delivering a powerful punch that knocked him unconscious. After restraining Ding-jio with a sealing scroll sponsored by Kushina, Shiroya turned to face Ding-chi, licking his lips in anticipation. "Shall we engage in hand-to-hand combat? I relish the challenge." Ding-chi, taken aback, was astonished that a mere genin possessed such immense strength. 2 punches left his elbows throbbing painfully, nearly incapacitating him. Shiroya, unwilling to indulge in pleasantries, seized the opportunity to strike decisively. Opening the second gate was no trivial matter. Waiting for his moment, Shiroya teleported behind Ding-chi and delivered a single punch that concluded the encounter. Having utilized 2 of the 5 scrolls sponsored by Kushina, Shiroya felt a pang of regret, albeit with a sense of satisfaction. It was evident that Danzo remained unaware of his teleportation ability, indicating that the third Hokage had maintained a commendable level of secrecy. With the 8 gates activated, Shiroya hoisted both incapacitated ninjas and sprinted toward the Hokage building. Meanwhile, the third Hokage was engaged in his duties when he received a report from the Umbu stating that Hatake Shiroya was seeking him. Upon entering, Shiroya unceremoniously dropped the two root members to the side, declaring that he had just been ambushed by individuals wearing Umbu masks. Inquiring whether this was sanctioned by the third Hokage, the third Hokage quickly reassured Shiroya, urging him to remain calm. As the White Knight began to feign weakness, the 8 gates were closed. Shortly after, the Umbu returned and whispered to the third Hokage. The third furrowed his brow, dismissed the Umbu, and turned to the White Knight, saying, "Indeed, the individual in question is a member of the Umbu. There are underlying circumstances to this matter that I cannot disclose to you at present. However, I assure you that such incidents will not recur in the future. Furthermore, I require you to keep today's events confidential. Do not divulge them to anyone. Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation in due course." Upon hearing this, the White Knight understood that the third was attempting to shield Danzo, casting a complex gaze upon him. Jiraiya had once said that the leaves of Konoha could still bask in the sun, if it were not for the third's constant indulgence. Danzo would not dare to act in such a manner. After a moment of contemplation, he replied gravely, "Yes, Lord Third, I shall keep this matter to myself. However, I hope that similar events do not befall Kakashi, for he is the last descendant of the Hatake clan and my only brother." Chapter 14. The White Knight's orders. There was a hint of menace in the White Knight's words. He possessed a clear understanding of Danzo and could deduce the forthcoming events from subtle clues and memories etched in his mind. Yet, he could not relay this to Kakashi, who would not believe him. Therefore, he sought a promise from the third Hokage to safeguard Kakashi. The third's expression shifted slightly, fully aware of the implications hidden within the White Knight's words. After a moment of thought, he assured him, "Kakashi is under my direct command within the Umbu Guard, ever at my side. You need not worry. Additionally, as a newly minted genin, you currently lack a designated team. I will expedite arrangements over the next few days. Prepare yourself for deployment to the IWA Ninja border. Konoha requires talents like you." Having received the unspoken assurance from the third that Kakashi would remain safe, the White Knight also realized that the third could not control Danzo's actions and could only maneuver the White Knight to the front lines to evade Danzo's schemes. With that, the White Knight took his leave, appearing weary as he returned home. Kakashi remained seated in the living room, evidently having not eaten yet. The White Knight cooked 2 bowls of noodles, and Kakashi instinctively took one, devouring it eagerly, clearly famished. As the White Knight ate, he remarked to Kakashi, "In the next few days, I'll teach you how to cook." Without lifting his gaze, Kakashi replied, "Just cook for me. I have no interest in learning." Mid-sentence, Kakashi paused, casting a puzzled look at the White Knight. "Indeed, the orders will come in a few days. I will be heading to the front lines. Focus on your studies in the Umbu, but be wary of an organization known as Root. Do not entangle yourself with them." Noticing Kakashi in a daze, the White Knight continued, "It's merely a routine assignment. As a newly appointed genin, I lack a team. This deployment is merely to gain experience, and it poses no significant danger." Kakashi blinked, coming back to his senses, finished his noodles in a few bites, and stated, "I understand. You need not worry about me. I am a chunin now. As for you, during missions, do not act foolishly. Avoid making the same mistakes as our father." The White Knight regarded him earnestly and asked, "Do you still believe that Shumo's decisions were erroneous?" Kakashi rose from the dining table and made his way towards the staircase, remarking, "I shall not make such decisions in future missions. My father's actions are not condoned by the ninja community, at least not in our village. Also, be mindful of your address." With that, Kakashi retreated to his room. The ensuing 2 days passed in tranquil silence, during which Bai Yi and Bai Xiaohei devised strategies for the shop's future development. However, even their excursions were shadowed by the masked Umbu, preventing them from indulging in the routine of visiting the hot springs. On the 3rd morning, the Umbu member approached to deliver an order. The 3rd Hokage has decreed that Konoha's genin, Hatake Bai Yi, is to report to the front lines this afternoon and join the 13th squad. Understood. By the way, Umbu Sr., do you know who the returning ninjas are? Bai Yi inquired. Scratching his head, the Umbu replied, "You will find out in due time. Remember to be at the village gate by 1 o'clock this afternoon, well supplied with provisions." With that, he vanished, returning to report to the 3rd Hokage. "Very well," Bai Yi mused, returning to his room to gather his belongings. The kitchen had stocked plenty of ingredients for Kakashi, though it remained uncertain whether he would cook. This lad had been leaving before dawn and returning only at night. Whether due to a lack of desire to learn cooking or the demands of Umbu training was anyone's guess. After sealing the painstakingly crafted Flying Thunder God notes into a scroll, he retrieved some shuriken, bandages, and other essentials from the hidden chamber. With everything prepared, he spent the morning idle at home, contemplating an idea. He decided to employ the body flicker technique along with transformation jutsu to leave his house. Intending to send an anonymous letter to the third Hokage, discreetly reporting on Danzo. Not long after, Byakuya returned home to prepare a lunch as a treat for himself, leaving a note for Kakashi to inform him of his whereabouts. At 12:30, Byakuya appeared at the village gate. The accompanying ninjas had yet to arrive, and the two sentinels greeted him, indicating he should wait a moment, clearly already informed of his mission to the front lines. I must visit the women's hot springs. It is imperative. The insistent system chimed in Byakuya's mind. Feeling irked, he found himself too disheartened to retort. Task issued. Visit the women's hot springs. Reward. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Sighing, he resolved to go, motivated by the prospect of the earth flow wall. Uncertain if he would even succeed in crafting a dog's head. After a round trip, he reappeared at the village entrance, where Minato greeted him warmly. Upon discovering that he would be accompanied by Minato, Byakuya felt a wave of relief. He had been concerned that Danzo might seize the opportunity to strike while he was leaving the village, potentially exposing many of his secrets. With Minato by his side, there was no cause for worry. Byakuya smiled in greeting, when suddenly, a red figure emerged from behind Minato, beaming at him. Is Kushina-senpai also heading to the front lines? Byakuya asked incredulously, considering her formidable presence. Minato quickly waved his hands, saying, Kushina is merely here to see me off. Byakuya mused that this was more like it. The Leaf Village had never witnessed a precedent of deploying nuclear weapons to the front lines, save for that reckless Naruto. The two registered at the village entrance, exiting through the gates amidst Kushina's incessant chatter directed at Minato. Waving farewell to Kushina, Byakuya inquired, Minato-senpai, when do you two plan to tie the knot? The question caused Minato's face to flush crimson, leaving him at a loss for words. Byakuya chose not to press further, turning to set off, when suddenly, a figure darted in front of him. Kakashi handed Byakuya a pouch of ninja tools without uttering a word, then turned back towards the village. Byakuya couldn't help but chuckle. When had Kakashi adopted such a haughty demeanor? The two then pivoted, making their way to the front lines. That night, the third Hokage received an anonymous letter that left him utterly astounded. The contents revealed Danzo's instigation of Orochimaru to conduct human experimentation, targeting the transplantation of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and the cells of the first Hokage. Most of the test subjects were Leaf Village civilians abducted by Root. Danzo conspired with the Land of Rain, plotting to undermine Jiraiya's three disciples and sow discord in their loyalty to Konoha. Furthermore, he secretly investigated Tsunade's whereabouts, intending to obstruct her from succeeding as Hokage after the death of White Fang, and sought to sell her hemophobia as intelligence to other nations, wielding them as a weapon against her. These matters were closely intertwined with the third's three disciples, and given his understanding of Danzo, he knew he was capable of such treachery. In an instant, the third's fury reached its zenith, even sparking murderous intent towards Danzo. Jinmei, investigate the current movements of Root. Additionally, summon Orochimaru to my presence, the third commanded, rubbing his forehead in a gesture of distress. Chapter 15. The battle at the front lines. After several days of arduous travel, Byakuya and Minato arrived at the frontline camp. The moment they stepped into the encampment, Byakuya was taken aback by the scene before him. The last time he had visited the camp, everything was orderly. Although the Leaf ninjas hurried in and out, they were imbued with vitality. However, the current atmosphere was rife with chaos. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, mingled with the agonized cries of the wounded and the frantic shouts of medical personnel, inducing a sense of dread. Minato paused momentarily, only managing to instruct Byakuya to wait in place before hastily making his way to the commander's tent. Someone, come quickly and help carry this injured ninja. We also need a squad to accompany me in rescuing other ninjas. The Rock Ninja Patrol has clashed with us again, shouted AJ Nin, his vest stained with dark crimson blood, as he supported a CH Nin with a severed arm, whose breath was faint. Several medical personnel rushed to assist, carrying the CH Nin into the tent. Meanwhile, the J Nin, accompanied by two ninja squads, hurriedly rushed outside the camp, an inexplicable atmosphere of solemnity enveloping the encampment. Byakuya felt an urge to follow them in a bid to rescue his comrades, a reflex honed by years of being immersed in the ethos of Konoha. But he quickly regained his composure. Finding a conspicuous corner that would not obstruct others, Baiyi began to observe his surroundings, attempting to glean information about the situation at the front lines through the conversations of those around him. The distant sound of an explosion from a detonating talisman reverberated, albeit faintly, yet it sufficiently epitomized the solemnity of the battlefield. Soon after, Minato emerged, locating Baiyi, and spoke in hushed tones. "Join me in stowing away the superfluous items in the tent. Then we shall proceed to the battlefield together." Baiyi cast aside all but his ninja tools pouch and followed closely behind Minato as they surged towards the fray. The din of bombardment grew increasingly pronounced ahead. Minato tossed Baiyi a kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god emblem before hastening ahead, leaving Baiyi in his wake. After covering some distance, Baiyi finally glimpsed the IWA, a ninja clad in red vests, engaged in fierce combat with the ninjas of Konoha, both sides suffering casualties. With fallen comrades strewn across the ground, Baiyi leapt onto a tree, utilizing the cover to assist his allies with shurikens aimed at the IWA ninja. Limited by the constraints of his current situation, his strength in close combat was insufficient to confront seasoned adult ninjas alone. Before long, an IWA ninja noticed Baiyi. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted near his ear. Shifting swiftly, Baiyi narrowly avoided being thrown off balance, shaking his head as a ringing filled his ears, rendering him momentarily deaf, forcing him to rely solely on his vision to engage the enemy. Alas, the battlefield is merciless. One must strive to save others. Eighth gate of the lotus. Open the second gate, resting gate. Baiyi silently intoned, then seized the kunai and charged forth, plunging it into the back of an IWA ninja who was entangled with a Konoha ch-nin, dispatching him with decisive efficiency. The ch-nin, bloodied yet resolute, nodded at Baiyi, and they formed an impromptu duo. "What is the situation?" Baiyi queried, eyeing the IWA ninja warily. The ch-nin, vigilant towards another direction, replied, "What else could it be? Another conflict has erupted, just like the pretext from a few days prior. The IWA ninja have suddenly turned aggressive." Baiyi, bewildered, responded, "I just arrived from Konoha to the front lines. What transpired a few days ago?" The ch-nin, taken aback by Baiyi's unfamiliarity, provided a succinct overview. A few days prior, an infiltration route used by an IWA spy had been uncovered by Konoha. Seizing the opportunity, Konoha captured nearly 20 elite spies from IWA, naturally inciting their ire. After numerous fruitless demands for their release, IWA commenced assaults on Konoha reconnaissance teams, aiming to capture Konoha ninjas as bargaining chips for exchange, resulting in frequent skirmishes over the past few days. Upon grasping the situation, Baiyi sought to reassure his comrade, stating, "Do not worry. Minato-senpai has also arrived on the battlefield. The IWA ninja shall gain no advantage. Watch out for the 9 o'clock direction. A Doton technique is incoming." Baiyi instinctively dodged, only to find that the ch-nin was merely forming hand seals. A sturdy earthen wall rose effortlessly to thwart the enemy's assault. With an impassive demeanor, the Konoha ch-nin dismantled the wall and retaliated by hurling 2 kunai adorned with explosive tags, creating 2 craters upon impact. Turning to Baiyi, the ch-nin remarked, "Now that Lord Minato has arrived, this senseless conflict shall soon reach its conclusion." The sounds of battle nearby have not diminished, indicating that Lord Minato has likely flanked the enemy's upper ninja. We need only to hold out a little longer. Baiyi gazed at the ch-nin in astonishment. Was this the wisdom gleaned from experience on the battlefield? Merely through subtle intelligence, one could deduce the trajectory of war. He realized just how far he still had to go. From a distance, a thunderous roar echoed, invigorating the IWA shinobi, as if reinforcements had arrived. The situation on the battlefield grew increasingly dire for the Konoha ninjas. A complete 4-man team of IWA shinobi had set their sights on Baiyi and his companion. A chunin spat disdainfully and addressed Baiyi. "It appears we must temporarily join forces. This squad includes a jounin, along with 2 chunin and a genin. We cannot withstand their onslaught and must fight while retreating, hoping to endure until Lord Minato arrives." The 4 adversaries had already encircled them. The IWA jounin and 1 chunin focused on their comrade, while the remaining 2 targeted Baiyi. Rubbing his head, Baiyi pondered how a mere genin could survive in such a precarious situation without revealing his trump card. No matter. He had utilized the 8 gates before the 3rd Hokage and had also employed the body flicker technique. His expression hardened as he whispered to the Konoha chunin, "Senior, Hold off the IWA Jounin for a moment. I will deal with these two and come to your aid. Before his ally could react, Byakuya surged forward, unleashing a fierce roar as he activated the third gate of the 8 gates. Open. The two IWA shinobi were taken aback. How could a mere Jinin dare to launch such an assault? They could not afford to underestimate him. Byakuya harnessed the ferocious chakra, amplifying his speed. And in an instant, a tempest arose as he appeared behind the IWA Jinin, delivering a punch that shattered his heart. The other IWA shinobi barely had time to react, witnessing the fall of his comrade with wide eyes. With an enraged shout, he charged at Byakuya. Instantaneous movement. This was the sole skill Byakuya could use in the state of the 8 gates. He teleported behind the IWA Chunin, delivering a powerful punch and kick that sent him crashing to the ground, blood spewing forth. In a mere 5 seconds, the IWA squad had suffered 1 death and 1 grievous injury. The Konoha Chunin struggled to withstand those 5 seconds, initially resigned to his fate, when he suddenly noticed the enemy's attacks had ceased. Who are you? Your name is not listed in the Konoha intelligence reports. The IWA Jounin felt a pang of loss. He had lost 2 team members in just 1 encounter due to a failure in intelligence. Cough. I am merely a Jinin from Konoha. Byakuya feigned weakness, as activating the 8 gates did come with repercussions. Noticing Byakuya's silence, the IWA Jounin abandoned his inquiries and resorted to ninjutsu and explosive tags from a distance. Earth Release. Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Earth Release. Earth Pillar. Byakuya felt incredibly frustrated. His opponents maintained a distance of over 5 meters, making it impossible to engage or escape. The two continued to utilize the earth flow wall, periodically retaliating with kunai and explosive tags, creating a back-and-forth exchange. The situation gradually deteriorated. His ally was nearing their limit. Just then, Byakuya spotted a flash of yellow hair nearby, and an idea struck him. He hurled the flying thunder god kunai bestowed by Minato towards the IWA Jounin. Observing the kunai without an explosive tag, the IWA Jounin lacked the inclination to evade and merely deflected it aside. In a swift motion, Rasengan, Minato appeared at the location of the kunai, delivering a devastating blow that severely injured the IWA Jounin. Byakuya exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Minato had arrived, or he would have truly been unable to endure any longer. Chapter 16. The Leading Jounin, Akimichi Dingzwa. The destruction wrought by the Rasengan was immense, blood erupting from the IWA Jounin's wounds, nearly robbing him of his combat capability. Bang! A cloud of smoke dispersed, obscuring Minato's vision as he leaped beyond its reach, preparing to weave hand signs for a wide-ranging jutsu. The rock ninjas, covering one another, retreated in an orderly fashion. A chorus of gasps echoed from a distance. Those rock ninjas gasping for breath within the smoke regrouped with the remaining team members and swiftly fled into the distance. Minato halted his hand signs, tossing a flying thunder god shuriken to Shuiwa before vanishing once more. Soon, the shouts of the rock ninjas and the cheers of the leaf ninjas resonated from various battlefields. Shuiwa returned the shuriken to his ninja tool pouch and assisted a fatigued leaf chunin to his feet, remarking, truly deserving of the title Yellow Flash. This battle is nearing its conclusion. The chunin, struggling to rise, retrieved a soldier pill and consumed it, taking a moment to regain his composure. He exhaled deeply and addressed Shuiwa. This is not merely a battle, it is war. With Minato's support, the Leaf Ninjas achieved a resounding victory over the Rock Ninjas. After reveling in their triumph and cleaning the battlefield, the Leaf temporarily abandoned the outpost, leaving a small team to continue patrolling. Upon returning to the camp, Minato promptly brought Shuiwa before the commander to report. Upon seeing the letter from the third Hokage, the commander acknowledged Shuiwa with a nod, signaling his approval, and requested Shuiwa to return the following morning to introduce the Jounin leading the team. Shuiwa was assigned to his own tent, yet restful sleep eluded him as the camp was filled with the sounds of lamentation. The next morning, Shuiwa encountered the rotund figure of Akimichi Choza outside the commander's tent. His form unmistakable. The two entered the tent together, and the commander expressed his delight at their arrival, stating, "Your presence together saves me much time. Allow me to introduce you. This is Hatake Shuiwa, the eldest son of Kakashi, who will be joining your team for reconnaissance missions. Shuiwa, this is your new team leader, Akimichi Choza." The commander, brief in his introductions, soon ushered them away, for no Leaf Ninja was unfamiliar with the name of Kakashi, nor the renowned trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. Once outside the tent, Choza was the first to extend his condolences to Shuiwe. I am deeply sorry for your loss regarding Kakashi. Being on the front lines, I could not return to mourn, and I sincerely apologize. Shuiwe nodded in understanding, recalling that Shikaku had previously taken him to visit the current head of the Akimichi clan. As the three clans were allies of Shikaku, Choza then briefed Shuiwe on the current status of their team. One member had suffered severe injuries and was no longer able to serve as a ninja, while the two remaining members hailed from civilian families. The team was currently executing patrol duties along the designated border of the Land of Grass. Afterward, Choza led Shuiwe to the team's meeting point, introducing him to the other two members while Shuiwe learned their basic information. Miyahara Misa, a genin and medical ninja, possessed notable jinjutsu skills and was exceptional at setting traps. Hinata Beidou, a chunin, excelled in taijutsu and reconnaissance, specializing in close to mid-range combat. Both young ninjas had graduated from the Ninja Academy last year, though Shuiwe could hardly recall them. Bai Ye's self-introduction is as follows. I am Kiki Bai Yi, a genin proficient in the art of the three-body technique, possessing the ability for short-distance displacement and exhibiting a commendable speed. My trump card is the 8 gates, of which I can unlock 3. Thus, a new squad was assembled, and without excessive pleasantries, they commenced their daily patrol duties. Departing from the camp, Akimichi Dingswa led by Yi along the predetermined route, occasionally whispering explanations regarding the hidden sentries and traps that Konoha had strategically placed nearby. It was likely that Minato had briefed him, as he treated Bai Yi as an ordinary genin to instruct. Though designated as a patrol, the mission also encompassed the responsibilities of protection and elimination. Upon encountering rock ninjas or other unidentified foes, they were to promptly signal for alert, followed by engaging in combat to ensure the Konoha camp remained undetected. If necessary, they were also tasked with covering the retreat of the camp. Daytime patrols were relatively manageable, as most infiltration activities occurred under the cover of night. Along the way, patches of scarred earth appeared sporadically, bearing testament to the ferocity of recent battles. After concluding their initial patrol, Bai Yi and his companions began their return journey, during which the young girl Miyahara Misa began to chatter inquisitively. Bai Yi, did you just graduate this year? Was it you who secretly ventured to the Rock Ninja camp to execute a mission not long ago? I didn't expect you to be so young. When I first arrived at the front lines, I was utterly clueless, thanks to instructor Dingswa's guidance. Akimichi Dingswa, with a timely benevolent smile, refrained from interjecting too much, allowing Bai Yi and Misa to engage in conversation, while Hinata Beidou, resembling a taciturn individual, trudged ahead in silence, occasionally activating his Byakugan to survey their surroundings. Upon nearing the camp, Akimichi Dingswa led the team to a nearby clearing, seemingly preparing to rest. Bai Yi, you have learned to climb trees and traverse water. Haven to you? As a guiding jounin, Dingswa exhibited far more meticulousness than Bai Yi had anticipated, promptly inquiring about Bai Yi's specific capabilities. The young girl cast a curious glance in his direction. Ah, yes, I have learned, Bai Yi affirmed, nodding and striding towards a nearby tree, effortlessly ascending to its treetop. Dingswa nodded, his keen eye discerning Bai Yi's exceptional chakra control. Let us engage in a practical exercise. This will provide us with a more comprehensive understanding of your abilities. With Bai Yi's ascent, Dingswa beckoned, and the reticent Hinata Beidou stepped forward. You go all out. I will defend first. The taciturn warrior spoke with few words, but fierce intent. The two formed opposing seals and moved to opposite ends of the clearing. Begin. At the command, Bai Yi charged towards his opponent, launching 2 kunai to clear his path, aimed directly at Hinata Beidou. 8 trigrams air palm. A gust of energy surged forth, deflecting the 2 kunai. As the distance closed to 5 meters, Bai Yi drew a kunai, gripping it tightly. Body flicker technique. The sudden disappearance of his target startled the silent warrior, only to find a kunai pressed against his lower back. You have lost, Bai Yi's voice resonated from behind him. Is this what you refer to as the body flicker technique? I see now, let us try again. Hinata Beidou's tone carried a hint of reluctance. Bai Yi retracted his kunai and replied, there is no need. Should we try again, I would undoubtedly lose. This is simply my fighting style. Dingswa reached a conclusion, stating that in real combat, one indeed does not have a second chance. However, we are in training, and it is imperative to gain a more comprehensive understanding of your abilities to facilitate targeted practice. Let us begin anew. With that, Bai Yi turned around, and the two resumed their battle. Men Hu Lu activated his Byakugan at the first opportunity, adopting a defensive stance. Bai charged forward, seamlessly blending the body flicker technique with the clone technique. Even Hinata Beidou managed to react swiftly, while his opponent employed a form of clairvoyance, leaving no blind spots. How could one truly reveal their true strength during training? Consequently, Bai was inevitably subjected to a thorough beating. Minhu Lu was a man of few words, but his acupressure techniques were remarkably precise. To avoid disrupting subsequent patrols, this bout was brought to an end, and both parties sealed their reconciliation with a gesture of peace. Thus, the first day of patrol concluded, and as night fell, Bai settled into a new tent alongside Hinata Minhu Lu. Akiyama Dingswa had instructed Minhu Lu to teach him how to compose a patrol report. Upon entering the tent, Minhu Lu tossed his report to Bai and promptly turned in for the night, instructing him to follow that format. Chapter 17. Negotiations for location. In the ensuing days, the border remained tranquil, and the camp gradually returned to normalcy. The reputation of the Golden Glimmer proved effective, as the Rock Shinobi dared not provoke further conflict. According to Dingswa, the Rock Shinobi had submitted a peace request scroll, and a new commander was expected to arrive in a couple of days to negotiate the repatriation of the captured Rock Shinobi. Prior to that, the Rock Shinobi would release all captured Leaf Ninjas from the war. Starting today, Team 17, led by Dingswa, would switch their patrols from daytime to nighttime, indicating a potential encounter with more complex and perilous situations. Akiyama Dingswa took the rare opportunity to deliver a theoretical lesson before the evening patrol commenced. Fortunately, these theories did not come into play, as the four returned to camp in the early hours, weary from exhaustion, only to learn of a significant event that transpired during the night. The lightly wounded soldiers from the previous conflict had returned to their posts, while the camp hospital was filled with severely injured personnel. In the afternoon, the captives had been released, yet several severely injured individuals had been admitted to the hospital. Tragically, a dozen of them, lying in the same tent, took their own lives overnight. The commander and chief physician immediately resigned in disgrace, preparing to return to the Leaf for judgment, awaiting the arrival of the new commander before departing. However, none of this had any bearing on Dingswa's team. They merely felt a sense of loss as fellow ninjas. The sudden adjustment to their biological clocks left Bai weary throughout the night, and he returned to the tent, collapsing into slumber. Bai, wake up. A somewhat familiar voice interrupted the rest of Bai and Hinata Beidou within the tent. Startled, Bai sat up, glancing at the sun outside, which indicated it was not yet afternoon, and he prepared to return to sleep. Minhu Lu, however, recognized the visitor immediately and promptly rose, delivering a kick to Bai. What are you doing, Minhu Lu? Bai mumbled in annoyance, inadvertently voicing his thoughts. Upon opening his eyes and seeing the person who had called him, with their tousled blonde hair, he felt reassured. Struggling to sit up, Bai greeted Minato. Hello? Senior Minato. Is there something you need? Minato beamed a warm smile, acknowledging that it was indeed impolite to disturb someone's slumber forcibly. In the twilight, tomorrow a new commander will arrive at the front lines, necessitating the establishment of a negotiation venue within the Land of Grass. I require the assistance of your team, along with that of Hinata's esteemed member. Must we depart immediately? It is not as if we are in a dire rush. I have barely slept for 3 hours. Could we not wait until the afternoon to set out? Bai grumbled, though his hands moved with unwavering diligence as he swiftly donned his attire and gathered his ninja tools, squinting as he made his way out of the tent. A kid DZA and the young girl Miyahara Misa awaited outside, scrutinizing a map. Upon seeing Bai and Hinata Beidou emerge, the group proceeded to report to the commander's tent. Although he had resigned in disgrace, he was still expected to oversee affairs until the new commander arrived. The 5 of them leaped through the trees, advancing toward the borders of the Land of Grass. Upon reaching the boundary line, DZA and Minato came to an abrupt halt. The young girl, puzzled, inquired why they were stopping here, as they risked detection by the grass ninjas. The taciturn figure beside her, though silent, betrayed his thoughts with a sidelong glance. Just as DZA prepared to elucidate, he noticed Bai's groggy demeanor and opted for a different approach, saying, Bai, why don't you explain? Bai, still somewhat dazed, was caught off guard by the prompt. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, Are we to use the Land of Grass as an intermediary? TSK. Truly a small nation lacking in human rights, easily manipulated. Observing the young girl's continued confusion, Bai felt compelled to elaborate. The Rock Ninja seeks to sign a peace agreement with us, and as the party benefiting. we naturally require a third party to act as a witness. Furthermore, we can leverage the land of grass to disseminate this information. Thus, should the rock ninja betray us in the future, we can justifiably condemn them. Therefore, we must await the patrol ninjas from the land of grass to relay this message. Minato and DZA exchanged approving glances, which did not go unnoticed by Hinata Beidou, who clenched his fists in response. The grass ninjas, adept at navigating the complexities of larger nations, promptly approached Minato and his companions, inquiring how they might assist. After Minato explained their purpose, they quickly dispatched a messenger and arranged for an escort to accompany them to the grass ninja village, all the while demonstrating exceptional hospitality. The leader of the grass ninja village was equally accommodating, readily offering the use of a conference room in his office building. After Minato and the others declined, he proactively inquired about their needs, taking just a few minutes to introduce several suitable locations nearby. After a thorough inspection, they ultimately designated 3 potential sites for the meeting, to be held the following day. With Minato taking the lead, he issued orders, directing Bai to accompany him to the Rock Ninja camp to deliver the schedule, while DZA and the other 2 remained at the Grass Ninja village. The group divided into 2 teams, and before departing, the Grass Ninja village leader thoughtfully provided specialized signal flares, facilitating the prompt identification of guides for other ninjas crossing the border. Such consideration prompted Bai to express his admiration. Minato led Bai through the land of grass en route to the Rock Ninja camp, continuously checking Bai's understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique, which left Bai feeling somewhat embarrassed. The 2 individuals strode boldly across the border of the Rock Village. On the way, Bai inquired, "Aren't you afraid that the Rock Ninjas will tear apart our flawed and leave us exposed?" Watergate chuckled, glancing at him with a smile, and replied, "They cannot hold me back." Truly, the golden flash radiated confidence. Bai mused, "If they cannot detain you, what will become of me?" Yet, as a subordinate, questioning his superior's decisions seemed imprudent. Moreover, given Watergate's character, he would not place him in jeopardy. Thus, he opted to remain silent and followed Watergate deeper into the territory. An increasing number of rock ninjas became aware of their presence. After Watergate revealed their intentions, the expressions of the ninjas turned to fury, yet they lacked the audacity to act against them, and thus trailed behind Watergate and Bai towards the encampment. The growing throng of rock ninjas following them resembled a formidable force accompanying the 2, save for their mismatched attire. Upon reaching the entrance of the camp, the commander awaited them, evidently alerted by prior communication from the rock ninjas. The last time Bai had encountered the Jonin, Grey Rock, he now stood to the side, seemingly relegated to a subordinate role, while the principal figure was an elderly rock ninja. Upon seeing the 2, the elder greeted them warmly, saying, "The golden flash of Konoha. Wave Wind Watergate, your renown precedes you. Today, I, Ko Yuan Shun, am honored to convene this meeting on behalf of the 3rd Tsuchikage." Watergate promptly responded, "Ah, so you are the Tsuchikage's advisor. The Hokage has often praised you, crediting you for the enduring peace of the Hidden Rock Village." They exchanged flattering remarks, leaving Bai momentarily bewildered. Konoha was not typically inclined towards such frivolity. As he listened to their unproductive banter, Bai's gaze lingered on Ko Yuan Shun, feeling a twinge of pity for him. It was evident that this decision was not orchestrated by the old man, yet here he was, a mere scapegoat brought forth to negotiate after defeat. Throughout the encounter, Watergate never broached the topic of negotiations. Only upon bidding farewell did he discreetly hand over a letter, which the elder accepted with an understanding nod. Notably, the elder did not invite them into the camp. After receiving the letter, he remained stationary, smiling as he bid them farewell, his gaze lingering on Bai for a moment. As Bai followed Watergate back, trepidation gnawed at him. Is this it? Am I merely a tool in this endeavor? Chapter 18. Night Conversations. Unable to visit Konoha's female hot springs for inspiration, the body is quite displeased. The body has issued a task. Proceed to the northeastern sector of the Rock Ninja camp to explore the female ninja's bathing house. Task reward: lightning release, 1,000 birds technique fragments. Indeed, one's own body remains unchanged in its lascivious inclinations, even possessing knowledge of the location of the Rock Ninja's female bathing house. Bai was startled by this sudden task, nearly losing his balance. Watergate cast a concerned glance his way, to which Bai waved dismissively, mentally engaging with the system. Damn that system. You know full well that is the Rock Ninja camp's female bathing house. If you wish for me to perish here, Just say so. There's no need to entice me with tasks. The body has successfully obtained intelligence through the host's investigation. Indeed, it is a sign of ample bosom. What? Wait. Oh my. I must learn sealing techniques from Watergate immediately. In the stillness of the night, Byakuya found himself overwhelmed by despair. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he discreetly placed a kunai marked with his unique symbol on the ground, casually stepping on it. The two returned to the hidden grass village, where they reunited with Ding Zhuo and the others, resting in preparation for the night ahead. As the night deepened, the five took turns keeping watch. Minato and Byakuya stood guard during the first half, positioned downwind, engaging in light conversation. Initially, their discussion meandered through trivial topics. But gradually, the dialogue took a more profound turn. Byakuya, do you have an affection for Konoha? Minato inquired unexpectedly. Byakuya felt a bit puzzled. If it were the third Hokage asking such a question, it would likely be a prelude to indoctrination. However, Minato's inquiry left him uncertain of its intent. After a moment's contemplation, Byakuya replied, Indeed, I cherish Konoha. I grew up there. Shuomo and Kakashi are both ninjas of Konoha, and several of my friends reside there, including you and Lady Kushina. Minato sighed, clearly sensing Byakuya's evasiveness. What if one day you had to choose between your friends and your village? Byakuya lifted his gaze to the moon, which shone brightly in the cloudless night, full and round, though it wasn't August, and he couldn't make mooncakes for Shuomo and little Kakashi. Minato-senpai, are you inquiring about my perspective on Shuomo? He is a remarkable individual, fighting for his ideals and bearing the consequences. That is why I felt compelled to assist him after learning he had forfeited critical intelligence. Minato also looked up, recognizing the clarity in Byakuya's declaration. He would save Shuomo and would similarly protect Kakashi, no matter the cost. After a moment of reflection, Minato retrieved a note from his pocket and handed it to Byakuya. Byakuya, you have earned merit. Thanks to the intelligence you intercepted, we were able to thwart the infiltration by the Rock Ninja. The third Hokage intends to secretly document your mission and elevate its rating. This is a confidential message from the third Hokage, requesting your participation in the upcoming negotiations, thereby enhancing your reputation. Byakuya glanced at the note, finding it somewhat amusing. It seemed that despite his tremendous efforts to reclaim the intelligence, the third Hokage did not plan to make it public, leaving Shuomo's death shrouded in injustice. This was a classic case of offering a sweet reward after delivering a harsh blow. Minato-senpai, I have a question. Will the Rock Ninja be aware that I intercepted this intelligence? Probably, since the objective is to elevate your standing, Minato replied. Byakuya smirked, realizing that the sweet reward was merely an illusion, and this was a strategy to eliminate the threat posed by the Rock Ninja. Then I have another request. Byakuya said, if I were to perish on the front lines, please assist in retrieving my remains. Remember to cremate me, keeping half of my ashes for Kakashi and scattering the other half in the land of whirlpools. I have heard the scenery there is quite beautiful. Minato chuckled lightly, responding, You are overthinking this. You are a hero of Konoha, and I will not allow you to die. Observing Minato, Byakuya resolved to reveal something of substance. Otherwise, he was certain his life would be forfeit. Senior Watergate, I have always held a fondness for the Hidden Leaf Village, where the common folk can live in peace and tranquility. The ideals of the first Hokage were truly admirable, and he succeeded in realizing them. It is a pity that the Senju clan has gradually diminished, and the Hatake family too, leaving only Kakashi as a solitary heir. I must protect him. This wretched war shows no mercy, even to ninjas. Senior Watergate, if one day you were to have children, what kind of life would you wish for them? Upon hearing the mention of children, Watergate began to imagine, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. My child with Kushina will surely be happy. If it is a boy, I will take him out to play. If a girl, I would have Elder Byakuya help watch over her. And she would undoubtedly be very gentle. Reflecting on what Byakuya had just said, Watergate added, in the unfortunate event that I am no longer here, Kushina would take good care of our child. With the third Hokage, Jiraiya-sensei, and other good people around, that child might not suffer. Byakuya chuckled and replied, Do not be so pessimistic. The third Hokage is wise and capable, and the leaf will surely be safe. Besides, with Danzo and the advisory council, war should not return. Well, I am but a lowly chunin. Such matters feel distant from me. Why discuss these trivialities? With that, Byakuya stood up, brushing off his pants. Watergate gazed at the composed Byakuya, feeling a pang of sorrow for the young man who must undertake high-level missions alone for the sake of his father's safety. now also for his brothers, as he was nearly exiled to the front lines. Byakuya, let me teach you a jutsu, Watergate said. Byakuya was taken aback. The Flying Thunder God technique was something that Shikaku had risked his life to learn. Although Watergate had always been considerate towards him, their bond had not yet reached such a level. If news spread that Watergate was imparting jutsu, he would essentially gain a protective charm. Watergate extended his hand, a pale blue orb of light illuminating, and began to break down the steps, explaining to Byakuya. Thus, Byakuya spent half the night at his post practicing the technique until Dingzu and the others awoke for their shift, finally grasping the concept. Due to a lack of anticipation, the physical application did not commence. Watergate patted his shoulder, advising him to practice diligently, and then departed early. Negotiations awaited him in the morning, and carelessness was not an option. Hey, time is limited. I must seize the opportunity. Byakuya left behind a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique and teleported near the Rock Ninja camp. This was Byakuya's first attempt at long-distance teleportation. Observing the depletion of a third of his chakra, he grimaced, realizing that no perfect enhancement existed. The camp had its advantages. There were always ninjas returning from duty. Indeed, even in the dead of night, female ninjas were enjoying baths. Wow, six-pack abs. That sun-kissed skin radiates health. Mission accomplished. 1 Chidori fragment. Collect 10 fragments to automatically learn Chidori. Well then, time to return. Byakuya buried the kunai near the bathhouse and teleported back to Dingzu's vicinity. He rubbed his sore arms, noting that half of his chakra had been expended, and prepared to head home. The young girl Misha bounced over, playfully delivering a palm technique to Bai Yi, casually inquiring, Bai Yi, has Senior Mizumoto taken you as his apprentice? Bai Yi chuckled and shook his head. Not at all. He merely taught me a single ninjutsu. Chapter 19. Negotiation. At the crack of dawn the next day, Mizumoto had vanished without a trace, leaving only Dingzwa and his team to stand guard. The negotiators from IWA Shinobi Village set off fireworks, signal flares from Kusa Shinobi Village, as they arrived at the village. Warmly welcomed by Kusa, as Dingzwa and his companions deliberated on which venue to utilize, Mizumoto suddenly appeared before Bai Yi, gesturing a 4 to Dingzwa. Leading the way, Mizumoto guided the IWA team and the Kusa representatives to Site 4. In the distance, the vests of Konoha ninjas and the distinctive hair of the Nara clan were visible. According to the customs of the ninja world, the party proposing a ceasefire agreement effectively concedes to the other. It was evident that IWA had surrendered this time. While Konoha basked in the glory of their triumph, even sending only a young negotiator, Nara Shikaku. As Bai Yi moved forward, he pondered how the third Hokage and his advisory council were indeed keen on preserving their reputation. They seemed to disdain such a modest victory, opting to share the spoils among several prominent clans and their disciples. On the IWA side, the elderly K-Jin had long been relegated to a pawn, destined to face scorn upon his return to the village, likely meeting a fate akin to that of SHBU. Hence he displayed little enthusiasm at this moment. Subsequently, both parties settled into their seats and commenced the negotiations. If the Hokage had a newspaper, the report on this negotiation would likely read as follows. On a certain day in a certain year, the delegations of Konoha and IWA engaged in amicable discussions in the Land of Grass, with representatives from Kusa witnessing the proceedings in their entirety. The process unfolded as follows. First, both delegations exchanged warm greetings, with the Konoha representatives expressing their concerns to the third Tsuchikage on behalf of the third Hokage. Next, the parties amicably deliberated the repatriation of IWA villagers who had inadvertently crossed into Konoha's borders. With a spirit of peace and friendship, a preliminary repatriation agreement was reached. However, IWA expressed that certain details remained negotiable. The Konoha delegation affirmed their respect for Iwa's decisions, yet firmly stated their unwavering stance on political boundaries, neither proactive nor timid on pertinent issues. Ultimately, both delegations acknowledged that specific details required further contemplation and agreed to reconvene the following day. From Bai Yi's perspective, Konoha was demanding an excessive amount, which IWA was reluctant to concede, leading to a heated exchange between the negotiators. The elderly K-Jin was visibly agitated, nearly inciting a physical altercation, until Nara Shikaku informed IWA that Konoha neither instigated troubles nor feared them. Without adequate compensation, resolution was unfeasible, and both parties parted ways, agreeing to reconvene the next day. one cannot help but wonder why the Third Shinobi World War sought to confront Konoha. Indeed, the third Hokage's heart seemed rather ruthless, demanding a staggering sum for over 20 captives, an amount that made Bai Yi's scalp tingle. If Noki were to arrive, he might very well unleash his dust release and obliterate them all in a fit of rage. Early the next morning, the old man from the plateau arrived with his team, making no preliminary remarks. He firmly asserted that those rock ninjas had inadvertently crossed into the land of fire while on a guard mission. They were willing to accept Konoha's condemnation and hoped that the village would overlook past grievances and repatriate these individuals. As for the small-scale skirmishes along the border, they were merely routine frictions between the two sides, entirely unrelated to these personnel. This declaration caught Nara Kikuchi off guard, his gaze flitting restlessly between the old man and Shiroya, leaving Shiroya perplexed about his involvement. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Shiroya. This matter indeed pertained to him. Konoha sought to secure a hefty ransom and needed to present evidence that those rock ninjas had not merely wandered into the land of fire. Was there evidence? Indeed. Coupled with the intelligence provided by Minato the previous evening, the information scroll that Shiroya had fought valiantly to retrieve served as tangible proof. But if he were to present it, and the opposing side denied its validity, Shiroya would have to step forward to testify, at the very least revealing his identity to the Earth Ninja, Iwan. One could not deny that the old man from the plateau possessed some acumen. He was wagering that the third Hokage would not expose such a critical intelligence asset. Of course, should he lose this gamble, he would still profit, as knowing of such a person might allow him to quash the threat in its infancy. Upon this realization, Shiroya broke into a cold sweat. He had already been informed by Minato of the third's intentions. It was evident that he would be thrust into the spotlight to draw fire. Such was the nature of politics, frightening indeed. As Kikuchi pulled out the familiar scroll from his ninja tool pouch, a whirlwind of thoughts surged through Shiroya's mind. If this information were disclosed, he would likely face daily assassination attempts along the border. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. The old man from the plateau was a member of Naki's advisory council, akin to the third's aides. Thus, their relationship must be quite strong. Even if the old man were ultimately cast aside, it would undoubtedly tarnish Naki's reputation, indicating that he took this matter very seriously. However, 20-odd rock ninjas were hardly a significant concern for those in power, unless among them were individuals of paramount importance to Noki. A cough escaped Shiroya as he pondered this. And fortunately, Kikuchi, guilty of conscience, cast a glance his way. Seizing the moment, Shiroya gestured fervently at Kikuchi and quickly sprinted to Minato's side, whispering his deductions. Minato then leaned in to murmur to Kikuchi. Kikuchi, maintaining his composure, returned the scroll to its place and announced a suspension of the meeting, promising to reconvene in the afternoon. Shiroya followed closely behind Minato as they dashed toward the Konoha encampment. Initially, Minato intended to return alone, but Shiroya felt it imperative not to leave his fate in another's hands and resolutely accompanied him. Minato provided some protection, averting what could have been a serious dereliction of duty, a grave offense. Minato did not wait for him. Time was of the essence, and the Flying Thunder God technique was far swifter than a short-legged sprint. Fortunately, being half Uzumaki, Shiroya possessed chakra comparable to a quarter of Naruto's, sufficient to facilitate his return just in time for lunch. Presumably, Minato had communicated with others, as Shiroya was directly escorted to the detention area for the rock ninjas. Before the entrance of the water gate stood a group of rock shinobi. Upon seeing Bai Yi enter, they shook their heads in helplessness. This group was notoriously tight-lipped. Bai Yi, however, was different. The moment he stepped in, his eyes landed on a round-faced man with a bushy beard among the rock shinobi, and a grin broke across his face. It's Lee, the father of the Leg Shadow. After all, he was a man who had made his presence known during the Fourth Great Ninja War, and with the fervor that the otaku had for Boruto's Leg Shadow. Bai Yi had specifically looked up his background and discovered that this man was indeed the father of the Leg Shadow. He thought to himself that he couldn't afford to create trouble. Bai Yi pulled Watergate outside and remarked, "Did you see that round-faced, bushy-bearded fellow in the middle of the rock shinobi? He must be a significant figure." Watergate looked at him in astonishment. "How do you know?" Bai Yi began to weave a tale with utmost seriousness. "Look, the food in Rock Shinobi Village must be poor. This man has such a round face and is so plump. He must be from a wealthy family. In Konoha, aside from the Akimichi clan, which common ninja is overweight. Furthermore, among the 20 or so individuals, That plump man is the tallest. Generally, a tall person would stand at the back. Yet he is being sheltered right in the middle. Lastly, the rations provided to the captives in the camp surely aren't enough to fill their bellies. This group has been looking gaunt and haggard these past few days. Yet look at that man. His demeanor is calm, far from someone who is starving. Chapter 20. The Curtain Falls. Watergate was convinced by Byakuya's reasoning and went to inquire with the guard squad for more information. Seizing the opportunity, Byakuya performed a transformation technique, turning himself into an adult ninja, and borrowed a cat-faced mask from a certain admirer in the camp Sumbu. When Watergate returned and saw him in this guise, he was somewhat taken aback, but still said, "I've confirmed it. It's similar to what you mentioned. Do you have any ideas on what to do next? And why this disguise?" Byakuya shrugged his shoulders and replied, "I am merely a low-ranking ninja without any backing. If these captives hold a grudge against me, I will inevitably meet my demise at the border. I have a plan, just watch me." Watergate, though skeptical, ultimately decided to trust Byakuya. With a swift kick, Byakuya flung open the door and strode in confidently, reaching out to drag Huang Tu out. Pointing at his nose and bellowing, "You are indeed a dynamic." Upon hearing this, Watergate was stunned. Is this your strategy? To start with a scam? Will they believe it? However, noticing the astonished expressions on the faces of the captives, he felt a sense of assurance. The ruse had succeeded. The captives immediately suppressed their expressions, transforming their shock into shouts of anger. "What do you intend to do to Qi Yan?" Such a unified address. Byakuya turned to Watergate and inquired, "What is the name of Dynamic's son?" Watergate, somewhat incredulous, was relieved that as a Jonin, he remembered the names of these significant figures. He whispered, "Huang Tu, no way. Would that Tsuchikage send his son to the front line? Or on a covert mission?" Byakuya mused to himself about the peculiarities of Dynamic's decisions. It was indeed illogical. However, this man stood vividly before him, and he could not deny his existence. Circling around Huang Tu twice, Byakuya smacked his lips and remarked, "No wonder he is the son of the third Tsuchikage. The rations are indeed good." Then, amidst the astonished looks from the captives, he declared, "Do you know where the flaw lies? Look at you all, emaciated and haggard, yet he remains robust and plump. How can we not investigate this discrepancy?" Observing the irate captive and the incessantly nodding Minato, Byakuya discreetly clenched his fist, feeling a surge of confidence. This situation was under control. In the afternoon, the negotiations commenced punctually. The elder from the plateau was immediately aggressive, bluntly stating that if Konoha could not produce evidence, they should promptly release the prisoners. He asserted that they would adhere to customary practices and compensate for the expenses of the ninjas who inadvertently wandered into other villages, his tone leaving no room for politeness. As if he were about to extend his regards to Nara Shikaku's family. Despite his generally placid nature, Shikaku, merely a youth of 18 or 19, found himself on the verge of retaliating with a scroll, only restraining himself out of consideration for Byakuya, who had yet to return. Just as the elder from the plateau launched yet another taunt, Minato suddenly appeared beside Shikaku. Noticing the smile on Nara Shikaku's face, the elder felt an immediate sense of foreboding. Indeed, as Shikaku spoke, he sent the elder into a state of panic. "If we are to proceed with the ransom as you suggested, what do you believe the price for the son of the third Tsuchikage will be?" The elder from the plateau was left in a daze. He had believed his strategy was sound. Should he allow the opposing side to demand an exorbitant sum without resistance? The young scion of the Nara clan would undoubtedly harbor suspicions. Konoha's apprehension of a spy must undoubtedly relate to the previous attack on the IWA ninja encampment, where vital intelligence was lost. Thus, Konoha would likely anticipate that they would attempt to leverage this to drive down the price, subsequently revealing evidence to counter their claims, and then renegotiate the ransom to a slightly reduced figure to secure the return of their kin. This approach seemed entirely reasonable, consistent with the conventions of political negotiation. Why, then, was the opposing side not playing by the rules? Witnessing Nara Shikaku's cheerful demeanor, the elder sensed impending disaster. Perhaps we should temporarily suspend the negotiations. I shall relay this information to Lord Inoki, while you communicate it to Lord Hokage. No, let us adhere to the ransom amount you initially proposed. Regarding the ransom for Kuratsuchi, I shall personally add 1/5 to the total." Nara Shikaku replied with a smile, "How embarrassing for you to incur such costs. We cannot allow that. Let us reconsider our strategy. 1/4, no more." The elder felt his heart bleed. There was no alternative, as the sole objective of this mission was to safely return Kuratsuchi to the village. He had made the decision, and should complications arise, he alone must rectify them. This seems rather inappropriate, as Konoha would be most welcoming to Lord Inoki's son as a guest. 1/3. Otherwise, I would rather betray the IWA ninjas than continue this negotiation. The elder clenched his teeth in frustration. Very well, it is settled. Narashikaku, sensing a favorable turn, accepted. Following this, both parties engaged in vigorous discussions regarding the method of ransom payment and the additional interest required for any delayed payments. The elder fumed while Shikaku remained unyielding. 2 hours passed, and Baiyi had stealthily returned. The details of the negotiations were finally in place, and both sides reached an accord. With the dust settled, both parties nodded amicably once more, preparing to depart. Suddenly, the elder turned to Baiyi and inquired, "Young man, what is your name?" Baiyi was taken aback. He had hastily returned, utilizing his teleportation and short legs, merely to earn some merit. How had he inadvertently drawn attention to himself? Could it be that I have been betrayed by Narashikaku? With a quick shift of his gaze, Baiyi decided to probe the situation, stating, "I am Uchiha Sasuke. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Takahara." Takahara's expression shifted abruptly as he replied, "Ah, a scion of the Uchiha clan? No wonder you possess such dark hair. I wonder if your Sharingan has awakened. Your keen perception must have allowed you to discern Huangtu's identity. The name Uchiha Sasuke is indeed intriguing, rest assured. I shall convey this to Inoki." Once the rock shinobi departed, all eyes from Konoha's ninjas converged upon Baiyi. Minato approached and playfully grabbed Baiyi by the collar, saying, "So you are Uchiha Sasuke? What a splendid name, reflecting the unity of the Uchiha clan and the third Hokage, while cleverly concealing your identity. Truly remarkable." Baiyi felt a surge of anxiety, for this was contrary to his principle of quietly amassing wealth. He inquired, "The negotiations were presided over by Lord Shikaku, correct? I was merely a bystander. Surely, Inoki would not remember a mere foot soldier like me." Minato, observing the stark contrast in Baiyi's demeanor, couldn't resist teasing him. "That is debatable. After all, you were the one who caused his son to fall into enemy hands. Although he eventually returned, it did lead to an unexpected financial burden. However, I can assure you that Takahara will remember you, especially considering the substantial ransom, which amounts to nearly half of his family's fortune." Baiyi raised an eyebrow, retorting, "He remembers Uchiha Sasuke. What does that have to do with me, Hatake Baiyi?" He then whispered, "Minato-senpai, may I request to return to Konoha to avoid the fallout?" The crowd around them erupted into laughter. Chapter 21. A new turn of events. The front lines had inexplicably stabilized. That day, after completing his patrol duties, Baiyi sat contemplatively upon a stone beside the camp, pondering the intricacies of life. Snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle of silvery beauty. The rock shinobi arrived with a considerable sum of ransom, taking with them the captured individuals. It was rumored that after the negotiations, Takahara returned to his village in a foul mood, selling off his possessions. Nevertheless, the ransom delivered amounted to only a quarter of the total sum. Minato escorted the ransom back to Konoha, taking the opportunity to seek out Baiyi before his departure, urging him to swiftly master the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique. Baiyi nodded in acknowledgement, aware of his own limitations, given his meager talents. He would need a year or two to adequately practice the Rasengan. The system had added a new daily task, incorporating a visit to the hot springs at the Konoha camp. Initially, Baiyi was indifferent to the task until he chanced upon the spirited young girl, Misa, joyfully making her way inside. At that moment, he resolved to focus his mischief solely on the rock shinobi. The education he received in his past life, along with the principles he upheld in this one, rendered him unable to accept such frivolities. The whispers of the system seemed to him akin to the sinister whispers of a demon. Should he become reliant on it, he feared he would descend into darkness. Recently, after completing a task, the system bestowed upon him a skill called wind sensing. One day, after finishing his patrol, he could not resist the urge to test it. A gentle breeze emanated from his body, radiating outward in all directions, flooding his mind with a torrent of information that brought him immense pain. Akin to suddenly unlocking a small map in a game, revealing every detail within a radius of 500 meters. After using the skill, Akimichi Choza regarded him with a newfound skepticism, as if questioning his reliability. Since then, Baiyi has felt that the gaze of the higher-ups in the camp is rather peculiar, as if he is being scrutinized from outside the tent during every rest period. The snow continues to fall heavily, and soon a white hat adorns his head. He gazes upwards, watching as the snowflakes are rendered gray against the sky, cascading down to blanket the earth. The new year approaches. In previous years, he would be at home, where Kakashi, in his youth, would eagerly engage him in snowball fights and building snowmen, while Shuo Mao would warm a pot of wine, sitting on the porch, enjoying the drink and laughter. He wonders how Shuo Mao is spending the new year in the land of whirlpools, and if Kakashi feels lonely celebrating alone at home. Hinata Beidou leaps in front of Bai Yi, waving enthusiastically, and exclaims, "Come, let's duel." Bai Yi rolls his eyes at the boy, thinking him rather dull and lacking social grace. Ding Zhuo has mentioned that come spring, he plans to register them for the Chunin exams, enlisting Hinata Beidou to assist in training Bai Yi and Miyahara Misa. The little girl practices diligently each day, while Bai Yi takes every opportunity to evade, knowing that defeating this child brings him no satisfaction, and losing would only bring embarrassment. Speaking of the little girl, the insidious system has even tempted him to pilfer her undergarments, which he vehemently rebuked. Although he has no interest in such matters, the system's suggestion has made him wary of meeting her gaze lately. He waves dismissively at the persistent Hinata Beidou and resumes his gaze at the sky. Fortunately, Ding Zhuo arrives just in time to rescue Bai Yi from further annoyance. After a brief moment, news arrives of a band of marauders in the land of grass, reportedly including rogue ninjas. The grass ninjas have sought assistance at the border, and the commander has ordered us to prepare our gear for immediate departure. With such inclement weather, rest is not an option. Muttering under his breath, Bai Yi hastily checks his ninja tools before the group sets out into the raging storm. The vast expanse is shrouded in a blanket of gray and white, with the relentless snowfall obscuring all traces, rendering their search exceedingly arduous. Rubbing his eyes, Bai Yi casts a mischievous glance at Hinata Beidou, curious if activating his Byakugan might induce snow blindness. As the sun begins its descent, Ding Zhuo opts to take a break nearby, signaling to the others. Beidou and Misa commence carving blocks of snow. Since Bai Yi constructed a snow shelter yesterday, they have tasted the fruits of their labor and willingly joined in the construction efforts, assisting Bai Yi. Once the shelter is completed, Bai Yi performs the necessary hand seals and, with great difficulty, exhales a fireball the size of a fist to ignite the firewood. The four gather around, warming themselves while roasting their provisions. As night deepens, the little girl and Ding Zhuo rest, while Bai Yi and Hinata Beidou take the night watch. A series of footsteps crunching through the snow draws near, accompanied by whispers that reach the ears of the group. "Brother Byakuya, we have been in the land of grass for quite some time, yet we have gleaned little about the conflict between the rock ninjas and Konoha. Given the weather, and with more snow on the horizon, perhaps we should return? Nonsense. We carry the weight of Raikage trust. We cannot simply abandon our mission." The voices gradually fade away, and before long, Ding Zhuo has risen, inquiring if Beidou can track them using his Byakugan. In a stroke of fortune, the two individuals had not ventured far and took refuge in a hollow tree to rest. It was then that Bai Yi discovered that Beidou, this taciturn fellow, possessed the ability to read lips. He recounted the dialogue between the two with a roll of his eyes, thus providing Ding Zhuo with valuable intelligence. Two cloud shinobi had arrived on a mission from the Raikage to gather information. To facilitate their endeavor, they had integrated a band of rogues, creating chaos as a guise for their reconnaissance. "What should we do?" Bai Yi exchanged a glance with Ding Zhuo. "Let us capture these two shinobi and eliminate the rogues." Soon, a small-scale offensive plan was set into motion. Bai Yi would take the lead, while the others provided support. The wind of insight. Instantaneous movement. Bai Yi executed 4 consecutive teleportations, appearing above the tree where the two sought refuge from the cold. Remaining still, he counted to 3 before tossing 5 explosive tags, which floated lazily towards the hollow. Then he teleported away. Such is the straightforward nature of a shinobi attack with mobility. Boom. The 5 explosions erupted in a sequence, generating a thick cloud of smoke. The 2 cloud shinobi leapt from the smoke, one to the left and one to the right, leaving trails of crimson behind. With the multiplication technique, Ding's left arm suddenly enlarged, seizing one of them and slamming him forcefully into the ground, while Hinata Beidou quickly followed suit, employing the pressure point technique to seal his opponent's chakra points. "You are Leaf Shinobi," shouted the escaping one. There was no denying it. The characteristics of the multiplication technique were too conspicuous. Lightning release, false darkness. Byakuya unleashed a bolt of lightning, aiming to knock Beidou away. Whoosh. a long iron rod thrust into the ground before Beidou, channeling the electric current into the earth. Teleportation. Having reached the third gate, Bai instantaneously appeared behind Bai Moe, delivering a punch that sent him crashing towards Ding Zhuo. Lightning release. Lightning ball. Bai Moe reacted swiftly, casting a jutsu aimed at Bai Yi. In an instant, Bai Moe was propelled backward towards Ding Zhuo, while Bai Yi was left convulsing on the ground, his body jolted by the electricity. Observing the newcomers, Ding Zhuo enlarged his hands and, pressing them together, swatted Bai Moe down like a fly, slamming him onto the snowy surface. Young Misa first applied sealing techniques to the two unconscious cloud shinobi, then joyfully bounded over to the incapacitated Bai Yi. Looking at him, charred and twitching, she chuckled, "You're so foolish." Bai Yi rolled his eyes, contemplating whether he should reveal a bit more of his strength, for he was often at a disadvantage in battles. Chapter 22. Return to the village. After capturing the cloud shinobi, they returned to the frontline camp, where Commander Nara Shikaku pondered the reasons behind the cloud shinobi's intrusion into the land of grass. In pursuit of more valuable intelligence, he prepared to send them back to the leaf. The task then fell to Ding Zhuo's team, observing the camaraderie between Nara Shikaku and Ding Zhuo. Bai Yi understood the significance of having a powerful childhood friend in high places. As for the rogues from the grass village, they were entrusted to other teams. After 3 months, Bai Yi finally returned to the village hidden in the leaves. The third Hokage expressed profound admiration for their tenacity in completing the mission amidst the tempest, instructing them to momentarily refrain from advancing to the front lines and instead execute tasks in the vicinity of the village, while also preparing for the upcoming Nin promotion exams in March. After bidding farewell to the third Hokage, Bai Yi returned home, where everything remained unchanged. Kakashi had maintained the household with remarkable organization, indicating that he too had experienced growth during Bai Yi's absence. Upon entering his room, he noted the absence of dust. His younger brother, Bai Xiaohei, despite his stubborn demeanor, had indeed been quite kind to him. It seemed prudent to temper his interactions with him henceforth. As Bai Yi traversed the village, he was enveloped in a sense of familiarity. The well-known streets and shops greeted him. The time swiftly approached noon, and he fortuitously found himself at Ichiraku Ramen, savoring the familiar broth and noodles. How he longed for a tranquil, untroubled life in the village, akin to a salted fish. Alas, the pressures from Danzo were unyielding, and the third Hokage was no ally. With only 2 years remaining, the specter of the third great ninja war loomed ominously. He contemplated the soothing warmth of a hot spring, yearning for a moment of indulgence after enduring prolonged battles. However, tasks awaited him, albeit without urgency. He decided to peruse the shops first. After such an extended absence, he found that Bai Xiaohei had not grown at all, remaining a diminutive ball of fur. Bai Yi affectionately petted the cat before glancing at the ledger, discovering that during his time away, Bai Xiaohei had opened several new establishments, with Bai Yi's retail ventures now scattered throughout Konoha. As the afternoon waned, Bai Yi prepared to return home, having cultivated the habit of vigilance from his time on the battlefield. Strolling down the street, he felt a nagging sense of unease, as an undercurrent of hostility permeated the air. Acutely aware of his surroundings, he hastily ran, embodying the adage that haste makes waste. In his rush, he inadvertently found himself in a familiar grove. "Come out, is it Root? Or the Umbu? What business do you have with me?" "Impressive, Bai Yi-kun, you've noticed me." Emerged Orochimaru from the underbrush, a sickening grin spreading across his face as he licked his lips. Bai Yi found the situation intolerable. He had struggled to withstand such scenarios even while watching Naruto in his previous life. Realizing he had likely drawn attention, Bai Yi pondered and inquired, "Lord Orochimaru, have you encountered Lord Jiraiya recently?" This was a gamble. He was wagering on whether Orochimaru would choose to spare him. In broad daylight, despite being in a grove, Bai Yi doubted Orochimaru would dare act, considering the third Hokage's watchful eye. Orochimaru's expression shifted, laden with unspoken implications as he cast a penetrating gaze at Bai Yi, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Sensing the need to conceal himself, Bai Yi stifled his anxiety, managing to appear flushed with perspiration, realizing his latent talent for theatrics. "Bai Yi-kun, what are your thoughts at this moment? I grant you a chance to amend your statements." "Lord Orochimaru, I believe I have not uttered anything inappropriate. May I inquire which aspect you refer to?" Bai Yi feigned calmness, aware that excessive dramatization could lead to exposure. Upon hearing the news, Orochimaru licked his lips, intrigued. How fascinating, Baiyi. I trust the little note within the Hokage building was not delivered by you. Until we meet again. With that, Orochimaru vanished in a flash. Shortly after his departure, the Umbu made their slow entrance. One of them, donning a cat mask, inquired, "What transpired just now?" Baiyi shook his head and departed. On his way home, he pondered his own capabilities and realized that should a confrontation with Orochimaru arise, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. Despite his flashy ninjutsu, the disparity in combat awareness was substantial. His training partner on the front lines was merely a chunin, lacking the high-level experience. However, should the need for retreat arise, he was confident in his escape abilities. If all else failed, he could employ the Flying Thunder God technique combined with instantaneous movement and the 8 gates to make his escape. Upon returning home, Kakashi had prepared a meal and awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Baiyi, Kakashi simply greeted him with, "Brother, welcome home." Baiyi remarked with a hint of disdain, "I wonder if, after all this time in the Umbu, you have made any progress." Kakashi offered no reply, merely focusing on his meal, and the two shared a comfortable silence throughout dinner. After the meal, Kakashi challenged his older brother once more. This was precisely what Baiyi had hoped for, as he too desired some engaging interaction with Kakashi. "If you wish to challenge me, let us meet in the grove shortly," Baiyi suggested. Kakashi, upon hearing this, made his way toward the grove, preparing extensively once he arrived. After a brief respite, Baiyi ambled toward the grove, hands clasped behind his back, reminiscent of an old man strolling with a pet bird. Upon entering the grove, he sensed the eerie stillness around him. In an instant, Kakashi lunged with his blade. But Baiyi's vigilance was commendable. He dodged the strike just before the blade grazed his neck. "Oh, little brother, do you intend to slay me?" "Quite the determination you possess," Baiyi jested. Kakashi continued his assault, each strike aimed at vital points, yet Baiyi evaded them all with ease. With a look of disappointment, Baiyi remarked, "If this is the best you can do, then you are not my match. Now it's my turn." After dodging another strike, he seized an opening and landed a solid punch to Kakashi's chin, leaving him momentarily dazed. "Now, allow me to demonstrate true prowess," Baiyi declared, unleashing the 3rd gate. He teleported before Kakashi and unleashed a flurry of strikes, embodying pure aesthetic violence, fighting solely for the sake of combat, sending the unfortunate Kakashi soaring through the air. As Kakashi was tossed about, he faced an inevitable conclusion. Just before his descent, Baiyi executed a decisive technique. Kakashi found himself in a most uncomfortable predicament. Each encounter ended in utter defeat, compounded by the humiliating circumstances of his defeat. Thankfully, no one witnessed his disgrace. Had they, his illustrious reputation would have been irrevocably tarnished. Nonetheless, the intention behind Baiyi's actions was simply to encourage Kakashi's growth and assess his efforts. In the end, Baiyi seized Kakashi by the collar and dragged him home, unceremoniously tossing him onto the sofa. "Handle the rest yourself. I must retire for the night," he declared with an air of disdain. In silence, the night passed, paving the way for the dawn of a new day. Chapter 23, Spiraling Sphere. On the following day, Baiyi rose early, embarking on a fresh journey of training. During his morning run, he encountered the long-lost Might Guy. Together, they relished the joy of jogging, merely circling the village of Konoha for 5 kilometers, followed by 500 push-ups, 5,000 skips, and 1,000 squats. After completing these tasks, Baiyi bid farewell to Might Guy. As he passed by the women's hot spring, he spotted a rather poignant figure, Jiraiya. It had been quite a while since they last met, and Jiraiya appeared noticeably weathered, increasingly resembling the character from his animated memories. In another life, it was said that he returned like a dragon to the sea, and yet, the sea did not welcome him. Jiraiya, he remained one of the few individuals Baiyi held in high regard. "This I longs to witness 1080p clarity. Quickly, let us sneak a peek together. This I issues a task. Observe Jiraiya's new materials together. Reward, seduction technique. Get lost, you scoundrel." Setting aside whether I am that kind of person, what would I need the seduction technique for? At that moment, Jiraiya sensed the unusual presence nearby. "Ah, my dear friend, you have returned. Shall we gather inspiration together today?" he exclaimed, leaping down from his toad companion. "Would you like to assist me in acquiring new material? I have derived fresh inspiration from the tales of your youthful escapades." Baiyi regarded him with disdain, as though Jiraiya were enveloped in a hue. "What color, you ask? Must it be questioned? Ah, it is indeed Jiraiya. I thought it was the 3rd Hokage. By the way, Jiraiya, It seems you have yet to master the art of the telescope. Jiraiya burst into hearty laughter. That old man never taught me anything, hindering my inspiration. I never imagined you would remember, Baiyi. How about joining me? Ah, Jiraiya, you still recall my childhood antics? Let us not dwell on that, Baiyi replied, cheeks flushed with embarrassment, as he recalled the youthful temptations that led him to feel bashful about the village's gossip. Regarding the incident with Baiyi a few days ago, I see you have bounced back. However, Minato informed me that I will assist you in learning the spiraling sphere. As they conversed, they arrived at a small grove. First, you should have a foundational understanding, so let us begin with the water sphere. You may only use one hand and must avoid direct contact. Find a way to make it explode. Jiraiya casually remarked, handing Baiyi a water sphere, which suddenly transported him to an unknown hot spring. Baiyi glanced around in bewilderment, then at the water sphere before him, letting out a sigh. Well then, the techniques once meant for Naruto are now resting upon my shoulders. There's no turning back. I shall practice. After 2 hours of relentless effort, the water sphere remained utterly unresponsive, and the friction against the air had left his hands sore. This hand is growing frustrated. I shall cease training now, and reward you with 1 chakra point. Yet Baiyi persisted, driven by an increasing fervor, feeling as though sparks were about to ignite. All right, I'll let you have this one. Now cease your training, and I shall reward you with a basic version of the Rasengan. Upon hearing this, Baiyi immediately halted his training. Indeed, he felt a surge of power in his hands, and with great effort, he managed to create the first sphere of his life. He shouted Rasengan, launching it at the nearest tree, utterly obliterating it. Truly, it was a formidable jutsu, showcasing immense destructive power. Jiraiya, who rushed over upon hearing the commotion, was astounded. He had spent an immeasurable amount of time mastering the Rasengan, meticulously breaking it down into 3 steps. Yet, he had only taught Baiyi the first step, and here was Baiyi, already mastering it. His friend had indeed inherited his brilliance, learning the Rasengan with remarkable speed, although he still fell slightly short. Jiraiya swiftly performed a body flicker technique to escape, fearing that Baiyi might inquire further, a burden the less talented would never comprehend. Baiyi rolled his eyes, well aware that Jiraiya had once been the least skilled among the legendary Sannin, yet here he was, acting as if he were superior. Days turned into weeks, and Baiyi led a life of training by day and gathering inspiration by night. He would often visit shops, pet cats, or browse through scrolls at home, learning a few fire techniques. The results? Quite ordinary, but far more convenient than carrying matches. Jiraiya, upon his return, seemed to have distanced himself, bearing the weight of the world upon his shoulders. Baiyi had few friends in Konoha, and even fewer among the shinobi, leading him to embrace his inner recluse. As time passed, possessing half the heritage of the Uzumaki clan, his chakra capacity swelled to 25 cards, along with an array of flashy jutsu. The thought of the foolish Kakashi, struggling with his own afflictions, was almost pitiable. The weather gradually warmed, though it was still early spring, with the sun shining brightly. One day in the village, he encountered the ever-mysterious Hinata and the spirited Miyahara Misa. The young girl whimsically insisted on dragging Baiyi to a hot spring, and no matter how he declined, he found himself at the entrance of the bathhouse, where he unexpectedly ran into Might Guy and Jiraiya. As for the presence of Jiraiya, it was an open secret. Finally, I can enjoy a bath with the lovely ladies. Hurry, use the transformation technique to join them in the women's bath. It will be delightful, and the ladies wear such light attire. Shut your mouth. I am here to relax, and furthermore, I am headed to the men's bath. Immersed in the warm waters, Baiyi felt every cell in his body gradually unwind. Use the wind scouting technique to reveal Misa's beauty, and I assure you, I will grant you a month of nurturing towards the Manjiki Sharingan. Though it seemed enticing, it was a perilous proposition. Baiyi pondered, feeling discomfort. He could not risk his reputation as a pure-hearted young man. At that moment, Jiraiya observed Baiyi's dazed expression and slyly wrapped his arm around his neck, suggesting, "Shall we go gather inspiration together across the way? Lord Jiraiya, do you recall the time when I was 5 and witnessed you being thoroughly thrashed by Lady Tsunade at the bathhouse entrance?" He whispered slyly, "My teammate is here. Could you not compose yourself?" Instantly, Jiraiya's face turned crimson as he stood up and departed. In the hot spring, one indeed finds relaxation. However, given the current circumstances, life and death hang in the balance, with a multitude clamoring for his demise. The essence comprehends the host's apprehension. Strength is paramount. and one must not sacrifice their life for fleeting pleasures. A task has been issued. Endure a week of training with the Might Father and Son, with the reward being an intermediate version of the Rasengan. The essence proves to be reliable, unlike the body and mind, which can be swayed by superficial temptations. Baiyi willingly accepts this challenge. After a brief respite, he resumes his mundane yet inspiring existence. In the ensuing days, alongside training with the Might Duo, he also familiarizes himself with fundamental ninjutsu techniques such as fire release, great fireball, water release, water prison, lightning release, body flicker, wind release, pressure, and earth release, earth flow wall. These are essential skills, akin to the body flicker technique, and with his physique possessing the 5 elemental chakra, Baiyi quickly masters their application. However, without system enhancement, he remains relatively ineffective. The Ch-Nin exams are rapidly approaching. In the days leading up to the event, Baiyi's most significant achievement is barely managing to unlock the 4th gate of the 8 gates of might. With the system's assistance, the release speed of the Rasengan has significantly improved, and its power has seen a considerable enhancement. Estimating his strength, Baiyi concludes that he undoubtedly surpasses Kakashi in standard conditions, yet he has not reached the level of J-Nin. With all cards on the table, he believes he could survive under Orochimaru's scrutiny. Chapter 24. The Ch-Nin exams commence on the eve of the exam. Numerous grass and sand ninjas gradually arrive in the village. After all, following the death of White Fang, Konoha forged an alliance with the sand. It is rather humorous to reflect on how Shm fought valiantly for the village, attaining strength on par with the Hokage, only to become a political pawn. At this juncture, Baiyi resolutely decides to attain both the strength and political influence necessary to make his voice heard in the ninja world. The next day, the Ch-Nin exams commence as scheduled. The 3rd Hokage delivers an extensive 2-hour lecture resembling a grand sales pitch, speaking of the will of fire before the ninjas from other villages, while the sand ninjas appear on the verge of tears, a sight both pitiful and absurd. The exams proceed normally, beginning with a written test. Baiyi joins his peers as they enter the classroom. The same old routine ensues, though there are fewer proctors, and the chief examiner is not Marino Ibiki, but rather someone who bears a striking resemblance to him, likely his father. It seems the legacy is indeed passed down. "I am your chief examiner. I am called Marino Tenkes," the stern-faced man declares from the podium. "This exam will last 1 hour, consisting of 10 questions. Complete them within the allotted time. Any instance of cheating will lead to disqualification. I comprehend the rationale, yet the nature of the questions is perplexing. How many optimal action routes are there for the shuriken technique? Can one truly innovate with shuriken? Reflecting on the prowess of the elder Uchiha, it seems trivial. What are the optimal solutions for the movement routes across the 4 seasons? My perspective on the will of fire? First Hokage, second Hokage. Come witness how these individuals are jeopardizing the village you so painstakingly established. What to do now?" The White Knight was not one to indulge in pretentiousness. Scanning the crowd, he noticed a solitary figure fervently scribbling away. That must be him. Thus, White Knight directed a gust of probing wind towards that individual. By a stroke of coincidence, the wind lifted the hem of a female classmate's skirt, inadvertently revealing a cheat sheet concealed upon her thigh. This occurrence was purely incidental during his quest for answers, certainly not motivated by a desire to ascertain the color of her lace. Having acquired the answers, White Knight began to write, and he couldn't help but acknowledge the complexity of mathematics and the sciences in this world. The various parabolas evoked memories of his 9 years of compulsory education in a previous life, sending a chill down his spine. Among the candidates, several members of the Uchiha clan activated their Sharingan, simultaneously mimicking and stealing glances reminiscent of the antics of the infamous Naruto. The Uchiha's infamous red-eyed condition proved to be quite useful. As anticipated, the Oil Woman clan filled the classroom with their insects, scouring for answers. To be frank, the sheer density of it all was overwhelming for those with a fear of clusters. The Mountain clan employed their heart-turning technique, possessing the body of one of our top scholars. It left one to wonder how she felt about the sudden disappearance of 2 ounces from her chest and the unexpected bulge below. A scholar from the Nara clan participated effortlessly, achieving perfect answers without the need for any reconnaissance. The life of a top student seemed perpetually smooth sailing, provoking envy in White Knight. He pondered why the Mountain clan member hadn't targeted him. Was it a bond among the great clans? If there was one individual White Knight envied most, it was the taciturn Hinata Beidou. Upon activating his Byakugan, he could see through everything, which was indeed infuriating. While others were diligently answering questions and gathering intelligence, he merely blinked, able to observe as he pleased. What an irritating privilege. Wait, wasn't he this boy already a Chunin? Could it be that the village had assigned him a new mission, or was he simply seeking to team up with White Knight and Misa? It was a riddle that White Knight chose not to ponder further. Of course, there were also whispers of cheat sheets, and those caught casting sidelong glances were unceremoniously expelled from the examination, regardless of their village affiliation. When the exam concluded, roughly a third of the ninjas were dismissed. As ninjas, their skills in collecting intelligence, albeit through dubious means, were undeniably strong. Having successfully passed the first round of examinations, we were naturally poised to advance, with the second round scheduled for the following day. Upon returning home, White Knight discovered Kakashi unexpectedly present, urging him to prepare a meal. White Knight kicked him, insisting he ought to cook for himself, especially after having taken an exam that day. Reluctantly, Kakashi trudged towards the kitchen, yet continued to mock. You didn't fail the first exam, did you? Surely, no one could be so incompetent. White Knight chose not to engage further, delivering a swift love tap, hoping to instill some decorum in his wayward brother. Upon receiving the blow, Kakashi, realizing he had provoked a response, refrained from further inquiry. Do you truly perceive me as so weak? He protested. No, I wouldn't dare. Especially considering I graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 9 and completed my tasks with brilliance. After enduring a punch, Kakashi would never admit the truth. Regardless, he encouraged, keep striving, your father watches over you from above. Following this remark, Kakashi appeared flustered and hurried upstairs. White Knight felt a sense of helplessness towards his younger brother, pondering how that old codger, Shumo, was faring in the land of whirlpools. Wait, is this person pretending not to want to cook? In the early morning, Bai arrived at the examination site in the Forest of Death, where numerous ninjas awaited the examiner to announce the rules. The format remained the same, with teams of 3, and Bai teamed up with the taciturn Manhu and the young girl Misha. Beidou, why are you participating in this Chunin exam? Oh, I was promoted to Chunin on the front lines. The clan leader believes I need to prove my strength through the exam to truly earn the title of Chunin, which is why I am here. Bai stroked his chin, pondering thoughtfully. This year, the strategy was as simple as ever. Collect the Heaven and Earth scrolls to ascend to the high tower. As the competition commenced, the trio set off together. Once they found a secluded spot, they examined their scrolls. Heaven, so we only need the Earth scroll, Bai realized. At that moment, the advantages of Hinata Beidou's Byakugan became evident. With his eyes activated, he spotted a team of grass ninjas to the 8 o'clock direction. Following this lead, they reached a nearby thicket. In an instant, Bai executed a water prison technique to capture one, while swiftly striking another in the face with a Rasengan. His 2 companions were caught off guard, resulting in one less adversary. Hinata Beidou stepped in at the right moment, employing a series of Bagua empty palm strikes to take down another foe. Bai couldn't help but glance at Manhu, impressed. Not bad, young man. It seems the Hyuga clan has been giving you extra training, considering you can utilize the Bagua empty palm. The grass ninjas attempted a counterattack, throwing a few shuriken, but Bai easily evaded them. Misha then unleashed a sealing technique, followed by a swift strike to the throat, of course, using the back of her blade. In every aspect, this small team exhibited a ruthlessness unexpected for their age. Such was the cruelty of war that forged them into what they were. After rummaging through the ninjas' tool bags, they discovered the Earth Scroll, a fortunate find. With all scrolls in hand, Bai proceeded towards the high tower, embodying the ninjas' ethos of avoiding unnecessary battles. Reaching their objective was paramount. They stealthily advanced towards the tower. Chapter 25. Encounter with Orochimaru. As Bai and his companions swiftly navigated the branches of the Forest of Death, an abrupt chill of murderous intent enveloped them. Among those Bai knew, only Orochimaru could emanate such a menacing aura. Fortunately, since their last encounter, Bai had grown accustomed to this pressure. His current state against Orochimaru was far superior to their previous meeting in the grove. This brain is quite displeased. Every time I see that repulsive face, it makes me extremely uncomfortable. You should confront him. Bai felt that the system's aesthetic was akin to his own, yet there was no need to engage. Bai-kun, it seems you have made progress during our brief separation. Are you now prepared to face me directly? Orochimaru licked his lips, expressing a keen interest in the boy from the Hatake clan. Bai appeared calm, though internally he was a whirlwind of emotions. It seemed he had momentarily forgotten to disguise his feelings. Oh dear, the self-discipline of an actor is lacking. I must be cautious. There are two young ones beside me. He quickly sought to remedy the situation, saying, I never anticipated that one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, would seek me out not once, but twice. What an honor. What? He is indeed the legendary Orochimaru, one of the three legendary ninjas, a fact that is truly astonishing. Even Hyuga Beidou, who has long been entrenched in the front lines and was exceptionally promoted to a chunin, stands frozen in disbelief before such overwhelming pressure. How intriguing, Byakuya. Despite being merely the adopted son of the White Fang and reputedly lacking extraordinary talent, how can he possess such formidable mental fortitude? Has he truly become immune to my oppressive aura after just one encounter? Are you not afraid of my potential to end your life? Orochimaru inquired, seemingly unfazed by Beidou's astonishment. Of course, I fear, yet my actions are dictated by my conscience. Additionally, given the circumstances at that time, I had no alternative. Even so, I ultimately faced failure. Although you were not my primary target, I anticipated this day would come. Bei maintained his composure in his response. Orochimaru licked his lips once more and asked, since you anticipated my arrival, why did you choose to divulge information? I recall having no grievances with either your father or yourself. Bei sighed, your experiments defy the natural order. I did not expose you to the world. I merely informed Lord Third. As for the matters at root, Jiraiya should have briefed you on those. Beside them, Misa and Beidou were taken aback, astonished that Bei had indeed reported the secrets of one of the legendary Sannin to Lord Third. Byakuya, it appears you possess a sense of justice, though I find myself questioning it. However, let me first assess whether you possess the strength to match your words. Summoning technique. As he spoke, he bit into his own finger. Upon witnessing this action, Bei realized the gravity of the situation. It was a summons for a snake. He swiftly rose and hurled several kunai imbued with explosive tags, but it was too late. A plume of smoke erupted, and when it cleared, a colossal serpent emerged, reminiscent of the one that had ruptured the prince in the original tale. Seeing this alleviated some of Bei's anxiety, yet he understood the necessity for swift resolution. If caught in the act by the Umbu, matters would take a turn for the worse. In such a case, the situation would change entirely. If undetected, mere words would hold no weight, and he could not confront Orochimaru directly. The immense serpent lashed its tail at Bei and the others. In response, Bei utilized the earth-style earth wall to erect a barrier adorned with a canine visage, leaping away with the other two as they gradually regained their senses. Bei uttered no further words, instructing them to refrain from intervening and to evacuate quickly, assuring them he would handle the situation. He teleported to the serpent's eyes, affixing several explosive tags before swiftly retreating. The tags detonated with a tremendous explosion, inflicting acute pain upon the serpent, which then went into a frenzied attack. Observing this, Bei cautiously unleashed a great fireball, aimed at the serpent's scales, yet it yielded minimal effect, compelling him to retreat. Since conventional ninjutsu proved ineffective against you, I shall resort to the 8 gates. First gate, open. Second gate, rest gate. Third gate, life gate. Fourth gate, wound gate, open. In a swift motion, I teleported before the serpent, delivering a powerful punch to its cheek, sending it soaring into the air and exposing its relatively vulnerable underbelly. The continuous teleportation, coupled with my 4 gates' relentless assaults, proved overwhelming for the serpent, which was forced back a full mile. However, the toll of the 4 gates weighed heavily upon me, and in that fleeting moment, a minor flaw emerged. The serpent seized this opportunity, swallowing me whole. Unbeknownst to it, this act would lead to its own undoing. Inside the serpent's belly, I strategically placed an array of explosive tags before teleporting out. Believing it had vanquished its foe, the serpent approached Orochimaru, seeking praise, entirely unaware that not only had it failed to devour me, but it had inadvertently delivered a bundle of explosives to its master. Farewell, Bai. It appears your prowess does not warrant such bravado, Orochimaru remarked with a smile. I am not so feeble, Lord Orochimaru, I replied, standing unscathed at a short distance. And I have a gift for you. I hope you will enjoy it. Behold. The explosive tags left within the serpent detonated instantaneously, ripping it open and scattering its innards. While the shockwave did not affect Orochimaru, it splattered him with blood. Ha ha ha. Bai, we shall meet again soon, Orochimaru mused. watching as I vanished into thin air. Far from angered, he seemed rather pleased, unconsciously licking the blood from his lips. Seizing the opportunity while the 8 gates were still activated, I hastily pursued my teammates, urging them to depart swiftly. I was uncertain if Orochimaru would give chase, but I could not risk involving my 2 companions. Misa gazed at me with starry-eyed admiration. I never imagined you possessed such strength. I merely smiled awkwardly in response, choosing not to elaborate, trusting that Aikido Dingzu would inform the 3rd Hokage of my growth. Let us proceed to the high tower to report, Beidou instructed. The trio continued onward, and to mitigate the risk of an ambush by Orochimaru, I advised them to minimize their presence. After we departed, a group of masked ninjas with decorative patterns arrived, surveying the aftermath of the battle. They were undoubtedly operatives from the Kage's route. All of this was observed in detail by the 3rd Hokage through his telescopic technique. Taking a draw from his pipe, he murmured, Orochimaru, I hope you can restrain yourself and do not go too far. If you continue to act so brazenly, I shall be compelled to intervene. Shadow, inform the Umbu to intensify their surveillance on Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, a shadowy figure darted away. After its departure, the 3rd Hokage pondered. I wonder how Bai Yi feels about Konoha now. Navigating swiftly through the Death Forest, we soon arrived at the high tower, where many had already gathered, including a puppeteer from Sunagakure, known as Hirokazu. Among them was also a grass ninja, notably arrogant, adorned with a sword at his waist, accompanied by 2 seemingly inconspicuous individuals. If memory serves correctly, that grass ninja was named as Shia Yuji. If I am not mistaken, these 2 individuals do not appear in the original work, suggesting they are not particularly significant characters. However, it could also be a manifestation of the butterfly effect. A mere flutter of a butterfly's wings in the western regions of Huagua might stir a colossal typhoon in the distant lands of the Sun Country. This principle seems to resonate with the current circumstances. Awaiting in Zhongta are 2 obscure chunin from Konoha. Bai Yi has waited alongside them for 2 days and 3 nights until the competition finally concluded. Chapter 26. The finals commenced once all participants had gathered. Under the guidance of the 2 chunin, they exited the Forest of Death. Thus, the second exam came to an end. Konoha did not dispatch many participants for this examination, as the elite of the Baijin generation had only recently graduated and were still in school, including well-known figures such as Might Guy and Uchiha Obito. The members of the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were also not prominent in the original narrative, likely serving as mere familiar faces or cannon fodder. Moreover, many prominent clans did not send representatives, indicating that this year's Chunin exam was merely a trivial affair. Upon returning home, Kakashi was absent, so Bai Yi prepared his own meal. After dining, he lay on his bed, contemplating the impending Third Shinobi World War, which would likely occur this very year. People seemed largely unprepared, perhaps explaining why the Baijin generation did not participate in the Chunin exam. It seemed the 3rd Hokage wished to prolong the age of the ninjas to enhance their survival rates. This made the current Chunin exam appear rather superfluous, merely allowing those of us who had already earned titles on the battlefield to ascend to Chunin rank while simultaneously showcasing our prowess to the outer villages. If that were the case, the appearance of Hyuga Beidou would indeed make sense. Lost in thought, he eventually drifted off to sleep and awoke the next day, cherishing the rare opportunity for rest. There remained a 10-day interval before the finals, a span ample for many pursuits. For instance, the second pillar had mastered the Chidori, and Naruto had summoned Gamabunta. Bai Yi's goal was straightforward, to learn several taijutsu techniques that could complement the 8 gates. A ninja who solely relies on ninjutsu would be inadequate, as the system provided an array of flashy jutsu, but left taijutsu unlearned. While strolling through the streets, he fortuitously encountered Might Guy and his son, who were practicing their handstands. Oh, is that not Bai Yi? I heard you participated in the Chunin exam. Guy exclaimed with evident enthusiasm. Bai Yi, relieved to have found Might Die without needing to search, replied, Senior, I wish to learn a few taijutsu techniques to pair with the 8 gates. His large, glistening eyes fixed on Might Die. Haha, splendid. Bai Yi, you are already formidable. Are you prepared to integrate other taijutsu with the 8 gates? Might Die grinned, revealing his gleaming teeth. There is no time to lose. Let us begin at once. The trio ventured into a small grove, where they commenced with the fundamental technique of the leaf whirlwind, an uncomplicated yet skillful kicking technique. Bai Yi, living up to expectations, quickly mastered it. Is this it? Taijutsu seems significantly simpler than ninjutsu. He mused, doubting whether he had mistakenly allocated his skill points. Very well. I shall teach you the Lilianhua. However, Bai Yi, heed my words. This technique imposes immense strain on the body. Upon opening the third door of life, one strikes their opponent with supersonic speed, delivering devastating blows that must be wielded with utmost caution, as stated by Might Guy. Bai Yi felt a surge of excitement. The skills he acquired through his own efforts were indeed gratifying. In the ensuing 10 days, Bai Yi trained alongside the Might father and son, and by the final day, he had nearly mastered the Lotus technique. However, the strain on his body was immense, and throughout the training period, his physique consistently voiced its grievances. Nevertheless, the rigorous practice significantly enhanced his capabilities, rendering Bai Yi considerably stronger than he had been a mere 10 days prior. The fruits of his labor were evident. As Might Guy observed his son with a mixture of disappointment and determination, while Might Guy himself pushed his son to train late into the night, the long-awaited finals approached. Not in the grand arena of duels, but in the very location where the original 12 ninja had faced their preliminary trials. The referee bore an uncanny resemblance to the swift moonlight gale, likely his father, possessing the same lifeless gaze devoid of vitality. Bai Yi internally scoffed at the referee's incompetence. Could he not discern the upper ninja vestments worn by others? Moreover, considering the timeline, Moonlight Gale must have been born by this point. As Bai Yi lamented the absurdity of the situation, the third Hokage arrived on the scene, fervently proclaiming the will of fire, asserting that the ninjas of Konoha must carry forth the legacy of the first Hokage's spirit. He concluded, "Thus, I declare the finals officially commenced." Bai Yi's thoughts echoed his frustration. He yearned to engage in combat, yet he believed he could only reveal the beauty of the world through action. Fortunately, the Hokage's speech finally concluded. Next, an electronic display illuminated the names of the competitors. Speaking of electronic displays, one cannot help but criticize the technological inconsistencies within the world of Hokage. Despite its remarkable advancements, the absence of firearms is perplexing, especially when electric vehicles exist, truly admirable. Suddenly, the names on the screen began to flicker before settling on two: Isshin Yuji and Beidou. Be careful, that opponent is certainly formidable, Bai Yi warned. Beidou leapt from the spectator's platform, nearly losing his balance, responding curtly with an okay. As the referee with his vacant stare declared the battle to commence, the fight began. Initially, both participants exchanged tentative strikes. Beidou unleashed a technique, the 8 trigrams empty palm, aimed directly at Isshin Yuji's face. However, Isshin Yuji was no novice. He swiftly drew and combined his blade, executing a sword wave. The two techniques collided midair, resulting in an explosion of smoke. As the haze dissipated with the passage of time, four sword waves emerged, poised to strike Beidou directly. Just before they could land, he nimbly evaded, rising quickly and, with a small leap, activated his Byakuya, retaliating with a flurry of 4 palms. Isshin Yuji intercepted with his one-sword style draw, but Beidou, now grounded, activated the 8 trigrams 64 palms, preparing to conclude the battle. Yet, he underestimated his opponent. In the ninja world, recklessly engaging without knowledge of the enemy is perilously unwise. Shino Yuji drew his blade once more. With a swift and unparalleled speed, he executed a slashing strike, while Hokuto was still in the midst of casting his technique, resulting in the blade striking his shoulder. Fortunately, Hokuto possessed a modicum of vigilance. Otherwise, the one-armed hero would have had no escape. As Hokuto faced imminent defeat, Shino Yuji unleashed desperate blows, disregarding the expenditure of his chakra. Hokuto, left with no alternative, could only clumsily evade, soon finding himself embroiled in a grueling tug-of-war, both combatants sustaining varying degrees of injury. With a thunderous shout, Shino Yuji proclaimed, "Let us settle this with this technique." He drew his blade once more, channeling all remaining chakra to conjure a sword aura extending 2 meters, hurtling directly towards Hokuto. Veins bulged on Hokuto's forehead as he swiftly executed a series of movements. 8 trigrams, empty palm, pressure point. In an instant, Shino Yuji's chakra spiraled into chaos. The sword aura spiraling out of control, detonating between the two adversaries. Several Chunin intervened simultaneously to contain the explosion, ultimately leading both fighters to succumb to unconsciousness. Carried away by medical ninjas, the ailing referee then declared, "It's a tie." Observing this, Bai Yi felt a sense of helplessness. The schemes of the third Hokage had once again come to naught. Chapter 27. Promotion to Chunin. The subsequent matches devolved into trivial skirmishes. Predictably, the scions of the prominent clans triumphed, for their opponents were mere fodder. Among them, Misha faced a minor contender from the grass village, who merely tossed a few shuriken and lacked even explosive tags. The young girl effortlessly dispatched her foe with a simple illusion. It is evident that these smaller nations endure hardships, fully aware that sending their village children merely serves as a backdrop, yet they must comply. The repercussions of refusing would be dire. In the final match, Hatake Byakuya faced off against Hichimi Tachi. The latter employed puppetry, yet not from the esteemed Chiyo clan. In this era, the puppetry techniques were rather limited. Utilizing the antiquated creations of Sasori, he summoned the black ant, the crow, and the salamander, just as depicted in the original narrative. As anticipated, Hichimi Tachi retrieved a scroll from his back, summoning forth the black ant and the crow. It is no surprise, for in the realm of puppetry, Sasori is indeed the progenitor. Hichimi Tachi spoke slowly. Behold the two puppets invented by our village's puppetry genius. Prepare to experience the art of puppetry. Byakuya merely smiled in silence, internally scoffing at the poverty of the sand village, where even puppets had to be borrowed. The black crow, manipulated by Hichimi Tachi, flew forth with 6 blades extending from its abdomen. Witnessing this, Byakuya hurled several shuriken embedded with explosive tags towards the puppet. The ensuing explosion enveloped the area in thick black smoke, allowing Byakuya to retreat. As the smoke cleared, it revealed only a wooden stump where the puppet had once stood. From behind, the black crow brandished a venomous dagger, lunging towards Byakuya. With a swift teleportation, he evaded the attack and retaliated with a leaf whirlwind kick aimed at Hichimi Tachi. The opponent was too swift, caught off guard, and had no choice but to command the black ant to intercept the strike. The ensuing chaos saw the black ant attempt to ensnare Byakuya within its belly. But alas, it was merely a wooden construct. The perceptively challenged Hyras believed himself to be in his true form, secretly reveling in his perceived advantage. Consequently, he commanded the crow to disintegrate, intending to slay the trapped Byakuya. However, unbeknownst to him, the moment of merging the puppet was the most vulnerable time for the puppeteer. Seizing the opportunity, Byakuya ceased to conceal his presence, having already prepared his jutsu in secret, poised for action. Now, it is my turn. Spiraling sphere, flying thunder god technique, short-range version. Byakuya wielded the spiraling sphere, timing his move perfectly as he instantaneously appeared before Hyras. The latter could not evade the attack and was compelled to summon the black ant once more. Yet he underestimated the potency of the spiraling sphere. One strike shattered both the puppet and its wielder. Hyras could only utter in frustration, "It is impossible. You should have been trapped by me. Not only you possess the art of substitution, one must not be overly confident," Byakuya replied with a smile. The outcome was clear, with Byakuya emerging victorious. After effortlessly dispatching his foe, he returned to the spectator's stance, where the Hokage reappeared, his expression benevolent. Thus concludes this CH Nin exam. Congratulations to all who have successfully advanced to CH Nin. This promotion signifies your capability to stand as independent ninjas. In the future, strive to grow stronger and carry forth the will of fire. Subsequently, amid a chorus of cheers, Byakuya and his companions proceeded to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage commended them. "Well done. I believe you will continue to excel and fortify the strength of our Konoha." He distributed new forehead protectors and dark green vests, allowing Byakuya and his comrades to take their leave for rest, fully aware that the Hokage was signaling the end of their audience. Upon returning home, Byakuya finally spotted Kakashi and exclaimed, "Hey, Kakashi, I too have become a CH Nin." Kakashi, with a smug demeanor, retorted, "A mere CH Nin. I am an Umbu, directly under the Hokage, far superior to you." The protagonist believed Kakashi deserved a reprimand for his arrogance, showing a lack of respect. The protagonist issued a task, kicking Kakashi, earning 0-1 chakra. Upon hearing this, Byakuya, incensed by Kakashi's taunt, executed an instantaneous move, delivering a kick that sent Kakashi sprawling into the dirt. With indignation, Kakashi lamented, "You can't play fair. Gentlemen use words, not fists." "Haha, who told you to be weaker than me, little Kakashi?" Byakuya applied the teachings of his elder brother. In this life, the death of White Fang had a significant impact on Kakashi, yet fortunately, with the presence of his dark-haired brother, his disposition had not turned excessively reclusive. However, it was imperative to enhance the transmission distance of the Flying Thunder God technique swiftly. to take him to CSHM. Reflecting on the flying thunder god, Byakuya resolved to visit Minato in the afternoon, believing that listening would undoubtedly prove beneficial. With this thought, he urged Kakashi to hasten and prepare dinner, as he needed to grow stronger quickly. With his current abilities, he could not adequately protect Kakashi, not only from the lurking threat of Kurizetsu, but also from the overt dangers posed by Orochimaru and Danzo. After finishing the meal prepared by Kakashi, Byakuya took him to the home of Minato Namikaze, clutching his densely packed notebook. One must admit that the technology in the world of Naruto is quite advanced. Even doorbells exist. The one who opened the door was not Minato, but the red-haired Kushina Uzumaki. Kakashi immediately inquired, "Annie, is Minato-sensei at home?" Suddenly, both felt a chilling aura of murderous intent, prompting Byakuya to hastily apologize. He turned to strike Kakashi, but before he could act, the legendary red-hot pepper had already landed several hefty punches on Kakashi's head. Seeing this, Byakuya followed suit with a few more punches before hurriedly bowing his head. Kakashi was not one to shy away from the moment. "I'm sorry, sister, it's all my fault." Only then did Kushina's expression soften, allowing them entry. Upon entering, they were met with an astonishing sight. Minato was indeed kneeling on a washboard, admitting his mistakes, while both Kakashi and Byakuya cast sympathetic glances his way. Minato, blushing with embarrassment, returned a resigned look. Kushina helped him to his feet and said, "Minato, stand up slowly and greet our guests. I'll prepare tea for them." Minato could only smile, trembling as he approached Byakuya and said, "Byakuya-kun, long time no see. How is your training in the Flying Thunder God technique going?" Byakuya felt a pang of discomfort. "It's exceedingly difficult, beyond the grasp of an ordinary person like me. However, the main reason for my visit is not this. I heard you are about to become a guiding jonin, and I hope to entrust Kakashi to you, as he is the last scion of the Hatake clan." Minato readily agreed. A jonin of his caliber had the privilege of choice. The decision to pull Kakashi from the Umbu was also crucial, as it aimed to liberate him from his comfort zone, allowing him to eventually shed the shackles of mediocrity. Chapter 28. Ransom time passed gradually, with spring giving way to winter, and before one knew it, another year had elapsed. The relentless march of time could not be halted, not even by the Sage of Six Paths. It was winter of that year, and Byakuya was engaged in physical and ninjutsu training within the forests of Konoha. Despite the Chunin exams being behind him, he showed no signs of complacency, diligently completing his daily practice. He was no genius, merely one of the fortunate few among many. Possessing numerous techniques meant little without the ability to wield them. The former master of the Gundam knew this truth well. At that moment, a ninja clad in dark armor and donning a fox mask appeared in an instant. "The Hokage has an important mission for you. Please proceed to the Hokage's office at once." Before Byakuya could ask any questions, the ninja vanished, displaying a lack of consideration for his feelings. Left with no other choice, Byakuya set aside his training and made his way to the Hokage's office, feeling somewhat disheartened. Over the past year, the third Hokage had assigned him tasks, but they were merely simple escort missions or defeating bandits, nothing that would facilitate his growth. He suspected this time would be no different. While contemplating these matters, he soon arrived at the Hokage's office, striding in to find 3 individuals awaiting his arrival. 3 generations of elders stood solemnly before the desk, embodying a sense of dignity. After all, at this moment, he was still in the prime of life, devoid of the white hair depicted in the original text. Upon seeing that the assembly was sufficient, he declared, "Regarding the border with the Wagakure, we signed an agreement with them a year ago to deliver in 2 installments. Your mission is to assist Commander Narashikahisa in reclaiming the ransom that has been owed to us for a year. In this task, Byakuya will serve as the squad leader. If there are no objections, please familiarize yourselves with one another and prepare for departure." The 4 nodded in agreement, bade farewell to the Hokage, and stepped outside. Among them stood a tall, slender individual clad in a green vest, seemingly quite familiar with the group. Not waiting for others to speak, he introduced himself. "I am Yuan Feishin, a CH Nin, proficient in fire release and direct assaults. I look forward to your guidance." To Byakuya, this introduction seemed a mere formality indicating the role he could fulfill within the team. Observing the eagerness to share, Byakuya also spoke. "I am Hatake Byakuya, likewise a CH Nin, adept in individual combat and well-versed in fundamental ninjutsu." The remaining 2 members were also CH Nin. One was Yamashiro Tsukasa, skilled in perception and well-versed in various clan secret techniques, while the other, Ito En, was a civilian ninja proficient in medical ninjutsu, lacking in physical prowess, but assuredly not a hindrance to the execution of this mission. Baiyi resolved to gather at the village entrance in 1 hour, allowing time for farewells to family or to replenish their ninja toolkits. Upon returning home, Baiyi discovered Kakashi was absent, likely on a mission, and left a note. I have gone to the border of Awagakure for a mission. Take care of yourself at home. There is no need to worry about me. This is merely a continuation of last year's task. After visiting the Konoha ninja tool shop to procure some essential items, he arrived at the village entrance, joining his comrades as they set forth toward the land of Earth. After a night of travel, they swiftly reached the command center at the Awagakure border, where Commander Nara Shikahisa awaited. Each of them bore the weight of fatigue upon their faces. Once again, we meet, Uncle Shikahisa. I trust there are no plans to sell me this time? Baiyi quipped with a playful smile. Ha ha ha, what a thing to say. After all, I am your uncle. Besides, with this agreement in place, should they refuse, we are certainly not to be trifled with, Shikahisa replied, recognizing the jest in Baiyi's tone. Baiyi then introduced his team to Shikahisa and suggested, we have traveled through the night and have not rested. May we take a moment to recuperate? When the time for negotiations approaches, we can depart together. Certainly, please rest. You will need to be in top form for the upcoming meeting, Shikahisa responded. Hearing this, Baiyi led his team to a tent. As a ninja, possessing the ability to fall asleep and awaken instantly is crucial, allowing them to maximize their precious rest time. Meanwhile, the Rock Ninja was embroiled in a grand conspiracy. During a meeting of the Rock Ninja, a rogue named Byakuya chuckled. What right does Konoha have to demand such a hefty ransom from us? Even if the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, were to return, we would not acquiesce. The ninjas of Awagakure echoed his sentiments, raising their arms in fervor, vowing to vanquish Konoha and refusing to pay the ransom. Thus commenced a treacherous scheme devised against Konoha. Having slumbered for 6 hours, Baiyi awoke with ease, transformed from the irritable youth he had been a year ago. For him, 6 hours was sufficient for his cerebral cortex to rejuvenate. Stepping out of the tent, he encountered the familiar figure of Akimichi Choza, who was on his way to summon Baiyi and the others for a meeting, only to find them already refreshed. Baiyi, you are up? Let us proceed to the meeting, he called. Upon hearing this, Baiyi roused his 3 teammates and followed Choza to the assembly. Nara Shikaku occupied the main seat, stating, this operation primarily aims to reclaim the ransom stipulated in the prior agreement between Konoha and Awagakure. We are uncertain of the current circumstances surrounding the Rock Ninjas, hence the urgent call for Baiyi's team to assist. We must ensure absolute success. This mission will have Akimichi Choza as the lead, with Baiyi's team as the support, following Choza's commands to the borders of Awagakure to receive supplies. I implore everyone to remain vigilant and ensure the safe escort of the ransom back. Upon hearing the arrangements, the group prepared accordingly, agreeing to gather promptly in the evening. When the time came, the 2 teams convened at the camp entrance, exchanging pleasantries before setting forth to the rendezvous point designated by the Rock Ninja. The journey was remarkably smooth, devoid of any obstacles, and they arrived by morning. They found themselves in a gorge, shrouded in morning mist. Choza led them deeper within, where they encountered a cadre of Rock Ninjas adorned with red headbands, led by Byakuya Shu, whose spiky orange hair marked his presence. Behind them were 2 carts, presumably laden with supplies. Baiyi recognized him at once. Although his memories were somewhat faded, he could discern that he was a wielder of a Kekei Genkai. Feeling uneasy, Choza cautiously inquired, will you provide us with our ransom? Byakuya Shu replied with a sinister smile. Of course, we can make our move. Chapter 29, you go ahead. I'll hold them off at that moment. A group of around 100 individuals emerged from both sides of the gorge. Choza was momentarily taken aback, frozen for about a second, before the barrage of Earth-style attacks commenced. Baiyi immediately sensed the treachery unfolding, realizing that they were about to betray the agreement. Without hesitation, he summoned a wall of earth with the technique Doton, Dori Heki, shouting, retreat. The treacherous Rock Ninjas have turned against us. Everyone flee. The very arrangement of exchanging supplies in a valley was illogical, and given how smoothly the journey had been, it was clear that the Rock Ninjas would only strike during the exchange or on their return. Baiyi felt a wave of frustration. He should have anticipated this. Seeing the enemy make their move, Choza shouted, do you wish to incite war? The explosive release user shouted defiantly, how could this be? We delivered supplies to you. Yet it was your forces that were slaughtered by the troops dispatched from Thunder Hidden Village on their return journey. We were merely avenging you. Dingzwa fell silent, directly employing the partial multiplication technique, bringing his entire arm down in a powerful strike. Unfortunately, the attack was evaded by the explosive release user, leading to the impending collapse of the valley. The user charged into the ranks of Konoha ninjas, relentlessly using explosive release techniques to diminish their numbers. Witnessing this, Baiyi swiftly teleported forward, unleashing a Rasengan to force the explosive release user back to the ground. Above, 100 ninjas launched a coordinated assault, all employing earth release techniques, indicative of an elite squad from the Rock Village. Everyone retreat. Escape if you can, do not linger in battle. Dingzwa shouted. In such a dire situation, the ability for even one person to escape and relay the message back to Konoha was invaluable. The explosive release user continued to weave through the crowd. Konoha had not sent many reinforcements, including Baiyi. There were at most 30 individuals. Dingzwa attempted to intercept the user's assault, but the user paid him no mind, and coupled with the interference from the elite rock ninjas, Dingzwa found it challenging to protect himself, let alone assist others. The user's attention soon shifted towards Yuan Feishin, as he launched a punch aimed squarely at Yuan's face. Unable to evade, he could only brace himself with his hands. The explosive release technique blasted one of Yuan Feishin's arms clean off. Baiyi, who had just eliminated a ninja on the mountain, caught sight of Yuan Feishin, who was now missing an arm and covered in countless wounds. Baiyi said nothing, letting out a deep sigh. After all, they were fighting for Konoha, and he could not allow them to perish here. You all go ahead. I will hold them off. Upon opening the 5th gate of the 8 gates, Baiyi became a harbinger of death amid the crowd, mercilessly claiming the lives of the elite rock ninjas. With the final punch, the valley could no longer bear the weight and began to collapse. Summoning the last of his strength, Yuan Feishin leapt from the crumbling valley. While his 2 teammates were in worse shape, one had a deep gash across his back, and as for Itune, he bore only a few minor injuries. Baiyi urgently called to Itune, "Take them and leave quickly." Hearing Baiyi's command, Dingzwa, who had emerged from the canyon, utilized the complete multiplication technique to transform into a giant, striking down upon the crumbling valley with a single hand before leading the others to safety. The explosive release user, emerging last from the chaos, looked at their fleeing figures with a smirk, saying nothing but gesturing for his troops to continue the pursuit. I said I will hold them off. Baiyi fixed his gaze upon the group before him, his expression steady as he deactivated the 8 gates technique and launched a kunai with the flying thunder god technique into a nearby tree, establishing a defensive line. Oh, just a mere CHNeen. What right do you have to speak such bravado? Ignore him, continue the chase. With a roar, the ninjas behind him, at the user's signal, circumvented Baiyi and began their pursuit. In an instant, Baiyi materialized behind one of them, forming a Rasengan in his hand and driving it into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. I said I will hold them off. The sudden appearance of Baiyi startled everyone, yet some still pressed forward. A ninja, after all, is but a machine devoid of emotions. As he passed by a kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique, Baiyi suddenly manifested, his left hand crackling with lightning. Chidori. With a single strike, he pierced through the chest of his foe. I have proclaimed my intent to cover your retreat, Baiyi declared, his gaze icy as it fixed upon the group before him. Everyone charge. He stands alone. He cannot possibly hinder us. Leave him for Master Show and pursue. A dozen individuals surged forward. Baiyi regarded these oblivious souls, his Chidori coalescing anew in his grasp, before his form transformed into a flash of electricity. Flying Thunder God, Chidori Array. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he darted between the kunai with breathtaking speed, and within a mere 3 seconds, he had pierced the chests of the entire group. Everyone, fall back. It is the Flying Thunder God technique. The explosive show sensed a disturbance and immediately called out. But alas, it was too late. Though those ensnared in the forest frantically retreated, only half managed to return to Show's side. You wretch, you shall pay dearly today, as you accompany my fallen comrades to the grave. Show's expression turned grave, his fists gathering force. Explosive earth, thunder fist. One blow uprooted the forest, sending the kunai flying and severely damaging a significant portion of it. Everyone, launch kunai from a distance to cover our assault. Wretch, if you dare flee, I shall hunt down your allies. If you do not flee, then prepare to meet your demise here. Sho seethed through clenched teeth. Huh. This does not concern you treacherous rock ninjas. I have already declared my intent to cover your retreat. Bai glared fiercely at the rock ninjas who had cornered him by the riverbank. Earth release, earth flow wall. Bai conjured a wall of earth to shield against the impending rain of kunai. Boom. Sho, undeterred, shattered the wall with explosive force, compelling Bai to rise and evade. This scenario is ill-suited for me. I excel at flight, not brawling. Bai suddenly recognized his lack of wide-area damage skills. Fire release, great fireball technique. Bai responded with a few token ninjutsu, all of which were effortlessly countered by the opposing ninja squad. The most prudent course would be to open the 8 gates and charge into battle, but doing so would render him unable to employ the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing his opponents the opportunity to pursue Dingzhua and the others. Yet, refraining from opening the 8 gates and charging in would be tantamount to suicide. He could not withstand a punch from Sho's explosive techniques. This conundrum vexed Bai, as he felt burdened by an abundance of skills that he could not utilize. In this moment, he found himself yearning for the might of the Uchiha clan's formidable prowess. Regrettably, he could neither unlock it nor dare to do so, currently. He could still rely on his talent to mask his limitations, but should he unleash that power, he would undoubtedly become a specimen for the Uchiha's red-eyed brethren to study. Did you not proclaim your intent to cover our retreat? Come, show me another display of bravado. Huang Tu taunted. Bai chuckled. Since you insist on pushing me, do not blame me for what follows. With that, he clasped his hands together and bellowed, dust release, detachment of the origin world. What? This is the exclusive bloodline technique of Lord Onoki. It cannot be. Sho exclaimed. Yet the white light radiating from Bai's hands was no illusion. The surrounding rock ninjas ceased their assault, beginning to dodge left and right, their eyes betraying their despair. Bai cast aside the transparent orb in his hand, dissipating the Rasengan. The amalgamation of these two elements indeed bears a resemblance to the unique secret techniques of the old man Ohyuki, but that is where the similarity ends. A group of cowards, easily frightened. I have set up the Flying Thunder God technique within the forest. If you possess the courage, come forth. With that, Bai vanished into the woods, which were sufficiently vast to delay the progress of the rock ninja. Of course, it remained to be seen whether the explosive release would possess enough chakra to devastate this place. Bai doubted his own capabilities, so it was unlikely that his adversaries could achieve it either. Indeed, the furious explosive release, after ravaging a portion of the forest, ceased its assault, instructing its subordinates to launch tentative attacks. Following the swift elimination of 2 of their number by Bai, the remaining members resorted to using explosive tags to pave their way, yet they too failed under Bai's interference. Ultimately, the explosive release, enraged, uttered a few harsh words, and withdrew with the rock ninja squad. This battle was unwinnable. Failing to annihilate the Konoha team in the canyon meant that their intelligence would inevitably be compromised, granting Konoha time to react. The explosive release merely sought to expand its triumph and further diminish Konoha's fighting strength. Once this group departed, Bai exhaled deeply. He would first open the 8 gates, and then continuously employ the Flying Thunder God technique along with instant transmission, imposing a considerable burden on both his body and chakra. At this moment, enveloped in a significant amount of lactic acid, he found himself nearly devoid of the strength to raise his hand. This opportunity to linger behind afforded him time for independent actions, allowing him to visit the land of whirlpools to check on Boku, to see how that fellow was faring there. Without hesitation, Bai disguised his trail, discarding some of his ninja tools by the riverbank to create the illusion that he had jumped into the water. It must be said that the recovery ability of the Uzumaki bloodline is indeed formidable. Within mere minutes, Bai felt revitalized. Although his chakra had not yet replenished to half, it was sufficient for him to take action. Sensing the Flying Thunder God Kanai he had sent to Boku previously, he realized it was too distant for him to reach. However, circumventing half of the land of fire from the land of grass to the land of whirlpools would likely take 10 days to half a month. Bai began to falter. If he did not go, it would be a shame to squander this hard-won opportunity. Ultimately, Bai gritted his teeth and decided to proceed, treating it as a holiday for himself. His old father, Boku, was all alone in the land of whirlpools, which seemed rather lonely. It would be unthinkable not to visit him, especially since it was he who had suggested the ruse of faking his death. Bai pondered whether Uncle Akimichi had returned to Konoha. After several days of travel, he found himself secretly contemplating this. At that moment, in Konoha, Akimichi Dingza awaited outside the hospital. Yamashiro Suji was still undergoing surgery, while Iden had emerged from danger. He had previously dragged both of them, injured, back to the command post of Kaku after navigating through the Land of Rain, providing them with basic treatment before promptly sending them to Konoha. Upon learning of this, Kaku was incensed. 30 ninjas had set out, yet only half returned. When the third Hokage became aware, he immediately penned a letter to the Hidden Rock village, demanding to know the rationale behind Naka's actions. Was he seeking to instigate war? Upon hearing of Byakuya's selfless act to attract the enemy, leaving only traces at the edge of a cliff with his body missing, the third Hokage could not help but feel a profound sorrow. With a heavy heart, he sighed inwardly. Child, I have misjudged you. With such unwavering determination, how could you possibly harbor thoughts of betraying Konoha? You and your father are both heroes, and we must honor the fallen by arranging a grand funeral for them and inscribing their names upon the memorial stone. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, this burden naturally fell upon Dingzwa. As Dingzwa knocked on the door of the Hatake residence, his entire being trembled. His life had been traded for his Byakuya, and he was at a loss for how to address Kakashi. The door opened, revealing a masked Kakashi who inquired, "Ah, is that you, Uncle Dingzwa? What brings you here? Please, come in." Upon entering, Dingzwa immediately bowed to Kakashi and said, "I am deeply sorry, Kakashi. Your brother, Byakuya, fell in this mission while bravely drawing enemy fire to protect me and his 2 teammates. Forgive me, I could not safeguard him." Anticipating various reactions from Kakashi, Dingzwa had prepared himself to offer comfort. Yet he was taken aback when Kakashi simply smiled sorrowfully, murmuring, "How could this be? How could he follow in our father's footsteps? It is impossible. Byakuya was strong. He could not have perished so easily." His words echoed. White Fang chose his comrades on the battlefield. Surely, Byakuya could as well. Kakashi merely replied, "I understand," and offered no further words, instead gathering Byakuya's belongings and presenting them to Dingzwa. Throughout Konoha, the tale spread that the son of White Fang had saved his comrades at the cost of his own life. A month later, Kakashi resolved to lay him to rest alongside his father, using some of Byakuya's possessions to honor the poor child whose body remained unfound. Meanwhile, Byakuya's summoning cat, Xiaohei, upon hearing the news, merely glanced over, indifferent, and resumed its own business. As Byakuya's spirit animal, it sensed that he was alive and well, perhaps engaged in some mischief. Regardless, it was preoccupied with accumulating enough funds for explosive tags, awaiting the day of reckoning with the Uchiha clan's feline ninjas, ready to turn their world upside down. Yet, Xiaohei, being merely a cat, could not fathom that Byakuya's untimely demise would leave behind treasures in Konoha that others might covet, nor did it think to consult Kakashi about the matter. Meanwhile, Byakuya was thriving in a village within the Land of Rice, having taken refuge in an inn to freshen up after several days of roughing it in the wilderness. As the habit of gathering inspiration took hold, he found himself in a state of confusion, questioning the very essence of his existence. He felt that the village's hot spring was quite delightful, perfect for inspiration gathering. The system aligned with Byakuya's sentiments, leading him to perch upon the wall of the village's hot spring that evening. The scenery was indeed enchanting, yet a crooked inscription nearby made him feel somewhat nauseous. "Frog Sage visited here. The scenery is pleasant, but pales in comparison to Tsunade." The markings appeared aged, perhaps remnants from Jiraiya's youthful folly. Alas, had the ninja world possessed smartphones, Byakuya would have surely captured the moment to show the third Hokage, questioning the caliber of his esteemed pupil. After completing his artistic exploration, Byakuya returned to the inn, only to be met with the seductive sounds emanating from the neighboring cabaret. The cacophony of various instruments was nothing short of extraordinary. After all, it was here that Orochimaru later established the Village of Sound. Chapter 31. The Mountain Bandits assault in adherence to the spirit of leisure during his travels. Byakuya lingered in this village of the Land of Rice for 2 days. The following day, having concluded his artistic endeavors, Byakuya resolved to depart on the morrow. However, an unexpected group of intruders descended upon the village. "Listen well, folks. Hand over your wealth and women, and do so promptly. I shan't repeat myself," proclaimed one of the mounted bandits, brandishing a fearsome blade. Panic ensued among the villagers, for within the Land of Rice, they had seldom encountered the scourge of mountain bandits. The inhabitants, being mere commoners rather than shinobi, found themselves ill-equipped to defend against such threats. Their solitary stroke of fortune was that Byakuya happened to be present in the village. As he reminisced about the enchanting scenery, the alarming voices drew him outside, where he beheld the bandits, menacing and fierce, terrorizing the villagers. Please, noble bandits, spare us. We will give you all our provisions. Just do not take our lives," pleaded a man in his 30s. Yet, the bandit merely sneered, dispatching the man with a swift stroke that severed his head. "Did I permit you to speak? All that is required is for you to surrender what is valuable in your village, along with your women. Any defiance will lead to your demise," he growled, his eyes filled with malice. Witnessing such brutality, Baiyi felt compelled to intervene. One cannot simply stand by while the innocent suffer, especially when one possesses the means to assist. Is it truly acceptable for a pack of petty bandits to act with such arrogance? We are but common folk. Is it not preferable to live in peace? Life in the shinobi world is already fraught with difficulty. Why must you prey upon the vulnerable? If you have the audacity, why not challenge Konoha instead? Baiyi taunted calmly as he stepped forward. Who is this insolent fool? We cannot contend with ninjas, so we must rob the ordinary to survive, one of the bandits retorted, lunging at Baiyi with his blade. In the eyes of the bandits, ordinary people were exceedingly fragile. Even a mere tin could scarcely hope to overpower a lower-ranked ninja, relegated to the status of cannon fodder. Baiyi deftly evaded the strike, countering with a powerful punch that sent the bandit sprawling. The bandit leader, witnessing this, bellowed in fury, "A ninja, are you? Someone of your caliber could easily earn a handsome commission serving the daimyo. Why engage in such folly? Join my ranks, and I shall spare you." Baiyi merely smiled in silence and plunged into the fray, employing his instant movement to navigate through the throng, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. The leader hastily dismounted, revealing himself to be a rogue ninja, likely a defector from Takigakure. Wielding his enormous blade, he charged at Baiyi, declaring, "Do not be so arrogant, boy. I am a rogue ninja from Takigakure. This head of mine is worth 1,000,000. Under the pale light of the night." Baiyi effortlessly evaded the blade aimed at him, swiftly retrieving a shuriken from his ninja tool's pouch and taking the life of one foe with ease. "Do not underestimate the capabilities of a mere child," he remarked. The rogue ninja, now consumed by rage, flailed wildly with his katana, inadvertently injuring his own subordinates. Baiyi, however, remained silent, a faint smile playing on his lips. In the end, as Baiyi continued his relentless harvest, only the rogue ninja was left standing. A dramatic reversal of fortune unfolding. "You cannot kill me. There is treasure on the mountain. I can offer you riches." The rogue ninja's legs trembled, an unpleasant odor emanating from his trousers, the color of his fear palpable. "You plead for your life, yet can you spare that villager?" Baiyi retorted. "Who will show them mercy? Had I known it would come to this, why would I have bothered at all?" With that, Baiyi casually picked up a knife from the ground and severed the rogue's head from his body. The weak strike at the weaker, while the strong charge towards the stronger. "Old village chief, you must recruit some ninjas. The world is becoming increasingly perilous." He kicked the fallen head aside, offering his counsel to the village leader. For days, Baiyi had pondered his course of action. Should he refrain from disturbing the original narrative, lest his involvement lead to greater chaos in the ninja world, or should he strive to preserve Konoha's vital forces in anticipation of future dangers? Yet, one truth remained clear to Baiyi. He yearned for strength. Amidst the cheers of the populace, he departed from the land of rice, intending to traverse the land of iron en route to find Shuamao in the land of whirlpools. Along the way, Baiyi encountered a landscape starkly different from Konoha. In the land of iron, men adorned themselves with swords, as if he had returned to a realm of martial heroes. Moreover, the defenses of the land of iron were notably stringent, hinting at the presence of significant turmoil nearby. Surprisingly, in this flat expanse, Baiyi managed to procure a steed, a rarity in the ninja world where agility through the trees was commonplace. Embracing local customs, Baiyi acquired a suit of armor and a long sword. Mounting his horse and galloping towards the border, he faintly recalled that troubles might be brewing in the land of sand, and it was prudent to seek Shuamao without delay. Meanwhile, within Konoha, Danzo once again visited the Hokage's office under the cover of night, accompanied by 2 advisors, to speak with Sarutobi Hiruzen. The topic of discussion was the fate of the numerous retail establishments Baiyi had left in the village. "This is utter nonsense. Baiyi has only just perished, and you speak of his assets as if they are already yours. Are you not concerned about alienating the great clans of Konoha with such brazen claims?" Sarutobi slammed his hand on the desk, his temper flaring. Yet, Danzo remained unfazed, presenting his premeditated rationale. With Baiyi's sacrifice, the Hatake clan is left with only young Kakashi, a mere child of 8. How could he possibly manage such a vast fortune? The wisest course would be for the village to oversee these assets until he comes of age. For Kakashi is undoubtedly talented. He would not forsake his brother's legacy, which would only hinder his own growth. Sarutobi continued to shake his head. Albeit with diminished vigor, it still won't do. I recall that Baiyi possesses a spirit cat, which manages his retail shop with remarkable order. Zuichin-shun interjected. That cat is currently embroiled in a conflict with the Uchiha clan's ninja cat. It likely won't survive for long. You might want to extend greetings to the Uchiha, lest it perish. I perceive that cat has a keen aptitude for business. You could borrow it from Kakashi to assist in managing the village's various assets. It would alleviate much of your burden. Sarutobi's interest was evidently piqued, and he began to deliberate with his advisory council regarding the feasibility of this proposition. Chapter 32. The Land of Whirlpools. Baiyi traversed the world with his sword, encircling the Land of Iron over the course of 3 days until he finally discovered a vessel capable of ferrying him from the Land of Iron to the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools. After exchanging his horse, blade, and armor for passage, he set forth on his journey. Throughout the voyage, he engaged the boatman in conversation about the current state of the Land of Whirlpools, which revealed the dire circumstances that had befallen it. Since the downfall of the Land of Whirlpools and the scattering of the Uzumaki clan, the ruins had become a haven for thieves and rogue ninjas, with some establishing bases and plundering fishermen via pirate ships, self-styling themselves as kings of the sea. Approximately a year and a half prior, a new faction had emerged, reigniting conflict among the previously delineated territories of thieves and rogue ninjas, plunging the entire island into turmoil. The boatman was quite loquacious, even inquiring about Baiyi's purpose in the Land of Whirlpools, eager to offer assistance. Baiyi chuckled amiably, merely stating that he could no longer thrive in the Land of Iron and was seeking refuge with relatives. As the boat reached the center of the sea, Baiyi finally sensed that he could utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to Shumo, causing him to grin widely. At that moment, the boatman halted the vessel and returned Baiyi's smile. Young man, since you seek refuge with relatives, you must possess some wealth. Hand it over, or I shall send you to the depths of the ocean. Observing the glint of the boatman's blade, Baiyi's amusement only deepened. Tell me, boatman, once I relinquish my wealth, do you not think I shall meet my demise even sooner? The boatman grew increasingly irate. What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry and hand it over, or I shall spare your life. Baiyi refrained from further banter, producing a kunai and swiftly piercing 2 large holes in the bottom of the boat. The boatman felt a pang of dread at the sight of the kunai, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. Are you out of your mind? If the boat sinks, we shall both perish. Even if you are a ninja, you cannot survive in this vast ocean. Hurry and patch the holes. I shall waive your payment. Baiyi chuckled darkly. That simply won't do. I can create 2 more holes as a form of fare. With a swift motion, he made 2 more gaping breaches, causing the vessel to descend rapidly. In the midst of the boatman's despairing gaze, Baiyi vanished in an instant. In the Land of Whirlpools, within a humble dwelling, Baiyi suddenly emerged, breathless, from a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. His chakra reserves were still insufficient. Such a short distance had nearly depleted his energy. However, that was a matter for another time. It had been nearly 2 years since he last saw Shumo, and he truly missed him. Feeling the familiar chakra fluctuations behind him, Baiyi instantly perked up. Hello, Shuomao. It's been 2 years. Have you missed me? I've become a nin. Turning around, Baiyi froze in place, his face flushing crimson, words caught in his throat. I apologize for the interruption. Please, continue. I'll take my leave. In an instant, Baiyi fled the scene as if escaping a disaster. Goodness, I wonder how Kakashi will react upon discovering he has a brother or sister now. After nearly 10 minutes of sitting outside in meditation, Baiyi finally saw the hesitant Shuomao poking his head out from the room, offering an awkward grin. What's the matter? Are you in such high spirits seeing the ocean? Or do you think Kakashi is beyond saving and are planning to establish a small faction? Although Shuomao didn't fully grasp the jest, he understood Baiyi was teasing him. She is a remnant of the Uzumaki clan who has settled here. Named Uzumaki Lina. I came to rescue her. Baiyi's expression turned playful as he chuckled. No need for explanations. You didn't introduce her in any of the letters you've sent over the past 2 years. It doesn't bother me at all. I was in a rush this time and didn't prepare a gift, but I shall make it up to you next time. The two engaged in conversation for a while, gradually dissipating the initial awkwardness while exchanging valuable information. After arriving, Shuo Mao discovered many remnants of the Uzumaki clan, persecuted by various rogue ninjas and thieves, so he discreetly aided them, teaching some children ninjutsu, and slowly established his footing. However, due to a lack of resources, life had been challenging, making it difficult to exchange information with Bai Yi in a timely manner. As for Lena, they both tacitly agreed not to mention her. Originally intending to have a thorough discussion with Shuo Mao, Bai Yi found that after their exchange, the two fell back into an awkward silence. Suddenly, as Bai Yi tapped his toes against the ground, a note saved him. The village is rumored to believe you are dead. Danzo has set his sights on the retail stores and the Hatake family's assets, and it seems the third has also consented. Kakashi is in quite a dilemma. You need to return swiftly to take charge. Additionally, I've prepared 2,000 explosive tags, ready to obliterate that group of rogue ninjas' hideout in the coming days. The note bore 2 paw prints at the bottom, and Bai Yi instantly understood the situation, hastily replying and sending it back via reverse summoning technique. Well then, I shall take my leave. Don't dwell on me too much. Next time I come, I'll try to bring Kakashi along. That child has had his share of hardships. Seeing you thriving here puts my mind at ease. After a round of unremarkable pleasantries, Bai Yi's heart yearned for home, and with a swift flying thunder god technique, he transported himself back to the ship. Great. My chakra is nearly depleted again. Bai Yi felt disgruntled as he watched the ship's captain diligently repairing the vessel and bailing out water, only to throw a kunai, piercing 2 new holes into the ship. Greetings again, Captain. The captain, facing Bai Yi, felt as if he were staring at a demon, his heart sinking. In Konoha, at the Hatake family's morning hall, Bai Xiaohei formally met Kakashi for the first time and handed him the note. Is the information on this truly accurate? Kakashi, who had been as calm as a still pond, read the note and, overwhelmed with sorrow, questioned with tears streaming down his face. It is indeed true, Miao. I am the summoning cat of Bai Yi, and our connection has never been severed. He mentioned that he will return to Konoha within 2 days. Additionally, you may inform the 3rd Hokage that he has mastered the flying thunder god technique, Miao. Kakashi blinked in confusion. He had known Bai Xiaohei for many years and had never witnessed this cat speak. For a moment, he even forgot to weep. You can talk? Bai Xiaohei shot Kakashi a glare before turning on its paws and sauntering away, embodying the aloofness of a high-cold deity, unwilling to indulge the whims of mere humans. That night, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Kakashi before him, equally troubled by the news. The Medal of Honor had already been issued, the memorial service conducted, and the ceremonial grave prepared. Yet, Bai Yi was still alive. He had even learned the flying thunder god technique. While acquiring such mastery is commendable, had the lengthy meeting with the advisory council been for naught concerning the ownership of those shops? Even the notoriously taciturn Uchiha had been persuaded. All for the sake of Bai Yi's summoning cat, only for it to culminate in a mirage. The 3rd Hokage opened a drawer and swallowed a painkiller. After delivering the information, Kakashi took his leave, and Hiruzen exhaled deeply, reflecting that fate must unfold as it is destined. Just as he prepared to rest, a violent explosion echoed from afar, startling him. Suddenly, a member of the Umbu leaped in and reported, Lord Third. A severe explosion has occurred at the Uchiha clan's cat shrine. Upon investigation, it appears that only Bai Yi's summoning cat has recently purchased a significant quantity of explosive tags. The 3rd Hokage could no longer contain himself and swallowed the remaining painkillers whole. 3 days after receiving the message from Bai Xiaohei, Bai Yi finally returned to Konoha. Appearing at the village's gates, preoccupied with thoughts of his numerous prosperous shops, Bai Yi traversed through the flying thunder god technique and chakra recovery. Fortunately, he had previously concealed flying thunder god kunai in both the land of Iron and Konoha. Otherwise, he would have faced considerable difficulty. At the Konoha gates, 2ch Nin, upon seeing this travel-worn figure without a headband, adopted a defensive stance. No need to be alarmed. I am Hatake Bai Yi, just returned from the border. I lost my headband. The guards, as if encountering a ghost, exchanged startled glances. One hastily sprinting towards the Hokage tower, while the others stared at Bai Yi as if he were a treasure. Soon, the 3rd Hokage's Umbu arrived to inform Bai Yi to freshen up quickly before reporting to the Hokage tower. With time pressing, Bai Yi opted against returning home. In a flash of the flying thunder god technique, he appeared in the hidden chamber of his shop, eager to seek first-hand information from Bai Xiaohei. Miao, you have returned. Welcome, Miao. Bai Xiaohei greeted Bai Yi upon his arrival. Bai Yi, upon seeing the disheveled and somewhat puffy-faced Bai Xiaohei, was taken aback. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "Has that old scoundrel Danzo laid a hand on you? I shall confront the third Hokage to seek justice." Bai Xiaohei, appearing lazily unbothered, replied, "No, Miao. After Kakashi delivered the news of your survival to the third Hokage, the route operatives stationed near several shops have retreated." Bai Yi found himself somewhat at a loss, pondering whether he had inadvertently offended someone again. He inquired, "What exactly is going on?" Bai Xiaohei, licking its wound, replied, "Oh, it's nothing, Miao. A few days ago, I prepared 2,000 explosive tags, and on the day I was sending you a message, I blew up that group of cats' ancestral hall, Miao. Look at me. Aside from losing a bit of fur, I'm perfectly fine, Miao." Bai Yi covered his face, internally lamenting. It was over. That was the ancestral hall of the Uchiha clan. With the matter of Danzo unresolved, he had now offended the Uchiha, those infamous red-eyed warriors. Perhaps it was time to flee, as staying in Konoha seemed untenable. He decided to set these matters aside for later, and first took a refreshing bath. With a swift motion, Bai Yi returned to the Hatake household and enjoyed a thorough wash. The Flying Thunder God technique was indeed useful, though his chakra reserves were somewhat lacking. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, promptly expressed his condolences to Hatake Bai Yi. He commended Bai Yi for single-handedly confronting hundreds of rock shinobi, while subtly indicating that it was somewhat inappropriate for Bai Yi to have not contacted the village immediately after his escape. After a lengthy exchange of formalities, the third Hokage summoned the captain of the Uchiha security team to discuss the explosion incident that had occurred 3 days prior. Bai Yi was unaware of the name of the current Uchiha captain, and it was apparent that the newcomer had no intention of introducing himself. Upon seeing Bai Yi, he erupted in a furious shout, "Hatake Bai Yi, although you are a hero of Konoha, you have allowed your summoned cats to cause irreparable damage to our Uchiha ancestral hall. You must take responsibility for this. The Uchiha clan will pursue this matter to the end." The arrogant and self-important voice was deafening, causing Bai Yi to instinctively touch his ears. He silently regretted not paying closer attention to the earlier intelligence, which had led to such severe consequences. However, he could not afford to lose face in this situation. Thus, Bai Yi composed himself and replied, "Captain, I have just returned to Konoha today and was previously unaware of this incident. Perhaps you could return and investigate the situation in detail and provide me with specifics?" The Uchiha captain found Bai Yi's words somewhat reasonable, yet something felt amiss, leaving him momentarily speechless. Regaining his composure, he asserted, "Regardless, it is a fact that your cat blew up our ancestral hall, and you must take responsibility." Bai Yi retorted, "Who informed you that it was my summoned cat? Do you have evidence? Let the witness come forth and clarify. If it was indeed my summoned cat that caused the damage, I will take full responsibility." The Uchiha was immediately at a loss for words. The source of this information was Granny Cat, yet, given his position, he could not summon her. Just then, an orange ninja cat leapt through the window, greeting the third Hokage. "Good evening, Hokage-sama. I have come on behalf of Granny Cat to explain the situation." The orange cat then turned to Bai Yi and said, "Lord Bai Yi, please summon your summoned cat." Bai Yi sighed, realizing he had no choice. He performed the summoning technique to call forth Bai Xiaohei. Upon seeing the hairless Bai Xiaohei, the orange cat emitted several ambiguous meows, seemingly mocking it. Bai Xiaohei, still somewhat bewildered, was startled by the sound of a cat's meow and instantly bristled, arching his back and hissing a few times before finally spotting the orange cat. The two felines exchanged several meows, seemingly in a playful challenge or perhaps a quarrel. After a considerable time, it appeared that their communication had concluded. Bai Xiaohei waved goodbye to Bai Yi and dispelled his spiritual connection. The orange cat turned to Uchiha and remarked, "The elder feline has stated that conflicts among cats do not require human intervention. You may continue with your affairs, and we shall resolve our matters in due course." I have already conveyed this message to Bai Xiaohei. In future confrontations, there will be certain constraints to prevent similar incidents. As for the Uchiha shrine, no significant damage was incurred, and we will rebuild it in due time. With that, the cat gracefully leaped out the window, leaving the group in a state of stunned silence. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward as the captain of the Uchiha guard clasped his hands in respect towards the third Hokage before hastily departing. "Ahem, Lord Third. On my way back to Konoha, I noticed that the Land of Iron and several other nations are under martial law. It seems there is a problem brewing." On the journey home, Bai Yi pondered the significant events that might unfold in the ninja world, realizing there was only one. the assassination of the third Kazakage from Sunagakure, which appeared to be a catalyst for the Third Shinobi World War. Oh, pray elaborate. The third Hokage's interest was piqued as he sat up attentively. I do not possess all the details, but I have heard that Sunagakure has been quite active lately, dispatching individuals to the Land of Iron in search of something. What the third Hokage contemplated remained unknown to Bai Yi, but he was instructed to summon his advisory council, while Bai Yi was reassured and permitted to return home. Upon arriving home via the Flying Thunder God technique, Bai Yi discovered his spirit tablet situated in the secret chamber, placed in the lower left corner of Shuan Mao's, shrouded in black cloth, which was rather unsettling. Kakashi, hearing the commotion, approached and, upon seeing Bai Yi, managed to suppress the tears welling in his eyes. With a calm demeanor, he said, "You are still alive. I have left some food for you in the kitchen. Remember to eat. As for the issues regarding the Hatake family business, I am unable to resolve them, so you will need to handle it tomorrow. I shall retire now." Observing Kakashi, who bore the demeanor of a little adult, Bai Yi smiled and replied, "You have worked hard these past few days. I assure you, it will not be so in the future." Chapter 34. Sunagakure. The following morning, Bai Yi took control of the various retail stores in Konoha. To dissuade Danzo from monopolizing the retail outlets, he organized a promotional event on his first day back. To celebrate the reopening, any customer purchasing 5 superior items or more at the store would be eligible for the lucky spin wheel. The highest discount could reach as low as 10%, and even those with darker skin tones could enjoy an 85% discount. There was no risk in purchasing. Buyers would neither suffer losses nor be deceived. This series of official announcements ignited the villagers' enthusiasm, significantly enhancing Bai Yi's standing in their eyes and making it inconvenient for Danzo to act against him in the future. A steady stream of customers lined up, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that the threshold of the shop was nearly trampled underfoot. Various chaotic sounds reverberated in Bai Yi's mind. Turning his head, he indeed spotted a charming little girl not far away. She appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, her delicate face resembling a porcelain doll, with a figure that was surprisingly well developed for her age. It was no wonder they were so excited. If this little girl had white eyes, she would be an exact replica of the young princess. After marveling at her resemblance, Bai Yi maneuvered through the crowd and approached the girl, softly inquiring, "Little one, the queue ahead is quite long. Why not tell me what you like, and I shall help you purchase it?" How old are you to still call yourself brother? Uncle would be more appropriate, he thought, feeling slightly embarrassed. Although Bai Yi was only in his teens, the girl addressing him as brother posed no issue. However, due to his experiences from 2 lifetimes, he often emanated a mature aura. Thus, the voices within him frequently regarded him as an uncle. "Be quiet. I'm merely in my teens. Calling me brother is perfectly acceptable." Unable to contain his irritation, his hushed retort startled the girl, who was about to speak. Bai Yi quickly clarified, "I apologize, little one. I wasn't referring to you. If there's something you wish to buy, please tell me now." His tone was gentle, and the girl did not seem to mind. She pointed to the largest teddy bear on the shelf and then pulled out a thin green pouch. "Brother, I only want that bear and a few rubber bands. Can I enter the lottery?" Upon hearing her request, Bai Yi raised his eyebrows. Goodness, this little girl is quite clever. Using 4 of the cheapest rubber bands to make up the numbers and secure a discount on the bear, a strategy not typical of an ordinary child. Of course, according to the store's rules, customers could indeed do so. No problem. ISNT it written on the notice board. As long as you purchase 5 items in the store, you can participate in the lottery. Come along, brother will take you. With that, Bai Yi took the girl's hand and led her inside. Touch the face. Touch the face. The buttocks are fine too. The familiar voices chimed once more. This time, Bai Yi chose to ignore them. How can they not spare even a child? Do they have no decency? Suddenly, as Bai Yi was nearing the side entrance of the retail point, the bustling atmosphere abruptly ceased. Turning slowly, he found himself face to face with 3 individuals clad in white headscarves and long coats. Adorning their heads was a sandglass emblem, marking them as ninjas from the Wind Country. The trio strode directly into the retail store, causing the villagers in line to part ways. Observing their pallid faces, it was evident that the day-s shoppers were ordinary folk who could not afford to offend the ninjas from Sunagakure, especially under such ominous circumstances. Aware of this, the 3 individuals grew even more brazen, utterly disregarding the feelings of those around them. The protagonist had always looked down upon those who lacked manners. "Hey, you lot, halt," he commanded. "Since you've arrived in Konoha, you must adhere to our rules. Kindly form an orderly queue at the back. With a disdainful snort, Baiyi was met with the approving shouts of his fellow villagers. Indeed, this was Konoha. They were expected to follow the established order. It was clear that the village would not tolerate their unruliness. As someone stepped forward to voice their disdain, the crowd cheered on without tiring. The tall man leading the trio narrowed his gaze, an invisible pressure silencing the ordinary villagers. Who do you think you are to dictate my actions? He then shifted his focus to Baiyi. As for me, I am no one of consequence, merely the proprietor of this establishment. As a customer, you are obliged to respect our regulations if you wish to purchase anything, otherwise, you may leave. We do not welcome brutes here. Baiyi remained unfazed, projecting an air of nonchalance despite the presence of the Wind Country ninjas. Naturally, being labeled a brute vexed the tall ninja. To him, Baiyi appeared to be nothing more than an inexperienced child, easily subdued. Just as he readied himself to act, the other two restrained him on either side. This is Konoha. There are too many eyes here. We cannot engage in a conflict. Then, the most amiable of the trio stepped forward. Young man, this is our first visit to your shop, and we are unfamiliar with the customs here. Please bear with us, since you are the owner. I will be direct. Do you sell this item? As he spoke, a sand ninja tossed a small green stone towards Baiyi. Upon catching the object and examining it, Baiyi deduced it to be a magnet. This triggered a memory of a potential significant event in the ninja world. This particular item was a countermeasure against magnetic techniques. Could it be that the third Kazekage was already contemplating its implications? Baiyi's expression grew serious for a moment, but quickly returned to calm as he tossed the green stone back. This item is quite unique. I only have this one, and it likely isn't what you seek. He then retrieved several ordinary magnets from the shelf and tossed them towards the sand ninja, who shook his head in disappointment. This is not what we are looking for. Let us go. As the trio's figures faded into the distance, the villagers collectively exhaled in relief. While the atmosphere around them had begun to thaw, Baiyi's mind buzzed with thoughts. I am feeling quite irritable right now. You should summon them back for a beating, and I shall grant you red hair. Upon hearing this, Baiyi felt somewhat speechless. If his hair were to suddenly turn red, he would undoubtedly attract a myriad of troubles. Chapter 35. Gathering inspiration and transformation after a long day of labor in the shop. Baiyi was drenched in sweat and finally sought the comfort of a bath in the evening. Upon arriving at the entrance of the hot spring, he did not immediately pursue the task of gathering inspiration from the women's bath. Washing away the day's grime was his foremost desire. Plop. Refreshing. As Baiyi plunged into the water, he felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation. Nothing compares to the bliss of a hot bath after a long day's toil. Just as he surrendered himself to tranquility, bubbles began to rise before him, and suddenly, a white fluff emerged from the depths. Instinctively, Baiyi raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to the fluffy creature. Ah, you impudent Baiyi. I was merely jesting, and you struck my face. The white strands parted to reveal Jiraiya's somewhat weathered visage. Lord Jiraiya, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be at the women's bath at this hour? Baiyi's inquiry remained unfinished as Jiraiya swiftly covered his mouth. There are many eyes here. You mustn't speak carelessly. I was merely sacrificing for the sake of art. Yet your words have twisted its essence. Perhaps Jiraiya's actions were too swift, as the splashes from his palm inadvertently filled Baiyi's mouth with water. Annoyed, Baiyi shot a glare at his elder. After a series of coughs, Baiyi finally alleviated the discomfort in his throat. At that moment, Jiraiya began to elucidate the reason for his presence. Good things are worth the wait. Look over there. Tonight, we are in for a treat. Just think of the joy it brings. Jiraiya pointed to a nearby bulletin board while draping his arm over Baiyi's shoulder. Hot Spring Carnival Night, Swimwear Party, Model Contest, my heavens, all things I adore. Ahem. We mustn't let such a splendid opportunity pass us by. Let us savor the moment. I shall reward you with the water release, water severing wave. The renowned technique of the second Hokage, this reward sounded quite enticing, far superior to mere water dragon jutsu. Once unleashed, this ninjutsu could not be countered by mere mortal weapons. However, upon reflection, Baiyi pondered whether, with his current chakra reserves, he could truly execute such a technique. After all, a day of sightseeing had left him weary, and the thought of enduring the sight of 50 women in swimwear threatened to induce aesthetic fatigue. I shall not go, he responded quietly to the system, causing it to grow anxious. How about this? I will grant you a bloodline limit. How does the wind release sound? You do enjoy both lightning and water attributes, do you not? This skill is exceptionally flashy, and it requires only one card of chakra. 3 rewards at once. Surely, that must suffice. The latter 2 rewards were far more alluring than the first, and Bai Yi longed for a bloodline limit, especially one as appealing as Wind Release. Hence, their transaction was sealed in that moment. Unbeknownst to Jiraiya, who observed Bai Yi's dazed state in the pool, he assumed the youth was merely overwhelmed by the news. Have you finally come to your senses? Were you stunned by this revelation? Time is of the essence. We must prepare, lest we miss out on prime positions. With that, Jiraiya leaped from the pool in a manner befitting a frog, vanishing in the blink of an eye, shaking his head in resignation. Bai Yi activated his teleportation skill to follow closely behind. The 2 individuals found a secluded spot, exchanged glances at each other's forms, and simultaneously shut their eyes. With the transformation technique, a white mist enveloped the room. When they opened their eyes again, their appearances had dramatically changed. Jiraiya retained his white hair, his height and muscular physique unchanged, yet his form had transformed into that of a woman. Naturally, he observed himself in the mirror, confronted by a visage that was decidedly masculine. The esteemed Sannin was quite dissatisfied with this outcome. After all these years, his transformation technique remained inadequately honed. "Little Bei, let me see how you have transformed," he said, turning around with anticipation. "Why haven't you transformed?" Bei shrugged nonchalantly. "It's just a casual endeavor. I can simply perch on a wall and observe. Besides, cross-dressing is utterly out of the question for me. It's simply impossible in this lifetime. Come on, Jiraiya-sama, you go ahead. I'll just find a wall to rest on," Bei said dismissively. Jiraiya rolled his eyes, responding, "You are still too young, little Bei. You must understand that physical contact is also part of the experience, which could provide tremendous inspiration for my writing." Bei scoffed at this, remarking on how a writer who had yet to produce even a single romantic work after all these years could dare to seek inspiration. Leaning closer to Jiraiya, Bei quoted a classic saying from a past life. "Lolas have 3 virtues, a gentle voice, a delicate body, and are easily toppled." Jiraiya's eyes widened in fascination as he began to mutter this phrase to himself. "TCH, Jiraiya, do you want to hear the rest?" Bei's gaze was filled with disdain. Upon learning there was more to the phrase, Jiraiya nodded eagerly, casting a hopeful glance at Bei. "Mature women have 3 wonders," Bei teased. "Heh, Jiraiya, you old virgin. Go ask Lady Tsunade about it." With that, Bei vanished in an instant, transforming into a black cat and perched upon the wall. Jiraiya continued to ponder the recent conversation, and upon thinking of Tsunade, he sighed before turning to enter the women's hot spring. The self-proclaimed sage, Jiraiya, was halted at the entrance by several female guards who scrutinized him closely, nearly exposing his true form several times, for his appearance was strikingly masculine, akin to that of a top bodybuilder. After some effort, Bei finally caught sight of Jiraiya entering the women's hot spring. The alluring scene unfolded before him, stirring a rush of excitement within Jiraiya. Meanwhile, the black cat Bei, lounging on the wall, admired the spectacle of the swimsuit-clad beauties, reflecting on the distinct allure of seasoned ninjas compared to the enchanting vistas of his past life on the beach, each possessing their own unique charm. As he observed Jiraiya, who was shamelessly mingling among the women, Bei found amusement in offering critiques, finding the experience far from tedious. At some point, another black cat, Bai Xiaohong, appeared beside Bei. The 2 feline companions exchanged curious glances and meowed in acknowledgement. Bai Xiaohong then meowed again, indicating that something was amiss with a certain individual. Only then did Bei turn to focus on the peculiar figure within the hot spring. "Your chakra has detected the presence of other men nearby. They are truly shameless. Much like that white-haired creature. How absurd it is that only the officials are allowed to engage in such audacity, while the common folk are reprimanded. Why does this system not acknowledge its own lack of decorum? It too observes, while condemning others for their impertinence." Chapter 36. We are different at this moment. Bai Yi sensed the presence of 2 sand ninjas in the hot spring, who, like Jiraiya, had transformed into female attire and were lurking about. He felt compelled to expose them directly, rewarded with a high-level illusion. Upon reflection, Bai Yi realized he had not practiced many illusions, primarily because they consumed a considerable amount of chakra. Moreover, illusions hold little effectiveness against skilled opponents, such as the Uchiha clan or those possessing Sage Mode and Tailed Beast chakra. However, this principle only applies to ordinary illusions. High-level illusions are an entirely different matter. Thus, He found himself intrigued by the task issued by the system. Hey, Bai Xiaohei, could you assist me with a little task? I shall reward you with a month's supply of premium cat food. No, an entire year's worth. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Bai Xiaohei's eyes gleamed with interest. What is it, meow? Seeing that Bai Xiaohei did not decline, Bai Yi conjured a green vial. Apply the contents of this vial onto those 2 sand ninjas, and the cat food is yours. Quite simple, isn't it? For ninja cats, tracking is an essential skill. However, these clever creatures typically avoid getting too close to ninjas to prevent being beaten or killed. The 2 ninjas were currently engaged in a rather disgraceful act, making them particularly vigilant of their surroundings. As a ninja cat, Bai Xiaohei understood that venturing too close at this moment would likely result in a beating. Upon realizing Bai Ye's intention, it vanished without a trace, leaving behind a single remark. My identity is unsuitable. You are a cat now, handle this matter yourself. I shall forego the cat food, meow. Watching Bai Xiaohei flee like that, Bai Yi found himself somewhat speechless. Just then, a chattering voice echoed again. Hurry. Those 2 are becoming increasingly shameless. If you go now, I shall reward you with 0.5 chakra points. With that encouragement, Bai Yi, transformed into a black cat, leaped down from the beam. As he adhered closely to the wall, the surrounding people remained oblivious to his presence. Soon, the little black cat found itself before the 2 sand ninjas. Upon noticing him, the ninja disguised as a blonde woman shouted, What are you staring at? Get lost. With that, she hurled a bar of soap in his direction. The soap did not strike the little cat. Instead, it merely shivered, its long fur fluttering in the air before it dashed away swiftly. During this exchange, they remained unaware of anything amiss. Having departed from the vicinity of the 2 sand ninjas, Bai Yi maintained his guise as a black cat, quietly lying at the doorway, as if asleep. In reality, he was comprehending the utility of the new illusion. It must be said that high-level illusions possess unique attributes, no longer relegated to mere auxiliary tools in combat. Users can amplify their pain 100-fold and inflict it upon others through bodily stimulation or injury. Merely biting one's finger can render the victim in excruciating agony. A gentle reminder, I am quite sensitive to pain, so I advise against employing this technique frequently. Ah, how considerate you are of your own well-being. Yet, I shall employ it regardless, and make you suffer, so you may think twice in the future. Bai Yi threatened the system, when suddenly, a cacophony of screams erupted from the female hot spring. Ah, you filthy rogue, get out of here. Following this, 2 sand shinobi, their faces obscured by white cloths, rushed out, scratching themselves as they fled. What the hell is happening? Why is my body itching so terribly? The 2 quickly escaped. But Bai Yi was on the verge of pursuing them when a large hand grasped her petite frame. Turning around, she found herself face to face with Jiraiya, having reverted to his original form. Master Jiraiya, how did you emerge from there? Upon hearing her, Jiraiya huffed in annoyance. It's all due to those 2 rascals. I merely approached them to shake hands, and suddenly, my body became unbearably itchy, causing our transformation jutsu to fail. Let us not discuss this further. We must leave at once. Otherwise, those girls will surely kill us. Jiraiya recounted the incident with such seriousness that Bai Yi nearly burst into laughter. How amusing it was that Jiraiya, also a notorious lecher, had fallen victim this time. 3 figures dashed through the village of Konoha. Indeed, the physical prowess of ninjas is formidable. Both Sand Shinobi and Jiraiya managed to evade their pursuers. Once they reached a place of safety, Bai Yi could finally revert to her original form. Observing Jiraiya panting heavily, she couldn't resist teasing him. Yes, it's all their fault. Had they not appeared, Master Jiraiya's plan would have succeeded. We must not let them escape. As she spoke of the incident, Jiraiya's breath grew heavier, and his expression darkened. Indeed, we cannot allow them to evade justice. The Sand Shinobi do not wander Konoha without purpose. Something significant must be afoot. They exchanged knowing glances, their forms dissipating simultaneously. In a modest inn on the outskirts of Konoha, the 2 Sand Shinobi sat on the bed, panting heavily. At long last, we've made it back. Thank goodness it's late. Otherwise, we would have been in deep trouble. By the way, did you notice that there was another person behind us when we fled? I feel he looked quite familiar, perhaps a notable figure from Konoha. The slightly plump Sand Shinobi inquired, while his companion fell into deep thought. After a brief moment, he finally recalled the identity of the individual. It was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. It must be him, there is no mistaking it. According to records of Konoha, He is known for his voyeuristic tendencies. We must quickly inform our brother. Both rose simultaneously, preparing to head toward the door. Suddenly, a foul odor pervaded the room, and their feet became ensnared in a mass of decaying flesh. Summoning technique, toad flesh wall. How can you speak of me in such a manner? I am not a voyeur. I simply dedicate myself to the pursuit of art. We are not the same. As the sound descended, an engorged mass materialized before the two sand shinobi. At the moment of the explosion, Baiyi and Jiraiya appeared before them. Jiraiya, having fled so far, how did you manage to catch up? In response to the inquiry, Jiraiya gestured towards Baiyi. When it comes to tracking, I cannot rival this young man. Baiyi, why don't you share how you managed to find them? Hearing Jiraiya's words, Baiyi smiled faintly and pointed to one of the sand shinobi's wrists. I simply utilized the flying thunder god technique. You two were moving too swiftly earlier and did not notice that a small black cat had scratched your wrist. Upon mentioning this, both sand shinobi shuddered simultaneously. That little black cat was you. Chapter 37. The Death of the Wind Shadow, reflecting on their encounter with the little black cat. The doubts in their hearts were finally dispelled. It turned out they had been targeted from the very beginning. Now, this young man had even brought along Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Aware of their lack of escape options, the two of them chose to cooperate. What do you intend to do? To be frank, we are both subordinates of the Third Wind Shadow. If we perish here, it would ignite a conflict between the two great nations, a consequence you cannot bear. As they spoke, Jiraiya's expression grew serious. Just as they had indicated, if they truly were subordinates of the Third Wind Shadow, their demise here would indeed create significant trouble. In contrast, Baiyi's youthful visage bore a hint of mockery upon hearing the mention of the Third Wind Shadow. The Third Wind Shadow. Resurrecting a deceased individual as a shield. Your reasoning is rather unique. Baiyi's words caused the atmosphere to solidify. Even Jiraiya could no longer maintain his composure. Little Baiyi, such statements should not be made lightly. How can you be certain that the Third Wind Shadow has already perished? Baiyi refrained from revealing his ability to foresee the future. Even if he did, no one would believe him. In this critical moment, he could only rely on tangible evidence. Subsequently, he approached the two sand shinobi, rummaging through their pockets until he retrieved a bluish magnet, which he tossed to Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, what do you suppose this item is for? As Jiraiya examined the stones, observing their mutual repulsion, he began to form a conclusion. This is a magnet. Indeed, it is a magnet, specifically designed to counteract the Third Wind Shadow. With such a multitude of sand shinobi dispatched to seek out magnets, it was undoubtedly in pursuit of the Third Wind Shadow's whereabouts. The revelation of the magnet's purpose, coupled with Baiyi's logical deductions, caused the two trapped individuals to break into a cold sweat. Who exactly was this young man? And how did he possess such comprehensive knowledge of the Wind Country's top secrets? In response, the two could only resort to insults to alleviate their tension while awaiting their elder brother's rescue. You little brat, what do you know? Stop spouting nonsense. Our Third Wind Shadow is alive and well. If you know what's good for you, release us quickly, or even with Jiraiya as protection. Neither the Sand Village nor the Wind Country will spare you. The cacophony of insults grew increasingly unbearable, prompting Jiraiya to silence them. Yet, before he could act, Baiyi intervened. If you two wish to resort to insults as a means to ease your anxiety, I can comprehend that. However, if you are merely biding your time for rescue, I must inform you that such hope is futile. Your elder brother has departed from this world. With that, Baiyi stamped his foot upon the toad's flesh, summoning the squad leader with whom he had previously crossed paths. At that moment, a deep crimson mark marred the leader's neck, perfectly corresponding to the bloodied kunai in Baiyi's hand. Witnessing this scene, the two sand shinobi were rendered speechless, unable to fathom the reality before them. This is impossible. Our brother was a distinguished Nin of the village. How could you have slain him? After uttering this, they turned their gaze towards Jiraiya, no longer doubting Baiyi's words. As one of the legendary Sannin, it was indeed trivial for him to dispatch a special Nin. Seemingly aware of their thoughts, Jiraiya let out a soft sigh. Do not be mistaken, it was he who killed your brother. I had no part in this. Their eyes shifted back to Baiyi, reflecting profound terror. To easily eliminate a special Nin at such a tender age, what manner of monster was he? Baiyi paid little heed to their reactions. The dawn was breaking, and the interrogation needed to commence swiftly. Otherwise, should Root's agents discover this, the situation would become dire. Moreover, Baiyi was eager to test his new abilities. I shall grant you one final opportunity to reveal the truth, Otherwise, you shall experience the depths of human purgatory." As he spoke, Bai pressed the kunai against his palm. The two Sand brothers found themselves cornered. Whether they spoke or remained silent, a favorable outcome seemed unattainable. Choosing the latter, they reasoned that at least they would be remembered by their homeland, rather than branded as traitors. "You shall not extract any information from us." Upon hearing their defiance, Bai offered a cold smile before slicing through flesh with the kunai. At that moment, the system within him began to protest. "What are you doing? This is forbidden. Do you intend to inflict pain upon me?" "Ah, it hurts, you." Observing Bai's self-inflicted torment, the brothers were perplexed. Was he mad? Yet, it did not take long for them to grasp Bai's true intention. The empathic illusion technique activated in that instant. The agony of his palm being cut was magnified 100-fold and inflicted upon them. They felt as if countless silver needles pierced their hearts. A pain beyond the capacity of words to describe. Thud. Both men collapsed to their knees, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Not far away, Jiraiya noted the intricate connection among the three. His expression grew complicated as he regarded Bai. To achieve such a profound effect with so little cost, while maintaining his own clarity, what an exquisite illusion technique. What secrets lie within this young man? He must not fall under the gaze of Orochimaru. Otherwise, Jiraiya mused. Byakuya had already left a second blood mark upon his palm. If two Sand shinobi can endure the agony of 1,000 arrows piercing their hearts, can they withstand the torment of being dismembered? As anticipated, in the entire world of Hokage, only Obito possesses the fortitude to bear such suffering. The two individuals before him, having not yet faced Byakuya's true wrath, chose to surrender. "Please, no more torture. We shall speak," they pleaded. "The third Kazekage has indeed gone missing, and the shinobi of our Wind Country have been searching for him. This matter has lingered for quite some time, and alas, it appears he may be in grave peril." Although Jiraiya had mentally prepared himself, the reality of this news was still hard to fathom. How could the esteemed leader of the Wind Country, hailed as the strongest Kazekage in history, simply vanish? Who could be behind this? Yet, these concerns pale in comparison to the more pressing issue. The death of the third Kazekage would undoubtedly incite the Third Shinobi World War. Once this information becomes widely known, other nations will surely seize the opportunity to exploit the Wind Country's vulnerability. Byakuya smirked. Now that Jiraiya was aware of this news, the old man would also be informed. And Konoha should be able to prepare in advance. Chapter 38. Seizing the moment, little Byakuya. The news of the third Kazekage's disappearance holds significant weight. It is imperative to relay this matter to the old man promptly. Jiraiya, shedding his frivolous demeanor, took on a more serious air. This lecherous sage was rather dashing when earnest. "No, Lord Jiraiya, consider their identities. Do you truly believe the higher-ups in Konoha would trust the words of such individuals?" Byakuya's assessment was astute. To mobilize Konoha and even the Fire Country for preparations of war, it required more than just the third Hokage. Those advisors and feudal lords were crucial. Through investigation, Byakuya had confirmed that they were not the third Kazekage's guards. Their prior statements were mere fabrications to save their own skins. How could the upper echelons of Konoha believe the words of ordinary Nin? The impossibility of such a notion was evident. Nodding in agreement with Byakuya's analysis, Jiraiya conceded. "You are correct. To rally the entire Fire Country, even with my presence, it would be futile to persuade those feudal lords. Little Byakuya, this matter is of great importance. I know you possess a solution. Please do not keep me in suspense." Upon hearing this, Byakuya smiled faintly and whispered a few words into Jiraiya's ear. In the next moment, a glimmer sparkled in the eyes of the lecherous sage. "You wish for that fellow to assist. You truly have a knack for this. Rest assured, I shall accomplish the task." With that, Jiraiya vanished, accompanied by the frog flesh wall. At this juncture, the two Sand shinobi had succumbed to unconsciousness, and Byakuya intended to escort them to the third Hokage's residence, pondering what the old man might be occupied with at this moment. With a swift motion, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated, and all within the room disappeared. In the residence of the Sarutobi family, the third Hokage, beset by an urgent need, rose groggily from his bed, his eyes barely open. The sound of running water echoed in the washroom, gradually easing the tension etched on his aged face. "Good morning, Hokage-sama." A voice suddenly emerged from behind him, causing the water flow to cease abruptly and the weariness to vanish from his countenance. "Who goes there?" The third Hokage swiftly turned, a shuriken appearing in his palm. Calm down, old man. It's me, Byakuya. Upon recognizing Byakuya, the Hokage exhaled in relief. But his irritation surged as he recalled the earlier disturbance. You little rascal, what are you doing here at this hour, especially in my washroom? His voice reverberated through the room. Byakuya scratched his head and replied with a wry smile. I apologize, Hokage-sama, but I have urgent matters to report. Who else would rise so early? Perhaps I shouldn't have left your flying thunder god Kunai at home. The third Hokage grumbled internally, yet he began to contemplate the situation. Considering Byakuya's penchant for slumber, his early arrival must indicate something grave. Adopting a serious demeanor, the third Hokage invited Byakuya to the living room and personally poured 2 cups of tea. It seemed the old man bore no grudges. Now speak plainly. What is the matter? In response to the third Hokage's inquiry, Byakuya also grew solemn. With a snap of his fingers, 3 sand shinobi materialized in the Hokage's living room. Subsequently, Byakuya dispelled the illusion they were under. As the 2 sand shinobi regained their senses, they were startled to find themselves in the presence of the third Hokage, prompting them to cower in fear, attempting to flee, only to discover their bodies were unresponsive. Behave yourselves. Now, tell Hokage-sama about the situation in the Land of Wind. After enduring the torment of the illusion, the 2 sand shinobi appeared as if they had encountered demons from the abyss. Thus, they dared not delay and recounted the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of the third Kazekage. The Kazekage has vanished. When did this occur? Do not lie, or I shall hand you over to Danzo. The third Hokage regarded them with skepticism. Casting a sidelong glance at Byakuya, Hokage-sama, we would not speak lightly. Indeed, the third Kazekage has been missing for approximately 2 weeks. One of the younger sand shinobi hesitated to continue. Not far away, Byakuya tossed a green stone towards the old man. You two are truly cowardly. Do you fall silent in the presence of strength? Allow me to handle this. Hokage-sama, this is a repelling stone discovered on the battlefield, specifically designed to counter the third Kazekage. I believe this is a premeditated murder. As the third Hokage examined the small stone closely, a grave expression settled upon his face. At that moment, a sound from the glass window announced the arrival of a figure wearing a mask. Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama requests your presence in the Hokage office. Nodding gently, the third Hokage cast a look of surprise towards Byakuya. You have informed Danzo of this matter as well? Upon hearing this, Byakuya did not rush to respond, instead finishing the tea in his cup. Of course, Danzo, a man of great responsibility towards the nation and its people, could not be kept in the dark about such matters. Let us depart. I shall transport you using the Flying Thunder God technique, and we shall arrive swiftly. At the mention of the Flying Thunder God, the elder's frustration surged. When he had initially received the kunai, he had been assured it would facilitate the assignment of tasks. Yet he had carelessly left it in the restroom, nearly causing an embarrassing incident. Byakuya's sudden appearance had indeed startled the elder, and it was likely that today's events would linger in his memory for some time. However, the elder had no time to dwell on such trivialities. It was imperative to address the matters concerning the third Kazekage first. Within the Hokage's office, aside from Danzo awaiting there, Orochimaru had also arrived, locking eyes with Jiraiya. Jiraiya, I heard you were discovered in the women's hot spring last night. After all these years, you still cannot shake that old habit, can you? Those days. Before Orochimaru could finish, Jiraiya interjected with indignation. Let me reiterate, I was merely dedicated to my art. Do you not understand the pursuit of inspiration? Once my paradise of affection is fully released, you will comprehend. And please, refrain from bringing up the past. You were not entirely innocent either. At this mention, a fleeting impulse to strike Jiraiya surged within Orochimaru. Back in their youth, Jiraiya had dragged him to witness Tsunade bathing, a moment that had imparted upon Orochimaru a profound understanding of extraordinary strength. Their bickering seemed unceasing, until Danzo finally interjected with a low, commanding voice. Gentlemen, might I suggest we maintain some decorum? As his voice faded, 2 figures materialized before the Hokage's desk, Byakuya and the third Hokage, standing on either side. Oh, everyone is present. Good morning to all. I apologize for arriving so early without breakfast. Danzo instinctively turned his head away, displeased with Byakuya's presence, while Orochimaru greeted him with a nod. Ah, Byakuya-kun, you are indeed becoming increasingly formidable, Orochimaru remarked, extending his long tongue to lick his lips. This insufferable creature is truly exasperating. I should command you to slap him, rewarding you with lightning release armor. The system's voice went unheeded by Byakuya. The notion of striking Orochimaru was utterly absurd. Setting aside whether he could best this legendary Sannin, the mere act of offending Danzo, the leader of the Root, would be exceedingly problematic. Danzo, you are aware of the recent events, I presume? Share your thoughts with me, the third Hokage said slowly as he settled into his chair. Byakuya lit his pipe for him and stood by attentively. In such matters, it is better to err on the side of caution. Regardless of whether the Kazekage is truly missing, it is evident that significant turmoil has befallen the Land of Wind. These are highly classified documents from Root, Sarutobi. Take a good look. With that, Danzo tossed a black folder toward the third Hokage. Byakuya observed the old man's expression through the corner of his eye. Ever since he took the folder, the aged visage had lost its former grace. After a prolonged silence, the third Hokage closed the folder and inhaled deeply from his pipe. You are correct. Significant events have transpired in the Land of Wind, and it seems that the entire ninja world is on the brink of turmoil. What are you waiting for? Expedite the preparations for war in the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon hearing Danzo's words, the third Hokage shook his head with a sense of helplessness. Danzo, you must understand that this matter is far-reaching, and I alone cannot make a decision. I will convene a meeting shortly to gauge the stances of the daimyo and advisors. Let us proceed in this manner for now. Await my summons for the meeting. At this declaration, Danzo's expression darkened, and he slammed both hands on the Hokage's desk. Hiruzen, you are the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, possessing ample authority to make such decisions. The current ninja world is already in turmoil. We must prepare for war. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, prompting Jiraiya to instinctively position himself beside the third Hokage, while Orochimaru took his place on the opposite side. Ha ha ha, my esteemed lords, let us not quarrel. If even you two cannot unite, what future remains for the Hidden Leaf? I happen to have a strategy that you might consider. Byakuya stepped forward as a mediator, instantly dissolving the stalemate in the Hokage's office. At that moment, 4 pairs of eyes turned toward him. This is the Hokage's office. Refrain from speaking recklessly, or I shall have you expelled. Danzo's voice echoed in Byakuya's ears, laced with evident hostility. At this juncture, Jiraiya was the first to intercede on Byakuya's behalf. This young lad is full of clever ideas. Let him speak. Little Byakuya, do share your thoughts. I am listening. Seeing Jiraiya stand up for him, Byakuya nodded appreciatively, then turned to the third Hokage. Upon receiving acknowledgement, he began to speak. Byakuya retrieved a world map from his pocket and spread it across the desk, pointing to the Land of Lightning. The third Wind Shadow is deceased. The entire Land of Wind will undoubtedly descend into chaos, and at that moment, the most ambitious nation, the Land of Lightning, will surely be the first to act. I assert that they will be the initial aggressors. Hearing Byakuya's explanation, the attendees were left perplexed, with Danzo expressing his indignation. You insolent boy, are you weaving tales? The Land of Lightning is quite distant from the Land of Wind. How could they strike first? The mere logistics of travel would exhaust them significantly. Do you presume us to be children easily deceived? Indeed, for the Land of Lightning to launch an offensive against the Land of Wind, they would need to traverse multiple obstacles. However, Danzo overlooked a crucial factor. Other ambitious powers exist beyond just the Land of Lightning. Its neighbor, the Land of Earth, is among them. Should the two forge an alliance, Byakuya's prophecy would undoubtedly come to fruition. The Third Great Ninja War originated from the major nations' ambitions to annex and subjugate the smaller surrounding nations, seizing their lands and resources. Yet, in comparison to these smaller nations, the annihilation of a larger nation would yield far greater resources. Lord Danzo, when shall you temper your impatient demeanor? I have yet to finish my statement, and your rudeness is rather unbecoming. As these words escaped, Danzo's countenance grew increasingly grim. Within the entirety of Konoha, he stood as a figure of authority, a position second to none, and now, to be chastised by a mere child was a profound humiliation. However, with the third Hokage backing Byakuya, he refrained from retaliating, merely emitting a cold huff. Esteemed colleagues, what level of strength is requisite to conquer a leaderless great nation? Though the Land of Lightning is formidable, it is not inclined to bear the brunt of a dying nation's desperate retaliation alone. If one were to seek an ally in this endeavor, who would be the most likely candidate? As he spoke, Byakuya's hand rested upon the map of the Land of Earth. Upon observing the marked routes on the map, several prominent figures paused, their expressions shifting as they comprehended the implications of Byakuya's words. Nonetheless, while this analysis bore merit, persuading the upper echelons of Konoha would necessitate concrete evidence. Thus, Byakuya's strategy proved particularly effective, albeit it seemed somewhat whimsical. Gentlemen, you might wager with the other high-ranking officials. Should the land of lightning be the first to assault the land of wind, they must consent to preparations for war. As for whether they would accept such a wager, there was little cause for concern. Many among the upper ranks wished to avoid conflict, and, considering the dignity of the two gentlemen, would naturally acquiesce to what appeared to be an improbable bet. On this occasion, Danzo refrained from hastily countering Byakuya. Instead, after a prolonged silence, tacitly approved the plan before departing with Orochimaru from the Hokage's office. Subsequently, Jiraiya and Byakuya chose not to disturb the third Hokage further, as the elder gentleman had much on his plate. As they traversed the narrow alleys of Konoha, Jiraiya gazed at Byakuya with admiration. Little Byakuya, it seems you have deciphered the thoughts of all the high-ranking officials. Truly remarkable. Pray, tell me honestly, have you employed transformation jutsu to maintain your youthful guise? As he spoke, he playfully pinched Byakuya's cheeks, rubbing them incessantly, which stirred noticeable irritation within the system. This face utterly detests this fellow. Teach him a lesson, and I shall reward you with 0.5 chakra. The body shall also reward you with 0.5 chakra. No, make that 0.6. Thus, Byakuya found himself in this playful predicament. While chastisement was not feasible, distraction was certainly an option. Lord Jiraiya, last night, I stumbled upon a quaint eatery beside the women's hot springs. It was quite crowded. Shall we venture there to sample their offerings? Chapter 40. Training, daily fieldwork task completed. Reward, 0.1 chakra. Upon completing the task, Byakuya secured a table at the newly opened restaurant, while Jiraiya remained dedicated to his artistic pursuits. They agreed that once the dishes arrived, Jiraiya would join him. Given that this establishment was freshly inaugurated, the waiting time was considerable. Thus, Byakuya occupied a spot in line, granting Jiraiya additional opportunities for inspiration. To express his gratitude, he naturally took it upon himself to pay for the meal. Thus, Byakuya immediately ordered a lavish spread, determined to make this fellow part with his money. My apologies for the wait. Here are your dishes: tuna sushi, teppanyaki beef, and steamed lobster. The waitress meticulously introduced the offerings. At that moment, Byakuya signaled to Jiraiya. Upon entering, he was greeted by a table overflowing with food. You little rascal, I told you to order freely, but you needn't have gone to such extremes, Jiraiya remarked, to which Byakuya merely smiled, an unspoken understanding hanging in the air. At that instant, Jiraiya felt his heart bleed. He wished he could retract his earlier words, and even entertained the thought of skipping out on the bill. However, the prospect of enduring the incessant nagging from the young one made him relent and take a seat. Byakuya, you ordered all this. You must finish every morsel. Not a grain of rice should be left. Otherwise, do not expect me to foot the bill. Wasting food is a disgrace. Byakuya, being a somewhat slender youth, could hardly consume such a feast, making his excuse to dodge the bill all the more fitting. Very well, Lord Jiraiya, I happen to be quite hungry. Since you insist, I shall not hold back. With a mischievous grin, Byakuya seized the steamed lobster in one hand while his other hand swiftly marked the other dishes, then proceeded to devour the meal without regard for decorum. Time passed, and before Jiraiya could even begin, Byakuya had consumed everything on the table, leaving not a single grain behind. I am full. My gratitude for your generous hospitality, but if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Before his words had fully dissipated, Byakuya vanished into the distance, leaving Jiraiya alone at the table. His abrupt departure caught the attention of the restaurant staff. They gathered around, concerned about the substantial amount of food consumed. If he had absconded without paying, it would be a significant loss for the establishment. Jiraiya, lacking the ability to teleport, had no choice but to retrieve his wallet in full view of the onlookers. How much is it? Please stop looking at me like that. I shall not flee. While true that he would not escape, it did not imply he possessed sufficient funds. After producing all his cash, he realized he could only cover half the bill. Just then, a few women's voices broke through from the side. That white-haired man is the lecher from the hot spring last night. Indeed, that's him. He got away yesterday. We must not let him slip through our fingers today. In the eyes of the ninja, Jiraiya was a renowned figure among the three ninjas, yet to ordinary people, he appeared to be nothing more than a notorious lecher. Consequently, they held no reverence for him, and Jiraiya was escorted to the Konoha police station. Upon returning home, Byakuya found Kakashi engaged in the most fundamental physical training. Kakashi, look what delightful treats I've brought you. The enticing aroma wafted through the Hatake household, drawing Kakashi's attention. In reality, Baiyi had not consumed as much as it appeared. A portion of the food had been discreetly transported away using his teleportation technique, leaving only empty plates to tally the bill. In other words, Jiraiya has invited the two brothers this time. The newly opened establishment? Kakashi received the food from Bei, his expression remaining somber. Indeed, this was a gift from Lord Jiraiya, who treated me to a meal just earlier. Oh, Kakashi's response was rather indifferent, leaving Bei somewhat speechless. After all, this was a culinary delight, and could he not display a hint of enthusiasm? After satiating his hunger, the two ventured into the courtyard, where Kakashi had recently refined his swordsmanship and thought it an opportune moment to impart a technique to Kakashi. With a flourish, a short blade materialized in Bei's hand before gracefully landing in Kakashi's grasp. Kakashi, how formidable do you believe the penetrating power of this blade to be? Upon hearing Bei's inquiry, Kakashi's gaze sharpened, his focus locking onto a tree behind him. He swiftly dashed towards the trunk, the blade plunging directly into it with an exquisite fluidity. Wood and earth should suffice, but penetrating rock and iron would be an entirely different matter. Having conducted a personal test, Kakashi developed an understanding of the blade, offering a fair assessment. Indeed, it was an ordinary knife, with limited hardness, making it a challenge to pierce iron. Bei, upon hearing this, smiled and shook his head. You speak truthfully. However, in my hands, this blade can pierce anything, even the most formidable shield. Do you believe that? The claim of penetrating the strongest shield seemed somewhat exaggerated. After all, could an ordinary knife truly breach the most resilient armor? Kakashi rolled his eyes at Bei, clearly skeptical of this assertion. As the saying goes, experimentation is the sole criterion for truth. No amount of discourse would be as convincing as a demonstration. Subsequently, Bei used the Flying Thunder God technique to visit the iron shop and purchased the finest shield to bring home, suspending it from the great tree in the courtyard. You little rascal, observe closely. This is the true power of this blade. With that, Bei mimicked Kakashi's stance, the only difference being that he gathered a swirling chakra as he ran. With a low exclamation, the shield hanging from the tree was pierced. Witnessing this spectacle, Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief, pondering how this blade could possibly penetrate the shield. Little brother, did you see that? I did not deceive you. This blade is indeed that formidable. At this moment, Kakashi fell into deep contemplation, and after a lengthy pause, he uttered something that surprised Bei. You infused chakra just now. Upon hearing this, Bei could not help but marvel at the boy's talent. He had merely coated the tip of the blade with chakra, a subtle process. Yet Kakashi had discerned it. Well done, you are quite perceptive. I shall reluctantly teach you, then. In truth, there are multiple methods to infuse chakra into a weapon. The most common approach is to merge chakra with the weapon, while this undeniably enhances the weapon's strength. It also results in a loss of the weapon's properties and a waste of chakra. We can entirely shift our perspective and focus our chakra solely on the areas that require its enhancement. This will yield significantly different results. Chapter 41. The prophetic emperor having acquired a new method from Baiyi, Kakashi immediately commenced his experimentation, tirelessly from dawn till dusk, under Baiyi's vigilant supervision and guidance. This young man exhibited remarkable progress, grasping the essence of the technique by nightfall. He had pierced the shield on the great tree thrice, with a pile of shattered ninja blades lying beside him. These were the fruits of today's training, and as the instructor, Baiyi expressed great satisfaction. Once the training concluded, Kakashi succumbed to exhaustion and fainted, prompting Baiyi to carry him to bed. Observing this stoic young man, Baiyi let out a soft sigh. How wonderful it would be if you could smile more often. Beep, your chakra senses an approaching presence. Who could it be? Baiyi grasped his short blade and peered intently out the window. At that moment, a man wearing a cat-faced mask appeared at the window's edge. Baiyi, Lord, Third Hokage urgently requests your presence. Please accompany me to the Hokage's office. Baiyi was not taken aback by the sudden visit from the Yambu. He vanished from his position and reappeared in the Hokage's office. Ah, everyone is here. Just as he intended to greet the third Hokage, he noticed that the senior officials of Konoha were present. The second Hokage's two disciples, Nara Shikamaru and Mido Mon, were seated to the left of the third Hokage, while Danzo occupied the right. Next time you enter, do knock first. All the adults are present, so please observe some decorum, the third Hokage admonished Baiyi, after which no one else felt the need to comment. Understood, Lord Third Hokage. My earlier intrusion was presumptuous. I apologize to you all and assure you it will not recur. By the way, esteemed adults, I am curious as to why you have gathered here at such a late hour and summoned me. The expressions of the high-ranking officials grew grave, and Bai Yi, aware of the morning's meeting, realized this was a rhetorical question. Very well, Bai Yi, no more beating around the bush. This afternoon, our intelligence department received the latest news. The Cloud Shinobi Army has traversed the borders of the Land of Earth and executed an incursion into the Land of Wind. Your prophecy has come true. The third Hokage's voice grew particularly somber as he concluded. Were Bai Yi not a part of Konoha, he would undoubtedly suspect a connection between this young man and the masterminds behind the scenes. After all, Bai Yi's predictions had proven to be eerily accurate. Oh, is that so? I merely stumbled upon a fortunate guess earlier. Please do not take it seriously, esteemed adults. I am just an ordinary ninja and lack the qualifications to partake in the village's military and political meetings. Such matters are confidential, and I shall refrain from eavesdropping here. As he spoke, Bai Yi prepared to exit. At that moment, Danzo's penetrating gaze suddenly intensified, a chilling aura surging toward Bai Yi's back. Stop the pretense. The advisors and I wish to hear your thoughts. Take a seat in the back. Tuanzong harbored a profound disdain for Bai Yi. Were it not for the events of this morning, this junior would hardly merit a seat at the same table as him. Presently, Bai Yi feigned modesty. Yet Tuanzong perceived this as mere theatrics. Issuing warnings seemed imperative. Who are you trying to impress with that perpetual scowl? The one I least respect is you. With such feeble strength, pretending to be profound. Just go confront him. I shall activate my Sharingan without hesitation. No, I shall directly unleash my Manjiki Sharingan and incinerate this fool with Amaterasu. Indeed, he relished the chaos, brazenly activating his Manjiki before Tuanzong. Was the tragedy of the Uchiha clan not enough? Bai Yi was not foolish. Given Tuanzang's position, it was not the opportune moment to offend such a significant figure. Turning around, he noticed a small wooden stool positioned near the entrance, evidently prepared by Tuanzong for himself. Bai Yi paid it no mind. After all, as a junior, he was expected to exhibit the demeanor befitting his status. Bai Yi, do you have anything to say regarding the situation at the front lines? Upon Bai Yi settling into his seat, the third Hokage was the first to speak, his murky eyes revealing a hint of urgency. With the third Kazekage missing, internal strife was inevitable within the Land of Wind. The spies from various nations would undoubtedly come into play at this juncture. The Land of Lightning, possessing great power and ambition, could present an opportunity for those who felt their nation was on the brink of collapse. Such individuals could easily betray their own Land of Wind to gain favor from the Land of Lightning. In my estimation, amidst these internal and external tribulations, the defenses of the Land of Wind would soon crumble, leading to the complete suppression of Sunagakure, while Kumogakure and Iwagakure would have the chance to establish a second front. These two nations have long cast covetous glances at our Land of Fire. Once they subdue the Land of Wind, it is highly probable they will swiftly seize a smaller nation as a base from which to wage an all-out war against us. As he spoke, Bai Yi strolled to the world map behind the Hokage, contemplating deeply before placing his finger on the territory of the Land of Grass. The Land of Grass is nestled between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire, with a sparse population of ninjas and minimal combat capability. If the forces from the Land of Earth were to advance, the IWA ninja could easily conquer them. I believe this should serve as their launchpad for an assault on Konoha. Bai Yi's voice echoed within the room, prompting a flurry of discussions among Konoha's higher-ups. At this moment, the third Hokage and Tuanzong exchanged glances. Both had consistently advocated for early preparations for war, with Bai Yi providing such a reasonable analysis. It was imperative to take control of the high-level meeting. Bai Yi's reasoning was sound. The Land of Grass, with its unique terrain, features plains on the side adjacent to the Land of Earth, making it easy to conquer. The side closer to us, however, comprises hills. Should the forces from the Land of Earth seize the territory of the Land of Grass, our position would become precarious. Such a scenario must be anticipated. As Hokage, I hereby declare that Konoha village shall enter a state of war readiness, with all ninjas prohibited from taking leave and prepared to receive orders at any moment. Upon hearing the third Hokage's declaration, several high-ranking officials opposed to war wished to voice their opinions, but were immediately quelled by Tuanzang's formidable presence. We have suffered significant losses in our battles against the Rock Shinobi. These individuals must not be underestimated. I wholeheartedly support the third Hokage's stance that the entirety of Konoha must prepare for combat, if we wish to ensure the village's safety. This is the most prudent course of action. To argue further would be a display of stubbornness. For a moment, the Hokage's office fell into silence. As those opposed to war glanced nervously at Danzo, their hearts trembling. His tone was unmistakably threatening, as if to imply that any dissent would be met with reprimand or even obliteration, and those opposing him would be branded as obstinate. Thus, the assembly was swiftly dominated by the third Hokage and the leader, fulfilling Byakuya's aspirations. Chapter 42. Special Advisor Danzo's adamant stance became a pivotal element in deciding to prepare for war. Byakuya had wagered correctly. Despite his detestable nature, Danzo possessed clarity regarding national matters. Noticing several senior officials casting dubious glances in his direction, Byakuya prepared to discreetly depart. However, before he could take a step, the third Hokage's voice echoed through the room. Byakuya, do not be in haste to leave. I have not yet concluded my remarks. This time, due to your invaluable intelligence for Konoha, your contributions are undeniable. I have decided to appoint you as a special advisor to the village. From this day forth, you shall have the right to participate in high-level meetings of Konoha. Upon hearing this announcement, the high-ranking officials present fell into stunned silence, including Danzo. The third Hokage had not consulted him regarding this matter. After all, Byakuya was merely a child, and the audacity of involving such a youth in the village's upper echelons was remarkable. Danzo remained silent while the other officials vocally opposed the decision. Nearby, Byakuya observed quietly, Lord Third Hokage, the role of advisor is crucial to Konoha, and those capable of fulfilling this position are invariably individuals of great achievements. I do not dispute the child's strength, yet he has merely accomplished routine tasks, responsibilities expected of any Konoha ninja. What qualifications does he possess to bear such a weighty role? An elderly man with silver hair rose in indignation, with several other dissenters echoing his sentiments. Under the onslaught of criticism, it appeared increasingly difficult for the third Hokage to maintain his position. Mr. Raichuan, what do you believe constitutes a significant achievement? You just claimed that Byakuya completed only ordinary tasks. May I ask, are tasks that even elite jonin cannot accomplish deemed ordinary in your eyes? Or do you consider our village's elite jonin to be ordinary? Danzo interjected, his words hitting the mark, leaving Raichuan, who had previously been so vocal, at a loss for words. Then, Danzo continued, a war, whether for Konoha or the Land of Fire, will have far-reaching consequences. The intelligence Byakuya has provided may save countless lives in our village. This alone qualifies him for the advisor position. However, I must reiterate, he is indeed very young. Danzo's final words were laden with gravity, and the depth of his gaze instilled a hint of unease in Byakuya. Why was this man suddenly advocating for him? What were his true intentions? In his heart, Byakuya murmured to himself, and at that moment, the previously criticized third Hokage found his voice. I have contemplated Byakuya's age, which is why I established the position of special advisor. Unlike you all, Byakuya does not possess voting rights. He can only exercise the rights of observation and counsel. Furthermore, this position has a probationary period. Should Byakuya fail to demonstrate his capability to fulfill this role within a specified time frame, you may vote on his retention. With that said, do you have any objections? The two highest leaders of Konoha spoke in unison, and the other high-ranking officials, feeling that they were no match for the formidable duo, ceased their disputes. Subsequently, several high-ranking officials deliberated on matters of military preparedness, and as the special advisor, Byakuya had the right to remain and listen. However, he found little interest in these discussions, occasionally glancing out the window or fiddling with his nails. Just as he became lost in thought, Danzo unexpectedly redirected the conversation towards Byakuya. Rijan, I find Byakuya's assessment of the situation in the Land of Grass to be sound. I believe that while we prepare for war, we can afford to be bold and send a team of elite shinobi to the Land of Grass. This will serve to open up the situation in our favor and allow this elite unit to act as our secret weapon on the battlefield. Danzo's sudden inspiration received enthusiastic approval. This is an excellent idea. I will immediately inform Jiraiya, assigning him to lead the elite unit. As he spoke, the third Hokage prepared to summon a ninja cat to notify Jiraiya. However, the little creature barely took a few steps before Danzo firmly grasped it in his hand. Since this unit is to be our secret weapon, the leader must possess a temperament that is not overly flamboyant. Jiraiya's playful demeanor is not suitable. I believe the most fitting candidate is our special advisor here, However, due to his youth and relative inexperience, I can arrange for Orochimaru to accompany him for support. We can establish 2 captains, Orochimaru as the primary captain and Bai Yi as the vice captain and commander. Having just returned from his reverie, Bai Yi finally understood Danzo's intentions. No wonder this man had appointed him as a special advisor. It was all part of a scheme. With this new role, Bai Yi was no longer an ordinary ninja. He could no longer refuse missions based on rank. Consequently, even if the third Hokage wished to protect him, he would be unable to prevent Bai Yi from being dispatched to the land of grass. Seeing through Danzo's motives, the third Hokage considered intervening, at the very least to replace Orochimaru with Jiraiya, to prevent this promising young man from being adversely influenced. Unfortunately, the die was cast. Due to the matter of the special advisor, the other high-ranking officials were eager for Bai Yi to face some hardships, fully supporting Danzo's plan. Thus, the atmosphere in the meeting became overwhelmingly skewed, leaving the third Hokage powerless to effect change. Not wanting to further complicate matters for the old man, Bai Yi stepped forward. No problem. This plan was proposed by me, so naturally, I shall execute it. I have long admired Lord Orochimaru, and I am grateful to Lord Danzo for providing us with an opportunity for deeper engagement. If there are no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave, for I did not rest well last night. After acquiescing to this request, the higher-ups ceased their doubts, allowing Bai Yi to finally return home for a well-deserved slumber. The following morning, as dawn's light gently filtered through, Jiraiya's voice resonated in the small courtyard. Bai Yi, come forth. I have something to discuss with you. Bai Yi opened the window of the 2-story building and beheld Jiraiya at the entrance. Lord Jiraiya, I have exhausted my funds purchasing shinobi tools for Kakashi, and I cannot provide you with meal money. Let us defer this matter for a few days. Bai Yi's response incensed Jiraiya, who felt a deep sense of indignation at being treated in such a manner, especially being escorted to the guardhouse the previous day. Rest assured, I am not here to demand money from you. Is Kakashi home? If not, I shall enter. It must be noted that Jiraiya displayed considerable courtesy with his prowess. He could have easily entered Bai Yi's home uninvited, yet he sought permission first. The two took their seats in the living room, where Bai Yi poured 2 cups of tea. With Kakashi having left for early training, their conversation was unencumbered by restraint. Chapter 43. Beware of Orochimaru. Jiraiya suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. You must be cautious of Orochimaru. Bai Yi paused, cup at his lips, momentarily taken aback by his words. Did the third Hokage speak to you about this? Jiraiya nodded, a hint of exasperation in his response. Indeed, we both lament this situation. This time, you will be surrounded by Danzo's men and Orochimaru himself. With all the secrets you harbor, that fellow will undoubtedly set his sights on you. Take a look at this. As he spoke, Jiraiya tossed a scroll to Bai Yi. Upon opening it, Bai Yi found information about Orochimaru and members of his elite squad, detailing their jutsu and areas of expertise. Observing the data on Orochimaru, Bai Yi could not help but marvel, truly, as one of the legendary 3. He possessed an astonishing array of jutsu, and his research in forbidden techniques was second only to the second Hokage. Of course, this was merely in the present context. By the time of the 4th Great Ninja War, Orochimaru's achievements in forbidden techniques would surpass those of Hashirama Senju. After closing the scroll, Bai Yi chuckled, appearing unfazed. Lord Jiraiya, I owe you a meal, and I am surprised you bear no grudge. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's furrowed brow relaxed immediately. You rascal, you are one of my few dear friends. What is a mere meal in the grand scheme? If you cannot return from the land of grass, who will accompany me on my travels henceforth? Very well, I must take my leave. If Root discovers that I have visited you, they will become even more hostile towards you. With that, Jiraiya moved towards the door, his broad silhouette majestic in the morning light, embodying the indomitable spirit of the legendary figure from Konoha. Lord Jiraiya, when I return, let us indulge and drink until we are inebriated, and then venture forth together. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya gestured with one hand, and in an instant, his form vanished from sight. Ah, how peculiar it is that this lecherous fellow appears so serious today. Is everything my eyes perceive truly real? Moreover, I discern a profound affection reflected in his gaze. Speak quickly. Is there some secret between you two? Reveal the truth, and I shall bestow upon you 5 chakra. The term secret was deliberately emphasized. Bai Yi, filled with indignation, could hardly contain his frustration. This insufferable individual presumed that he and Jiraiya shared such a relationship. Do cease your chatter. What nonsense occupies your mind? We are both ordinary men, devoid of such a bond. After receiving a reprimand from Bai Yi, the other remained silent. Suddenly, Bai Yi sensed a familiar figure rushing towards him. With a crash, Kakashi entered, his mask drenched in sweat, his chest heaving. On his way home, Kakashi had glimpsed a notice on the Hokage's office building. It conveyed two significant announcements. First, that the Hidden Leaf Village would soon enter a state of combat readiness, and second, that Bai Yi had been appointed as a special advisor. Oh, how did you come to know this? The matter regarding the journey to the Land of Grass is highly classified. Kakashi is but a child. So how could he possibly be aware of it? In response, Kakashi provided his reasoning. I encountered Jiraiya on my way home, judging by his direction. He had just exited from your residence. As your friend, it should be a joyous occasion for you to be appointed as a special advisor, yet he appeared somber. This implies that you are to undertake a perilous mission, worthy of the title of special advisor. While the village remains tranquil, true danger must lie beyond its borders. Truly, a genius is deserving of the title. Kakashi, at such a young age, possesses remarkable insight. Acknowledging the soundness of his reasoning, Bai Yi decided not to conceal the truth any longer. He would inevitably depart. Kakashi was his only family in the Hidden Leaf Village, and sharing this with him was not unwarranted. You are correct. I am indeed leaving, and it shall be a long while before I return. Before we part, show me the fruits of your training. If you perform well, a reward awaits. Upon hearing this, Kakashi merely nodded, and the two made their way outside, where the shield still hung from the great tree. After a full day of training yesterday and this morning, Kakashi had completely mastered the technique of concentrating chakra at a precise point on his ninja tool. His petite form surged forward, the blade of his kunai glinting as it effortlessly pierced the iron shield. During this process, Kakashi emulated Bai Yi's teaching style and shouted out a call. Once he completed the demonstration, he leaped back to his original position with a backflip. Applause erupted in his ears. Truly remarkable. In just over a day, he has completely mastered this technique. Now I can depart with peace of mind. Keep this with you. It will prove useful in the future. Bai Yi produced a silver shuriken from his pocket, adorned with the symbol of the flying thunder god, presenting it as a parting gift. 3 days later, the departure of the elite squad left no trace behind. Orochimaru led the team through the dense forest. Although Bai Yi held the position of vice captain and had a military title, none of the elite ninjas regarded him with any respect. They all followed Orochimaru's lead. He paid little mind to this, knowing that the old man Danzo would undoubtedly target him at every turn. Bai Yi merely hoped that they would remain clear-headed and not betray him during battle. Ahead lay a gorge, an ideal ambush site, where the grass country would surely station guards. Let us rest for a moment. Orochimaru's voice echoed through the group. After a long journey, the elite ninjas settled down to eat upon receiving the command. Among them, Bai Yi was no exception. Due to the disdain shown towards him, he found a corner to sit in and retrieved a portable meatcan prepared for him by Kakashi. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, and just as Bai Yi was about to take a bite, a bald ninja suddenly appeared before him. Hand over the meat can, the bald man commanded, his tone icy and authoritative, soon followed by a few other ninjas. Oh, Bakel, are you ordering me? Surely, you jest. I am your vice captain. Is this how you speak to me? Bai Yi asserted his rank, yet the bald ninja remained unfazed, exuding an air of dominance. Vice captain? That title holds no weight outside of Konoha. Here, all must heed Lord Orochimaru's commands. There is no hierarchy between us. Good things should be shared among comrades. Chapter 44. Establishing authority. The bald ninja named Bakel was aggressive, demanding sharing yet speaking in a commanding tone, clearly aiming to put Bai Yi in his place. Not far away, Orochimaru observed the scene quietly, licking his lips, showing no intention of intervening. What will you do, Bai Yi? I am quite eager to see. He seemed to imply. It is intolerable to witness this. You should pin that bald man to the ground, and I shall reward you with 1 chakra. Indeed, I am inclined to do just that. Bai Yi's thoughts were inadvertently overheard by Bakel, who assumed the man was rendered speechless by fear. As Bakel prepared to mock him, Bai Yi interrupted. Very well, sharing among comrades is essential. Here, take the meat can. As he extended the untouched can to Bakel, he suddenly flicked his wrist, causing it to tumble to the ground, fortunately with the opening facing up. Seeing this, Bakel was furious. Pick it up and present it to me with both hands. His tone remained domineering, as if he were the vice captain. Bai Yi did not retort. Instead, He slowly retrieved the meat can, letting out a resigned sigh. Such a fine meat can, yet now it must be offered to a dog. Perhaps I shall add some seasoning. With that, Baiyi coughed heavily twice, allowing his saliva to fall upon the can. Subsequently, he inverted the can, placing its open end directly onto Bakel's hand. The palm became sullied with secretions, and Bakel's face turned a shade of green with rage. You seek death. A fist, as formidable as a sandbag, hurtled towards the face of Baiyi. In the face of such an assault, a mocking smile played upon Baiyi's lips. To strike the captain unprovoked, disregarding discipline, warranted punishment. The third gate, the open door, suddenly unleashed. Baiyi's countenance flushed as he activated the 8 gates of Duanjia, channeling the full-body augmentation into his left fist. With a resounding thud, he struck Bakel just below the chest, the sound of shattering bones echoing as Bakel was propelled backward, blood spraying in an arc against the sky. When onlookers turned to gaze upon Bakel again, he lay slumped against a tree, resembling a lifeless dog. Does anyone still desire canned meat? I have plenty to share. We are all comrades, after all. As he spoke, a fierce murderous intent gleamed in Baiyi's eyes. In truth, he possessed countless methods to discipline Bakel and had no need to resort to such a tyrannical display as opening the 8 gates. His motivation was merely to enhance his own stature. Most of Danzo's subordinates were proud individuals. These fellows had never laid eyes on him. Thus, they would inevitably question the veracity of the rumors, leading to the current predicament. Baiyi's slight exhibition today would significantly diminish their doubts. Moreover, his actions against Bakel were entirely justified. After all, it was Bakel who had initiated the confrontation. With a great battle looming, how could one contemplate inflicting harm upon their own allies? Upon regaining their composure, those who had stood beside Bakel clenched their fists, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Ha ha! Baiyi, this is the essence of a true captain. You have performed admirably. Applause erupted as Orochimaru strolled leisurely from the thicket. Those who had contemplated striking Baiyi hastily withdrew. Lord Orochimaru, he has injured Bakel. You must arbitrate for us. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru raised his alabaster hand, silencing their protests. Baiyi has committed no wrongdoing. The captain endured humiliation from his subordinates. If he did not retaliate, where would his authority lie? I contend that Baiyi's lesson to that insufferable wretch was insufficient. Such a contemptuous individual deserves to perish. In the next moment, Orochimaru's hand morphed into a constricting serpent, activating the hidden shadow snake hands, and Bakel, leaning against the tree, was ruthlessly strangled to death. Witnessing this scene, those who had previously sought justice from Orochimaru fell silent. Lord Orochimaru, I merely intended to teach him a lesson. I did not wish for his demise. Was that not a bit excessive? This fellow is exceedingly ruthless. He killed his own comrade at a whim. I truly detest him. I can no longer bear to behold him. Baiyi, is it not alarming that one who would strike the captain over a mere can of meat might also betray you for other matters? In the theater of war, such individuals are profoundly dangerous. It is better to eliminate a potential threat than to gain a companion. What do you think? Orochimaru's voice was icy, leaving those beside him bewildered. They are all elite ninjas, accustomed to feasting on sumptuous delicacies. It is inherently illogical for them to trouble Baiyi over a mere can of meat. Their actions stem solely from Danzo's directive to suppress Baiyi as much as possible. Yet, Orochimaru's current behavior appears to be aiding Baiyi. It matters not. He may proceed as he wishes, for I must hasten to have my meal. Orochimaru's methods are of little concern to me. My priority lies in enjoying a proper repast. After all, there is a formidable battle to be fought at the border of the land of grass. However, before Baiyi could settle down, Orochimaru feigned a look of deep concern and said, Baiyi-kun, I sincerely apologize, but I have discovered some troubling developments while scouting ahead. It may require your presence. Our team lacks the necessary speed and skills in disguise. This matter is of utmost importance, and we cannot afford any delays. In that moment, Orochimaru's true intentions were laid bare. Baiyi understood that he would not genuinely advocate for him. His previous actions were merely to highlight his status as deputy leader, ensuring that the forthcoming mission would inevitably fall upon him, leaving no room for refusal. With his stomach grumbling, the system was clearly displeased. This insufferable wretch. Does he not realize that I have not yet eaten? Rejecting him is paramount. Nothing is more significant than my meal. Suppressing his rising irritation, Baiyi replied nonchalantly. Please, Orochimaru-sama, what exactly have you discovered? Orochimaru licked his lips once more and said, "It is not a grave concern. I recently observed individuals from the Land of Grass. They mentioned that the border defenses have been reinforced, with numerous adversaries lying in ambush within the valleys. I intended to investigate further, but my chakra is difficult to conceal, and approaching recklessly could lead to disaster. Their strength is inadequate. Thus, I must trouble you, Byakuya, to go instead." Ultimately, Orochimaru simply wished for Baiyi to undertake the task. "Very well, I shall proceed at once." With that, Baiyi popped a few military rations into his mouth. Chapter 45. The Border Maiden. Ugh, this is truly unpalatable. My taste buds detest it. I crave can meat. What a time to be so finicky. Having something to eat is a blessing in itself. Indeed, you winner. This sustenance is quite beneficial. It makes me feel invigorated. Please, allow me 2 more pieces. The military rations significantly enhance physical prowess, yet their flavor leaves much to be desired, leading to a squabble between the two, which vexed Baiyi greatly. At that moment, he traversed the mountainous terrain near the canyon, his chakra fully extended, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. It would not be long before he reached the border of the Land of Grass. Orochimaru would not deceive him on such critical matters. After all, he had yet to betray the Hidden Leaf Village, prioritizing the country's affairs above all else. This indicated that the border of the Land of Grass would indeed be perilous, and Baiyi, wishing to avoid an untimely demise, would naturally exercise utmost caution. Ding, your chakra senses something approaching. Immediately evade to the left. Upon hearing the alert, Baiyi exhibited no hesitation, swiftly rolling to his left. Just as he departed, a white feathered arrow struck the ground, accompanied by a resounding explosion. The explosive rune on the arrow obliterated the surrounding area. By that time, Baiyi had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to reach a secure location. Sheltering himself between 2 large boulders, through which he could observe the situation outside. The chakra bestowed upon Baiyi by the system possessed a unique quality. The more chakra he harbored within him, the more formidable his sensory perception became. It is not an exaggeration to assert that his current abilities rival those of exceptional sensory-type ninjas, second only to the Yamanaka clan. Yet, despite this, he was unable to detect the sudden onslaught of the white feathered arrow. Had it not been for the system's intervention, he might have met a disastrous fate. Phew, that was a close call. This archer is truly formidable. Can you assist me in locating their whereabouts? Hee, of course. The bow and arrow are magnificent and pristine. I am quite fond of them, remarked the entity within him, suddenly uttering peculiar statements. Baiyi hastily followed the prompt, and indeed, the bow and arrow were strikingly large and white, beyond the reach of Baiyi's perception, in a gorge that exceeded his senses. A graceful and beautiful young woman crouched behind a large rock. Her concealment was executed flawlessly. Without the system's X-ray vision, Baiyi would have never discerned the archer's position. Now, go and capture that beautiful archer, and in return, I shall reward you with an advanced fire release technique. What do you say? The system did not need to suggest this to Baiyi. He would have pursued the task regardless. However, the distance separating him from the archer was considerable. Measuring the space with an outstretched thumb, he realized there lay an expanse of open ground between them, ample enough for the archer to unleash a barrage of arrows. Even with the Flying Thunder God technique, rushing forward was simply unfeasible. Fortunately, Baiyi noted that the young archer was alone, which was a small consolation. After a moment of contemplation, a brilliant idea flickered in Baiyi's mind. With the archer's keen eyesight, if he could diminish visibility across the plain, he would possess sufficient confidence to advance. Hey, what is that advanced fire release technique you mentioned? Let us negotiate. Grant me the reward first, and I shall assist you in capturing the girl. For this endeavor to succeed, the advanced fire release was imperative. Oh, you are quite the schemer. Attempting to take advantage of me, the system replied. Very well, for the sake of the girl, I shall acquiesce. You have acquired the fire release, great fire annihilation. As a secret, using both techniques simultaneously yields delightful surprises. Baiyi was well aware of the formidable power of the legendary ninja arts. Yet he was surprised to learn that these 2 techniques could be combined. What wondrous effects might that produce? After meticulously studying the details of both techniques, Baiyi felt increasingly confident in his impending ambush. Young lady, prepare to witness the extraordinary shadow clone technique. With a puff, 2 identical clones of Baiyi appeared beside him. Everyone, be ready, we are about to make our move. Water release, hidden mist technique. The doppelganger at the forefront acted first, exhaling a white mist that swiftly enveloped the open ground ahead. In the distance, a young female archer observed this scene, a bewitching smile gracing her beautiful face. A mere parlor trick. Does she believe that fog alone can obscure my vision? With her delicate fingers poised on the bowstring, she released another white feathered arrow, aimed directly at two massive boulders. At that moment, Bai Yi, in conjunction with a shadow clone, unleashed the formidable techniques of the Uchiha clan. The two fire techniques intertwined, instantly generating a momentum akin to a volcanic eruption, soaring skyward. The white feathered arrow vanished into the sea of flames, losing all trace of its existence. Inspired by the conflict between the Uchiha brothers, Bai Yi conceived a plan to enhance the density of the mist using principles of physics. This strategy served a dual purpose: to draw closer to the young archer, while simultaneously creating the illusion of a large army invading the borders of the land of grass, luring out the ninjas guarding the gorge and allowing for a thorough investigation of the border situation. Though the commotion was considerable, Bai Yi possessed the ability to mimic. Thus all actions could be explained under the guise of the archer's identity. His singular objective was to capture the girl, enabling him to steal her memories for disguise. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, the girl immediately fired a signal flare into the sky. Just then, the thick fog had fully descended, yet she remained composed, closing her beautiful eyes to enhance her sensory perception, allowing her to still discern the situation ahead. With a swift motion, she shot 3 arrows into the obscured space. Bai Yi evaded them using the flying thunder god technique. Though he sustained minor injuries, none were critical. Curse it, this wretched girl's arrows are too swift. However, soon you shall have no opportunity to shoot at me again. With a surge of lightning, he unleashed the Chidori technique. The cacophony of 1,000 birds resonating through the mist, impairing the girl's senses and restricting her movements. The electricity, conducted through the moisture in the air, soon affected her body, significantly diminishing her shooting speed. With her defenses lowered, Bai Yi charged forward with ease. A silver shuriken sliced through the girl's bow. Cleaving it in two, the blade aimed directly at her alabaster neck. You must show some mercy. Such a beautiful maiden ought not to meet her end. As he acted, the entities within Bai Yi's being grew anxious. Little girl, you are indeed formidable, but alas, you have crossed paths with me. With a flick of his wrist, Bai Yi struck the back of her neck with the base of a kunai, then placed his large hand upon her smooth forehead, probing her memories. It was now his turn to perform. Armed with the girl's memories, Bai Yi was confident he could deceive the people of the land of grass with ease. As for the now unconscious girl, Bai Yi transported her to a cave using the flying thunder god technique, sealing the entrance with a barrier that rendered it inaccessible to the outside world. Chapter 46. The Shadow Emperor. This girl is truly diligent. One should seek a partner like her. I am quite satisfied. Indeed, her physique is remarkably supple and pleasantly cool to the touch. In the depths of Bai Yi's consciousness, several entities were engaged in incessant discussion as he completed the act of memory theft. Alas, for the sake of the mission, he had to endure. Transforming into a woman was the last thing he desired. With a swift transformation, Bai Yi masqueraded as a young girl, flawlessly concealing any signs of deception. At that moment, the internal entities erupted with excitement. Wow, you've finally become a woman. How does it feel? The law of fragrant allure has proven true. However, I am quite pleased, so I shall reward you with 1 chakra. Hurry, touch yourself. Before the words could fully escape, a ninja from the land of grass rushed over. Upon noticing this, Bai Yi quickly tousled his hair and painted a few blood streaks across his body, creating the impression of having just emerged from battle. Simultaneously, a few summoned beasts appeared nearby, completing the ensemble for his performance. Sakura, are you alright? A man, accompanied by 4 or 5 dozen ninjas, hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Bai Yi in a girl's guise, he displayed an unusual urgency. Father, I'm fine. Why have you brought so many ninjas from the border? This is perilous. Bai Yi was acutely aware of his identity. The man was named Sakura Miju, her adoptive father, often referred to as Mei or Xiao Mei by others, a nickname he loathed. Furthermore, he held a unique position as the captain of the Grass Country's Guard, responsible for border security. Consequently, upon learning that his daughter had encountered a formidable opponent, he had mobilized nearly 80% of the combat forces from the canyon. This meant that if he were to signal Orochimaru, an elite unit could directly breach the defenses of the Grass Country, accomplishing their mission with remarkable efficiency. However, Bai Yi was unwilling to take such action. The grass country was soon to become a battleground between two nations, and its inhabitants had already suffered greatly. None of that matters, as long as you are safe. Your father can do anything, he replied. Sakura, how many assailants were there? They must have coordinated their ninjutsu, resembling a ninja squad akin to that of Konoha. The tone of his voice grew particularly grave as he uttered the last words. Bai Yi could not help but silently lament. Old man, you have an excessive amount of confidence in your daughter. While her archery skills are commendable, her close-quarters combat ability is surprisingly lacking. If she were to confront a ninja squad from Konoha, there are countless ways they could ensure her demise. Subsequently, Bai Yi retrieved a Konoha forehead protector from his pocket. Father, you may underestimate Konoha. If it were truly them, your daughter would not have survived this long. In fact, I owe my continued existence to that esteemed figure from Konoha. Were it not for his assistance in eliminating the enemy, I would never have seen you again. With that, Bai Yi embraced Sakura Mizu tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks, delivering a performance worthy of an acclaimed actor. Goodness, your acting skills are remarkable. I should bestow upon you a little golden statuette. Witnessing this scene, the judgment of the grass country's guard captain faltered significantly. Logically, how could an elite from Konoha appear at the border? This scenario defied all logic. However, upon witnessing his daughter's delicate demeanor, his thoughts were consumed with gratitude towards the mysterious expert. Logic be damned. All right, father is here now. Where are the bodies of those individuals? Let me there swiftly. I must see which master intervened, for I am determined to express my gratitude in due course. At this, Bai Yi promptly guided the people of the grass country to the scene of the incident. Before them lay several bodies clad in black, those of the IWA ninja village, as indicated by their headbands. What are the IWA ninja doing here? Among the crowd, Bai Yi approached the corpses with an air of composure, instinctively glancing at the headband in his hand. He recalled what the esteemed individual from Konoha had mentioned. These IWA intelligence operatives had long been lurking within the land of fire. I surmised that the Earth country must be planning significant maneuvers, otherwise, they would not have summoned them back. No sooner had he spoken than a female ninja from the grass country unearthed 2 maps from one of the corpses. Captain, look at this. Upon receiving the maps from the female ninja, Sakura's expression shifted dramatically. These are the defensive layouts of the land of fire and the land of grass. Could it be that the IWA ninja intend for a large-scale conflict? Such layouts are of paramount importance. Discovering such documents on enemy personnel is unequivocally an ominous sign. This matter was grave, and Sakura felt compelled to report immediately to the higher-ups. The Konoha ninja had been negligent, failing to confiscate the defensive maps from them. Sakura, you have accomplished a great feat this time. I must hurry to inform the authorities. You all, remove these bodies at once. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi quickly intervened. The IWA ninja before him had been transformed using his summoning beasts. If they were taken back to the grass country, the little ones would surely scold him mercilessly. Father, wait. The esteemed individual from Konoha informed me that these individuals are of great significance to the Earth country. Wherever their bodies lie, calamity shall ensue. For the safety of our nation, I believe we should dispose of these bodies. Allow me to handle this. You should return and report. Sakura, upon hearing her daughter's words, harbored no doubts. That makes sense. Better safe than sorry. We shall take our leave. With that, the security team departed hastily. Fire style, fireball technique. Bai Yi employed fire style to create burning traces, and after they had distanced themselves, several summoning beasts reverted to their original forms. The little creatures chattered on the ground, their complaints directed at Bai Yi. Humph, you made us pretend to be corpses. The ordeal was excruciating. You have no idea how that female ninja was all over me just now. A black and white patterned ninja cat was in the midst of its grievance when it was interrupted by an orange-hued companion. Stop boasting. You clearly don't appreciate your circumstances. That lady was stunning. If it were me, I would have been utterly enchanted. Observing the commotion among the little ones, Bai Yi shook his head in resignation. Dear friends, spare me your complaints. Upon returning, how about a wild shopping spree with Bai Xiaohei? I shall foot the bill for all items you wish to select from the retail store. Hasten your departure, for should those individuals return, I shall be compelled to unleash my wrath upon you. Upon the mention of shopping, the young ones fell silent in an instant. Chapter 47, Negotiation. With a soft sound, the cats vanished simultaneously, and in their absence, the surroundings became tranquil for Bai Yi. It was imperative that he swiftly rejoin the main group to avoid any missteps. In the dead of night, after recounting the day's events to the high-ranking officials of the grass country, Baiyi returned to the young lady's chamber, assuming the identity of Sakura. To his surprise, the girl had an immense fondness for pink. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a room adorned entirely in shades of pink. This photograph is simply exquisite. The girl possesses a splendid figure. I admire it greatly. Quickly, save this image, for I wish to gaze upon it daily. Guided by the sound, Baiyi's gaze fell upon the beautiful photograph. Yet, unlike the lecherous spirits residing within him, he had a crucial task to accomplish after successfully infiltrating the grass country's territory. Subsequently, Baiyi set various traps both inside and outside Sakura's room, securing all doors and windows. Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, he reappeared before a serene natural landscape, which served as the place to confine Sakura. At this juncture, to avert conflict with the elite forces of the grass country, it was paramount to employ peaceful means to enter their domain, making it essential to win over this young lady. Sakura must cooperate, for his prior explanations would only hold merit with her assistance. Upon entering the cave, Baiyi discerned that the girl was quite resolute. She had employed numerous methods to escape this place. Ultimately, despair greeted her, yet she remained undeterred. As Baiyi entered, her eyes brimmed with animosity, directed at the very person who had ensnared her. In an instant, her delicate hands grasped the broken white feather arrow, and her lithe form darted forward, aiming the arrowhead at Baiyi's throat. "I shall kill you," she declared. Just as she was about to strike, the figure before her vanished. Then, a soft voice echoed from behind Sakura. "Calm yourself. Should you take my life, you shall remain trapped here for eternity." At that moment, Baiyi's hand rested upon the young lady's exquisite back, the chakra within poised to sever her spine at any moment. "If you intend to kill me, then do so. Spare me your theatrics. Grant me a swift end, for I refuse to be confined here indefinitely." In response to her words, Baiyi utilized his shadow clone to restrain her, while his true self approached Sakura, reaching out toward her stunning visage. Such beauty is too precious to waste in death. Living holds far greater significance. This action startled Sakura, causing her to pale, and her petite lips unleashed a torrent of insults, which only served to irritate Baiyi, prompting him to abandon any thoughts of further provocation. It was time to address the matter at hand. Enough of the shouting. I am not a villain and shall not harm you. If my previous actions have offended you, I sincerely apologize. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Baiyi, hailing from the Hidden Leaf Village. As the daughter of the captain of the guard, you must have sensed that something is amiss in the land of Earth. Upon hearing these words, Sakura's gaze towards Baiyi softened, the previous hostility dissipating. What do you wish to convey? I seek merely to elucidate the current circumstances and my intentions, which I believe will pique your interest. These are the defensive maps I procured from several rock shinobi. They intend to return to the land of Earth through your territory and, after submitting their intelligence, launch an offensive against the land of fire. Given your proximity to both the Wind and Earth countries, you must have heard whispers of the Allied forces' impending assault on the Wind country. Miss Sakura, what do you think the purpose of intelligence operatives stealing the defensive maps of the land of fire might be? As she received the two maps from Baiyi, the young girl regarded them with skepticism. She had her own judgments regarding the matter. It was highly likely that Baiyi spoke the truth, yet she found it difficult to place her trust in this man. Merely possessing two maps did not substantiate anything. Perceiving the doubt within Sakura's heart, Baiyi smiled gently. I anticipated your disbelief. Allow me to share another piece of information. If your nation's higher echelons are already preparing for this situation, whether you choose to believe it or not, the gravity of the situation acknowledged by the higher-ups struck a chord with Sakura, shattering her defenses. If that were indeed the case, she could not dismiss it. Naturally, I would believe you, but words alone hold no weight. Currently, I find myself trapped here, and I cannot place my faith in your statements. The young girl, displaying a semblance of intelligence, indicated her desire to be taken away from this place. This is easily arranged. I never intended to keep you confined. Once you accompany me, the truth will reveal itself. Provided you agree to my terms, you shall soon find yourself back in the comfort of your own bed, gazing at the cherished photograph on your bedside table. To be candid, Miss Sakura, your figure is truly exquisite. Sakura was acutely aware that Baiyi referred to that particular photograph, her most treasured and private possession. Infuriatingly, this man seemed to know about it. Could it be that his words held truth? Very well, speak your mind. if your reasoning is sound. I shall acquiesce to your request. With her consent granted, Baiyi leaned in close to Sakura's ear and shared a multitude of thoughts. The essence of his message was to have her cooperate in revealing her original identity, that of the Leaf Village's adept who would rescue Sakura. In this manner, Baiyi could represent the stance of the Leaf Village in negotiations with the Land of Grass regarding a joint operation. Sakura offered no objections to this, and together they departed from the cave. Despite her youth, she had heard tales of the world. Only the yellow flash of the Leaf Village possessed the ability to return directly from a cave to her own chamber. Baiyi's command of such a jutsu confirmed his identity as a leaf shinobi. The joy of returning from that cold, desolate cave to her beloved bed was indescribable for Sakura. Suddenly, she recalled the photograph on her bedside table, clasping the frame to her chest, and coldly addressed Baiyi. "Forget everything you have seen, or else." Before she could finish her sentence, Baiyi interrupted her, "Or else you will kill me." Perhaps it is time to replace such stale phrases. I have grown weary of hearing them. Miss Sakura, if there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. I find the atmosphere here utterly unbearable. You may verify my words at your convenience. We shall meet again tomorrow evening. With that, Baiyi's form abruptly vanished, leaving Sakura with an expression of dissatisfaction. After departing the pastel-hued boudoir, Baiyi strolled alone along the streets, absorbing the essence of this quaint nation's urban landscape. 1 kilometer to the northwest lies the hot springs of the Land of Grass. Though this country is small, it is not lacking in beautiful maidens. Go and gather inspiration. As I am in a good mood today, I shall reward you with 02 chakra. This fellow was quite invested in the matter, and for the sake of chakra, Baiyi had no choice but to comply. Chapter 48. The messenger task of gathering inspiration completed. Reward, 02 chakra. With a sigh, Baiyi inhaled slowly, noticing that his breath had grown notably longer. As he attentively perceived the changes in his body, he realized that his chakra reserves had reached a level comparable to that of a complete Uzumaki bloodline. This remarkable breakthrough was evidently due to the system's newfound generosity, as the rewards of chakra had increased significantly. Hey, I just realized that you have become increasingly generous. May such blessings continue in the future. Want us to be generous? It's simple. Just let us feast our eyes, and chakra matters can be easily arranged. I have never been a miser. As long as you do things that please me, like obtaining an address from that charming little girl, I will directly reward you with 1 chakra. Baiyi knew well the charming little girl to whom the voice referred, likely around 16 or 17 years of age, with an adorable appearance and large, expressive eyes. During his gathering of inspiration, the voice had repeatedly hinted for him not to divert his gaze from the young girl. Baiyi felt a profound distaste for such suggestions. He preferred that the voice remain in its own realm of comfort. Subsequently, Baiyi left a flying thunder god mark within the grassy thickets surrounding the hot springs, for he intended to reside in the Land of Grass for the foreseeable future, establishing a marker for later inspiration gathering. The following morning, Sakura approached her father to confirm the situation in the Land of Grass. Upon learning that the nation's leadership was indeed preparing for war, a look of confusion spread across the young girl's face. Observing this, Sakura's father, the captain of the guard, was somewhat perplexed. "My dear, what expression is that? Were you not already aware of this matter?" In response to her father's inquiry, Sakura quickly began to explain. "I merely did not expect the adults to make such swift decisions. After all, I am hardly even a ninja. Would they not question my words?" At this, her father's expression shifted dramatically. "Nonsense. Even if my daughter is not a ninja, she is a hero safeguarding our homeland. What reason do they have to look down upon you? Your analysis is not mistaken. My father stands firmly by your side, and I truly believe you shall emerge as a hero who rescues our nation. Should anyone oppose you, they would be opposing me." With resolute expression, Inghua Meijin exhibited no doubt in her daughter. To prevent her father from noticing anything amiss, Inghua hastily retreated to her pink-hued chamber under the pretext of feeling unwell. At that moment, upon discovering the truth of the incident, the young girl became restless. Suddenly, a bell beside her rang out. "Who permitted you to lie on my bed? Get off at once." Turning towards the sound of the bell, she found Baiyi reclining leisurely on the grand bed, one leg crossed over the other. "Miss Inghua, I merely borrowed your bed for a moment's rest. Is such agitation truly necessary? If you raise your voice any higher, you might attract the guards," Baiyi remarked brazenly, causing Inghua's face to flush with anger. Grabbing a steaming thermos, she hurled its contents toward him. "Goodness, this woman has lost her mind. That's boiling water. I must evade it. The clamor echoed in by Ye's ears, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight, the scalding water splattering onto the juve. When he reappeared, Bai stood quietly behind Inghua, his hand gently stroking her silky hair. Miss Inghua, the sun is splendid today. You ought to take the duvet outside to air it out. Otherwise, it will become damp by evening. And sleeping on such a bed would not be beneficial for your health. Bai Ye's speed was astonishingly swift. So much so that Inghua had not even sensed his presence behind her. In that moment, the young girl felt thoroughly teased, her body trembling with indignation. Observing the imminent eruption of this volcano, Bai Yi adopted a more serious demeanor. Please do not take offense, Miss Inghua. I was merely jesting. We must not delay further. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Ding. Task completed. Reward, 05 chakra. The sight of this young lady in a fit of anger is truly delightful. I could watch her forever. Bai Yi did not intend to tease the girl. Rather, he recognized her anxiety as detrimental to their collaboration, especially since many forthcoming matters depended on Inghua's cooperation. After sharing a light jest, although still irate, Inghua's tension began to dissipate. After a brief moment, she managed to calm her breath and engage Bai Yi in discussions of national importance. What you say is true. I am willing to cooperate with you, but I cannot simply escort you out of my home. Noticing Inghua's willingness to assist him, Bai Yi felt ready to discuss the next steps. They agreed to meet at the border, where Inghua would bring her father and the guard, extending the highest courtesy to the envoy from Konoha. During lunch, Inghua informed her father of this arrangement, and at 2 in the afternoon, representatives from the country of grass awaited them at the border. For this meeting, Bai Yi, representing the country of fire, donned the standard attire of a Konoha ninja. Greetings, Mr. Meijin and Miss Inghua. I am Bai Yi, the envoy from Konoha. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I look forward to your guidance. As the meeting commenced, Bai Yi exhibited a demeanor of utmost humility, eschewing any semblance of domineering authority. Such comportment put Sakura Meijin at ease, and given that this individual was the savior of his daughter, the old father's wariness diminished significantly. It turned out that the gentleman was quite youthful. Indeed, Konoha village was a cradle of talent. Just yesterday, thanks to your timely intervention, my daughter's life was preserved. Sakura, do not forget to express your gratitude to the gentleman. Reluctantly, Sakura complied with her father's wishes. Offering a half-hearted apology to Bai Yi, her beautiful eyes fixated upon him, harboring an unspoken desire to tear him apart. After exchanging introductions, Bai Yi infiltrated the upper echelons of the Grass Country's high-level meeting under the guise of a Konoha envoy. Upon his arrival, he could not help but reflect on the backwardness of this nation. The leadership comprised solely of aged men, their perspectives ill-suited for contemporary times. Greetings, esteemed elders. I have come on behalf of Konoha Village to discuss potential collaboration, as I trust that Mr. Meijin and Miss Sakura have already apprised you of the situation. I regret to inform you that a Wagakure is poised to strike, and your nation stands on the brink of war. As the saying goes, when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Should calamity befall the Grass Country, we in the Fire Country will find ourselves in a precarious predicament as well. This is the rationale behind our assistance here. Bai Yi refrained from superfluous discourse, directly invoking the imminent threat of a Wagakure's advancing army to instill trepidation among them. The elder statesmen exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their fear. Chapter 49. Onward to the Grass Country. Esteemed elders, there is no need for undue concern. While a Wagakure is formidable, Konoha is not to be underestimated. To be candid, in order to safeguard our mutual defense, the third Hokage has dispatched a contingent to your vicinity. They are stationed beyond the borders, posing no threat to your nation. They await my return as envoy to report, should your country choose to face the foe alone. Without seeking collaboration with Konoha, this elite force will be withdrawn. They are the finest of warriors, destined for the battlefield, and cannot remain idle for long. Though Bai Ye's words appeared innocuous, they carried an undercurrent of veiled threat. The Sakura father-daughter duo, having discerned the implications, did not oppose him. Rather, they held him in high regard. Having spent years on the front lines safeguarding national security, they were acutely aware of the ramifications of an Iwagakure assault. From a security standpoint, the Earth Country resembled a ferocious tiger, while the Fire Country was akin to a cunning wolf, for a small nation like theirs. Both powers possessed the capacity to obliterate them. Opening their gates to the Fire Country's forces would be tantamount to inviting a wolf into their home. Yet, if the Earth Country launched an offensive, how could they escape unscathed? The territory adjacent to the Earth Country was a vast plain. Once conquered, the Earth Country would use the Grass Country as a supply point to launch a fierce assault on the Fire Country, exacerbating the plight of the common people. Weighing the options, enlisting the aid of the Fire Country's military seemed the most prudent course of action. Of course, several stubborn officials from the Grass Country vehemently opposed this notion, which was precisely why Baiyi sought to win over the Sakura father and daughter. It is unacceptable. Should your forces intrude upon our territory, how shall we ensure the safety of the citizens of the Grass Country? If the Earth Country does not initiate an offensive, our lands will undoubtedly fall into your hands. As long as I hold my position, I will never acquiesce to such an arrangement. Several elders sequentially expressed their stances. And upon hearing this, Baiyi responded with a cold smile. Do you truly believe that the Earth Country will refrain from attack? Let me ask you, how long has it been since those stationed at the borders of the Earth Country have sent any news? Upon this utterance, the expressions of the elders darkened considerably. At this juncture, Baiyi nodded to Sakura Mizuki, indicating that the forthcoming matters would be addressed by the captain of the guard. Esteemed elders, it has been half a month since we last received any reports. Moreover, even the spies I dispatched yesterday have fallen completely silent. The captain's words resonated with the entirety of the Grass Country, leaving no room for doubt. The faces of the elders turned ashen, and it was then that they truly comprehended the gravity of the situation. To safeguard our territory, it became imperative to enlist the strength of Konoha. Thus, a discussion ensued among the higher-ups, including Sakura Mizuki. Around 4 in the afternoon, Sakura sought out Baiyi. We agree to cooperate. However, there is one condition. Your personnel must be accommodated at designated locations and remain under our surveillance 24 hours a day. Upon hearing this, Baiyi exhibited no concern. Is that all? Such matters are trivial, I can assure you. Sakura was taken aback by his readiness to comply. She had anticipated negotiations, yet he offered no rebuttal. In truth, Baiyi's willingness stemmed from the formidable prowess of the Konoha ninjas, as the Grass Country's shinobi could hardly surveil them effectively. His acquiescence merely served to provide them with a measure of psychological comfort. That is all. You may now bring your troops. Having settled the terms of cooperation, Baiyi promptly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the camp. At that moment, Orochimaru was perched atop a tree, surveying the surroundings. Upon Baiyi's return, he swiftly descended, a disconcerting smile adorning his face. Baiyi-kun, has everything been arranged? As he spoke, Orochimaru flicked his tongue across his lips, causing Baiyi to shudder. Indeed, everything is in order. The Grass Country has agreed to collaborate with us. Lord Orochimaru, may I request something? In our future conversations, could you refrain from licking your tongue? It is quite unpleasant. As one of the legendary Sannin, to be called repulsive in front of so many, especially by a younger generation, must have stirred complex emotions within Orochimaru. At this moment, the members of the team gathered around, eager to witness Orochimaru discipline this audacious youth. Unfortunately for them, they were instead met with a scathing reprimand from Orochimaru. What are you all doing here? Hurry and pack your things. We are about to depart. Byakuya has accomplished a significant feat, and I shall heed your concerns. Orochimaru exhibited an air of calmness, whispering softly into Baiyi's ear before swiftly departing. Observing the increasingly distant figure that seemed neither human nor specter, Baiyi found himself perplexed. After a span of several minutes, the elite forces, under the guidance of Orochimaru and Baiyi, commenced their journey towards the borders of the Land of Grass. As twilight descended, Sakura and her father awaited at the border. At last, around 6 o'clock in the evening, they encountered the elite forces from Konoha. Upon sighting Orochimaru at the forefront of the crowd, the Grass Country ninjas instinctively took a step back. Even Sakura Meijin, the captain of the guard, shuddered slightly, while only the young Sakura maintained her composure. Sakura Meijin's thoughts swirled in her mind as she beheld Orochimaru's pallid visage and his occasionally unfurling long tongue. She finally recalled the notorious figure of Orochimaru, leaving her uncertain as to whether to feel joy or dread, given his less than favorable reputation. As the two parties convened, despite Sakura Meijin's deep-seated apprehension towards Orochimaru, she resolved to project an air of authority for the sake of her nation's dignity. Ah, you must be the esteemed Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. I am Sakura Meijin. It is an honor to finally meet you. I did not anticipate that Konoha would dispatch such a formidable figure to oversee matters here. I extend my respects to you, she stated, inclining her body slightly in a show of reverence. At that moment, Baiyi interjected, "Mr. Meijin, there is no need for such formality. Lord Orochimaru is not fond of these societal niceties. You may converse with him as you would normally. He is quite amiable." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression shifted subtly. He had intended to exert pressure through his status, but Baiyi's remark diminished the imposing presence of the legendary Sannin. "Indeed, Baiyi speaks true. I am rather averse to conventional etiquette. The hour is late, and my associates have been stationed outside for 2 days. I, too, would appreciate a warm meal." Upon this declaration, Sakura Meijin promptly gestured for them to enter. Chapter 50. The invasion of rock shinobi. The Konoha camp was situated in the northeastern region of the Land of Grass, quite distant from the central area, with countless sentries lining the route. Should any unrest arise in Konoha, the higher-ups of the Grass Country would be able to evacuate swiftly. Upon their arrival at the camp, they were greeted by a vista of low, somewhat dilapidated buildings. However, once they stepped inside, the Grass Country's regard for Konoha's ninjas became evident. In stark contrast to the somewhat derelict exterior, the interior of the rooms was immaculate and orderly, with every detail contributing to an atmosphere of comfort. In admiration, Baiyi could not resist complimenting Sakura Meijin. "Captain Meijin, this place is quite commendable. It appears you have put forth considerable effort." "Huh, commendable? There is not a single female in this wretched place. How am I to endure?" "You jest, but this was indeed a hasty arrangement. This is the only available lodging in the village, and I had not the time to prepare accommodations for everyone. I ask for your understanding." Amidst their conversation, Sakura Meijin observed Orochimaru intently, fully aware that although Baiyi held the title of vice-captain and strategist within the ranks, the true authority lay undeniably with Orochimaru. Should he express dissatisfaction with the current arrangements, Meijin would certainly offer some form of recompense. "This place is splendid. Thank you, Captain Meijin," Orochimaru remarked, prompting a sigh of relief from Sakura Meijin. "Very well. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. The guards from the Land of Grass await at the entrance. You may consult with them should the need arise." With that, the captain of the guard departed with his men. Subsequently, the ninjas settled into their respective quarters, leaving Baiyi and Orochimaru alone in the reception hall. "Baiyi-kun, when do you reckon the rock ninja will strike? Where might their targets lie? I am eager to hear your insights." Orochimaru initiated a discussion regarding the impending conflict, momentarily bridging the gap between them. In response to the inquiry, Baiyi glanced at the time before calmly stating, "Lord Orochimaru, there is no need for haste. In 2 hours, I shall provide you with a definitive answer." After such a response, Orochimaru refrained from further questions, and they sat in silence within the hall. As time ticked away, with only 5 minutes remaining until the appointed hour, Baiyi abruptly vanished from the room. He reappeared amidst a dense thicket, a mere 3 kilometers from the urban expanse of the Land of Grass. Grasping a black kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, Baiyi recalled the events of the previous day. "Captain Meijin, you instructed the scouts heading to the border to carry this item. Trust me, it will prove invaluable." Upon their first meeting, Baiyi had discreetly handed the kunai to him, urging the scouts of the Land of Grass to keep it close at hand. He understood that the rock ninja would not eliminate the scouts, as they required them to discover the swiftest route to the city's outskirts. In due course, as long as the scout concealed the kunai in a certain location, he could stealthily approach from behind, rendering the ninjas of the Land of Earth vulnerable. 1, 2, 3. 21. 22. Baiyi concealed himself in the foliage, the situation ahead coming into faint focus, including the scout captured by the rock ninja. There were a total of 22 individuals ahead, led by 3 elite jonin, with the remainder comprising skilled chunin. Given this configuration, they were likely an advance party tasked with reconnaissance. The true battalions capable of obliterating the Land of Grass would be positioned behind. At present, they had yet to receive word of Konoha's support for the Land of Grass. The leader of the rock ninja team observed the defenses of the Land of Grass from the shadows, his expression rife with disdain. "Captain Santu is truly misguided. Does he believe an ambush is necessary to breach the defenses of the Land of Grass? Once our forces advance, a blitzkrieg is entirely feasible, allowing for a rapid incursion into the Land of Fire. With the coordination of our flanking units, we shall undoubtedly shatter their lines." The squad leader, with a sharp visage, leaped down from the tree, incessantly grumbling. He was not mistaken. A blitzkrieg was indeed the most efficient strategy. Soon, the borders of Konoha would be overwhelmed by 3 converging forces, placing the entire land of fire in grave peril. What do you understand? Captain Shantao is merely executing orders from the higher-ups. Do you think warfare is a trivial matter? I have a foreboding that the land of thunder is about to sever ties with us. When that time comes, everything will change. The eldest of the elite shinobi spoke in a low voice. Despite the equal prowess shared with that sharp-faced young captain, their experience and insights were worlds apart. Subsequently, the captain summoned the spy from the land of grass. Now that they had reached the border, this individual had outlived his usefulness. Take a final look at your country. Your fate will mirror that of your homeland, the captain declared, prompting the towering IWA, a shinobi beside the spy to prepare for the end. Suddenly, a massive water dragon erupted from the underbrush, hurtling towards the spy from the land of grass. The IWA shinobi, taken aback, failed to erect an earthen barrier in time. The formidable IWA ninja and the grass spy were swept away by the torrent. By the time the others regained their composure, the spy had vanished. Who goes there? Show yourself. The IWA captain bellowed in a low, furious tone, while the other ninjas surveyed their surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Meanwhile, within the Konoha camp, the spy was brought back by Bei, spluttering water from his mouth, having been struck head-on by the water dragon and nearly drowned. After a considerable time, he could finally speak normally. "Thank you, my lord," he said, his gaze fixed on Bei, his face etched with gratitude. Orochimaru approached the spy slowly, his expression somewhat grim. "Byakuya, by rescuing such a fellow, you have exposed yourself. This seems rather unwise." Upon hearing this, Bei could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. "My lord Orochimaru, I never engage in transactions that yield no profit. This man is a trusted aide of Captain Inghua Meijin. To ensure his cooperation, we must extend some courtesies. Moreover, even if the IWA ninjas suspect the land of grass is on guard, they would not anticipate our presence here. They have meticulously planned their ambush for quite some time, and we have reached a point where we must act. My actions merely advance the battle. In comparison to securing Captain Inghua Meijin's absolute trust, this is a trivial matter." With a few succinct words, Bei deftly countered Orochimaru's reproach. On the other side, the spy had been rendered unconscious by Bei, missing their exchange entirely. "Do as you wish. As long as it serves the interests of the conflict, I shall not object." With that, Orochimaru departed the meeting room. The IWA ninjas were on the verge of launching an assault, and the ninjas of Konoha needed to prepare for battle. The defensive forces of the land of grass were utterly incapable of withstanding the IWA ninjas' onslaught. Chapter 51, Collaborative Efforts. As dusk approached, the high-ranking officials of the land of grass convened an emergency meeting. Bei had ascertained the location of the IWA ninjas' impending assault, allowing the ninjas of both nations to ready themselves for combat. It was estimated that the IWA ninjas' plan would commence 3 hours earlier than previously anticipated, around 7 p.m. During this interval, Bei gathered all individuals possessing lightning chakra from the land of grass and imparted to them a winning strategy. Around 6:30, the ninjas from both nations had concealed themselves along the border. Aware of his marginalization by the Konoha forces, Bai concocted a trivial excuse and made his way towards Sakura. "Miss Sakura, do not be alarmed in a moment. Those fellows are not as fearsome as they seem. Just perform as you normally would. I have faith in your archery skills," he whispered softly, leaning close to the girl's earlobe. "Thank you. I will strive to perform well," the young girl replied with unexpected warmth, leaving Bai somewhat puzzled. Wow, the little girl isn't cursing anymore. Could it be that she has developed feelings for you? "Seize the opportunity. My body shall play the matchmaker," a chattering voice echoed within him, spiraling into absurdity as it even speculated about their potential marriage and offspring. Bai, accustomed to such banter, chose not to argue further and instead retrieved a silver shuriken from his pocket. "Carry this with you. It may save your life in a critical moment." As she accepted the shuriken from Bai's hand, the young girl nodded slightly. Just then, the ground trembled violently. The rock ninjas initiated their earth release technique. The seismic assault had begun. With sufficient manpower, this maneuver could induce a state of tremor along the entire border, placing the land of grass at a significant disadvantage. As the archery unit braced for such an eventuality, Sakura quickly placed her hand on the bowstring, with the other archers following suit. The battle was on the verge of eruption, and as the defensive fortifications along the border began to collapse, the vanguard of the Rock Ninja village also surged into action. With earth release, a multitude of ninjas burrowed into the soil, swiftly advancing towards the border. Just as they were about to break through the defensive line, Orochimaru, leading the Konoha ninjas, joined the fray. Simultaneously, the ninjas skilled in lightning release from the land of grass charged forth, employing the four-pillar binding technique. Konoha and grass ninjas coordinated their efforts, afflicting the rock ninjas burrowing underground. The air was filled with piercing screams along the border, accompanied by a wafting aroma of grilled meat. Upon witnessing this, the vanguard commander found himself perplexed by the unfolding situation. The four-pillar binding technique was a ninjutsu of Konoha. How could it manifest within the land of grass? The commander's expression darkened, an ominous premonition settling in his heart. With the second and third squads advancing, they utilized the earth flow wall for cover while launching attacks with earth dragon bombs. The commander, demonstrating keen insight, swiftly deduced a potential connection between the land of grass and Konoha and immediately deployed his signature technique. Taking advantage of the ongoing seismic effects, he unleashed the earth dragon bombs to disrupt their formation. Even if they had learned ninjutsu from Konoha, it could not compensate for their lack of combat experience and chakra deficiency. The truth was evident. The commander made the most judicious choice on the battlefield. Dozens of earth dragons swirled above the border, unleashing a torrential downpour of earth bombs from their mouths. In this clash, the grass ninjas gained little advantage. The forces of the land of earth could leverage this momentum to breach the defenses. Observing this scene, Sakura instinctively drew her bowstring taut, while the other archers readied themselves in unison. As they were poised to strike, Byakuya suddenly interposed himself before them. Now is not the time for you to act. Leave the next steps to me. Where are the water release ninjas? Byakuya bellowed, and a group of individuals of varying ages emerged behind him, all capable of utilizing water release techniques within the land of grass. Thus, a magnificent display of ninjutsu was about to commence. Water release, mist technique. Water release, grand waterfall technique. Byakuya bewildered the adversaries with a veil of water mist, while simultaneously, the collective effort of the group unleashed a grand waterfall that soared skyward. The rock ninjas, witnessing this spectacle, began to mock the land of grass, for they were renowned for their prowess against water release techniques. Was this not tantamount to seeking their own demise? Yet, they could not fathom that this was merely the first phase of Byakuya's elaborate scheme. The true spectacle was yet to unfold, and soon enough, these foes would find cause to lament. The rock ninja forces charged forward recklessly, paying no heed to the influence of the water release. Observing this, a faint smile graced Byakuya's face. The real drama was just beginning. Fire release, great fire destruction. A column of fire shot into the sky, merging with the water vapor above, creating an impenetrable mist that enveloped every corner of the battlefield. The vanguard of the land of earth found themselves ensconced within this vapor. At this moment, Byakuya could finally unleash his ultimate technique. Storm release, grateful wave. Since acquiring this bloodline limit, he had yet to wield it effectively. Today presented the perfect opportunity. A soft azure glow blossomed in the palm of Byakuya's hand, as the power of storm release transmitted through the steam, saturating the battlefield. The ninjas of the land of earth, caught off guard, and without any defenses, were effortlessly pierced by the grateful wave, rendering the entire vanguard incapacitated. The speed of the electric current was so swift that they scarcely had time to utter a cry of distress. Thus, Byakuya's meticulously crafted plan could proceed. And at last, the archers could spring into action. Miss Sakura, lead your team to the front lines with me. The rest follow closely, and together we shall drive back the rock ninjas. With that, Byakuya surged forth alongside the allied forces against the rock ninja stronghold. Orochimaru remained motionless, quietly observing Byakuya's remarkable display. His long tongue involuntarily flicked out. What a clever design. To have such talent in a single nation is both a boon and a threat. As he spoke, a glint of cold light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows bearing explosive tags shot forth from the mist, and before the inhabitants of Rock Village could react, the thunderous explosions reverberated along their lines. Sakura's white-feathered arrow struck mere meters from the commander, resulting in a resounding blast that severed the rock ninja's left arm. Chaos ensued within the ranks. The once mighty forces of the land of earth now found themselves in disarray, scrambling in panic. The ambush squad was entirely annihilated, and the stronghold was on the verge of falling. Upon receiving this news, the commander of the Mountain Earth Brigade was instantly consumed by rage. He smashed a stone pillar within his tent to smithereens. Damn it! How could a mere land of grass possess such combat prowess? Observing the enraged demeanor of the Earth's commander, the trembling ninja who had come to deliver the message stammered, "Captain, we have spotted Leaf Village ninjas on the battlefield." Chapter 52. Defeat. The tent of the Earth commander was several kilometers away from the battlefield. And with no one in Rock Ninja Village capable of using the Flying Thunder God technique, the news naturally arrived with a delay. Upon learning of the Leaf Village ninjas on the battlefield, the commander's expression transcended mere difficulty. Regaining his composure, he promptly inquired, "Who leads the team from Leaf Village?" "It is a strikingly handsome ninja, around 16 or 17 years of age," the informant replied, hastily divulging the truth in response to the inquiry. The commander fell into deep contemplation, pondering for a long time, unable to recall any such individual from Leaf Village. Perhaps too engrossed in thought, he remained unresponsive even as several high-ranking ninjas called out to him, until the second report arrived. "Captain, it's bad news. The forces from the Land of Grass are charging towards us. We must retreat at once." Upon hearing this, the commander seized the messenger. "Retreat? Are you jesting? We are the elite forces of the Land of Earth. How could we be defeated by a mere small nation? That would render us a laughingstock in the ninja world. Convey my orders. All units must prepare for battle. We shall confront them together. Even with the assistance of Leaf Village, we, the Earth forces, shall crush you all." With that, he threw the messenger aside. During wartime, no one who might disturb the morale of the troops could be permitted within the ranks. The Vanguard unit was the most elite of the Earth commander's forces, and ever since the night led the forces of the Land of Grass to obliterate them. The morale of the Grass ninjas had surged, further bolstered by the aid of Leaf Village. As the troops advanced, the Rock ninjas fell into disarray wherever they passed. Soon, they stormed into the Earth commander's stronghold, which had been transformed from a once lush forest into a desolate wasteland, featuring striking castle-like structures. Sakura unleashed an arrow towards the entrance of the camp, causing 2 guards to be blown away. At that moment, the Earth commander stood atop the castle, palms pressed together, and the very fortress beneath him began to morph into a colossal rock giant, nearly the size of a tailed beast. Earth-style, rock giant. "You worthless scum from the Land of Grass, since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige." The giant's massive hand swung towards Sakura and her companions, rendering their explosive-tagged arrows utterly ineffective. Not far away, Byakuya, engaged in combat with the Rock ninjas, sensed Sakura's peril and instantly vanished from sight. Just as the rock giant's hand was about to crush Sakura into dust, he transported her to safety. "Nicely done. This is how one should charm a girl. I shall reward you with 0.5 chakra." At that moment, Byakuya's hand rested on Sakura's waist, their proximity igniting a warmth within her. "Thank you," Sakura said, her face flushed after escaping Byakuya's embrace. Byakuya, however, said nothing, merely turning to gaze at the stronghold of the Rock ninjas. The colossal rock giant of the Earth country is formidable. The ninjas from the Grass country are unable to inflict any harm upon him, while the elite of Konoha are delayed by the vast forces of the Earth country. The only one with a chance to confront the giant is Orochimaru. Yet this individual has not made an appearance since the battle commenced, leaving Bei hesitant to place his hopes in him. At this critical juncture, it seems that only he can intervene to avert significant casualties in the Grass country. "Sakura, I can help restrain that fellow. Are you confident in hitting his head?" he inquired. "No, as long as the arrow approaches him, that's sufficient. I'll find a way to handle the rest." Upon hearing Bei's words, Sakura understood his intentions. She raised her thumb in front of her, gauging the distance between them, and nodded vigorously. "If that giant is unguarded, I'm confident." With this affirmation, Bei felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was time to confront the giant and ascertain who was the stronger of the two. Everyone, step back. With a powerful surge of chakra, Bei unleashed half of his reserves, conjuring tumultuous waves that enveloped half of the rock giant's form. "Your opponent is me." Having created an advantageous environment, Bei swiftly employed the second Hokage's signature technique, water release, water wave propulsion. Thus, he was able to glide rapidly across the water's surface, evading the giant's numerous attacks. Utilizing the power of water, Bei circled around the giant, seeking out its vulnerabilities. Recognizing the unfavorable turn of events, the experienced Earth ninja promptly struck the ground with both hands, prompting the rock giant to mimic his actions. Bei quickly deduced the giant's plan. He aimed to free himself from the influence of the water flow. Under no circumstances could he be allowed to execute his ninjutsu. for that would render Bei's water release ineffective. Water release, water slash. With swift hand seals, Bei summoned a vast reservoir of chakra, executing the second Hokage's technique once more. In the next moment, a blade of water erupted from his mouth, severing the rock giant's arms. In the distance, an arrow emblazoned with the flying thunder god symbol swiftly soared from Sakura's bowstring, targeting the giant's head. At that moment, the giant had yet to regenerate its new arms, leaving it vulnerable to the approaching arrow. The earth ninja could only disengage from the rock giant to shield himself with an earthen barrier. However, he was unprepared for the arrow's unique properties. As the soil obstructed the arrowhead, a brilliant flash of blue lightning erupted. The sound of 1,000 chirping birds echoed through the air as Bei unleashed a lightning release, shattering the earthen barrier and directing the Chidori straight toward the giant's forehead. Given the proximity between them, the earth ninja had no time to evade, and Bei's attack pierced directly through his left chest. Blood erupted from his mouth, drawing the attention of the battling rock ninjas, who turned to witness the unfolding scene. With the collapse of the rock giant, the waves that had enveloped the rock ninja stronghold dissipated, leaving Shantao and Bei standing silently at the center of the battlefield. "What is your name?" Upon hearing this, Bei let out a cold laugh, swiftly withdrawing his hand from Shantao's chest. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the skilled ninja Bai felt a surge of crimson as a fountain of blood erupted from his wound. The towering figure of Yamato collapsed backward, marking the demise of the captain of the rock ninja village, and consequently, the reduction of a formidable adversary for Konoha. Witnessing the fall of their leader, the remaining rock ninjas surged towards Bai. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed ominously, "Warning, chakra reserves are critically low, insufficient to utilize the flying thunder god technique." This announcement plunged Bai into despair as he realized he had completely depleted his chakra. Was this the end of the legendary saga he had been crafting in the world of Naruto? Abruptly, a familiar yet loathsome voice resonated in Bai's ears. "Byakuya, you are the hero of Konoha. How could I allow you to perish?" With a swift motion, a multitude of serpents ensnared the approaching rock ninjas as Orochimaru descended from the heavens, gently placing a hand on Bai's shoulder. "I sincerely apologize for my tardiness." "Byakuya." As he spoke, Orochimaru gestured, and countless serpents lunged at the necks of the rock ninjas, unleashing a chorus of anguished cries across the battlefield, showcasing the might of the legendary three ninjas. In the distance, the rock ninjas, upon witnessing Orochimaru's arrival, lost all will to continue fighting. They scattered in panic, leaving the battlefield in utter chaos. At that moment, the Sakura Beauty Organization seized the opportunity to pursue, ensuring a bountiful harvest on the battlefield of the land of grass. Thus, Bai's mission was deemed accomplished. "Orochimaru-sama, I truly thank you. Had you not arrived in time, I fear I would have met my end here." With a soft sigh, Bai lay on the ground, breathing heavily and completely unguarded. "Get up quickly. There's no way this guy would save you. Do not let your guard down." "I certainly do not wish to be captured for experimentation," echoed a voice of caution within him. Bai was not particularly surprised by Orochimaru's intervention. Firstly, he was an invaluable military genius for Konoha, especially with the Third Great Ninja War just commencing. His worth was immense. As long as Orochimaru remained a Konoha ninja, he would consider this fact. Secondly, his close ties with Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze, coupled with his status as a special advisor to the village, meant that dying on the battlefield would reflect poorly on Orochimaru. From these two perspectives, Bai deduced that Orochimaru would undoubtedly come to his rescue, which emboldened him to confront Yamato with all his might. In truth, his gamble had paid off. After resting for a while, Bai slowly sat up. "Orochimaru-sama, the higher-ups in Konoha, or rather Danzo-sama, must have issued you a command. Once the situation here concludes, what will become of our team?" His voice grew particularly somber as he spoke the last few words. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression darkened further, and the two exchanged glances, remaining silent for an extended moment. "It appears you have indeed deduced the truth. I shall inform you. The secret order from the higher-ups in Konoha is for me to remain in the land of grass and seek opportunities to seize control here." Orochimaru unveiled the reality, confirming Bai's suspicions. Within the scroll Jiraiya had provided to Bai, there was significant content regarding the higher-ups in Konoha. From the aforementioned records, it is evident that many high-ranking officials in Konoha have repeatedly directed their animosity towards the land of grass, primarily due to the restraint imposed by the third Hokage, which has thus far prevented the outbreak of war between the two nations. Now, with the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha's forces have successfully entered the territory of the Land of Grass, presenting an excellent opportunity to conquer it, a prospect that the senior commanders cannot afford to overlook. Lord Orochimaru, you must be quite eager for Konoha to seize this place, as it would facilitate your own advancement. When this matter was broached, a hint of melancholy graced Byakuya's countenance. His true thoughts laid bare, Orochimaru momentarily faltered, then replied with a measured tone. Indeed, there are numerous opportunities here. I can discern that you, Byakuya, do not endorse the decisions of the higher-ups. Alas, just as Orochimaru's words trailed off, Byakuya abruptly rose from his seat. Lord Orochimaru, shall we engage in a business discussion? I believe you would find it most intriguing. Byakuya has always been one to elicit surprise, and it was impossible for Orochimaru not to be captivated by his proposal. Byakuya, please, I am most eager to hear what you have to say. I am aware that you, Lord Orochimaru, have been conducting human experiments in secret, but have you ever considered that there will inevitably come a day when your actions are unveiled? Byakuya's tone was dispassionate, as though he were discussing mundane matters. Yet, for Orochimaru, those words bore the potential to upend his existence. In the next moment, a python lunged from the ground, swiftly ensnaring Byakuya like a rice dumpling. At that instant, Orochimaru produced a shuriken, pressing it against Byakuya's neck. Unfazed, Byakuya did not flinch, a reaction that elicited discontent from the system. Why don't you evade? Your body is most averse to snakes. I will reward you with 2 chakra points. Swiftly dispose of this creature. The body speaks true. I too find this wretched thing irksome. I shall reward you with lightning armor to electrocute the snake, immediately. Ignoring the clamor of the system, Byakuya maintained an air of serenity despite the shuriken poised at his throat. Byakuya, one must not speak carelessly. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? Your chakra is now depleted, rendering you incapable of utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. In response to Orochimaru's assertion, Byakuya merely nodded noncommittally. Indeed, I cannot employ the Flying Thunder God to leave. This is my sincerity in discussing business with you. If I could depart at any moment, would you still believe my words? I am confident that Lord Orochimaru will not take my life. Byakuya had already discerned Orochimaru's intentions, skillfully manipulating the dynamics of their interaction. Upon contemplating Byakuya's statement, Orochimaru withdrew the shuriken. Very well, I shall listen to you. What manner of business do you propose? Do not entertain thoughts of trickery. My python is imbued with sealing techniques, and even if your chakra were to be restored, you would be unable to escape. At that moment, Byakuya displayed markings akin to cursed seals upon his body. What I wish to convey is that your research, Lord Orochimaru, is not erroneous. For Konoha to grow stronger, it is inextricably linked to your contributions. However, the adult's demeanor is truly detestable on a daily basis, which has led to their gradual isolation. If I could provide the adult with a suitable place for research, along with a continuous supply of resources and materials, would they spare the Land of Grass from the ravages of war? Upon uttering these words, even Orochimaru could not maintain his composure. Was not what Byakuya spoke of his very own dream? As a prominent figure in Konoha, Orochimaru was well aware of the challenges this endeavor entailed. Even Danzo would find it difficult to achieve. Had it been anyone else, he would have undoubtedly disposed of them without hesitation. Yet Byakuya was different. Despite his youth, he had accomplished countless miracles. How could one guarantee such an outcome? If it could indeed be realized, matters concerning the Land of Grass would rest in your hands. At that moment, Orochimaru was curious about how Byakuya would proceed, as he required a reasonable explanation. Hearing this, Byakuya offered a bittersweet smile and glanced at the serpent coiled around him. Lord Orochimaru, this snake is nearly suffocating me. Please have it release me. If I perish, you shall never attain the answers you seek. Desiring those answers, Orochimaru reluctantly complied, for he had already placed a seal upon Byakuya and had no fear of him escaping. Chapter 54. Farewell, I shall bring an exceptionally brilliant record of war to Konoha, becoming the focal point of the battlefield. At that time, the villagers will regard me as the future of the Leaf. Once I present some innovative ideas, coupled with my position as a special advisor, who could possibly oppose me? Upon hearing Byakuya's explanation, Orochimaru suddenly realized he had underestimated this young man. This youth was destined to shine throughout the ninja world, and befriending him would yield no detriments. Consequently, Orochimaru abandoned any thoughts of eliminating Bai Yi, as he was the most likely individual to aid him in fulfilling his dreams. Well said, I choose to believe you. However, before you accomplish those feats, I must leave my mark upon you. As he spoke, Orochimaru formed the hand seal of the serpent. At that moment, the patterns on Bai Yi's body converged toward his neck, ultimately transforming into a curse mark of the earth. To this, Bai Yi feigned indifference, knowing he could dispose of it at any time. He was currently devoid of stamina and chakra, making it unwise to provoke Orochimaru. Time flows swiftly, and 3 months later, the remaining leaf forces in the Land of Grass received intelligence from headquarters. The Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth had fallen into discord. The two great nations were at war with one another, yet their ambitions to invade the Land of Fire remained unscathed. In recent times, both nations had mobilized sufficient military strength toward the Land of Fire. As the vice captain and strategist, Bai Yi was naturally privy to this information. Orochimaru dismissed everyone else, leaving only himself and Bai Yi within the camp. Bai Yi, as you predicted, the third great ninja war has commenced, and the time has come for you to fulfill your promise. I eagerly anticipate the legend you will weave in battle. Bai Yi sat beside the tea table, taking a sip of the clear tea to soothe his throat. Without needing to be reminded by Lord Orochimaru, I was just about to discuss this matter with you. I intend to first venture to the battlefield of Konoha and Iwagakure, as it is closer to me, and I possess prior experience in combat against the rock ninjas, which should make them easier to contend with. Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Orochimaru sipped his tea while shaking his head. Bai Yi-kun, there is no need for you to hold back before me. It is entirely normal to be concerned for your younger brother, who is now on the battlefield. He handed over a dossier containing information about Bai Yi's brother, who has 2 teammates. One named Uchiha Obito, a complete underachiever who brings shame to his clan, and another named Noera Rin, a pretty girl lacking in combat prowess, serving as a medical ninja. However, you need not worry excessively. With Minato Namikaze leading them, there should be no significant issues. Orochimaru astutely discerned Bai Yi's thoughts and kindly provided him with the intelligence. It was evident that he had come to genuinely trust him, as expected of Lord Orochimaru, who sees right through my concerns. I shall accept this information gratefully. Thank you for your consideration. To honor your expectations, I have resolved to depart early tomorrow morning. The following dawn, news of Bai Yi's imminent departure from the Land of Grass had already spread. As he stepped out of the Konoha camp, Sakura and her father had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Adorned in a stunning outfit, Sakura caught Bai Yi's eye, rendering him momentarily speechless. Beautiful captain, Miss Sakura, what brings you here? I had already instructed the guards last night that you need not see me off. Before Bai Yi could finish his sentence, Sakura enveloped him in a warm embrace. How can you say that? You call me beautiful every day, yet when it's time to leave, you don't even mention it. Am I no longer considered a friend? You are our great hero of the Land of Grass, and now that you're departing, everyone wishes to present you with gifts. However, considering you are heading into battle, I have chosen only a few special items. Sakura, do you not have something to give Bai Yi? If you don't present it soon, he might leave. Her father prompted, and Sakura hurriedly stepped forward, holding a beautifully crafted silver shuriken, adorned with exquisite patterns. You have aided the Land of Grass immensely. This is for you. You can teach it the cherry blossom dance. I crafted it myself. As she handed the stunning shuriken to Bai Yi, he examined it repeatedly, realizing its advantages. This was no mere ornament. In close combat, it was even more effective than a ninja blade. Seeing Bai Yi's delight, Sakura's father proudly boasted, "Do not underestimate this. My daughter is the most formidable weapon master in the Land of Grass. This cherry blossom dance was specially prepared for you. It works exceptionally well with lightning-based ninjutsu. Others would covet it, yet you should count yourself fortunate. Aside from training, I have never seen her put her heart into anything as much as this." His words instantly flushed Sakura's cheeks, and she shot her father an exasperated glance. At that moment, Bai Yi took a step forward and enveloped Sakura in a warm embrace. "Thank you for your hard work. I will gladly accept this gift. Once the war concludes, feel free to visit Konoha anytime, as I have a gift for you as well." With that, Bai Yi turned and walked away, waving goodbye to this endearing nation. Recently, the warmth he received from the Land of Grass surpassed even that of Konoha. If it weren't for the mission to rescue Kakashi, Bai Yi would have truly hesitated to depart. As he gradually receded into the distance, Sakura found herself in a state of bewilderment, surprised that Bai Yi had given her a hug. "Dear, He has already left. Aren't you going to chase after him and say a few more words? It will soon be too late, her father remarked. Hearing his words, Sakura shook her head. This farewell was already more than sufficient. He had more pressing matters to attend to. After leaving the land of grass, Byakuya made the optimal choice among countless paths. Although he would pass through a forest teeming with ferocious beasts, it mattered little to him. Reaching the battlefield swiftly was all that mattered. And a few beasts were hardly a threat. Hey, quickly tell me, was that embrace intentional? Well done, you've finally wised up. I reward you with 0.5 chakra. Wise up. With such a splendid opportunity, he didn't cherish it at all. In that moment, he could have kissed the girl, yet he just left me hanging. Such a person doesn't deserve a reward. The group debated animatedly, leaving Byakuya somewhat speechless. He had merely offered a polite embrace. Yet they spoke as if he were taking advantage of the girl. Chapter 55. The battlefield at the border of the Land of Fire. A figure adorned with a blue ninja hat, sporting a beard, dressed in a black combat uniform complemented by green J-Nin armor, Captain Mei-chun Yejin, crouched beneath a stone wall with 3 subordinates. Captain Mei-chun, what should we do now? There are at least 50 of them. We can't break out. A Ch-Nin nearby inquired solemnly, as they found themselves encircled by the Iwnin forces led by the cunning Di Shuren. From a group of 27, only 4 remained, including Captain Mei-chun. By holding our ground, we gain a better chance of survival. I have already signaled our headquarters. Namake's Minato is on his way here. Everyone, stay alert. We will be fine. Just as Captain Mei-chun finished speaking, a cacophony of footsteps echoed within a 100-meter radius. All fell silent, their breaths becoming shallow. Clearly, the Iwnin had arrived. Any sound would spell their doom. Search thoroughly. Leave no corner unchecked. They must be here. The speaker was none other than Di Shuren, the captain of the Iwnin ambush unit, who had cunningly cornered Mei-chun. Time seemed to stretch agonizingly, and the group's clothing was dampened with sweat. Suddenly, a mark on Mei-chun's backpack glowed, and Namake's Minato appeared silently before the 4. Witnessing this scene, the 4 individuals were nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Namake's Minato gestured for them to remain calm, then instructed them to place their hands on his shoulders simultaneously, and in an instant, they vanished together. When the Eastern dead men arrived at their hiding place, they found only scattered ninja tools beneath the stone wall. Mikura Yoko and the others had long since disappeared. Infuriated, they cursed their luck for allowing the escape. Listening to the situation, they temporarily abandoned the pursuit and directed their entire force towards the Land of Fire. In a fit of rage, the Eastern dead man struck the stone wall with a fist, leaving a deep dent. Somewhere along the border, Mikura Yoko and her companions were gasping for breath. After being rescued by Namake's Minato, they finally felt a sense of relief. Minato, thank you so much. If you hadn't arrived just in time, we might not have made it, Yoko expressed gratefully. Hearing her words, Minato's expression turned somber. Not at all. I should have arrived sooner. If I had, those brothers would not have perished. This place should be safe. You all rest here for a moment. I have some matters to attend to, he said, slowly rising to his feet. At that moment, Yoko grasped his hand tightly. Minato, what are you planning? They have at least 50 men. You can't face them alone. We should wait for reinforcements. Minato shook his head in response. The defenses of Konoha are in dire straits. There are no reinforcements. It is only I who have come this time. Besides rescuing you, I have another mission, to prevent the rock ninjas from entering the Land of Fire. Minato's gaze was sharp, and his indifferent tone startled the 4 beside him. The absence of reinforcements meant that the 5 of them would have to confront the entire team of Eastern dead men, and they were all wounded to varying degrees. Their combat capabilities significantly diminished. Even with Minato's formidable strength, facing the rock ninja army alone would be daunting. Yoko wished to say more, but paused the moment she opened her mouth. After a lengthy silence, she spoke earnestly. Minato, it's far too dangerous for you to go alone. Although we are injured, we are still ninjas and can contribute in some way. Just tell us what you need from us. After Yoko spoke, the other 3 nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Minato patted Yoko's shoulder, a promising idea forming in his mind. He then retrieved several kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique from his backpack and distributed them among Yoko and the others. When the rock ninja troops arrive, throw these out. Leave the rest to me. Upon hearing this, the group refrained from asking further questions, merely gazing at Minato with curiosity. After a while, the Eastern dead man forces approached the location where Minato and the others were resting. Upon noticing this, the group tensed up, instinctively gripping their kunai tightly. Meanwhile, Minato signaled a countdown with his fingers. The classic battle of the Hokage was about to unfold. Just then, a powerful shout echoed from the sky. Fire style. Great fire annihilation. A pillar of fire descended from above, and before the rock ninja at the center of the flames could react, he was reduced to ashes. The swift escape, he quickly glanced upwards, where a youth of around 17 or 18 floated gracefully in the sky. This individual was Byakuya, having journeyed from the land of grass. He is a Konoha ninja. Everyone, prepare to attack. At that moment, the forces of the East Dead began employing an array of earth release techniques, with numerous earthen dragons menacingly spiraling through the air. Observing this spectacle, a smirk of mockery graced Byakuya's lips. Utilizing the earth release, ultra-lightweight rock technique, a signature move of Noki, Byakuya swiftly acquired the ability to fly, skillfully evading the assaults of the rock ninjas. He then fixed his gaze upon the leader of the East Dead. With a powerful shout, the armor of lightning enveloped him, and he plunged downwards with remarkable speed, unleashing a devastating technique that pierced through the air. In response, the East Dead leader hastily activated the earth flow wall for defense. However, the might of the Raikage technique was not so easily thwarted. Although the ultra-lightweight rock technique have the attack's potency, the amplification from the armor of lightning rendered the elimination of the East Dead leader a trivial task. The earth flow wall was breached, and Byakuya successfully dispatched the enemy leader, resulting in a chaotic battlefield. The fourth Hokage, witnessing the flawless execution of combat before him, could not help but applaud Byakuya, while Byakuya erupted in jubilant cheers. With a flurry of shuriken, dozens were launched in succession, reminiscent of classic battles. Minato Namikaze effortlessly dispatched the leaderless rock ninja forces. Minato, you truly are incredibly swift. No wonder you are the yellow flash of Konoha. Byakuya praised after the battle concluded. It's merely a matter of practice. Nothing extraordinary, Minato replied. I heard from Jiraiya-sensei that you have been in the land of grass. How did you end up here? Has the fighting there concluded? Upon Minato's inquiry, Byakuya nodded softly. Indeed, it has all come to an end. Lord Orochimaru is stationed there, so there should be no issues. However, this place is fraught with peril. As he spoke, Byakuya's expression darkened, and memories of the tragedies within the Naruto world surged through his mind. This time, he was determined to alter that calamity, ensuring that Obito and Naruto would remain as loving boys at heart, rather than succumb to the madness of world destruction. Whether he could become Hokage was of no concern to Byakuya. Chapter 56. You are Rin. After the battle, Byakuya and her companions emerged from their hiding place. The sight of Minato swiftly dispatching dozens of foes was nothing short of astonishing, yet compared to Byakuya's splendid display of ninjutsu, the latter was undeniably more captivating. Particularly, seeing Byakuya at such a tender age made his prowess all the more incredible, and he quickly became an object of admiration for several. After reporting the situation, Byakuya and the others departed to the nearest medical station for recuperation. Byakuya trailed closely behind Minato, eagerly anticipating a reunion with Kakashi. Along the way, Minato initiated a conversation about Kakashi, displaying a tendency to ramble and occasionally conjuring peculiar names. Byakuya, however, was not surprised. After all, he was quite familiar with the man. After a half-day's journey, the two finally arrived at the tent of Kakashi and his companions. Upon lifting the curtain, they were greeted by the sight of a striking young lady with 2 purple stripes adorning her face, who was currently tending to a boy wearing goggles. Obito, what has happened to you? Minato rushed over, concern etched on his face as he observed his somewhat disheveled disciple. It's nothing, sensei. Just a minor injury. Rin is helping me, and I'll recover swiftly, Obito replied, raising an eyebrow at Rin. At this, Rin's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and irritation, and she pinched Obito fiercely, eliciting a pained yelp that echoed within the tent. Minato smiled awkwardly at the scene. As long as you're fine, that's what matters. Where is Kakashi? He inquired about Kakashi's whereabouts. Just then, Shiroya approached leisurely. He's fine. He should be engaged in his routine training right now. Truly a diligent fellow. You must be Rin Yamanaka? Shiroya turned his attention to the young girl, the pivotal figure in the Battle of Shinju. Taken aback by the question, Rin stammered, I am. And you are? Minato took the initiative to introduce the 2 youngsters. This is Kakashi's elder brother, Hatake Shiroya. Though he is young, he is quite an impressive individual. Upon hearing Shiroya's name, both Obito and Rin became visibly excited. They had long known of Kakashi's formidable older brother, and as his closest companions, they naturally wished to pay their respects to this Leaf Village hero. However, Shiroya was often preoccupied, and with their commitments to the Ninja Academy, they had never formally met. Now, finally face to face with this revered figure, Obito's excitement propelled him off the bed as he grasped Shiroya's hand tightly. "So you are Lord Shiroya? This is fantastic. After waiting so long, I finally get to meet you in person. You are even more handsome than Kakashi." On the other side, though equally thrilled, Rin was more composed than Obito and had a clearer judgment. While Shiroya was indeed impressive, it was evident that Kakashi was the more attractive of the two. Thus, the young girl couldn't help but murmur, "Though Lord Shiroya is remarkable, Kakashi is definitely more handsome." Hearing this, Shiroya gently patted her shoulder. "Of course, my brother is the most handsome. I cannot compare to him. He must have caused you quite a bit of trouble, as his brother. I take responsibility for not being able to change his character. I appreciate your understanding." Rin quickly shook her head in response. "No, Kakashi is the strongest in our team. Every time." But before she could finish, Obito leaned closer to Shiroya. "You need not feel guilty, my lord. I will help change Kakashi. Ever since we formed our team, his demeanor has improved significantly. I believe that in the near future, our personalities will become quite similar." Obito's assertion left Shiroya unable to agree wholeheartedly. He knows best what his younger brother is like. Compared to the brooding Kakashi, who perpetually wears a somber expression, the exuberant Obito embodies a youthful recklessness. Their personalities are destined to remain distinct throughout their lives. However, witnessing Obito's fervor, Byakuya would not dampen his enthusiasm. "Obito, I believe in you. Should Kakashi encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to contact me directly. And please, do not address me as Lord Byakuya. Just call me elder brother. Do you understand?" Similarly, to Rin, he added, "My brother is your companion. There is no need for us to be so formal." Upon hearing Byakuya's words, warmth enveloped the hearts of the two children. At that moment, a figure unexpectedly appeared in the tent. "You should have announced your arrival beforehand," Byakuya remarked. Turning to see Kakashi standing at the entrance, his skill in concealment having significantly improved, even impressing Minato. The two young ones, however, remained oblivious to Kakashi's presence. "Oh, your stealth skills have certainly advanced. I just arrived and noticed you were busy, so I plan to come over shortly," Kakashi replied. "Your companions are admirable. You must interact well with one another." "I will," he assured Byakuya, as he approached Minato with a scroll in hand. "Sensei, a team of rock ninjas has appeared near the Kamui Bridge. Here is the information I have compiled for your review." Upon the mention of the conflict, Minato's demeanor turned serious as he carefully perused Kakashi's scroll, realizing the gravity of the situation. Nearby, Byakuya's expression grew even more solemn at the mention of the Kamui Bridge, as melancholic memories surfaced in his mind. He felt compelled to accompany them this time to avert a potential catastrophe. In his recollections, Minato should have been reassigned to another mission at this moment. Indeed, as Minato contemplated leading the team, an intelligence officer entered, urgently informing him that assistance was required at the front lines, thus making it impossible for him to lead the mission. In response, Byakuya stepped forward, having awaited such an opportunity for quite some time. "Minato, you need not worry about the front lines. I will take charge of these children, and they will remain safe under my watch." Upon hearing Byakuya's words, the tension in Minato's brow began to ease. Byakuya's willingness to lead the team reassured him, especially since the young ones admired him greatly. In many respects, Byakuya was more suited to lead than Minato. "Well then, I truly apologize. These children were originally my responsibility, and I regret not being able to contribute," Minato said. Sounding troubled, Byakuya gently patted Minato's shoulder. "What are you saying? As an elder brother, isn't it natural for me to care for my younger brother and his companions? Your skills are better suited for the front lines. Leave the battle at the Kamui Bridge to me, and I assure you I will bring them back unscathed." Chapter 57. The Kamui Bridge. As the Third Shinobi World War reached a stalemate, the Kamui Bridge became a vital supply route, a coveted battleground. It was precisely for this reason that man sought to create a world solely for Rin. However, that is a matter for later. At present, the main forces of the Rock Ninja have not yet launched a full-scale assault. Only a handful of scouts have reached the Kamakiri Bridge, and their strength is unlikely to be formidable, making them suitable practice targets for Kakashi and his team. Throughout the journey, Byakuya pondered this issue, occasionally glancing at Obito, who had not yet activated his Sharingan. "Be alert, stay concealed, Kakashi, leading the way, promptly spotted footprints in the underbrush. Obito walked with a casual demeanor, and though he heard Kakashi's warning, he was unable to stop due to his inertia. Observing this, Rin quickly embraced him from behind, and they both crouched in the grass. Obito, how many times must I remind you? We are on the battlefield now. It is not like school where a moment's carelessness could cost us our lives. Hearing Rin's admonition, Obito awkwardly scratched his head. I'm sorry. I will pay more attention. Before Obito could finish his sentence, Kakashi interrupted him. In the distance, Byakuya watched the trio concealed in the grass, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Indeed, my brother performs the best. What good is performing well? The girl is so close to him, yet he fails to make a move. I cannot respect someone like that. Exactly. Nothing is more important than flirting. How can he resist such a beautiful girl by his side? What a dense fellow. I am nearly losing my mind. Hey, why don't you go and flirt with her? I will reward you with 0.5 chakra. Do you possess no sense of morality? Rin is merely 10 years old. There are plenty of beautiful women in this world. I have not yet fallen so low as to prey upon a girl. At this moment, the old lechers revealed their true nature, and Byakuya reproached them with irritation. Just then, Kakashi began to take action, and Obito and Rin closely followed, the trio charging straight into the thicket. Observing this, Byakuya ceased his banter with the lecherous old men, disappearing into the distance and settling in a spot with an excellent vantage point. Not far from the observation point stood the Kamakiri Bridge, where 3 rock ninjas lingered, one Nin accompanied by 2 genin. From their demeanor, it seemed they were surveying the terrain. This was a relatively simple task, and thus they were not accompanied by any high-ranking individuals. These 3 would serve as perfect practice for Kakashi and his team. Boss, we have been here for several days. When can we return? The older genin inquired in a low voice, his face betraying constant dissatisfaction with their camp. As a surveying team, they were required to traverse the area repeatedly to ensure the accuracy of their maps, thereby providing the most reliable intelligence. Although the task presented little danger, the exertion was no exaggeration. Hearing his subordinate's complaints, the Nin delivered a sharp reprimand. How dare you complain? If your skills were not so lacking, would we be assigned to this menial task? You are in your 30s and still a genin. I am embarrassed for you. You have no right to grumble. Just do your job properly. Silenced by his leader's words, the genin fell into silence. At the same moment, the young genin beside him began to mock him with biting sarcasm. Indeed, my wooden brother, our rock ninja village adheres to stringent evaluation standards. If an exceptional individual emerges within a squad, the entire team's score will inevitably be affected. We are fortunate to have our current mission, so cease your complaints. When he emphasized the word exceptional, the young genin's tone was laden with disdain, leaving the wooden brother visibly aggrieved. Was he not implying that he was inferior? Should the opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly seek to prove his worth. What of the genin? Can there not be masters among the genin? This is indeed a fact. There are prodigious talents among the genin, even unparalleled ones, but this rule applies solely to Konoha. Other ninja villages do not share this limitation. Just as the wooden brother lamented his lack of opportunity to demonstrate his abilities, Kakashi and his companions suddenly emerged from the underbrush. Obito and Kakashi stood side by side, with Rin positioned behind them, both acting as protectors. Huh, at last I found you. After wandering along the border for so long, it's time for a break. Today, encountering me means your doom is nigh. Why not surrender? Obito, caught in a moment of youthful exuberance, fancied himself a judge of fate. Observing this, Rin delivered a sharp kick to Obito. Obito, take this seriously. How many times must I tell you? After receiving the kick, Obito managed an awkward smile. He then focused his gaze on the Nin, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Rin, I shall prove to you that this fellow is not my match. With that declaration, Obito's hands flew through the seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. In his fervor to demonstrate his prowess, Obito disregarded Kakashi's instructions and launched an assault on the enemy Nin. Before the squad leader could intervene, the genin named Wooden stepped forward decisively. Captain, leave this little brat to me. Earth release, earth-style wall. The fireball collided with the earthen barrier, rendering Obito's attack ineffective. Subsequently, Obito leapt onto the earthen wall, simultaneously hurling 4 shurikens. This was his signature technique, which he had painstakingly honed, dubbed the Uchiha Shuriken technique. It was this very technique that had facilitated his promotion to Nin, thus it was indeed his hallmark skill. Wooden, regarded as the least capable among the rock ninja, exhibited an immature grasp of ninjutsu. He had dedicated considerable time to preparing the earth-style wall, yet he found himself unable to evade Obito's subsequent assault effectively. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two shurikens found their mark upon his arm. Kakashi instinctively yearned to follow Obito's lead as he noticed the latter had made his move. But before he could take a step, a kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique materialized before him, inscribed with a note. Rin is a medical ninja. As a combat ninja, it is your duty to ensure her safety. Upon reading the note, Kakashi withdrew his advance. At that moment, the rock ninja captain, accompanied by his comrades, charged toward Kakashi's position. They made no attempt to rescue Wooden, despite the fact that he was clearly at a disadvantage against Obito and faced imminent peril. They chose to attack Kakashi, for in their eyes, the two children before them were mere trophies of war. If they could eliminate Kakashi and Rin, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. The Ch-Nin was confident in this endeavor. Chapter 58. Teamwork second. Coordinate with me. Let us first take down the masked child. Although he is a Ch-Nin, his age suggests a lack of combat experience. The subordinate known as the second nodded eagerly, sharing the belief that this Ch-Nin, barely over 10 years of age, was merely a flawed, with his calm demeanor being nothing more than a ruse. Little did they realize that Kakashi graduated from the Ninja Academy at 5, became a Ch-Nin at 6, and would soon ascend to the rank of J-Nin. How could two ordinary IWNin hope to match him? Earth Release, Earth Flow River. The elite Ch-Nin executed his signature technique while on the move. Simultaneously, the subordinate known as the second also sprang into action. Although he could not perform such advanced ninjutsu, he was well versed in the signature techniques of IWA Village, initiating Earth Release, underground maneuver. As the second's body melded with the Earth Flow River, he surged toward Kakashi. In the face of this onslaught, Kakashi remained unperturbed, shielding Rin behind him as his hands flew through the hand signs. Water Release, Water Barrier. A wall of water obstructed the second's advance. And then Kakashi's palm glowed with blue lightning. Water and earth can conduct electricity, and with the second still submerged in the ground, this lightning chakra was perfectly suited to counter him. From the treetops, Bai observed Kakashi's prowess and couldn't help but applaud. What a remarkable young man. He has truly inherited my teachings. Humph, do not be so boastful. In my recollection, that fellow has known this technique since his graduation from the Ninja Academy. Bai felt a tinge of embarrassment as the voice within him undermined his exuberance. Upon reflection, it was evident that Kakashi's understanding of ninjutsu characteristics was profound even when he had just become a Ch-Nin, a fact that seemed unrelated to him. I wish to facilitate a connection between Kakashi and Obito. The host may determine the means. A substantial reward will be granted upon successful completion. This statement took Bai by surprise, nearly causing him to tumble from the tree. After all, Kakashi was the sole heir of the Hatake clan. Such actions could endanger his life. Wait. Mu seemed to be thriving in the land of whirlpools. There was a chance Kakashi could gain a brother, which was worth considering. Bai crouched in the tree, contemplating the feasibility of the idea. Sizzling, the lightning chakra surged through the ground, and the second, unable to dispel his underground maneuver in time, was struck by this force, rendering him momentarily unconscious. Not far away, the elite Ch-Nin, witnessing the failure of the second, prepared to form the hand signs for Earth Dragon Bullet. Unfortunately, he underestimated Kakashi's capabilities. Although Kakashi was still a short distance from J-Nin, his current strength was far beyond that of an ordinary Ch-Nin. Before the elite IWNin could complete his hand signs, a water dragon erupted from the ground, its massive head colliding with him and sending him flying. The battle on Kakashi's side concluded swiftly, having defeated his opponents with just 2 techniques, truly a testament to the genius of Konoha. Looking back at the leader's side, he had already subdued the lower ninja, known as Mudo. Kakashi, Rin, look, I have defeated the enemy. After the battle concluded, Obito eagerly waved at the two. But when he beheld the scene before him, the smile on his face abruptly froze. During his fight with Mudo, Kakashi had effortlessly dealt with the 2 adversaries. Consequently, Obito's achievements were entirely overlooked, and Rin's gaze remained fixated on Kakashi, her beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. Observing this, Obito felt a pang of dissatisfaction. He sauntered over, huffing in a somewhat disgruntled manner. I could have handled those 2 as well. It's just that this guy got lucky. Next time, I will definitely reclaim my victory. Kakashi, you mustn't steal my glory. Kakashi, however, paid no heed to Obito's grievances and retrieved 3 lengths of rope from his backpack, preparing to approach the 3 rock ninjas. Suddenly, Bei appeared before Kakashi, a large hand stopping him. Wait, the battle is not yet over. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 grew tense. Just as Bei's words fell, a maniacal laughter echoed from the nearby thicket. What an impressive little fellow. It seems I must unleash my secret techniques as well. A booming voice declared, and a formidable aura emanated from the northwest corner where the elite Chunin, previously sent flying by the water dragon, had now grown significantly stronger. Simultaneously, remnants of military rations clung to his hands. Evidently, he had ingested a potentially lethal dosage to temporarily enhance his combat prowess, coupled with the effect of hardening. This individual's fighting capability was now on par with that of a Jonin. Upon witnessing this, Kakashi swiftly drew his ninja blade, ready to employ the techniques Bei had imparted. At this juncture, the adversary still appeared to be fighting alone. Bei, having come along to instill the importance of teamwork, would not permit Kakashi to charge in solo. Thus, as Kakashi surged forward, Bei seized his backpack and lifted him up. How many times must I remind you to value teamwork? You 3 should devise a combat strategy while I hold him off for a moment. With that, Bei tossed Kakashi back towards the other 2 and sighed towards the elite Chunin. My apologies, but they need a moment to coordinate. Why don't you just stand there for a while? Lava release, liquid lime. Liquid lime surged forth, engulfing the elite Chunin completely, rendering him temporarily immobile. With this opportunity, the 3 young ninjas could now discuss their strategy for collaboration. All right, the liquid lime will immobilize him for 5 minutes. During this time, you must devise a battle plan that involves each of you playing a crucial role. Should you succeed, a reward awaits. Kakashi, you wish to learn new ninjutsu, do you not? This task can be included in your rewards. As for Obito, you can train alongside Kakashi. Mentioning this, Kakashi's grievances significantly diminished. Toby gently touched his head, unable to comprehend the situation clearly. However, Rin cast an odd glance at Baiyi. Shortly after, the 3 little ones began to chatter among themselves. 5 minutes passed swiftly, and just as the elite Chunin was about to break free from his restraints, the trio reached a consensus. This operation would see Kakashi as the primary attacker, while Toby and Rin would serve as support, their main tasks being to delay and provide cover. As the elite Chunin freed himself, shards of debris scattered towards the trio. Fire style, great fireball technique. Toby initiated the assault, while simultaneously, Kakashi employed water-style ninjutsu, merging it with the great fireball technique. A white mist instantly enveloped the entire thicket, and then Toby and Rin simultaneously utilized the shadow clone technique, their 4 diminutive forms charging toward the elite Chunin. The sound of kunai scraping against rock echoed through the mist. Baiyi stood atop a tree branch, his enhanced vision, granted by the system, allowing him to observe the battlefield clearly. Given the massive size of the rock ninja, his visibility was limited, making movement cumbersome. Toby and Rin, in conjunction with their 2 shadow clones, struck and stabbed with agile precision, leaving the formidable opponent somewhat bewildered. Not far away, Kakashi was employing a new ninjutsu. The crackling of electricity surrounding him as lightning chakra gathered at the tip of his ninja blade. Chapter 59, Sharingan Thunderblade. This was the name of Kakashi's new technique, which possessed formidable penetrating power, indeed a force far beyond that of the Chidori. However, as Kakashi executed this move, Baiyi discerned a significant flaw. Even the standard Chidori required immense bodily control, and to effectively lock onto a target, the Sharingan was indispensable. Compared to Chidori, although this technique boasted superior penetration, the difficulty in target acquisition was magnified. Watching the mist gradually dissipate, Baiyi sighed softly. Kakashi, your plan is commendable, but no matter how powerful the attack, one must remember the target. Otherwise, it will merely leave openings for the enemy. With the water vapor slowly receding, Toby and Rin's forms were revealed. The elite Chunin shattered their shadow clones with a single blow, and his massive fists then swung toward Rin. Rin, be careful, Toby exclaimed, leaping forward just in time for his shoulder to graze the fist. Despite this, he felt as if his entire body would crumble under the sheer force of that behemoth. Rin, are you all right? Toby cradled Rin as they dashed toward the thicket, ensuring his body cushioned her from the brambles upon landing. I'm fine, but hold still. Let me check you. An injury to your bones would be troublesome. As she spoke, a green glow emanated from Rin's hands, the skills of a medical ninja coming into play. Simultaneously, Kakashi completed his technique. As the rock ninja sent the two hurtling, Kakashi thrust the thunder blade forward. While running, he balanced his body and gathered chakra, a task evidently fraught with difficulty. Thus, his center of gravity remained precarious, and merely avoiding a fall was no small feat. In addition, Kakashi's eyes were affected by the turbulent air. The air resistance generated by his high-speed movement inflicted damage upon his optic nerves, rendering the scenery ahead indistinct. Sensing the lightning-infused chakra emanating from the ninja blade, the elite Nin promptly utilized the Earth Flow Wall technique. He then prepared to unleash the Earth Dragon Bullet. Only to find that Kakashi's speed was too formidable. The lightning blade pierced through the Earth Flow Wall in an instant, hurtling directly towards the elite Nin. At that moment, even with his hardened defense activated, he doubted his ability to withstand such an assault. However, to the elite Nin's astonishment, Kakashi's long-prepared attack veered off course. Aiming for the Nin's chest, the strike merely grazed his left shoulder and crashed straight into a large tree. Blood mixed with foul sweat streamed down from his shoulder, causing the elite Nin's heart to leap into his throat. In that instant, he could scarcely believe he was still alive, his body frozen in place until he finally regained his senses. Meanwhile, Kakashi's arm, which had gripped the blade, was dislocated. His body covered in dust, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Witnessing this scene, the elite Nin suddenly realized that although this young boy possessed the ability to kill him, he lacked the capacity to accurately target his opponents. With this understanding, what was there to fear? Ha ha ha. Although you possess the power to end my life, you cannot wield it effectively. What a pity, he remarked, raising his fist to employ his unique body technique against the youthful prodigy before him. Obito, currently being treated by Rin, noticed the peril Kakashi faced and immediately rushed towards the scene. Rin, stay here and don't move. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. In the next moment, several small fireballs shot towards the elite Nin, and under the cover of the Phoenix fire technique, Obito's shadow clone successfully leapt onto the Nin's shoulder, firmly covering his eyes with both hands. Meanwhile, his original self carried Kakashi to Rin's side. Rin, quickly treat Kakashi, that guy is mine. With that, Obito stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of his two companions. Obito, you are no match for him. We should retreat, Kakashi urged. Unperturbed by Kakashi's words, Obito smiled faintly, his expression resolute. At that moment, subtle changes began to manifest within him. As his pupils rapidly rotated, a tomo appeared in his eyes, and they glimmered a blood-red hue. Sharingan! Kakashi and Rin exclaimed in unison, astounded that Obito had awakened the Sharingan at this pivotal moment. Before either could fully comprehend the situation, Obito charged towards the elite Nin. With the Sharingan activated, Obito's abilities were significantly enhanced, granting him superior predictive capabilities that allowed him to effortlessly evade attacks. Thus, he engaged in battle with the elite Nin, managing to hold his ground against the formidable opponent. He actually activated the Sharingan. It seems my training has borne fruit. Bei mused with a satisfied smile. Indeed, his training had aimed not only to foster teamwork among the three young ninjas, but also to assist Obito in awakening the Sharingan. The battle raged on, and with Obito's delay, Kakashi's wounds gradually healed under Rin's care. It's enough, Rin. Obito can't hold on much longer. I must assist him. With those words, Kakashi willingly severed the healing process. Earth style, Earth Flow River. Kakashi executed a technique akin to that of elite ninjas, successfully separating the two, granting Obito a moment to breathe. Returning to his companion, Obito gasped for air. Kakashi, we can finally fight side by side. What shall we do next? Kakashi nodded solemnly and replied, the Earth Flow River will hold him for a while. I plan to use that technique again, but this time I will need your cooperation. They exchanged a knowing glance and began to prepare their respective jutsu. At that moment, a warm sensation enveloped them from behind. We promise to fight together. You cannot leave me out, Rin declared. My medical ninjutsu can help refine your chakra. In that instant, the trio achieved true teamwork, with Rin's two objectives fulfilled. Whether they could eliminate the elite Chunin was of little concern to her. If Kakashi and the others faltered, she would step in to clean up the aftermath. For now, she merely awaited the outcome in silence. Upon witnessing the synergy between Kakashi and Obito, she became convinced that these two youngsters would surely succeed. Remarkable. They actually conceived this strategy. Indeed, Kakashi and Obito do share a certain chemistry. Meanwhile, Obito and Kakashi jointly wielded the lightning blade, allowing Obito to not only target their enemy with his Sharingan, but also to alleviate Kakashi's physical strain, ensuring that the lightning blade would strike true. Together, they shouted and charged forward. Chapter 60. Victory. The elite Chunin broke free from the Earth Flow River and observed the two young ninjas rushing towards him. Drawing from past experiences, he dismissed the likelihood of Kakashi succeeding. Consequently, he did not even bother to defend himself. An ineffective technique. What difference would it make to try again? I stand here, waiting to see if you can harm me. Before he could finish his taunt, a bolt of lightning pierced through his left chest. With a gasp, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, incredulously staring at the two boys before him. How could this happen? How did you manage to hit me? Hearing this, Obito pointed to his eyes. Because I am Uchiha Obito, and your life ends here. With that, Kakashi and Obito exerted their strength, and the lightning blade completely pierced the heart of the elite Chunin. His imposing figure collapsed to the ground, and the trio emerged victorious. Rin rushed over to celebrate with them, but Kakashi and Obito, having exhausted all their stamina, fainted before they could embrace her. At that moment, Bai appeared beside them, effortlessly hoisting Kakashi and Obito onto his shoulders. You have performed admirably. Your efforts are commendable. As dusk approaches, it is time for us to return. Suddenly, a voice from the system resonated, indicating that your chakra sensed an unusual presence from 100 meters to the northwest, initiating automatic investigation. Bai's gaze sharpened, and indeed, there was a disturbance in that direction. There, a shadow flickered, one that Bai was well acquainted with. Glancing at the unconscious Obito, Bai casually marked his back with a flying Thunder God seal. Lin, please tend to the two of them for a moment. I have some matters to attend to. He shifted the two towards Lin, his attention unwaveringly fixed on the northwest corner. With a swift motion, he executed the earth release technique, causing the ground to tremble. The shadow concealed among the bushes, caught off guard, was propelled skyward by an earthen wall, fully exposed. It was none other than Kurizetsu, the mastermind behind the Fourth Shinobi World War. Employing the lava release technique, Bai unleashed the technique of the scorching river lava. Unlike the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Otsutsuki, who utilized the same ninjutsu in a conventional manner, Bai's application was distinct. His lava release did not emit flames from his mouth. Rather, he struck the ground, swiftly transforming the surrounding environment. Consequently, the earthen wall that had lifted Kurizetsu into the air morphed into molten lava. Given Kurizetsu's would release affinity, this technique proved exceedingly effective. Accompanied by a wretched scream, Kurizetsu vanished from sight. Bai was aware that his technique would not eliminate him, but inflicting some discomfort was certainly achievable. Dusting off his hands, Bai turned to Lin with a relaxed expression. All right, we can return to the camp now. With those words, the four of them disappeared into thin air. Shortly after their departure, Kurizetsu, his face partially charred, slowly re-emerged from the ground. How could he have detected my presence? Who is he? I must return swiftly to report this matter. In the Konoha tent, Lin, for the sake of convenience, had placed Obito and Kakashi on the same bed. After a considerable time, Obito was the first to awaken. Seeing Kakashi lying beside him startled him greatly, causing him to lose balance and tumble off the bed. At that moment, Kakashi was also roused by Obito's exaggerated movements. What are you doing? Kakashi inquired. Obito huffed indignantly. What do you mean? What am I doing? Why are we both sleeping in the same bed? What in the world is going on? He was particularly concerned about this situation, for he had just experienced a wonderfully pleasant dream. In his dream, the person beside him had been Lin, and in his memory, he had always held the girl close. Awakening to find Lin replaced by Kakashi was simply unacceptable to him. In contrast, Kakashi remained indifferent, stretching his limbs before stepping off the bed. After the battle, we both lost consciousness. The medical ninjas would naturally place us in the same bed for convenience. There's nothing extraordinary about that. Just as the two were embroiled in yet another dispute, Bai and Lin entered from outside. The two of you are brimming with energy. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, yet instead of resting, you immediately begin to bicker upon rising. Bai's voice echoed within the tent, prompting Kakashi to fall silent. He had no intention of arguing with Obito. It was that fellow who persisted insistently. The moment Bai entered, Obito recalled his previous promise, and with a mischievous grin, he approached Bai. Brother Bai, we've won that battle. You haven't forgotten your promise, have you? Upon hearing this, Bai chuckled heartily and gently patted Obito's head. Of course, I haven't forgotten. I am a man of my word. If you doubt it, you may ask Kakashi. Lin, this is for you. Byakuya produced 2 scrolls, inscribed with the words for eye massage technique and medical ninjutsu interpretation. Though Obito was the most enthusiastic, Byakuya presented the gift to Lin first. Upon reading the inscriptions, Obito hurried to Lin's side, expecting Byakuya to unveil some formidable jutsu, only to be taken aback by mere written templates. When the young girl opened the scrolls, her slender figure stiffened momentarily before she regained her composure. Brother Byakuya, this gift is truly for me? It seems rather extravagant. As a medical ninja, Lin often encountered misunderstandings while studying relevant texts, but with the scrolls gifted by Byakuya, all her troubles would vanish. For Lin, this was far more valuable than any powerful ninjutsu. Of course it's for you. However, Brother Byakuya has a request. Now that Obito has activated his Sharingan, if I am not mistaken, for members of the Uchiha clan, prolonged use of the Sharingan leads to deteriorating vision, and in severe cases, even blindness. With the assistance of this set of massage techniques, that issue can be resolved. You are a team, and I hope you will help him with the massage technique during your free time. This way, your little team will grow increasingly stronger. Standing beside Byakuya, Obito was momentarily dumbfounded upon hearing these words. It dawned on him that the drawbacks of the Sharingan could indeed be remedied, and by none other than the one he cherished most. In that instant, Obito felt that this battle had been worthwhile. Even if he were to refuse the gift now, he would still emerge with great profit. Not a problem, Brother Byakuya. We are a team and comrades. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would assist Obito. Lin cheerfully accepted the request. Chapter 61. The dramatized mission. Having received such a splendid gift, Obito no longer cared about his own rewards. And when Byakuya casually bestowed upon him a few fire release scrolls, he was overjoyed. Humph. Do you think I would simply give away my jutsu as if they were cabbages, tossed in heaps for others? People might think such things hold little value. And where would my dignity be? Byakuya had suddenly given Obito over a dozen scrolls, inciting a strong dissatisfaction within his being. Byakuya paid no heed to him and slowly approached Kakashi, drawing forth the ninjat that Masaku had given him. Kakashi, you have now acquired the strength to inherit this blade. In the days to come, wield it well to protect those you hold dear. Kakashi, with a nonchalant reply, sheathed the ninja sword. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Minato has returned. Upon hearing this, several individuals rushed out, and there stood Minato, each hand grasping a captain of the rock ninja, evidently triumphant in his endeavors. After directing the capture of these 2 individuals, Minato's gaze fell upon Bei and his companions. Is everything going smoothly on your end? Have you encountered any peril? In response to the inquiry, Bei smiled lightly, saying, a few minor inconveniences, but these little ones managed to resolve them. Subsequently, Minato inquired about the situation from Kakashi and expressed his satisfaction with the performance of his disciples. As night descended, Minato sat alone within the tent, a pen and paper before him, appearing deeply contemplative. Outside, feeling stifled in the tent, Bei contemplated stepping out for some fresh air. As he passed by Minato's tent, the system suddenly spoke up. Ahem, I have a rather formidable task for you. With a reward of the basic technique for dust release. The mention of dust release ignited a spark in Bei's eyes. Earlier, he had negotiated numerous times with the system, yet it had persistently refused to instruct him. Something was amiss, and Bei doubted this entity's newfound benevolence. Oh, has the sun risen in the west? What prompts you to teach me now? Speak. I would like you to make the letter Minato is writing to his wife a bit more entertaining. This fellow usually writes nothing but battlefield reports or about Kakashi and the others. He can't even pen a simple I love you. Truly a dullard. You are his friend, so assisting him should not be too much to ask. Upon hearing this, Bei felt an urge to retch. Why should he meddle in the couple's flirtations? This was akin to a meddling matron. Transforming into a small white cat, he stealthily approached Minato's tent. Faintly, he could hear the scratching of the pen. The sound of the nib against paper grew increasingly sparse, indicating the letter was nearing completion. As the future 4th Hokage, Minato possessed an uncanny sense. Even as a mere kitten, Bei knew that standing at the entrance would not escape his notice. Utilizing the body flicker technique, Minato arrived at the door, a kunai in hand. Upon seeing a small white cat, he relaxed. Meow, what an adorable little creature you are. How did you come to be here? Minato, a compassionate man, naturally adored cute pets. He then picked up the little white cat, noticing an injury on its paw, and prepared to administer treatment. Thus, Bei seamlessly entered the tent, and Minato set him down on the table, allowing the contents of the letter to become clear. After a while, Bay's leg was adorned with a lovely bow, and having gleaned the entirety of the letter's contents, he was ready to depart. He hobbled to the entrance, and as he reached the threshold, he vanished completely. Back in the tent, Bai meticulously transcribed the previous notes, pondering how to infuse them with a more artistic flair when the system's voice interrupted him. Friendly reminder, there will be no rewards after the time limit. Only 30 seconds remain. Bai, taken aback, thought to himself, why didn't you mention this sooner? To swiftly achieve his objective, he resorted to directly copying segments from romantic novels, transforming the narrative correspondence into a heartfelt missive. Ding. Time's up. You have successfully completed the task. Reward, basic dust escape technique. Upon hearing this announcement, Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon reviewing the content of the letter, his expression soured. My heavens, what have I written? These words are hardly befitting of what Mizuki would say. The flirtatious phrases typical of romantic novels were often adored by women, and many a charming rogue thrived on such tactics. Bai instinctively penned numerous classic tropes, stripping the letter of any semblance of Mizuki's character. How could this be acceptable? Thus, he resolved to amend certain portions of the text. Hey, stop right there. If you dare to modify it now, I shall be quite displeased, and not only will the reward be revoked, but your chakra will also be deducted. This letter is beneficial for enhancing the bond between couples. Why change it? I am quite satisfied with it, and shall reward you with an additional 0.5 chakra points. The thought of losing the ninjutsu he yearned for compelled Bai to set down his pen, silently muttering to himself, Mizuki, I am truly sorry. If given the chance in the future, I shall surely confess this matter to you. The following morning, the camp commander summoned everyone outside. Due to Mizuki's influence, Bai and Kakashi found themselves in the front row. Bai, did you see a little white cat running towards your tent last night? That little creature got lost and injured its leg. It would be quite perilous for it to be outside for long. Upon meeting, Mizuki immediately inquired about the previous night, causing Bai's demeanor to shift uncomfortably. A cat? What cat? I didn't see one. It was far too hot in the tent last night, and I never returned. Hearing Bai's words, Mizuki appeared somewhat disheartened. In the latest report, the Land of Lightning had declared total war on the Land of Fire, and the headquarters had decided to dispatch an additional force for support. Mizuki, the headquarters has instructed you to proceed. Upon hearing the commander's words, Mizuki promptly replied, I accept the orders from headquarters and am willing to head to the battlefield. Observing this, Kakashi and his companions stepped forward. We wish to accompany our teacher to the battlefield. The commander, noting the resolute expressions of the trio, could not help but commend them. Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. But the headquarters has decreed that ninjas of such tender years shall not be included in the support unit. After the briefing concluded, Bai and Mizuki's team gathered in a tent. All three wished to secretly follow their teacher, but Mizuki halted them. Kakashi, we cannot defy the orders from above. You are simply too young, and a long journey would be exhausting. After my departure, the leadership of the Watergate squad will be entrusted to you. You must take good care of the two of them. With that, Watergate retrieved a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique from his pocket. Kakashi, aware of the strict regulations at headquarters, readily accepted this responsibility. Chapter 62. By the wooden man, the atmosphere in the room grew somewhat somber, until finally, Bai spoke up. Watergate, this time I will accompany you. Both of us are proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique, making us ideally suited for a support role. The headquarters should not object. Upon hearing this, Watergate nodded gently in agreement. The following morning, Watergate and Bai arrived at the intelligence agency within the camp, which was responsible for communication and also facilitated the mailing of letters for the frontline soldiers. As Bai watched Watergate hand over a familiar letter to the intelligence point, he mused to himself, I wonder what expression little Chili will have upon reading that letter. Watergate, it seems your days may not be easy. Bai, what are you pondering? We should be on our way. Watergate's voice broke through Bai's reverie. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely contemplating the formidable combat prowess of the Cloud Ninja. I am strategizing our approach. Bai, while speaking, maintained an air of calm composure, betraying no hint of his thoughts. 3 days later, the support team successfully arrived at the battlefield of the Cloud Ninja. Due to the fatigue from travel, the commanding officer of the area did not permit immediate engagement in battle. Instead, he arranged for them to stay in several well-appointed tents for rest. Watergate and Bai were assigned to share a tent, and that night, Watergate, exhausted from the journey, fell asleep early. Bai Yi, however, was invigorated by the system and the excitement of having just arrived at the cloud battlefield, feeling little fatigue. How delightful! My body finally has the opportunity to explore. Ever since leaving the land of grass, I have scarcely encountered any women, and now I find myself perceiving even men as strikingly handsome. I must say, the women of the land of lightning are truly captivating, especially that blonde girl. She is simply stunning. Upon hearing such remarks from within himself, Bai Yi sat up in bed. This entity was always keen on the notion of exploration, and the intelligence provided would undoubtedly be reliable. Now that he had mentioned the physique of the women from the land of lightning, Bai Yi surmised that there must be a gathering place for the Cloud Ninja not far from the camp. It was likely near a lake or similar body of water. As the two nations were currently at war, and the women of the land of lightning were known for their carefree nature, rendering a bathing area unnecessary, they could simply wash in a nearby lake. Where are they? Take me there quickly. Ah, look at you finally shedding that serious demeanor. Pay up, pay up. I had told you before, this guy is just like us. His previous behavior was merely a facade. All right, just wait. I will get that for you. Bai Yi was already accustomed to his companions wagering on his behalf. He understood that explaining himself to them was futile. What mattered most was locating the frequented spots of the women ninjas from the land of lightning. This would be a new routine for exploration. After some lively banter among the voices within him, they finally provided Bai Yi with a detailed location. Half an hour later, Bai Yi successfully reached the edge of the barrier. As anticipated, there lay a lake, surprisingly close to the Konoha camp. Due to the protective barrier, it had remained undiscovered, allowing the women of the land of lightning to bathe in serenity. However, with this revelation now in the hands of Bai Yi, that area would inevitably become a focal point of vigilance for Konoha. Soon, a shimmering barrier, exuding an ethereal blue aura, came into view. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, a flurry of thoughts surged through Bai Yi's mind, swiftly leading him to identify the source of the blue aura. It was the essence of the two tails. Indeed, this is also the scent of the land of lightning's most beautiful kunoichi. I am utterly enamored by this fragrance. Hurry, hurry, share with me what this sensation feels like. Enough of your frivolous chatter. Merely inhaling the aroma is of little interest. Surely, that young lady is far more captivating. The words of the eyes resonated with everyone present, and they collectively imparted to Bai Yi the method to breach the barrier. The principle was straightforward. By using the flying thunder god Kanai to pierce the barrier, Bai Yi could traverse freely within. Once inside the barrier, Bai Yi promptly concealed himself within a thicket. Peering ahead, he was greeted by a scene of pure radiance. These maidens possess exquisite figures. Look at that one with the dark skin. Her curves are simply divine. I am quite taken with her. We are here to behold the most beautiful kunoichi of the land of lightning. The others are rather mundane and fail to capture my interest. The remarks from the eyes drew disdain from other parts, who scoffed at such superficiality. It had been far too long since they had indulged in such sights, and merely being able to gaze upon them was a blessing. Yet, here he was, being picky. Just as they prepared to mock the eyes, a splash erupted from the lake's surface, revealing a mesmerizing azure tail emerging from the water. Beneath the magnificent tail was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her chestnut hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, her flawless visage embodying an unparalleled queenly aura that rightfully made her the sovereign of the lake. Droplets clung to her enchanting form, glistening like jewels under the moonlight. It was incomprehensible how such a stunning creature could be subjected to the likes of Haiden and Kakazu. Ah, eyes, no wonder you managed to remain so composed. You were waiting here all along. My apologies for misjudging you earlier. Cough, cough. Today your task of observation shall bear greater difficulty. Procure a few strands of hair from the Jinchuriki, and you shall be rewarded with 1 chakra. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi surveyed the surrounding terrain. Obtaining a few strands of hair was indeed feasible. His hands began to form seals swiftly. Water release, hidden mist technique. In an instant, the fog surrounding the lake thickened significantly. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails was the first to perceive something amiss. Something's wrong. Everyone be on guard. With that chilling command, the bodies of all the women tensed. At that moment, the crackling of electricity surged past the ears of several individuals. As Bai Yi, donning the Raijin armor, charged directly towards the Jinchuriki. In this state, acquiring a few strands of hair seemed a trivial task. However, Bai Yi had underestimated the formidable power of the perfect Jinchuriki. As he approached the wooden figure, the woman had already sensed him through the chakra of the two-tailed beast. At that moment, the expression on the wooden figure's face grew intricate, and she hesitated before striking, the azure tail missing its target, allowing Baiyi to slip behind her. With fingers crackling with lightning, he gently brushed against her ear, a few strands of hair falling into his grasp. After this successful maneuver, Baiyi intended to make a swift escape, but severely underestimated the allure of the wooden figure, resulting in a minor miscalculation. The wooden figure quickly pivoted, presenting a visually striking scene that left him momentarily frozen in place. Wow, this sight is worth a lifetime. She is utterly stunning, and my nosebleed is uncontrollable. With a thunderous crash, the wooden figure's fist collided with Baiyi's body. Chapter 63. Farewell, Jiraiya coughing. Before the azure barrier, Baiyi clutched a handful of chestnut-colored hair, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. What tremendous strength! It nearly rivals Lady Tsunade. Ding! The reward chakra has been credited. Stop your incessant chatter. Those women are about to catch up. Hurry and leave. You have truly delighted my eyes today, and this minor injury is nothing that I cannot heal. Just as Baiyi's figure vanished, the wooden figure, accompanied by several kunoichi, pursued him. We must promptly report this matter to Lord Raikage, said a woman with bronze skin, with the others echoing her sentiment. Only the wooden figure remained silent. During their earlier exchange, he had sensed the imposing aura of the Raijin armor, a technique unique to the Cloud Village, known to be wielded by only 2 individuals in the entire Land of Lightning. This realization had caused his momentary hesitation when he struck. Do not disturb Lord Raikage. This was merely a test for us. In the future, we must remain vigilant even during our baths, as we are perilously close to the Leaf Village's camp, where danger lurks at all times. Upon hearing this, the women dispersed, and once they had left, the wooden figure noticed a pool of blood on the ground, and his exquisite visage darkened instantly. Within the leaf camp, Minato was roused by Baiyi's labored breathing. Upon seeing his sunken chest, he immediately adopted a serious demeanor. What a severe injury. I will take you to the medical team. With that, Minato pulled Baiyi outside. It's merely a scratch, nothing to worry about. I'll be fine by morning. There's no need for such concern. Look, the wound is already healing. Baiyi spoke the truth. With the aid of the system, although his chest had caved in, he was still lively, and the injury was visibly mending at an astonishing rate. Seeing this, Minato felt relieved. Did you go to the front lines? How many times must I tell you that we must bear our burdens together? You cannot be reckless in battle. His words reflected a hint of guilt. Believing he had failed to care for Baiyi adequately, Baiyi patted him on the shoulder, laughing lightly. But I have returned, so fret not. In this world, no one has yet been born who can catch me. My apologies for returning so late and disturbing your rest. Indeed, I have heard that Lord Jiraiya will also arrive at this camp tomorrow. It has been quite some time since I last saw him, and I must admit, I do miss him a little. Byakuya took the initiative to mention Jiraiya to steer the conversation away from Minato's inquiries. Otherwise, he would find it challenging to explain himself. He could not divulge the rather unsavory details of his own experiences, nor could he reveal their location, for that would compromise his future endeavors. Should he act recklessly, the entities within him would undoubtedly consume him whole. The following day, the camp commander briefed Minato and the others on the battlefield situation. In comparison to the Rock Village, the Cloud Village boasts a significantly more formidable fighting force, exemplified by the Third Raikage, who could single-handedly withstand thousands of shinobi, alongside the formidable duo of Kurabi and A. Not to mention the perfect Jinchuriki, Waimurin. It is no exaggeration to say that unless Kushina were to fully unleash the power of the Nine Tails, it would be exceedingly difficult for the village hidden in the leaves to triumph over the Cloud Village. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Cloud Village's defeat was not due to a lack of strength, but rather their chaotic and disorganized strategies, declaring war on the 3 great nations simultaneously. Truly a reckless endeavor. However, it must be said that despite their somewhat mindless strategic style, the women of the Cloud Village are indeed remarkable, especially Waimurin. Recalling the events of the previous night, Byakuya found himself momentarily flustered at the conference. Even after the meeting had concluded, he remained seated, lost in thought. What was he pondering? The conference had ended, and if he did not leave soon, he would miss his chance to meet Master Jiraiya. Upon hearing Minato's voice, Byakuya snapped back to reality, and the two made their way outside the camp to greet Jiraiya. Around 9 in the morning, a white-haired man in a red vest gradually approached them, his large scroll conspicuously slung across his back. Little Byakuya, so you are here as well. Upon noticing Byakuya's presence, Jiraiya overlooked Minato entirely. He rushed forward and enveloped Byakuya in a hearty embrace. I have truly missed you. Did you know that life is exceedingly dull without your company? Jiraiya's strength was considerable, and with his injuries from the previous night still not fully healed, Byakuya began to cough violently. Seeing this, Minato quickly intervened. Master Jiraiya, Byakuya was injured last night. Please be gentle. Only then did Jiraiya notice the pained expression on Byakuya's face. Oh, so you were injured. I truly did not perceive it at all. With that, Jiraiya playfully struck Byakuya on the shoulder, precisely where the injury lay. The expressions of those present turned ashen, leaving them momentarily speechless. Be gentle. Byakuya's shout elicited an awkward scratch of the head from Jiraiya. Subsequently, the three returned to the camp to discuss recent developments. After Minato was called away, only Jiraiya and Byakuya remained in the tent. Jiraiya examined Byakuya's still healing wound, measuring it with his hand, and a mischievous grin spread across his face. Heh, judging by the size of this bruise, it must have been inflicted by a woman. Come, tell me, have you had any recent adventures? In return, I shall share my own tales. Bai Yi, disinterested in Jiraiya's affairs, naturally refrained from mentioning the awkward situation of the previous night. However, at that moment, the unfortunate system emerged to create chaos once more. Today's field collection task has hidden conditions. The reward is 12 chakra cards, and the triggering condition is to bring Jiraiya along, it announced. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was seized by an overwhelming urge to strangle the system. Under such circumstances, even if he kept silent, Jiraiya, upon joining him for the field collection, would undoubtedly make the connection. At that point, he would be unjustly branded with a label he dared not acknowledge. Reluctantly, Bai Yi steeled himself and recounted the events of the previous night. Following this revelation, the tent resonated with Jiraiya's laughter, and at last, Bai Yi found himself sharing a similar experience with the legendary pervert. As twilight descended, Bai Yi led Jiraiya to the boundary. Observing the scene before them, Jiraiya's expression suddenly shifted. As one of the legendary Sannin and a pivotal figure of the Second Shinobi World War, his understanding of tailed beasts was extensive. The ethereal blue flames represented the two tails, and he never anticipated that Bai Yi would dare to set his sights on such a formidable entity. You truly possess an audacity beyond reckoning. Should you be discovered here, the consequences would extend far beyond mere punishment. Being torn to shreds is a distinct possibility. If I am not mistaken, your injuries are indeed the handiwork of that woman, correct? Chapter 64, Betrayal. As he spoke, a mischievous grin emerged on Jiraiya's face. At last, Bai Yi shared a similar past with him, and his own dark history would no longer be a source of ridicule. The thought of this made Jiraiya smile even more radiant. Humph, daring to mock my very being. You shall see soon enough, he mused. Welfare version, one of the field collection tasks entails having Jiraiya expose himself during the interview, rewarding an additional 20% yield from daily field collection tasks, while simultaneously unlocking welfare version 2. Bai Yi was taken aback. This task is utterly outrageous. This is the battlefield of the Land of Lightning. Jiraiya is still my comrade. I cannot partake in such actions. Welfare version 2 promises even greater rewards. Provided this task is completed, the system insisted. Very well, Bai Yi conceded, no longer contesting the system's demands, as they offered far too much. Regaining his focus, Bai Yi cast a meaningful glance at Jiraiya, who was still laughing heartily, oblivious to the potential calamity that awaited him. Moments later, Bai Yi guided Jiraiya effortlessly into the base. They arrived just in time to witness women from the Cloud Village changing clothes by the shore, preparing to leap into the water for some playful frolicking. At that instant, Jiraiya's eyes transformed into heart-shaped symbols, and a rush of warmth surged through his nostrils. Wow, the women of the Land of Lightning possess exquisite figures. I must document this. What splendid material, he exclaimed, pulling out a small notebook from his pocket, flipping through pages until he found a blank sheet, while the preceding pages were filled with photographs. Bai Yi, however, paid him no heed, instead gazing quietly at the surface of the lake, his eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. She did not come today? How unfortunate. In the lake, Bai Yi failed to find the one person he longed to see. After waiting for a considerable time, the wooden figure did not make an appearance, indicating that they were destined not to meet today. Thus, Bai Yi could only focus on completing his task. Suddenly inspired, he conceived a brilliant plan. He swiftly patted Jiraiya on the shoulder, and the flying thunder god mark was created, all while mimicking the act of sneezing. Master Jiraiya, I can't hold it any longer. I must quickly step outside, he exclaimed, followed by a loud sneeze. In an instant, Byakuya vanished, yet the sound of the sneeze lingered. At that moment, the Cloud Ninja, who had just arrived at the shore, became vigilant. Who goes there? The women swiftly approached, armed with kunai. Their experiences from the previous day rendering them particularly cautious during their bathing. At the slightest disturbance, they would converge. Jiraiya couldn't help but curse Byakuya inwardly. Damn it, that brat. Why must he sneeze at such a critical moment? Is he trying to get me killed? As he lamented, Jiraiya quickly bit his finger. Summoning jutsu. A dark green toad materialized, resembling the one that had assisted Jiraiya in infiltrating Pain's base. Once a dozen female ninjas entered the bushes. A series of sneezes erupted from the toad. Upon realizing the source of the commotion, the women immediately relaxed their guard. One rather temperamental female ninja stepped forward and seized the green toad. Listen here, little creature. I warn you, if you ever make such a sound again, I'll skin you alive. With that, the dark-skinned ninja tossed the little toad aside, slamming it onto the ground. Afterward, the female ninjas gradually departed, allowing the toad to leap into the water. Time passed, and a blue light emanated from the toad, as a shadow suddenly appeared in the water, whisking the toad away in an instant. Outside the barrier, in the underbrush, Byakuya was drenched, and Jiraiya finally emerged from within the toad. You heartless fiend, why did you have to sneeze at that moment? Jiraiya fumed upon seeing Byakuya. If it weren't for my strength, I would have certainly met my demise just now. Byakuya offered a sheepish smile. It was a physiological reaction. Such things are beyond my control. I sincerely apologize. Next time, I'll bring a towel to avoid this predicament. Ding. Task completed. Wind gathering welfare task. Earned a 20 increase in daily profits. Immediate redemption initiated. How infuriating. I missed the opportunity to witness that guy getting punished. Next time, I shall ensure he pays for this. The entities within Byakuya stirred with excitement, while Jiraiya anxiously rummaged through his pockets. Upon retrieving his photo album, he sighed with relief. Flipping to the last page, he was left feeling regretful over an incomplete image of a woman. It's still lacking something. I shall complete it on my next visit. As the night deepened, Byakuya, acknowledging the favor of being brought to this place, decided to let bygones be bygones regarding today's accounts. Time was pressing, and it was time for the two of them to return to the camp. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Byakuya nodded, and the pair utilized the flying thunder god technique to return to the camp. However, upon their arrival at the tent, they discovered that a significant portion of the personnel had vanished, including Minato. The gatekeeper, noticing their return, promptly approached to deliver the news. Lord Jiraiya, you have finally returned. Our front line has been ambushed. The commander and Minato have taken the base personnel with them. They instructed me to convey that upon your and Byakuya's return, one of you must be dispatched for reinforcements, while the other remains in the camp as a precaution. Upon hearing this, both Byakuya and Jiraiya's expressions shifted dramatically. A sudden thought crossed Byakuya's mind. Did Yumu not head to the small lake today? Grasping the shoulder of the ninja, he inquired. Is there a tailed beast appearing at the front line? Two tails, radiating a ghostly blue hue, resembling a raccoon? The gatekeeper was taken aback. He had not disclosed these details, yet Byakuya seemed to possess knowledge of them. Indeed, that is the creature in question. After confirming the situation, Byakuya and Jiraiya exchanged a glance and set off towards the front line. Oh joy, I shall see that feline once more. My body is brimming with excitement. Hurry up, you rascal, I can hardly contain myself. Please, body, you speak as if you bear no fatigue. My legs require rest. And moving too swiftly will lead to cramps. Throughout the journey, Byakuya disregarded their banter. His mind singularly focused on hastening to the front line to provide support and avert substantial losses for Konoha. Of course, the prospect of encountering Yumu again was also something he immensely anticipated. After all, the girl exuded a regal charm that was simply enchanting. Even a fleeting glimpse had etched her image into his memory, one he felt he could never erase. Chapter 65. Reunion with Yumu on the battlefield of the Cloud Ninja. The third unit of Konoha was experiencing a catastrophic collapse. The scene could be described as one of carnage, with lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, while ethereal blue flames flickered ominously. A woman of graceful stature, embodying a queenly aura, stood atop a platform, gazing down with a hint of sorrow gracing her exquisite features. Why must we engage in this war? Is it not preferable to relish a life of peace? Her gentle voice had scarcely dissipated when a female ninja rushed towards her. Captain Yumu, our reconnaissance unit has detected the retreat path of the Konoha ninjas. Orders have come from headquarters for us to pursue them immediately. I understand, Yumu replied, bowing deeply to her fallen comrades on the ground. Rest assured, I shall bring this conflict to a swift conclusion and usher in peace for the ninja world. With Minato's support, the 3rd unit of Konoha found an opportunity to withdraw. During this process, the supporting forces that safeguarded their retreat paid a heavy price. The camp commander, who had rushed alongside Minato, tragically lost his life at the age of 40, leaving behind 2 children who were attending the ninja academy, never to see their father again. Yet, what evokes a deeper sorrow is that the commander left not even the remains behind. The sole silver lining lies in the objective achieved by the reinforcements. Their intervention allowed the 3rd unit to retreat to the 2nd line, thus granting them an opportunity to regroup and preventing the complete collapse of the defense. Nevertheless, the battle is far from over. As Mizumoto gazed at the incapacitated troops before him, a shadow of worry crossed his face. Could such a diminished force possibly withstand that formidable foe? While he pondered this dilemma, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his ears. My apologies for arriving late. Following the direction of the voice, he spotted Baiyi standing atop a stone platform, and Mizumoto waved his hand in greeting. I have eagerly awaited your arrival. Hasten to devise a plan. Our defenses remain perilous, and that behemoth is a formidable adversary. Even I cannot guarantee the safety of everyone while confronting it. Mizumoto's anxiety was palpable, and Baiyi knew precisely whom he referred to. Do not fret, I shall handle that woman. Your only task is to ensure the safety of these people. If possible, please prepare some dorayaki or milk to lure that giant away. Baiyi spoke with an air of calm, and at last, the weight on Mizumoto's heart began to lift. He promptly rushed to a resting point and procured some dorayaki and milk, albeit in limited quantity, just enough to fill a backpack. Afterward, Baiyi departed alone. The words Konoha hero etched in the hearts of the members of the 3rd unit. Hee, I shall see the goddess again. I can hardly contain my excitement. With the aid of the system, Baiyi easily pinpointed the location of the Woodman squad and headed in that direction within 10 minutes. The 2 parties would inevitably cross paths. As he journeyed, Baiyi eagerly anticipated his reunion with the Woodmen. Suddenly, several azure fireballs hurtled toward him, their searing heat signaling that the foe was drawing near. The fireballs, resembling fiery rodents, zipped past the bark as if guided by instinct, charging directly at Baiyi. In the face of such an assault, Baiyi executed a series of agile jumps, maneuvering to a location where all the fireballs converged. There, he discerned their true forms, blue flames taking the shape of mice, unmistakably the work of that individual. A faint smile graced Baiyi's lips as he vanished just as the fireballs approached. A thunderous explosion ensued, the conflated fireballs leaving behind a deep crater. As the smoke cleared, the Woodmen and their squad arrived at the site of the explosion. This woman was exceptionally confident in her ninjutsu, her gaze fixed on the dissipating smoke, brimming with assurance. Yet, in the next moment, they beheld a vast pit where not even a fragment remained. Baiyi materialized atop the canopy of an ancient tree, and the silhouette of the Woodman gradually came into focus. The system chimed, triggering a new task that instantly incited an intense animosity from the stunning beauty of the Yumu clan. The reward? For volumes of unparalleled skill. Baiyi, momentarily bewildered, found himself grappling with the absurdity of the situation. He was a complete stranger to Yumu, and even as adversaries, such vehement hatred seemed unwarranted. Just as he contemplated abandoning the endeavor, his eye began to speak. Ahem, you could easily infuriate her with a single phrase. Allow me to enlighten you, it chattered, and a peculiar glint flickered in Baiyi's eyes. How could there merely be a vast pit left? My fire rat Jade has always been precise. Amidst his musings, Yumu's inner-tailed beast chakra suddenly set off alarms. Hey, beige-haired beauty, surprised are we? Baiyi's voice echoed from above Yumu's team, having just extracted a kunai adorned with the flying thunder god technique from the treetops. As a chunin of Konoha, how could you evade my attack? Yumu's voice was frigid, and the 30-odd ninja behind her were poised to apprehend Baiyi. Witnessing this, Baiyi realized he could no longer afford to hesitate. He needed to swiftly isolate this woman from her team. Thus, he required a reason that would drive Yumu to the brink of madness. Last night's events were perfectly suitable. With that, Baiyi leaped from the treetop, raising his hands above his head in a gesture of surrender. Do not be alarmed, my dear beauty. We are old acquaintances. Let us not resort to violence upon our first encounter. Your grace last night was truly captivating, and that beauty mark just above your abdomen was the crowning touch. As he spoke, lightning chakra enveloped Bai Yi, forming an armor of thunder. Sensing the familiar aura, Yumu deduced that the individual she had struck was indeed this person before her. So it is you. No wonder I detected no signs from Lord Rakage and his son. You lecher. Since you have dared to approach me, prepare to forfeit your life. The elite squad of Yunin, predominantly male, could not contain their fury at Bai Ye's revelation of their secret, causing Yumu's tea-colored hair to rise as if stirred by an unseen wind. As Bai Yi watched the beautiful woman erupt in rage, he pondered whether his task was nearing completion. Yet, the system delivered a disheartening message. Yumu currently possesses an anger value of 40. To meet the criteria, it must reach 100%. The task is arduous. Further effort is required. I have faith in you, the system continued, but let me secretly inform you that the combat prowess of this beauty is formidable. Should you be struck directly, you will sustain severe injuries. Chapter 66. Anger value in the realm of Naruto. The power of tailed beasts is undoubtedly formidable, aside from those exceptional individuals. Even the top J-nin from various nations are mere fodder in the presence of a tailed beast. I need no reminding of the terrifying might of the tailed beasts. Bai Yi retorted to the system. Immediately, he activated his lightning release to enhance his physical capabilities. It won't be so easy to kill me. If you possess the ability, then follow me. Let me see if you are merely a name without substance, a beautiful vase devoid of utility. Otherwise, you shall never capture me again. As the sound fell, the armored figure of Bai Yi leaped gracefully, effortlessly evading the encirclement of dozens of ninjas. At that moment, all the rubber bands atop the wooden figure had snapped, and a fierce killing intent glimmered in her beautiful eyes. No one could dare label me as merely ornamental. A ghostly blue tail shot skyward, propelling the wooden figure into the air, its body hurtling towards the distant Bai Yi. Continue your advance towards the Konoha defense line. I shall return shortly, the wooden figure declared before departing, leaving the assembled cloud ninjas to proceed. Unbeknownst to them, the yellow flash of Konoha lay in wait, and only a dead end awaited them. Parting ways with the wooden figure was a final farewell. In the jungle, two blue figures pursued each other until they reached a serene lake, where their chase finally ceased. One must acknowledge that the wooden figure, as the perfect Jinchuriki, embodied the characteristics of the two tails splendidly, most notably in her agility. Even with Bai Yi donned in armor, he believed he could not shake off this opponent. Have you truly given up struggling? A wise choice indeed. The scenery here is delightful. Dying in such a place would not be in vain. As they halted by the lake, the wooden figure did not rush to attack. Hearing Bai Ye's words, she sighed lightly and gestured towards the water. My dear beauty, I believe you have misunderstood. Do you not find this place reminiscent of the lake where you bathe? Since arriving here, your visage from that day has been imprinted in my mind, impossible to erase. Perhaps, while the scenery is perfect, you could grace me once more with your past splendor. Such frivolous remarks ignited a blaze of fury within the wooden figure, her face flushing crimson. You seek death. In an instant, dozens of blue fire orbs materialized around her, seemingly animated under the command of her 10 fingers. Ding. Friendly reminder. Anger level has reached 58. Keep up the good work. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt utterly speechless. How did this individual define her anger level? Even at the brink of killing intent, her anger was still only in the 50s. Damn system. What more must I do? Must I engage in unspeakable acts against her? This notion is not without merit. I wholeheartedly support you. While Bai Yi vented his frustrations at the obstinate system, the blue fire orbs surged towards him. Taken aback, he endured several fireballs. Fortunate that the armor of lightning was formidable enough to mitigate significant harm. However, he was acutely aware that this attack was merely a precursor to the wooden figure's transformation into a tailed beast. The main event was yet to unfold. As anticipated, while Bai Yi withstood the fireballs, the chakra cloak manifested upon her. Though the wooden figure retained her humanoid form, blue feline patterns adorned her skin. Her hair danced in the wind, and her eyes transformed to white. Witnessing this scene, Bai Yi could not help but gasp in astonishment. She could not allow her to continue transforming. A strategy must be devised to subdue her. This move would suffice. With a sigh, he simultaneously extended both hands. executing the hand seals for 2 techniques at once. Wind release, gale severing lock, water release, water dragon bullet. In the blink of an eye, the effect of wind release rendered the wooden figure devoid of its speed advantage, while water release effectively countered the fire attribute of the 2 tails. Both techniques were unleashed at the same moment, leaving the still partially transformed wooden figure at a distinct disadvantage. As the graceful form was ensnared by the water dragon, a blue mark was imprinted upon her jade-like back. The water dragon bullet served merely as a flawed. Inscribing the flying thunder god mark upon the wooden figure was his true objective. This would allow him to employ the exclusive skill of the lightning armor, though it was somewhat cruel towards the girl. With a resounding crash, the water dragon was shredded by a cat's paw imbued with ethereal blue chakra, causing the wooden figure to search for an opening to attack, yet she found herself lost in the void of the night. As she glanced around, the blue mark on her back radiated, and 2 arms wrapped around her chest. Being embraced from behind, the wooden figure's complexion flushed instantly. I cannot endure this any longer. Let me perish in this very spot. Let me draw closer. I wish to be enraptured in the embrace of tenderness. This technique ought not to be employed against a girl, yet your strength is undeniable. My sincerest apologies. Lightning release, lightning bomb. The signature technique of the 4th Raikage reemerged, instilling a foreboding sense within the wooden figure. She instinctively sought to break free, yet her body and consciousness lagged behind, rendering her powerless. A thunderous roar echoed as the knight plunged the wooden figure into the ground. The overwhelming impact temporarily incapacitated her. This moment presented an opportune chance to seal the tailed beast chakra. In truth, the wooden figure's prideful arrogance was a cause for gratitude. Had she fully transformed at the outset, he would likely have been left with no choice but to flee. 5-element seal. Spheres of light hovered above his 5 fingers, racing toward the wooden figure's flat abdomen with remarkable speed and without a hint of hesitation. Just as he was about to reach his target, 2 ethereal blue tails suddenly ensnared the wooden figure's form. A surge of potent fire chakra erupted, instantly shattering the lightning armor surrounding him, propelling his body backwards several meters. Ding! Anger level has reached 90 points, with success merely a step away. Goodness, this still isn't enough. I have already unleashed such a brutal technique upon her. Yet the wooden figure does not harbor a profound hatred towards me. Do you intend to take my life? Not far away. A large paw slowly emerged from the ethereal blue mist, followed closely by a blue cat's head, adorned with mismatched eyes and 2 long tails dancing in the wind. At that moment, the voice of the wooden figure resonated beside the small lake. My body has never been touched by another. How dare you commit such an unforgivable act against me? As her icy voice faded, the 2 tails opened its mouth wide, swiftly merging the fire attribute chakra, which in an instant formed a spherical mass. This was the 2 tails' ultimate technique, second only to the tailed beast ball. Chapter 67, Subjugation. Though she possesses such beauty, her ruthlessness in combat is striking. Fortunately, the terrain here favors me, or I would be at a loss for how to defend myself. With a gasp, Byakuya leapt onto the water's surface, his hands deftly maneuvering. Water release, great explosive water shockwave. A fountain-like cascade erupted beneath his feet, propelling his body to great heights, rivaling the might of Kisame. The fireballs paled in comparison against the vast ocean, as relentless waves subdued the 2-tailed beast's techniques, crashing against its cerulean form. A roar echoed, shaking the heavens, infused with boundless fury. Faced with such formidable water techniques, the 2 tails found themselves at a disadvantage. It was time for her to unleash her signature move. A brilliant light radiated from beneath her feet, and she ascended onto the water's surface, her jaws opening wide as she compressed yin and yang chakra into a sphere. Witnessing this, Byakuya's expression turned grave. System, lend me some chakra, otherwise I cannot control this behemoth. Hee. All right, this time I shall lend you some chakra, came the response, followed by another affirmation. The chakra that had dwindled within Byakuya was replenished, and he formed a cross with his hands. With a poof, several shadow clones materialized beside him, pairing off and dispersing. Each group coordinated their efforts, one wielding water dragon bullet, the other utilizing lightning release, creating a fusion of thunder and water. As the 2 tails struggled to gather chakra, they were ensnared by a dozen electric water dragons, interrupting the formation of the tailed beast bomb. Furthermore, these water dragons rendered her momentarily immobile. Observing the tight grip of the water dragons, Yi approached slowly, holding a dorayaki in his left hand and milk in his right. In that moment, to elevate the anger of the wooden figure to its zenith, he had to resort to his final gambit. It is well known that most women are fond of food. The figure before him boasted an alluring physique, and with a shared affinity for culinary delights, it was evident she would be deeply affected. By destroying her favorite food right before her, he would complete his task. Upon receiving the task reward, Yi would possess ample confidence in calming the wooden figure. My dear, these two delicacies are staples among the Leaf Ninja. I heard from the front lines that after every victorious battle, you would scavenge these supplies. Thus, I prepared a little something special for us to share. However, your temperament is rather foul. I merely jested, and yet you sought my demise. If that is the case, I shall have no choice but to destroy this delicacy before your eyes. With a wicked smile, Yi tossed the milk and dorayaki into the air. Fire release, great fireball technique. The flames consumed the food within his backpack. The scent of charred remains wafting to the two tails, igniting her fury to new heights. Boom, boom, boom. The water dragons encircling her burst forth, unleashing the full force of the beast within. Yi swiftly retreated with the shockwave, as the system's voice finally resonated. As the notification echoed, ding, the anger level of the wooden man has reached 100%. Congratulations, task completed. You are rewarded with 4 volumes of the Conquering Hand. An introduction to these 4 volumes surfaced in Yi's mind. At last, he would possess the power to breach the defenses of the tailed beasts. My apologies. Dear Meow Meow, though this method is rather ruthless, I must proceed for the sake of Konoha. With a sigh, he manifested a single finger from the 4 volumes, forming the mightiest spear of the ninja world. In an instant, Yi's form vanished, and simultaneously, the flying thunder god mark previously left on the wooden man illuminated, remaining intact despite the Jinchuriki's transformation. Breakthrough. With a powerful shout, Yi materialized at the waist of the two tails, the formidable spear piercing through the tailed beast's outer defenses, eliciting a ferocious roar. The cerulean form gradually diminished, first transforming into a crimson half-tailed beast, then reverting to the wooden man's true self. At that moment, Yi's index finger breached the wooden man's waist, a maneuver designed to disrupt the flow of chakra, rendering the enchanting beauty incapable of sustaining her beastly form. You're too cruel. How could you bear to harm such a beautiful lady? My body vehemently condemns your actions. Wow. The blood of the wooden man is so sweet, I can truly feel it. While these individuals engaged in fervent discussion, the wooden man, feebly, uttered, Friends, I am truly sorry. I may not be able to support you any longer. It is a great regret. Upon finishing her words, her previously taut and graceful form slackened, and the half-kneeling wooden man gradually submerged into the water. Seeing this, Yi swiftly scooped up the lovely figure before him, gazing at her pale, yet exquisite visage. A pang of guilt welled within him. Fear not, I shall not allow you to perish. Furthermore, I have prepared some delicacies for you. In a flash, Yi vanished once more, reappearing by the small lake where they had first encountered each other. By the water's edge, several boxes of milk and a heap of dorayaki lay neatly arranged. Yi placed the wooden man's body beside the food, observing her delicate nose twitch in response. Even in unconsciousness, she remained attuned to the allure of cuisine. Your injuries were inflicted by me. Quickly tell me a remedy, or I shall make you pay. Do not rush me. Do you think I would allow such a beauty to perish? Rest assured, her physical constitution is quite robust. I will impart some medical ninjutsu to you, and she will be healed forthwith. Having acquired several medical techniques, Yi immediately commenced treatment on the wooden man. A green luminescence shimmered upon her enticing waist, swiftly merging with the chakra of the tailed beast to mend her wounds, leaving not a trace behind. Throughout this process, the wooden man's exaggerated curves stirred an incessant rush of blood within Yi, his nostrils imbued with warmth. All done. Now, it is time to seal her, ensuring she cannot influence the battlefield. With that, Yi carefully turned the wooden man over, her slender waist now rigid. In the next moment, chakra spheres manifested at his fingertips. Forgive me, Yumu Run, for I did not intend to take advantage. My actions today stem from our differing positions, and I sincerely apologize. After muttering a few words, he pressed the 5 chakra orbs on his fingers onto Yumu Ren's abdomen. With the 5-element seal accompanied by a soft hum, Yi felt an exhilarating surge of energy. Chapter 68. Taking office as dawn broke, sunlight cascaded over the azure barrier, and Yumu Ren lay by the tranquil lake. Her beautiful eyes gradually fluttering open to the fragrant aroma of milk wafting through the air. Slowly, she propped herself up and turned her head to discover several pieces of dorayaki stacked together, with 2 open cartons of milk releasing gentle steam. Moreover, beneath the milk cartons lay a small note. Upon unfolding it, anger instantly flickered across Yumu Ren's face. "Dear beauty, breakfast is ready for you. Unfortunately, I have matters to attend to and cannot join you. A gentle reminder. Please exercise caution on the battlefield. You can no longer harness the power of the tailed beasts. This seal can only be undone by me. Enjoy your meal." In a fit of rage, Yumu Ren tore the note to shreds, then glanced at the intricate patterns on her abdomen, the very design of the 5-element seal, crafted by Yi using 5 distinct chakra types. Only someone possessing all 5 chakra natures could potentially break the seal. Yumu Ren attempted to unravel the seal, using her chakra multiple times, but each attempt ended in failure. Her cool demeanor now tinged with anger. "Konoha ninja, do not let me see you again. Otherwise, I shall tear you apart with my own hands." She shouted toward the sky, but her stomach suddenly grumbled. Instinctively, she glanced at the delicious food beside her, initially tempted to overturn it all. Yet hunger compelled her to relent, and she began devouring the dorayaki, the warm milk enveloping her in comfort. During this time, with the 2 tails residing within her, she felt no fear of poison in her food. Meanwhile, at the Konoha camp, after a long night, all the wounded from the front lines had been returned to the camp. Watergate had risen to prominence after the battle, as Yumu Ren's entire team had been annihilated, granting Konoha a moment of respite. Jiraiya emerged from his tent, surveying the injured before him, and the usually carefree and lecherous sage appeared deeply troubled. The power of the tailed beasts was overwhelmingly potent, their impact on the war immeasurable. Now that Jiraiya was present, he needed to devise a plan. As he pondered, a sudden yawn echoed from behind him. "Good morning, Lord Jiraiya." Turning toward the voice, he found Bai Yi standing at the entrance of the tent, stretching. Just moments ago, Jiraiya had passed by Bai Yi's tent, which had been empty. Where had he returned from? "When did you come back?" Jiraiya inquired. "Just a few minutes ago," Bai Yi casually replied. "I slept soundly last night, and the fatigue of these past days has finally faded away." Jiraiya, puzzled, wondered how this individual had managed to find time to sleep after being dispatched to support the front lines. As Jiraiya prepared to inquire further, Minato suddenly approached. Upon seeing Bai Yi unscathed, he rushed forward, gripping Bai Yi's shoulders with urgency. "Are you injured? The battle last night must have been arduous." "Not at all," Bai Yi replied with a slight smile. "I'm just a bit fatigued, but I sustained no injuries. After the fight, I even managed to catch up on some sleep." The two exchanged banter, leaving Jiraiya somewhat bewildered. Quickly, he joined them, shedding his playful demeanor for a more serious, elder-like posture. "Now you two, tell me what transpired last night." Upon hearing his teacher's words, Minato wasted no time recounting Bai Yi's exploits. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped Bai Yi's collar. Inhaling deeply, "What a delightful scent. You didn't engage in anything untoward with that woman, did you? No wonder you appear so worn." He spoke with a mischievous grin, his white brows arching. "Come now, I would never take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state," Bai Yi retorted. "By the way, Minato, last night I placed a 5-element seal on the Two Tails Jinchuriki. Yunin likely lacks anyone proficient in all 5 elemental natures, so we needn't worry about the tailed beast disrupting the battlefield balance for the time being. If possible, we should organize a counterattack swiftly to reclaim the territories we lost." Minato's eyes widened in surprise at this revelation. Not only had Bai Yi single-handedly held back the Two Tails, but he had also executed such an advanced sealing technique on the Jinchuriki. Where had he acquired such skills? Given Minato's understanding of Bai Yi, he seemed to lack such capabilities. With the urgency of war pressing upon them, Minato had no time to ponder these matters. Bai Yi's proposed strategic plan was indeed viable, yet the camp faced a significant dilemma. "Bai Yi, your suggestion is commendable, but Commander Naki has fallen, leaving our camp in a leaderless state. Organizing an offensive swiftly is no easy task." Concern etched Minato's face as he spoke. In response, Bai Yi offered a calm smile and gave Jiraiya a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "What is the issue? We have a ready-made commander here. I believe Lord Jiraiya would be an excellent choice. He is a direct disciple of the 3rd Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, the most respected figure in the camp. Surely, no one is more suited for the role than he." With his words, Minato's gaze shifted to Jiraiya, who, feeling the weight of their expectations, sighed softly. Perhaps this was indeed the best course of action. I agreed to temporarily assume the role of camp commander. After this decision, the higher-ups convened a meeting, and unsurprisingly, Jiraiya's appointment as commander faced no objections. Consequently, once the damage reports were confirmed, the camp could replenish its supplies and advance to the front lines, confident in victory now that the tailed beast would no longer interfere with the battle. In the command center of Cloud Ninja, a figure named Yumu removed the black coat, revealing her exquisite waist, which caught the eye of the third Raikage. Lord Raikage, do you possess a means to dispel this seal? Upon observing the intricate designs on Yumu's abdomen, the towering third Raikage was momentarily taken aback. What a masterful sealing technique, he mused. As he spoke, the third Raikage placed his large hand upon Yumu's midsection. If Bai Yi and his system were present, they would undoubtedly quip. Remove your greasy hands. Allow me to take over. Feeling the potency of the sealing technique, the third Raikage's brow furrowed deeply, for he had discerned the origin of this seal. It was a 5-element seal, one that could only be unraveled by an individual possessing all 5 elemental chakra types. A rarity in Cloud Village. The individual you encountered last night was none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 69. The weight of femininity over masculinity in the ninja world. Figures of great stature exude their own aura, and as a Jinchuriki, Yumu possessed an exceptionally keen sense. No, that individual was quite young, merely 17 or 18 years of age. As she spoke, a mix of shame and anger flushed across Yumu's face, and her hands instinctively clenched. As long as it is not the third Hokage, that insufferable brat, despite possessing some skill, cannot sway the outcome of the battle. I will devise a solution for the sealing matter. For now, you should return and rest. You need not partake in the ensuing combat. Upon hearing the Raikage's words, Yumu's expression changed dramatically. Lord Raikage, what are you doing? Even without the power of the tailed beast, I remain a Jonin of Cloud Village. The battle is not yet over. How could I possibly retreat? I cannot accept your decision. With that, Yumu stormed out, her prideful spirit unwilling to succumb to the humiliation brought upon her by Bai Yi, especially after her entire team had been defeated. Observing her current state, the third Raikage let out a sigh. Someone, escort Yumu back to rest. No one is to allow her to leave the camp without my command. As his words echoed, 2 tall cloud ninjas swiftly took hold of Yumu. As the trio distanced themselves, A and his brothers arrived at the third Raikage's tent. Listen closely. I order you to assume Yumu's duties immediately and lead the troops in a surprise attack on Konoha. Not a word about what you overheard outside the tent. The absence of the tailed beast's combat power could dampen the soldiers' morale. Hearing the Raikage's command, the brothers nodded in unison. 3 days later, once the supplies at the front lines were replenished, Jiraiya led a counterattack against the Cloud Ninjas. Minato and Bai Yi joined the fray simultaneously, and the two who wielded the Flying Thunder God technique quickly became a nightmare for the Cloud forces, perfectly severing the front and middle ranks of the Land of Lightning. Outside the Cloud supply station, 2 figures emerged from the surrounding underbrush. Bai Yi, you truly are remarkable. Had it not been for your intelligence, we might have taken an eternity to uncover this location. Minato spoke in hushed tones, his gaze toward Bai Yi filled with reverence. Just a small matter. A trivial task, really. For now, let us consider how to take this place down. How simple it sounds. If it weren't for your physique, how could you easily arrive here? Do not forget, you are here with a mission. You must not harm any of the female ninjas, especially those of striking beauty. Furthermore, you must ensure that Minato does not inflict any harm, or else the hidden rewards will remain beyond your reach. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. Earlier on their journey, his body had hinted at a hidden reward to be triggered after conquering the supply station, with the stipulation that no harm should come to the women present. Before arriving, Bai Yi thought this reward was merely a trivial offering. There were so many women on the battlefield, avoiding them seemed a simple task. However, upon his actual arrival, he discovered that the majority within the supply station were indeed women. Was this a jest? All right, I understand. You need not keep nagging at me, he remarked. Several women from the hidden cloud were busily moving about the supply station. Noticing Bai Yi lost in thought again, Minato temporarily set aside his offensive intentions. Conquering this location was a task of considerable difficulty, requiring their coordinated efforts. After a while, seeing Bai Yi regain his focus, Minato inquired, "Are you all right? I noticed you seemed distracted just now. Do you feel unwell?" Baiyi smiled awkwardly at Minato's concern. By the way, Minato, what are your thoughts on the third great ninja war? Don't you think those women are quite admirable? As members of the fairer sex, they still toil at the front lines. What a pity to squander such youthful vigor. Baiyi's sudden statement left Minato somewhat bewildered. However, after a moment's reflection, he recognized that Baiyi's close association with Jiraiya likely influenced their shared sentiments, particularly regarding the reverence for women. In response, Minato earnestly replied, "Indeed, they are heroines who stand shoulder to shoulder with their male counterparts. How much better it would be without this war. If possible, I would prefer not to take their lives." Upon hearing this, Baiyi felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Truly, Minato was a gentle and kind-hearted man, and now he felt free to express his innermost thoughts. Great minds think alike. I feel the same way. What if we were to only destroy the supplies without harming them? I have a splendid plan. With that, Baiyi leaned close to Minato's ear and divulged his comprehensive strategy. After a while, rustling sounds emerged from outside the supply station. A few toads adorned with ninja headbands scampered out from the underbrush. The captain of the Cloud Ninja, stationed at the entrance, immediately commanded her subordinates to throw a few shurikens forward. The toads were struck, and the rustling from the bushes ceased. Humph, pathetic tactics. Do they think a few summoned beasts can infiltrate our camp? Such folly, the Cloud Ninja captain scoffed, brushing aside her bangs with disdain. Yet, before her words could settle, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the woods. Moments later, 2 Cloud Ninja headbands flew out from the underbrush. Upon witnessing this, the captain grew serious. Half of her team remained at the entrance while the other half was dispatched to investigate the situation in the bushes. After half a minute, a stunning blonde beauty with an alluring figure gracefully emerged from the camp. "Dakai, what is transpiring outside?" Reporting to the captain, "Aside from the few toads I just dealt with, we have merely discovered some clothing and shoes in the thicket, no other anomalies." The captain, referred to as Dakai, instructed her team to retrieve the garments found among the bushes. Upon examining the clothing of the blonde woman, they uncovered a peculiar mark at the collar of a ninja vest. Just as she prepared to scrutinize the inscription, a shadow abruptly materialized before her, accompanied by a teasing voice. "Apologies." The voluptuous beauty known as Gossip Palm had appeared before the blonde through the Flying Thunder God technique, delivering a strike to her chest that sent ripples through her body, much to the delight of the onlookers. The moment she was struck, the head of the supply station fainted, and the ninjas standing nearby grew alert. An enemy attack. Everyone, maintain vigilance and signal headquarters immediately. Hearing this, a male ninja activated the signal flare on his chest. The crimson flare exploded in the sky, and witnessing this scene, Baiyi's expression darkened. He would not show mercy to those outside of his protective domain. With the activation of the 5th gate of the lightning armor, Baiyi's physical vitality surged, allowing him to unleash his full potential. In the blink of an eye, he was beside the man, delivering a powerful punch that sent him soaring, crashing through the supply station's door. Observing this, a smirk crossed Baiyi's lips as he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Mizumoto had also achieved considerable success, having dispatched 7 male ninjas amidst the chaos. Their earlier antics were merely a ruse to draw a portion of them inside, enabling them to leave subtle marks on their bodies for swift teleportation through the Flying Thunder God technique, inciting widespread panic. Returning to the thicket, the supply station was now in disarray. "Baiyi, I understand your reluctance to harm those women, but they have already signaled for help. We must act swiftly." Mizumoto's voice was urgent. This is a battlefield, and a single misstep could result in countless deaths. As a Konoha ninja, he refused to let his compassion endanger his comrades. To hesitate would be to condemn lives rather than save them. Baiyi comprehended this sentiment well. However, for the two of them, there was no longer cause for concern, as Baiyi had just sent the man into the warehouse. "Mizumoto, trust me, victory is within our grasp. Continue to weave through the crowd with the Flying Thunder God technique, avoiding lingering in one spot for too long. I will handle the rest. It is merely a warehouse. I am confident I can reduce him to ashes." With that, Baiyi's gaze sharpened, and the two of them launched into action once more. As Baiyi made his way into the warehouse amidst the turmoil Mizumoto had created, at this moment, only 2 male ninjas remained in the warehouse. By a stroke of fortune, they met their demise as Baiyi unleashed the Hell Spike, effortlessly passing through them. Utilizing the Earth Release technique, Baiyi clapped his hands against the ground, raising a mound of earth that lifted the warehouse beyond the reach of the Cloud Ninja's vigilance. The ground ascended rapidly, And as Bai Yi gazed upon the strategic supplies before him, a wicked smile graced his handsome visage. The exhilaration of employing this technique for the first time was undeniable. As he spoke, Bai Yi gradually opened his clasped hands, conjuring a white cube from thin air. With the dust release, the original world-severing technique. The spatial cube expanded dramatically, rendering the warehouse into nothingness. Several cloud ninjas, having scaled the heights, were struck with despair upon witnessing the emergence of the white cube. This was the dust release, a skill typically wielded only by the third Tsuchikage. The personnel at the supply station were left in shock, unable to comprehend how their shelter had vanished without leaving a trace. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi and Minato made their exit, having executed their mission with remarkable finesse, both sporting smiles as they traversed the path. The system's voice resonated in Bai Yi's ears. Task completed, hidden rewards activated. Current chakra doubled as a reward. Suddenly, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, confirming the doubling of his chakra reserves. Observing Bai Yi lost in thought, Minato murmured to himself, contemplating that Bai Yi certainly needed a proper rest upon their return, as he seemed dazed even while walking. Abruptly, dozens of shuriken hurtled towards them, each affixed with an explosive tag. Upon witnessing this, Minato swiftly grasped Bai Yi's form, vanishing just as the explosive tags detonated. Smoke billowed through the forest as two figures emerged, both possessing dark skin, one tall and imposing, the other a youthful dancer adorned with dark brown swimming goggles. Yo, check it out, my aim is on point. No more hiding, no evading. I can feel you, the boy rapped in a tongue-twisting cadence, making gestures with his hands that suggested an eccentric nature. They were none other than the duo from Kumogakure, A and B, one a candidate for the next Raikage, the other the perfect host for the Eight Tails. Minato concealed Bai Yi behind an ancient tree, and as the explosions echoed, he emerged from his moment of joy, sensing the formidable chakra emanating from the duo. He had not anticipated encountering them so swiftly. Hidden task activated. Remove B's goggles for a reward of 8-sword style. While Bai Yi held little interest in the reward, the prospect of uncovering what lay beneath Killer B's goggles intrigued him immensely. He wondered if his eyes bore resemblance to those of the Eight Tails, resembling octopus eyes. Filled with anticipation, Bai Yi firmly grasped Minato's arm as he prepared to face the duo alone. He understood well that Minato possessed the strength to prevail. Minato, allow me to take the lead. I wish to gauge my own prowess. Faced with the proposal from Bai Yi, Minato hesitated for a moment, ultimately acquiescing. Very well. But you must exercise caution. That young man may very well be another formidable weapon of the Cloud Village. Do not underestimate him. As for that towering figure, be even more vigilant. He is the designated successor of the next generation Raikage. After a brief exchange, the two ascended to the treetops simultaneously. You two must be the duo from the hidden cloud. Yet you appear rather unimpressive, just a brash brute and a loquacious youth. Bai Yi remarked with a playful expression, eliciting considerable displeasure from AI. A mere Chunin from Konoha dares to speak so boldly? Prepare to experience my technique. With a surge of lightning surrounding him, AI unleashed an aura comparable to that of a tailed beast. Killer B, once again, broke into a rap, and an octopus tentacle suddenly emerged from behind him, hurtling directly towards the two. Do not harbor illusions. My sunglasses shall not be removed. Simultaneously, AI leaped into the air, landing atop the octopus's tail, his roar reverberating throughout the forest. Confronted with an aura formidable enough to rival a tailed beast, Bai Yi, having just received a system reward, did not contemplate retreat. Accompanied by the sound of crackling electricity, he transformed, mirroring AI's form. The two clad in lightning armor collided with one another, executing identical techniques. Following the clash, Bai Yi felt a heaviness in his chest, retreating much farther than AI. Indeed, the future fourth Raikage was a formidable adversary. Engaging him in close combat proved somewhat daunting. Chapter 71. Victory. Who are you, that you can wield the secret techniques of the Land of Lightning? AI, having gained the upper hand in their skirmish, recognized the terrifying potential of Bai Yi, who demonstrated remarkable mastery over the lightning armor. Bai Yi glanced at the lightning coursing through him, and, with a faint smile, remarked, "Is this difficult? It's not something one cannot grasp with ease. Surely, no one would squander years studying it. That would be foolish." Upon hearing this, AI felt his rage flare. "You dare boast? Watch as I tear your mouth apart." As he spoke, AI's muscles swelled, reaching their peak activation. sensing the pressure akin to that of a tailed beast. In the distance, Minato readied himself for action. Yet, at that moment, Baiyi gave AI a thumbs up. Taking a deep breath, his robe billowed without wind. The sixth gate, the gate of view, opened, accompanied by a powerful shout echoing through the woods. Baiyi's aura matched AI's intensity. The two transformed into streaks of light, engaging in fierce combat, toppling trees one after another. In midair, their ultimate techniques collided. Baiyi, propelled by the force exerted by AI, soared upward, a smile gradually forming on his face. Indeed, a brash man, once provoked, he disregards cooperation. At last, I have the opportunity to strike at your brother. Prepare to experience my new ultimate move. Lightning release, Morning Peacock. As Baiyi concentrated his formidable aura, he unleashed his exclusive technique from the sixth gate, infusing it with lightning chakra, transforming Morning Peacock into a soft azure hue. In the sky, streaks of blue lightning descended, and before AI could react, his body was forcefully thrust into the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Baiyi prepared to engage Kurabi, utilizing the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Kurabi found himself besieged by a deluge of shuriken shadows and could only summon his octopus tail to shield himself. In this moment, he remained unaware of a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique that had fallen behind him. The sound of 1,000 birds echoed around Kurabi as Baiyi appeared at his side, having dispelled the 8 gates and lightning armor states. The simultaneous use of these two techniques was exceedingly taxing. Even with his chakra doubled, unleashing a single Morning Peacock was already pushing his limits. At this juncture, Baiyi's most potent means of combat was the 1,000 birds technique. Success. The 1,000 birds severed the octopus tail and then slashed upward across Kurabi's forehead. As AI emerged from the deep pit and witnessed this, he immediately charged toward Baiyi. Stop. At that moment, Minato, who had been observing the battle, finally intervened. He redirected AI's attack with a Rasengan, while his other hand held a kunai poised against AI's robust neck. Don't move. In an instant, the world seemed to freeze until a light-hearted voice shattered the heavy atmosphere. So this is what your eyes look like. It's quite different from what I imagined. At this moment, 3 of AI's tentacles were severed by Baiyi, along with his dark brown glasses, exposing Kurabi's small eyes. Upon seeing this visage, Baiyi's curiosity was finally appeased. More accurately, it was the entity within him that was satisfied. Ding! Hidden mission completed. Reward: 8 blades fluid technique. Alright, let us cease hostilities for now, you little rascal. You should really wear glasses from now on. That look is quite unbecoming. Baiyi casually picked up the broken glasses and tossed them to Kurabi, as the lightning aura in his palm gradually faded, signaling his intent for a truce. On the other side, Minato and AI exchanged glances before swiftly parting, retreating to their respective companions. Minato, let us depart. You two listen closely. We have urgent matters at hand. Our next encounter will not be so amicable. With that, both vanished into the distance. AI attempted to pursue, but was halted by Kurabi. Brother, do not forget our mission. Battling those two will delay us significantly. We should head to the warehouse first. In a certain part of the Cloud Ninja encampment, Baiyi sat weakly on the ground, finally liberated from the Cloud Ninja brothers and no longer needing to maintain his strength. I told you repeatedly, never push yourself too hard. Now you can't even move, can you? Upon hearing Minato's words, Baiyi chuckled in response. Wasn't it because you were here? Otherwise, I would not have dared to fight with all my might. I appreciate your assistance on the way back. Seeing his state, Minato could only shake his head in resignation, then hoisted Baiyi onto his back, and together they vanished from the Cloud Ninja encampment. As twilight descended, Jiraiya stood at the entrance of the camp, awaiting the return of his beloved disciple and the enigmatic Baiyi. His patience was rewarded as he beheld the two figures slowly approaching the camp, illuminated by the golden hues of the setting sun. At that moment, Baiyi rested adorably upon Minato's shoulder, appearing quite endearing. How could this little one have fallen asleep? Jiraiya mused, prompting a reassuring response from Minato. Sensei, though Baiyi is young, he possesses remarkable prowess. The feats he accomplishes are beyond what even we could achieve. It is time he rests now. I am truly delighted for White Fang. He has sired such an exceptional son. 3 days later, Baiyi awoke in the medical room, greeted by a female ninja. Baiyi-kun, you are finally awake. I shall inform Lord Jiraiya immediately. Upon seeing him rouse in the middle of the night, the medical ninja hurriedly exited. System, how long have I been asleep? Precisely 3 full days. What? I've been asleep for 3 days, in the midst of battle. Missing a single day could mean losing countless opportunities. Why did none of you wake me? At this, Bai sprang from his bed. Humph. All you think about is battle. Do you realize the immense burden you placed on your body by simultaneously utilizing the lightning armor and the 8 gates? What is sleeping for 3 days? Even so, my body has yet to fully recover, and I still feel fatigued. As he spoke, his body echoed his grievances. Upon reflection, he acknowledged the truth in his words. The strain of opening the 8 gates was considerable, and when compounded with the lightning armor, the toll on his physique would escalate exponentially, warranting some complaints. Ha ha, little Bai Yi, you have finally awakened. I feared I would never see you again. Jiraiya exclaimed as he rushed in from outside the tent and scooped Bai Yi into a tight embrace. Due to his still recovering body, Bai Yi nearly gasped for breath. Cough. Lord Jiraiya, please release me. I can scarcely breathe. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya loosened his grip, somewhat sheepishly scratching his head. My apologies, I got a bit carried away. However, when you hear this news, you will feel the same. Chapter 72. A return to the small lake, thanks to you and Minato destroying the enemy's supply station. Their combat capabilities have been severely compromised. Under my command, the higher-ups of the Cloud Ninja have decided to retreat. Bai's eyes sparkled at this revelation. The retreat of the Cloud Ninja signified that Konoha had gained the upper hand on the battlefield. The situation would undoubtedly improve, and soon, Konoha would achieve victory. Naturally, Bai felt exhilarated by the news, yet the entity within him was less than pleased. The war has ended? Does that mean I shall no longer see the beautiful lady? How disheartening. My eyes are not amused. Indeed, compared to the triumph of battle, my body yearns far more to encounter the beautiful lady. A group of individuals was clamoring within Bai's mind, and this time, they succeeded in causing him a measure of annoyance. At that moment, his thoughts were incessantly haunted by an alluring image. On that fateful night, in an effort to seal the tailed beast's power within the wooden figure, he had engaged in numerous intimate actions. Consequently, the visage and laughter of the wooden figure were indelibly etched in Bai's memory. It was uncertain when exactly, but he seemed to genuinely yearn for that woman. A sentiment reflected in his facial expression. Witnessing this, Jiraiya wrapped an arm around Bai's shoulder and whispered in his ear, Hey, you're not thinking about that enchanting experience, are you? To be honest, I find it rather regrettable. After the Cloud Ninja's main forces retreated, we can no longer see the maidens bathing by the small lake. My sketchbook remains unfinished, such a pity. Bai paid no heed to Jiraiya. After donning his clothes, he stepped outside alone, wandering along the front line of Konoha, a melancholic aura perpetually gracing his handsome visage. Am I truly developing feelings for the wooden figure? Why can I never seem to forget her? Bai questioned himself, soon receiving an answer from the system. Indeed, you have developed an affection for her. But it is not love, you merely crave her physical form. Your body has long since seen through this. What is the big deal about liking a girl? Why the hesitation? One must strive to win, right? If you like her, pursue her. I wholeheartedly support you in bringing her back to Konoha. I support that notion as well. The thought of bringing her back to Konoha flashed through Bai's mind like a bolt of lightning. Indeed, the voice was right. One must strive to win. Since he truly harbored feelings for the wooden figure, why not bring her close to nurture their bond? Yet, her teammates had perished because of him. Would she genuinely choose to forgive him? Merely contemplating the matter brought him considerable distress. In the meantime, it was prudent for Bai to wait until his body had fully recovered before proceeding. Days passed, and as the situation on the battlefield improved, Jiraiya found himself with more leisure time. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he would invite Bai and Minato to play cards together. During this period of respite, Bai's health gradually returned. One fateful night, feeling stifled within the confines of the tent, he decided to step outside for some fresh air. As he wandered, he found himself at the very barrier the wooden figure had once established. The ethereal blue barrier remained intact. After such a long time apart, the place still looked the same. Regretfully, the circumstances had changed, and he mused that he might never encounter her here again. With that thought, Bai activated the Flying Thunder God technique to enter the barrier. The water in the lake remained crystal clear, shimmering beautifully under the moonlight. Sitting alone by the water's edge, he gazed at the enchanting scene, lost in contemplation. Ding! Danger detected in the water. Please evacuate immediately. The warning had barely finished when a dazzling light erupted from the water, and explosive tags soared skyward, their destructive power potent enough to obliterate the barrier. Damn it! Why didn't you say something sooner? The explosion sent forth a colossal spray of water, the force contained within capable of tearing a person apart. Upon witnessing such a spectacle, Bai promptly utilized the flying thunder god technique to depart, yet he found himself drenched in water, appearing quite disheveled. As he emerged from the barrier, the scene within was already a sight of utter devastation. Such grandiosity, to employ explosive tags to obliterate the entire interior of the barrier. Look, the beautiful maiden cares for you deeply. She is so intent on your demise that she would even destroy this picturesque scene. What profound animosity she must harbor. In that moment, Bai became acutely aware of a critical realization. Since the woman of wood was aware that he would undoubtedly arrive here, she would not resort to merely one tactic. Moreover, Bai could ascertain that she would not take his life. The first ambush had already materialized. How distant could the second be? Indeed, as Bai contemplated this matter, steel wires suddenly emerged from the ground, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself ensnared like a rice dumpling. Rather than resisting, Bai allowed the wires to bind him, knowing that if he remained here, the woman of wood would surely come upon learning of the situation. As seconds turned into minutes, Bai's arms began to feel numb and sore. Your thoughts are rather astute. The beautiful maiden has indeed arrived, issuing a task that compels the woman of wood to willingly accompany you back to the Konoha camp, rewarded with a summoning contract. Reflecting upon it, Bai realized that he did not possess a formidable summoning beast, making this reward quite appealing. Thus, while awaiting the arrival of the woman of wood, he began to devise plans on how to bring her home. A quarter of an hour later, a graceful figure swept across the grass, directly approaching Bai. I was not mistaken. The lecherous scoundrel has truly arrived, utterly shameless, the woman of wood huffed, her chest rising and falling, her form becoming even more alluring. Consequently, Bai paid no heed to her reprimands. The more incensed she became, the more captivating she appeared. Seemingly aware that Bai's gaze was fixed upon her bosom, the woman of wood's ire intensified, and her delicate hand shot towards Bai's chest. Lecher, how dare you look? Sensing the imminent danger, Bai instantly activated the 8 gates, shattering all the steel wires simultaneously. He then leaped gracefully, landing directly behind the woman of wood, his hand gently resting on her snowy shoulder. Oh, fair maiden, must you speak so harshly? I was merely admiring your beauty. How have I become a lecher? I have not laid a finger on you. Bai, oblivious to his own impropriety, maintained his stance with fervor, further inciting the woman of wood's wrath. Dare to argue? I shall tear you apart. Her chestnut braid erupted in fury, her slender hands reaching out to grasp Bai. Even without the protection of a tailed beast, she remained a capable jonin of the hidden cloud village, her combat prowess undoubtedly formidable. Chapter 73, Encirclement. The 5th gate. The door of closing has been opened. A blue chakra wave enveloped Bai, and at that moment, all the steel wires snapped. Just as the claws were about to seize him, his form had already vanished. Hello, beautiful maiden. I am right behind you. The flying thunder god Mark possesses the remarkable trait of never dissipating. As long as Bai desires, it can perpetually manifest behind the wooden figure. Go die? Upon hearing this voice, the wooden figure fiercely clawed backward with its feline-like paw. The elongated nails pierced through Bai's form. Subsequently, a confident smile graced the wooden figure's face, yet it froze instantly upon seeing the state of its own claws. At that moment, what adorned its hands was not droplets of blood, but rather beads of water, and an unsettling premonition washed over it. Water release, water prison technique. In an instant, a pool of clear water enveloped its body, trapping the wooden figure within a sphere of water. At that moment, Bai's true form also emerged. My beautiful lady, how do you find the water prison I have specially prepared for you? As he spoke, Bai placed his palm atop the water sphere. As long as he did not withdraw it, the wooden figure would remain eternally ensnared. Despicable lecher, release me. Let us engage in a fair duel. Upon hearing this, Bai merely smiled and shook his head. What fairness exists in this world? You have already lost to me due to your carelessness. Thus, you have no opportunity for a rematch. I now present you with 2 choices. Either accompany me back to the Konoha camp, where I assure your safety and will assist you in unbinding your seal, or remain trapped in this water prison, enduring endless torment until you perish. Faced with Bai's 2 propositions, the wooden figure would undoubtedly opt for the former, as it still held a glimmer of hope for Bai's mercy. Choosing the latter would lead to a fate she was all too aware of, Byakuya's methods were far more intricate than merely a water prison. Now trapped, and with her chakras sealed, she realized that she would likely be subjected to unimaginable suffering until her demise. I can return to the Konoha camp with you, provided you help me unbind part of my seal. Otherwise, I cannot trust you. Upon hearing the wooden figure's words, Byakuya couldn't help but admire her cleverness in bargaining. He did not shy away from this, confident in his ability to subdue the two tails, even at half strength. Very well, I agree. As long as you accompany me back to the Konoha camp, I will unbind part of your seal right now. The two reached a mutual agreement, and Byakuya withdrew his hand from the water sphere. This time, the wooden figure exhibited compliance. Not only did it refrain from attacking, but it also removed its outer garment, revealing a flat abdomen. Witnessing this, Byakuya was momentarily captivated by the exquisite curve of her waist. Look here, everyone. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such a beautiful waist. Noticing Byakuya's distraction, the wooden figure delivered a sharp kick to him. Don't gawk, or I shall end you. Caught in a rather awkward moment, Byakuya scratched his head sheepishly. Fear not, that will not happen again. My lovely lady, please lie down. I shall now assist you in unbinding part of your seal. The process may be somewhat uncomfortable, so brace yourself. With that, the wooden figure reclined upon the grass, her abdomen adorned with runes exposed, appearing all the more enticing. Upon identifying several precise points adjacent to the navel, Byakuya placed his palm, infused with 5 distinct chakra types, upon his flat abdomen. Forgive me, my beautiful lady, he muttered. The exquisite woman, her red lips clenched tightly, felt an intensifying pain in her lower abdomen. Compared to the chakra required for sealing, the energy needed to unravel the seal was far more substantial. In merely a few minutes, Byakuya's chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Ding! Danger approaching. Please evacuate with the beautiful lady immediately. There are 32 elite rock ninjas within a radius of several hundred meters, the system's voice echoed. Byakuya's expression hardened. How is it that the rock ninjas have arrived at such a critical moment? Their timing is impeccable. Just as he pondered this, a commanding voice reverberated through the air. Earth style, mountain earth technique. 2 large earthen walls, shaped like hands, emerged from either side of Byakuya, attempting to crush the two into oblivion. Unable to free his hands while unraveling the seal, Byakuya resorted to using the armor of lightning to forcibly block the 2 earthen walls. With a resounding crash, the walls collided, and elite ninjas from the rock village sprang forth from the foliage. It is said that the 2 tails Jinchuriki from the cloud village has been sealed. We are indeed fortunate to have stumbled upon such a great opportunity just as we arrived on the battlefield, remarked the tall ninja who had just executed the mountain earth technique. Surrounding him were 31 rock village elite ninjas, indicating they were among the most formidable troops of the earth country. Tasked with capturing the wooden man, they had not anticipated the operation would proceed so smoothly. As they prepared to investigate further, Byakuya's voice suddenly resonated throughout the space. You seem overly confident. Do you not consider my consent in your attempt to capture the wooden man? As his words fell, fissures appeared upon the rock beneath him. With a thunderous roar, a blue figure soared into the air. The ninjas from the earth country immediately heightened their vigilance upon witnessing this spectacle. Are you AI? Yet. Why are you clad in the attire of Konoha? These elite ninjas had never encountered AI. They only knew that in the entire lightning country, only 2 individuals were capable of utilizing body flicker technique. The third Raikage, as the leader of the lightning country, was well known, leaving the man before them as the only other possibility, AI. Having expended a significant amount of chakra, Byakuya had lost the ability for long-range flying Thunder God after utilizing the armor of lightning to protect the wooden man. Do not compare me to that brash fool. My name is Byakuya, a ninja from Konoha, without a doubt. Upon hearing Byakuya's affiliation with Konoha, the rock ninjas immediately regarded him as a rival. Listen well. Konoha ninja, the woman you hold is our prize. Release her, and we shall grant you a path to safety. Be wise and depart on your own accord, lest you provoke us, and you will meet a grim fate. In response, Byakuya chuckled heartily, glancing at the still recovering wooden man in his embrace. Ha ha, you truly possess a sense of humor. She is the most important person to me. How could I possibly hand her over to you? To capture her, you must first pass through me. With those words, Byakuya executed a short-range teleportation using the Flying Thunder God technique. However, due to his depleted chakra, he reappeared still within the sensory range of the rock shinobi. Chapter 74. Guardian, damn it, I still haven't escaped their perception. After utilizing the Flying Thunder God once, Byakuya's chakra reserves were completely exhausted. To maintain high-speed movement, he had no choice but to open the first 3 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia. The first gate, the opening. Observing Byakuya sprinting with all his might, the woman in his arms, Yumu, felt somewhat perplexed. Why not hand me over to them? That way, you would eliminate one more threat. Once I recover, I will surely kill you. Despite Byakuya's act of rescuing her, she exhibited a strong hostility. I'm sorry that your team perished because of me, but we are amidst chaos. If they had not died, it would have been my comrades from Konoha instead. We live in tumultuous times. It is unavoidable. However, you are in this predicament because of me. Now, those scoundrels seek to kill you before my very eyes, and naturally, I must take responsibility. I assure you, should danger truly arise, I will stand before you. Byakuya spoke words that could stir one's emotions, even as the entities within him began to howl. Wow, how touching. My body is on the brink of collapse, but I must remind you, this situation might indeed come to pass. Suddenly, a wall of earth emerged before them, blocking their path entirely. Given his current physical condition, Byakuya could not break through it, and could only attempt to circumvent it. Yet, no matter how he ran, the wall seemed to have grown legs, relentlessly pursuing him. As moments passed, the rock shinobi, taking advantage of the delay provided by the wall, closed in on Byakuya. Do not waste your energy. This is the secret technique of the Land of Earth, the Earth-style technique. No matter how you run, it will follow you closely. The gaunt-faced Jonin stood atop the earthen barrier, evidently confident in his ninjutsu. Humph, since evasion is futile, I shall shatter it instead. There is no way I will hand her over. As he spoke, the Chidori technique coalesced in Byakuya's palm. With the assistance of the 8 gates, even with insufficient chakra, he could unleash considerable power. Break from me. Byakuya hoisted Yumu onto his shoulder and lunged forward, executing a piercing thrust. A rustling sound echoed as the wall was indeed pierced. This should have been a cause for celebration. However, upon witnessing the scene ahead, Byakuya found it impossible to smile. Several rock shinobi had been waiting behind the wall, and as he broke through, they unleashed a barrage of stone fists towards him. In a desperate attempt to shield Yumu from harm, Byakuya instinctively blocked all the attacks with his back. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. Enduring several strikes was excruciating. Is everyone here? Am I truly destined to perish today? Bah, what disheartening words are these? I have lived for merely a decade and a few years. I refuse to succumb so easily. You foolish lad, why wallow in despondency? To deal with these adversaries before us, all you need do is consent to my assistance in awakening your Sharingan. Vanquishing them would be but a matter of moments. Once, Byakuya refrained from unlocking his Sharingan out of fear of being hunted by the Uchiha clan. Now, cornered by these foes, he realized that to preserve his life, he must acquiesce to the system's demands. As for the pursuit, that was a concern for another day. I consent. Confirmed. This system shall actively enhance your bloodline power. The Sharingan is now awakened, and your chakra is restored to its zenith. Bonus gift, perfect shuriken technique. Throughout their exchange, Byakuya kept his eyes tightly shut. The rock ninjas surrounding him, perceiving his silence as fear, acted simultaneously. Come forth, let me show you my Sharingan. Byakuya's eyes snapped open, ensnaring the 2 nearest foes in an illusion. The others, whose attacks barely grazed him, were abruptly thwarted by the sudden emergence of lightning armor. In this moment, Byakuya not only awakened his Sharingan, but also regained his peak condition. Lightning explosive bomb. Emulating EI, Byakuya forcefully slammed the heads of the 2 assailants into the ground, extinguishing their life force in an instant. Yumu, witnessing Byakuya's sorrowful visage alongside the sudden appearance of the Sharingan and the immense chakra within him, could hardly fathom the transformation. Just moments prior, she sensed his chakra was nearly depleted. How could he now possess such formidable power? The other rock ninjas shared her disbelief. The Sharingan. Who would have thought you were of the Uchiha clan? Yet what of it? You are but a shadow of your former self. I wonder how long you can still hold on. Everyone, prepare to unleash the Earth Dragon technique. The leader's voice echoed through the forest as several Earth Dragons surged into the sky. Such trivial skills dare to challenge me? I apologize, but you've come to the wrong stage. Lightning Water Dragon technique. A vortex of water enveloped Byakuya, giving rise to a colossal water dragon crackling with lightning that ascended into the heavens. In stark contrast, the Earth Dragons appeared as mere worms, swiftly defeated upon collision. At this moment, Byakuya stood atop the dragon's head, cradling Yumu, embodying an aura of supremacy. You have pursued me for so long. Now it is my turn. Water release. Great exploding water collapsing wave. Boom. The water dragon erupted, transforming into a colossal waterfall that irrevocably altered the landscape of the forest, sweeping away any unprepared ninja in its torrent. Since Bai Yi had regained his peak condition, he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of chakra within him. Even after unleashing the full force of his water release technique, he found that it consumed merely a third of his chakra, a reduction of at least 30% compared to before. At last, he was ready to commence his moment of reckoning. Please wait for me beside you. I shall swiftly resolve all your matters, leaving not a single one behind. Ding! The slaughter mission has commenced. Reward: Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Upon the activation of the hidden task, Bai Yi became invigorated, his body seamlessly merging with the water, leaving the present ninjas utterly bewildered. When he re-emerged, he had severed the throats of 2 IWA ninjas with his hardened whirlpool blade, blood arcing through the sky as their bodies collapsed. Seeing this, the IWA ninja leader urgently shouted to his subordinates, "Everyone, quickly use the earth-style wall. We cannot remain trapped in the water any longer." Chapter 75. The Moment of Slaughter. Earth Release. Multiple earth walls with a tumultuous roar, stone walls sprang forth, allowing the IWA ninjas to swiftly escape the onslaught of the water. Observing this, a smirk of mockery appeared on Bai Yi's face. How naive to think such measures could alleviate their plight. Water release. Water-severing wave. A high-pressure water column erupted from Bai Yi's mouth, reducing the sturdy stone walls before him to mere tofu. Numerous earthen barriers were shredded, and several IWA ninjas, caught off guard, met their grim fate. As the remaining ninjas landed, their bodies plummeted towards the water's surface. At this juncture, Bai Yi was poised to unleash his next move. Confident that those before him would soon be astonished, he swiftly employed the wave-riding technique, positioning himself at the heart of the waterfall, his hands clasped together, a radiant white light swirling within his palms. A dozen IWA ninjas plummeted from the sky, each engulfed by an ominous premonition of impending doom. This appeared to be an extraordinarily powerful skill that must not be allowed to manifest. Quickly stop him. The roar of dragons echoed thunderously as a multitude of earthen dragons lunged toward Bai Yi, the IWA ninja leader firmly believing that Bai Yi had nowhere to evade. In that moment, Bai Yi's smile grew increasingly maniacal, and as he opened his palms, a blinding white cube dazzled the eyes of all present. Dust release. Boundary dissolution technique. As an upgraded version of the original boundary dissolution technique, this maneuver boasted a far greater range and sustained impact. Upon its execution, all the ninjas from the land of Earth stood frozen in disbelief. Before them lay the very remnants of the third Tsuchikige's bloodline, an ability so rare that only the deceased second Tsuchikage had ever wielded it. How could this young man possess such power? Even with his Sharingan, he should not be capable of replicating this technique. In an instant, both the waterfall and the earthen dragons were disintegrated by the dust release, leaving the surrounding space shrouded in silence. Ding! 27 lives have been taken, 5 remain. Continue your efforts. With the system's announcement echoing in his ears, Bai Yi assessed the battlefield. He then positioned the flying thunder god before his chest, simultaneously activating his 3-tomo Sharingan. He could no longer utilize area of effect ninjutsu. The ensuing battle would necessitate hand-to-hand combat. However, this was hardly a dilemma for Bai Yi, for he was endowed with both lightning armor and the 8 gates technique. It is not an exaggeration to state that as long as he does not encounter top-tier masters of taijutsu, such as Reikage and Kai, Bai Yi can traverse the world with ease, effortlessly defeating mere J-Nin. Young man, you truly possess remarkable prowess, nearing the level of the third Tsuchikage. However, it is regrettable that such a technique can only be employed once. In midair, the leader of the IWA promptly utilized the super lightweight rock technique, granting him the ability to soar and evade the dust release. The absence of the other 4 in the sky indicated that they were among the first to plummet to the ground, likely having escaped through some unconventional means. Yet, what does it matter if I can only use it once? To deal with individuals like you, I require merely my physical skills. Bring forth your abilities, if you dare. Hearing this, the IWA leader let out a cold chuckle, swiftly forming hand seals with his bloodied palms. Even when death is imminent, you dare to boast. Allow me to demonstrate the ultimate trump card of the 4th action team. Earth release, Giant of the Mountain. The IWA captain clasped his hands together, causing chunks of rock to rise from the ground and combine before Bai Yi. Simultaneously, small earth mounds rushed towards that direction. The very individuals who had been hiding within the shop. Observing this, a faint smile graced Bai Yi's face. Excellent, if you all can attack together. It will save me the trouble of seeking you out individually. As the words fell, blue lightning surged around him. At the moment Bai Yi activated his body to its utmost potential, the rock giant took shape, with the 4IWN controlling the torso and limbs of the colossal figure. The leader, descending from above, ultimately became the head of the giant. Estimates suggested that this creature's size was nearly equivalent to that of a tailed beast. As the distant Mokunin also bore witness to the unfolding situation. What a towering statue. Can he truly manage this? He whispered, suddenly feeling a sense of unease. Why am I concerned for him? Mokunin, what are you thinking? You are in this predicament because of him. He merely struck you a few times. Is it worth fretting over? Leaning against a tree trunk, Mokunin muttered to himself, while the battle on Bai Yi's side had already commenced. The offensive power of the rock giant was akin to cataclysm, and even with the armor of lightning, Bai Yi could not withstand it directly. Amidst the clash, Bai Yi executed the body flicker technique repeatedly, contemplating within. I did not anticipate that this behemoth could be immune to lightning release. It seems I must target his head. How about we have a little clash, big fella? The fifth gate, the door of opening, was unleashed. The amalgamation of the armor of lightning and the 8 gates technique instantaneously endowed Bai Yi with the means to contend with the rock giant. The colossal figure, however, did not retreat. Its massive fist charged directly towards Bai Yi. You're seeking death. A thunderous clash ensued as the blue light collided with the rocky fist, sustaining only for a fleeting moment before Bai Yi was sent flying, appearing thoroughly overwhelmed. Yet for him, the moment the rock giant was shaken, his plan had already succeeded. As the flying thunder god Kanai pierced through the fabric of space, the leader of the rock ninja, immersed in his triumph, remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Just as he believed victory was within his grasp, Bai Yi suddenly materialized before him, his eyes ablaze with a crimson light, ensnaring the leader in an illusion. In an astonishing turn of events, Bai Yi commandeered the colossal arms of the rock giant, directing them to strike down upon himself. The resounding crash echoed as the giant's head was obliterated, taking with it the life of the rock ninja leader. With the leader vanquished, the rock giant came to an abrupt halt, signaling the moment for Bai Yi's counteroffensive. His index finger transformed into his mightiest spear, swiftly gliding across the giant's form, reducing the behemoth to rubble in an instant. Congratulations, you are but 1 kill away from completing your slaughter mission, the system intoned, as debris rained down around him. Bai Yi, initially believing he had fulfilled his objective, was suddenly struck with a sense of foreboding as the system's voice reverberated ominously. What? There remains another? An uneasy feeling crept into his heart as he sprinted towards the direction of the wooden figure. Sure enough, the rock ninja who had fled earlier had ensnared the wooden figure by the neck. Upon seeing Bai Yi approach, he immediately issued a threat. Do not make any sudden moves, or I shall slay her. Chapter 76. For you, I am willing. The rock ninja, wounded in the recent skirmish, with half of his arm severed, realized his only chance of survival lay in leveraging the wooden figure against Bai Yi. This revelation allowed Bai Yi to breathe a sigh of relief. He did not believe the man would be foolish enough to discard his only bargaining chip. Very well, sir. Please do not take any rash actions. She is my hard-won, exquisite wife. I shall acquiesce to your demands, provided you do not harm her, Bai Yi implored. Upon hearing this, the wooden figure glared fiercely at Bai Yi. How dare he exploit her silence to his advantage, referring to her as his wife. The rock ninja, convinced of their bond, thought to himself that if they were not in a romantic relationship, why would a leaf ninja protect his adversary? Since you acknowledge her importance, cease your prattling and comply with my demands. Choose to sever your tendons in your hands and feet. I will spare your wife. Otherwise, I can easily snap her neck right now. The rock ninja's grip tightened, causing the wooden figure's complexion to flush with distress. Witnessing this, Bai Yi could not suppress his internal rage. How devious of you to conceive such a malicious scheme. Since you wish to witness it, I shall oblige you. System, please expedite the blood-stopping process. I have a reckless notion, he declared. Goodness, you cannot be contemplating self-harm. I vehemently oppose this dangerous idea, the system protested. Actually, this may not be entirely unfeasible. Trading a few scars for the compassion of a beauty is a worthy endeavor, It conceded after a heated debate ensued, and Baiye's body reluctantly yielded. With deliberate care, Baiye positioned the kunai against his wrist, his expression resolute. I will comply with your request. But please loosen your grip a bit. My wife's respiratory condition is delicate, and your hold is causing her distress. Moreover, there are a few more words I wish to convey to her. Observing Baiye's deeply emotional demeanor, Yenren genuinely believed that the couple was about to exchange some final words. Consequently, his tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed. To be brief, do not entertain any treachery, or I shall bring about her demise at this very moment. Ahem, the restraints around his neck loosened, and the wooden figure began to cough violently, rendering him momentarily speechless. At that moment, Baiye commenced his Oscar-worthy performance. In his heart, he was profoundly grateful to this threatening individual. Had it not been for him, he would not have been afforded the opportunity to win the heart of the wooden figure. My dear wife, I understand that you harbor immense resentment toward me. I admit that sealing your chakra was my wrongdoing. Had it not been for my actions, you would not find yourself in this predicament today. Although it may be too late for words, in your final moments, I hope you can accept my most sincere apology. I vow to exchange my life for your chance to live. With that, Baiye used a kunai to sever the tendons in his hand, blood gushing forth like a fountain, the excruciating pain causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Subsequently, he crouched down, the kunai having fallen to his heels. Realizing the extent of Baiye's sacrifices, the wooden figure was momentarily taken aback. Given that her chakra had somewhat recovered, she could ascertain that Baiye had not employed any illusion but had genuinely harmed himself. In an instant, her thoughts became increasingly chaotic. She deemed this man utterly foolish. Did he truly believe that by adhering to the words of that Yenron, they could both survive? Stop this madness. Are you a fool? Such actions will lead to our demise. Do you genuinely believe this man will spare you? Stop daydreaming. Upon hearing the wooden figure's scathing remarks, Baiye's heart soared with joy, and his expression of affection deepened. My dear wife, as long as I can create an opportunity for you to survive, my fate is inconsequential. You must understand that my intentions are not to appease him, but to seek your forgiveness. All previous grievances were my fault. With a swift motion, Baiye once again cut into his ankle, collapsing directly to the ground. At this moment, the wooden figure felt as though her heart was being gripped by an unseen force, a sensation more agonizing than having her throat constricted. Her exquisite gaze fell upon Baiye, and for a fleeting instant, she felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness toward him. Reflecting on their first encounter, she recalled how they had always been on opposing sides. During their confrontations, Baiye had numerous opportunities to end her life, yet he had never done so, always choosing to protect her even for the sake of his own country. The wooden figure questioned herself. Did she truly wish for Baiye to perish? The answer was a resounding no. Thus, as Baiye severed his own limbs for her sake, all traces of animosity within her heart dissipated. Do not engage in foolishness any longer. I no longer harbor hatred for you. This declaration reached Baiye's ears, causing his sorrowful visage to abandon its faint smile. Standing beside them, the rock ninja observed the affectionate exchange between the couple, feeling as if his heart had been struck by 1,000 blows. Enough of this. Do not flaunt your love in front of me. I am still single. Before he could finish his thought, a sharp object pierced through his heart. At that moment, Baiye, marked by the wooden figure, teleported in a half-kneeling position, piercing the rock ninja's heart, rescuing his beloved from peril. Ding! The assassination mission is complete. The kaleidoscope Sharingan is now unlocked for you. In the next instant, a sudden pain surged through Baiye's eyes, as if all his strength had been siphoned away in an instant. The three tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, ultimately forming a plum blossom pattern. The kaleidoscope Sharingan was officially activated, and Baiye felt darkness engulf him, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog. The wooden figure, having been pushed aside by Baiye, fell heavily to the ground. When she regained her senses, she found Baiye unconscious at her feet. Alarmed, she rushed over, shaking him incessantly. What's wrong? Wake up, please. Despite her repeated attempts to rouse him, striking his cheeks did not revive this man. As time passed, the wooden figure exhausted every first aid method she could think of, and finally, Baiye's lips moved. My greatest wish is to return to the camp. Please help me. With that, he lapsed into unconsciousness once more, leaving the wooden figure with a significant dilemma. Heh, you brat. When you wake up, you must repay me. If I hadn't urged her on, that girl probably wouldn't have taken you home. Clever mouth. You truly have a knack for this kind of manipulation. Isn't this moral coercion? Yet, I find it rather enjoyable. Chapter 77. The Camp Incident. Hey, wake up. How can I bring you back to the camp in this state? The wooden figure continued to perform CPR on Bai Yi, and in her urgency, she failed to notice her top was somewhat disheveled. Her ample bosom rose and fell, unexpectedly attracting the attention of a few lecherous onlookers. Wow, what a beautiful sight. Brat, your injuries were truly worth it. Such a lovely lady is so concerned about you. In that case, let me add a little spice and see how he reacts. Heh. Suddenly, Bai Yi's body began to convulse violently, startling the wooden figure. What's wrong? Don't scare me. She gently cradled Bai Yi's head, propping open his eyelids, and noticed the dilation of his pupils. At that moment, the system had placed Bai Yi in a state of near-death illusion. Thus, the last barrier in the wooden figure's heart shattered. She realized that the only way to save Bai Yi was to take him back to the Leaf Village camp. You transformed like this to save me. Even if I am captured by the Leaf Ninjas, I will never abandon you. As she spoke, a faint spark of lightning emanated from the hand resting on Bai Yi's chest. She infused him with lightning chakra, creating a pulse akin to a heartbeat. And at last, Bai Yi quieted down. Subsequently, after the wooden figure discovered the map on the body of the rock ninja and pinpointed the location of the Konoha camp, she placed Bai Yi on her back and commenced a grueling trek spanning several kilometers. With her chakra now severely limited, her pace was only marginally swifter than that of an ordinary individual. Additionally, burdened with Bai Yi, it took her a staggering 23 hours to finally arrive at the Konoha camp. Damn it, we have finally reached this place. I can finally be liberated. Gazing at the Konoha camp in the distance, the wooden figure gently laid Bai Yi upon a stone platform, observing his lifeless posture reminiscent of a deceased dog. I have repaid your love. From this moment onward, we are no longer indebted to one another. When we meet again, we shall be enemies, she murmured to herself. With that, the wooden figure summoned a mouse using the last vestiges of her chakra. Once she departed, the creature would emit a sound, alerting the Konoha inhabitants to her presence. Just as she turned to leave, she suddenly felt a chill at her wrist. Almost immediately, a violent cough echoed through the forest. There's a cough over there. You lot, come with me to investigate, called the middle ninja patrol outside the Konoha camp, quickly dashing towards the thicket. Several ninja hounds moved with fierce agility, and just as the wooden figure covered Bai Yi's mouth, the dogs lunged at them. The summoning mouse, fiercely protective of its master, stood momentarily in defense, but alas, its diminutive strength was insufficient to buy the wooden figure enough time to escape. Soon, the hounds had encircled her. At that moment, Bai Yi clutched the wooden figure tightly, realizing that the only way to flee was to sever his own hand. Otherwise, they would be captured by the Konoha ninjas. Resolutely, the wooden figure drew a kunai from her waist, while the hounds barked incessantly, believing she intended to strike at them. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow the people of Konoha to capture me. As she pressed the kunai against Bai Yi's wrist, she recognized that this was their sole opportunity to escape. There could be no hesitation. Yet, as she prepared to act, her delicate hand trembled involuntarily. Her mind flooded with memories of Bai Yi sustaining injuries to save her. A shadow of doubt lingered on her exquisite face, and as time dragged on, the Konoha patrol team drew closer. Recognizing Bai Yi as a hero of their village, several middle ninjas swiftly intervened when they saw the wooden figure poised to harm him, employing Earth-style jutsu to restrain her. Earth-style, Hell Swamp. The mud quickly enveloped the wooden figure's body, causing her kunai to clatter to the ground. She struggled fiercely against her bonds until her strength waned. You will not capture me, Konoha. Her vision gradually blurred, and after uttering a subtly threatening remark, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Dare to harm the hero of Konoha, and we shall end your life. The ninjas, believing the wooden figure had plotted against Bai Yi, prepared to execute her in a fit of rage. At that moment, a cerulean toad descended from the heavens, positioning itself protectively in front of them. Wait, this woman must not be killed. Upon the azure toad, Jiraiya balanced on one foot atop the creature's back, leaping twice before finally stabilizing his form. Lord Jiraiya, are you not supposed to be out on a mission? The assembled individuals exclaimed in unison, their surprise at the commander's unexpected arrival palpable. Ahem, let us not dwell on that. You all may return. I shall handle matters here. Patrolling must not be neglected. At Jiraiya's words, several ninjas promptly departed. Once assured of their absence, Jiraiya pointed towards the mire enveloping the wooden figure. In the next moment, the exquisite form of the perfect body was revealed. The breathtaking sight momentarily warmed Jiraiya's nostrils. Good heavens, you little rascal. You are indeed fortunate to have such a stunning beauty abandon her post and traverse mountains and rivers to escort you home, he remarked to the blue toad beside him, which croaked in response. Subsequently, Jiraiya rather brusquely tossed the unconscious Baiyi onto the toad's back, while he personally ensured the safe return of the wooden figure. Gazing at the beautiful woman cradled in his arms, the striking visual left Jiraiya unable to suppress the warmth in his nostrils. Upon returning to the camp, his nose remained stuffed with cotton swabs. Inside the tent, Minato was organizing ninja tools when he heard of Baiyi's return and immediately rushed to the infirmary. At this moment, Jiraiya stood at the bedside, staring enviously at Baiyi, who lay there. Teacher Jiraiya, what has happened to Baiyi? What transpired? Baiyi was a close friend of Minato's, and seeing his companion in such a state filled him with concern. This lad encountered a squad of elite rock ninjas, numbering around 30. By the time I arrived, the battle had already concluded, and none of the elite ninjas survived. Upon hearing this, Minato's expression shifted to one of grave concern. A 30-member elite unit was indeed formidable. Thankfully, the teacher had arrived in time, or else Baiyi would have been in peril. However, I must ask, how did you two, who were not meant to journey together, end up in this situation? Were you perhaps shadowing Baiyi all along? Jiraiya found himself at a loss for how to respond. He certainly could not admit to having accompanied Baiyi on a quest for inspiration only to return empty-handed and encounter him afterward. Well, sort of. While I was gathering intelligence, I happened upon the marks this lad had left and decided to follow. Now, let us not dwell on this matter. Please ensure that the Cloud Ninja girl who returned with Baiyi is properly attended to. No one is to have ill intentions towards her. As Minato approached the door, he realized that another Cloud Ninja girl had also been rescued alongside Jiraiya. He had intended to inquire about her, but now found it unnecessary. The following morning, Baiyi suddenly awoke with a start from his slumber. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission. You have received a summoning contract. Moreover, due to your exceptional performance, the system has decided to grant an additional reward. From now on, the adverse effects of the 8 gates technique will be reduced by half, and this effect shall be permanent. Baiyi had been in a deep slumber for 2 or 3 days, completely oblivious to everything around him. The sudden influx of rewards left him rather bewildered. What was happening with his body? Why did the system continue to grant him rewards? Of course, it is due to your outstanding performance. My previous task for you was to have Yumu agree to return with you. Remarkably, you managed to have her risk becoming a captive of Konoha to carry you back from several dozen kilometers away, the system explained. Upon hearing this, Baiyi began to recall the events that had transpired. He remembered being coerced, his limbs severed, and then using Flying Thunder God to eliminate his assailant, awakening his Manjiki Sharingan. His memories ultimately faded with Yumu, shaking him vigorously. He had no recollection of the long journey back. I must see her immediately. We are in the Konoha camp. The thought of Yumu potentially being under the control of Konoha spurred Baiyi to leap from his bed, but he faltered, his legs trembling beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Jiraiya happened to enter the room. Little Baiyi, why are you kneeling like this during a mundane time of year? Oh, I forgot to mention, your legs will take another 2 weeks to heal. You must use crutches to walk. Baiyi had momentarily forgotten about his condition. Lord Jiraiya, is the girl who returned with me all right? Please, do not report anything about her. Seeing the anxious expression on Baiyi's face, Jiraiya gently patted his shoulder. Do not worry, she is your woman, and I shall protect her well. Even if the elders come here, as long as I am present, no one will lay a finger on her, not even Danzo. Jiraiya's words warmed Baiyi's heart. However, before he could express his gratitude, Jiraiya became playful again. Come on, tell me how you managed to bring her to our camp. Did something intimate occur between the two of you? Hurry, I want to write about this in my book of romance. With a grin stretching from ear to ear, Jiraiya embodied the very essence of mischief. This is a long story. I will explain later. How is she doing now? Is she injured? Baiyi inquired urgently. Noticing Baiyi's serious demeanor, Jiraiya ceased his jesting. Her body is mostly fine, just exhausted. However, the real issue is that this girl refuses to eat, no matter how many female ninjas I send to her. The result is always the same. As you know, her health is very fragile right now, and if this continues, it could lead to serious problems. Perhaps you should intervene. I believe it would be effective. Baiyi was not surprised by Yumu's condition. From their previous interactions, he understood that she was a proud girl. and the prospect of being a captive was something she could not accept. As the saying goes, every action has its consequences. Baiyi felt the weight of responsibility for what had occurred. He requested Jiraiya to find him a sturdy ninja knife to use as a crutch. Then, with a limp, he made his way to the kitchen. As Baiyi gazed at the array of ingredients upon the table, a thought began to form in his mind. System, do you possess the capability to teach culinary skills? I aspire to create the most exquisite dishes in existence, as it is essential to captivate a woman's palate. Hee, you are quite the thoughtful one. Very well, I shall assist you with this grand endeavor. Consider this tome of culinary knowledge your guide, came the response. I assure you, you will become the most exceptional chef in the entire ninja realm. At noon, Baiyi, leaning on his cane, made his way to the room of the wooden figure. Unlike the residences of others, this place was surrounded by a barrier, allowing dialogue only through a small opening. Meanwhile, two special jonin stood guard outside, vigilant and watchful. You may withdraw. I can manage from here, Baiyi instructed. Upon hearing this, the two special jonin exchanged glances and retreated. Mumu, I have brought you some food. It is not good for your health to go without nourishment for long. You might lose your beauty, Baiyi called sweetly, pressing his face against the opening. The voice was familiar to the wooden figure. Get lost. Who do you think you are, calling me Mumu? Remove your filthy offerings. She retorted angrily. Unfazed by her rebuke, Baiyi retrieved a kunai emblazoned with the flying thunder god emblem from his pocket, utilizing its spatial power to enlarge the opening. He then placed the bento inside, which contained a lovingly prepared pork chop rice, a delightful dish he had crafted specifically for her. Mumu, I know you are shy and feel awkward in front of others. This bento is made just for you, and I assure you, no one will disturb you while you dine. Especially the bottom layer of the bento. It holds the most delectable surprise. Regardless of your preferences, you must take a look at it. I shall take my leave now. With that, Baiyi hobbled away. Within the tent, the wooden figure followed the tantalizing aroma of the bento. Her curiosity piqued about what lay at the bottom. The pork chop rice was shaped like a pig's head, with two pieces of dorayaki, her favorite, serving as the pig's snout. The enticing scent made her swallow hard. When she finally opened the bottom compartment, her stunning eyes widened in surprise. Hidden within was a flying thunder god kunai. Did Baiyi intend to take her away? With this thought, the wooden figure's spirits lifted, and she quickly devoured every morsel of the bento. Throughout the experience, she savored what true deliciousness meant. The stimulation to her taste buds was unparalleled. She was certain she had never tasted anything so delightful in her life. Gradually, her aversion to the camp and to Baiyi began to dissipate. If she could continuously indulge in such exquisite cuisine, what did it matter if she resided there? This notion, while seemingly improbable, was hardly a challenge for someone like the wooden figure, a natural Epicurean incapable of resisting such temptations. Chapter 79. 3 conditions after satisfying her hunger. The wooden figure grasped the flying thunder god kunai tightly. As a flash of light illuminated the surroundings, Baiyi outside the tent felt a sudden connection. In a fleeting moment, he materialized within the tent of Yumu. Before Yumu could finish his words, Baiyi had already taken him away, and when they reappeared, they found themselves 3 kilometers beyond the encampment, where the sentinels of Konoha were absent. Let go. What brings me here? Yumu exclaimed, as Baiyi held onto his hand. I mean no harm. I intend to release you from here. Remaining in our camp, bereft of sustenance, could lead to complications, Baiyi replied. You are my savior. How could I permit you to endure such conditions? My strength has yet to fully return, and I am unable to assist you in dispelling the remaining seals. Take this kunai. Once I have regained my power, I will promptly come to aid you in breaking the seals. I sincerely apologize for my previous actions. With that, Baiyi bowed deeply to Yumu. Observing this gesture, Yumu found herself reconsidering her impression of the man before her. Are you not afraid that I might ambush you here, ensuring you could never return? She challenged. Baiyi smiled and shook his head. Of course I am. But I believe a woman who would risk herself for me would not resort to such treachery. Yumu's cheeks flushed crimson at his words, and she impulsively shoved Baiyi. Be quiet. Caught off guard by her shove, Baiyi stumbled and fell to the ground. Realizing her mistake, Yumu rushed to his side, her anger momentarily forgotten. Are you all right? I didn't mean to. Seeing her concern, Baiyi seized the opportunity to elicit her sympathy. It's not your fault. My body is simply not in good condition. After a brief stint in the kitchen, my legs have grown weak. It appears I shall require some time to recover. You should leave quickly. The Konoha patrol will be here soon. Reflecting on her experience in the kitchen, Yumu felt a pang of sadness. Bai had endured such pain, yet still managed to prepare a meal for her. Observing his state, her thoughts became tumultuous. After a moment of contemplation, Yumu made an unexpected decision. If I leave, the people of Konoha will surely make things difficult for you. I, Yumu, am not one to forget a debt of gratitude. I cannot abandon you in this manner. Moreover, only you can break the seals upon me. Even if I return now, I would be of no use. It is better for me to stay here for the time being. However, I have 3 conditions. At her words, Bai's heart stirred with surprise, for he had not anticipated such a turn of events. Speak your mind. I shall fulfill whatever is within my capacity. Cough, cough, you clever lad. With just a few words, you've managed to keep the beautiful lady by your side, and she even presents you with demands. I must admit, I am impressed. First, I currently possess no chakra. Even a typical chunin from Konoha could easily take my life. I require your assurance of my safety. Second, your culinary skills are exceptional. I want you to be my personal chef, ensuring my meals are prepared thrice daily. Thirdly, I wish to avoid confinement. Should you be able to fulfill these 3 modest requests, I would be open to your staying. The 3 stipulations proposed by Yumu are not excessive, and Bai's heart brims with joy. Only the final request requires some thought on his part. So it is, the first 2 demands pose no difficulty. I can assure safety and sustenance. However, the 3rd request is challenging to acquiesce to, as you are a prominent figure in Yunin village, and the Konoha ninjas might harbor apprehensions towards you. Yet, I possess a solution that merely requires your consent. I shall petition Lord Jiraiya to arrange for our accommodations to be situated together, with all outings accompanied by me. They should agree to your restoration of freedom. Upon receiving this response, Yumu did not dispute it. As you say, let us proceed back to the camp. With that, Yumu lifted Bai from the ground, and their forms vanished once more, leaving only a few footprints for the patrol team to discover upon their arrival. Upon returning to the camp, Bai immediately sought out Lord Jiraiya, the overall commander. Observing the buoyant demeanor of the young man, Jiraiya scrutinized him closely. Why do you carry the fragrance of a woman? Speak, did you sneak into Yumu's tent while I was unaware? Quite audacious of you. In response to Jiraiya's jest, Bai remained unperturbed and directly articulated his purpose. Lord Jiraiya, if it pleases you, please assist in establishing a separate tent with a kitchen beside Yumu, as I will henceforth assume responsibility for her daily life. Moreover, I kindly request that you order the removal of the barriers and guards outside her tent. I shall oversee these matters myself. In light of such a request, Jiraiya's expression grew solemn. He then grasped Bai's shoulders firmly and inquired with gravity, "Little Bai, tell me honestly, how deeply do you care for this girl to go to such lengths? In your heart, does she hold greater significance than Konoha itself?" This time, Jiraiya's tone was devoid of jest. Bai comprehended his sentiment. Lord Jiraiya, rest assured, I am the son of White Fang. The village has bestowed upon me all that I require for growth. My heart will forever reside with Konoha, and no one can take that from me. As for Yumu, I believe she will one day become like me. His words were imbued with unwavering conviction, and Jiraiya, a man of vast experience, recognized that the young man spoke truthfully. In the next moment, the grave expression on Jiraiya's face vanished, replaced by a playful demeanor. Ha ha ha, I knew you were a reliable fellow. Worry not, I shall grant your requests. However, you must also acquiesce to one of mine. With that, Jiraiya retrieved 4 sketchbooks from his drawer, their covers adorned with Roman numerals. These are my recent creations. There should have been 5, but thanks to you, I misplaced one, a true classic among these volumes. Thus, you ought to provide me with some form of compensation, perhaps having your esteemed companion serve as a model for me, and our grievances shall be resolved. This request should not be deemed excessive, should it? Upon hearing these words, Bai was taken aback by Jiraiya's audacity. It was he who had misplaced the item, yet he sought to place the blame on Bai while demanding that Yumu become his model. Chapter 80. The report. Goodness, I have never encountered someone so shameless. Indeed, indeed, and to have our goddess model for him is nothing short of a delusion. I shall immediately issue a task. Acquire all 5 of Jiraiya's sketchbooks and deliver them to Tsunade. The reward for this task is a 20 reduction in consumption when utilizing the Manjiki Sharingan. 1 sketchbook has already been successfully collected. Bai wholeheartedly agreed with the system's assignment. Yumu was also the goddess in Bai's heart. He could not allow Jiraiya to gaze at her with such lecherous intent. Subsequently, Bai followed Jiraiya in perusing the sketchbooks, inadvertently leaving behind a flying thunder god seal. This time, he was determined to make Jiraiya pay a price. Half a month later, under the pressure from the Earth Country, the Land of Lightning had completely withdrawn from its conflict with the Land of Fire. Consequently, Jiraiya was able to lead his troops back home. 3 entire calendar pages had been torn off. They had spent over 3 months in this place, and now they received the news that they could finally return home. The camp erupted with excitement. They were finally going home. The only one who felt somewhat discontent was Yumu. Through their time together, her feelings towards Baiyi had subtly shifted. The array of sumptuous meals provided 3 times a day seemed to have rendered her unable to part from him, especially the never-ending supply of yogurt and dorayaki, delicacies that were unattainable in the Land of Lightning. Inside the tent, Yumu lingered by the candlelight. Her pace of eating considerably slowed. Just then, Baiyi stumbled in from outside. He no longer needed crutches. "You seem troubled. Would you care to share?" Upon hearing Baiyi's voice, Yumu eagerly placed a chair before herself. "Come sit. Today's meal is truly delightful. Let us enjoy it together." Invited, Baiyi naturally did not shy away. This was, after all, the first time Yumu had invited him to dine together. The two of them ate in silence for a considerable time, and when faced with Baiyi's inquiry, Yumu chose to remain evasive. It was not until the table was cleared of all food that she finally spoke. At that moment, every morsel had been consumed by Yumu, leaving nothing behind. "Your cooking is truly exquisite. Alas, this is our last meal together. I have heard from others that you are to return to the Land of Fire tomorrow, a place I cannot accompany you to, and thus we shall part ways." A hint of sadness crossed her beautiful visage. Witnessing this scene, Baiyi felt a surge of delight. His goddess had begun to feel reluctant to part from him, indicating that his efforts over the past 2 months had not been in vain. I initially thought it was a matter of great consequence, but it turns out to be thus. Who says we must inevitably part ways? I never indicated my intention to return to the Land of Fire." Baiyi spoke with a gentle smile, his words capturing the keen attention of Yumu. "You're not returning to the Land of Fire?" "Indeed, I shall not return. My destination is the Land of Whirlpool, accompanied by my beloved, who awaits my arrival." At the mention of his beloved, a subtle shift appeared on Yumu's countenance, and her body betrayed small movements. In that moment, this woman, exuding an air of aloof majesty, surprisingly indulged in gossip. "I never imagined you had someone dear to you. I've never seen you yearn for anyone." Before Yumu could finish her thought, Baiyi's visage suddenly materialized before her, his lips pressed gently against her flawless, radiant face. In that fleeting instant, Yumu felt the surrounding space freeze, her heart and soul adrift to an unknown realm until Baiyi's soft voice resonated. "I shall only prepare 3 meals a day for my beloved." At the moment his words fell, Baiyi vanished abruptly, leaving behind a dazed Yumu. The lingering warmth of his touch remained, and the experience left her heart in turmoil, rendering this night an insomniac one for her. Outside the tent, Baiyi leaned against a large boulder, gasping for breath. What a disaster. The goddess clearly showed no resistance. Why didn't you take it further? Once the rice is cooked, she would undoubtedly belong to you. Heh. Refrain from such sordid thoughts. To act thus would be no different from a beast, and I am not one of you. Not us. When you kissed her just now, you were quite proactive. Your words were commendable. Indeed, there was a possibility for further intimacy. That girl has already begun to take a liking to you. Why not wager with your body? Tomorrow morning, leave a note on her table detailing your route back to the Land of Whirlpool, and try to travel slowly. I assure you, she will chase after you. If I lose, I will help you eliminate all side effects of the kaleidoscope. Conversely, you must kiss the goddess as per my request. Remember, it must be a kiss. From any perspective, you stand to gain immensely. Such opportunities are rare, and once this moment passes, it may never return. Baiyi, intrigued to ascertain Yumu's sentiments toward him, found the wager proposed by the system to be quite appealing. Thus, he swiftly reached an agreement with these companions. On the following morning, Baiyi and the Konoha troops set forth toward the Land of Fire and the Land of Whirlpool, respectively. Yumu, unaccustomed to early rising, awoke to find the camp deserted. Quickly, she pushed aside the tent flap, causing the edge of the door to fall to the ground, accompanied by a small booklet. I have returned to the Land of Whirlpool, taking the path through the Land of Iron. This booklet contains the method to break the seal. Within 2 years, you shall regain your peak strength. During this time, be sure to stay safe. Our paths may cross again, and I truly enjoyed our time together. After browsing the content above, the wooden figure, exuding a sense of displeasure, tore the note into shreds. What manner of attitude is this? You promised to personally assist me in breaking the seal. I lack the patience to wait 2 years. Sunlight bathed the earth as Baiyi ambled along the path traversing the Iron Kingdom, while the entities within him engaged in incessant discussion. Having walked for less than 2 hours, Baiyi found himself utterly exhausted by their incessant chatter. Enough! Can you all cease your incessant talking? I have already left the method to break the seal. She should not pursue us. Let us forget about the wager. If you continue this din, my head may very well explode. If you hadn't mentioned it, it would have been better. Why did you have to leave behind the method to break the seal? Do you wish to drive me to madness? Without that item, the goddess will undoubtedly come after us, and such a splendid opportunity will be squandered. Chapter 81. The Spirit Contract. Shoo! Listen, we have footsteps behind us. As the ears spoke, the other body parts responded in kind, and at that moment, Baiyi also turned his gaze towards the thicket behind. After a few breaths, a graceful silhouette emerged from the forest. With chestnut hair, an unparalleled beauty, and an enticing figure, she was someone Baiyi knew all too well. You promised to personally break my seal. Why did you sneak away? The wooden figure swiftly approached Baiyi, breathless from the long journey, yet her determination bore fruit as she finally caught up with him. See, I told you the goddess would come. Hurry, give me a kiss, you better not deny it. Faced with such exquisite beauty, Baiyi's heart stirred, and urged by the entities within him, he embraced the wooden figure. Before she could react, his lips pressed against her cherry-red mouth. You have some nerve, I like it. A man should dare to love and hate. In that moment, the wooden figure's heart raced. She attempted to push Baiyi away, but her efforts were in vain. After several breaths, Baiyi released her, and her beautiful face was now completely flushed. What are you doing? Throughout her life, the wooden figure had never been this close to anyone, not even her parents. A host is destined to be shunned. Thus, Baiyi became the first man to kiss her. I am truly exhilarated to see you again. Baiyi's explanation sounded rather feeble. What does being excited mean? Does a good mood grant one the liberty to kiss a girl? At that moment, the wooden figure had no time to entertain his words. Her mind was occupied with the prior scene. Subsequently, she found a large rock to sit upon. As Baiyi approached, she immediately commanded him, do not come closer. Stay right there. After a considerable time had passed, the wooden figure's initial shyness finally subsided, allowing them to converse earnestly. It seems you have recovered. Upon returning to the Whirlpool Nation, you must break the seal upon me. 2 years is far too long. I cannot wait. Upon hearing her words, Baiyi let out a bitter smile. Very well, my beautiful lady. Upon our return, I shall break the seal for you. Time has grown late. It is high time for us to embark on our journey. With this, Baiyi slowly rose, clutching a pristine white scroll in his hand. It was time to discern the nature of this object. The silvery scroll was indeed the summoning contract awarded by the system. Previously, Baiyi's body had yet to recover, and signing the contract would have had a detrimental effect on his health. Now that he was fully healed, it was time to uncover what this scroll truly entailed. Baiyi bit his finger, allowing a few drops of crimson blood to fall upon the blank surface of the scroll. Upon placing his palm upon it, the intricate details within the scroll became apparent to him. Through the art of summoning, a colossal wolf, its fur as white as snow and glistening like silver threads, manifested before them. Upon witnessing this magnificent creature, the wooden figure involuntarily trembled, overwhelmed by an ancestral sense of dread. What was this sensation? Why was I so frightened of it? In contrast, Baiyi interacted with the giant wolf with remarkable ease. Before him, the white wolf behaved as docile as a puppy. Rather than calling you the White Wolf King, I think I shall name you Little Bai. From this day forth, you shall be my spirit beast. The one behind me is my friend, the wooden figure. Why don't you go over and greet her? Upon hearing Baiyi's words, the White Wolf King nodded vigorously and strode over to the wooden figure. Do not approach me. Get away quickly. The wooden figure responded with great excitement, leaving Baiyi somewhat perplexed. Ahem, you really have no understanding of the bloodline pressure, do you? Quickly, bring Little Bai back. We Wun-Ti wanted to frighten our goddess. The second tail is essentially a raccoon. Certain species instinctively counter it, much like Little Bai, who is of the purest wolf lineage, naturally causing the weakened second tail to feel apprehensive. This was indeed the purpose behind the system granting you this scroll. With Little Bai present, the entity within the goddess will remain at bay. Otherwise, the system could have given it to the dragon head. With the system's elucidation, Baiyi was instantly enlightened. He then positioned himself between Little Bai and the wooden figure. Moo moo, Little Bai is truly gentle. It will not harm you. We must expedite our journey to the Kingdom of Whirlpools, as traveling by foot is simply too slow. With Little Bai's assistance, our progress will be greatly facilitated. Come, let us leap onto its back together. As he spoke, Bai cast a glance at Little Bai, who promptly crouched down, allowing the two to mount its back. I don't want to ride. I can reach the Kingdom of Whirlpools on foot. You need not concern yourself with me. The wooden figure huffed defiantly and strode ahead. Observing the figure gradually receding into the distance, Bai smiled faintly, already devising a plan to persuade her to join him. It turns out that the renowned wooden figure from the Kingdom of Thunder is quite timid, afraid even to ride upon a giant wolf. Upon hearing this, the wooden figure suddenly halted, her delicate hands clenched tightly. How dare you call me timid? It's just a giant wolf. I'll ride it right now. Taking a deep breath, the wooden figure leaped onto Little Bai's back. However, due to an overwhelming instinctive reaction, the moment it leapt onto the back of the small white creature, its trembling body rendered her unable to maintain her balance, and she was on the verge of falling. At that instant, Bai suddenly appeared behind the wooden figure, his large hand encircling her delicate waist. Do not be anxious. I am here, and I shall hold you steadfastly. This time, the wooden figure refrained from retorting, and as they set forth, she leaned against Bai's shoulder throughout their journey. At that moment, both Bai and the beings within him were elated. Within the borders of the land of whirlpools. Since the full-scale eruption of the Third Shinobi World War, this place, which had endured the Second War, had also suffered greatly. A streak of white light pierced the sky, and two rock shinobi, poised to commit atrocities against the villagers, met their demise in an instant. Meanwhile, a girl leaned against the fireplace, and upon seeing the white-haired man who had saved her, she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. We must leave swiftly. This place is perilous. Upon hearing the man's words, the girl did not immediately depart, but instead clutched the hem of his garment. Sir, I implore you, please save my sister. I became separated from her. Here is her photograph. I will do anything you ask if you can help. The man gazed at the blood-stained photograph the girl presented and gently nodded. Go to the shelter and wait for me. I will bring your sister back safely, if she is still alive. With that, the white-haired man vanished abruptly. Chapter 82. The rescue. The small white creature darted through the jungle like a streak of white light, swiftly reaching the borders of the land of whirlpools. The moment he traversed the thicket, Bai was met with the sight of a colossal rock giant weaving through the village. This is not good. My father is in danger. The land of earth was assaulting the land of whirlpools, and the refugees here were defenseless. Thus, as a ninja, Bai would soon become a target. With this thought, Bai could no longer hesitate. Little White, you must protect Mumu. No matter who approaches her, you are to strike with all your might. Little White nodded vigorously, baring its small, sharp teeth to display its fierce demeanor. Mumu, do not stray from Little White's side. Wait for my return. With that, Bai's figure vanished abruptly. Hey, come back. I have told you countless times. Do not call me Mumu. In Bai's courtyard, remnants of Bai's presence lingered, and in but a breath, he traversed from beyond the borders to the courtyard. Father, are you here? Bai's courtyard was spacious, and searching it required some time. After a few minutes of searching, Bai still could not find any trace of Baya. Do not waste your efforts. Your father is not here. He has gone to rescue the refugees. 3 kilometers away in the northwest corner, where there are 24 rock shinobi. These beasts of the rock shinobi village are so cruel to beautiful maidens. A rescue mission has been issued to save all the maidens, with the reward of Amaterasu. Time was of the essence, and Bai had no leisure for banter with the system. At this moment, his greatest regret was having failed to leave a mark on his father. As the armor of thunder and the 8 gates activated simultaneously, Bai left a deep crater in the yard of Baya, his body hurtling forward with astonishing speed. 3 kilometers was but a matter of minutes for him. Within the rock ninja camp, over 20 ninjas had gathered all the beautiful girls from the village, and Baya, acting on behalf of others, had now arrived at this place. Given that this was an open area, all traps were rendered ineffective, leaving him with no choice but to confront these ninjas head-on. Employing a surprise attack, he swiftly dispatched 3 of them before being surrounded by the remaining ninjas. Upon seeing Baya's headband and his adept swordsmanship, the rock ninja captain was taken aback. You are the Leaf's White Fang, he exclaimed, and the other ninjas were equally moved. This name was known to all. It was said that the higher-ups in the rock ninja village rejoiced for 3 days upon hearing the news. Since you know who I am, why not release those girls? I can spare you your lives, Byakuya declared. Hearing this, the rock ninja captain let out a cold laugh. Huh, even if you are the Leaf's White Fang. This is open terrain, and you stand no chance of victory here. With swift hand seals, he executed the Earth Release, Earthquake Core. The ground beneath Byakuya suddenly sank. And at the same moment, several earthen dragons surged into the sky. The rock ninja captain contemplated the situation, even if this white-haired man was indeed the Leaf's White Fang. In this advantageous environment, he would pose no threat. As long as reinforcements could be summoned from elsewhere, the captain had no doubts about eliminating him. A red flare shot up into the sky, and the rock ninja captain brimmed with confidence. But he would soon learn that no external aid would arrive. Despite being trapped in the mire, Byakuya remained unperturbed. He infused his ninja blade with lightning chakra, nullifying the effects of the Earth Release. Following this, his white figure soared into the sky, cleaving through the bodies of the two earthen dragons. The traps meticulously prepared by the rock ninja captain were thus dismantled. In that moment, all present ninjas were convinced that this man before them was indeed the authentic Leaf's White Fang. However, even so, his dance would come to an end here. Calculating the time, the support troops should be arriving shortly. Haha, Byakuya, my reinforcements are on their way. Your demise is imminent. Is that so? I do not share your belief. My father's life is not something you lowly creatures can take. Before the rock ninja captain could finish his sentence, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the heavens. As the smoke cleared, the ninjas present beheld the heart of their captain pierced through. Behind him stood a young man, adorned with the Leaf Village headband, yet employing the signature techniques of the Cloud Ninjas. Upon witnessing this scene, Byakuya halted, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. I regret to inform you all that your reinforcements will no longer be arriving. With that, Byakuya discarded a burlap sack onto the ground, revealing dozens of headbands, all stained crimson with blood. How is this possible? How could you have killed them all by yourself? The rock ninjas exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom the reality before them. Do not fret, your headbands will soon join the collection. Upon concluding his statement, Byakuya withdrew his hand from the body of Captain Yenrun, hurling several kunai towards the heavens. Simultaneously, he deftly manipulated intricate hand seals, executing the shadow shuriken technique. In the next instant, a multitude of shuriken rained down upon the ground, as numerous as the stars in the night sky. The Yenrun, taken aback, felt dismissed by Byakuya's actions, questioning the efficacy of such ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Byakuya, with a subtle smile, sheathed his ninja blade. Young one, what purpose do these illusions serve? We Yenrin excel in defense. Your techniques are mere child's play, he retorted. In response to the mockery, Byakuya remained unfazed, simply uttering, is that so? In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, and the very ninja who had spoken moments prior found his throat swiftly severed. One by one, figures fell, and the ranks of the living dwindled by half in an instant. Those who remained, sensing impending doom, cast furtive glances towards the hostages, realizing it might be their sole chance for survival. Beep, a friendly reminder. To complete the mission, the hostages must remain unharmed. Please be aware of your surroundings. Observing several figures racing towards the hostages, Byakuya calmly formed hand seals. It is time for you to experience the taste of peril. With a thunderous roar, the earth beneath several individuals suddenly collapsed, plunging the remaining four into a deep pit. Realizing their predicament, they exchanged glances and prepared to escape using the earth flow wall technique. However, before they could complete their seals, a torrent of water cascaded from above, scattering them in an instant. At that moment, black lightning crackled from Byakuya's hands. Lightning release, double black marks. As the current surged through the water, the four ninjas were utterly extinguished. Mission accomplished. You have obtained Amaterasu. This technique imposes significant strain on the Sharingan. Exercise caution in its use. During Byakuya's confrontation, Byakuya successfully rescued all the hostages, among whom were several girls who had previously seen the esteemed figure, including the little girl he sought. The young girl, approximately 14 or 15, was quite adorable, explaining her abduction. From now on, you shall be called Xiaohua. Your sister awaits you at the shelter. Here is your photograph, Byakuya said, holding up the blood-stained picture for comparison. Thank you, sir. The girl named Xiaohua deeply bowed, and then joined the throng heading towards the shelter. At this moment, Byakuya arrived behind Byakuya. It seems you are not merely a hero of the Land of Fire. The people here hold you in high regard as well. Upon hearing this, Byakuya smiled faintly, the joy of aiding others illuminating his expression. Hero is merely a title. I have long ceased to care for it. What truly matters is being able to do something for these people. The conflict with the Cloud Ninja had drawn to a close. How long can you stay now that you have returned? Everything has concluded. The village of Konoha achieved a resounding victory, and Lord Jiraiya has already led the troops back. I should be able to rest here for a while. By the way, you should return home and wait for me. My friend is still abroad, and we shall meet at my place shortly. As his words faded, Baiyi vanished once more. Beyond the borders of the land of the wind, Xiaobai repeatedly yearned to draw closer to Yumu, yet was perpetually rebuffed. His large head drooped in melancholy. It was not until Bei's return that Xiaobai lifted his gaze once more, and then the legendary Wolf King began to affectionately lick Bei's body like a loyal pup, his eyes betraying a deep sense of grievance. I understand that the two of you struggle to coexist, but this predicament is not Yumu's fault, after all. Your bloodlines are at odds. Now, having run for so long, it is time for you to return to your own world and rest. With a gentle puff, Bei placed his hand upon Xiaobai's head, and the colossal form vanished. Yumu, you need not stand so far away now. Upon hearing Bei refer to him as Yumu once more, Yumu was filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger. I shall warn you once more. Do not call me Yumu. Bei, however, paid no heed to Yumu's admonition. I understand, Yumu. It is time for us to return as well. The Flying Thunder God technique was activated again, and as Bei and Yumu suddenly appeared before Baya, who was tidying up the courtyard, Baya hastily set down his broom. His gaze fixed on Yumu. You rascal, no wonder you were so eager to rush out. It turns out you have such a beautiful girlfriend waiting for you. Greetings. I am Hatake Sakumo, the father of this rascal. If he dares to mistreat you, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall ensure he receives his due. Upon realizing that the man before her was none other than the famed Konoha White Fang, Yumu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. The Cloud Shinobi similarly kept a keen eye on the movements of Konoha, and as a prominent figure from the Land of Lightning, Yumu was well aware of the news surrounding White Fang's demise. In that moment, she scarcely registered that Baya had mistaken her for Bei's girlfriend. Konoha White Fang, how is it that you have not perished? On the other side, Bei, observing Yumu's abrupt inquiry regarding his father's fate, quickly interjected. Let us not delve into such somber matters on our first meeting. Baya, surely you have found a girlfriend here as well. Bring her over, and I shall prepare a meal for you both. With that, Bei promptly led Yumu away, leaving a bewildered Baya in their wake. Goodness. The daughter-in-law arrives and immediately inquires about whether he is dead. Such a character is truly perplexing. Ah, the youth of today are indeed fascinating, much like our own. Bei guided Yumu to the kitchen, never releasing her hand. Release me. Your father is Konoha White Fang, yet I have never heard you speak of him. This should be a matter of great pride. In our Land of Lightning, your father's name carries considerable weight. In response, Bei chuckled softly. That merely reflects my father's prowess. It bears no relation to me. I aspire to be a hero of Konoha, not merely the son of someone notable. Now, please find a room to rest while I prepare the meal. Your presence here may hinder my culinary performance. Upon hearing this, Yumu made no move to leave, instead choosing to sit upon a nearby stool. I am aware of your culinary skills from the past few months, yet I have never witnessed your cooking prowess. Today, I shall remain to observe. Gazing at the eager countenance of the wooden figure, Baiyi opted for silence, choosing instead to demonstrate his capabilities through action. He at last. It is my turn to perform. Just wait and see, little rascal. I am about to prepare a splendid feast for the goddess, surpassing all expectations. As night fell, Baiyi presented the fruits of his labor from the afternoon on the table, showcasing a total of 16 dishes, half of which were fish. The ingredients at home are rather scarce, so I've made do with what I had. Please enjoy. Upon hearing this, the three individuals present perceived Baiyi's words as a display of humble bragging. Each dish on the table could very well reach the pinnacle of culinary mastery. Yet Baiyi regarded them as mere sustenance. At that moment, seated beside Baiyi was a young woman in her 20s, a medical ninja, whose appearance, though not as striking as the wooden figure, possessed a certain purity and elegance. Let us dig in. I can hardly wait. Baiyi was the first to take action, selecting a piece of spicy cod from the array of dishes. The moment it touched his palate, the spice of the fish was perfectly balanced, its texture offering a silken sensation. The group devoured the meal heartily, the sake flowing freely as they enjoyed each other as company. The wooden figure joined in, captivated by Baiyi's charm. After their feast, Baiyi and his son assisted the somewhat tipsy young women back to their rooms. Observing the wooden figure's slightly inebriated state, Bai Yi smiled gently. I did not anticipate that you would get along so well with Bai Yi on your first visit. It seems we are destined to be a family. With that, Bai Yi left 2 dorayaki and a box of milk on the bedside table. Just as he opened the door, Bai Yi stood waiting outside. Hey, little rascal. It's been a while. Would you care to take a stroll with me? There's still some wine left. Let us finish it together. As he spoke, Bai Yi shook the wine bottle in his hand. All right, with fine wine in hand. We must find a splendid place. In unison, Bai Yi and Bai Yi vanished from the courtyard, only to reappear atop the highest peak in the land of whirlpools. The moonlight cascaded down, revealing the breathtaking scenery within the land. Wow, this place is magnificent. Without war, it would surely be a perfect vacation spot. I personally adore it. Indeed, how wonderful it would be without conflict, Bai Yi mused alongside the system, while Bai Yi remarked, though such ideals are splendid. This can likely only occur during the tenure of the first Hokage. Without strength, all is but an illusion. By the way, little rascal, your girlfriend must hold considerable status in the land of lightning. I sense a hint of danger emanating from her. Chapter 84. Unsealing Bai Yi. True to his reputation as a legendary hero of Konoha, discerned the extraordinary nature of the wooden figure the moment he laid eyes on her. Indeed, she is the host of the two-tailed beast from Cloud Ninja Village. The revelation caused Bai Yi's brows to furrow tightly. What? She is the host of the two-tailed beast? The sake he had just tasted was spat out, his expression transforming into a complex mixture of emotions. What is it? Can one not engage with a Jinchuriki? Bai Yi wore a puzzled expression, clearly not perceiving any issue with this matter. There is no problem, but are you truly capable of managing such a woman? If you are frequently subjected to domestic violence, your father would surely be heartbroken. Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Bai Yi downed his cup of sake in one gulp, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his heart brimming with aspirations for the future. Rest assured, Mumu is not that kind of person. We will undoubtedly thrive together. The following morning, Yumu awakened from Bai Yi's bed, her heart warmed by the sight of the dorayaki and milk laid out around her. Beneath the milk carton, Bai Yi had left her a note. Make sure to eat well. We have significant matters to attend to today, beautiful Mumu. Upon reading the words, Yumu surprisingly felt no anger. If Bai Yi were present, he might have laughed, for it signified that their relationship had broken the ice, allowing her to casually call her Yumu Mumu from then on. Around 9 in the morning, after breakfast, Yumu emerged from her room. At that moment, Bai Yi was practicing his shuriken techniques in the courtyard. Ever since acquiring the Sharingan, his skill with shuriken had reached a level of perfection. Ah, Mumu, you're awake. Good morning. Wow, the goddess looks splendid today. I really like it. Good morning. What pressing matter do you have for me? In response to her inquiry, Bai Yi grinned. My body has nearly recovered. I can now assist you in breaking the seal. There is a splendid location 5 kilometers away. If you are prepared, let us head there now. Upon hearing this, Yumu nodded and took the initiative to grasp Bai Yi's arm. What are you dawdling for? Let us go. This sudden surge of happiness left Bai Yi momentarily dazed. This was Yumu, sharing physical closeness with him for the first time. All right, let us depart. In a cave 5 kilometers away, hundreds of candles had already been lit, and a large futon was placed at the center of the cavern, surrounded by intricate ceiling inscriptions. Mumu, please take a seat in the center. I shall assist you in breaking the seal now. Following Bai Yi's instructions, Yumu sat in the middle of the futon but did not receive a second command. The patience of a girl is often limited, and after a while, she could no longer contain herself and turned to find Bai Yi gazing at her with a lecherous look. Instantly, her exquisite visage flushed with embarrassment and anger. What are you looking at? In her words, Yumu instinctively crossed her arms protectively over her chest, eyeing Bai Yi warily. Little did she know, the man was engaged in fervent communication with the entities residing within her body. You rascal, stop pretending to be serious. This is a splendid opportunity. Once this village passes, there will be no store left. Use the excuse of breaking the seal to get the goddess to remove her clothes. She's certainly one T refuse. I reckon you have completed your 10-day exploration mission. Isn't that sufficient? Besides, do you truly believe you can smoothly break the seal without our assistance? Why is it impossible? Initially, I merely employed the 5-element seal and the Bagua seal. As long as there is sufficient chakra, what cannot be unraveled? Your memory truly fails you. Have you forgotten the trace of Een attribute chakra you borrowed from us? Although it is scarce, it is the key to unlocking the seal. Currently, you lack this power within you. The body hesitated, And at that moment, Bai Yi recalled previous events. You are truly despicable. How can you speak in such a manner? We are merely assisting you. Between men and women, only through intimate contact can emotions deepen. Do not speak as if you are the one at a disadvantage. Now, swiftly follow our instructions. You have brought the goddess here, and you surely do not wish to disappoint her. Under pressure, Bai Yi ultimately could not resist them. When he regained his focus, he noticed Yumu staring intently at him. I apologize, I was lost in thought. A sudden question arose in my mind. Unlocking the seal requires. Bai Yi's speech became fragmented, inciting Yumu's displeasure. Speak plainly. I will cooperate with you within my capabilities. To unlock the seal, the chakra within your body will surge. To prevent you from losing control, I need to observe the flow of your chakra, which cannot be done while clothed. Upon hearing this, Yumu's face instantly flushed crimson, yet her movements were remarkably swift. The black coat was hastily undone, revealing a smooth, jade-like back before Bai Yi's eyes. Is this acceptable? If so, let us proceed. I advise you to keep your gaze respectful, should you glimpse where you ought not. Do not blame me for disregarding our prior friendship. Wow, how fair. You have certainly gained from this. Completing a 10-day scouting mission is no small feat. Enough with the pleasantries. Lend me your Yin attribute chakra. Bai Yi stepped slowly behind Yumu, extending a hand as the Yin attribute chakra within him flowed into her limbs. The stunning beauty offered no objections, as she anticipated what might transpire next. Time passed, and as the Yin attribute chakra was drawn from Yumu, the process of unsealing was halfway complete. She bit her red lips, demonstrating remarkable endurance. A rising heat enveloped her, and her once porcelain skin flushed an even deeper hue. Mumu, the next phase may be somewhat uncomfortable. If you truly cannot bear it, feel free to bite my arm. With that, Bai Yi placed an arm near Yumu's mouth. He then stepped in front of her, removing his garment to drape it over her upper body, leaving only her flat abdomen exposed. Forgive me. As his voice fell, Bai Yi's fingers pressed against the nodes of the 5-element seal. As his palms slowly rotated, a soft murmur echoed through the cave. In response, Yumu bit down on Bai Yi's arm, blood seeping from the puncture marks, causing a flicker of distortion to cross Bai Yi's face. I must admit, the little feline's bites can indeed be quite painful. Chapter 85, Jealousy. The pristine white teeth sank into Bai Yi's skin, and simultaneously, the temperature within the cave rose slightly. At this moment, just a step away from breaking the seal, Bai Yi found himself momentarily hesitant. Are you worried that once the seal is broken, the goddess might forsake you? Enough of your nonsense. Whether she stays or goes is a decision for the wooden figure to make. It has nothing to do with me unsealing the barrier. Dismissively countering the system's words, the hand resting on his flat abdomen began to move slowly. In an instant, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the cave, extinguishing hundreds of candles and plunging the space into darkness. It was not until two gleaming, mismatched pupils appeared that light returned to the cave. At that moment, the two tails lay prostrate before Bai Yi, the overwhelming pressure emanating from it rendering him nearly immobile. Human, you have made my existence quite miserable during this time. The cold voice echoed as the two tails fully revealed itself. Its two ethereal blue tails swaying back and forth at the cave's entrance, blocking Bai Yi's escape. Why, Ruri, how could it be you? Where is Mumu? Upon hearing Bai Yi utter its name, the two tails' expression tightened. Then, a massive paw came crashing down upon Bai Yi. Do not call her Mumu. That name belongs solely to me. Do not think that after cooking for a few months, you can become familiar with her. I tell you, her best friend is only me. You are nothing. In the face of the two tails' actions, Bai Yi did not flinch but allowed the heavy paw to rest upon him. This cat is indeed jealous of you. It seems you have gained another rival. But worry not, the body will always stand by your side. That is merely your own delusion. If Mumu had no feelings for me, why would she risk being captured by Konoha to travel 100 miles for me? Face the reality. Why, Ruri, you are not Mumu's only one. Moreover, the sensations I can provide for her are beyond your reach. Bai Yi's voice was low, his words laced with provocation. The two tails, already furious, felt an even greater urge to tear the man before it apart. You seek death. As it spoke, the massive paw pressing down on Bai Yi suddenly tightened. Just then, a long roar erupted from outside the cave. In the next moment, Xiao Bai's figure dashed in from outside, seizing the element of surprise, and bit down onto the ethereal blue neck of the two tails. With a thunderous crash, the two colossal beings collided, the two tails pinned against the wall by Xiao Bai. Meanwhile, Baiyi rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He slowly approached the two tails. Why, Ruri, you cannot speak for Mumu. Let her voice her own thoughts. The plum blossom pattern rapidly appeared in Baiyi's eyes, and the kaleidoscopic Sharingan manifested itself. For the two tails, without the aid of a Jinchuriki, the likelihood of falling under the illusion was a staggering 100%. Upon entering the realm of the wooden figure through an illusion, Baiyi discovered a breathtakingly beautiful place. A quaint lake came into view, surrounded by lush flowers and greenery, a stark contrast to the prison of the nine tails and the foul ditches. Indeed, the inner world of a girl is more enchanting. Subsequently, Baiyi cautiously strolled amidst the splendid scenery, ultimately catching sight of a graceful figure, resplendent in pure white, upon the lake's surface. Look, the figure on the water is none other than the goddess. She is unclothed. Hurry over and take a closer look. It's too far to see clearly from here, echoed the system's voice. Baiyi hastened towards the lake. Although he now possessed the kaleidoscope Sharingan, the energy expended in breaking the seal had left him far from peak condition. His control over the two tails was limited. He needed to awaken the wooden figure swiftly. Should this behemoth rampage within the land of whirlpools, the repercussions would rival that of a war, rendering the efforts of himself and his father futile. Baiyi reached the center of the small lake and beheld the snow-white figure before him, warmth involuntarily streaming from his nostrils. So, the serene goddess is this beautiful too. Hold on, let me appreciate this sight before you move. Even if you complete the interview task, I shall reward you with 15 chakra, the system used. Baiyi, being a typical man, acknowledged the system's thoughts. However, this was not the time for lechery. After a brief pause in his breathing due to the stunning view, Baiyi tentatively placed his trembling fingers upon the forehead of the wooden figure. Mumu awakened. In an instant, the delicate form on the water quivered, and her exquisite eyes flew open. Why are you here? She exclaimed in surprise, suddenly realizing her lack of clothing, startling Baiyi considerably. Do not fret. I have just arrived and have yet to examine you closely, he reassured. Hearing this, the wooden figure retaliated with a playful slap, questioning what he meant by not having examined her closely when he had already seen her completely bare. Upon realizing this was her inner world, she swiftly conjured a garment, emerging from the water with her head above the surface, although the blush of her stunning face lingered. How did you enter my inner world? She inquired. Baiyi sighed softly, recounting the events that transpired in the cave. Upon learning this, the wooden figure immediately communicated with the two tails, and at that moment, Baiyi withdrew from her inner world. After retracting his Sharingan, he felt his chest rise and fall, acutely aware that more than half of his strength had been drained. The exertion of controlling the tailed beast was indeed monumental. It seemed he had a long way to go on the path to becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. You certainly have a way of thinking. Your current combat capability is on par with an ordinary shadow, let alone those unparalleled experts, the system remarked. But worry not. With the wooden figure guarding you, it won't be long before your strength ascends. As Baiyi conversed with the system, the temperature within the cave gradually began to drop. Following Baiyi's command, Xiaobai relaxed, allowing the wooden figure to successfully release her tailed beast state. I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding that occurred earlier. I have now clarified everything with her. Thank you for helping me break the seal. As she spoke, Yomurin deeply bowed to Baiyi. At that moment, Baiyi began to ponder within herself. What I desire is not merely gratitude, but rather the words I love you. When will I ever hear you utter those words? This is simply what I should do. Without me, you wouldn't have transformed into the person you are today. What are your plans from here? Will you return to the land of thunder, or grant yourself a brief respite? Upon hearing this, Yomurin appeared somewhat melancholic. Chapter 86. Battle Report the Land of Thunder. A place I likely cannot return to. How delightful it is that the goddess cannot return to the land of thunder. She shall remain with us forever. I am truly elated. Baiyi was somewhat astonished. How could Yomurin, one of the foremost powers of the land of thunder, not be accepted by her own country? Could it be that your land of thunder has become so formidable that even tailed beasts can be forsaken? Hearing this, Yomurin could only manage a bitter smile and shook her head. The land of thunder does not abandon tailed beasts. They merely reject those who cannot be controlled. The reason I was able to ambush you at that small lake is that I violated military law. In other words, I am now a rogue ninja, a wanderer without a home. As she spoke, Yomurin retrieved her forehead protector from her pocket and made a slash across the emblem of the land of thunder. Throughout this process, Bai Yi could distinctly sense her sorrow and the uncertainty of her future. Who said that? Have you not heard the saying? The sea is vast enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to soar? If the land of thunder does not want you, we can seek other opportunities. Returning with me to the land of fire would not be a bad option. At the very least, the gates of the Kagaya clan in the land of whirlpools will always be open for you. As she spoke, Bai Yi wrapped his arms around Yomurin's slender waist. Why do you treat me this way? Are we not enemies? When one is adrift, what they yearn for is not merely fame and success, but rather the comfort of having a home. Bai Yi's words greatly impacted Yomurin. Because I care for you, and besides, your transformation into who you are now is all due to your unwillingness to harm me. I believe that if you were to return with my head, the higher-ups of the land of thunder would surely show you leniency. You are still that esteemed individual. As those indifferent words fell, Bai Yi's expression changed dramatically. Sharp claws extended from her fingertips, leaving 3 faint trails of blood upon Bai Yi's neck. Do you truly believe that I lack the heart to kill you? In that moment, the glimmer of her claws pressed against Bai Yi's throat, yet he remained unperturbed. Indeed, it is because you are a kind-hearted woman. I cannot believe you would commit such an act. As he spoke, Bai Yi grasped Yomurin's wrist, his nails digging deeper, blood trickling down his neck. At that instant, Yomurin's hand began to tremble. I admit, I cannot bring myself to kill you, for you are the kindest person to me in this world. Upon saying this, Yomurin's cheeks flushed crimson. The moment those words escaped her lips, the spirits within Bai Yi stirred with fervor. Wow, the goddess has actually confessed her feelings to you. This is too smooth. What kind of luck did you stumble upon? I am truly envious. A group of friends spoke animatedly, while Bai Yi, at that moment, engaged in more serious matters, cradling the beauty in his arms. Their lips met gently upon the delicate face of the girl. Initially, she resisted, her 2 daggers tapping insistently against Bai Yi's chest. Who could have known this man possessed such strength? After a prolonged struggle yielded no results, she ultimately chose to acquiesce. Just as their lips drew closer, the sudden cawing of a crow pierced the air from outside the cave. The jarring sound disrupted their tender moment, and at the same time, an unsettling feeling crept into Bai Yi's heart. He promptly released the beauty and hurried outside, where a crow stood quietly at the cave's entrance. Clutching a small note, it was a messenger from the Hidden Leaf Village, tasked with conveying unfavorable intelligence. Upon removing the note, Bai Yi's expression shifted. Recently, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had joined the fray, and the situation at the leaf's front was dire. The girl remained silently behind him, not casting a glance at the note. What's wrong? She inquired, to which Bai Yi let out a soft sigh. Today marks the last day of my vacation in the land of whirlpools. As you can see, the situation in the leaf is critical. I must return. Significant events are likely to unfold soon. He showed her the contents of the note, and the young girl expressed her willingness to join the battle. I have long wished to meet the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. I will return with you this time. That night, the girl fell asleep early, while Bai Yi remained restless. The reason for his unease was the mischief brewing within him. 3 kilometers to the northwest, the girls of the land of whirlpools are bathing. Let us go and indulge ourselves. Once we miss this opportunity, it shall not come again. Indeed, we must not overlook such beautiful maidens. I shall support you, fear not. This time, I will reward you with 08 chakra. Just go, it will be well worth it. A cacophony of voices erupted, and ultimately, Bai Yi yielded. Knowing he had to travel early the next morning, he realized that if he did not indulge this night, sleep would evade him. With a swift motion, Bai Yi utilized the flying thunder god technique and arrived at the women's hot spring in the land of whirlpools. Unlike the Hidden Leaf Village, the land of whirlpools had long been ravaged by war, and the hot springs bore the scars of battle. Bai Yi only needed to find a suitable spot to behold the stunning scenery within. A night passed in silence, and the next morning, Bai Yi stretched lazily as he emerged from his room. The dawn light barely illuminated the sky, yet the girl had already been waiting outside. It's 6 o'clock. Why are you only just waking up? Upon glancing at the time, Bai Yi realized he had overslept by half an hour, leaving the girl with the impression that he was unpunctual. Frustrated, he wished he could extract the mischief makers within him. Why didn't you rouse me, you rascals? Pray tell, after such an extensive excursion last night, do you not require rest? What is the haste? An additional half hour of slumber will not diminish our vitality. These individuals exhibited a complete disregard for their commitments, articulating their excuses with an air of nonchalance, entirely lacking any sense of punctuality. This infuriated Bai Yi. whose voice resonated with frustration. Should I heed your words again, I shall consider myself a fool. The wooden figure standing nearby was momentarily taken aback by this declaration. Baiyi, are you addressing me? Regaining his composure, Baiyi hastily concocted a rationale to deflect the situation, and together they proceeded towards the border of the Land of Fire. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist has long held a formidable reputation within the ninja world. From a certain perspective, their renown eclipsed even that of the Mizukichi. Today, however, they found themselves engaged in the rather ignoble act of intimidating children. At the border of Konoha, 3 young ones gazed anxiously at the 7 figures perched upon the branches. The foremost child, sporting a watermelon hairstyle and clad in a green bodysuit, was flanked by 2 companions, one wearing sunglasses and the other with a toothpick clenched between his teeth. Had Baiyi been present, he would have recognized them as Might Guy, Nara Shikamaru, and Kankuro. Chapter 87. The Flame of Youth Endures. Might Guy spoke with deliberate emphasis, while Nara Shikamaru and Kankuro gripped their kunai tightly, their bodies trembling with fear. The trio understood that the 7 before them were adversaries beyond their capacity to confront. What an oddity today is, encountering these younglings from Konoha so frequently. How many of their ilk have we dispatched today? The man adorned with crimson markings gestured to his corpulent companion. Each bore uniquely shaped swords. The portly man's weapon occasionally squirmed as if alive, resembling a massive worm, while the leaner man carried a sword with a circular hole, renowned within the ninja realm as the Kisame blade and the decapitation blade. Tazai, your memory seems to wane. Perhaps due to excessive dalliance with women. Including these 3, we have likely eliminated 37 thus far. Perched upon the treetops, they casually discussed their grim tally. What? You have already slain over 30 individuals? Guy exclaimed instinctively, vivid memories of his classmates from the Ninja Academy flooding his mind. Behind him, Nara Shikamaru and Kankuro were drenched in cold sweat, mentally preparing to bid farewell to the beautiful world. Well now, these 3 are rather resilient. They have not succumbed to our intimidation, far superior to those before them. You are now deemed worthy to become souls beneath the decapitation blade. With that, Tazai leapt from the treetops, the blade poised at his side. Do not interfere, these 3 are mine. His chilling voice echoed through the forest as he charged towards Guy's team. Confronted with the overwhelming aura of the 7 ninja swordsmen, only Guy remained steadfast. Thus it fell upon him to uplift their spirits. In the midst of battle, Su Jin and Hibiya stood resolute, declaring their unwavering commitment. Even if we perish, the flames of Konoha shall never be extinguished. With a rousing declaration, Guy opened the 3rd gate, charging forward with unyielding determination. The Konoha whirlwind, a formidable force, struck against the decapitating blade, leaving Shirzong momentarily astonished. What a spirited lad! However, such strength alone cannot secure victory against me. With a powerful swing, Shirzong launched the decapitating blade, which collided with Guy, causing blood to spill from his lips. At that moment, Su Jin and Hibiya joined the fray, proclaiming their intent to avenge their fallen comrades. To Shirzong, their words seemed mere folly. After sending Guy flying, he swiftly drove his blade into the ground at a sharp angle, blocking their advance and granting himself time to weave hand seals. I admire your bravery. Yet the chasm between us is insurmountable. You stand no chance. With a formidable water release technique, a dragon of water surged forth, sweeping Su Jin and Hibiya into the air, leaving Guy, recently struck down, equally vulnerable. The trio found themselves hurled by the water dragon, each feeling as though their bones might shatter under the strain. Now, they were rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Shirzong regarded the 3 youngsters, their spirits waning, as he held his decapitating blade horizontally. To perish beneath this blade is a privilege you should cherish. As he spoke, he tightened his grip, and at that moment, Guy, along with his companions, closed their eyes in resignation. With a resounding crash, the decapitating blade was sent flying, and Shirzong was abruptly kicked against a tree by a formidable figure. A familiar voice resonated in Guy's ears. The tender sprouts of Konoha shall not wither easily. Might die? At your service. Overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing his father's imposing figure, Guy exclaimed, Father, what brings you here? You are the hope of Konoha, the eternal flame of youth. Quickly, depart. I shall handle this. Guy's confident smile accompanied a familiar gesture. Though Guy yearned to commend his father, he hesitated, realizing that Dai, as a mere ch-nin, might not tip the scales. Father, you are just a ch-nin. How can you? Before he could finish, a large hand covered his mouth. "Trust me, I can handle this." Seeing this, Guy hesitated no longer, wiping his tears as he led his companions away. He could not betray his father's goodwill. Shirzong slowly rose from the ground, infuriated by the earlier ambush. That foolish green-clad ninja, what does he think he is proving with such sneak attacks? Let us face each other head-on. As the sound of his son's retreat faded, Dai's gaze sharpened, turning towards the 7 ninja swordsmen. "I welcome the challenge, but alone. You cannot witness the blossoming of the flames of Konoha. All of you, come at me together." The other 6, perched atop the trees, nearly burst into laughter at the audacity of this peculiar nin daring them to unite against him. However, before their laughter could dissipate, the transformation of Might Guy captured the attention of everyone present. The 8 gates formation, the 5th gate, was unleashed. A gust of energy swept across the grassland, causing Might Guy's hair to stand on end. Shirzong instinctively formed hand seals, only to be taken aback as this peculiar figure charged directly at him. Blood erupted from his mouth as 2 ribs were shattered by a single punch. Witnessing this scene, others swiftly joined the fray. On the border between the land of fire and the land of water, Bai Yi and the wooden man pressed on. Suddenly, a roar akin to that of a tiger echoed through the woods several kilometers ahead. Upon hearing this sound, Bai Yi meticulously surveyed his surroundings. Abruptly, a vision of a man clad in a green bodysuit appeared in his mind. Was this not the very place where Might Guy ignited the fire of his life? The preceding tiger's roar further confirmed his identity. "Hurry, that man is about to open the 8th gate." Without waiting for the wooden man's response, Bai Yi dashed forward. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him: to keep that flame burning bright. Accompanied by a resonating tiger's roar, trees within a radius of several hundred meters toppled. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen, one had already fallen victim, his arm bitten off by the tiger. "I truly underestimated you. To compel us to pay such a price is remarkable. Yet, regrettably, your chakra is on the verge of depletion. What will you rely on to continue this dance?" Shirzong's clothing had been torn asunder by the shockwave, and in that moment, all of his ribs lay shattered. Observing the gasping Might Guy before him, Shirzong felt confident in subduing this man who had reached his limit. The others shared similar sentiments. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that the true dance of Konoha had only just begun. A hearty laughter echoed through the forest as Might Guy pressed his fingers against his heart. Today, the flames of Konoha would blaze with unrestrained brilliance. Chapter 88, The 8th Gate. His chakra flowed back to his heart. This was likely his final gambit. "Everyone, be cautious." Suigetsu, the perceptive ninja, was the first to notice the changes in Might Guy's body. At this moment, the blade in his hand had grown to an enormous size. A mere last effort. "What is there to fear?" As he spoke, the diminutive Tokusawa Yataro charged forward wielding a hammer-shaped blunt sword. In the face of such an assault, Might Guy remained composed. Suddenly, a crimson mist enveloped his body, and he thrust his palm forward, warping the surrounding space. Tokusawa Yataro, with his raised weapon, was abruptly halted in midair as an immense force penetrated his body, shattering all of his ribs in an instant. With a resounding crash, Tokusawa Yataro collided with a great tree, blood gushing from his mouth. By the time the others rushed over, he had already lost his breath. In that moment, Might Guy let out a thunderous roar. The flames of Konoha shall eternally blaze. As the 8th gate, the Death Gate, was opened, a resounding sound echoed, and a crimson chakra surged skyward, leaving Tenzo and the others in a state of shock. The previously manifested Azure Chakra had already been formidable, yet this scarlet chakra enveloped them in a sense of despair. In an instant, the 7 ninja swordsmen ceased their desire to fight, simultaneously employing water release techniques to restrain Might Guy's movements. However, they could not have anticipated that their prideful water techniques would prove utterly futile. The combined water release surged forth like a tsunami, engulfing Might Guy entirely. Witnessing this, the 6 present exhaled a collective sigh of relief. At that moment, the crimson chakra erupted, repelling the surrounding waves of water. Wielding the explosive blade, Muri Shinachi, being the closest to Might Guy, naturally became his first target. A tremendous crash reverberated through the forest as the explosive blade was lost to its master. Within mere moments, 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen lay lifeless. A scenario no one would have envisioned being orchestrated by an unassuming, long-time genin. Several kilometers away, the commotion caused by the Death Gate caught the attention of Bai Yi. Observing the scene, his Raijin armor shone brilliantly, his body's vitality reaching its zenith. Alas, was it too late? A legendary hero is about to fall. What a pity. But silence. Baiyi was interrupted before he could finish his thought. He felt a surge of urgency, unwilling to allow this individual to speak frivolously beside him. Unbeknownst to him, the next word spoken would hold great significance for Might Guy. Humph, daring to threaten my body, I shall ignore you henceforth. After several breaths, Baiyi arrived at the battlefield strewn with splintered wood. At that moment, the confrontation between the 7 ninja swordsmen and Might Guy had reached its conclusion. The iconic scene from the Naruto universe was vividly reenacted, with 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, including Mori Shinachi, lying motionless on the ground. Not far away, Might Guy hunched over, gasping for breath, clearly on the brink of exhaustion. Uncle Dai? Baiyi instantly appeared beside Might Guy, supporting his faltering body. Ah, Baiyi, I thought you were with Minato. How did you end up here? After opening the 8 gates, Might Guy's voice had become faint and fragile. I'm sorry, Uncle Dai. I arrived too late. Please hold on. I will find a way to save you. Upon hearing this, Might Guy shook his head while violently coughing. It's futile. I have burned my life as flame to protect the budding leaves of Konoha. This sacrifice is worthwhile. I have no regrets in death. There is no need for you to strain yourself further, little Baiyi. Please take care of Lee for me. Before Might Guy could finish his words, the vitality in his eyes began to wane. Hey, he's nearly gone. What are you all doing besides talking? Is there any way to save Uncle Dai? As I recall my own existence, it seems you previously urged me to silence myself. I demand an apology at once. Otherwise, even if I possess the means, I shall never reveal them to such an impolite individual as yourself. Might Guy's life hangs in the balance, and yet this fellow remains obstinately prideful. Baiyi finds himself at a loss. Although he yearns to berate this individual, he ultimately concedes for the sake of Might Guy's life. I apologize for my earlier words. You must now share the method with me. A life is at stake. Please refrain from jesting. The method to save him is not overly complex. You merely need to master the art of yin-yang escape and possess sufficient chakra, approximately 200 units. 200 units of chakra, he states so casually. Yet Baiyi can scarcely muster 110 units at present. Even should he drain himself entirely, he would still fall short of such a reservoir. Enough with the riddles. My chakra reserves are nowhere near that amount. Please, tell me the method. Do not rush. It is indeed manageable. You simply require the assistance of the goddess, provided that the cat within her agrees to aid you. Otherwise, it is unlikely that the goddess herself could lend you such an abundance of chakra. Upon hearing this, Baiyi seized the arm of the wooden figure, the plum blossom pattern rapidly manifesting in the twilight, allowing him to enter the inner world of the wooden figure and the two-tailed beast. Upon arrival, he found the two-tailed beast bathing in the center of a lake. Upon noticing Baiyi's entrance, its elongated fangs stood erect. Uchiha, what brings you here? 2 azure tails rose dramatically, sending splashes of water cascading toward the shore. Do not be alarmed. I come seeking your assistance, devoid of any ill intent. My friend is gravely injured and on the brink of death. Only by joining forces can we save his life. I implore you to aid me. I shall agree to any terms you propose once the task is complete. In his words, Baiyi adopted a humble demeanor, contemplating the possible demands the two-tailed beast might make. Among these speculations, the most likely request would be for him to vacate the wooden figure. This thought unsettled Baiyi, yet for the sake of Might Guy, he had no alternative. Oh, any request is permissible? The azure figure slowly approached Baiyi, a peculiar smile forming upon its immense visage. I require you to become my personal chef, available at all hours. Can you comply with this? At this proclamation, Baiyi was momentarily taken aback, internally muttering to himself. What? To be this creature's personal chef? This request seems far too simplistic. I had already steeled myself for separation from my beloved. Chapter 89, the second of the Land of Rivers. Very well, from this day forth, I shall be your dedicated chef. You may call me Xiao Bai. Can we assist now? Baiyi hastily acquiesced to the two-tailed beast's request, eager to prevent any change of heart. The conversation between the two was delightful. After Baiyi emerged from his inner world, Erwei shared the matter with Yomu, and the mission to save Might Guy was finally set in motion. Baiyi, how may I assist you? In response to Yomu's inquiry, Baiyi spoke in a solemn tone. As a Jinchuriki, you must have heard of yin-yang release. Shortly, I will gather an ample amount of yin chakra. You merely need to harmonize it with the yang chakra within you. Leave the rest to me. Naturally, Yomu was well acquainted with yin-yang release as her most powerful technique. The tailed beast bomb was fundamentally based on the yin-yang shield. Nodding in acknowledgement, the two began their endeavor. They placed their hands together, and a sphere of chakra imbued with yin-yang properties materialized before them. Gradually, the two types of chakra began to merge. The first attempt failed, the second attempt failed, and after 16 attempts, they finally succeeded. Hard work pays off. After numerous trials, they completed the proportional fusion of yin and yang chakra. That's enough, Moo. You may rest over there. I will handle the next steps, Baiyi declared, extending his other hand to deftly control the fused chakra sphere. Once he withdrew his hand, Yomu leaned against a nearby rock, her chest heaving with intensity, beads of crystalline sweat adorning her face. The exhaustive attempts at fusion had proven to be a tremendous drain. Even for a Jinchuriki. Uncle Dai, the will of fire still requires your legacy, Baiyi said as he infused the yin-yang chakra sphere into Might Guy's heart. As time ticked away, a moment arrived when both Baiyi and Yomu heard the heart's rhythmic beat returning. Gradually, color returned to Guy's face, and his thick eyebrows twitched. This longtime lower ninja had awakened. As his vision cleared, Baiyi's countenance came into view. In the next instant, the passionate man embraced him tightly. A myriad of emotions vividly etched across his weathered features. Little Baiyi, you too have perished, yet you are so young. In the distance, Yomu observed the expressive Might Guy, her perception of this formidable warrior shifting. Having witnessed Guy single-handedly defeat 4 out of the 7 ninja, she had initially considered him a stalwart akin to the third Reikage. She was unprepared for the revelation that he was so profoundly expressive, a stark contrast indeed. Fear not. Uncle Dai, you are not dead yet. Feel your chest, and see if your heart still beats, Baiyi said, unable to free himself from Guy's embrace, resorting instead to verbal distraction. Upon hearing this, Guy quickly placed his hand over his chest, and at the moment he felt his heart thumping. The exhilaration on his face was beyond description. I truly am not dead. Slap, slap. After striking himself twice, the pain jolted him into the realization that he was still alive. Subsequently, the man prepared to hold Baiyi once more. Reacting swiftly, Baiyi had already moved to Yomu's side. Uncle Dai, please calm down. I too need a moment to rest. Subsequently, Baiyi spent a considerable amount of time recounting the events to Might Dai. Upon learning that Baiyi had mastered the yin-yang ninjutsu, Might Dai gave him a hearty slap on the back. What a remarkable young man. At such a tender age, you have delved so deeply into the art of ninjutsu. With you in Konoha, I can rest easy. After receiving such a hearty pat, Baiyi felt a tingle in his bones. Cough, cough, Uncle Dai. Your strength is truly formidable. You might just crush me. At this, Might Dai awkwardly scratched his head. My apologies, young Baiyi. It seems I must refrain from being so forceful in the future. Speaking of the future, Might Dai was filled with immense excitement at his newfound life. However, at that moment, Baiyi's expression suddenly darkened. Uncle Dai, you cannot return to Konoha just yet. Upon hearing this, Might Dai was taken aback. What do you mean by not returning to the village? Is it related to the 7 ninja swordsmen? He instinctively glanced at the 4 corpses nearby. No. We are in a time of war, and eliminating formidable foes is justifiable. After this battle, you will no longer be merely a lowly shinobi of Konoha, but rather a figure that commands respect and caution from all. To be frank, Uncle Dai, the situation in Konoha is chaotic. If you return now, you may attract the unwanted attention of certain high-ranking officials. If possible, I hope you choose the path similar to my father's, to retreat into seclusion for a time. As Baiyi mentioned his father, Might Dai's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you suggesting that White Fang is not dead, but rather in hiding? How can that be? I attended his funeral and noticed nothing amiss. Uncle Dai, sometimes seeing is not believing. The turmoil in Konoha is profound, and it may become even more tumultuous in the future. I do not wish for you heroes to become casualties of political strife. Therefore, you could consider taking a respite in the land of whirlpools, becoming its second-in-command, my hidden strength. The title of second-in-command in the land of whirlpools was indeed enticing, and Might Dai found it intriguing. No need for further elaboration, young Baiyi, I understand your intent. You wish for me to gather strength and, at the appropriate moment, to shape this world. Am I correct? Unable to contain himself, Might Dai patted Baiyi once more. Indeed, Uncle Dai, that is precisely my intention. You are truly astute. Upon receiving Baiyi's affirmation, Might Dai leapt into the air with exuberance. The fire of youth shall never be extinguished. Fear not, young Baiyi. I will not disappoint your hopes and will become the hero to save the world. Might Dai continued to mutter to himself for quite some time, leaving Bai Yi and the wooden puppet feeling somewhat exasperated. He and Kai were indeed suffering from severe delusions of grandeur. After a brief explanation of the future, Bai Yi summoned Xiao Bai, who would escort Might Dai to the land of whirlpools. Following this, Bai Yi could also return to Konoha with the wooden puppet for a visit. Standing atop the peak, Bai Yi gazed toward the northwestern sky, a sinister smile gracing his face. Lord Jiraiya, I trust you have been faring well during this time. In the village of Konoha, the illustrious Jiraiya has taken a well-deserved break following his commendable missions. Thus, the women's hot springs have become his favored retreat during this holiday. However, unlike before, this renowned figure now dons a white scarf whenever he ventures out. Good morning, Lord Jiraiya. Your injuries have yet to heal, have they? Lady Tsunade was rather forceful, wasn't she? A young girl with a bun hairstyle darted out from the ninja academy and spotted the white scarf Jiraiya. You little rascal, why must you bring that up? Let us not speak of it again, and I shall reward you with some candy. Jiraiya playfully pinched the girl's cheeks and retrieved a few sweets from his pocket. True to the saying, a mouthful of sweet can silence grievances, the girl accepted the candy and vowed to never mention the matter again. As he watched the petite figure fade into the distance, a gentle smile graced Jiraiya's face. Suddenly, a breeze swept through, carrying with it a familiar voice that resonated in his ears. Lord Jiraiya, it has been quite some time. Why have you changed your appearance? That white hat does not quite suit you. Turning around, Jiraiya found Bai Yi approaching along the street of Konoha. Upon seeing him, Jiraiya felt a surge of irritation. You rascal, how dare you bring that up? If it weren't for you, would I be wearing this scarf every day? Now tell me, why did you hand my sketchbook to Tsunade? Bai Yi chuckled awkwardly in response to Jiraiya's inquiry. Lord Jiraiya, one must not speak in such a manner. I accidentally discovered your sketchbook in the tent and intended to return it personally, but in the midst of the chaos of war, it slipped my mind. To prevent you from worrying, I sent it back with a carrier pigeon, only to find it ended up in Lady Tsunade's hands. Bai Yi's explanation was both reasonable and sensible, leaving Jiraiya momentarily speechless. Remember this, you little scamp. In the future, such matters must be delivered to me directly. With that, Jiraiya wrapped an arm around Bai Yi's shoulders and whispered in his ear, You little rascal, did you know that during our absence, the women's hot springs have been renovated? Would you care to accompany me there to indulge in the ambience? I haven't enjoyed the scenery in quite a while. That suggestion is agreeable. Let us go at once. Ahem, Bai Yi, these days you've been fixated on the goddess, declaring her to be the moonlight in your eyes. Yet upon returning to Konoha, it seems those words were mere folly. And you, how can you criticize me? You, who speaks sweet nothings more than anyone. All the while yearning for Nani's sketchbook. You are the most hypocritical of all. Dare you claim you do not wish to visit the hot springs? After a spirited debate, the various parts of their personas reached a consensus. They agreed on a singular decision. The path to the hot springs was irresistible. The journey to the women's hot springs was winding and complex, and throughout this trek, Bai Yi frequently glanced back, his heart racing with anticipation. At this moment, his greatest concern was the sudden appearance of the wooden figure behind him, although the likelihood of such an occurrence was nearly non-existent. The wooden figure was currently waiting for him in the exterior wooden house. However, as the saying goes, a thief's heart is always uneasy, and Bai Yi was no exception. Upon arriving at the entrance of the women's hot spring, the latest renovations indeed provided a refreshing visual delight, coupled with various promotional activities. The number of patrons visiting the hot spring was surprisingly greater than during peacetime, the majority of whom were women, as most men were preoccupied with battle or logistical endeavors. For Jiraiya, this place was nothing short of paradise. Subsequently, Jiraiya skillfully guided Bai Yi to the backyard of the hot spring. After a thorough search, he discovered the marked blue brick he had previously left behind. Hee, the splendid world lies before us, little Bai Yi, make sure to observe closely. As he spoke, Jiraiya extracted the marked brick, revealing breathtaking scenery, with the first sight that caught Bai Yi's attention being a woman with flowing red hair. Upon seeing this, he quickly covered his eyes. Let go. I haven't seen anything yet. Do you still wish to earn your mission reward? It was imperative to avoid indecent sights. After all, that was Minato's wife. Even for the sake of the mission, he could not engage in such behavior. Bai Yi's resolve was unwavering. He would not be swayed by any reward. Meanwhile, Jiraiya noticed Bai Yi abruptly turn away, his desire for the view inside intensifying. What has become of you? I must see what lies within. Thus, Jiraiya immediately leaned closer to the opening, meticulously observing the enchanting scene inside. Upon catching sight of the waterfall-like cascade of fiery red hair, Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily stepped back. Little Baiyi, we must leave at once. The little pepper is bathing inside. She is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and our every action is within her perceptive range. I understand. Thank you for the warning. Lord Jiraiya. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Baiyi nodded lightly, activating the Flying Thunder God technique and vanishing from his location. No sooner had Baiyi departed than a chilling presence emerged behind Jiraiya. With a thunderous crash, the wall constructed of stacked blue bricks collapsed, revealing a stunning woman clad in a bath towel, her red hair dancing in the wind, standing directly behind Jiraiya. Little Pepper, listen to me. This is all a misunderstanding. I merely stumbled upon this place by chance. Jiraiya slowly turned to face her, locking eyes with the fiery woman. Sensei Jiraiya, have you forgotten Lady Tsunade's warning? If there is another incident, you shall face the consequences yourself. So now, will you come willingly, or shall I assist you? Her words were laced with a threatening undertone, and it was clear to anyone that Jiraiya would never willingly admit to his transgressions. If he had not been caught red-handed, he would certainly not confess his wrongdoing. As such, Tsunade had instructed Minato's wife, the Little Pepper, to frequently keep an eye on him. As the moment Jiraiya and Baiyi arrived in the backyard, the truth could no longer be concealed. Thus, even if Jiraiya possessed 1,000 mouths, he could not speak of today's events. Allow me to handle this myself. There's no need for you to trouble yourself, he declared, wrapping his body tightly with needles, while inwardly cursing Baiyi. You scoundrel! How could you betray your teammates like this? When we meet again, I shall make you pay. In a quaint wooden cabin outside of Konoha, Baiyi sat on the bed, panting heavily. Yuki, the wooden girl, was outside grilling meat, and upon hearing the commotion from within, hurried inside. What is the matter? Did something happen here? Chapter 91. A conundrum. I encountered a minor issue, but it has been resolved. Baiyi replied. What is that smell? It seems something has burned. As he spoke, Baiyi's nose twitched, drawn by the aroma wafting from outside. Upon hearing this, Yuki's eyes widened in alarm as she slapped her forehead. Oh no! I was grilling meat. She dashed out, only to find the roasted leg of lamb charred to a crisp. Baiyi followed her outside, and the sight of the burnt lamb leg was quite unappetizing. The goddess may be stunning, but her culinary skills leave much to be desired. I truly cannot stomach this. Yuki slowly picked up the lamb leg, now resembling a piece of coal, and a look of discontent crossed her beautiful features. This is all your fault. Had it not been for you, I could have grilled it perfectly. Now look at it. With a sheepish grin, Baiyi scratched his head in embarrassment. It's all right. As long as it's made by you, I will love it. He took the charred lamb leg, his face glowing with happiness. No, please. Keep that thing away from me. I absolutely cannot eat that. It's far too awful. Baiyi began to chew vigorously, and the moment the meat slid down his throat, he felt as though his very breath had ceased. It's simply divine. Observing Baiyi's forced smile, Yuki gently patted his shoulder. If it's delicious, then eat more. Not a morsel should be left behind. By the way, you've consumed all my food, so you must make amends. Tonight's meal shall be your responsibility. With that, she strode back into the room. After a prolonged period, Baiyi finally finished the entire leg of lamb. This action stirred discontent among the voices within him. You fool, while I understand your desire to please the goddess, do not make me a sacrificial offering. After consuming this, I shall not wish to eat for 3 days. Indeed, tonight will surely be uncomfortable. I am destined for a sleepless night. The voices chattered, but Baiyi paid them no heed. He sat on the stone platform, lost in thought, his eyes ever bright with mirth. Despite the discomfort, knowing that it was your creation brought an inexplicable joy. As the day waned, Baiyi prepared a feast for Yuki before making his solitary return to Konoha. During the day, he had tricked Jiraiya, and with so much time having passed, if he didn't go check on his colleague, their relationship would surely suffer. At the entrance of the convenience store, Bai Xiaowei was dozing off, only lifting his head upon seeing Baiyi approach. Ah, you've finally returned. It seems your spirits are quite high lately. Bai Xiaowei's voice gradually echoed in Baiyi's ears. In response to his old friend's greeting, Baiyi chuckled. Isn't that so? I'll tell you all about it soon. But first, could you help me find Lord Jiraiya? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaowei raised a paw and pointed towards the women's hot spring. That fellow is over there. Earlier today, he was caught red-handed by Kushina right at the entrance of the women's hot spring, and now he's undergoing interrogation. At this revelation, Byakuya's emotions grew complex. Reflecting on it, he realized that if it weren't for his possession of the Flying Thunder God technique, his fate would not have been any better. The more he thought about it, the more he felt a pang of guilt towards Jiraiya. After bidding farewell to Byakuya, he immediately hurried towards the hot spring. Sure enough, Tsunade and Kushina were standing beside Jiraiya, seemingly exposing his peeping behavior to the members of the hot spring. Ha ha ha, this lecherous scoundrel finally gets his comeuppance. It feels utterly delightful. He absolutely deserves this fate. The voices around Byakuya were ringing in his ears, leaving him somewhat speechless. Were they not cut from the same cloth, speaking so authoritatively about others? Ah, Lord Jiraiya, I am not an ungrateful person. Allow me to assist you today. With these words, Byakuya formed a hand sign. A moment later, a cough resonated from behind Jiraiya and the two women, accompanied by an elderly voice that approached slowly. Lord Sarutobi, third Hokage. Tsunade and Kushina exclaimed in unison, while Jiraiya observed the third Hokage's gait with keen interest. Jiraiya felt something was amiss with his teacher today. Suddenly, a spark of realization flickered in his mind, and he regarded the third Hokage with newfound depth. Noticing this, the third Hokage paused slightly. Cough, Tsunade, Kushina. What is the matter with young Jiraiya? In response to her teacher's inquiry, Tsunade immediately replied, Well, Lord Sarutobi, this fellow hasn't changed his ways. He was caught peeping at the women again today, and Kushina happened to be here to catch him in the act. We are currently interrogating him. And he even has an accomplice. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's face turned crimson. Ah, I see. You two are being overly cautious. I'll have a word with Jiraiya later, and perhaps help him find a girlfriend. He ought to refrain from such antics in the future. Tsunade, you are not young anymore. Both of you are unmarried and have grown up together, so why not? As soon as these words left his mouth, Tsunade's face flushed bright red, while Jiraiya excitedly gave a thumbs up to his teacher. Teacher, what are you talking about? I have some matters to attend to. So I'll leave Jiraiya in your capable hands. As she spoke, the cheeks of Tsunade flushed crimson and she hurried away. Kushina, are you not leaving yet? The hour has grown quite late. Rest assured, I shall deal with Jiraiya appropriately. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Kushina stepped forward and whispered a few sentences into his ear. Lord Third Hokage, please do visit my home tomorrow. With that, Kushina strode away, and the other members, recognizing the third Hokage's involvement in the matter, discreetly departed as well. The small courtyard of the women's hot springs was left with only the third Hokage and Jiraiya. Subsequently, the third Hokage seized Jiraiya's wrist. In an instant, their figures vanished into the distance. When they reappeared, they stood before a quaint wooden cabin. Jiraiya had only begun to speak when the third Hokage covered his mouth. Jiraiya, the wooden puppet is in the room. For the sake of my assistance, please do not mention the events of the day. If you agree, simply nod, and I shall release my hand. Hearing this, Jiraiya gently nodded, and the third Hokage's hand slowly withdrew. At that moment, the third Hokage's guise faded, revealing the true form of Byakuya. Chapter 92, Love Letter. I knew it was you. You rascal. Lord Sarutobi does not walk with such unsteadiness. Returning to the topic at hand. Your transformation technique has become remarkably proficient, capable of deceiving even Tsunade and Kushina. Byakuya and Jiraiya sat in the small courtyard, engaged in lively conversation, while the wooden puppet had already fallen into slumber. Lord Jiraiya, regarding the events of the day, Byakuya had not finished his thought when a large hand landed on his shoulder. Jiraiya, am never one to hold grudges. Thankfully, you made your escape. Otherwise, who would have come to my aid tonight? Being stared at so brazenly by so many is truly vexing. I am a hero of the great ninja war, yet they dared to throw rotten eggs at me. At this, Byakuya could not contain his laughter and burst out. I apologize, Lord Jiraiya. I truly did not mean to laugh, but it was irresistible. No wonder he reeks of rotten eggs. Keep them away from me. My nose cannot endure it. Byakuya's laughter rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward, and it took several minutes for the tension to ease. Suddenly, Jiraiya appeared to remember something, his expression turning grave. By the way, what did Kushina say to you? Just as Byakuya was about to discuss the matter, Jiraiya asked the very question. He could speak candidly to this esteemed individual. While on a mission, Minato uncovered an issue. The materials are currently at her home, and Kushina requested that I retrieve them personally. Lord Jiraiya, what do you think we should do? It seems inappropriate for me to substitute for Lord Third Hokage in reviewing such crucial intelligence. This time, Jiraiya's demeanor grew particularly severe. He pondered for a long while before arriving at a conclusion. I understand Minato's character. Since he intends to provide this material solely to the third Hokage, it indicates that this matter could significantly impact the village. I am his teacher, and you are his sworn brother. It is perfectly acceptable to take a discreet glance. This way, we can assist him in making decisions. Besides, do you not hold the esteemed position of a special advisor in the Hidden Leaf Village? You possess the right to be informed about such matters, and even if the teacher inquires, you would have ample justification to defend yourself. The two of them quickly reached a consensus, and as they reveled in their cups, the nights swiftly passed. The following morning, Bai Yi, transformed into the third Hokage, arrived at Kushina's residence. Third Hokage, what brings you here so early? Please, come in, Kushina exclaimed, rushing out without even slipping on her shoes upon seeing the third Hokage's early visit. As one ages, sleep becomes a fleeting luxury. I found myself with nothing pressing to attend to, so I thought I would drop by. Upon entering Kushina's home, Bai Yi could immediately sense that she was indeed an adept homemaker. Though her abode was modest in size, it was impeccably organized, explaining the happiness he had witnessed in their married life. Regrettably, in the world Bai Yi was familiar with, both he and Kushina had met their demise long ago. Please wait a moment, I will fetch you a pot of tea, Kushina said, feeling a bit flustered as it was her first time hosting the third Hokage at home. Meanwhile, Bai Yi felt a twinge of guilt for enjoying the privileges of a Hokage under a guise. Was this not rather shameless? At that moment, the voices within him began to chime in once more. Ah, if only our goddess were always this virtuous. Indeed, Kushina is undoubtedly the epitome of a perfect wife. This home is so inviting that one feels reluctant to leave. Oh, look over there. The remark caught Bai Yi's attention. Following the direction indicated, he noticed a letter hanging on Kushina's cupboard. He took a couple of steps closer, and the contents became clear to him. No way. This is the love letter I wrote, and it has been displayed by Kushina. Just then, Kushina returned from the kitchen and saw the third Hokage mumbling in front of the love letter. She quickly approached, her sweet face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. 4 love letters are undeniably intimate treasures for a girl. Third Hokage, the tea is ready. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi nodded in acknowledgement and then pointed at the letter beside him, asking, is this love letter addressed to you? I never would have guessed he was such a shy romantic. The term shy romantic took Kushina by surprise. It seemed rather out of character for the third Hokage to utter such words. When had the old man become so trendy, knowing the lingo of the youth? Sensing Kushina's suspicion, Bai Yi swiftly shifted the conversation to a broader topic. Minato is a fine young man. You must cherish him well, as such talent is rare. Upon hearing the third Hokage's praise for Minato, Kushina could not help but contribute her own compliments. Indeed, his literary talent is remarkable, yet he seldom indulges in ostentation, revealing his brilliance only when transcribing his thoughts into written form. Such a modest man is precisely to my liking. My apologies, third Hokage, I seem to have digressed. Please, enjoy your tea while I present to you the items left by Minato. He expressed that only by personally delivering these to you can he rest assured. Moments later, Kushina emerged from the room, bearing a crimson scroll. Upon unfurling it, the contents became visible before Bai Yi. The keywords, human experimentation, Hashirama cells, shadowy figures, Orochimaru, immediately captured his attention. After absorbing these terms, Bai Yi swiftly unraveled their logical connections. It was no wonder Minato insisted on personally handing the scroll to the third Hokage, given that this matter involved his beloved disciple, Orochimaru. Understood. I shall keep the scroll safe. Ensure that no one else lays eyes upon it. Bai Yi cautioned Kushina after reviewing the information. To avoid any potential exposure from prolonged contact, he seized an opportunity to depart, bestowing his blessings upon Kushina and Minato as he left. Under the blazing sun, Jiraiya, having indulged in drink the previous evening, lay sprawled in Bai Yi's small courtyard. As Yuki stepped outside, he immediately spotted the inebriated figure. Jiraiya, why are you sleeping in my home? At the sound of his voice, Jiraiya slowly opened his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Yuki was clad in sleepwear, the disheveled attire inadvertently leaving his chest exposed. Truly, it is a sight to behold. Chapter 93. Onward to the battlefield. Noticing Jiraiya's lecherous gaze, Yuki promptly bestowed upon him a hefty thump to the head. Just then, Bai Yi returned from the village, witnessing the scene of Jiraiya's punishment. Ah, good morning, Jiraiya, Bai Yi greeted cheerfully. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya grasped Bai Yi. You should keep a closer eye on your woman. Tendencies toward violence are concerning. Women are best when gentle. Hearing this, Bai could only shake his head in resignation. Does she appear gentle to you? Both men turned their gaze to Yuki, whose expression had darkened considerably, causing Jiraiya to reconsider any further mention of gentleness. Subsequently, Bai recounted the discoveries made by Minato. Orochimaru, it seems he has harbored an obsession with this matter. Should our teacher find out about the relationship between them? Jiraiya's countenance grew gravely serious. For the third Hokage, it was utterly intolerable for his disciple to engage in human experimentation, particularly with enigmatic shadowy figures. Conversely, Bai was unsurprised. He had already discerned Orochimaru's involvement in such experiments. Furthermore, during their time in the Land of Grass, he had pledged to establish a dedicated base for Orochimaru once the war concluded. Lord Jiraiya, you need not worry about this matter. You can entrust everything to me. Lord Orochimaru's actions may not necessarily be erroneous. One day, the results of his experiments will be validated. It is getting late. I shall prepare a meal. Would you care to join me? Faced with Bai's invitation, Jiraiya, despite his desire to stay, could not bring himself to do so upon seeing the face of the wooden man. No culinary delight could entice him. No, I have some matters to attend to. I must return. You two enjoy your meal. I shall not intrude further. With that, Jiraiya dashed away, swiftly disappearing from sight within mere moments. Once Jiraiya had departed, Bai began to prepare breakfast. Just as he arranged the sushi, a rather unsightly, viscous substance suddenly plummeted from the sky, landing squarely in the center of his carefully arranged platter, dampening Bai's spirits. Where did that rogue come from? He exclaimed, glancing up to see a white dove soaring above, seemingly carrying something in its claws. Instantly, Bai's expression hardened as he quickly formed hand signs. Earth release, ultra-lightweight rock technique. In the next moment, he soared into the air, activating his lightning armor, and sped towards the direction of the messenger pigeon. In the blink of an eye, he captured the dove in his grasp. Upon unrolling the note tied to its leg, Bai's countenance shifted to one of gravity. The peaceful days seemed to have made him forget a significant matter. Calculating the time, it appeared that the battle at the Shinobigawa was imminent. The note bore urgent words. The Maggot Squad is requested to proceed to Shinobigawa for support. Such a familiar name, because of this individual, Uchiha Obito. A passionate youth who aspired to become Hokage, transformed into someone intent on world destruction. As he descended, the wooden man was setting the prepared dishes on the table. Upon noticing the soiled sushi, his previously cheerful demeanor evaporated. He intended to share a few words of jest with Bai, but upon seeing his troubled expression, he hastened over. What is the matter? Bai clenched the note tightly in his hand and let out a resigned sigh. The days of tranquility are drawing to a close. My brother is at the front lines, and now assistance is needed. As the elder brother, I cannot remain idle. He then meticulously explained the situation to the wooden man while predicting potential developments, such as the transformation of Noira Rin into the Three Tails. Upon hearing this, the wooden man, as the Two Tails Jinchuriki, willingly agreed to accompany him. The next morning, the duo set forth towards the battlefield between Konoha and the Rock Ninja. Following a series of intense battles, Konoha's forces had been unable to hold this strategic location, which now served as a vital route for transporting supplies. Several nin from the Iwagakure guarded this area, making it nearly impossible for ordinary folk to meddle. Concealed within the thicket, 3 diminutive figures remained well hidden. They had been lying in ambush for 3 days, countless passers-by having traversed the area without ever detecting the presence of the 3 little ones. These 3 were none other than Kakashi, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Noira. After enduring numerous battles, Kakashi had ascended to the rank of Nin, becoming the youngest to achieve this status in the village. His companions, Obito and Rin, were also remarkable in their own right. Obito had awakened the Sharingan with 3 Tomo during combat, while Rin had significantly enhanced her medical ninjutsu, earning her a modest reputation within the camp. Presently, the trio had received a mission to sabotage the transportation route of the Land of Earth at the Kaminobi Bridge. Kakashi, there are about a dozen people over there. What should we do? Obito quietly inquired, his admiration for Kakashi evident since his promotion to Nin. Whenever they undertook a mission, Obito would instinctively seek Kakashi's counsel first. I will provide cover for you. You and Rin will handle the assault. We will strike when they change shifts, Kakashi instructed. The 2 nodded in silent agreement. As time ticked away, the 3 finally awaited their opportunity to act. Water release, hidden mist technique. Kakashi formed a series of intricate hand seals, obscuring the vision of the dozen rock ninjas. Simultaneously, Obito and Rin sprang from the underbrush. Phoenix Fire Technique. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. They each unleashed their signature moves. The blinded rock ninjas utterly unable to defend themselves. Within a mere breath, 5 adversaries lay sprawled on the ground. Stay alert. We have enemies. A perceptive young ninja began to warn, but before he could finish, a bolt of blue lightning surged through his body. The crackling sound of 1,000 chirping birds echoed throughout the area, as one by one, the figures fell. Utilizing the cover of mist, Kakashi and his companions had dispatched a significant portion of the personnel at the transport station, tilting the scales of battle in their favor. However, the trio remained oblivious to the formidable foes that awaited them on the battlefield. Byakuya and his wooden companion raced down the street at breakneck speed, the system's voice resonating once more. Ding! Hidden reward triggered. Mission objective. Witness the duel between the 2 tails and 3 tails. Reward. Tailed beast level physique. Hehe. This reward is quite unique. If accomplished, you can open the gate of view without harm. The system continued. Upon hearing this, Byakuya immediately inquired, what about the death gate? In the world he was familiar with, Might Guy had achieved god-slaying power by opening the death gate. If it could be done without injury, wouldn't that render one invincible? You have quite the imagination. The negative effects of the death gate are not so easily resolved, unless you complete a significant task. However, as far as I know, you have yet to encounter such tasks. It would be wise to temper your expectations. With the mention of a significant task, a wild idea suddenly sparked in Byakuya's mind. A significant task, perhaps challenging that man, would be a splendid choice. A smirk graced Byakuya's lips as the system grasped his intent. It is indeed a wild notion, yet it resonates with my very being. Upon the Kamino Bridge, Kakashi's team dispatched the transport squad stationed there, only to encounter a more formidable crisis as they sought to retreat. Several rock ninja encircled the 3 children, and the maggot squad had already arrived at the battlefield. Lord Earth was indeed correct. However, one could not have anticipated that the once mighty Hidden Leaf Village had now become so depleted of talent. A man with golden hair, wielding a katana, spoke nonchalantly as blood trickled down the blade. Behind him, 2 jonin from the rock village flanked his sides, one adorned with a blue headband, the other sporting an explosive hairstyle. These 3 were none other than Maggot, Firelight, and Big Stone. How could the jonin from the rock village have made their way here? Obito gripped his kunai tightly, while behind him, Rin was tending to Kakashi's wounds. At that moment, a streak of blood marked Kakashi's left eye, blood splattering forth as Rin pressed her hand firmly against his injury. Rin, take Kakashi and escape. I will stay back to provide cover. With that, Obito quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a colossal fireball. Unfazed by the onslaught, Maggot remained composed. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Obito engaged in fierce combat with the ninjas before him, but his dwindling stamina soon placed him at a disadvantage. At this juncture, Big Stone, donned in a blue headband, charged towards Kakashi and Rin. Observing this, Kakashi forcefully shoved Rin aside and drew his ninja blade, engaging Big Stone in battle. Amidst the skirmish, the wound on his eye reopened, and the blood that scattered hindered Kakashi's vision. With a resounding thud, Big Stone's fist struck Kakashi squarely in the abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Meanwhile, Rin attempted to rush to Kakashi's aid, only to find herself in a similar predicament. After Maggot subdued Obito, Firelight with his explosive hair also joined the fray against Kakashi. The 2 bodies collided in a chaotic tangle. You truly are tenacious, yet this time, you shall have no chance of survival, Firelight declared. Earth Style, Rock Collapse. As he executed 3 hand seals, the ground beneath Kakashi and Rin instantly caved in. Witnessing this, Obito disregarded his own injury inflicted by Maggot and sprinted desperately towards them. He understood that Kakashi and Rin were beyond the point of resistance and could not withstand such a technique. The thunderous roar echoed throughout the space as Maggot and Big Stone approached Firelight, their faces marred with displeasure. With so many techniques at our disposal, look at what you've wrought. This generation has been decimated. How shall we pursue those 3 brats now? In response to Maggot's reprimand, Firelight confidently asserted, what is the rush? The oxygen underground is limited. Even if those 3 brats miraculously survive, they cannot linger for long. We need only to remain here. Firelight's assertion rang true. They had no better options at present. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a shadow lurked in the darkness, silently observing the trio. Below, a dirt wall propped up a confined space. In a bid to save his two comrades, Obito pressed his body beneath the massive stone. History often reveals astonishing similarities. In this moment, Obito resolutely decided to transplant his Sharingan to Kakashi. As time ticked away, Kakashi and Rin found themselves at a point of unavoidable departure after the procedure. Observing Obito's tightly shut eyes, Rin was overwhelmed with tears, while Kakashi stood behind her, holding her hand. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from above. Two towering trees, wild and untamed, propped up the massive boulder looming over them, including the one resting on Obito. Assuming that reinforcements had arrived,
Kakashi hastily carried Obito on his back and grasped Rin's hand as they raced upward. When the trio emerged from the pit, they were met with a shocking sight.
the members of the Akatsuki were impaled by tree trunks, and a dark figure loomed not far from them. "Who are you?" With the Sharingan, Kakashi's vision sharpened, and despite the figure's mysterious aura, he remained within Kakashi's line of sight. In response to the inquiry, the shadowy figure remained silent, vanishing in an instant only to reappear behind Kakashi. Sensing a dangerous presence, Kakashi instinctively thrust his kunai backward, but it was too late. With a resounding thud, Kakashi was struck hard, his body flying away as Obito and Rin fell into the clutches of the dark figure. "Little brat, even with the Sharingan, you remain a mere weakling before me. I shall take your companions." The chilling voice echoed as the shadowy figure disappeared with Rin and Obito, leaving Kakashi, who was now unconscious, leaning against a great tree. Time passed in an indeterminate haze until a familiar voice resonated in his ears. "Hey kid, wake up." Kakashi gradually opened his eyes, and the events before him began to crystallize. Bye. Upon seeing that familiar face, Kakashi felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. "Bye. You must rescue Obito and Rin. They were taken by a mysterious shadow." Bye nodded, helping Kakashi sit to the side, attempting to calm him. "I understand. You need to remain calm. I will handle this matter. You must return to the Leaf Camp immediately." At Baiye's words, Kakashi found some semblance of composure. After resting for a while, Baiye, seeing that Kakashi was stable, set off with a group of shinobi toward the northwest. "System, help me locate Obito and Rin. They are in a cave 15 kilometers northwest. That man is also there. You are not currently his match." "I don't need reminding. I am well aware of that. That man was once at the pinnacle of power. Thus, our encounter will indeed be intriguing." 20 kilometers away on the battlefield of the Leaf, a colossal beast with 3 tails lay beneath the foot of an elderly man. The old man, his hair entirely white and his body adorned with black tubes connected to a cave behind him, exuded an eerie presence. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the ground, addressing the elder with utmost respect. Chapter 95, Uchiha Madara. "Lord Madara, I have brought the individuals you sought." The shadowy figure slowly raised his hand, revealing the bodies of Obito and Rin before the elder's eyes. "Black Zetsu, you have performed admirably, yet there are some minor oversights. Did you not notice someone tailing you?" Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu's pupils abruptly constricted. "Someone is following me. How could this be?" Throughout his journey back, Black Zetsu had remained exceedingly cautious, and with his ability to conceal himself, even Minato would not have been able to detect him. Observing his astonishment, Uchiha Madara, standing atop the colossal beast, let out a dismissive snort. "Never mind. This is merely a minor nuisance. He poses no significant threat." "Black Zetsu, take that Uchiha brat down. Leave the girl to me. What I am about to undertake is of utmost importance. Ensure that no one approaches this place." As he spoke, Madara coughed heavily twice, clearly having exerted considerable effort in subduing the 3 tails. In the past, it would have been a trivial matter for Madara to dispatch even the strongest of the tailed beasts. The 9 tails, with just a glance. Gazing into the distance, Madara understood that his time was limited. He needed to secure a successor promptly, and Obito was the most suitable candidate in his mind. With Black Zetsu leading Obito away, Madara's hands moved swiftly, and soon Rin's body floated into the air. At that moment, the 3 tails beneath Madara grew increasingly agitated. "Damn it! I refuse to be sealed again. I long for freedom." The deep voice reverberated in the space, its massive form trembling as if attempting to break free from Madara's control. In response, Madara merely scoffed. "Beast, you dare to defy my will. You lack the strength to do so." With a forceful stomp, Madara's seemingly reckless action stripped the 3 tails of all resistance. Thereafter, Madara could proceed with his intentions. Having traversed a long distance, Bai Yi and the wooden man approached the cave where Madara resided. As they arrived, figures began to emerge from the thicket. What are these creatures? The beings before them bore identical appearances, their faces devoid of any vitality. They were white Zetsu, possessing strength and speed akin to that of a Nin, but lacking ninjutsu. You can handle them easily. Thus, delay them for a moment while I investigate. With that, Bai Yi launched a flying thunder god kunai into the sky, aimed deep into the forest. Observing this, the white Zetsu quickly brandished their weapons and hurled them skyward. The wooden man, aware of Bai Yi's intentions, ensured that the weapons did not bring down the kunai. Shortly after, a massive azure tail swept across, scattering all the weapons. You go ahead, I can manage things here. As the kunai disappeared into the depths of the forest, Bai Yi's figure also vanished. When he reappeared, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground. Your speed is indeed comparable to Minato's, quite astonishing. Black Zetsu's voice was low, as the surrounding vegetation began to stir slowly within 100 meters. The mere fact that I can see you here indicates that I am quite close to Uchiha Obito. I have heard, Heiju remarked with a cold smile. Young man, one should not be overly confident. Your strength is commendable, and you may have a promising future. But it is not worth losing your life here. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Return now, or I shall ensure you remain here forever. While Heiju spoke, Bai Yi surveyed the surrounding flora, his delicate features reflecting disdain. Is it truly laughable that such wretched could pose a threat? The pattern of the celestial body manifested rapidly in Bai Yi's eyes, and black flames erupted around Heiju's form, echoing through the forest with agonizing cries. Subsequently, Bai Yi ignited all the surrounding woody plants with the celestial flames, revealing a passageway to a cave. Within the cave, Uchiha Obito was nearing the completion of the seal on the three tails, with the kaleidoscope Sharingan and the Uzumaki bloodline. He even brought the Jinchuriki from the hidden cloud village. What an intriguing young fellow. Moments later, a blue figure burst through the thicket, landing at the cave entrance with an imposing presence. It was utterly unexpected that the mastermind behind all this was a withered old man. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Bai Yi, having activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan and the lightning armor, appeared before Uchiha Obito. Ah, you have even mastered the body techniques of the Land of Lightning. You are indeed a rare young talent. Even in my prime, I might not have possessed the innate gifts you exhibit now. Observing Bai Yi, adorned with an array of secret techniques, a look of surprise flickered in Uchiha Obito's eyes. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed elder. Compared to you, I am still lacking. I have come today for two reasons: to retrieve my friend and to witness your esteemed prowess. Should I offend, I ask for your understanding. The sixth gate, the Gate of View, is now open. With the activation of the 8 gates, Bai Yi ascended into the sky. His lightning-infused fists created a fiery trail of red and blue as they rapidly collided with the air. The Rinnegan possesses the ability to absorb chakra. However, it proved ineffective against the fireballs generated by such high-speed friction. As a result, Uchiha Obito's garments were singed with numerous gaping holes. On the surface, it appeared that Bai Yi had caught Uchiha Obito off guard. Seizing this hard-won advantage, Bai Yi was certain to unleash a more formidable attack. Suspended in midair, the blue lightning surrounding his body deepened, while wisps of energy emanated from his skin. The 7th gate, the Gate of Shock, is now open. With a resounding shout, a tiger enveloped in white lightning lunged toward Uchiha Obito. This was an enhanced version of the Day Tiger, whose lightning attribute chakra significantly augmented its fundamental attributes of strength and speed. Faced with such an onslaught, Uchiha Obito furrowed his brow. Feeling the pressure of Bai Yi's ultimate move, he slowly raised his aged hand, an immense sense of oppression emanating from him. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsion radiated from Uchiha Obito's center, forcibly pushing the Day Tiger back, along with Bai Yi, who was swept away in the process. However, Bai Yi, soaring through the sky, displayed no signs of fear, his countenance perpetually adorned with a gentle smile. Observing his demeanor, Uchiha Madara was suddenly gripped by a foreboding sense of unease. His Rinnegan spun rapidly, revealing a kunai emblazoned with the Flying Thunder God symbol not far off. Chapter 96. The swiftly moving red and blue fireball was merely a ruse. Bai Yi's true intention was to draw the kunai closer to Uchiha Madara. In doing so, he could employ the Flying Thunder God and Body Flicker technique to launch an assault on his adversary. By the time Uchiha Madara realized what was happening, Bai Yi was already charging towards him with his most potent spear. At this moment, Madara found himself unable to utilize the almighty push. The sound of cracking bones echoed in Byakuya's ears as his strongest spear collided with the ethereal blue bones. Witnessing the scene before him, Byakuya was suddenly overwhelmed by an ominous feeling. The fact that Uchiha Madara could activate Susanoo in such a state was a testament to his formidable prowess. As Byakuya muttered to himself, a massive blue fist came crashing down upon him. With a thunderous roar, a deep crater formed in the ground. Utilizing the flying thunder god to retreat to a safer distance, Byakuya gasped for breath. At this juncture, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted, having exhausted nearly all of his techniques during the preceding battle. Remarkable performance, indeed. To engage with a legendary figure for 3 rounds is no small feat thus. I shall bestow upon you a special task, the system chimed in. Task name, challenge the impossible. Conditions for completion, withstand Uchiha Madara's attack using your physical strength. Task reward, Susanoo. A gentle reminder, this is your sole opportunity to activate Susanoo. Miss it, and it will be lost forever. Seize this moment, it added. Upon hearing the system's voice, Byakuya was seized by an impulse to strangle it. What nonsensical stipulation is this? It clearly aims to have me endure a beating. Why not state it plainly instead of being so oblique? Susanoo was the skill he had longed for. Possessing it would grant him the means to stand shoulder to shoulder with the most formidable of warriors. Thus, Byakuya could not afford to relinquish such an ability. Yet, the system's demand that he withstand Madara's onslaught with his body seemed utterly laughable. Since you've laid it bare, I shall be frank with you. I simply wish to witness you take a beating. The sensation is truly exhilarating, the system retorted. Byakuya initially contemplated hurling a tirade at it, but suddenly recalled the unfinished task that loomed over him. Perhaps this seemingly impossible task was not beyond reach. With a flash of inspiration, Byakuya's gaze landed on Noara Rin. If he could harness a tailed beast physique, would he not be able to withstand Uchiha Madara's assault? Rin, I'm sorry, he murmured softly, a slight smirk gracing his lips. In the next instant, he materialized beside Rin and utilized his Manjiki Sharingan to cast a Genjutsu upon her. In an instant, a thunderous roar resounded throughout the entire space. Rin's petite form was enveloped in a crimson-tailed beast cloak, her 3 tails soaring high into the air. Not far away, Uchiha Madara felt a surge of turmoil in his chest as he witnessed the scene unfold. After exerting immense effort to seal the 3 tails within Lin's body, he was not yet prepared for her to be awakened forcibly by White Knight. Surely, this colossal creature would soon turn its attention towards him. That troublesome brat. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A torrent of flames erupted from Madara's mouth, yet White Knight chose not to evade this time. Just as the flames neared him, 3 massive tails abruptly interposed themselves. In the next moment, White Knight, utilizing his Manjiki Sharingan, commanded the 3 tails to open its mouth. As Yin and Yang chakra began to coalesce. At this juncture, he required a fleeting opportunity to restrain Uchiha Madara, after which he could direct the 3 tails to confront the wooden avatar. Once the 2 titanic beasts clashed, White Knight's mission would be accomplished, allowing him to return to Madara for a brief respite. Control the 3 tails, White Knight thought, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. For him, subduing a tailed beast remained a formidable challenge. Seeing your determination, I shall bestow upon you a boon, came a voice. Ding. From this moment forth, your ocular power increases by 50. With this enhancement, the process of the 3 tails gathering its tailed beast bomb accelerated. The colossal hand of Susanoo reached out toward the 3 tails just as the completed tailed beast bomb was unleashed. The attack caused even the incomplete Susanoo to stagger. Seizing this opportunity, White Knight swiftly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to relocate the immense form of the 3 tails, rendering the area outside the cave empty. The White Zetsu, possessing strength and speed superior to ordinary ninjas, were rendered helpless against the Jinchuriki, akin to lambs led to slaughter. During the clash between White Knight and Uchiha Madara, all the White Zetsu were single-handedly dealt with by the wooden avatar. Once the battle concluded, she retracted her claws and ventured deeper into the forest. Suddenly, a creature resembling a small mountain appeared before her. The 3 tails instinctively leaped back, and as the dust settled, she recognized a familiar face atop the colossal beast. One that appeared particularly haggard compared to usual. In the next moment, he fell directly from the creature, plummeting towards the ground. A cerulean tail swiftly emerged from behind the wooden avatar, perfectly catching the familiar figure. White Knight, what has happened? After the fall, the wooden avatar cradled White Knight in her arms. A fragrant aura enveloped them, and the soft sensation against his cheek evoked within him the desire to never awaken again. After fully savoring the bliss of this tender embrace, White Knight opened his eyes, whispering to the wooden avatar in a voice as delicate as a wisp, "Mumu, please assist me once more. That giant is on the verge of going berserk. Hold it off for me while I take a moment to recover. I shall be well soon." As Bai Yi spoke, the Tomo pattern in the eyes of the three tails vanished, and now liberated. It contemplated the demise of those who had once controlled it. "Cursed humans, perish," it declared. I Sanfu, shall never be subjugated by mankind." Observing the three tails charging directly towards it, Yomurin could only muster the strength of its own journey. The beige hair scattered once more, and two blazing tails ignited fiercely, intercepting the assault of the three tails. With a thunderous crash, the collision unleashed a shockwave, shattering the trees surrounding them. Upon seeing its former companion, the three tails calmed slightly. "Yomurin, why do you aid these humans? Haven't they enslaved us enough since the Warring States period?" Upon hearing the three tails speak, Yomurin relinquished control of its body to it. "I Sanfu, not all humans are malevolent. Must you be so extreme? The one you seek to kill is actually quite commendable. He is an excellent cook." Chapter 97. The Beast of Tails. Upon hearing Yomurin's words, I Sanfu fixed its gaze upon Bai Yi with its eyes reminiscent of the Rinnegan. As those crimson eyes reflected in the three tails' vision, a roar echoed through the realm. "Humans are untrustworthy, especially those with Sharingan. Yomurin, get out of my way, or I shall strike you down as well." The three tails was now agitated. If the two tails did not yield, a clash between the two colossal beasts was imminent. Not far away, Bai Yi sat cross-legged, regulating his breath. Witnessing the imminent confrontation between the two titans, a faint smile graced his delicate features. "I never anticipated you two giants to be so courteous. In that case, allow me to assist you." Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. With swift hand seals, several strands of flames surged towards the three tails, precisely landing around its eyes. For a creature shaped like a turtle, the area surrounding its eyes was its most vulnerable spot. Consequently, the pent-up fire within the three tails erupted, its massive tail swinging violently towards Bai Yi, an overwhelming force that seemed capable of cleaving mountains. In response, Yomurin could not help but curse internally. "You fool, why strike now? Are you courting death?" Faced with the impending attack, Bai Yi not only refrained from evading, but also made a provocative gesture towards the three tails. "Come on, you big turtle fool." Infuriated, the gray-brown tail surged with even greater power. If struck by this blow, it would surely spell doom. Just as it was about to make contact with Bai Yi, a ghostly blue figure shielded him once more. Having completed the transfer of consciousness, Yomurin regained control of its body, and the familiar voice resonated in Bai Yi's ears. "Quickly find a place to hide. Do not strike at it again, or I shall be unable to save you." The body of Yomurin stood firm against the attack, its large eyes fixated on Bai Yi, seemingly expressing its displeasure. "All right, Mumu." With that, Bai Yi utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart from the scene. The one he had just called was Muumu's wife, yet it continuously influenced the wooden figure, and a momentary lapse in concentration exposed a vulnerability. Now, the three tails had shed all pretense and showed no inclination to hold back. Its ebony form morphed into a sphere, colliding with the most resilient part of the two tails' waist. A pained howl reverberated through the forest as the cerulean behemoth staggered. "You dare strike at me? I will make you regret it." Once it regained its composure, the dual attributes of Yin and Yang chakra coalesced into a formidable form within its maw. Witnessing this spectacle, the expression of Isamu shifted. "Good heavens! My former ally is resorting to such lethal techniques for the sake of a man." In a frantic response, it could only curl into a sphere, bracing itself with its hardest exterior to withstand the impending assault. A thunderous crash ensued as the small-tailed beast bomb collided with its armored shell, sending the three tails tumbling across the ground, carving a deep trench in its wake. At that moment, Bai Yi's mission was finally accomplished. Ding! Congratulations, the task has been completed. You have acquired the tailed beast and physical prowess. The notification resonated in Bai Yi's ears, and simultaneously, he felt his flesh and blood shifting, a profound sense of rebirth enveloping him. This process lasted for a dozen breaths, during which the two colossal creatures continued their fierce battle. Given that the three tails specialized in defense, the agile two tails quickly found itself at a disadvantage. If this continued, the wooden figure doubted it could sustain the burden of such a formidable opponent for long. The most prudent course of action was to expedite their departure. Just as this thought crystallized, a familiar voice echoed in the wooden figure's ears. Moo moo, revert from the tailed beast transformation. I shall handle the ensuing matters. The door of surprise opened. Baiyi leaped into the air, a blue mist swirling around his form, his hands shaped into claws resembling a tiger's. In response, the wooden figure instinctively recoiled several steps, inadvertently placing the unprovoked three tails within striking range. In the next instant, a massive tiger's head clamped down upon the three tails' body, an overwhelming force that caused the defensive creature to lose its balance, exposing a significant portion of its underbelly. A faint smile graced Baiyi's face as his aura shifted. The ethereal blue mist generated by the door of surprise transformed into a vibrant green. Now, endowed with the physique of a tailed beast, Baiyi would not succumb to weakness from utilizing his abilities. Once again, unleashing the peacock technique was a trivial endeavor. Thousands of red and blue fire lines suddenly rained down upon the three tails' abdomen, the relentless barrage toppling it to the ground. As its massive form crashed down, the surrounding space seemed to tremble. What do you think? This reward for your physique is quite commendable, isn't it? From this moment forth, you shall be the foremost figure in the realm of physical combat within the ninja world. Forget about the third Reikage and the Jinchuriki. They are mere children in comparison. The body chattered excitedly in Baiyi's ears. He paid it no mind, instead lifting his gaze toward the northwest. Compared to the battle with the three tails, what lay ahead was the true climax. When confronted by that man, even though Baiyi possessed a body of tailed beast caliber, he was uncertain whether he could withstand the full force strike of the complete Susanoo. May the heavens grant me success this time. As Baiyi's voice faded, two dark violet chains surged through the forest, one tightly encircling the neck of the three tails. Accompanied by a mournful howl, the three tails was dragged away by the purple chain. The other chain was launched towards the wooden figure. In response, Baiyi swiftly employed his 4 books of techniques, severing the dark violet chain with a decisive strike. Before him, even Uchiha Madara would find it challenging to act against him and two-tailed beasts simultaneously. Senior, with your current strength, it would be quite a struggle to contend with both me and the two-tailed beasts, Baiyi remarked with a hint of derision. Simultaneously, the shadow clone he had concealed in the darkness approached the wooden figure. With this brief delay, the clone managed to escort the wooden figure away. Age has rendered you ineffectual, to be belittled by a mere junior. A deep voice reverberated through the forest, as an aged figure emerged with unsteady steps. Subsequently, Baiyi prepared to undertake the second task of the day, to withstand a strike from Uchiha Madara with his own body. Senior, allow me to witness your true strength. Gazing at the frail figure of Uchiha Madara, Baiyi once again provoked him. As a once mighty warrior faced with relentless taunts, Uchiha Madara could not tolerate such insolence. He clasped his hands together, blue chakra rapidly coalescing, and a towering blue giant wielding dual blades materialized before Baiyi's eyes. The aura emanating from this entity surpassed that of the tailed beasts. Chapter 98, Challenging the Impossible. The complete Susanoo represented the pinnacle of power in the world of Naruto. The blue giant, armed with dual blades, loomed over Baiyi, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. There was a moment when Baiyi questioned himself. Can I truly withstand this creature's attack? The answer was uncertain, but given the circumstances, he had no choice but to press on for the sake of completing that special mission. He raised his hands in front of his chest, summoning an electrifying aura, fully activating his body to its utmost limits. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, witnessing the boy's lack of evasion, felt a surge of irritation. Among all the younger generation, you should be someone worthy of my recognition. Yet, regrettably, today you shall meet your end. With that, the blue giant raised its long blade, preparing to unleash a devastating strike that could obliterate all existence upon Baiyi. In an instant, a cutting wave sliced through the air, cleaving the entire forest in two. Upon sensing the disturbance in the heavens and the earth, the previously relocated wooden figure immediately sprinted towards the source. What in the world are you doing? You must not come to harm. After the strike was executed, the scene on the ground was one of utter devastation. Uchiha Madara swiftly released the complete Susanoo, feeling a weight in his chest from the excessive strain. Such individuals cannot be of any utility to me. Thus, they must not linger in this world. With a soft sigh, Uchiha Madara turned and strode into the forest. At this juncture, He could no longer sense the presence of Bai Yi. Shortly after his departure, a massive stone began to tremble. Suddenly, a disheveled man emerged from within, gasping for fresh air, his exposed chest heaving violently. Mission accomplished. Exclusive reward. Susanoo unlocked. The individual who had clawed his way out of the earth was none other than Bai Yi. Moments ago, a devastating strike capable of annihilating all had shattered the armor of lightning, depleting more than half of his vitality in the process. Consequently, his body now appeared gaunt, and crimson blood streamed from his eyes. Had he not possessed a physique akin to that of a tailed beast, he would surely be lying lifeless on the ground. Fortunately, perseverance bore fruit, and having withstood Uchiha Madara's assault, Bai Yi attained what he desired. System, can I now activate Susanoo? I am utterly eager. You reckless fool. Do you not see the state of your own body? Even if you wish it, your body shall not comply. The fact that you can even wield Amaterasu is already remarkable. Upon hearing the system's words, Bai Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. In light of his mood, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from his lips. You are correct. My physical condition is indeed dire. I should have been more cautious earlier. In truth, this is not entirely a misfortune. Only in your weakened state can you receive the care of the goddess. She is coming. You should feign even greater weakness, and she will be wholly devoted to you. I can guarantee that. At this, Bai Yi's gaze faltered. What do you mean she is coming? Clarify your words. When he inquired again, none of the entities within him responded. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Bai Yi, where are you? Seeing his disheveled appearance, he hurriedly sought refuge behind a boulder. Yuki, do not approach just yet. You may find my appearance unappealing. Upon hearing the voice emanate from behind the rock, Yuki hastened toward that direction. The moment Bai Yi expressed his apprehension about his looks, her worry deepened. It's all right. No matter how unappealing you may appear, I shall accept you. Yuki moved swiftly, her graceful figure leaping atop the boulder. The next instant, the sight before her caused her exquisite face to flush crimson. Pervert! Get away from me! Instinctively, Yuki shielded her eyes with her delicate hands, a cerulean tail emerging from her back, striking Bai Yi with considerable force. Once again under attack, Bai Yi's predicament worsened. As a thunderous crash resonated when his body collided with the stone, Yuki found herself unable to detect his breath. After a considerable time had passed without any response from Bai Yi, the tension between them gradually dissipated in Yuki's heart. Though she felt that Bai Yi had been deliberately mischievous, causing her considerable vexation, she would not allow her esteemed chef to perish. Subsequently, Yumu, shielding her eyes with her jade hands, cautiously made her way towards Bai Yi's position. Hey, wake up! Stop pretending. She kicked him several times, yet the man remained unresponsive. At that moment, the voice of the two-tailed spirit within Yumu emerged, its breath faint, urging her not to delay, lest it be too late. Upon hearing this, Yumu's delicate brows furrowed tightly. As she lowered her hand, Bai Yi's pallid visage came into view. How could this happen? Could it be the result of my earlier strike? A sense of regret began to wash over her face, prompting Yumu to hastily remove her coat and wrap it around Bai Yi's waist. Once more, she hoisted him onto her back and sprinted towards the village of Konoha. Throughout this ordeal, Yumu's exquisite countenance was flushed, her body temperature soaring beyond normal limits. Clearly, carrying the bare-chested Bai Yi had a profound effect on her. Outside the cave where Uchiha Madara resided, Kurizetsu staggered into view, his dark skin marred by extensive burns, all inflicted by Amaterasu. Lord Madara, it is my fault for being so inept, unable to detain that fellow. Kneeling at the cave's entrance, Kurizetsu witnessed Uchiha Madara, who was recovering from the battle. With a sudden cough, black blood spewed from Madara's lips, his aged face appearing even more frail than before. Do not blame yourself. That boy is indeed formidable. However, I have since dispatched him, and he shall trouble us no more. As he spoke, Madara instinctively glanced at Noara Rin nearby. After today's confrontation, his condition had deteriorated further. It was time to prioritize the matter of the heir. Within a small cabin outside Konoha, Bai Yi was laid upon the bed by Yumu. After a relentless sprint spanning dozens of kilometers, sweat had drenched her clothing. Bai Yi lay in a state of unconsciousness, prompting Yumu to act without hesitation, stripping off the damp garments, exposing her snow-white skin. Hurry, everyone look. The goddess is changing before our eyes. We cannot miss this chance. Goodness, her figure is simply stunning. I shall never forget this in my lifetime. A goddess indeed. The raucous chatter of a few individuals stirred Bai Yi from her slumber. Chapter 99. Moving house in her state of unconsciousness, Baiyi remained unaware of the events that had transpired. Instinctively opening her eyes, a breathtaking scene unfolded before her. At that moment, Yumu had yet to finish changing, her skin largely exposed. "You scoundrel, you're just pretending." Upon seeing Baiyi awaken, Yumu instinctively hurled the water jug at him. Scalding hot water splashed onto Baiyi, eliciting a pained cry. "Yumu, you are attempting to murder your husband. Such injustice is intolerable." Overcome by the pain, Baiyi managed to sit up, his face a mask of displeasure. At that instant, Yumu had completed changing her attire and stormed over to confront Baiyi, her demeanor huffily indignant. "You have long awoken. Why do you still feign sleep in bed? With your delicate hand gripping my collar, I feel as though my body is on the verge of collapse. I am not pretending. I truly lost consciousness just moments ago. By heaven's conscience, if I utter a single falsehood, let it be that I shall never marry you in this lifetime." My demeanor was solemn, yet my words were laced with levity, as I sought to amuse you, Yumu. In a fit of frustration, Yumu gave me a gentle shove before hastily making her way outside. "Where do you think you are going?" I called out as she reached the threshold. "What else is there to do? Your injury requires treatment, and since I lack the skills, I must seek someone more capable." With that, Yumu vanished from sight. Within me, a few voices began to stir once more. "What a remarkable woman! For your sake, she is willing to venture alone to Konoha to find Tsunade. The power of love is indeed profound. I am truly in awe." At the mere mention of Tsunade's name, my heart skipped a beat. Why was Yumu seeking her? Truly, you are as dense as a block of wood. Naturally, it is for you. In the eyes of the goddess, your injuries have escalated to a life-threatening level. Tsunade is the most formidable medical ninja in the entire ninja world, and here we are in Konoha. If not her, then whom else? How fortunate you are to be in the presence of such a goddess. Upon hearing these words, I sprang from the bed, attempting to take a step forward with my left leg. But as my foot met the ground, I faltered and collapsed. With a thud, I fell to the floor, my legs trembling uncontrollably. System. Quickly devise a method for my recovery. Yumu is from the land of lightning. If she carelessly enters Konoha, she will surely attract unwanted attention. Hurry, I must protect her. Ah, if only there were a solution. However, your body is in a state of severe exhaustion. The only course of action is to seek Tsunade's assistance, or else you must rely on time for restoration. Unless you could somehow relocate your residence beside the women's hot springs, indulging in the scenery 24 hours a day, then you might recover your chakra and become a valiant man once more. How splendidly absurd is that suggestion. Hearing this made me want to spit blood in exasperation. To suggest I move to the hot springs would only seal my fate. I would become the enemy of every woman in Konoha, and the ensuing chaos could surpass even Jiraiya's misfortunes. What a ludicrous idea. Do you wish for my demise to come swifter? I've told you before, your foolishness is astonishing. It seems your head has gained no wisdom. Previously, you might have become a lecher like that rogue, but now it is different. You possess a goddess. As long as you can persuade her to reside with you, the villagers will assume your relocation was unintentional. Who would suspect otherwise? At last, this irreverent companion offered a plausible suggestion. He spoke wisely. How could the villagers suspect Baiyi of gazing at the women's hot spring while he stood beside such a stunning beauty as Yumu Run? To swiftly regain his strength. This approach was not without merit. Coincidentally, Baiyi wished to indulge in a bit of leisure during this period, which seemed entirely appropriate. He gradually crawled out of the small wooden cabin and, upon reaching the backyard, bit his finger until it bled. Through the art of summoning, a magnificent white wolf materialized in the courtyard. At present, Xiaobai had safely escorted Might Dive back to the base in the land of Whirlpool. Observing Baiyi sprawled on the ground, Xiaobai licked his face with its large tongue, its bright eyes seemingly conveying affection. Do not worry, Xiaobai. I am unharmed. Merely fatigued from overexertion. I have a task for you. Go and intercept Yumu Run, and inform her that I am fine and do not require Lady Tsunade's assistance. Upon hearing Baiyi's words, Xiaobai nodded vigorously. Subsequently, its enormous form transformed into a silver flash, weaving through the forest. After Xiaobai departed, Baiyi employed the reverse summoning technique to engage in a brief exchange with Bai Xiaohei in Konoha village. Thus, through the convenience store's communication network, the little fellow swiftly contacted Jiraiya, revealing his location. As night fell, Jiraiya arrived at Baiyi's small wooden cabin. Ah, Xiaobai has yet to return with Yumu Run. My, it has been a few days. How have you changed so much? This time, It must have been Yumu Run who summoned you back. I cannot fathom how you possess such good fortune. In terms of charm, you do not even compare to a fraction of my allure. Jiraiya boasted of his own looks, to which Baiyi paid no heed, allowing him to prattle on. Lord Jiraiya, Yumu Run cannot be exposed in Konoha at this time. Please carry me to the Hokage's office and also serve as a witness. He quietly shared the details of his plan with Jiraiya. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with interest, and he quickly approached the bed, turning his back to Baiyi. Climb on. Just as the two departed, Xiaobai returned home with Yumu Run. On the wooden table, Baiyi had left a note for Yumu Run, explaining the situation. After perusing its contents, Yumu Rin felt a sense of relief. Inside the Hokage's office, Jiraiya entered with Baiyi on his back. Sensei Sarutobi, it has truly been a long time. As they stepped through the door, the elder's attention was drawn to Baiyi's condition. Xiaoyi, what has happened to you? The third Hokage hurried over to assess the situation. After a thorough examination, his furrowed brow eased. After exchanging a few casual remarks, it was time for Baiyi and Jiraiya to coordinate their efforts. Lord Third Hokage, I wish to relocate to the 16th district of Konoha and seek your approval. As Baiyi spoke, a mischievous smile appeared on Jiraiya's face. At that moment, the third Hokage recalled certain previous events. Wasn't the 16th district precisely the location of the women's hot spring? Chapter 100. The Eye of Divine might do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. This matter is absolutely out of the question. The third Hokage bellowed at the two, saliva spraying across their faces. Lord Third Hokage, what do you take me for? I am currently in a relationship. How could I possibly engage in such actions? Baiyi retorted, retrieving a photograph of himself and his girlfriend from his pocket. Upon glimpsing the beautiful young woman in the picture, the third Hokage's murky eyes gleamed with intrigue. Is this your girlfriend? When did this happen? I was completely oblivious. His aged visage was filled with skepticism, to which Baiyi merely offered a slight smile. This is precisely why I summoned Lord Jiraiya. She is a free-spirited ninja. We recognized each other on the battlefield during the Cloud Ninja War, and Lord Jiraiya can attest to this. As the last words left his mouth, Jiraiya stepped forward with determination. This kid isn't deceiving you. That girl is indeed remarkable. I have assessed the situation. Baiyi was gravely injured, and it was she who carried him back. She tended to him for a full 3 months. Sensei Sarutobi, if you harbor doubts, you may inquire with Minato and the members of the 3rd Division. Observing Jiraiya's resolute demeanor, the 3rd Hokage found no reason to question the truth of the matter. As for her identity, since she had gained Jiraiya's approval, there should not be any issues. Very well, I shall consider this. Tomorrow, I will dispatch Umbu to verify the facts. If all is in order, there happens to be a vacant lot on Konoha's 16th Street. You may return for now. I am preparing to conclude my workday. After receiving the 3rd Hokage's response, the two exited the Hokage's office together. Little Baiyi, for your sake, I even deceived Sensei Sarutobi. I wonder what his expression would be if he knew you were the Jinchuriki from the village of the Wooden People. Baiyi leaned against Jiraiya's back, feeling quite pleased with his performance that day. In truth, from the moment the girl from the Wooden People arrived at the Konoha camp, Jiraiya had been discreetly assisting him. Rest assured, Lord Jiraiya, I shall never forget your kindness. Once I move, I will ensure to reserve a guest room for you. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes sparkled, and they immediately reached a mutual understanding. The following day, the 3rd Hokage had dispatched Umbu to confirm everything. Under Jiraiya's recommendation, the girl from the Wooden People met the illustrious ninjutsu professor. The elder was quite pleased, and the matter of the new house was placed on the agenda. 3 days later, Baiyi and the girl from the Wooden People successfully relocated to their new residence. It was a charming 2-story building, with the kitchen and living room on the ground floor and the bedroom upstairs. Under Jiraiya's watchful eye, the view was undoubtedly splendid. As they stepped inside, Baiyi's companions began to stir restlessly within him. Oh yes, from now on, we can explore every day. This sensation is simply marvelous. Hurry, hurry. My eye can hardly contain its anticipation. Let us ascend to the 2nd floor without delay. Our exploration task must not be postponed. Prompted by the eager voices, Baiyi swiftly ascended the stairs, where the spacious floor-to-ceiling windows granted him an exceptional view. At this moment, Baiyi no longer needed to stealthily gather inspiration. He could leisurely savor a pot of cool tea in the process. Today's task of collecting inspiration was complete. Time flew by swiftly, and in the span of half a month, Baiyi had regained much of his strength. As he calculated the days, A significant event was soon to unfold in the world of Hokage. Momu, I have prepared half a month's worth of provisions for you. I probably want to return for some time. If you need assistance, please have Bai Xiaohei seek out Lord Jiraiya. Love you dearly. The note left by Yi was clearly visible in the kitchen as Mumu entered. Early that morning, he hurried to the location of the Minato team. In the woods, a figure swiftly darted through the trees, with Xiao Bai's four legs leaving behind a blur. At that moment, Yi held tightly to the silver fur at the back of his neck, clutching a small vial that had been sent to him by Orochimaru a few days prior. Xiao Bai, we must go faster, or we'll be too late. The long-distance use of the Flying Thunder God technique would greatly deplete Yi's energy. With his limited chakra, he had to conserve his strength for critical moments. The sun was shrouded by dark clouds, and torrential rain poured down. The border of the Leaf Village appeared particularly desolate against this backdrop. Blood trickled down Kakashi's forehead, the prolonged use of his Sharingan having taken a severe toll on him. A dozen or so mist ninjas were eyeing him and the girl behind him, Noira Rin, with predatory intent. Rin's expression was ghastly, her beautiful large eyes flickering with uncertainty. Kakashi, just kill me. Otherwise, I will bring disaster to the village. Rin cried out desperately, lightning chakra gathering in Kakashi's palm. Rin, I would never harm a comrade. Rest assured, I will swiftly deal with these foes. With those words, Kakashi lunged toward the group of Mistumbu. At that moment, a classic scene from the Hokage world unfolded. Rin threw herself in front of Kakashi's Chidori, and blood suddenly erupted from her mouth. Not far away, this scene was witnessed by a masked boy. The three Tomo in his blood-red eyes spun rapidly, and the eye of Shinjutsu revealed itself, alongside a transformation in Kakashi's left eye. Having killed his own comrade, the emotional shock caused Kakashi, already exhausted, to lose consciousness. He and Rin collapsed together. Just as the mist ninjas approached, dozens of wooden stakes flew in from a distance. The blood-soaked earth bore witness as figures began to fall one by one. A boy fought valiantly amidst the chaos, his fists bloodied. Yet he continued to strike with all his might. Moments later, all present were defeated, and the boy beneath the mask revealed his true identity. Rin, don't die! Obito shouted to the heavens, as the girl in his arms grew increasingly cold. Just then, a white figure appeared before Obito. Big Brother by Obito's words were left unfinished as the three members of Minato's team were whisked away. Step aside, or else we may not be able to save Rin. Yi led the three of them to a serene valley, with Xiao Bai standing guard at the side, ensuring that no one could approach. Upon hearing Yi's words, Obito, who was already in tears, hurriedly stepped aside. In the next moment, Yi placed his palm over Rin's wound, a dark green light emanating from it, as he opened a small white vial. It was time to witness a miracle. You little rascal, keep your Sharingan keenly focused. As the liquid from the vial flowed into Rin's body, her formerly pale face began to regain color. At this sight, Obito's Sharingan sparkled brilliantly. Chapter 101, Undercover Brother Bai, you are truly remarkable. As Yi withdrew his hand, Rin's heartbeat returned, and her beautiful face regained its rosy hue. Shoo, don't make a sound. Although she is no longer in danger, given her severe injuries, a period of unconsciousness is inevitable. Upon hearing Yi's words, Obito nodded vigorously. Brother Bai, just a moment ago, I could not feel Rin's heartbeat at all. What method did you use to bring her back? In response to the inquiry, Yi pointed to Obito's half of a body. It is, of course, the cells of Hashirama, the very ones within you. They can sustain your life, and can similarly restore Rin's. Rest for now. I have something significant to discuss with you shortly. Obito examined his entirely white hand, and then stepped aside to rest. Afterward, a wooden figure checked Kakashi's condition and confirmed that he was merely exhausted, allowing Yi to finally ease his worries. Half an hour later, as Obito was nearly recovered, Yi approached him. How are you feeling? Have you adapted to your Sharingan? During his rest, Obito had observed his reflection in the nearby lake and, after careful contemplation, realized that his ocular powers had magnified exponentially. I have adapted. My eyes can render my body intangible, and he trailed off, placing his hand on a nearby stone. A powerful force radiated from his pupils, drawing the massive rock towards him. Wow, how could Obito's comprehension be so profound? Just awakened, and he can already utilize Kamui. There is nothing peculiar about it. The Uchiha clan has always been deeply emotional, and this lad embodies that sentiment more than most. Hence, they possess an alternative understanding of the Manjiki Sharingan. It is not surprising that they wield such formidable power. Do not envy them. As long as you diligently complete your missions, your own experiences will grant you even swifter growth. For instance, tonight, you might just take the wooden figure. Ha ha ha. Spare me that. I am not like you. Matters of the heart must be nurtured gradually. Brother Bai, this is my ability. Did you see it? To an outsider, every time Bai conversed with the system, he appeared momentarily lost in thought. Ah, splendid. This ability is quite practical. Responding dismissively, Bai began to ponder how to arrange Obito's path moving forward. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a low voice. Obito, during your time of injury, you must have been cared for by an elderly man with white hair, who was covered in tubes. What do you think of him? Upon hearing this, Obito's face was filled with questions. Brother Bai, how do you know that old man? He saved my life and brought me here. Is there a problem? At this point, Obito was still a youth, unaware that he had been manipulated. In order to make him understand the truth, Bai had no choice but to use his Mangekyou Sharingan. In the next moment, the eyes adorned with a plum blossom pattern confronted the eye of God. After a brief illusion, Obito comprehended everything. Bai had divulged Uchiha Madara's entire plan to him. Consequently, Obito shivered, his gaze firmly fixed on Bai's eyes. Brother Bai, are you also a member of the Uchiha clan? With his Mangekyou Sharingan exposed, Bai could only tell Obito that he was a discarded child of the Uchiha family. Given that Obito already knew Bai was not SHM's biological child, he did not doubt him. Subsequently, the impassioned youth struck his chest heavily. Brother Bai, do you want me to save the world? That would be incredible. Obito appeared very excited, seemingly oblivious to the hardships that lay ahead. Thus, Bai laid out some critical stakes. Indeed, once you embark on this path, you will become the great hero destined to save the world. However, I must forewarn you, this path is fraught with difficulty. To succeed, you must relinquish everything you currently possess. Your friends and your nation will believe that Uchiha Obito has perished. Until your mission is accomplished, you cannot meet them. Can you truly bear this suffering? Bai's voice was somber, and gradually, the smile on Obito's face began to freeze. I cannot see them. As he spoke, Obito glanced at Kakashi and Rin beside him, a wave of uncertainty washing over him. Can I really give them up? No, if this world is destroyed, they too will perish. I must become their savior. After a long silence, Obito's eyes grew resolute. Brother Bai, I have decided to walk this path of redemption. This response did not surprise Bai. He then deliberately distanced himself from the scene, leaving behind a parting remark. Speak your heart to them. For a long while, you will not see each other again. About an hour later, Obito returned to Bai's side. Brother Bai, I am ready. This time, Bai did not use the Flying Thunder God technique, instead allowing Xiao Bai to escort Obito back. As he watched the young figure gradually fade into the distance, Bai sighed softly. Indeed, he possesses the spirit of a hero. I did not misjudge him. Humph, you truly are clever. How many lies did you weave within that illusion to make him agree to your plan? This must have been numerous, but it mattered little. Even if I had not said so, Obito would have chosen to act. This matter had finally settled, and now I must pay a visit to Lord Orochimaru. The following morning, Bai took Lin away. As Kakashi opened his eyes, he discovered a note left by Bai. Lin is not dead. You simply cannot meet her for the time being. I will take her to my father, do not worry. Gazing at the familiar handwriting, a smile illuminated Kakashi's face. The usually composed man leapt up in elation. Wonderful news, Lin is still alive. Obito, the land of water is secure. Your spirit can finally find peace. I swear I will grow stronger and protect her diligently. At the border of the land of grass, various buildings and constructions unfolded before him. It had been 2 years since his last visit. Observing the scenery, echoes of past memories reverberated in his mind. 2 years have passed, and the changes here are substantial. Sakura, I wonder if you are even more beautiful than before. It's so obvious now, stop pretending. You miss Sakura, and it's clear to anyone who knows you. What a pity for the goddess's unrequited love. She waits for you in Konoha while you return to the land of grass to rekindle an old flame. Truly, you are a scoundrel, and I look down upon you. Chapter 102. Farewell, Sakura. Hey, I merely wished to see an old friend. How did I become a scoundrel? Bai shouted in frustration. His voice echoed, waking Lin, who had been sleeping on his back. Scoundrel. Baigu, you're a scoundrel. Upon hearing her words, Bai nearly coughed up blood. What is this nonsense? When did I become a scoundrel? Lin, you're awake. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Setting aside the scoundrel remarks, Bai Yi placed Lin beside a large stone. Instinctively, she tried to stand but was too weak to support herself even against the stone. I don't feel unwell, just incredibly tired. Bai Gu, why am I still alive? What happened to Konoha? The young girl's thoughts were clear, and she recalled her memories before losing consciousness. Konoha is fine, and your injuries are not serious. Rest well, and you will be alright. Also, do not consider the tailed beast within you a curse. It can actually be of great assistance. I will teach you how to control it later. Come, I will show you around the land of grass. Hearing Bai Yi's reassurances, Lin felt relieved. She struggled to stand upright, preparing to lean against Bai Yi's back. Just then, a white feather cut through the air, landing perfectly before Bai Yi. Oh, your old flame has arrived so quickly. Just how many girls do you have? Faced with the familiar white feather arrow, a fresh and elegant figure suddenly materialized in Bai Yi's mind. It is said that where the heart yearns, echoes follow. He had just thought of that girl, and she appeared before him. After 2 years apart, how has this fellow become so shameless, dating someone so much younger? Even if you desire a girlfriend, shouldn't you choose someone closer to your own age? A familiar voice echoed from a distance. As a young girl wielding a bow stood silently. Sakura, indeed it is you. Compared to 2 years ago, the youthful innocence on Sakura's face has completely vanished, and her figure has matured, exuding an undeniable air of sophistication. Upon encountering an old friend, Bai Yi hastened towards her, only to be met by the tip of Sakura's arrow. Hey, little girl, you are indeed correct. You are an absolute scoundrel. Look at how frail she is. And yet you remain indifferent. Ha ha, well done. Now 2 ladies have said this about you. I wonder how you will refute it. In an instant, Bai Yi felt utterly speechless. With a resigned sigh, he introduced Naira Rin to Sakura, finally shedding the label of scoundrel. Welcome back, my friend. With the misunderstanding resolved. Sakura's words warmed Bai Yi's heart. On their way to the land of grass, the two discussed the changes in their surroundings, and as the conversation flowed, the name Orochimaru surfaced. Sakura, during my absence, Orochimaru has not engaged in any outrageous behavior, has he? Upon hearing the inquiry, Sakura paused momentarily before recounting Orochimaru's recent endeavors. In the past 2 years, Lord Orochimaru has been a great benefactor to us. He has devised unique methods allowing those without chakra to cultivate, just like me. As she spoke, Sakura extended her hand, and a white orb of energy gradually materialized. Wind-type chakra, quite suitable for you. As they approached the entrance, they were unexpectedly confronted by Sakura Meijun, who was patrolling with her guard. Compared to 2 years ago, Bai Yi had grown considerably stronger, yet his delicate features remained unchanged. Thus, the warm-hearted uncle spotted him immediately. Ha ha ha, you little rascal, you finally returned. After 2 years, how have you become so strong? You're almost catching up with me. Embracing Bai Yi in a hearty hug, Meijun displayed the same exuberance as before. All right, Meijun, I'm nearly suffocating. Upon hearing this, Meijun noticed Bai Yi's pale complexion. I'm truly sorry, I was a bit impulsive just now. Come, let us go to my home and catch up. I have so much to share after such a long time. In response to the invitation, Bai Yi smiled and shook his head. Meijun, I appreciate your kindness, but I have some matters to attend to. So I want to be able to join you today. I have already informed Sakura that my little sister will be staying at your home for a while, so please take good care of her. Naturally, Meijun could not refuse such a request. After their brief discussion, Bai Yi headed towards Orochimaru's camp. Why neglect such a fine young lady to seek out that peculiar fellow? I truly do not understand you. Since you are so eager to meet Orochimaru, I shall assign you a task. Defeat Orochimaru, and the reward will be the impure world reincarnation technique. A commendable task. I am willing to give it a try. After the encounter with Uchiha Madara, Bai Yi's confidence had soared to great heights. Although he suffered a crushing defeat in that battle, it did not deter his desire to engage in combat with Orochimaru. Soon, he arrived at the camp where the Konoha ninjas were stationed. Compared to the vibrant border of the land of grass, the atmosphere here had grown increasingly somber. Ahead, a cave had been carved into the mountainside, faint light flickering within. It seems that creating a cave has become a hallmark of you, Lord Orochimaru, Bai Yi mused as he walked towards the entrance. Suddenly, a girl clad in a yellow robe appeared before him. She appeared to be a year or two younger than Kakashi, holding a skewer of dumplings. And her figure had begun to develop into a more voluptuous shape. You cannot enter. My master is conducting research inside. Her somewhat childish voice echoed in Bai Yi's ears. He was no stranger to this young woman. This was Mitarashi Anko. once a goddess in the hearts of many, as Orochimaru's prized disciple. She had achieved remarkable feats at a tender age. Do you not recognize me? I am Bai Yi, the special advisor of Konoha, Kakashi's elder brother. Bai Yi was taken aback that Anko did not recognize him. After all, he was a hero of Konoha, renowned for his countless achievements on the battlefield. Almost a household name. Upon hearing this familiar name, Anko's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The dumpling momentarily lodged in her throat as she stammered, "You are Bai Yi?" "Indeed. What seems to be the issue?" Bai Yi replied. Anko stared at him in astonishment, seemingly unable to reconcile his words. How could the great hero of the Hatake clan look so ordinary? Both Sh10 and Kakashi were undeniably handsome, yet he appeared quite unremarkable. In her words, Anko displayed an innocent demeanor, oblivious to any impropriety in her remarks. At that moment, Bai Yi felt pierced by her words. "You are quite ordinary." "Ha. The little girl has a keen eye. You are indeed quite ordinary, the kind that would be lost in a crowd, and I concur. Be quiet." "How am I ordinary?" Suppressing his inner fury, Bai Yi forced a smile and addressed Anko. "Now that you are aware of my identity, may I pass? I have urgent matters to discuss with your master." Upon hearing this, Anko quickly shoved the dumpling into her mouth, chewing as she spread her arms wide to block the entrance. "No, my master instructed that no one is allowed inside." The girl stammered, clearly unwilling to yield. With a sigh, Bai Yi prepared to employ a jinjutsu to bypass Anko. Just then, a chilling voice emerged from the cave. "Anko, Bai Yi is not an outsider. Allow him entry." Upon hearing the voice, Anko immediately complied and opened a path for Bai Yi. "You may proceed." Bai Yi walked slowly into the cave, suddenly stopping in front of Anko. Taking advantage of the moment, he pinched the cherubic face filled with dumplings. "Little girl, you ought to understand that it is this appearance that qualifies me as a handsome man." With that, Bai Yi strode away towards the cave, watching his receding figure. Hongdo's face was flushed with indignation. Clearly just ordinary, yet one couldn't voice their thoughts. "Pa, your skin is indeed thick. You must be the epitome of an average man. Your eyes are passable, but how long will you continue to insult this handsome visage? Speak up, you brat. I shall support you this time." A group of fellows began to chatter noisily, a sight Bai Yi had long since grown accustomed to. Navigating through the dim cave, he finally arrived at Orochimaru's laboratory. A glance around revealed a plethora of bottles and jars cluttering the space, with grotesque animal corpses in large containers that were particularly unsettling. Moreover, an eerie silence enveloped the area, with even the sound of dripping water echoing through. "Bai Yi-kun, it has been 2 years, and you have grown increasingly robust." From the shadows, Orochimaru licked his lips with his elongated tongue. "Indeed, Lord Orochimaru, your transformation is quite significant as well. Your memory seems to be failing. I distinctly recall expressing my distaste for witnessing others extend their tongues." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru promptly retracted his tongue, though his somber countenance betrayed no displeasure. During this interval, he had been gathering information from Konoha village, and he was already well acquainted with Bai Ye's recent exploits. Thus, Bai Ye's claims from the land of grass were not mere bragging. Now, as this man returned, Orochimaru felt a surge of excitement. "Very well, Bai Yi-kun. Your return must be to fulfill our promises." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi smiled and shook his head. "I sincerely apologize, Lord Orochimaru, but I am currently unable to fulfill those promises." The moment those words escaped his lips, Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically, his slender arms transforming into serpentine appendages that swiftly ensnared Bai Ye's form. "Bai Yi-kun, integrity is paramount. Over these past 2 years, I have adhered to our agreements, only to be met with this outcome. Do you believe me to be easily deceived?" Several serpents quickly constricted around Bai Ye's neck, and at that moment, he discerned the murderous intent in Orochimaru's gaze. Unlike 2 years prior, he had undergone tremendous changes. After all, how could a man who had once contended with Uchiha Madara fear Orochimaru? In the next instant, a faint smile graced Bai Ye's face, as green mist emanated from his skin. The 8th gate opened. The formidable aura of the 8 gates shattered the serpents into a crimson mist, splattering blood across every corner of the laboratory. The 8 gates, how fascinating! Orochimaru's pupils constricted at the sight. "Lord Orochimaru, your impatience is rather unbecoming. I have yet to finish my statement. I have never been one to breach trust, yet our partnership must be founded on an equal footing of strength, and at present, you are weaker than I. Thus, I cannot fulfill my promises." The provocation in Byakuya's words was unmistakable, evoking a cold smirk from Orochimaru. Merely relying on the ability to open up to the sixth gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia, he believed himself superior to me. Byakuya, you truly are quite amusing. Orochimaru displayed a hint of disdain, while Byakuya's lips curled slightly upward. His eyes featuring 3 swirling tomo that soon formed a plum blossom pattern. What about this? Amaterasu. Where his gaze fell, black flames blazed fiercely upon Orochimaru's form. Recognizing the terrifying power unleashed, Orochimaru immediately shed his skin. His pallid visage contorted grotesquely, and at the moment his lips parted. The charred skin scorched by the black flames was discarded. At this point, Orochimaru dared not underestimate the situation, hastily weaving hand signs as his arms transformed into countless serpents. Faced with such an onslaught, Byakuya's body erupted in a surge of lightning, causing the serpents to disintegrate into a pink mist upon colliding with his thunderous armor. With effortless precision, he severed over 100 pythons with 4 swift strikes. Boom! The mightiest spear pierced Orochimaru's body, pinning him directly to the wall. As the smoke dissipated, Orochimaru's form suddenly became limp, slender snakes slithering from his mouth and nostrils. In an instant, his body morphed into thousands of serpents, tightly ensnaring Byakuya, with explosive tags materializing one after another. Orochimaru's true self emerged behind Byakuya, detonating hundreds of explosive tags simultaneously, obliterating the northeastern corner of the laboratory into rubble. Byakuya, do not underestimate me. After all, I have lived for many years. A full 3 breaths passed in silence amid the smoke, until a laugh resonated. Lord Orochimaru, you are one of the legendary Sannin. How could I possibly belittle you? As the laughter echoed, red and blue fire lines erupted from the smoke. Various containers shattered, and the unprepared Orochimaru was struck a dozen times, the lightning-infused chakra slowing his movements. Frozen in place, a brilliant white light illuminated the dust. At that moment, a spatial cube manifested between Byakuya's hands. Dust release, original realm separation technique. Chapter 104, Trump Card. The spatial cube rapidly expanded, capable of rendering all chaotic forces into something Orochimaru greatly feared. This kid has truly changed. As the dust settled, clarity emerged, revealing Orochimaru, with half of his body severed. To think he fled using a summoning technique. What a clever fellow. System, assist me in pinpointing Orochimaru's location. He is directly beneath you. With the system's guidance, Byakuya channeled all his focus into the battle. Lord Orochimaru, do you think burrowing underground will keep you safe? Earth release, earthquake core. As Byakuya landed back on the ground, he struck the earth with his hands, causing the ground beneath him to rise swiftly. Immediately, lightning chakra coalesced in his palms. Lightning release, gratitude wave. At this moment, Orochimaru, concealed within the soil, was significantly affected by the lightning release. When he re-emerged, his long, straight black hair had transformed into an explosive hairstyle. Haha, Lord Orochimaru, your new hairstyle is quite striking. Mocked by the White Knight, Orochimaru surveyed the experimental apparatus surrounding him, and a fierce killing intent erupted from his vertically slit pupils. It is worth noting that the items here represented 2 years of his dedication. Who could endure their destruction? You have forced my hand, White Knight. With a thunderous shout, Orochimaru formed a series of intricate hand seals. The immense pressure was palpable to White Knight. Standing not far away, moments later, a phosphorescent serpent emerged from Orochimaru's back, striking toward White Knight with astonishing speed. His body was propelled backward, shattering a dozen stone walls before finally landing in a clearing behind the cave. Upon hearing the commotion, Akkad rushed towards the interior. As the young girl followed the trajectory from which White Knight had been flung, she was met with a scene beyond her wildest imagination. Before her, a colossal serpent with 8 heads slithered, its size dwarfing the mountain walls. Orochimaru was ensnared within one of the serpent's mouths, his upper body bare, glistening with the serpent's saliva, a sight that could invoke nausea. Meanwhile, White Knight found himself in a deep pit, his clothing tattered, revealing muscles as formidable as steel. I knew you were here to cause trouble, Akkad shouted, her youthful voice reaching Orochimaru's ears. Akkad, this is no place for you. Withdraw immediately. Observing her teacher's grave expression intensified her desire to remain, and as he hesitated, Orochimaru reluctantly flung her into the cave. Alleviating his concern that the 8-headed serpent technique might inadvertently harm his disciple. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru's heart revealed a softer side. Allowing Akkad to leave spared her the sight of her teacher being defeated, which she might find unbearable. The sound echoed through the clearing as White Knight rose from the ground. Despite being bitten by the serpent, his pristine form bore no trace of blood. White Knight, you've expended so much chakra. You must be running on empty now. I offer you a chance. If you fulfill your promise now, I shall cease my assault. Before Orochimaru could finish, White Knight interjected. Absolutely not. I still wish to witness the might of the eight-headed serpent technique. Bring it on, Lord Orochimaru. I am unperturbed. With a summoning technique, a plume of white smoke dispersed, revealing a colossal wolf beneath White Knight's feet, its size approximately 1/6 that of the eight-headed serpent, making the disparity quite apparent. Thus, Orochimaru dismissed it with disdain. He then commanded the two serpents to lunge at White Knight and the wolf, igniting the true excitement of their clash. Various ninjutsu dazzled the senses, as the revived Akkad clung to the mountain wall, witnessing the prowess of this Leaf Village hero. The battle raged until sunset, lasting a full 3 hours. By that time, the wolf was drenched in the serpent's blood, while White Knight and the wolf had successfully severed 3 of the eight-headed serpent's heads. In the midst of battle, Bai Yi, having fought for an extended period, had only managed to sever 3 heads. The outcome of this confrontation was becoming increasingly evident. Resistance would be futile. Without responding to Orochimaru, Bai Yi descended from the back of Xiao Bai and gently patted his head. You have performed admirably, Xiao Bai. Now, go rest while I handle the ensuing conflict. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Xiao Bai ascended the mountain wall to join Hong Do. With her beautiful, slightly squinted eyes, Xiao Bai and the little girl presented an adorably charming scene. You are so cute. I am Hong Do. The two exchanged greetings and became spectators of the ongoing battle. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Bai Ye's understanding of his new abilities had matured sufficiently. He was now ready to engage Orochimaru in a vigorous duel. With his eyes tightly shut, crimson blood began to flow from his pupils. In that instant, the Yamata no Orochi beneath Orochimaru trembled violently, seemingly frightened by an unseen force. While striving to maintain stability, a silvery orb of light manifested around Bai Yi. This entity, reminiscent of an embryo, first developed into a skeletal framework, followed by muscle enveloping it, before finally being adorned with armor. A cascade of long hair flowed down, and his handsome visage bore a resemblance to Kakashi. As Bai Yi reopened his eyes, the plum blossom pattern had filled his entire pupils, and the sight of his silver-white form took him aback. What on earth happened to my Susanoo? It's merely that the original appearance of Susanoo was rather unattractive. I gave it a makeover for a more appealing look. It does look striking, but why did you choose Kakashi's form instead of mine? Cough. Obviously because he is more handsome than you. My body just feels that way. Such words struck Bai Yi like a blade, cleaving through his most vulnerable emotions. However, now was not the time for grievances. Overcoming Orochimaru was paramount. At present, the silver-white Susanoo, resembling Kakashi, had matched the stature of Yamata no Orochi. With a similar physique, the forthcoming battle would prove easier. Orochimaru, this is my trump card. Bring it on. Bai Yi taunted once more, prompting Orochimaru to command the colossal beast to charge forward. 3 serpent heads lunged simultaneously, crashing violently against the silver armor. The force caused the silver Susanoo to stagger back a step, yet Bai Yi maintained his composure. Now it's my turn. With that, he relinquished the white energy sphere. As his hands came together, a phantom spear materialized before him. Simultaneously, the silver Susanoo wielded a long spear entirely of pristine white. With a swift sweep of the spear, 3 heads fell simultaneously. Chapter 105. Victory. Blood gushed forth from the severed wounds as Orochimaru was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the reality of the scene before him. How is this possible? In his astonishment, another serpent head attacked Bai Yi from an exceptionally cunning angle. With a resounding crash, the serpent head collided with the spear, the tremendous recoil forcing Yamata no Orochi to retreat repeatedly. After creating sufficient distance, the silver Susanoo thrust its spear into the serpent that collided with it. With a powerful upward motion of its arms, the entire body of the eight-headed serpent was overturned, and the pierced white snake was cleaved in two by the long spear. As the colossal form fell, the surrounding valley trembled, causing the petite red bean to tumble from the mountainside, fortunately caught in time by the swift white. The impact with the ground forced Orochimaru to spit out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, The silver spear tip appeared before his eyes, its lethal gleam potent enough to penetrate him. Lord Orochimaru conceded defeat, gazing at the now powerless eight-headed serpent. Orochimaru remained silent for a considerable time before ultimately accepting this fate. Ding, mission accomplished, reward, impure world reincarnation technique. Upon successfully obtaining the reward, the silver Susanoo dissipated. Subsequently, Baiyi knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his chest heaving, clearly out of air. Simultaneously, his world became hazy. He might need glasses in the days to come. No wonder Uchiha Itachi died so young. The consumption of the Mangekyou Sharingan is indeed substantial. Isn't it so? Such formidable power always comes at a price. However, you are different. Your capabilities make this issue easily resolvable. For instance, if you return to Konoha and woo the goddess, everything will be negotiable. Granting you an eternal Mangekyou Sharingan is not out of the question. Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree with this notion. The entities within him incessantly murmured about wooing, leaving Baiyi at a loss. After a brief respite, Orochimaru approached Baiyi. Baiyi-kun, you have had a remarkable 2 years. It seems your innate talents have been awakened. The cool voice echoed in Baiyi's ears. And Orochimaru's gaze fixated on Baiyi's Sharingan, an insatiable desire subtly discernible. It is well known that Orochimaru harbors great envy for the power of the Uchiha clan, particularly the Mangekyou Sharingan. This is a lengthy tale. I shall have a thorough discussion with Lord Orochimaru later. By the way, after our confrontation, it seems we should address more serious matters. Lord Orochimaru, you must have visited the forbidden place in Konoha. As he uttered the last few words, Baiyi's voice grew increasingly somber. At that moment, Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of unease. I have been there. Orochimaru had researched the Uchiha clan's ocular techniques, and Baiyi's recent display of formidable power implied that, with such extraordinary skills at hand, he could compel Orochimaru to divulge information even without direct inquiry. Do not be anxious. With that said, our conversation shall proceed more smoothly. How far have you progressed in your research on the impure world reincarnation technique? With regards to the impure world reincarnation, Orochimaru shook his head in resignation. As you know, I have been living in the village for years, under the watchful eyes of the third Hokage and the Umbu. My research on the impure world reincarnation has not been particularly fruitful, as it requires living subjects for experimentation. Orochimaru's words were undeniably true. In this world, he had yet to betray Konoha and was far from being the individual who would sacrifice everything for his experiments. The system's voice echoed in Baiyi's ears, announcing the activation of a hidden task. The objective was to resurrect the third Raikage. The reward for this endeavor promised an absolutely loyal bodyguard for the host. Baiyi expressed satisfaction with this task. If Konoha is unsuitable, I shall swiftly find a more appropriate location for you, my lord. This matter is in my hands. Within 3 months, the base will be established. At that time, I shall request your assistance in resurrecting the third Raikage. Baiyi whispered these astonishing words into Orochimaru's ear. At present, the conflict between the land of lightning and the land of earth was at its peak, and the third Raikage was in his prime. How could he possibly be considered deceased? Orochimaru refrained from arguing, as he could no longer see through the intentions of this young man before him. 3 days later, Baiyi arranged for Rin to stay at the home in the land of whirlpools. With the company of this friend, Kakashi Hatake's retirement life became quite fulfilling. And now with the arrival of a young girl, both of the older gentlemen were immensely pleased. Once everything was settled, Baiyi returned to Konoha. Soon after, the news spread throughout the shinobi world that the third Raikage had valiantly held off thousands for 3 days and nights before ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. In the camp of the Land of Grass, Orochimaru examined the intelligence sent from Konoha, his facial expression shifting in ways that words could scarcely describe. Is it possible that this young man can predict the future? In the second-floor pavilion of Konoha's 16th Street, Jiraiya often visited Baiyi's room, using a telescope to admire the scenery outside. Ever since Baiyi's return, the two would frequently enjoy the night together. After moving into this house, they felt particularly relaxed, enjoying the process with beer and song. Occasionally, their exuberance would lead to a harsh reprimand. Jiraiya, why hasn't the bump on your head subsided yet? Baiyi remarked, noting the prominent swelling atop the older man's white hair. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's frustration boiled over. This is all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on drinking beer that night, I wouldn't have made such a commotion and been thoroughly thrashed by your family, he exclaimed. recalling the incident with a hint of lament. Not everyone possesses your robust physique. This injury might take me half a month to heal. His tone bore an underlying note of sorrow. Bai felt a deep sense of remorse regarding the matter. The mischief of the entities within him had compelled Jiraiya to sing loudly, and in order to fulfill that task, Bai had resorted to alcohol, leading to the current predicament. To express his apologies, Bai recognized it was time to make amends. In his understanding, Jiraiya was indeed a good teacher, albeit one whose story lacked a perfect conclusion. Now that Bai had encountered him, he felt compelled to rectify this regret. Jiraiya, you must have someone special in your heart, don't you? Bai inquired, his demeanor noticeably earnest. As Jiraiya was about to grasp a can of cola, he suddenly paused. Haha, of course, there are those beautiful women outside whom I admire. I am quite the romantic at heart. Chapter 106, Affection Task Lord Jiraiya. I am speaking seriously. Do you harbor feelings for Lady Tsunade? Bai posed the question that Jiraiya hesitated to answer, as he was sipping his cola at the time. Uffed. The brown-black cola erupted from his mouth. Did Orochimaru inform you of this? You must not believe him. Tsunade and I are merely comrades. The most intimate encounter we have shared was during a field trip. As he spoke, Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, appearing quite lecherous. Anyone could discern the cost of that particular field trip. Do you really think Orochimaru is the type to gossip behind one's back? He barely has enough time for his experiments, let alone to concern himself with you. This matter is quite evident, is it not? Lady Tsunade is beautiful and possesses a splendid figure. You both grew up together. Isn't it only natural to have feelings for her? Honestly, if it weren't for our age difference, I would consider being with Lady Tsunade myself. Bai spoke earnestly, as though Tsunade were pursuing him. Well, you little rascal. Having Bai Shui is not enough, and now you are thinking of Tsunade as well. Thud. With that, Jiraiya delivered a firm rap on Bai's head, causing a sizable bump to form. And you say you don't care to tell Lady Tsunade? Who would believe that? Bai deliberately provoked him, revealing Jiraiya's true feelings. Suddenly, this usually jovial man appeared melancholic. Alas, you are right, I do care for Tsunade. However, it is merely unrequited love. After the passing of Dan and Shizune, she has closed her heart to everyone, especially to someone like me. To her, I may simply appear to be a lecher. Who would have thought this fellow possessed such a countenance? I truly did not anticipate it. Cough cough, the affection task has been triggered. Help Jiraiya assist Tsunade in overcoming her blood phobia. Task reward, the 100 heal technique. Also, permission to initiate a series of affection tasks has been granted. Very well. I shall accept this task. For Bai, who was well versed in the intricacies of the Naruto world, affection tasks were not particularly daunting. A night passed in silence. The following morning, Jiraiya's large hand came crashing down upon Bai's face. He had not left the previous night, consuming all the beer before finally succumbing to slumber. Reeking of alcohol, Jiraiya lay in bed, treating the place as his own home, much to Bai's disdain. He then placed his foot near Jiraiya's nose. Heh, let's see if I can suffocate you with this. Achoo. The odor from his foot prompted Jiraiya to sneeze. Upon noticing the foot before him, he felt a wave of nausea rise within. Ugh. Observing Jiraiya retching by the bedside, Bai burst into laughter. Ha ha, serves you right for groping me last night. This is the price you pay for staying at my home. After a considerable time, Jiraiya finally subdued the sensation of nausea. Just as Jiraiya was about to confront Byakuya, he was suddenly immobilized by a single remark. Lord Jiraiya, would you be willing to assist Lady Tsunade in overcoming her blood phobia? Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya's body came to an abrupt halt. Tsunade, recognized as the most formidable medical ninja in the world, had once been revered as the goddess of healing. However, following the loss of her loved ones, she succumbed to a debilitating fear of blood, causing her brilliance to dim. She had refrained from participating in the Third Shinobi World War, a decision that resulted in numerous casualties for Konoha. Consequently, Tsunade descended into a state of despair, and Jiraiya, in his attempts to bring levity to her life, often resorted to playful antics, hoping to see his childhood companion smile once more. How can I help? He inquired. Candidly admitting, I have contemplated numerous methods, yet none have yielded success. If you truly possess an effective solution, I shall cooperate with you wholeheartedly. Upon hearing this, a peculiar smile graced Byakuya's lips as he leaned closer to Jiraiya, whispering a flurry of ideas into his ear. It was indeed a clever plan, albeit potentially excessive. Tsunade's phobia was profoundly severe. In response to Jiraiya's concern, Byakuya merely smiled. Trust me, With your involvement, Lady Tsunade's condition will surely improve. At noon, after a hurried lunch, Byakuya and Jiraiya rushed out. Through the information relayed by Xiaohei, they learned that Tsunade had ventured out with Shizune. Thus, one mounted a white wolf while the other rode a toad, closely tailing their target, both formidable summoned beasts adorned with numerous blood pouches, an ingenious preparation for their mission. Eventually, they spotted Tsunade some 20 kilometers from Konoha. The sunlight illuminated her graceful figure, beads of perspiration trickling from her smooth forehead into her collar. Her exquisite visage nothing short of perfection. What an overwhelming presence. This is far more impressive than that of a goddess. I must admit, my being is quite enamored. Jiraiya and Byakuya, hidden within the foliage, simultaneously expressed their awe. Behind them lay a towering pile of blood pouches. Little Byakuya, if Tsunade sees this much blood, will she not be frightened? Perhaps we ought to consider a gentler approach. Throughout their journey, Jiraiya had implored Byakuya on numerous occasions, only to be met with resolute refusals. Fear not, Lord Jiraiya. The more terrified she becomes, the more magnificent your presence will appear before her. Rest assured, there will be no issues. Time was of the essence, and it was time to prepare. Multiple shadow clone technique. Today, Byakuya donned a white robe that concealed his face. Upon invoking the jutsu, hundreds of white figures suddenly appeared behind him. Everyone, let us commence, he commanded, and as his voice echoed, countless clones simultaneously smashed the blood pouches upon their heads. The crimson liquid drenched their white robes, creating a terrifying spectacle that would undoubtedly be a fatal blow for someone suffering from hemophobia like Tsunade. Subsequently, Byakuya, accompanied by the cacophony of 100 voices, charged towards Tsunade and Shizune. Lady Tsunade, look over there, called out one of the figures as they approached rapidly, prompting Shizune to gently nudge the herb-gathering Tsunade. In the next moment, a blood-soaked figure appeared before Tsunade. Suddenly dazed, the basket she held fell to the ground, scattering a multitude of herbs. It was blood. At the same time, Tsunade's graceful form began to tremble, her delicate hands instinctively covering her mouth. Lady Tsunade, quickly close your eyes. I will protect you and ensure your escape, Shizune urged, positioning herself in front of her teacher. As figures rushed toward them, Shizune summoned all her potential, her slender frame entangled in combat with several opponents, while simultaneously striving to safeguard Tsunade, a task that proved exceedingly arduous for the young girl. Chapter 107. Severe injury. Who are you? Shizune fiercely defended Tsunade, managing to dispatch 3 bloodied individuals in white. Humph, the dead need not concern themselves with our identities, replied the foremost figure in white, snorting disdainfully as he and several others formed hand seals with remarkable speed, leaving Shizune no time to react. A dozen water dragons surged skyward, and upon descending, they scattered both Shizune and Tsunade apart. Lady Tsunade, the water dragons extended the distance between the two by several hundred meters. Shizune struggled to rise, preparing to dash towards Tsunade when 2 shadows suddenly emerged behind her. Water prison technique. A water sphere enveloped Shizune's body, rendering her unable to assist her teacher any longer. At that moment, the sight of blood caused Tsunade to freeze in fear. Do not come any closer. Several figures continued to advance, completely disregarding her warning. The gleaming kunai in their hands aimed directly for Tsunade's neck. At that critical juncture, a colossal figure appeared in the sky. Halt! Jiraiya, the sage of the toads, has arrived. With a thunderous crash, the iron-blue toad obliterated the approaching figures. A towering silhouette materialized before Tsunade. Jiraiya, how did you end up here? No time for explanations. I will take you away from here. With a swift motion, he executed the technique, Needle Earth Store. His white hair soared through the air, transforming part of it into sharp blades that pierced the bodies of the assailants, while another portion coalesced into soft threads that pulled the trembling Tsunade onto the toad. Hold on tight. The azure toad propelled itself from the ground, causing the earth beneath to sink momentarily. In the next instant, it whisked Jiraiya and Tsunade away from danger. In the shadows, Baiyi gradually revealed himself, and all gazes vanished in that moment. Lord Jiraiya, seize this opportunity wisely, echoed a voice as Baiyi's figure abruptly vanished. The iron-blue toad leapt through the forest, and as the sight of blood faded, Tsunade gradually regained her composure, only to suddenly recall something. You two certainly run swiftly, leaving even your own companion behind. A faint voice resonated through the woods as a massive white wolf obstructed the toad's path. Clad in a white robe, Baiyi held Shizune in one hand, the young girl now unconscious. Release Shizune at once, or I shall ensure your demise is both painful and protracted. Witnessing her comrade's capture, Tsunade's heart raced, and her fists collided with a forceful thud. In response, Bai showed utter disregard for her. Humph, Tsunade-sama. If you cannot even deal with my shadow clone, how could you possibly expect me to meet a grim fate? As he spoke, the man in white crushed several blood bags. The intense visual shock rendered Tsunade momentarily incapacitated. Subsequently, Bai cast aside Jing-in and charged towards the toad. A thunderous clash ensued as the two colossal beasts collided, with the agile white wolf swiftly gaining the upper hand. Thus, Jiraiya was compelled to leap down alongside Tsunade. Tsunade, stay put and do not move. I shall confront that fellow. After locating a large tree suitable for resting, Jiraiya charged alone toward Bai, who had already activated his lightning armor. You little brat, be sure to control your strength. My life depends on you, he murmured as they both ascended into the sky. Do not worry, Jiraiya-sama, I possess remarkable accuracy. Due to the necessity of concealing his identity, the Sharingan could not be employed, thus the system came into play. System, assist me in determining accuracy. I wish to graze past Jiraiya-sama's heart. Understood, leave it to my eyes. Activating full visibility mode for you. At that moment, Bai briefly possessed the abilities of the Byakugan, allowing him to clearly perceive the organs and veins within Jiraiya's body. This made achieving accuracy much simpler. Jiraiya-sama, my apologies. As he spoke, his four-handed stance transformed into a single-finger position, and Bai's body morphed into a piercing sword, hurtling toward Jiraiya's heart with relentless momentum. A piercing sound echoed as the lightning-infused chakra pierced through, and a spurt of blood erupted from Jiraiya's mouth. Witnessing this scene, Tsunade rose abruptly from the ground. Jiraiya-sama, now it's your turn to shine. Bai whispered in Jiraiya's ear before delivering a kick to his abdomen, sending him flying towards Tsunade. Thus, bloodied and battered, Jiraiya was caught by Tsunade. The overwhelming visual assault intensified Tsunade's trembling. My heart has been pierced. I fear I can no longer protect you. As he spoke, blood splattered onto Tsunade's attire. Do not speak any further. I shall summon a slug to heal you. Due to the effects of blood loss, Tsunade's chakra was severely limited, and the summoned slug was insufficiently sized for a human. Nevertheless, it would be enough to ensure he would not perish and safely transport him to Konoha for salvation. Unfortunately, contrary to her hopes, Bai, intent on forcing Tsunade to overcome her blood phobia, would not allow anyone else to treat him. Fire release, great fireball technique. The slug, towering over half a person, was incinerated by the fireball, extinguishing the faint glimmer of hope within Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, since you wish to save his life, why rely on others? You are the most exceptional medical ninja in the entire shinobi world. Or could it be that you do not truly wish for your companion to survive? After incinerating the slug, Bai sauntered toward the gathering, fully embodying the aura of a formidable villain. Your performance could earn you an Oscar, I must admit. I am impressed. Silence. Jiraiya is my most important companion, and I shall never abandon him. With a fierce shout, Tsunade's fist struck forward with tremendous force, unleashing an air cannon that collided violently with Bai's chest, sending him hurtling backward. He crashed into several large trees before finally coming to a halt. The pain was excruciating. Indeed, the strength technique lived up to its reputation. Lord Jiraiya, seize this opportunity. I can assist you no further. Slowly removing his mask, Bai discovered that all his ribs were fractured. In order to aid Tsunade in treating her blood phobia, it was imperative to ensure that she and Jiraiya had a moment of solitude. Only then could Tsunade's fervent desire to rescue Jiraiya prevail over her ailment. By the great tree, Jiraiya feigned increasing weakness while Tsunade placed her delicate hand upon his chest, yet she found herself unable to employ her medical ninjutsu. Throughout this ordeal, she shook her head repeatedly. Jiraiya, I'm so sorry, I truly cannot do this. Golden locks cascaded over her fair forehead as tears silently slipped from the corners of her eyes. Witnessing Tsunade's distress, Jiraiya made an effort to straighten his posture, cradling her face with his bloodied hands. Chapter 108, Overcoming. Little Tsunade, do not blame yourself. To have your company in my final moments is more than enough for me. May I embrace you? I long to feel your warmth before I depart. Hearing this, Tsunade nodded vigorously, pulling Jiraiya into her embrace. Her voice thick with emotion as she declared, as long as you live, I will allow you to hold me for as long as you wish. In that fleeting moment of contact, Jiraiya distinctly felt the warmth radiating from Tsunade's heart. This sensation would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime, perhaps intensified by the overwhelming circumstances as the flow of blood from his wounds quickened. Consequently, his face grew increasingly pale, and the effect of Tsunade's touch deepened. No, Jiraiya. I must save you. This blood phobia is nothing. For your sake, I am willing to overcome this challenge. Tsunade's gaze solidified with determination as she gently laid Jiraiya down upon the ground. A deep green light illuminated her chest as she gradually entered a state of trance. Disregarding the blood that stained her from head to toe, as time passed, Bai Yi, bolstered by his formidable physique, began to recover. Emerging from the forest, he beheld the skilled healer attending to Jiraiya. Congratulations, Lord Jiraiya. Your dream has been fulfilled. It seems Tsunade has successfully cured your blood phobia. Ding. Mission accomplished. You have acquired the Byakuya no Jutsu. Simultaneously triggered hidden conditions, initiating a series of affinity tasks. Second task. Have Tsunade accept you as her disciple. Upon hearing the system's voice, Bai Yi felt perplexed. The affinity training task appeared to diverge from his expectations. Shouldn't the focus of this mission be on helping Jiraiya? Why was he being drawn into this? Why would you think that? This system is no benevolent deity. It would never allow a beautiful lady to cultivate affinity with someone else. Tsunade is a captivating teacher you truly deserve. Stop. I understand your intentions. But it is impossible for me and Lady Tsunade. Bai Yi was aware that this individual was about to utter some lewd remarks and hurriedly silenced him. What a joke. Not only did he not wish to be a sentimental fool, but even if he did, he could never usurp another's beloved. In this lifetime, his paramount goal was to bring about the union of Tsunade and Jiraiya. Of course, this ambition did not conflict with his role as Tsunade's disciple. As the healing approached its conclusion, Jiraiya's complexion gradually regained its vitality. By then, this grand performance should reach its finale. A dozen shadow clones darted through the forest once more. To ensure that this act left no flaws, Bai Yi took it upon himself to handle the concluding tasks. The azure mark on Jiraiya shimmered, and Bai Yi, donned in the attire of Konoha, appeared before Tsunade and the others. My apologies for my tardiness, esteemed adults. Allow me to take care of these nuisances. The plum blossom pattern in Bai Yi's eyes spun rapidly as black flames ignited within his field of vision. The dozens of figures emerging from the forest were utterly consumed, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Having accomplished this, Bai Yi immediately feigned urgency. Placing his hand on Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, how do you fare? Their gazes intertwined, and Jiraiya offered Bai Yi a subtle smile. I am well, thanks to Tsunade. Bai Yi then noticed Tsunade, her visage marred with blood. Lady Tsunade, your appearance. Previously engrossed in her healing efforts, Tsunade had given little thought to her own state. Now, with the situation calmed, she felt embarrassed to be seen in such disarray by a younger generation. At the moment she looked at Bai Yi, the mark upon his forehead drew her attention. The 100 healings mark. How did you come by this? She exclaimed, instinctively moving closer. Upon realizing the significance of the mark, Bai Yi touched his forehead and recalled that the reward had indeed activated. This would undoubtedly make it easier for Tsunade to accept him as her disciple. However, now was not the time to discuss this matter, especially since Tsunade's current appearance was quite alarming. This tale is long, Lady Tsunade. Perhaps you should freshen up first. Once we return to the village, I shall divulge everything. With that, Bai Yi formed hand seals. Earth release, earthquake, and water release. Waterfall technique were executed simultaneously, conjuring a small lake. Additionally, there were some natural obstructions along the lake's edge, providing an excellent bathing spot. Thank you, Bai Yi. Tsunade, having caught a glimpse of her reflection in the water, discarded her soiled garments and leapt into the lake. Observing this, Jiraiya, fueled by an unexpected surge of energy, sat upright and with a mischievous grin, wrapped his arm around Bai Yi's shoulder. Hee, those obstructions should be movable, right? We must not let such a splendid opportunity slip by. Great minds think alike. Quickly, clear the obstructions. I too wish to take in the scenery. Reward, 5 chakra points. Under the urging of Jiraiya and a few others within him, Bai Yi reluctantly shifted one of the obstructions by half an inch. Through the narrow gap, the breathtaking scenery before him came into view. Indeed, Tsunade's figure was nothing short of exceptional. As they marveled, a warm rush surged through their nostrils. Approximately half an hour later, Tsunade emerged from her bathing, donning a vest that she had left by the lakeside. It was evident that the area around her chest was somewhat snug. Witnessing this scene, The rosy hue that had just faded from Jiraiya and Byakuya's faces returned with fervor. "Stop looking," Tsunade exclaimed, delivering swift blows to their heads, causing two prominent bumps to form instantly. At that moment, Shizune, who had been resting nearby, awakened, and the four of them placed their hands on Byakuya's shoulders. Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, they leaped several times before returning to the village of Konoha. Jiraiya was promptly taken to the village's infirmary, while Byakuya intended to return home, only to be called back by Tsunade from behind. "Now that we are back in the village, it is time to discuss your matters." Slowly turning around, Byakuya was met with Tsunade's serious expression. "Of course, no problem. However, I need to return home to reassure Mumu. Let's meet tonight, just there." As he spoke, Byakuya pointed towards the Hokage monument, to which Tsunade readily agreed. That evening, as the gentle night breeze swept through the village, Tsunade sat alone atop the statue of the first Hokage. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, my lord." At that moment, Tsunade had consumed nearly half of the sake from her flask, her face flushed and slightly tipsy. "You've arrived. Come sit here and share a drink with me." She tossed a flask towards Byakuya, only to reveal it was empty. Byakuya shook his head in exasperation. It seemed this esteemed lady was indeed intoxicated, having forgotten she had already finished the bottle. Chapter 109. Master and Apprentice Tsunade-sama. "There is no sake left in the bottle. Please wait a moment." The sound of the bottle rattling echoed as Byakuya suddenly vanished into the distance. After 3 breaths, he reappeared atop the Hokage statue, carrying a large barrel of sake. "This is the finest sake our village has to offer. Would you care to taste it, Tsunade-sama?" He opened the barrel, releasing an aromatic fragrance that kept Tsunade upright. "Fill my cup to the brim." Their flasks were soon filled, and a slightly tipsy Tsunade exhibited a pensive demeanor. "Thank you, little Byakuya, for everything you've done for me. Without you and Jiraiya, my struggle with blood phobia would have remained an insurmountable challenge." Upon hearing this, Byakuya was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly chuckled. "Tsunade-sama, what are you saying? I don't quite comprehend." "Ah, how was I discovered?" Cough, cough. "Truth be told, I have long desired to express this. As a medical ninja, Tsunade-sama naturally understands the human anatomy. When you utilize the 8 gates, it becomes quite easy to reveal yourself. Isn't this simple? The 8 gates is a unique secret technique of Konoha. Aside from the Might Guy duo, you are the only one who can master it proficiently. Furthermore, I can assure you, the only individual capable of harmonizing the 8 gates with the lightning armor is you." Moreover, while Jiraiya's blood loss appeared substantial, it did not truly inflict any vital harm. Unless one was exceptionally close to him, others would not dare to intervene. In that moment, I was engulfed by fear. But upon reflection, I realized that today's events were merely a performance orchestrated by the two of you. Tsunade's analysis was both rational and compelling, leaving Byakuya momentarily at a loss for words. "Haha, indeed, Lady Tsunade is formidable. Nothing escapes your keen perception. Given this, I shall no longer evade the matter at hand. This task was entrusted to me by Lord Jiraiya, who fervently wishes for you to return to your former self." Speaking of Jiraiya, Tsunade's exquisite features grew even more melancholic. Indeed, if today's occurrences were genuine, what should I say? As she spoke, her emotions surged, and warm tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes. Observing this, Byakuya promptly retrieved a tissue from his pocket and offered it to her. Simultaneously, the system issued him a rather audacious task. "Ah, how could we possibly let such a splendid opportunity slip away? Embrace the goddess Tsunade, and as a reward, you shall receive a delightful surprise." Get away with that. I would never engage in such opportunism, especially considering that Lady Tsunade is significantly my senior. Do not even entertain that thought. How pretentious. As long as a woman is beautiful, what does age matter? Don't tell me you don't agree with this notion. Furthermore, you wouldn't genuinely wish to forego that delightful surprise, would you? Let me give you a hint. The special reward is truly splendid. Moments later, Byakuya succumbed to his own curiosity. To ensure his actions appeared less abrupt, he willingly removed his coat and gently draped it over Tsunade. Subsequently, he seized the chance to place his large hand upon her alabaster arm. It must be said, as the heiress of the Senju clan, Tsunade truly embodies eternal youth. Her skin is indistinguishable from that of an 18-year-old maiden. Lady Tsunade, rest assured, as long as I am here, such a calamity shall never transpire. I shall safeguard this village diligently, just as our esteemed first Hokage did. His resolute voice resonated in her ears, and the slightly inebriated Tsunade momentarily mistook Baiyi for her brother, with her alluring figure drawn close. Her temptingly red lips brushed gently against Baiyi's forehead. In that instant, he caught a glimpse of Tsunade's most enchanting features. Suddenly, his face flushed crimson, akin to a lantern, and the stirrings within him ignited. What a magnificent peak! In comparison, Momo pales in comparison to the goddess Tsunade. My own heart cannot endure this. Yet, may this moment last forever. After what felt like an eternity, Tsunade's emotions finally stabilized. At that moment, the scent of alcohol surrounding her dissipated considerably, and she recognized that the person before her was not her brother. In the next instant, she swiftly withdrew her body, feigning composure as she said, "I apologize. I lost my composure for a moment. By the way, we have yet to discuss the main issue. What is the story behind the mark of the Senju on you?" At last, Tsunade had broached the topic of importance. In the face of her inquiry, Baiyi remained remarkably composed, for he had already crafted his story on the journey back. It is as follows, Lady Tsunade. I inadvertently stumbled upon a hidden chamber on the battlefield of the Kamizukabashi, where I discovered a coffin inscribed with the name Uchiha Taijima. The tombstone bore inscriptions revealing some closely guarded secrets of the Senju clan, and it was from this very place that I acquired the 100 healings technique. In addition to this forbidden art, the stone walls of the chamber were adorned with the forbidden techniques of the Uchiha clan. I intended to transcribe these revelations, but inadvertently triggered a mechanism that engulfed the entire chamber in black flames. Alas, what a pity! By the way, Lady Tsunade, although I have mastered the 100 healings technique, there are still many aspects I do not fully comprehend. If possible, would you be willing to personally guide me? I am eager to take you as my mentor. Baiyi spoke candidly, and this moment profoundly affected Tsunade. The princess of the Senju clan momentarily lost her composure, taking a considerable time to respond. Is this the conclusion after your earnest contemplation? Truthfully, given your exceptional talent, I do not deem myself fit to be your teacher. However, should you wish to refine the 100 healings technique, I will certainly do my utmost to assist you. Upon hearing this, Baiyi smiled and shook his head. Lady Tsunade, have you not heard the saying, once a teacher, always a father? As long as you lend me your guidance, you shall forever be my mentor, unless you find me an inadequate disciple and choose not to assist me. Observing Baiyi's resolute expression, Tsunade's heart suddenly steadied. This child has truly overcome great obstacles to reach this point. He bears an immense burden. Even if I cannot be his teacher, I can still offer him a measure of affection. Tsunade drained her wine jug in one gulp, then stood atop the statue of the first Hokage, laughing heartily. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple, Senju Tsunade. As long as I am here, no one in Konoha shall dare to bully you. Ding. Favorability task 2 completed. The system's voice briefly flickered and then faded away entirely. Baiyi, momentarily disregarding it, focused solely on enjoying drinks with Tsunade, and it was only at the break of dawn that the two finally parted ways. Upon returning home, Baiyi's intoxicating scent immediately attracted the attention of Yuki. Why are you returning so late? A cool voice echoed in the stairwell, startling Baiyi into sobriety. Chapter 110. Promotion to Jonin. Yuki, why are you awake? Baiyi attempted to keep his body unaffected by the alcohol, scratching his head awkwardly as he spoke. You reek of alcohol. It's unbearable. Who could possibly sleep? Moreover, it is already 5 in the morning. This is when I typically rise. Go upstairs and wash up. I'm heading out for my morning exercises. With that, Yuki brushed past Baiyi and ascended the stairs. Since moving to Konoha, she had maintained the habit of morning training. It served to keep her physique in check and to observe the village, allowing for more opportunities should her identity be revealed. Upon returning to the second floor, the sound of rushing water filled Baiyi's room. As the alcohol dissipated, he recalled that he had yet to redeem today's rewards. Hey, where have you all gone? I have yet to redeem today's rewards. I have completed 2 tasks. Why the hurry? We are exhausted from fulfilling the rewards promised to you. Quickly set up a barrier around the room. This will ensure your rewards are delivered. With that, Baiyi promptly complied with their instructions. The 4 purple yang formation was established, with 4 shadow clones positioned at each corner of the yard, enveloping it in a violet barrier. Well, this should suffice. As he sensed the barrier encompassing the surroundings, the anxious individuals finally relaxed. Behold, today's reward will undoubtedly challenge your understanding. Spirit Summoning Technique. Suddenly, Baiyi's hand was controlled by the system, forming a hand seal for the summoning technique. In the next instant, a coffin abruptly emerged from the ground, exuding a terrifying aura that left Baiyi momentarily stunned. Since his arrival in this world, only the elderly Uchiha Madara had ever instilled such a feeling in him. What is this? Open it, and you'll find out. This is something you've long desired. Driven by curiosity, Baiyi took the initiative to pry open the coffin. In the next moment, a robust figure, entirely clad in white, appeared before him. It was a man with rugged features, sporting long grayish-white hair and a black lightning emblem on his shoulder. The third Raikage. How could his body be here? Baiyi gasped in shock, unable to believe the scene before him. To be precise, this is not the third Raikage, but a vessel cultivated from a significant amount of Hashirama's original cells. This body differs greatly from White Zetsu. It possesses the regenerative abilities of Hashirama in life and the defensive capabilities of the third Raikage. All it needs now is a suitable soul. Nevertheless, there exists no power within the ninja world that could destroy it. What do you think? This is the special surprise I have prepared for you, along with the reward for completing the favor task. Upon hearing the system's description of the body's formidable nature, Baiyi instinctively touched it. The sheer sensation of muscle strength alone made Baiyi feel that this body was invulnerable. Presently, as long as Orochimaru could procure some of the third Raikage's flesh and blood, the strongest bodyguard of the Land of Whirlpools would soon come into existence through the impure world reincarnation technique. At this thought, Baiyi's emotions were beyond description. Yes, I am quite satisfied. You all have worked hard. From now on, the base in the Land of Whirlpools would gain another formidable warrior. A month later, the battles among the great nations finally concluded. As a special advisor, Baiyi exhibited extraordinary performance during this conflict, making decisions that granted Konoha village significant advantages. It is no exaggeration to say that Baiyi's individual strength reduced the duration of the battles faced by Konoha village by an entire year. Consequently, the Hokage summit could not proceed without the presence of this special advisor. Inside the Hokage office, the high-ranking officials of Konoha village were gathered, with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, seated at the forefront, and Danzo positioned to his left. At that moment, Danzo's gaze was fixed intently on Baiyi, his expression markedly displeased. During this period, numerous events had transpired, among which Danzo's greatest ire was directed towards Orochimaru's departure. In the present day, Orochimaru, having reached a cooperative intent with Baiyi, has completely withdrawn from Danzo's faction. The Root has dispatched 3 groups of individuals in succession, yet they have failed to unearth any significant information. Furthermore, Baiyi's remarkable achievements have begun to threaten Danzo's position. It is evident that Baiyi can perceive a murderous intent lurking within Danzo's gaze. Is this old man plotting against me? Humph, that repugnant face is increasingly discomforting to behold. Why not eliminate him now? I shall assist you in awakening the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, which would free you from any future adverse effects. Consider it, will you? Halt. Do you presume to know who I am? Danzo wields considerable power in the Hidden Leaf Village, with his disciples scattered across various departments. To kill him? I have no desire to become a rogue ninja in Konoha at this juncture. While Baiyi conversed with the system, he once again succumbed to a state of distraction. At this moment, the third Hokage happened to address his concerns. Baiyi, this is the Hokage summit. How can you be so absent-minded? The third Hokage's saliva inadvertently sprayed onto Baiyi, the unpleasant aroma jolting him back to reality. Lord, third Hokage, you called for me. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage nearly succumbed to exasperation. At that moment, he was lauding Baiyi and discussing his promotion to Jonin and potential membership in the advisory council. This lad displayed not a shred of excitement, seemingly oblivious to the praise being lavished upon him. The other senior officials present exhibited their dissatisfaction, particularly Danzo, who finally interjected. Hisashi, it appears our Konoha hero is indifferent to such trifling fame. If that is the case, let us not impose upon him. The matter of Baiyi's promotion to Jonin shall proceed as planned, but we shall set aside his role in the advisory council, as he does not express such a desire. What do you all think? As Danzo's voice trailed off, those who held Baiyi in disdain readily concurred. Only Kurama Shka and Mito gate and voiced their dissent, while the third Hokage maintained a neutral stance. An intense debate erupted within the assembly, prompting Baiyi to intervene. Hold on, Lord Danzo, your words are quite ironic. Within Konoha, the existence of advisors is intended to facilitate the village's development, an aspiration shared by every villager. By framing it as you have, Do you not imply that I am unconcerned with the village's welfare? Here, I would like to make my position clear. I am indeed willing to serve as an advisor to Konoha and hope to contribute my modest efforts towards the betterment of both the village and the Fire Country. As for your doubts, I do not accept them, for in terms of merit, you seem to fall considerably short compared to me. With these words, Baiyi cast a chilling gaze upon those who opposed him. Chapter 111. Crisis. The senior officials were rendered speechless. In terms of contributions to the village, even the third Hokage and Danzo would hesitate to claim superiority over Baiyi. The office fell silent, allowing Baiyi to finally voice his thoughts. Third Hokage, I humbly request your formal appointment. From this day forth, I am willing to contribute my modest abilities to the village of Konoha in the capacity of an advisor. Upon hearing this, a gentle smile emerged upon the aged visage. Indeed, Konoha is fortunate to have a young talent such as you. It is a greater blessing than acquiring a tailed beast. In his capacity as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen proclaimed, henceforth, Baiyi shall serve as an advisor to Konoha. However, before he could finish, a chilling voice reverberated throughout the room. Wait a moment, Hiruzen. While Baiyi's contributions are indisputable, and his role as an advisor is justifiable, there are still matters regarding him that remain unclear. Baiyi was not taken aback by Danzo's obstruction. Yet, following his words, those in higher ranks opposing Baiyi's appointment also voiced their dissent. Oh, Danzo, what do you mean by that? The atmosphere grew tense, with both the third Hokage and Tsunade directing their attention towards Danzo. With everyone watching, Danzo wasted no time in revealing his thoughts. At the onset of the war, you and Orochimaru ventured to the battlefield in the Land of Grass. Yet now, you return as a hero of Konoha, while Orochimaru has vanished without a trace. Root has sent operatives to seek him, but no news has emerged. Surely, there is something amiss. Can we truly place our trust in this so-called hero of Konoha? This statement swayed even those who had initially supported Baiyi, including Sarutobi Hiruzen. It appeared that Danzo intended to pin Orochimaru's disappearance on Baiyi. The implications of Orochimaru's absence would undoubtedly weigh heavily on the third Hokage. Baiyi, do you know the whereabouts of Orochimaru? The tone of the third Hokage had grown somber. I have long since parted ways with Orochimaru. I know not where he is gone. If you doubt my words, both Jiraiya and Minato can attest to my innocence. Baiyi was taken aback by Danzo's audacity to cast such an egregious accusation to prevent his appointment as advisor. What a despicable act. As the second most powerful figure in Konoha, Danzo was publicly insulted by a younger individual, a humiliation that was hard to bear. Baiyi, do not presume that your past achievements grant you the right to act with such arrogance. I, Danzo, will not be swayed by your tactics. In an instant, the atmosphere within the Hokage's office grew tense and confrontational. Enough of this bickering. Let us pause the discussion regarding the advisor position. We shall revisit this matter once a thorough investigation is conducted. Meeting adjourned. After departing from the Hokage's office, Baiyi had not ventured far when two men blocked his path. One bore orange hair, while the other wore a black mask. Upon seeing their faces, Baiyi felt an unsettling familiarity. They resembled the two guards who had accompanied Danzo during the conference. If his intuition was correct, these two must be the fathers of Aburame Shino and Yamanaka Ino. What does that old dog Danzo want with you? Speak quickly. Upon witnessing Baiyi's blatant disrespect towards their leader, the man from the Yamanaka clan prepared to take action. Yamanaka, do not act impulsively. Let us not forget the purpose of our visit. The masked man intervened, restraining his companion. In the midst of a twilight that seemed eternal, Baiyi received a message from the esteemed Danzo. One must not be overly arrogant, for the tender saplings of Konoha must continue to grow in order to become towering trees. Should they falter along the way, they will merely be swept aside like refuse. With those words echoing ominously, both figures vanished into the distance. This threatening remark stirred dissatisfaction within the system. Who does that old dog Danzo think he is, to threaten the very essence of my being? It mused. You little rascal, go and blow up his home, and I shall grant you the Nine Tails as your pet. However, there was no urgency in this matter. Rather than obliterating Danzo's abode, Baiyi longed for the moment when this notable figure from Konoha would find himself in disgrace. Reviled by all, let us return home, he declared, for with Danzo's nature, should he find himself powerless against me, he will undoubtedly turn his gaze towards my family. With that, Baiyi melted into the crowd. As the symbol of the flying thunder god illuminated the courtyard of the Hatake residence, he was finally able to reunite with his brother. Kakashi had been in a dire state of mind lately, deeply affected by Obito's departure. Come on, you rascal. Do not languish indoors. Step outside for some fresh air and see what delightful treats I have brought you. As he spoke, Byakuya unveiled a bento box, releasing an enticing aroma that filled the small yard. After a few breaths, the door of the Hatake home creaked open, revealing Kakashi. His hair tousled and his left eye shut tightly. I am not hungry. You may eat alone. There is still some alcohol inside, he replied, turning back towards the house. Byakuya promptly followed him inside, only to be astonished by the disarray that greeted him. In less than a month, Kakashi had transformed his home into a veritable pigsty, with tables and cabinets cluttered with numerous bottles of liquor. Seizing his younger brother's ear, Byakuya admonished him in a brotherly manner. Well now, you've been sneaking drinks behind my back, haven't you? Kakashi found himself lifted off the ground, his limbs flailing in the air. Put me down, or I shall never speak to you again, he protested. Unfazed by Kakashi's threat, Byakuya tossed the little rascal onto the large bed and utilized a sealing technique to render his body rigid. Do not thrash about. You will only harm yourself. I truly did not expect you to crumble under such pressure. How can someone like you possibly live up to the title of Jonin and the expectations of Obito? At the mere mention of Obito, Kakashi's expression turned forlorn. The reason for his current state was clear. He could not bear the weight of Obito's absence. Witnessing his brother's profound sorrow, Byakuya felt a pang of compassion and chose to refrain from further reproach. Instead, he sought to offer a glimmer of hope, urging him to regain his strength and aspire to become the legendary copy ninja Kakashi, celebrated throughout the ninja world. Enough of this melancholy. You must believe that Obito has not truly departed. Everything you do is within his sight. Moreover, Rin is still alive, as one who remains. You must fulfill the promises made to Obito, do you not? After a long night of heartfelt conversation, the brothers emerged from the shadows of despair, with Kakashi finally stepping into the light once more. In a bid to hone his skills, Kakashi expressed his intention to join the Umbu, a proposal that was warmly embraced by Bei, as it was indeed a place conducive to personal growth. Moreover, Bei eagerly anticipated the encounter between Kakashi and Itachi. As the appointment of the advisors reached a conclusion, it was unlikely that the third Hokage would revisit this matter in the near future. Consequently, Bei busied himself with various aspects of life during the subsequent period. He prepared meals for Yuki-ana, ventured out in the evenings with Jiraiya for inspiration, and occasionally offered guidance to Kakashi, while simultaneously staying informed about the Umbu's affairs. In this delightful time, he experienced the essence of happiness. Amidst this, a significant event unfolded in Konoha that would eventually alter the course of the entire ninja world. Minato and Kushina welcomed a child. Jiraiya and Bei were invited to their home, accompanied by Tsunade. Little Pepper, 2 months have passed. Why does your belly show no sign of growth? Jiraiya had been fixated on Kushina's belly since he entered the room. At that moment, Tsunade delivered a sharp rap to his head. Do you possess even a modicum of medical knowledge? A woman only begins to show after 3 months of pregnancy. A large bump instantly appeared on his head, and Jiraiya felt unjustly aggrieved by the blow. Why are you so impatient? I was merely inquiring. Witnessing this scene, the Minato couple and Bei seated around the round table could only manage awkward smiles. Sensei, this fish soup is delightful. Allow me to serve you a bowl. To alleviate the tense atmosphere, Bei took the initiative to ladle a bowl of fish soup for Tsunade. Upon tasting the delicacy, a look of bliss graced Tsunade's face. As a fellow woman and a doctor, Tsunade naturally engaged in discussions about children with Kushina. However, unlike typical consultations, the pregnancy of a Jinchuriki like Kushina came with its own set of complications. Tsunade's grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, had once faced similar challenges. A greenish luminescence enveloped Kushina's abdomen as Tsunade conducted a checkup on the fetus. After a while, a subtle smile appeared on Tsunade's exquisite face. Kushina, the child is doing well, you can rest easy. However, I must remind you that the physical constitution of a Jinchuriki tends to decline during pregnancy. You need to take care of your health, otherwise, the tailed beast within you may become restless. I will prepare some medicinal concoctions for you, and have Shizen come by regularly for checkups. Upon hearing Tsunade's advice, Kushina bowed slightly. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. I will do my utmost to ensure I do not bring any crisis to the village. With the weighty topic behind them, it was time to discuss lighter matters. Kushina, you should consider naming the child soon. Since we are all here today, why not share your thoughts? We can offer our opinions as well. The very thought that the little one in Kushina's womb might inherit the striking red hair of his grandmother excited Tsunade. Minato and I have already decided. The child shall be named Namikaze Minma, which I find quite melodious. Baiyi was sipping water when, upon hearing those words, a jet of water erupted from his mouth. Baiyi, what's wrong? Is that name unpleasant? Minato, ever considerate, handed him a tissue. After wiping the droplets from the corner of his mouth, Baiyi managed a wry smile. It's nothing, quite nice actually. He was not taken aback by the name. After all, it had indeed been used. Cough, cough. It's not Kaze no Kyumo, but Uzumaki Naruto, that is this child's name. You little rascal. I entrust you with a formidable task. Persuade Minato and Kushina to finalize the child's name as Uzumaki Naruto. Upon completion of this task, I shall reward you with the full Uzumaki bloodline, the kind that doesn't change red. The voice of the system echoed, leaving Baiyi somewhat speechless. The Nine-Tails incident had yet to transpire, and according to tradition, the prince must follow in his father's footsteps, a rule passed down through generations. If the child were to change surnames now, it would only exacerbate the couple's conflicts. Such a redundant task, it's truly beyond me. With a quiet sigh of exasperation, Baiyi returned to his thoughts. Minato had seen him lost in contemplation many times before, and it no longer surprised him. Afterward, Baiyi downed several cups of sake, his face reddening before he finally spoke, draping an arm around Minato's shoulder. Minato, do you know how a man shows love for his wife? Baiyi playfully nudged Minato with his shoulder. What is it? Please enlighten me. Seeing Minato's blissfully clueless expression, Baiyi couldn't help but conceal a faint smile. It's about indulging her in everything. Take childbirth, for instance. As men, our contributions are relatively minimal. We often indulge in the enjoyment of it. But for women, the journey of bringing a new life into the world spans 10 long months. During this time, they become sensitive and envious. Their once radiant faces may grow dull, especially for someone like Kushina, the Jinchuriki. At this moment, slightly intoxicated, Tsunade abruptly stood from her chair. Well said, young man. I concur with your sentiments. Let us toast to that. The two raised their cups of sake, downing them once more. Baiyi's gaze remained fixed on Kushina, noting how his words had clearly impacted her. At this juncture, half of the plan had come to fruition, particularly with Tsunade's support. Minato was now consumed with thoughts of how much he owed to his wife. Thus, we men ought to be magnanimous. Our wives have sacrificed so much. Having the child bear their surname is undoubtedly the right thing to do. What do you think, Minato? Baiyi pretended to stumble with his cup, leaning toward Minato. Upon hearing this, Minato suddenly experienced an epiphany, swiftly grasping the hand of his beloved. Darling, Baiyi is right. You have sacrificed far too much for this child. Naruto should definitely carry your surname. Kushina wished to refute, but Minato's finger was already pressed against his lips. Their gazes met, and everything was understood without words. At that moment, Shiroya leapt forward once more. With the issue of surnames resolved, the subsequent matters would be easier to handle, especially at this critical juncture. He was already inebriated. It was agreed that everyone would appreciate it, and there was no significant fault in it. In truth, I find Naruto's name more melodious than Minma. Upon hearing this, both Minato and Kushina felt an inexplicable fondness for the name. Uzumaki Naruto, what a splendid name. Shiroya, you truly are remarkable. With that, Minato embraced Shiroya tightly. Simultaneously, a voice from the system echoed. Congratulations, mission objective achieved. Chapter 113, Undercurrents, mission completed. Your Uzumaki bloodline is now fully awakened. Please find a serene location to recuperate. The countdown begins. Goodness, are you urging me to my demise? Must you be in such a hurry? 10-9-5. Everyone, I suddenly remembered something. I must leave at once. Farewell. With that, Shiroya's form vanished from the spot. Just as Tsunade was about to clink glasses with him, her body swayed, and when she opened her eyes, there was nothing before her. Huh, where did Shiroya go? I haven't finished drinking with him yet. Tsunade appeared ready to lose her composure, prompting Minato to quickly toast with her, wary of the potential chaos this esteemed lady could unleash in his home. Once upon a time, intoxicated, Tsunade had shattered a small mountain. Life was hard for everyone. Rebuilding would be quite costly. In a cave outside Konoha, a purple barrier enveloped Shiroya. Well, this place should suffice for my training. It can barely be considered adequate. The transformation of your body is now complete. This process may be slightly painful. You must endure it, or all will be in vain. Bring it on. There is nothing in this world I cannot bear. 7 days and nights passed, and the energy of the purple barrier gradually dissipated, its hue fading significantly. When Shiroya opened his eyes once more, the energy barrier shattered abruptly. A pale blue chakra swirled around Shiroya's form. The complete Uzumaki bloodline? The chakra reserves of this caliber are quite impressive. Humph, Yunavi, little brat. It's merely an Uzumaki bloodline. Is it truly worth your excitement? To put it bluntly, you are currently weaker than the experimental subjects I have gifted you. The road ahead is long. Do not become easily satisfied. As long as you allow me to gaze upon beautiful women more often, reaching the pinnacle of the ninja world will pose no problem. Beautiful women, don't I already have one at home? Body, what time is it now? Time? Allow me to remind you that it took 7 days to fully awaken your Uzumaki bloodline. What? 7 days? Why did you not inform me sooner? I cannot delay any longer. I must return and check on Mumu. Stepping out of the cave, he found the world outside shrouded in darkness. As the Flying Thunder God technique was activated, Byakuya returned home to the 16th street of Konoha in the blink of an eye. However, at the moment clarity returned to his vision, he was met with a scene of rampant flames engulfing the neighborhood, and a cacophony of chaos echoed in his ears. The hot springs were ablaze, prompting the villagers to urgently seek out ninjas skilled in water techniques. With wooden buckets and wash basins in hand, the townsfolk rushed through the streets, hoping to lend their meager assistance. It was at that moment that Byakuya realized the fiercest flames were consuming his own home. The thought of Mumu still being inside sent him into a frenzied dash toward his house. Mumu, you must be safe. Within mere breaths, Byakuya arrived at his doorstep, confronted by the sight of his home in tatters. Water style, grand waterfall technique. He swiftly completed the necessary hand seals, and torrents of water cascaded down from above, successfully extinguishing the fire in his yard. Without hesitation, Byakuya rushed into the house. Don't bother looking. Mumu the goddess is not here. Alas, Jiraya's exclusive collection left behind has been utterly reduced to ashes by this inferno. With a sigh of relief at Mumu's absence, Byakuya prepared to use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to Mumu's side. Yet, at that moment, he sensed a severance in his connection with her. How could this happen? Simultaneously, the desolate scene before him seemed to offer a crucial clue. This fire had sprung forth precisely when I was away, leading to Mumu's disappearance. Danzo, it seems only you would dare to brazenly orchestrate such a deed within Konoha. System, can you assist me in locating Mumu? I regret to inform you that that old dog has employed some special methods, making it impossible for me to trace his whereabouts. However, Little Bai is quite adept at this. I forgot to mention earlier that it can track using its nose within 100 kilometers. Without delay, upon hearing the system's prompt, Byakuya summoned Little Bai. Its imposing figure stood out prominently in the streets, just as Jiraiya arrived on the scene. Witnessing the destruction of the hot springs and Byakuya's home, and knowing the vast amount of his private belongings were lost, he felt a surge of despair. Damn it! Who set this fire? Destroying the manuscripts I painstakingly created over 3 months. If I find the culprit, I will ensure they meet a gruesome fate. Clutching the charred remnants of his portfolio, fury blazed in Jiraiya's eyes. Lord Jiraiya, I have a strong suspicion about who is behind this. I need you to do me a favor. Please guard Kakashi at the Hatake residence. He is my only family left in the village, and I cannot bear to see him harmed. Byakuya spoke earnestly, prompting Jiraiya to adopt a serious demeanor. He had heard of the council's machinations. He understood that Byakuya had faced significant opposition from Danzo. Trusting Byakuya's judgment, Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Rest assured in your quest for your beloved. For shortly, I shall summon Tsunade, and together we shall stand guard at the home of the Hatake family. With our combined strength, even if that individual were to take matters into their own hands, they would scarcely be able to stir the waters. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Byakuya bowed deeply, then mounted his steed, Little Bai, and set forth into the distance. As he observed the receding silhouette, Jiraiya softly murmured, Danzo, you have truly become senile to have committed such an act. After departing from the Hidden Leaf village, Little Bai swiftly followed the scent trails, which emanated from the northwestern direction, where a massive figure darted through the trees. After running several kilometers, the clues indeed materialized. Ethereal blue flames flickered amidst the underbrush, accompanied by scattered remnants of the wooden figure's garments. Upon witnessing this, Byakuya dismounted from Little Bai and meticulously surveyed the surroundings. A battle had recently transpired here. System, can you assist me in analyzing the situation? This is but a trivial matter, nothing to fret over. I shall handle it promptly. Behold, this is the complete process of a typical battle. Subsequently, the system utilized the surrounding environment and evidence to extract valuable information, employing its formidable logical reasoning and imagination. In a matter of breaths, a grand conflict unfolded before Byakuya's eyes. From the imagery, it appeared that the wooden figure had been lured here by a cloaked individual, an elite from the root organization. Once the target was drawn to this location, a dozen concealed ninjas revealed themselves. Confronted with the onslaught of these elite J-nin, the wooden figure was compelled to enter its tailed beast transformation. Yet, even then, it succumbed to the prowess of the Oil Woman clan. The relentless swarm, akin to an ocean, consumed a significant portion of the tailed beast chakra. How despicable to employ such a vile insect formation against a mere girl. Danzo, I shall ensure you repay this 1,000-fold. As Byakuya murmured these words, Little Bai suddenly called out twice toward the northwest. At that very moment, the system's voice chimed in. 3 kilometers ahead, there exists a barrier. The wooden goddess should be situated there. However, before the system could finish its explanation, Byakuya transformed into a flash of light and surged forth. At this moment, his only thought was to rescue the wooden figure. In an instant, the 3-kilometer journey lay beneath his feet. Faced with the barrier, Byakuya opted to shatter it through sheer force. Open, gate of shock. The white tiger clamped down upon the barrier, causing the space to ripple with energy. Amidst the dissipating smoke, Byakuya exuded confidence. Yet, he could not have anticipated that despite unleashing the day tiger, the barrier remained unscathed. Countless black beetles cascaded from the barrier, absorbing Byakuya's assault. Simultaneously, a man donning black sunglasses emerged slowly. Byakuya, you have finally arrived. His deep voice resonated, and suddenly, a multitude of shadows materialized around Byakuya. Concurrently, the soil beneath his feet began to writhe. In the mere blink of an eye, the once smooth ground transformed into a vast ocean crafted by swarming insects. Byakuya and Xiao Bai found themselves ensnared within, a sensation of chakra being siphoned away, permeating the air. Seizing the opportunity while his upper body remained unshackled, Byakuya swiftly performed a fire release technique. Flames engulfed the swarm, yet within moments, they were extinguished. At that moment, the man from the Oil clan, adorned with sunglasses, spoke up. It's futile. These insects possess fire immunity, and no matter how potent your fire release, it cannot harm them. Byakuya, unable to move as he was ensnared, felt the insects crawling up his torso. A commendable formation. It is no wonder Mu fell prey to it. Cough, cough. I intended to warn you earlier. Those creatures had long since laid an ambush here. The bespectacled man is indeed correct. These insects are immune to flames, yet Amaterasu can still incinerate them. Please save your hindsight. I am already trapped, and only now do you remember? Byakuya retorted. It is not yet the time to employ the Sharingan. I have other means to extricate myself. I was merely going to say that you were rather hasty in your retreat. Reflecting on the circumstances, Byakuya realized he had indeed overlooked the system's warnings in his eagerness to rescue others. Then I shall employ this technique. Earth release, heavy stone technique. With a thought, he struck the ground with both hands, and the insects surrounding him instantly multiplied in weight by several times. With a series of crackling sounds, the small creatures that had clung to him fell to the ground. In that moment, Xiao Bai let out a roar. Her massive form surged with strength, propelling both herself and Byakuya out of the insect trap. Witnessing this scene, the Oil clan captain's brows furrowed. Truly, a hero of Konoha, he possesses remarkable skills. Everyone, it is time to showcase our true abilities. Let us not allow ourselves to be underestimated. The captain's voice echoed, and all began to form hand seals. Insect technique, division. In the next instant, they all placed their hands upon the ground. Under the influence of the earth release, the beetles began to swiftly separate, 1 becoming 2, 2 becoming 4, ultimately multiplying fourfold. In an instant, Byakuya was surrounded by a swarm of insects, with the smaller ones even capable of burrowing into his pores. Xiao Bai, when I say go, ascend into the sky and do not falter. Earth release, super lightweight rock technique. Byakuya patted the colossal head, and with a sudden decrease in density, Xiao Bai soared into the air. Now, Byakuya was prepared to instill terror in these creatures. You have harmed Mu. Now you shall pay with your lives. A white cube materialized in the palm of Byakuya's hand, and the captain of the Oil clan felt the ominous power emanating from it. Quickly stop him. Do not allow him to unleash that technique. As he spoke, millions of black beetles coalesced into a massive black arm. That colossal hand, blotting out the sky, swept down towards Byakuya. In response, Baiyi remained utterly unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips. The black hand struck his body, and the thicket ahead was flattened to the ground. Observing the desolate area and the body embedded in the ground, a dozen ninjas exhaled collectively in relief. Withstanding such a formidable attack, regardless of the superior physical prowess of that individual, would inevitably result in either death or severe injury. Just as their guard began to lower, a voice suddenly echoed from the heavens. "Hey, I'm right here." At that moment, Baiyi stood atop Xiao Bai, the spatial cube in his hand coalescing into form. Simultaneously, the body ensconced in the soil erupted explosively. It was merely a shadow clone of Baiyi. Dust release, boundary disintegration technique. The spatial cube swelled in the wind. As the leader of the Oil Woman clan materialized a giant wielding a shield from insects. They believed this maneuver would thwart Baiyi's assault. However, they were oblivious to the fact that dust release possesses the innate ability to disregard defenses and deconstruct all matter. As the white cube approached the giant, everything dissolved into nothingness. Compared to the original boundary disintegration technique, this one encompassed a wider radius, making it particularly effective against the insects. Several jonin, caught off guard, were also engulfed by the white cube. Alongside them, portions of the barrier were annihilated, granting Baiyi a clear view of the scene within. The wooden figure was bound between two crimson logs, its delicate form marred with scars. "You will all perish." A surge of blue lightning erupted as Baiyi, mounted on Xiao Bai, dispatched the recently risen leader of the Oil Woman clan with his four-pronged attack. He then swiftly charged inward, the two individuals guarding the wooden figure, upon witnessing Baiyi's ferocious demeanor, chose to relinquish their resistance, allowing the lightning to pierce through them. "Mumu, how are you?" After severing the two crimson logs, Baiyi promptly cradled the wooden figure in his arms. At that moment, a faint whisper reverberated in his ear. "It's a trap. You must leave." In a moment of urgency, Baiyi failed to notice that insects had already begun to crawl upon his skin. These minuscule creatures gnawed at him, and the neurotoxin began to take effect. Simultaneously, not far away, two corpses exploded. Chapter 115, 10,000 Years of Underlings Ding. A gentle reminder. The barrier is riddled with explosive tags. You have no chance of escape. With the detonation of the two corpses, a multitude of small insects scattered in every direction, becoming the ignition for the explosive tags. Concurrently, the barrier sealed at that instant, rendering the flying thunder god technique unusable. A thunderous roar reverberated, shaking the entire expanse. On a nearby peak, Danzo surveyed the unfolding drama with binoculars, accompanied by a man clad in a black mask, whose arms bore the distinct gray-black markings of the Oil Woman clan. "Oil Woman, you have achieved a monumental success this time. Those who perished will be posthumously honored as martyrs, and the highest compensation will be awarded to Konoha." As the explosive tags detonated successfully, Danzo slowly lowered his binoculars. "Thank you, Lord Danzo," the masked man replied. "I express gratitude on behalf of the fallen, but that individual is far from easy to handle. Can those explosive tags truly eliminate him?" Observing the grave expression on Chifeng's face, Danzo gently patted his shoulder. "Worry not, Chifeng. Regardless of whether that individual is alive or deceased, he poses no threat to us. Merely the act of stealthily bringing the Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village back to Konoha has already violated the village's regulations. At that juncture, even if Hiruzen intends to protect him, it would be of no avail. As long as he is no longer a ninja of Konoha, he can be eliminated without hesitation." With that, Danzo, leaning on his cane, slowly departed, leaving behind a somewhat dazed Yamanaka Kurufeng. He then turned his gaze towards the barrier, letting out a wistful sigh. "Shiryu, you are a remarkable talent, yet you fail to conceal your brilliance." At the barrier, a colossal silver skeleton stood with its arms crossed over its chest. The skeletal figure exhibited varying degrees of damage. Beneath its immense form, Shiryu was desperately shielding Yuki with his own body, blood trickling from his eyes onto the delicate neck of the one he cradled. "Yuki, it is all right now." The beauty in his arms seemed to respond to his call, her lovely large eyes fluttering open slightly. In that moment, the composed demeanor Shiryu once possessed was replaced by a disheveled appearance. His eyes bled, and his skin took on a purplish hue. "Are you all right? How did you end up like this?" Beep. As the residual toxins are purged from your body, the host will enter a deep sleep state. "Shall we proceed now?" "Not yet. I must first take Yuki away." Observing Yuki's poor condition, Shiryu resolutely declined the system's request. I am fine, merely fatigued. It is unwise to linger here. I will take you from this place. The neurotoxin had suppressed Shirayuru's chakra, and after utilizing a single mid-range flying thunder god technique, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. They arrived at the edge of a small lake, where Shirayuru gasped for breath, his gaze scanning the surroundings until he spotted a modest cabin. Yuki, there is a house over there. Let me take you to rest. At that moment, Yuki had succumbed to unconsciousness, and Shirayuru cradled her in his arms, stepping cautiously towards the cabin. Suddenly, the system's alert chimed once more. Urgent alert. Toxins are about to invade your heart. Physical exertion will accelerate this process. Please enter a sleep state promptly. The system will detoxify you. Countdown initiated. 10-9. Shiryu disregarded the system's warnings and pressed onward, enduring the effects of the toxins. Yuki, we are almost there. We can rest in that house. No matter what. He was determined to find a place for Yuki to recuperate, allowing him to feel at ease. Unfortunately, contrary to his hopes, the exertion hastened the onset of the toxins. And mere steps away from the cabin, Shirayuru collapsed to the ground. In that moment, as his body fell, he shielded Yuki with his back. Ah, what a stubborn individual. Despite his evident frailty, he insists on persevering, ultimately leaving himself to grapple with the aftermath of his own actions. Friends, lend a hand. Let us collectively eliminate the lingering toxins within him. The suggestion from the body received unanimous approval from its various parts. Wait a moment, someone approaches. A remark from the eyes captured the attention of all. They simultaneously turned their gaze northeast, where an elderly man clad in a gray hemp robe, with a large pot slung over his back, ambled towards them, two baskets of produce in hand, one filled with potatoes and the other with green vegetables. Not far from there stood a modest wooden cabin, his home. Upon noticing two young individuals lying at the entrance, the old man quickened his pace and swiftly reached the side of Bai Yi and the wooden figure. Isn't this the son of Shuamao, the hero of my village? Such grave injuries, and to be afflicted with such potent poison. Who could be the perpetrator? The old man assessed their condition through their pulses and promptly supported the young men at their waists, transporting them into the house. Should Bai Yi awaken at that moment, he would recognize this elder as a familiar figure. This man, with disabilities in his eyes and legs, bearing a large pot on his back, possessed the strength of an elite jonin. Who else could possess such distinctive traits but Gu Jie, the perennial chunin? Once inside, Gu Jie rummaged through his chest for various medicinal herbs, grinding them before mixing in beastess blood. Finally, he personally administered 2 bowls of dark brown medicinal concoction to the 2 young men. Despite their utter reluctance, old fool, get away. I refuse to drink such filth. Nevertheless, with a gurgling sound, the brown potion was poured into Bai Yi's mouth. Following this, Gu Jie administered the same concoction to the wooden figure. After this task, the elder fetched 2 blankets, wrapping the 2 young men snugly, and attempted to stoke the fire to warm the room. After taking the medicine, you must sweat profusely to recover swiftly. As time slipped by, the old man remained diligent throughout the night. His unconventional methods bore fruit. The toxins that would typically require 3 days to expel were purged in but a single night with the aid of the medicinal liquid. Ding! All toxins have been eliminated. The system will actively refine your chakra. The voice of the system echoed, jolting Bai Yi upright from the bed. Observing this, Gu Jie stepped forward with a stride. Young man, you've awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, Bai Yi's vision was initially blurred. After rubbing his eyes, he finally discerned the elder's face. Mr. Gu Jie, why am I here? Chapter 116. Concealment. Mr. Bai Yi, you have finally awakened. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? In response to Gu Jie's inquiry, Bai Yi attentively assessed his physical condition. Though this old man is merely a chunin, he possesses considerable skill. The medicine he concocted has certainly spared my body a great deal of effort. Otherwise, you'll have to wait 3 days to awaken, came the remark. It's all your fault for not seeking timely treatment. Otherwise, would you have ended up here, wrapped like a zongzi for a day? The moment the term zongzi was mentioned, Bai Yi instinctively glanced at his own body. Indeed, Gu Jie had bound several ropes around the quilt to ensure they would sweat profusely. I truly appreciate the old gentleman's life-saving grace. Could you kindly help me untie these ropes? Bai Yi chuckled awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Gu Jie drew a short knife from his waist and swiftly severed the hemp ropes. I apologize for the inconvenience caused to you, Mr. Bai Yi. Once liberated from his bindings, Bai Yi turned his gaze to Yu Mu, who was similarly swathed like a zongzi. After a night of careful treatment from the old man, the residual toxins in Yumu's body had diminished, and she should awaken within 3 days at most. However, Baiyi could not afford to wait that long. The longer the toxins lingered in the body, the greater the damage would be, which he could not permit. System, I implore you to assist in removing the toxins from Yumu. Haha, I was just waiting for you to say that. I'm on it. Suddenly, Baiyi found himself uncontrollably placing his hand upon Yumu's delicate form. As a dark green light emanated, his hand slowly ascended from her calf and lingered at her chest for an extended moment. Wow, even through the quilt, this sensation is incredible. The figure of the goddess Mumu is truly remarkable. After a brief while, Yumu's eyelids fluttered, and her beautiful eyes gradually opened. At that moment, Baiyi had his hands clasped behind his back, striving to suppress his thoughts. Humph, I haven't had my fill yet. You rascal, hand it over to me quickly. Baiyi, where am I? Yumu sat up from the bed, mirroring Baiyi's earlier confusion, especially upon seeing her current appearance. Allow me to introduce you. This is our esteemed elder from Konoha village, Gujia, who saved us. Yumu, a person of deep loyalty, upon hearing Baiyi's introduction, straightened herself as much as possible, preparing to bow respectfully to the elder before her. Suddenly, a flash of the blade passed before her, the hemp ropes severed cleanly, leaving Yumu momentarily stunned. Such remarkable swordsmanship. Child, since you both collapsed at my doorstep, it seems we are fated to meet. I do not concern myself with formalities, so there is no need for elaborate words. By the way, would you be so kind as to share how you ended up in this predicament? Curiosity tends to heighten with age. In response to the elder's inquiry, Baiyi modified much of his account. Although this old fellow had long since abandoned political affairs to lead a leisurely life, Baiyi still found it difficult to ascertain his stance. He could not divulge the assassination attempt by Danzo. Elder, the situation is as follows. While Mumu and I were on a mission, we encountered a group skilled in the use of poisonous insects. I believe they are rogue ninjas from the Oil Woman clan. We were powerless against those insects, which is how we ended up in our current state. As he spoke, a hint of self-mockery colored Baiyi's expression. Upon hearing these words, Gujia's expression grew grave. Where have those individuals gone now? The wrinkles on his aged face deepened, and before Baiyi could utter a word, Yumu stepped forward. Only one among them survived. The rest have been dealt with by us. Therefore, I implore you to maintain our confidentiality. After a brief respite, the two of us will assume false identities to infiltrate Konoha village and investigate this matter thoroughly. Upon hearing Yumu's words, Gujia nodded. Such matters are well understood by an old man like me. No need for further elaboration. There are still some medicinal broths left. If you persist in consuming them for a few more days, you shall regain your mobility. I will intentionally keep a low profile in the coming days and ensure that no one seeks me for information. The cooperation between Baiyi and Yumu instilled unwavering confidence in the old man. 3 days later, both of them had fully restored their physical condition. It was time to return to the village and take a look. System, do you possess any superior transformation techniques capable of concealing one's presence? Finally something to request from me. How delightful. However, it hinges upon your completion of a task. I have been quite disappointed with you lately. You have been cohabiting with the goddess Mumu, yet your relationship seems more platonic than pure, which is rather disheartening for me. Here is a small task for you. Kiss the goddess Mumu in my presence. Task reward. Advanced transformation technique, which does not require chakra upon activation. All physical features will alter. Even the ninja dogs will not perceive any anomaly. Can be used on others. After browsing through the annotations of the advanced transformation technique, Baiyi took a deep breath. For the sake of the mission, I have no choice. Yumu was standing by the small lake, admiring the scenery when a large hand suddenly wrapped around her from behind. In the next instant, their cheeks were pressed closely together, the abruptness of the action causing Yumu's face to flush crimson. Task completed. Advanced transformation technique acquired. What are you doing? After being pushed away by Yumu, Baiyi awkwardly scratched his head. My apologies, I was caught up in the moment. I suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Mumu, if we were to be slain by those insects, how regrettable would our lives be? There are so many things I have yet to accomplish. Baiyi unexpectedly broached a melancholic topic, causing the anger on Yumu's face to diminish considerably. In truth, she shared this sentiment. Had Baiyi not protected her with his own body, her life might have ended just days prior. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence, with Yumu being the first to break it. Do not dwell on it. This world has never entertained what-ifs, as long as we are alive. Each day of happiness is a gift, and those who have harmed us shall not escape unscathed. Seeing Yumu take the initiative to dispel the awkward tension, Bai felt it was time to showcase his newly acquired skill. Mumu, I have grasped a new ninjutsu over the past few days. Allow me to demonstrate it now. With swift hand seals, a dense cloud of smoke enveloped Bai Yi. In the next moment, a tall, handsome young man materialized before Yumu's eyes. The man's pupils glimmered with a blood-red hue, the signature three-tomo of the Uchiha clan standing out conspicuously. Mumu, utilize your sensory abilities to ascertain whether my aura has undergone a complete transformation. You can assist as well. YRY Chapter 117. Uchiha Shursui. From a certain perspective, as long as a Jinchuriki harnesses the power of a tailed beast, they can become a sensory-type ninja. What an impressive transformation technique. Even I cannot detect your presence. Wairi stated solemnly after a brief pause. At that moment, a look of astonishment flickered across Mumu's face. How did you accomplish this? You have managed to completely mask your aura. In response to the inquiry, Bei smiled and replied, well, I shall reveal that later. For now, we must return to the village, and I will assist in your disguise. As he spoke, Bei's hands moved deftly, ultimately pressing a fingertip against Wairi's forehead. With a soft sound, Wairi's formerly rice-colored long hair transformed into golden short locks, and her previously alluring features now bore a stern demeanor. At this moment, a living beauty had seamlessly morphed into a man. Such a drastic alteration in appearance would render her undetectable even to the most discerning eyes. Well then, what do you think of this new guise? Wairi inquired, taking measured steps to the lake's edge, where she paused, evidently pleased with her current visage. Oh, how could my goddess be transformed into this? I am so heartbroken, she lamented. In the evening, the two departed from the residence of the ancient sage. Upon their return to Konoha, the atmosphere had grown peculiar. Before Bei and Wairi could reach the village entrance, they overheard passers-by engaged in conversation about them. Hey, have you heard? Our village's great hero Bei is actually a traitor colluding with the Land of Lightning. Indeed, Bei secretly brought back the Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village. If the higher-ups hadn't caught wind of it in time, who knows what calamity would have ensued. Truly, one cannot discern a person's heart by their appearance. Two men strolled past Bei, and from their dialogue, it was evident that Danzo had disseminated rumors throughout the village. Danzo, you have rendered my home unwelcoming. I shall remember this debt. Rather than take your life, I will ensure you experience the depths of disgrace, Bei thought. A glint of cold fury igniting in his eyes as he clenched his fists instinctively. At that moment, a striking man appeared before him, his refined features exuding a gentle aura. It was Uchiha Shursui. Activate special mission, become friends with Uchiha Shursui and achieve a favorability rating of over 80. Mission reward, the strongest Jinjutsu, Kodoamitsu Tsukumi. Wow, that sounds intriguing. What is my current favorability rating with him? -100. Uchiha Shursui not only harbors no affection for you, but also harbors intentions of ending your life. The path to friendship with him is indeed arduous. The system's words left Bei perplexed. In his understanding, Uchiha Shursui was a bearer of the will of fire, having contributed significantly to the village. How could his favorability rating be in the negatives? Suddenly, Bei grasped a troubling realization. Perhaps the situation within the village was far more dire than he had initially surmised. Regaining his composure, Bai intended to greet Shursui with his new identity, only to discover that the latter had already vanished from his original location. Where could he be? After searching extensively, Bai found no trace of Uchiha Shursui. There was no need to continue the search. That individual had long departed, yet I have already marked him, remarked Yumu nonchalantly. As he lifted his hand, a slender blue thread extended from his fingertip, a tool that would aid them in tracking Uchiha Shursui. Upon hearing this, Bai felt a surge of excitement and impulsively embraced the now-man Yumu. Ah, Yumu, you truly understand me. This scene caught the attention of passers-by, who regarded them with disdainful glances. All right, let go quickly. We are at risk of being perceived as oddities. Shall we pursue that man now? At Yumu's suggestion, Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. Not just yet. We must first return to the village to gather some information and also report our safety to Lord Daitai and the others. With that, the two slipped into the village of Konoha just before the gates closed. In the retail shop, the once vibrant atmosphere had faded. Bai Xiaohei stood alone at the entrance. A hint of displeasure etched upon his broad face. Ever since Bai had been branded a traitor, all of his retail establishments had been sealed. Moreover, Danzo had dispatched 2 elite root members to guard the place day and night. What an annoying bunch. They watch me incessantly, he muttered irritably before leaving the convenience store. As the night deepened, a shadow stealthily approached the 2 root members from behind. With a swift motion, the figure concealed beneath a black cloak revealed gleaming pupils. And as the plum blossom pattern emerged, the 2 elite guards fell into unconsciousness. Shortly thereafter, another voice emerged from the shadows. Once they had secured the root members, they silently infiltrated the retail shop. The shadowy figure removed the voluminous robe, revealing Bai Ye's countenance. Observing the slumbering Bai Xiaohe, he couldn't resist teasing the little creature. Meow? His fingers danced swiftly across Bai Xiaohe, startling him awake. The somewhat rotund figure immediately straightened in alarm. What brings you back? Recognizing the familiar face, Bai Xiaohe relaxed. Let them be. Capturing me won't be as easy as they think. I need to inquire about something. What mission is Uchiha Shisui currently undertaking? It was now 3 in the morning, and Bai Xiaohe, roused from his slumber, felt groggy. Yet, in response to Bai Ye's inquiry, he patiently provided answers. Since your incident, the higher-ups in Konoha convened an emergency meeting. Danzo proposed a plan to eradicate all connections to you, which gained the approval of most of the senior officials. Fortunately, the 3rd Hokage argued persuasively, allowing for some leeway. Even so, many renowned experts in Konoha have been dispatched to capture you, including Uchiha Shisui. Don't say I didn't warn you. That guy is formidable, so best avoid him if possible. With that, Bai Xiaohe promptly curled up to sleep once more. The dawn broke with a dim light, and in order to ensure the safety of Bai Xiaobai and his companions, it was time for Bai Yi to depart from this place. At the entrance of the convenience store, 2 skilled individuals slowly rose from the ground, merely feeling as if they had awoken from a long slumber, oblivious to the fact that they had been ambushed. As the morning unfolded, Bai Yi and his companion joined the first group to leave the village. With knowledge of the events that transpired within the village, he could now formulate his subsequent plans. Among these, the most crucial step was to locate Uchiha Shisui. Only with his assistance could the nefarious deeds of Danzo be unveiled. After a relentless pursuit, Bai Yi arrived at the very barrier that had once caused him harm. As he anticipated, Uchiha Shisui and members of the Umbu were indeed lurking there. Uchiha Shisui's refined features grew serious as he instinctively hurled a shuriken. Chapter 118. The Duel of Eyes. What an exceptional shuriken technique, but alas, it bears no threat to me. Emerging from the shadows of the foliage, Bai Yi, with shuriken pinched between his fingers, stepped forth, followed closely by the disguised Yumu. Uchiha Shisui had brought along a dozen companions. Upon witnessing this scene, their gazes were drawn to the 2 individuals, particularly when they beheld the pair of eyes adorned with the 3 tomo, which evoked astonishment among all. Who might you be? I am Uchiha Shisui, he inquired, his expression notably grave. As the captain of the Umbu, he possessed profound knowledge of his clan members, even having records of newborns etched in his memory. The person before him was unfamiliar, yet bore the Sharingan, prompting Shisui to perceive an immediate threat the moment they encountered one another, his kunai gripped tightly in hand. Uchiha Shisui, you bear a striking resemblance to Kagami, Bai Yi remarked casually, leaving Shisui somewhat bewildered. You are not from Konoha. How do you know of my ancestor? Who exactly are you? Shisui prepared for battle, while the others encircled Bai Yi. Please, do not be alarmed. My name is Bai Zhou. Indeed, I am not a resident of the Hidden Leaf Village. I have merely come to seek a relative and harbor no ill intentions. Shisui, our ancestors are of the same lineage. Once, Uchiha Kagami, a guard of the 2nd Hokage, was injured during a mission, and my great-grandmother fortuitously saved him. In their youth, they were both spirited, and over time, love blossomed between them. When Kagami was summoned back to the village, my great-grandmother, wishing not to hinder him, chose to live in obscurity, adopting a pseudonym. With an impromptu fabrication, Bai Yi spoke without taking a breath, leaving Yumu beside him momentarily stunned. You are quite the fluent liar. Your face remains unperturbed, he remarked. Shisui, at merely a teenage age, was distant from the era of the 2nd Hokage, and many records of his ancestors had been lost. Despite his position in the Umbu, he could not authenticate Bai Yi's claims. Nevertheless, Shisui maintained an air of knowingness. Your possession of the Sharingan is undeniable, but I am well acquainted with the character of my ancestors. How can you prove your lineage to us? Jisue posed a pivotal question, to which Bai Yi responded with a calm smile. having already devised a strategy in his mind. Indeed, the matter at hand was not particularly challenging. Prior to arriving in Konoha, he had inquired about Shunshin Jisue, whose reputation was illustrious, a master of Jinjutsu whose skills reached unparalleled heights, unmatched throughout the entire ninja realm. You may employ Jinjutsu upon me, and the truth shall reveal itself. Upon hearing these words, the gathered crowd erupted in a flurry of discussions, many deeming this approach viable. You foolish boy, have you lost your mind? Before you stands the strongest master of Jinjutsu, allowing him to cast it upon you. Do not say, I did not warn you. You are ill-prepared for this. Byakuya's actions were entirely his own, without any consultation with the system, provoking its profound discontent. Yet, one must take action. How can one ascertain the outcome without trial? I yearn to experience the unique qualities of the strongest Jinjutsu I. Moreover, even if I were to fail, is there not still your support? Once again, you seek to exploit my eye as mere labor. How could you even conceive of such a notion? While Byakuya engaged in this dialogue with the system, Jisue had also reached a resolution. I agree. But let it be known in advance that my Jinjutsu will delve into the very depths of your soul, and this process will be quite painful. Upon hearing Jisue's words, Byakuya calmly spread his arms wide. Feel free to proceed. I am unfazed. Thus, the two locked eyes in silence, the three Tomo Sharingan suddenly constricting, initiating a contest of ocular prowess. Meanwhile, several members of the Umbu and Konoha sought to approach and assess the situation. The figure of a wooden man appeared before them like a specter, swiftly revealing human-like claws from within his sleeves. The agreement has been established. I advise you all to refrain from rash actions. My steel claws show no mercy. Seeing this, the individuals exchanged glances, abandoning any thoughts of advancing. Regardless of the outcome, they resolved to wait in silence. A gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, producing a soft sound. In the reality outside, approximately a minute had passed, yet within the illusion, Jisue and Byakuya had experienced a far more extended duration, utilizing Jinjutsu to transport his consciousness into Byakuya's memories. Jisue beheld a scene of an ordinary woman who devotedly cared for her child. Their lives, from birth to maturity, appeared quite impoverished. The woman was not elderly, yet countless traces of time marred her visage. As the child grew, marrying a beautiful wife and having a child of his own, the woman fell gravely ill, ultimately succumbing to her ailment due to the remote location that precluded timely treatment. At that moment, her son was consumed by grief and rage, awakening his Sharingan. From then on, the man became renowned as a formidable warrior across many villages. When the great ninja war erupted, he enlisted, never to return. At this revelation, the child awakened his father's latent talents. Jisue, witnessing this narrative, felt immense sympathy for the experience, yet as a member of the Umbu, he had learned to suppress emotional impulses. Judging with rationality, he sensed a peculiar inconsistency in the sequence of events. Uchiha Jisue, now you should believe my words. At that moment, Byakuya's consciousness materialized, and the two floated within a shared tableau. Your memory is remarkably vivid, yet it is this very authenticity that unveils numerous truths. With that, Uchiha Shirsue's gaze sharpened, and the three Tomo Sharingan began to whirl rapidly, manifesting four prominent kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The potent ocular power inundated Byakuya's mind, shattering all images into mere fragments. In reality, Byakuya's body convulsed violently, as two streams of warmth flowed from his nostrils. Observing this, the wooden figure attempted to approach, but was similarly impeded by the Konoha ninja. Wait, that is a matter between them. It is not our place to interfere. Truly the strongest Jinjutsu I, it effortlessly dismantled the memories you wove. In the realm of illusion, even the eternal Mangeki Sharingan may not rival him. Give up. With your current strength, you cannot possibly contend with him. Whether I can resist or not must be tested. I, Byakuya, am not one to concede easily. It is merely a Mangeki Sharingan. I possess one as well. Since he shattered my memories with his kaleidoscope, I shall reconstruct them using the same method. Faced with the system's reminder, Byakuya remained unyielding as he activated his Mangeki Sharingan, determined to forcibly fabricate a memory that would convince Shirsue. Alas, I am truly at a loss with you. Do as you wish. I shall take a good rest for now. Chapter 119. Trust. The system ceased its intervention with Byakuya, and a plum blossom pattern materialized in his eyes. Subsequently, the scattered fragments of memory began to coalesce anew, and in mere breaths, a fresh memory emerged. At that moment, the entire ocean of consciousness was suffused with a sanguinary essence. Shursui, your ocular prowess is indeed formidable. It appears my genuine memories can no longer be concealed. Allow me to reveal my true self to you. In the state of consciousness, Baiyi spread his arms wide, commanding the surrounding bloodlust. At that instant, Shursui beheld the plum blossom pattern within Baiyi's eyes. As the kaleidoscopic images traversed Shursui's mind, he encountered an entirely different tableau. Each scene was steeped in slaughter and bloodshed, reflecting Baiyi's memories after his coming of age. On the battlefield, a youth of mere adolescence navigated through chaos. His crimson eyes evolving from a single tomo to 3, ultimately transforming into the Manjiki Sharingan following the demise of his most vital comrade. With Baiyi employing the Manjiki Sharingan, these memories resonated with heightened authenticity, capable of evoking profound empathy in Shursui. At that moment, Baiyi poured all his strength into this endeavor, wagering on whether Shursui would be moved by such an experience, thus compromising his rational judgment. Evidently, he succeeded. The tale of a fallen companion touched the most tender recesses of Shursui's heart. As the Manjiki Sharingan was retracted, Shursui's gentle voice reverberated. No further observation is necessary. I believe you. Only those possessing the purest Uchiha bloodline can awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. I apologize for the earlier offense. With that, Uchiha Shursui took a step back, and the consciousness departed from Baiyi's mind. In the realm of reality, as the bodies of the two individuals swayed simultaneously, the illusion dissipated. In contrast to Shizuka, who merely felt fatigued, Baiyi collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, the wooden figure rushed over in time, wrapping his jade-like arm around Baiyi's neck. I am fine, merely a bit drained. You are quite the resilient one, forcing such a multitude of memories into existence. Had you delayed any longer, you might have faced the peril of blindness. My eye is nearly at its wit's end. Upon hearing the words of his eye, Baiyi hurriedly bestowed praise upon it. How could that be? With your protection, how could my sight ever fail? Please assist me in recovering. You are the most formidable, surpassing all others. What? This fellow is stronger than us. What nonsense. My own body could restore you in an instant. Humph, my mind could do so as well. The group engaged in a spirited debate, each striving to prove their superiority, and simultaneously invoked their healing arts. Consequently, Baiyi's body and ocular strength were swiftly rejuvenated. Meanwhile, several members of the Umbu, upon observing Baiyi's weakened state, prepared to apprehend him, only to be thwarted by Shizuka's intervention. Wait a moment. That young man is indeed my relative. I have verified it, and he harbors no ill intent. Do not lay a finger on him. Upon hearing this, a woman adorned with a blue cat-faced mask hesitated. Captain, yet he remains an unknown entity. If we disregard this, it could lead to complications with Lord Third Hokage. Before she could finish, Shizuka interjected, I will bear the consequences if anything goes awry. This matter does not concern you. In any case, you cannot touch that individual. Seeing Shizuka's resolute stance, the other members fell silent. After a moment, as Baiyi's condition improved somewhat, Shizuka stepped forward. Observing this, the wooden figure bent slightly, chakra swirling around his steel claws. AMU, step back. Shizuka will not harm me, for we are indeed relatives. Witnessing the tension on the wooden figure's face, Shizuka offered a reassuring smile. Indeed, we are kin. Baiju, are you well? I apologize for the earlier events. As an Umbu, I must prioritize the village's interests. Hearing this, Baiyi, who was half reclined on the ground, managed a wry smile, and, using his still recovering body as an excuse, embraced the wooden figure's waist from behind. Seeking support to rise. AMU, lend me a hand, I wish to stand. To onlookers, such camaraderie among companions seemed unremarkable. However, for the wooden figure, Baiyi's gesture ignited a rush of warmth throughout his body, reddening his cheeks. How infuriating. With so many places to hold, he deliberately chooses to wrap around my waist. Observing this scene, Shizuka inquired, Baiju, what is the matter with your companion? At that moment, the sensation around his waist made the wooden figure feel overheated. The warmth was palpable even through his clothing, yet Baiyi appeared unfazed. There is nothing amiss. She is merely overly tense. By the way, Shizuka, are you searching for someone named Baiyi? As these words were spoken, Shursui's expression momentarily froze, drawing the attention of other members from the Umbu. You know the whereabouts of Baiyi? Inquired a woman adorned with a blue cat mask, her voice low and serious. It's just a small detail. I once resided in Konoha for a while and had some interactions with someone named Byakuya. His residence is located in the 16th district. He possesses a commendable character and is well regarded by the people of Konoha, making it hard to believe he could be a traitor. I suspect there is more to this matter. Perhaps he merely wishes to enhance the combat capabilities of Konoha in a different manner. But the timing was not right for him to express it. As he spoke, Byakuya was acutely aware of the changes in Shirsue's demeanor. In a certain sense, the Umbu embodies the will of the third Hokage, and Shirsue's attitude towards Byakuya holds significant weight. You are correct. I have considered this as well. Moreover, since the onset of these events, it has merely been Lord Danzo reiterating the threat. However, Byakuya, you must keep this perspective to yourself. Do not speak of it to anyone, or you may invite trouble. Observing Shirsue's genuine concern for him, Byakuya felt a curious intrigue regarding the nature of their mutual affinity. System, assess my rapport with Shirsue. Understood. After evaluation, the affinity level between the host and Uchiha Shirsue stands at 20%, which is still 60% away from the target. How on earth did you arrive at that figure? He treats me like family, so how is it only 20%? Ahem, the assessment is infallible. The existing rapport between you two is merely at that level. Young man, you are currently navigating the world of ninjas, without shared experiences of battle. How can you forge deep connections? There are several tasks available here that could potentially enhance affinity. Would you like to consider them? Eager to cultivate a friendship with Uchiha Shirsue, Byakuya naturally could not refuse the olive branch presented by the system. Chapter 120, Affinity Tasks. Quickly, tell me what tasks are available. Well, there are 5 affinity training tasks, categorized as follows. 1. Remove that girl's mask, affinity increase by 30%. 2. Hold that girl for 10 seconds without letting go, affinity increase by 10%. 3. Let that girl wait. Are you suggesting I let that girl kiss me? Let's stop right there. I could accept the first 2 tasks, but I would prefer the latter not involve her. Knowing you well, I shall exchange 2 tasks for you. 3. Have Shirsue carry you for a distance, affinity reward of 20%. Upon completing the task, your affinity with Uchiha Shirsue will reach 80%, at which point a special reward will be activated. Now that is more like it. Among the 3 tasks, the third presented the least challenge. Given by Yi's understanding of Shirsue, who was a person of deep emotions, he concluded that by feigning weakness, he could easily accomplish the third task. Alas, my body has yet to regain its strength. Shirsue, would you be so kind as to care for me for a while? In return, I can offer you some valuable insights. With these words, Byakuya plopped down onto the ground, feigning a state of utter weakness. Of course, we are relatives. It is only natural that we assist one another. As he spoke, Uchiha Shirsue slowly crouched down, presenting his back to Byakuya. Climb aboard. Our next destination is somewhat distant, and I shall carry you along the way. Besides, I am eager to hear your tale. Accepting Shirsue's invitation, Byakuya promptly draped his arms over Shirsue's shoulders. Indeed, I have much to share with you. Moreover, that clumsy fellow, AMU, would surely jostle me to death if he were to carry me. Hearing this, Yumu shot Byakuya an exasperated glance, as if to say that he was hardly the one eager to bear her weight. After a brief rest, the group commenced their journey under Shirsue's guidance. With a passenger on his back, Shirsue became the last to arrive at their destination. Ding. Task 3. Emotional connection completed. Affection increased by 20%. Alright, Byakuya. You and your companions may rest here. Ahead lies the route's controlled area, which you cannot enter. Upon hearing this, Byakuya nodded gently. Just then, several shadowy figures materialized beside Uchiha Shirsue. Shirsue, it seems you have arrived a tad late. The speaker, adorned in a black mask and the distinctive glasses of the Y Ninja clan, was none other than the formidable Y Ninja Rima, a high-ranking operative under Danzo. The sight of this individual brought a smile to Byakuya's heart. Initially, he had merely intended to revisit this place, but unexpectedly, he had caught such a significant fish. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. Danzo, soon you shall experience the sensation of betrayal at the hands of your own subordinates. Byakuya's gaze remained fixed upon the root members as Shirsue engaged in negotiations, swiftly reaching an agreement. Subsequently, Shirsue left 2 members of the Umbu by Byakuya's side, one of whom was a young woman, while the rest accompanied him into the scene of the incident. In due course, Y Ninja Rima also took notice of Byakuya. He approached with measured steps, his voice low and grave. To think that beyond the borders of Konoha, there exists a scion of the Uchiha clan, that is truly a rarity. Young one, are there others like you in your homeland? Returning to one's roots is a noble endeavor. Should they wish to come back, I could arrange for their retrieval. The atmosphere around Wai Ninja Ri-Ma and his companions grew chilling, and Bai Yi could vaguely sense an aura of hostility emanating from them. In light of his deep knowledge of the history of the shinobi world, Bai Yi discerned their ulterior motives. How eloquent. You, Danzo's lackeys, merely seek to find some Uchiha clansmen who failed the examination to serve as your little test subjects. Should you set your sights on me, it shall be the gravest mistake of your lives. It is essential to understand that Danzo's massacre of the Uchiha clan was not an impulsive act. Prior to the tragic event, he had already been conducting research on the Sharingan. To avoid revealing his whereabouts, individuals like Bai Yi, who lack powerful allies, became prime targets. As for my relatives, I still have a sister and a brother, both of whom have awakened the Sharingan. However, they are currently not in our hometown, but are instead situated in a village not far from Konoha. Upon hearing this, Yamanaka Ryuma's somber expression suddenly brightened with a smile. So that's how it is. There's no time like the present. Let us go retrieve them now. I trust they will be eager to return to their roots. At this moment, two Umbu members approached, and a woman wearing a cat-faced mask spoke first. The root and Umbu must coordinate. You cannot leave this place. Her tone was resolute, yet Yamanaka Ryuma appeared unfazed. He then called her name directly. Shuriwe, must you be so inflexible? Rules are rigid. But Captain Shursui is powerful enough that we need not keep so many people here. I shall leave the root members behind and go alone. Is that not acceptable? The two engaged in a heated argument, and it was then that Bai Yi interjected. This gentleman's plan is quite sound. The small village is not far, and I can accompany him. He added, AMU, you should stay here in case Shursui requires assistance. You must be the first to help. As he spoke, Bai Yi rose from beside the tree, appearing to have recovered significantly. Yuki, the wooden figure, looked at him in astonishment, utterly confused about how he had suddenly acquired two children. Since you are so determined to go, I will follow the captain's orders and remain right behind you to ensure your safety. Oh yes, the lady is actually accompanying you. This is your chance to fulfill the affection task. Remember, the secondary affection task has hidden rewards. Each second spent embracing the lady will correspondingly increase your affection. Seeing that an Umbu member intended to accompany him, Yamanaka Ryuma's expression darkened momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. Well then, without further ado, let us depart. We must not keep the children waiting too long. With the summoning technique, smoke enveloped the surroundings, and a massive red beetle appeared before them. Bai Yi and the Umbu member named Shuriwa leaped onto the creature, which then whisked them away. Chapter 121. The threat revealed, you little rascal. Did you not say it was nearby? We have traveled quite a distance and still have not arrived. You are not attempting to deceive me, are you? The red beetle maneuvered through the jungle, having journeyed for several hours without reaching the village Bai Yi had mentioned. Just wait a moment. We shall arrive shortly. Within 5 minutes at most. Despite his impatience, Yamanaka Ryuma thought about how he had already spent over 3 hours searching. So an additional 5 minutes did not seem too burdensome. Yet, he could never have anticipated that 5 minutes later, he would face the darkest moment of his life. 5 minutes later, the beetle traversed through the woods and arrived at a vast, secluded lake. At this moment, Bai Yi commanded the beetle to halt, provoking the discontent of oil woman Ryoma. Where is the village you mentioned? He inquired. Hearing this, Bai Yi let out a cold smile. There is no village. My words were mere fabrications. In a sudden surge of force, he kicked the beetle's back, causing a thunderous sound as the immense power tilted the beetle's body. As the beetle teetered on the brink of collapse, the three individuals swiftly maneuvered to the edge of the lake. At that moment, 3 jade pendants flickered in Bai Yi's gaze. Was this deliberate? Asked Ziyue, standing not far from Bai Yi, perplexed by his behavior. Indeed, this man's assistance is but a ruse. Our true intention lies in returning to conduct research. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Ryoma? Bai Yi remarked, gazing ahead, the enormous beetle conveniently obscuring oil woman Ryoma from view. Mr. Bai Yi, what are you insinuating? Why would I capture you for research? This hat is rather large. I could incur Lord Hokage's wrath for such reckless words. As the gigantic form vanished into the wilderness, oil woman Ryoma emerged from the shadows. Oh, really? Then Mr. Ryoma, if I were to tell you that I encountered Orochimaru on my way back to the village, would you still feel the same? Oil woman Ryoma, initially composed, suddenly appeared unnerved upon hearing this. Ziyue, witnessing their exchange, was bewildered. What connection could there be between Orochimaru and research? Did this man possess knowledge that could influence the higher echelons? Where is Orochimaru? What did he disclose to you? Ryoma's voice quickened, clearly struck at a sensitive point. Subsequently, Bai could easily exploit this opportunity to reveal Ryoma's true nature. You have disclosed everything you could conceive. Naturally, he spoke most about Danzo. If I were to relay all this information to Lord Third Hokage, then Bai's words were abruptly interrupted as countless insects erupted from Oil Woman Ryoma's sleeves. Since you are privy to so many secrets, there is no need for you to continue living. Boy, I shall grant you a swift death. In the blink of an eye, innumerable insects darkened the surroundings. Observing this, Ziyue stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Bai. Her delicate hands swiftly weaving through the air. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A column of flames erupted from Ziyue's mouth, incinerating countless insects as the surrounding space regained clarity. Thank you, beautiful, Bai expressed with a slight bow after Ziyue intercepted the swarm. No time for pleasantries. I will cover you. Find an opportunity to escape and relay everything you know to the captain. Earth release, earth flow wall. Ziyue conjured a barrier between herself and Bai, creating an avenue for him to flee. Ah, our little beauty is truly magnificent. Could it be that he has fallen for you? Remarked several voices within Bai's being, leaving him momentarily astonished by their words. Must you all incessantly ponder such romantic notions? Clearly, she acts for the sake of the village. As their discussion unfolded, the Oil Woman Ryoma launched another offensive. Escape? Where can you flee? My insects will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Ziyue, you should not meet your demise here. But alas, since you have learned of this matter, I shall not allow you to influence Lord Danzo. Ryoma formed another series of hand seals, and a small insect inexplicably crawled up Ziyue's arm. Insect technique, division. The ninjutsu that had once caused great trouble for Bei reemerged, as the tiny insect multiplied into dozens. Before Ziyue could react, they began to gnaw at his fair skin. With one bite, then another. The toxins they carried caused his skin to swell, leaving Ziyue's body in a state of rigidity. Curse it! The toxins spread rapidly within him, and with a soft murmur, Ziyue's body began to topple backward. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, causing the cat-faced mask to slip away. Suddenly, a soft force cradled her slender waist. My dear, I am not one to shy away from danger. How could I allow a woman to shield me? Affection task 2 completed. Affection increased by 30%. Now at 70%. Goodness, this lovely lady is indeed stunning. That beauty mark on her forehead is simply the finishing touch. I find it quite appealing. She is only slightly inferior to the goddess Mumu. I thank you for saving me twice. I shall handle the next matters myself. Bei pierced through the earth flow wall with lightning release, flashing to Ziyue's back. At the moment he embraced her delicate form, Bei silently counted in his mind. 1, 2, 21, 13. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed all tasks in the affection series. Current affection is 87%. Reward, illusion technique, Baishinshin, and the unlocking of a special reward, Oil Woman's secret technique. Hehe, now you can control insects too. Are you surprised? Under normal circumstances, Bei might not have been particularly interested in this technique, but now he faced a top-tier master of the Oil Woman clan, the strongest under Danzo aside from Orochimaru. Without this skill, he could very well suffer a significant loss as he had previously. You finally provided me with something reliable. This reward is perfectly suited for my current needs, as I was just lamenting my inability to restrain her. Following this, the good days for his adversary were numbered. While Bei reveled in his quiet triumph, Oil Woman Ryoma initiated an attack. Impudent brat, you dare to be distracted while facing me? You truly know not what you invite. Today, neither of you shall escape. A swarm of black insects transformed into a massive hand, its solidity far surpassing what Bei had encountered before. In the face of such an assault, a faint smile graced Bei's face, and he promptly retaliated in kind. Apologies, but I can execute this technique as well. At the moment his voice fell, an equally large fist manifested behind Bei, albeit in a slightly darker hue, yet possessing all other characteristics identical. Chapter 122, Secret Base. A tremendous roar erupted, the lake's surface trembled, and the waves lingered in chaos. Controlling insects, how could you possibly wield such a technique? Upon witnessing this scene, the typically composed oil maiden Ryoma displayed a look of astonishment. I possess far more than just this technique. Secret art, insect manipulation. In the presence of Ryoma, Bai formed a hand seal that was familiar to him. In that instant, all the insects lost control. This technique rendered the user incapable of controlling the insects for a brief period. Unable to utilize the external insects, Ryoma was baffled by how Bai accomplished this. Yet the pressing matter was to swiftly eliminate this adversary, or the threat he faced would only escalate. Gagging, Ryoma pinched his tongue, feigning a retching motion. In the next moment, a swarm of glowing red insects crawled forth from his mouth. Secret art, fire insect bomb. The radiant little creatures shot towards Bai like meteors. How disgusting. I can't bear to watch this. You must eliminate him quickly. As the attack approached, Bai prepared to unleash some of his true prowess. Fire element insects. Truly a futile endeavor before the likes of Guanyu. Amaterasu. A plum blossom pattern rapidly emerged from his eyes, igniting black flames in the focal point of his vision, incinerating dozens of tiny insects into ashes in an instant. At that moment, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from Ryoma's lips, his complexion turning ghastly pale, clearly suffering significant injury. It must be noted that those insects were intricately linked to his life force. He could not afford to delay any longer. He needed to urgently call for reinforcements. Murmuring to himself, Ryoma swiftly retrieved a signal flare from his pocket, preparing to summon his comrades for support. However, before he could pull the iron ring on the flare, a chilling aura surged towards his back. Put that down. Doing so will not bode well for you. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Ryoma focused ahead, only to find Bai had vanished into the distance. Who was behind him? How could this be? Turning quickly, he found Bai smiling at him. Nothing is impossible. I had long since placed a flying thunder god mark on you, allowing me to arrive in an instant. Upon hearing the name Flying Thunder God, the young Ryoma was engulfed in confusion. Who exactly are you? Upon hearing this, Bai pointed to his forehead, and as the transformation technique was lifted, his true visage was revealed. Bai, but weren't you supposed to be dead? In that moment, the enigma within Ryoma's heart unraveled, and simultaneously, a sense of dread arose. This hero of Konoha had been betrayed and killed by them, and now reappearing here. Ryoma could conceive of no other reason than vengeance. Thanks to the heaven's grace, I did not perish at the hands of you treacherous villains. Danzo Root, humph. You have truly driven a man to desperation. Not only did you seek to kill me, but you also aimed to ruin my honor. It is time for these sins to be repaid. Mr. Ryoma, please look into my eyes and recount the misdeeds you have conspired with Danzo. Blood flowed from his eyes as the plum blossom pattern within Bai's gaze rapidly expanded, and the deity of the heavens was thus set into motion. Faced with the ultimate technique renowned for its unparalleled illusionary prowess, not even Ryoma, nor the esteemed Danzo himself, could possibly withstand its power. Lord Bai, I confess to you that Danzo has indeed committed numerous acts detrimental to the village. Each year, a select few youths from the Uchiha clan, endowed with the potential to awaken their Sharingan, are chosen for a special operations unit. The villagers are well aware that these individuals are tasked with arduous missions for the Land of Fire, yet they remain indifferent to their fates. Consequently, these individuals are treated as mere guinea pigs, escorted by myself and Orochimaru to a clandestine base within the Roots. This location lies in a small village on the border of the Land of Sound, known only to those of the rank of Umbu Captain and above. Ryoma spoke with a sense of self-absorption, while Bai appeared quite pleased with his response. Well done, Mr. Ryoma. It brings me solace to see you acknowledge your misdeeds. I now present you with an opportunity that transcends time. Given Danzo's numerous transgressions against the village, would you accompany me to the base? Let us gather evidence there and subsequently expose his crimes to Lord Third Hokage and the higher-ups. Upon hearing Bai's words, Ryoma, who genuinely regretted his past actions, fervently nodded. Absolutely. I am willing to accompany you. We can depart at once. His eagerness was palpable, yet Bai remained unhurried. Aware that his sudden departure would undoubtedly concern Shursui, it was crucial to awaken Tsukuyami. After employing the technique of Batijin, Bai felt considerably drained. Thus the interpretation of events was entrusted to Ryoma. The moment the young girl regained consciousness, she beheld the one who intended to take her life, instinctively. She sat up straight, her delicate hands gripping Ryoma's neck. Hold on, this person must not be harmed, Bai's voice echoed in Tsukuyami's ears. Bai, what brings you here? In response to Tsukuyami's inquiry, Bai wove another tale, claiming that he and Ryoma were friends and had come to vindicate his good brother. Tsukuyami accepted his words without doubt, and the matter of safeguarding the wooden person was also resolved. After clarifying these matters, Baiyi departed alongside Ryoma. At the border of the Land of Sound, the secret base lay concealed within a cavern, and Baiyi, riding in Ryoma's beetle, took half a day to arrive. Danzo truly has an eye for choosing locations. To select this place as a base, fortified with 7 or 8 barriers, is quite remarkable. Baiyi remarked upon observing the profound cave entrance. Lord Baiyi, the secret base is right here. Danzo is currently in the village and will arrive for an inspection in an hour. Only a few squad leaders are present at the moment. Upon hearing Ryoma's words, Baiyi nodded lightly. There is no time to waste. Let us enter swiftly lest the old man return. Utilizing the special transformation technique, Baiyi recalled the visage of a root member. Once the technique was invoked, he became indistinguishable from his original form. Following Ryoma into the depths, the two traversed seamlessly and soon arrived at the most clandestine laboratory. As I slowly raised my gaze, I beheld a group of several young members of the Uchiha clan suspended by a rope, one girl among them exhibiting a remarkable maturity for her age. How astonishing it is that a girl of merely a few years could possess such development, a phenomenon quite unprecedented. Indeed, it is a shared perception among heroes. I too find myself in agreement. Should her nutrition be adequately maintained, this young lady is destined to blossom into a second Tsunade. Chapter 123. Poison immunity. The young Uchiha children were being subjected to examination, while Danzo, resembling a vampire, relentlessly drained every ounce of value from them. This sight was profoundly disconcerting. Lord Ryoma, why has Lord Danzo not yet arrived? We have been waiting for an hour, a young member of the Root organization expressed. Anxiety etched upon his face. At that moment, Baiyi's expression faltered, and he immediately turned his attention to Yunyu Ryoma. This individual had fallen under the influence of the Konoha Tsukumi. Surely he would not dare to deceive me. Baiyi silently reflected as the system chimed in. Ahem. I neglected to inform you earlier that Konoha Tsukumi is among the highest tier of Jinjutsu. To master this technique flawlessly, one must accrue proficiency through repeated practice. You are merely at the rudimentary stage now. The effects of Konoha Tsukumi are time-sensitive. Calculating carefully, the Jinjutsu on Ryoma is about to dissipate, so please prepare for evacuation. Why did you not mention this sooner? Baiyi retorted in frustration. You never inquired. Thus, I had no reason to disclose it, the system replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Ryoma's demeanor began to shift ominously. He was seen shaking his head vigorously. When his gaze returned to Baiyi, it was suffused with a hint of murderous intent. That person is Baiyi. Eliminate him. I was just under Jinjutsu control, Ryoma exclaimed, clutching his head, his countenance contorted into a terrifying grimace. Upon hearing his command, the Root members swiftly established a barrier to render the Flying Thunder God technique ineffective. Simultaneously, those skilled in Earth-style ninjutsu began to form hand seals. Mud rapidly engulfed Baiyi's feet, and under such dual confinement, escape was rendered impossible in the short term. Ryoma, today you must perish. Baiyi's eyes gleamed with ferocity as the three tomo gradually transformed into a flower pattern. Suddenly, a low voice resonated beside him. Wind release, shuriken. 3 shurikens, charged with turbulent air currents, hurtled towards him. Having focused all his attention on Ryoma, Baiyi was struck by the shurikens, which grazed his abdomen, cheek, and thigh. Baiyi, even with such a setup, you remain unharmed. Your life truly is tenacious. The low voice echoed through the laboratory as Danzo, leaning on his cane, approached with deliberate steps. Danzo, you old dog, what kind of wind are you blowing? You, the old rascal, dare to acknowledge your crimes? Baiyi taunted, referring to him as old dog, which irked Danzo greatly. However, he concealed his displeasure, merely responding with a cold smile. You are already as good as dead. It matters not what you know. In response, Baiyi's expression was one of utter disdain. It hinges upon your capabilities. As Baiyi prepared to unlock the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, he abruptly sensed a tumult within his meridians, resulting in a spurt of crimson blood from his lips. At that moment, he noticed that 3 wounds on his body had begun to darken. Warning, you have been afflicted by an enhanced mental toxin, with a penetration level of 60. Neither the 8 gates of Duanjia nor ninjutsu can be utilized. In a mere few breaths, Tuanzang's poison had wreaked such havoc upon him. How infuriating! Observing Baiyi's predicament, Tuanzang's hands danced swiftly before his chest. A stubborn adversary, wind release. Vacuum Sphere unleashed a barrage of projectiles toward Bai Yi, leaving no corner untouched. Faced with such an onslaught, and with ninjutsu and taijutsu rendered useless, Bai Yi could only place his hopes in the Sharingan. As blood streamed from his eyes, a silver-white skeletal arm materialized to shield him. The vacuum spheres collided relentlessly with the skeletal arm, the immense recoil exacerbating Bai Yi's condition. After a round of attacks, 2/3 of the skeletal arm had been obliterated. Ding! Toxin penetration level has reached 82. The Manjiki Sharingan is about to close. Enough of this. Hurry and provide a solution. Can I not simply call you Big Brother? Hehe. Had you been this polite from the start, I would have activated the toxin immunity physique for you. Expected to take 5 seconds. With only a fragment of the skeletal arm remaining, Tuanzong and the members of the Root organization were fixated on him, making even a single second excruciatingly arduous for Bai Yi, let alone 5. In that moment, he was poised to endure the longest span of his life. There was no alternative. He had to risk it all. Tuanzong regarded the immense silver arm with a flicker of trepidation. After years of battlefield experience, he understood the critical importance of swift resolution. Do not allow him to employ tricks. Everyone, attack together. Following Tuanzang's command, all members, including Long Ma, initiated their assaults. Each member's ninjutsu was varied and lethal. Confronted with attacks from all directions, Bai Yi summoned all his ocular power, shattering the remaining silver arm. With a resounding crash, fragments of bone flew in every direction, successfully obstructing some of the attacks. However, there were simply too many members from the Root organization. Long Ma and several others evaded the bone shards. A kunai pierced through Bai Yi's skin, and Tuanzang's wind-released ninjutsu pierced through his chest. Yet, despite this, Bai Yi's expression bore no trace of pain, only a chilling madness. 3, 2, 1. Toxin immunity physique acquired, ocular techniques, ninjutsu, and taijutsu fully restored. As the countdown concluded, the once dim pupils of the onlookers shone brightly. Amaterasu. In the area visible to him, several members of the Root organization ignited in flames, their anguished cries echoing through the laboratory. Immediately thereafter, a silver skeletal figure materialized behind Bai Yi, who made a grasping motion toward the space ahead. And a silver spear appeared in his grasp. Tuanzong, it is you, the cursed one. Amidst a thunderous roar, the skeletal giant hurled the spear in its grasp towards Danzo. The entire action was executed with remarkable swiftness, leaving Danzo no time to defend himself. With a resounding crash, the silver spear impaled Danzo against the barrier. At the very moment the crack appeared, Bai Yi swiftly commanded his silver Susanoo to deliver a powerful punch forward. Subsequently, his form vanished into the distance. The recent battle had inflicted considerable harm upon him. Remaining in this location would yield no favorable outcome. After his departure, everyone rushed to Danzo's side. Observing their leader, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, the faces of Ryoma and the others were etched with anxiety. Yet, unbeknownst to them, on the bandaged hand of Danzo, a Sharingan began to close ever so slowly. Do not call for me. I am here. Following the direction of the voice, Danzo appeared before Ryoma and the others, seemingly unscathed. Simultaneously, the body that had been pierced transformed into a cloud of dust. Chapter 124. The Trap. I am unharmed. Inform the members of the Root Department to assemble immediately and pursue Bai Yi with all their might. This individual must not be allowed to live. Having just witnessed Bai Yi's formidable power, Danzo understood the principle of exploiting an adversary's weakness. If this threat were not neutralized, it would undoubtedly lead to endless troubles. For this reason, he was prepared to expend any resources necessary to ensure Bai Yi's demise. 5 kilometers away from the secret base, a kunai embedded in the ground flickered to life as Bai Yi teleported to that location, blood gushing from his wounds staining the earth beneath him. The injuries were more severe than he had anticipated. He had truly been careless this time. New mission activated. Eliminate 10 members of the Root. Reward: a full refresh of the body, which will remove all negative effects and increase physical strength by 10%. The countdown has begun. The mission must be completed within 3 hours. What a joke. Given my current condition, you present me with a time-limited task? Are you hoping for my swift demise? No. This mission is designed to unlock your potential. A person can only enhance their combat prowess when on the brink of death. Hurry and prepare. 3 hours will pass swiftly. With that, the system fell silent, leaving Bai Yi alone on the grass. He began to contemplate how to eliminate 10 members of the root. It was important to note that each member possessed the strength of a Jonin. And with his body suffering multiple injuries, his combat capability was drastically diminished. To triumph in this battle, Baiyi needed to devise a meticulous plan. As time ticked away, Baiyi engaged in repetitive tasks. He summoned an array of explosive tags, affixing one every 3 steps until thousands adorned the ground, subsequently burying them using earth release techniques. After completing these tasks, the countdown had dwindled to just 2 hours, and Baiyi was left drenched in sweat. Phew, finally done. Now, I must attract enough individuals here. System, I beseech you for a favor. I wish to ascertain the total number of members surrounding us, and concurrently, prepare some cosmetics for women. Cosmetics? Are you attempting to seduce them? That tactic seems a bit excessive. Do not concern yourself. I possess my own strategies, and those items hold great significance for me. Very well, I shall prepare them for you and simultaneously grant you the power of supervision, effective for 30 seconds. The precious 30 seconds of clarity must not be squandered. His gaze, sweeping across a 3-kilometer radius, revealed several small teams, each comprising 3 members. After confirming the enemy's direction, Baiyi began to apply various cosmetics upon himself. A direct confrontation was never his intention. Rather, he aimed to lure them into his trap. As dusk approached, a small team of 3, led by a skilled member of a mountain clan, retrieved canned meat from their pockets. "Captain, we've searched for so long. How could that fellow leave no trace?" inquired a young man wearing sunglasses, his voice low. The captain of the mountain clan sighed softly upon hearing this. According to the hints provided by Lord Danzo, that individual is gravely injured and should not have strayed far. We shall pursue him after our meal. Before the captain could finish his statement, a faint voice drifted to his ears. "No need to wait until you've finished eating. I am right here. If you possess the capability, come and capture me." At this, the 3 stood up simultaneously. In that moment, Baiyi, appearing quite disheveled, stood atop a tree, his body marred by wounds, his gaze dimmed. "Humph, in such a state, you dare to boast? Engage him." The youth in sunglasses pointed at the tree, and parasites swiftly burrowed into the trunk, descending rapidly. Another individual employed a technique of shadow concealment to obscure Baiyi's vision, while the captain remained vigilant behind his 2 companions, observing Baiyi's movements. Moments later, a scream echoed from the treetop. The captain sensed Baiyi fleeing ahead. "He has run forward. Let us pursue him swiftly." The other 2 immediately followed the captain in pursuit. Baiyi retreated while engaging them, their chase spanning several kilometers. His increasing frailty became evident before them. "Run. Now I shall see where you escape to." It was unexpected that the once hero of Konoha had fallen to such depths. The 3 gradually closed in on the weary Baiyi, their gazes akin to that of treasure seekers. For them, capturing Baiyi alone would be a significant achievement, which is why they refrained from calling for reinforcements. "Flee. It is you who should be running." Suddenly, Baiyi's expression hardened, and as he stood again, the weariness on his face melted away, his once dim eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. In an instant, 2 shadow clones emerged from behind the root team, their kunais slicing through the necks of 2 combatants, leaving only the captain standing. "Mission completion rate has reached 20%. Your previous demeanor was merely a facade." The clone placed a kunai against the captain's throat. "Indeed, if I did not feign a semblance of authenticity, how could you possibly be lured here alone? Do not fret. Your comrades will soon arrive to keep you company." As he spoke, Baiyi raised his hand, signaling his 2 clones to ignite the signal flares of the 3 root members. Soon, all members within a 5-kilometer radius would hasten towards this location. By the time they arrived, Baiyi would have the kunai poised against the throat of the mountain captain. With precisely 10 individuals gathered, it seems your time has come. Mr. Mountain, with a slight flick of his wrist, a crimson arc traced through the sky, witnessing their comrade's demise. The root members who had rushed over were consumed with rage. Damn it, the dignity of the root must not be sullied. Anger clouded their judgment, leading them to underestimate Baiyi, who they believed to be on his last legs, fixated solely on the desire to eliminate him. Thus, they resolved to act together, relying on the strength of numbers. Observing this scene, Baiyi wore a faint smile. "Prepare to embrace the purifying flames. I shall not play with you any longer." Earth release, ground-shattering technique. Seals flew rapidly as Baiyi struck the ground with his hands, causing the earth beneath them to cave in. In that moment, a multitude of explosive tags appeared, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. "Oh no, we've fallen into a trap." before a root member could finish his warning. The countless explosive tags ignited. Ding. Slaughter mission completed. Reward. Restore physical condition once. Chapter 125. Refresh completed. Physical condition has improved as follows. Taijutsu enhancement. Body strength increased by 10%. While activating the surprise gate, 2-day tigers can be utilized. Ninjutsu enhancement. Understanding of lightning attribute chakra increased by 10%. Dust release concentration time reduced by 10%. Dojutsu enhancement. Reduced side effects of the Manjiki Sharingan by 10%. Susanoo duration extended by 10 minutes. As the refreshing process unfolded, Bai could directly sense these changes, one of which perplexed him. Understanding level, what is this? You had never mentioned it before. Oh, that is simply because your power was insufficient. In simple terms, the higher your understanding of a certain chakra attribute, the better you can control its form. Take the lightning attribute, for example. Once your understanding reaches 20, you can transform ordinary lightning release into black lightning, thereby enhancing its penetrative capability. I trust this clarifies things. Hearing this, Bai softly marveled at the significant improvement. Just then, the soil beneath him suddenly turned black and began to writhe. Insect technique, strangulation. 2 massive hands formed from insects enveloped Bai, dragging him into the ground. At that moment, Ryoma and his men revealed themselves, with Danzo standing behind them. Visibly satisfied with the unfolding scene, his deep voice resonating. The troublesome fellow has finally met his demise, allowing me to. Before Danzo could complete his statement, a sudden flash of silver light burst forth from the crowd. Danzo-sama, I am not so easily defeated. A thunderous roar erupted as a colossal silver hand struck the ground, instantly reducing a root member to mere pulp. Soon after, the silver giant re-emerged before Danzo and the others. Unlike before, this giant now possessed flesh and blood, no longer just a skeletal frame. Everyone instinctively stepped back, keeping a safe distance from this behemoth. Having learned from their previous encounter, Danzo felt a sense of trepidation, prompting Ryoma and the others to comply with his wishes. In an instant, they maintained a safe distance from Bai. Observing the scene, a faint smile graced Bai's face. Danzo-sama, I just remembered I have other matters to attend to today, so I shan't play with you any longer. Our paths may cross again. With a swift motion, Bai and the silver giant vanished, leaving the space ahead eerily vacant. Damn it, that brat tricked me. Danzo exclaimed furiously, slamming his cane onto the ground. From this day forth, Danzo vowed to pursue Bai relentlessly, employing every means at his disposal to eliminate this threat. Since his body had been rejuvenated, Bai felt invigorated, finding that consecutive uses of the Flying Thunder God technique no longer drained him. Before long, he arrived at the location where Shursui was waiting. You're back, Bai. They didn't harm you, did they? Seeing Bai return in a state of disarray, Shursui and his team hastened to meet him. Noticing the concern etched on their faces, Bai felt a pang of guilt. He had previously deceived them with a false identity, but now that he had uncovered Danzo's secret, it was time for honesty. Shursui, Tsukuyami, I apologize for misleading you. My name is not Bai. This is my true identity. As he spoke, Bai placed his palm against his forehead, revealing his original appearance to all. Bai? All eyes turned towards him, and Shursui and the others instinctively tensed up. Meanwhile, the wooden figure also stepped forward, claws extending from its fingertips. Everyone, please remain calm. Allow me to explain. He continued, I did not intend to deceive you with a false identity. Rather, I was on a secret mission concerning Danzo. This task was entrusted to me personally by the 3rd Hokage, and even the Umbu are unaware of it. I have now acquired irrefutable evidence of Danzo's crimes, and all disguises can be cast aside. Upon hearing Bai's explanation, Tsukuyami and several Umbu members regarded him with skepticism, ready to take action, only to be halted by Shursui. As one who inherited the will of fire, Uchiha Shursui was meticulous in his thoughts, within his understanding. Bai's words were not necessarily false. Bai, how can I ascertain the truth of your claims? Shursui inquired calmly, his Sharingan quietly activated. Quite simply, tomorrow I shall return to the village to report the situation. At that time, you will witness the unusual behavior of the root. Their aim is to eliminate me, ensuring that this dark secret remains buried, allowing Konoha to descend into an era of shadowy rule. Thus, I aspire to enlist your assistance, along with the Umbu, to fabricate my identity as an injured party. Subsequently, under the pretext of possessing crucial intelligence, I intend to convene a high-level meeting with the third Hokage. Only through this stratagem can we steer the Hidden Leaf Village towards a brighter future. Upon hearing this, Baiye's companions from the Umbu regarded him with skepticism, believing him to be of unsound mind. Given his current status as a wanted criminal in the village, did he truly think that his solitary word would suffice to garner support? Very well, I shall accompany you back to the village tomorrow. Should the circumstances prove genuine, the Shisui team will cooperate with your endeavors. The response elicited surprise among Ziyue and the others. Captain, are you truly going to place your trust in this charlatan? Ziyue, there is no need for further discourse. In matters such as these, it is wiser to err on the side of belief rather than doubt. If Mr. Baiye were to unjustly perish before our very eyes, it would be a grave dereliction of duty on the part of the Umbu. After a night of silence, the following morning, Baiye utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village. The level of security had escalated significantly compared to usual. Simultaneously, 2 posters depicting Baiye before and after his transformation were plastered at the village gate. Shisui, I trust you now see the validity of my claims? Upon witnessing the scene, Shisui's pupils constricted sharply. Rest assured, my team shall fully cooperate with your entry into the village. The various peculiarities observed within the village led Baiye and the Shisui team to a mutual understanding. Around 8 in the morning, Shisui returned with his team, while Baiye feigned injury, being carried on a stretcher by 2 Umbu members. As they approached the entrance, a tall jonin obstructed their path. We must conduct a routine inspection. Kindly lower the injured party. As he spoke, several individuals behind him prepared to approach for the examination. I am Uchiha Shisui, the leader of Umbu's 6th squad, directly under the 3rd Hokage. I possess the authority to refuse your inspection. Upon hearing Shisui's declaration, the man showed no signs of retreat. Humph. Do not think that merely being Umbu exempts you from scrutiny. Even if the Hokage himself were present, inspection would still be mandatory. These are extraordinary times for the village. Please comply, or do not blame us for being impolite. The man continued to press, further solidifying Shisui's faith in Baiye's words. My apologies. With a soft sigh, the 3 tomo appeared in Shisui's eyes, and the individuals at the entrance collapsed simultaneously. Chapter 126. Allies, you may proceed. Shisui advanced steadily, followed closely by the other members. At that moment, a multitude of flying insects materialized before him. Shisui, you possess remarkable audacity to openly shield a suspect from the Hidden Leaf Village. Do you not recognize your transgressions? Countless insects converged, and the figure of Ryoma emerged at the village entrance. Ryoma, when did the Umbu become so idle as to guard the gate? That is merely our wounded comrade. How can you label him a suspect? Do refrain from hastily assigning such accusations. As these words were exchanged, Shisui readied himself for battle. Ryoma, convinced that the individual on the stretcher was indeed Baiye, did not hesitate. Even when facing the instantaneous Shisui, he was prepared to act. It is evident who the suspect is. Ryoma clasped his hands together, and Shisui immediately split his body into 4. In an instant, the technique of body flicker was unleashed, and everyone at the entrance, including Ryoma, found themselves ensnared. With a swift motion, he split his body in 2 and effortlessly placed a kunai against Ryoma's neck. You all must leave at once. Take the wounded to Lord 3rd Hokage. Upon hearing this, the members of the Umbu hurriedly lifted the stretcher and raced towards the village. Uchiha Shisui, do you intend to toy with the internal strife of Konoha? Shisui, utilizing his Sharingan, discerned all of Ryoma's movements, and coupled with the body flicker technique, this general under Danzo was swiftly subdued. No, I am merely doing what I believe to be right. Within the village of Konoha, a multitude of ninja cats roamed the streets, their numbers having reached an alarming level. Unlike their usual demeanor, these typically docile creatures were particularly agitated today, either causing trouble for merchants or darting about chaotically, leaving the entire street in disarray. Well done, everyone. I shall reward you with extra cat food later, remarked by Xiaobai. Arms crossed, quite pleased with the antics of the other kittens. The previous night, Baiye had contacted by Xiaobai through a special method, which led to the ensuing chaos among the cat clan. Seizing this opportunity, Ziyue guided the Umbu members through the throng, swiftly arriving at the Hokage's office. As they entered, the 3rd Hokage was just lighting his pipe. Lord 3rd Hokage, we urgently need to report on the wounded from our team. Upon hearing Ziyue's words, the 3rd Hokage sprang from his chair. Where are the injured? Let me there quickly. Under Ziyue's guidance, the elderly man hurried along and soon encountered Bai Yi, who was disguised as a severely injured person. With the use of a highly advanced transformation technique, he managed to completely conceal his true form. And the third Hokage remained oblivious. Lord Third Hokage, I have discovered the whereabouts of Bai Yi and the puppet master. They are located on the border between the land of sound and the land of fire. It is my subordinates' incompetence that allowed them to uncover us midway, leading to this unfortunate state. Bai Yi's performance was so vivid, coupled with a disguise that even the Sharingan could not penetrate, that the third Hokage was utterly convinced. Simultaneously, the relatively shallow wounds on his body eased the old man's apprehensions. After all, he had always believed that Bai Yi's heart was not so hardened as to harm the villagers. Relay my orders. Summon all high-ranking officials to the Hokage's office for a meeting. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage made his decision, and Bai Yi's scheme was set in motion. Heh, Danzo, old dog, prepare for the show. Within the Hokage's office, Bai Yi kept his head low, as familiar faces filled his vision one after another. Repeat that. Where did you see the traitor and that deceased woman? At the moment Danzo locked eyes with Bai Yi, his tone turned icy. Of course, it was on the border of the land of sound, where there is a secret base. Before he could finish his sentence, Danzo suddenly erupted, his rough hand tightening around Bai Yi's neck. Bai Yi's spy had dared to commit an act of violence within the Hokage's office. Danzo's actions were swift, not even allowing the third Hokage a moment to intervene. The sound of a neck snapping echoed through the room as Bai Yi's body fell to the ground. Danzo, what are you doing? Turning to the third Hokage, Danzo concealed the murderous intent in his eyes. Just as he prepared to speak, the individual whose neck he had just broken astonishingly stood up. Old dog Danzo, your grip was quite lethal. You snapped my neck in one swift motion. As the figure regained his footing, the makeup on his face gradually faded, revealing Bai Yi's visage to the high-ranking officials present. How are you still alive? I distinctly, following the direction of the voice, Danzo turned, his face a canvas of confusion. Did I not twist your neck? Bai Yi replied nonchalantly, I apologize. But I possess a remarkable vitality. Even if you were to decapitate me, I would still stand here to expose you before these esteemed individuals. The fact that Bai Yi was still lively and standing astonished not only Danzo, but everyone present. In truth, mere seconds prior, certain indescribable events had transpired. Hey, brothers. I'm in a bit of a bind. When I reveal the truth, Danzo will surely attempt to snap my neck again. I am currently unable to utilize ninjutsu. Could you assist me in fending him off? If all goes well, I will add Lady Tsunade to my list of esteemed figures. Is it that explosive? I will reluctantly agree to assist. When he attempts to strike your neck, I will automatically activate your physical immunity. This ability can only be employed once a day, so be cautious of any potential secondary injuries. Seize this traitor, Danzo shouted, yet no one appeared. Outside, Shizune and Minato engaged in battle with Danzo's guards, who were woefully inadequate against them. The previous night, Bai Xiaohei had sought their aid, hoping for assistance. Lord Danzo, perhaps you should take a glance out the window. You may discover something new. Upon hearing this, Danzo immediately leaned toward the window, where two guards lay sprawled in the square. Bai Yi, how dare you openly assault a member of Root? The entire village of Konoha will not tolerate this. I shall execute you today. Danzo's aged face flushed with rage, and his murderous intent could no longer be restrained. A few shuriken flew towards Bai Yi, who showed no inclination to evade. Instead, he closed his eyes, presenting an air of serene acceptance of his fate. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. The Shadow Shuriken technique intercepted Danzo's assault as an elderly figure stood before Bai Yi. Danzo, the matter of Bai Yi's betrayal has yet to be concluded. You cannot kill him yet. Hearing the third Hokage's voice, Bai Yi immediately opened his eyes and playfully remarked to the elder, I knew Lord Third Hokage would not let me die. Chapter 127. Revelation, I can protect you. But that does not mean you can act recklessly at the high-level meeting. You must provide us with an explanation for today's events. Observing Bai Yi's cheerful demeanor, the third Hokage shot him an exasperated glance. I comprehend, esteemed Hokage. Today, I am here to expose the treachery of the old dog, Danzo. You may not yet be aware, but this wretched soul has covertly incited Orochimaru to conduct inhumane experiments on members of the Uchiha clan. Upon inadvertently discovering this nefarious scheme, he intended to silence me permanently, even resorting to tactics aimed at tarnishing my reputation and achievements. Hokage-sama, I implore you to reflect upon your conscience. Though Momo is affiliated with the Cloud Village, has she ever engaged in actions detrimental to Konoha? Moreover, she has been personally vetted by you. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing his old comrade's silence, Danzo hastily retorted, "Young man, do you truly believe that your solitary claims as a traitor will sway the esteemed assembly present here? Everyone is well aware of who I, Danzo, am." As his deep voice resonated, the high-ranking officials rallied behind Danzo, with only Mito and T-Rune Ko remaining neutral. Witnessing this scene, Bai felt no surprise. "Old dog, it seems you truly are one who only sheds tears when faced with the grave," he mused. "I intended to offer you an opportunity for confession, yet you failed to seize it. Thus, do not blame me." As he spoke, Bai gradually approached the office window, pressing his hands to his lips and calling out loudly, "Lord Jiraiya, you may emerge now." Suddenly, a colossal figure appeared in the sky. The great sage, Jiraiya, had arrived. After a resounding crash, Jiraiya, riding atop a toad, materialized before the distinguished assembly, flanked by several members of the ANBU. "Sarutobi-sensei, the little rascal did not deceive you. That base indeed harbors secrets. Tsunade is currently stationed there. We can proceed at any moment." The appearance of the ANBU members elicited murmurs among the high-ranking officials, their gazes toward Danzo laden with significance. In stark contrast, Danzo's aged visage contorted into an expression of palpable discomfort. He understood well that Bai alone could not sway the crowd's opinion, but with the backing of Jiraiya and Tsunade, the situation would shift dramatically. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Danzo, a formidable figure of his era, possessed remarkable crisis management skills. "Bai, do you think you can simply discover a secret base elsewhere, apprehend a few ANBU members, and then place the blame upon me? Are you aware of the consequences of defaming the upper echelons of Konoha?" Upon hearing Danzo's words, Bai offered a slight smile before turning to Jiraiya. "Lord Jiraiya, you must have encountered Lord Orochimaru en route. How much longer until he arrives?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a phosphorescent serpent erupted from the floor of the Hokage's office. "Bai-kun, I am on my way," came the sinister voice from the window as Orochimaru slithered into the room in a disturbingly dramatic fashion. Witnessing this spectacle, Danzo could no longer maintain his composure. "Orochimaru, will you align yourself with this traitor as well?" As their eyes met, Danzo readied himself for confrontation. "Danzo-sama, I apologize. But since I promised Bai-kun that I would assist, I must honor my word. Teacher Sarutobi, these are experimental data. Please take a look." With these words, Orochimaru unfurled a long scroll from his mouth. The third Hokage perused the scroll, and his aged visage grew solemn. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled deeply and turned to Danzo. "Danzo, I will dispatch the Umbu to investigate this matter. For the time being, you must not leave the village." The details within Orochimaru's scroll were extensive, and with the momentum that Bai had already cultivated, Danzo found himself in a precarious position. For the third Hokage, to prevent escalating conflicts within the village, it was imperative to keep this matter under wraps. However, for Bai, who had suffered from Danzo's repeated schemes, this issue could not simply be silenced. "Lord Third Hokage, there is no need to trouble the Umbu. I have already prepared the Flying Thunder God seal at my secret base, and I can take you and the esteemed leaders there at once, where all will become clear." A figure as dangerous as Danzo would inevitably become a significant threat to Konoha for the safety of the village. "I propose we disband Root and expel that old dog Danzo from Konoha." Upon hearing this, the higher-ups exchanged glances, with Danzo eager to retaliate yet cautious of repercussions, especially since the third Hokage would not allow such actions. The atmosphere in the room remained heavy until the third Hokage spoke again. "Root indeed requires a thorough investigation. Danzo, I hope you can provide a satisfactory explanation to me and everyone else." At this, Danzo immediately grasped his old comrade's intent. It was an opportunity for him to save face. "I shall take care of it right away. Excuse me." With that, Danzo made his way toward the door. "Wait. Lord Danzo, you have cast so much dirt on me. This matter requires an explanation." The third Hokage's words resonated with Bai, who understood that while he could not force Danzo out of Konoha, disbanding Root would clip Danzo's wings, which was a victory in itself. "I understand, and tomorrow I will publicly declare that it was all a misunderstanding." With that, Danzo departed from the Hokage's office. "Lord Third Hokage, after today, I should once again be a ninja of Konoha, right?" Let us discuss how to handle the situation with the wooden man. Bai spoke cheerfully to the third Hokage about the wooden man. Let us first build her a residence outside of Konoha, and once things calm down, we can bring her in. As for you, tomorrow I will announce, in my capacity as Hokage, that you will become part of the advisory council. Therefore, we shall put an end to the matter concerning Danzo. He has made significant contributions to Konoha, and dissolving Root is the utmost I can do. Bai understood the third Hokage's position and refrained from further comment. The following morning, all notices regarding Bai were removed from Konoha. The women's hot springs, which had suffered from a fire, reopened. Daily excursion begins. Task reward 0, 5 chakra. Little Bai, I knew you would be here. How delightful it must feel to be home. Bai arrived early at the women's hot springs for her excursion, and naturally, Jiraiya was keen to join in on the action. Good morning, Lord Jiraiya. You are out collecting inspiration so early. Are you not fearful of being caught by Lady Tsunade? Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya's mind conjured images of being caught by Kushina and Tsunade. Let us refrain from mentioning that incident repeatedly. Moreover, had it not been for your hasty retreat without me, that affair would never have transpired. Thankfully, I am not one to hold grudges, or you would certainly be in for it. Come, allow me to escort you to a prime vantage point. Today, we shall not be disturbed. With that, Jiraiya draped his arm around Bai's shoulders and led him to a location with an exceptionally broad view. Today marked the grand opening of the women's hot spring, and the vendors had organized numerous events, with exquisite figures wandering amidst the mist, providing Jiraiya with a delightful feast for the eyes. Task completed. Inspiration collected. Reward 0, 5 chakra card. Note, someone is approaching you. As the system's voice faded, a shadow suddenly materialized behind Bai and Jiraiya. Advisor Bai, Lord Jiraiya. The third Hokage requests your presence in the office. A familiar voice echoed behind them, and while Bai remained largely unfazed, Jiraiya was quite the opposite. Whoa, Shursui, must you give me a heart attack? Jiraiya exclaimed, leaping to his feet, his white hair standing on end. My apologies, Lord Jiraiya. I did not realize you were observing. At this remark, 2 lines of annoyance appeared on Jiraiya's face. I was collecting inspiration, not spying, mind you. Meanwhile, Bai found Shursue's words amusing. Pay no mind to Lord Jiraiya. Let us proceed, Bai said, placing his hands on their shoulders. As they activated the Flying Thunder God technique, they arrived at the entrance of the Hokage's office. The room was rather noisy. Knock, knock, knock. The duo was invited into the office. Upon opening the door, they found all the high-ranking officials present, except for Danzo. As an advisor to Konoha, Bai had his designated seat, while Jiraiya glanced at a chair set apart from the others. Wait a moment, that seat is reserved for Minato. Come sit beside me. The third Hokage interjected just as Jiraiya was about to take a seat. At that moment, Minato entered from outside. Teacher, Bai, you've come as well. Seeing his disciple approach, Jiraiya pointed to the special seat. Sit there, it has been prepared for you by the third Hokage. Compared to the other seats, that chair appeared particularly unique, and Minato was somewhat taken aback until the third Hokage nodded in affirmation, allowing him to take his place. As Bai surveyed the atmosphere in the office, he began to surmise what was about to transpire. Considering the time, the 3 old men were evidently preparing to enjoy retirement. Minato Namikaze, in recognition of your outstanding performance during the Third Shinobi World War and your contributions to Konoha, I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, in my capacity as the third Hokage, hereby declare that from this day forth, you shall bear the title of Hokage and embody the will of fire. Upon hearing these words, Minato abruptly rose from his seat. Third Hokage, you, but before he could finish, the third Hokage interrupted him. Minato, one cannot resist the passage of time. Compared to my past self, my judgment has become less reliable. For Konoha to achieve greater prosperity, it must embrace the vigor of youth. This decision has been made after much deliberation by our elders, and I hope you will not disappoint their expectations. As he spoke, the third Hokage retrieved a red and white robe from his drawer, placing the Hokage hat atop it. You are the only choice for the fourth Hokage. The weight of this garment, symbolizing legacy, was felt by Minato as it was handed to him. Rest assured, third Hokage, I shall lead our village towards a brighter tomorrow. That Hokage robe is magnificent. I believe you should compete with Minato for it. I would love to wear it myself. One remarked. Once you become Hokage, you could bring back the goddess of Mo anytime. The thought of not seeing her for a month pains my heart, another added. Spare me. The title of Hokage does not grant one absolute freedom. It is a heavy responsibility I am not sure I can bear. Being an advisor seems far less burdensome. While Bai conversed with the system, he fell into a daze once more, prompting the third Hokage to call his name several times. It was only when Jiraiya pinched his nose that Bai snapped back to reality. You rascal! Why are you daydreaming again? Achoo! As Jiraiya withdrew his hand, Bai sneezed multiple times. What are you doing? I heard the Hokage's words. Third Hokage. I agree to appoint Lord Jiraiya as a member of the advisory council. Upon hearing Bai's response, the third Hokage smiled with satisfaction. Very well, from this day forth, you two shall assist Minato together. I can finally enjoy my retirement. Minato, don the Hokage robe. We are all eager to see what the most dashing Hokage in history looks like. Minato, feeling slightly embarrassed by such praise, scratched his head. And then a classic scene from the Hokage world unfolded. With a swift motion, he flung the red and white robe back, donning both the robe and hat simultaneously, thus giving birth to the most dashing Hokage in history. I wonder how delighted Tsunade will be upon witnessing this. After the handover ceremony concluded, Minato drove home with Bai and Jiraiya. As the door slowly opened, Tsunade was seen cradling her belly, a hint of pain etched on her sweet face. Yet, upon seeing Minato clad in the Hokage robe, her expression of distress vanished. Observing his wife's astonishment, Minato promptly turned around and pointed to the four large characters behind him. Dear, starting tomorrow, I will be the fourth Hokage. Upon hearing this, Kushina embraced Minato, her excitement causing her to forget her condition. Really? Darling, your dream has finally come true. The sweet scene around them left Bai and Jiraiya feeling somewhat displeased, a hint of annoyance visible on their faces. The acrid scent of love truly proves unbearable. I can no longer endure it. My task now is to retrieve the goddess Mumu back to Konoha within a week. The reward for this mission includes a 10% increase in my understanding of lightning chakra, alongside the activation of a new skill, Black Thunder. Upon hearing this, Bai instinctively glanced at Kushina's belly, a wave of contemplation washing over him. A week, it seems, may not suffice for the arrival of Uzumaki Naruto. That night, Bai returned to the grand courtyard of the Hatake residence. After preparing the evening meal, Kakashi, who had completed his tasks for the day, returned home. The moment their eyes met, Bai discerned the impact of the Sharingan upon him. Chapter 129. The calm before the storm, you poor boy. The Sharingan must weigh heavily on you, Kakashi remarked, momentarily taken aback as he grasped a rice ball. Indeed, I am not of the Uchiha clan. Thus, the Sharingan cannot be freely activated or deactivated. Consequently, it perpetually affects my chakra's cohesion, Bai replied, moving closer to Kakashi and placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. There is a solution to this dilemma. The key lies within this. As he spoke, Bai withdrew a small green vial from his pocket. What is this? Kakashi inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. With a gentle smile, Bai explained, it contains the cells of the first Hokage. They can mitigate the effects of the Sharingan to some extent, but mastering this power requires a profound understanding of Yang chakra. Let us conduct a small test. Please concentrate your chakra in your hands. Kakashi complied immediately, a milky white aura enveloping his palms. System, please assess this young lad's comprehension of Yang release and whether he is eligible for the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Hatake Kakashi, male, 14 years old, possesses one Sharingan, holds all chakra attributes, and has a 25% understanding of Yang chakra. Upon receiving the system's report, Bai was taken aback. Goodness, this lad's comprehension of chakra surpasses my own. I am merely at 13%. Indeed, Kakashi is a prodigy in ninjutsu. Without my guidance, you would struggle to keep pace with him throughout your lifetime. Let me remind you, Hashirama's cells cannot be transplanted indiscriminately. You must achieve a matching chakra affinity. Is there an issue, Bai? Kakashi's wide-eyed gaze fixated on him as Bai conversed with the system. Returning to reality, Bai was momentarily startled by the young man's stare. I apologize for my distraction. Your understanding of chakra is commendable. Yet I am not sufficiently proficient in medical ninjutsu at present to facilitate the transplantation. I shall arrange for Lady Tsunade to assist you when the opportunity arises. With the potential threat alleviated, the typically aloof Kakashi revealed a rare smile. Subsequently, the two brothers shared a meal, and as they gazed at the family portrait adorning the table, Kakashi fell into deep contemplation. Since the supposed death of White Fang, Kakashi had experienced promotions to Jonin and accolades from the Third Great Ninja War. In the midst of so many radiant moments, the father remained conspicuously absent. Observing the melancholic expression on his brother's face, Byakuya felt a twinge of discomfort within. Rest assured, the day will come when we reunite with our father. 3 days later, the newly appointed 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, quickly surpassed the 3rd Hokage in popularity due to his striking appearance and adeptness in handling affairs, becoming the most beloved figure in the entire village. However, for Minato himself, the past few days had been rather distressing. As he was on the verge of facing a significant milestone in his life, he was about to become a father. At the Namikaze household, Tsunade conducted a routine checkup on the expectant Kushina, who was adorably round with child. She had barely arrived when Byakuya and Jiraiya hurried in after her. "Hey, Tsunade. Why are you up so early? It's not good for your skin. Look, you've already started to develop wrinkles," Jiraiya exclaimed as he appeared behind Tsunade, his words causing a stir among the women present. Observing the sudden change in Tsunade's otherwise exquisite visage, Byakuya instinctively took a step back. Lord Jiraiya, that's not how you make jokes," he cautioned, and as soon as the words left his lips, 2 large bumps appeared on Jiraiya's head. "Explain yourself. Where do I have wrinkles?" Tsunade demanded, gripping his collar and scolding him fiercely. Attracted by the commotion, the little pepper, Kushina, looked on with a faint smile gracing her sweet face as she witnessed Jiraiya being reprimanded. "Lord Jiraiya, if I were Lady Tsunade, I would certainly scold you too. One should never jest about a woman's beauty." Her voice carried a hint of frailty, and upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately released Jiraiya and swiftly approached Kushina. "What's wrong? You look so weak," she said, her voice softening as a gentle green glow enveloped Kushina's belly, causing Tsunade's expression to shift dramatically. "It's the Nine Tails. My baby is about to be born, and this time is particularly taxing. It's difficult to maintain control," Kushina explained. Hearing her words, Tsunade sighed, and then turned her gaze toward Jiraiya and Byakuya. "You two have seen enough. If there's nothing else, you should head back. I need to help stabilize Kushina's condition. It's not suitable for you to remain here." In her words, she cast a meaningful glance at Jiraiya, fully aware of his lecherous tendencies, having known him since childhood. After leaving Minato's home, Jiraiya wore a disgruntled expression. Even I have principles. Kushina is my disciple's wife. How could I harbor any improper thoughts? How can Tsunade not trust me?" He grumbled as they walked. Byakuya remained silent, remembering how, not long ago, it was Jiraiya who had been caught lingering at the entrance of the women's bath. As dusk settled in, a gentle breeze swept through, and suddenly, an uncle at the entrance of the Namikaze home began to stir, a dark face emerging from the shadows of the trees. There exists an opportunity to disrupt the tranquility of Konoha, for there is no one to protect the Jinchuriki. A deep voice resonated, and the dark visage vanished. Ever since the dissolution of the root, Danzo's power within the village has been significantly curtailed, particularly following Minato's ascension as Hokage, with Jiraiya and Shiroya joining the advisory council. Danzo has been living a life of despair, seeking solace in alcohol, surrounded by an array of bottles scattered throughout his chamber. With a sudden crash, he smashed an unfinished bottle against the ground. "Shiroya, you are the cause of my current plight. With root gone and my position as Hokage usurped, I shall make you pay with your life." Shards of glass flew in all directions, and Danzo's expression darkened to an extreme. Just then, a shadowy head emerged slowly from the ground, appearing directly before Danzo. Despite his drunken state, his battle instincts honed over the years remained intact. His aged hand reached forward, grasping the dark neck that had presented itself. "Who are you?" The Sharingan in his arm glimmered ominously as a fierce light shone in his gaze. Lord Danzo. I am the only one in this world capable of aiding you in your quest for vengeance." Chapter 130, The Rampage of the Nine Tails. At 9:30 in the evening, a chilling scream echoed through Konoha. A woman with flowing red hair, heavily pregnant, was bound to a great tree, her body ensnared by dark chains. "Danzo, what are you planning? If I come to harm, the entire village will be affected. Do you wish to tarnish your illustrious reputation?" The woman tied to the tree was none other than Kushina Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Danzo stood before her, his face half shrouded in darkness, with the Sharingan on his arms standing out conspicuously. "Your illustrious reputation has long since been obliterated by your actions. The position of Hokage was rightfully mine, not Minato's. He has usurped my rightful place. Today, I shall reclaim my name, Shimura Danzo, with your life. Come forth, Nine Tails. With that, Danzo struck Kushina's heavily sealed abdomen with force. As the sealing patterns began to rotate, Kushina, already in labor, experienced excruciating pain. Beads of sweat cascaded down her long red hair as she cried out in agony. In the Hokage's office, the fourth Hokage was reviewing documents when his pen suddenly snapped. An instinctive voice calling for help resonated within him. Kushina, he murmured softly. And Minato immediately rushed home, only to find his wife had vanished. A thunderous roar erupted, causing the entire village to tremble, followed by a resounding cry that awakened every villager. Has the day finally arrived? Unlike the anxiousness of others, Shiroya sat up slowly from his bed, seemingly unperturbed by the earlier tremor. At that moment, Kakashi was already dressed in his combat attire. I must depart. There is an urgent mission from the Umbu. As Kakashi swiftly dashed towards the door, on the other hand, Bai approached the window with an air of calmness. In the next moment, 9 fiery orange tails surged dramatically in the wind, heralding the arrival of the formidable 9 tails, Kurama. It was astonishing to witness Kurama's full form, a sight unexpected. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Hidden task activated. Extract a tooth from the 9 tails. The reward promised an increase of 10 in overall chakra comprehension. What a wild task. Yet I find it rather exhilarating. With the 6th gate, the gate of view, opened, a green vapor enveloped by Ye's form as he leaped into the sky. Red and blue flames rained down upon the massive body of the 9 tails like a tempest. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. And after enduring the assault from Bai, Kurama's tails lashed out in retaliation. The ferocity of this attack was relentless. Bai aimed to counter with the opening of the shock gate, yet a golden staff erupted from the ground. The colossal figure of the 9 tails was forcefully thrust beyond the village's borders. Little Bai, do not engage him within the village, cautioned Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed in black combat attire, as he stood atop the Hokage office. With the staff's emergence, the 9 tails was unceremoniously pushed away. Understood, 3rd Hokage. I shall drive this behemoth even farther from the village. With the 7th gate, the gate of shock, now opened, thunderous chakra swirled around by Ye's form. The white tiger, enveloped in crackling lightning, lunged at the 9 tails, and Bai unleashed his full might, diminishing the risks to the village. Outside, the sound of the 9 tails colliding with the mountainside roused the attention of the wooden figure. This is the presence of Bai and Kurama. Something has transpired in the village. Awakened from slumber, the wooden figure swiftly tied up its chestnut-colored hair and donned a snug combat outfit, charging unabashedly towards the battlefield. Kurama, now that no one else is here, I can finally engage you properly. After being knocked to the ground, the immense, orange form of the 9 tails rose again, embedding all its tails into the earth. Its gaping maw, capable of devouring the world, suddenly opened wide. As chakra of both yin and yang attributes converged in a ratio of 3:7, forming a black sphere that rapidly expanded. Witnessing this, Bai remained composed. A silver chakra sphere emerged from his back, swiftly coalescing into skeletal structure, followed by muscle and finally armor. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, and at the moment the tailed beast ball took shape, Bai Ye's Susanoo reached its 3rd form. Grasping a silver spear in its colossal hands, Bai thrust it forward against the destructive force of the tailed beast ball. At the moment of collision, the surrounding space began to solidify, and the very fabric of the world shifted in response. The shockwaves from the impact rippled across several miles. As the smoke began to clear, Bai leaned against the mountainside, his silver Susanoo absorbing the brunt of the damage. The once mighty creature now lay in ruins, its skull shattered beyond recognition. Upon reflection on the 9 tails, Bai merely etched a fine line upon his teeth. Truly, the power of the tailed beast ball is astonishing. I nearly succumbed here just moments ago. Ahem, it is unwise to feign strength without the capability. The fangs of the 9 tails are not easily extracted. I offer you a chance. Abandon your mission, and I shall allow you to choose 2 types of chakra for a deeper understanding. Humph, I am not one to surrender. Even if the 9 tails is formidable, I shall fight until my last breath. As he spoke, Bai traced his finger across the wound, rapidly forming hand seals. Summoning Xiaobai. Compared to the rampaging 9 tails, the disparity between them was quite pronounced. At that moment, Xiaobai seemed to be affected by a bloodline suppression, retreating a step back with its massive form. Then, an unforeseen event transpired. Xiaobai dashed away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Xiaobai, you cannot abandon me like this. Come back. Bai Yi had intended for Xiaobai to buy him some time to recover. After employing the 8 gates and the kaleidoscope Sharingan, his stamina had dwindled to less than a third, leaving him no chance against the Nine Tails once more. The unexpected flight of Xiaobai had derailed all his plans. I had forgotten to mention earlier, Xiaobai belongs to the Wolf clan, a lineage that has always held great apprehension towards the Nine Tails. Even the blood of the Wolf King cannot mitigate this flaw. Xiaobai's departure is not surprising. In critical moments, you must rely on your own strength. I will now enhance your understanding of lightning attribute chakra by 20%. Embrace this newfound power. It will elicit your admiration. Chapter 131, Collaboration Ding. Lightning attribute chakra understanding has reached 30, unlocking the new skill, Black Thunder. The system automatically upgraded Bai Yi, and the lightning armor enveloping his form underwent a remarkable transformation. In an instant, Bai Yi's aura darkened, as the blue thunder had completely morphed into black. Indeed, I have grown considerably stronger, Bai Yi murmured softly upon witnessing the change in his chakra properties. At that moment, a massive orange-red hand, capable of overshadowing the heavens, suddenly descended upon Bai Yi. In that instant, engrossed in sensing the changes within his body, he failed to defend himself. A thunderous crash resonated as the Nine Tails' hand did not strike its intended target. Instead, it was intercepted by a colossal entity engulfed in flames. Are you a fool? Why not evade? A familiar voice echoed in his ears, and upon raising his gaze, he beheld the transformed Two Tails, Yumu, having withstood the assault. Yumu, what brings you here? Despite both being tailed beasts, there was a significant disparity between Kurama and Yumu. The Nine Tails had only extended one hand. Yet Yumu and the Two Tails had to exert their full strength to block it. Enough chatter, move quickly. With a commanding tone, Yumu took the initiative, unleashing a small beast ball from the mouth of the Two Tails. Upon impact with the Nine Tails' abdomen, the tailed beast ball propelled the colossal creature back several dozen meters. Smoke permeated the valley, while the distant cheers of Bai Yi echoed. Well done, Mumu. This is how it should be done. The shouts reached the ears of the wooden figure, which abruptly turned its head, letting out a disgruntled huff. You are already injured. You should leave this place at once. I cannot hold this giant for long. Its strength is formidable. Bai Yi showed no intention of retreating. The flying thunder god mark on the wooden figure emanating a soft blue glow. Unbeknownst to him, he had already positioned himself atop the head of the Two Tails. It's just a minor injury. It's nothing to worry about. Besides, how could I leave my wife as a decoy and sneak away? Ding, body refresh complete. The scars on Bai Yi's body swiftly faded, restoring his previously weakened aura to its full strength. You've recovered so quickly? The wooden figure was filled with doubt upon sensing this surge of power. Indeed, now I can properly test my new abilities. Mumu, help me restrain the Nine Tails for a moment. I need to extract a tooth from this giant. As he spoke, a silver Susanoo re-emerged behind Bai Yi. The energy-laden silver-gray lance plunged into the orange-red tail. Almost immediately, the silver giant, riding the Two Tails, worked in tandem to pin the Nine Tails to the ground. The gaping abyss of the Nine Tails' mouth released a noxious odor. Nine Tails, how long has it been since you brushed your teeth? This stench is truly unbearable. Your tooth is decayed. Let me assist you. Seizing the brief moment while the Nine Tails was restrained, Bai Yi's index finger, enveloped in black lightning, rubbed against the damaged tooth. The ground trembled with the roar that followed, as the enormous tooth fell, toppling several large trees. Tooth extraction task completed. All attributes of chakra comprehension increased by 10%. Lightning attribute chakra comprehension reached 40. New skill, Lightning Poison unlocked. Lightning Poison enhances the paralysis effect of lightning attribute chakra, particularly effective when used in conjunction with black lightning. In the Hokage's office, Minato cradled a fatigued Kushina. Blood trickled down from a wound on her left shoulder, quickly soaking her green vest. At that moment, Tsunade stood beside them, her exquisite face marred with concern. Simultaneously, a golden-haired infant lay nestled in her arms. Tsunade, please let me see the child. It is the greatest wish of my life. Kushina sat up with effort, and Tsunade moved closer, cradling the infant. The little one is quite adorable. It seems Minato's lineage is even more potent, as evidenced by the child's golden hair. Tsunade observed the baby, her thoughts drifting back to the past. Welcome to this world, little Naruto. I am your mother, Uzumaki Kushina. and this is your father, Namake's Minato." Before she could finish her words, Kushina coughed up blood, her sweet face growing even paler. Upon witnessing the situation, Tsunade immediately spoke in a grave tone. Her physical condition is severely compromised. In order to save Kushina, it is imperative to seal the Nine Tails back within her. Medical ninjutsu has proven ineffective. Upon hearing this, Minato's expression grew somber. "Lady Tsunade, I implore you to care for our child." With those words, Minato approached the robe of the fourth Hokage, his azure eyes reflecting a resolute determination. In an instant, he and Kushina vanished from the Hokage's office. At this moment, Shira and the wooden being were exerting every ounce of their strength to combat the Nine Tails. After losing a tooth, the long-dormant fury surged forth, and the orange-red paw struck fiercely against the face of the two tails, sending the massive blue body hurtling backward. The illusion of Zetsu behind Shira also became increasingly tattered. Indeed, the Nine Tails proved to be a formidable adversary. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Shira's gaze deepened. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the fur of the Nine Tails. Through the enhanced vision granted by the Sharingan, Shira could vaguely discern the outline of a face. "Danzo, to kill me. You have stirred up such a commotion. Is this truly worth it?" Upon hearing these words, the dark figure atop the Nine Tails contorted its features. At this moment, Black Zetsu had completely melded with Danzo, transforming him into a monster driven by hatred. "Shira, to eliminate you, any price is worth paying. Your time has come. Today, I shall ensure you have no escape." The dark visage began to twist as Danzo clasped his hands together. The pupils of the Nine Tails now bore 3 tomo, and its massive maw opened wide, rapidly condensing a tail beast bomb even more formidable than before. "System notification, you cannot withstand this attack. Swiftly evacuate with the wooden goddess." As you would say, where there is life, there is hope. Your injuries are one thing, but if the wooden goddess is harmed, I assure you, there will be dire consequences. Upon receiving the system's warning, Shira had no intention of retreating. He then turned to look behind him, where 3 Hokage stone faces stood resolutely. "That is inconceivable. Behind me lies the very source of faith for the Hidden Leaf Village. As long as I am here, I will not allow those statues to suffer harm. It's merely a larger tail beast bomb. If I cannot withstand it, then I shall redirect it. Would help me delay that monstrous attack. I'll handle the rest." Chapter 132. The plan bubbles and dark orbs rapidly fused, as the wooden being hastily coalesced a small tail beast bomb. Compared to the Nine Tails bomb, the disparity was nearly 5-fold. Upon collision, the small tail beast bomb merely delayed the inevitable by mere seconds. However, for Shira, this was more than sufficient. "Wood, you have performed excellently." With that, Shira positioned a kunai marked with the sign of the flying man against his chest, as the massive tail beast bomb bore down upon him. After executing this maneuver, the Nine Tails also began to pant heavily. The overwhelming force shattered by Ye's garments, revealing abs reminiscent of chocolate, causing him to stagger backward. In that instant, the wooden figure swiftly supported by Ye's body with 2 tails. "You cannot bear this alone. Let us confront it together." The cool voice carried a hint of tenderness, and these words from the wooden figure enveloped by Yi in warmth. "Come on, I shall accept it all." A thunderous crash ensued as the colossal tailed beast ball collided with the two, sending them skidding along the ground for over 100 meters. During this tumultuous ordeal, various wounds marred by Ye's body, while the beastly form of the wooden figure let out a mournful cry. Fortunately, Bai Ye's flying thunder god kunai adeptly absorbed the energy from the tailed beast domain, with a third of the massive black sphere already enveloped within the spatial barrier. At that moment, beads of sweat, as small as peas, trickled down Bai Ye's forehead. "Warning, your current chakra is insufficient to displace this tailed beast ball. Please abandon this foolish endeavor." Silence. In my educational philosophy, there exists no notion of retreat in the face of adversity. If it cannot be done today, then it shall be done. A resounding roar reverberated through the forest, as a silver skeletal frame rapidly manifested behind Bai Yi. Almost instantaneously, 2 massive hands grasped the tailed beast ball, preventing this formidable threat from impacting the village. This was the utmost limit of Bai Ye's capabilities at present. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared, and a slender hand rested upon the tailed beast ball. "I apologize for my tardiness. This matter was originally mine to handle. For I am the 4th Hokage of Konohagakure." Dressed in the Hokage battle attire, Minato arrived, and the pressure weighing down on Baiyi abruptly lightened. Simultaneously, the enormous tailed beast ball vanished in an instant. Mere moments later, a deafening explosion echoed from the northwest. This is the disparity. I could only shift the power of the tailed beast to a mere 12, while Minato accomplished it in an instant. What could account for this? It is, of course, due to the differing levels of comprehension of space-time ninjutsu between the two of you. Minato Namikaze has reached the third level of understanding in this type of ninjutsu, while you are merely at the first level. The gap in between is naturally vast. However, this can be compensated for through undertaking missions. I happen to have one available. Would you care to give it a try? Of course. New mission issued. Seal the Nine Tails within Naruto and Kushina respectively. The reward for this mission is an enhanced understanding of space-time ninjutsu, elevating you to the second level, with the specific effect being the ability to convert widespread damage. Typically, Baiyi had regarded the Flying Thunder God as a means of escape. It was only now, in his first attempt at damage displacement, that he recognized his significant shortcomings. It seems that this ability must be improved expeditiously. Are you all right? Minato inquired softly, his once handsome visage now dulled. At that moment, Baiyi reflected on the momentous events of the day, turning to see Kushina weakly nestled in Minato's embrace. Is the child safe? In response to Baiyi's concern, Minato gently nodded. The child is safe, currently under the care of Lady Tsunade. Baiyi, I implore you to assist me. Shortly, I shall reseal the Nine Tails within Kushina. After my departure, please ensure her well-being. In his words, the image of Minato, the sunlit boy, had long vanished, replaced by a visage resolute and determined. At that moment, Baiyi had already surmised his intentions. As Minato prepared to initiate the sealing technique, Baiyi grasped his wrist firmly. Minato, heed my brotherly advice. Sacrificing your life for this matter is not worth it. I possess an excellent solution, but it requires your consent. Upon hearing this, a flicker of light appeared in Minato's dimmed eyes. Speak. As long as it falls within my capabilities, I shall agree to anything that ensures the sealing of the Nine Tails. Witnessing Minato's willingness to cooperate, a subtle smile graced Baiyi's face. It is quite simple. You need only agree to allow your son to become a Jinchuriki. I shall devise a method to split the Nine Tails power in two, one half to be resealed within Kushina, and the other within Naruto Uzumaki. Is this feasible? The moment these words were uttered, both Minato and Kushina's expressions shifted simultaneously, particularly that of the mother. Sealing it within Naruto will hinder his growth. I do not. Kushina's words were abruptly interrupted by Minato. I agree. The couple found themselves at an impasse, yet Minato quickly pivoted to explain to his wife. Dear, as parents, we must always have faith in our child. I perceive the power of the Nine Tails more as a gift than a burden. Please trust me. Observing Minato's unwavering determination, the couple's opinions converged in that instant. Henceforth, Baiyi could proceed with his plan. His first course of action was to sever the connection between Danzo and the Nine Tails. Meeting Minato's gaze, the two brothers, well acquainted through numerous collaborations, understood each other's intentions. The summoning technique commenced, and a crimson toad, clutching a pipe, descended from the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous roar as it landed atop the Nine Tails. Upon facing such an assault, Danzo leaped off the Nine Tails' head, swiftly forming hand seals to prepare for a counterattack. However, before he could act, a specially crafted kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique appeared before him. Spiraling sphere. Danzo crossed his arms defensively, struggling against the encroaching chakra vortex. As Minato's handsome visage emerged before him, the two had recently clashed, and Danzo's closed Sharingan was a testament to that encounter. As the two engaged fiercely, black flames ignited upon the Nine Tails. Blood flowed from Baiyi's left eye, and anguished wails echoed throughout the land. Under the agony's influence, the Nine Tails' nerves became erratic, diminishing Danzo's control over the immense beast. Seizing this opportunity, the great toad and the wooden figure simultaneously pressed the Nine Tails down to the ground. Chapter 133, Divided Nine Tails. At last, you can finally find some tranquility. We are at last able to converse earnestly. The plum blossom pattern spun rapidly as Baiyi effortlessly dismantled Danzo's control over the Nine Tails, allowing his consciousness to delve into the inner realm of the beast. Here, the scenes familiar to Baiyi remained unchanged. The Nine Tails resided within a shadowy pool amidst the starry river, surrounded by a palette of somber hues. Uchiha scum, be gone! From the depths of the gloom, two large, crimson eyes suddenly ignited, and a frigid, piercing aura began to pervade Bai Ye's being. Hey, big fellow. Must you be so hostile? I am here to offer you a future. Do you wish to live perpetually pursued and hunted? It must be acknowledged that you are indeed formidable. However, the ninja world is rife with powerful beings. Take Konoha alone. Its current combat prowess is sufficient to seal you away. After all, the village boasts heirs to the legacy of Hashirama Senju and those who have inherited the Sharingan of Madara Uchiha. Have you forgotten the experience of being seized with a single hand and being obliterated by a mere gaze? I would imagine that is a rather unforgettable memory. This remark incited the Nine-Tails' immense displeasure, causing it to roar furiously at the sky, a colossal paw descending toward Bai Yi. Silence. Bai Yi did not flinch. Employing the same technique as Madara Uchiha, the Manjiki Sharingan manifested, and the enormous paw was suspended in midair. I intended to engage you politely. Yet you forced my hand with your ambush. There is little I can do. Sleep now, Nine-Tails, succumb to my illusion. As Bai Ye's voice resonated, the petrifying effect began to manifest from the tips of the Nine-Tails' claws. Within mere moments, its vast form had turned a shade of ashen black. Emerging from the mental realm of the Nine-Tails, Bai Yi gasped for breath, having drained the creature of all its chakra through the Manjiki Sharingan. Damn it! The effort to control this beast is immense. System, refresh my body. Ding. Body refresh in progress. A reminder, this is your final opportunity to refresh your body this month. After a fleeting moment, Bai Ye's physical condition returned to its zenith. At this juncture, his shadow clone also brought Naruto over. The battle between Minato and Danzo raged on, and to prevent that treacherous individual from disrupting his plans, Bai Yi expended 13 chakra to create a barrier impenetrable even by elite ninjas. Kushina, please hand the child to me. I shall ensure his safety. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Kushina relinquished the child she had just received from the clone. Thank you, she said. Bai Yi was acutely aware of the limited time he had to control the Nine-Tails. Hesitation was no longer an option. He then placed the wailing Naruto on the ground, biting through all 10 fingers in succession to draw a peculiar pattern upon the earth. Observing this scene from a distance, Kushina stood in solemn respect, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. This was the ancient secret technique of the Uzumaki clan. How could Bai Yi possibly know it? What precisely is his connection to the Uzumaki clan? While Kushina lamented, Bai Yi had already inscribed the intricate patterns of the sealing technique upon the ground. At last, the moment had arrived to commence. With swift gestures, a symbol of the Uzumaki clan materialized upon Bai Ye's forehead. He then raised both hands simultaneously, enacting a phantom grasp towards the front. Nine-Tails, heed my command. In due time, you shall be grateful for my assistance. Had Kushina been able to draw even a step closer to Bai Yi, she would have discerned the characters for Yin and Yang inscribed on his hands. This sealing technique, known as Yin Yang, is less a legacy of the Uzumaki clan and more a gift from the Tsutsuki clan. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, one may seal anything. However, despite its formidable nature, Bai Yi was still far from reaching that level, and managing to seal the Nine-Tails was already a strenuous endeavor. Before them, the Nine-Tails form was divided by the sealing technique according to the attributes of Yin and Yang, resulting in 2 orbs of light suspended in midair, one radiating brilliance, the other engulfed in shadow. The wooden figure, ensconced within the barrier, distinctly sensed the pressure emanating from Bai Yi. At this juncture, Bai Ye's mastery over the 2 types of chakra had yet to achieve equilibrium, rendering a perfect sealing impossible. Understanding of Yin chakra, 23. Understanding of Yang chakra, 29. You have 30 seconds to complete the chakra allocation. Failure to do so will preclude the flawless execution of the sealing technique. The countdown begins now. 30, 29. Bai Yi was already fraught with anxiety. The audacious individual who chose to spectate rather than assist only exacerbated his distress. As the countdown commenced, beads of sweat had gathered on his brow, forming rivulets. Damn it! Not only are you unhelpful, but you also initiate a countdown. 5, 4, 3. The 30 seconds flashed by in an instant, yet Bai Yi had not completed the chakra allocation. His mood plunged into deep despondency, but unexpectedly, the chill that had gripped his spine transformed into warmth at that moment. His latissimus dorsi seemed to brush against something soft, and then 2 delicate arms enveloped his chest. Do not force yourself. I am here behind you. The soothing voice resonated in Bai Ye's ears, and the familiar fragrance that enveloped him instantly infused him with boundless energy. The yin-yang ratio has reached 30. The sealing technique can now be performed. With the system's notification echoing, his confidence in executing the sealing technique surged to 100%. Bai Yi now stood fearless. Just moments ago, the wooden figure had aided him in balancing the two types of chakra. Enter now. With a vigorous sweep of his arms, the yin chakra surged into Kushina's body, while the yang chakra was absorbed into Naruto's abdomen. Not far away, sensing the tumultuous energy dissipate, Danzo's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced at the barrier. The nine tails had vanished without a trace. How can this be? Kushina lacks the strength to execute the sealing technique. A fleeting moment of distraction revealed his vulnerability as a blue chakra orb suddenly manifested on Danzo's forehead. The Rasengan, wielded by Minato, struck directly at the crown of Danzo's head, and an overwhelming sense of murderous intent flickered in his clear eyes. Had it not been for the presence of Byakuya today, this man before him could have severely harmed his wife and child. Such hatred is impossible to cast aside. With a resounding thud, Danzo fell to the ground, the last of his Sharingan quietly closing in the palm of his hand. Chapter 134. Retreat. Mission accomplished. You are now upgraded to the second tier of the Flying Thunder God technique. Passive effect. Transfer large-scale damage. Once the Rasengan collided with Danzo's head, he vanished without a trace. Subsequently, Minato returned to Kushina's side using the Flying Thunder God technique. My love, how are you faring? Compared to before, when Byakuya had sealed the nine tails back within Kushina, her previously pallid complexion regained a semblance of vitality. Not far away, little Naruto babbled in his cradle, the patterns on his belly distinctly visible. I am fine, let us go see the child. Upon hearing this, Minato promptly cradled the baby in his arms. Gazing at the markings on Naruto's belly, Kushina felt a pang of sorrow. She had been nurtured as a Jinchuriki from a young age, and no one understood the bittersweetness of such a fate better than she. With no friends and the scorn of the villagers, even her parents had endured the disdainful glances of others. Reflecting on this, Kushina found her emotions difficult to articulate. At that moment, Byakuya approached the family trio with measured steps. Little Pepper, do you truly doubt your child? This little one possesses a remarkable charm. What you cannot achieve does not imply he cannot. Byakuya's voice reached Kushina's ears, and Minato offered his comforting presence alongside her. Indeed, Little Pepper, did we not agree to have faith in our child? As Minato was about to express his gratitude, Byakuya swiftly interrupted him. There is no need for such formalities between us. Minato, have you dealt with the one controlling the nine tails? In response to Byakuya's inquiry, Minato shook his head in resignation. No, that individual seems to possess a secret technique that grants him immunity to damage for a period of time. Byakuya was no stranger to this. Danzo had captured numerous Uchiha children, and with half an arm of Sharingan, he could invoke Izanagi, allowing him to escape any predicament for a limited time. After their confrontation, only one Sharingan remained in his possession. His recent escape from Minato indicated that Danzo had exhausted his trump cards and likely would not seek trouble in the immediate future. However, this did not signify the end of Konoha's crisis. In the next moment, Byakuya's expression turned somber. Minato, through your experience of ascending to Hokage, have you contemplated the internal and external tribulations facing Konoha? Upon hearing this, Minato was initially taken aback, then articulated the pressing issues confronting the village with precision. The external threats from the Third Great Ninja War have yet to dissipate, and other nations continue to cast covetous glances at the Leaf Village. With the absence of the protection from the root, it becomes increasingly difficult to guard against hidden foes. Minato's assessment is remarkably astute. It is evident that he is indeed a highly suitable candidate for the position of Hokage. Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction, then chuckled softly, stating, indeed. The Leaf Village requires clandestine protection, a responsibility that may outweigh even the burdens borne by the Hokage. We find ourselves at a fortuitous moment. I wonder if you would be interested. For one who can dedicate his life for the village, being labeled a menace for sealing the nine tails within his own son, Minato would acquiesce to any request that would benefit the village. Speak your mind. As long as it aids the village, I shall comply. Upon receiving such a response, Bai Yi proceeded to outline the subsequent plan. It was quite simple. Starting today, you and Kushina will become what one might refer to as the deceased. Akin to my father and might die. Can you accept this? To accept that your child is an orphan of the Leaf Village rather than a child of heroes? This declaration left many perplexed, their gazes toward Bai Yi filled with astonishment. Was it possible that both Buwako and Dai had not perished? Minato's mind raced, swiftly grasping Byakuya's implications. You will comprehend everything upon arriving in the land of whirlpools. For now, simply inform me if you can accept this situation. Should you both choose death, the responsibility for that little one will fall upon me. Byakuya refrained from further superfluous words, eagerly anticipating Minato and Kushina's response. Time seemed to slow at that moment, as the couple wrestled internally countless times before ultimately accepting Byakuya's proposal. Subsequently, Kushina, weary and worn, cradled Naruto in her arms. Naruto, from now on, your mother and father will not be by your side. You must eat well, sleep well, and heed Byakuya's words. As she spoke, her voice faltered with emotion. Just then, a cacophony of sounds echoed from afar. Minato recognized that it was time to depart and immediately wrapped his arms around Kushina's shoulders. And together they vanished into the distance. After their departure, Byakuya sought out two sizable trees that appeared to be in good condition. System, you are the most powerful entity in the world. I know you can transform these two trees to resemble Minato and Kushina. I implore you, grant me this favor. Given how pleasing your words are, I shall reluctantly assist you. Activating special reward, 2 vials of Hashirama's cells. Inject them into the trees. Then employ the special high transformation technique, and they shall take on the forms of Minato and Kushina, undetectable even by medical ninjas. As the patrol teams of the Leaf Village drew nearer, Byakuya promptly followed the system's directives. With a soft sound, the two trees morphed into the semblance of Minato and Kushina's lifeless bodies, each bearing a significant wound, as if pierced through by the 9 tails. Byakuya knelt before their forms, cradling the weeping Naruto in his arms. Following the sound, the patrol team swiftly arrived at the scene. The captain of the patrol, a member of the Uchiha clan, was taken aback upon witnessing the unfolding scene. The 4th Hokage, in a bid to protect the village, had sustained grave injuries. He chose to utilize the Reaper Death Seal to divide the 9 tails, sealing one half within the body of a child while taking the other half with him. This was the hero of Konoha, deserving of reverence from all. As the somber voice echoed, the captain of the patrol promptly signaled for assistance. Moments later, all combat personnel from the village gathered at the site, including the 3rd Hokage and Tsunade. As for Jiraiya, he was conveniently away on a journey and had not witnessed the 9 tails rampage. Tsunade, observing the agony etched on Byakuya's face, approached as a medical ninja. A green light enveloped Minato and Kushina, but soon Tsunade's expression darkened. I hereby announce that the 4th Hokage, Namake's Minato, and his wife, Uzumaki Kushina, have fallen in battle. Chapter 135. Reconstruction. After the war, the sorrowful news was confirmed by Tsunade, the foremost medical ninja. Witnessing the fall of the hero of Konoha cast a heavy pall over the hearts of all present. Byakuya, come with me, the 3rd Hokage called, stepping away from the crowd to bring Byakuya to a secluded spot. The 4th Hokage must have shared some words with you before his departure. Upon hearing this, Byakuya gently nodded. Minato believed that Konoha was currently beset by both internal and external strife, and that you were the most suitable individual to take charge of the situation. Additionally, with Kushina's departure, the village would lack a formidable warrior. Thus, it was essential to forge a new belief among the villagers. He felt that Byakuya was perfectly positioned for this, especially since everyone had witnessed her prowess during the battle with the 9 tails. The 3rd Hokage harbored no doubts regarding this assertion, his aged visage revealing deep concern. I will continue to assume the role of Hokage, but the second matter requires deliberation by the advisory council. I will inform you of the timing later. You have worked hard. Return and rest early. Upon hearing the 3rd Hokage's words, Byakuya utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart, standing quietly by a small lake. The 3rd Hokage removed his black helmet. From behind, one could see the elderly man's back had grown stooped. The following morning, the intelligence department of Konoha reported the battle losses from the recent crisis to the Hokage's office. Piles of documents lay strewn across the table. Despite the 3rd Hokage's early arrival, the files showed no sign of diminishing. Simultaneously, a barrage of intelligence kept the old man overwhelmed. Outside the village, Uchiha Shursui led a team of Umbu members in investigating the 9 tails rampage, meticulously scrutinizing each region in search of the individual capable of controlling the beast. Yet, unbeknownst to these diligent workers, they had become targets of suspicion in the eyes of some within the village. During the battle the previous night, Many had seen the figure atop the Nine Tails wielding the Sharingan, thus fueling rampant conspiracy theories throughout Konoha regarding the losses sustained by the village. It is arguably the most manageable issue, thanks to the formidable infrastructural capabilities of Konoha. In just the span of half a day, the houses and gates damaged during the battle have been rebuilt, and by tomorrow morning at the latest, they will be fully habitable. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Bai Yi and Yumu sat together atop the statue of the fourth Hokage. Presently, the third Hokage had lifted the restrictions placed upon Yumu, allowing her to come and go from the village at will, thus enabling Bai Yi to fulfill his mission. At times, I find your attachment to this place rather peculiar. Your family is no longer here, yet you choose to remain amidst such turmoil, instead of enjoying a peaceful life elsewhere, Yumu remarked as she sipped her sake. This is my home, she continued. Just look at the breathtaking scenery below. No matter how difficult or exhausting it may be, I could never bring myself to leave. Moreover, under a collapsed nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? The conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War does not guarantee everlasting peace. The true threats lie hidden in the shadows. Having spent so long here, she added, come, let me treat you to something delicious. I assure you, it will be worth your while. As she spoke, Bai Yi naturally wrapped his arm around Yumu's waist. In the northwest corner of Konoha, a modest ramen shop appeared unremarkable, yet it was bustling with an endless line of patrons. Ichiraku Ramen? Why have you brought me here? I have no fondness for this kind of food. Yumu expressed her discontent as they stood at the entrance. Don't be so stubborn. Some things can only be truly appreciated through experience. Besides, this is my first time treating you to a meal in the village. Please be accommodating, Bai Yi urged. With such insistence, Yumu found it difficult to refuse. The two joined the queue, waiting patiently for about 20 minutes until their turn arrived. Upon entering, the warm smile of Uncle Ichiraku and the enticing aroma wafting through the air was instantly comforting. Ah, Bai Yi, you've finally brought your girlfriend along. She is quite the beauty. You are indeed fortunate, Uncle Ichiraku exclaimed. Yumu's stunning looks were nothing short of extraordinary, a rarity even in Uncle Ichiraku's youth when he traveled across many nations. Haha, Uncle, you flatter me. Just like last time, we would like the standard set meal, please. As he spoke, Uncle Ichiraku vigorously kneaded the dough on the counter, pulling strands of noodles that exceeded a meter in length. Moments later, as the noodles were submerged in boiling water, an array of toppings and ingredients followed suit, and in just a few minutes, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were placed before Bai Yi and Yumu. Enjoy. This is the golden version of Ichiraku ramen. I guarantee you will be satisfied, he proclaimed. The ramen boasted a variety of ingredients, featuring seafood and beef, making the golden version significantly more luxurious than the standard. Bai Yi attempted to pass his chopsticks to Yumu, but was interrupted by a few voices from within him. Cough. Are you really such a straightforward man? Now that you have the opportunity to dine with the goddess, you still expect her to eat alone? This is truly disappointing. At this moment, White Knight suddenly realized the truth in these words. He observed Yuki's disdainful expression as she looked at the ramen. Perhaps, to make her understand the exquisite flavors of this dish, he would need to employ some rather bold tactics. Resolutely, White Knight picked up a piece of fish cake from his bowl and, without Yuki noticing, placed it into her delicate mouth. What are you doing? I don't. Yuki's displeasure was palpable, yet the instant her tongue made contact with the fish cake, she seemed to find the taste not so unbearable after all. Sensing this shift in her mood, White Knight seized the opportunity and continued to entice her, offering her the luxurious side dishes from his bowl. Do try these. They are exclusive sides reserved for the Golden Edition, a delicacy ordinary patrons cannot enjoy. Soon, White Knight's bowl lay empty, stripped of its limited edition accompaniments. Nevertheless, a warm smile graced his face, unfazed by whether these delicacies were shared with others. Meanwhile, Yuki gazed at the remaining limited edition sides, her appetite ignited, and she began to indulge alongside White Knight, the aloof queen finally appreciating the allure of Ichiraku ramen. As night fully enveloped the surroundings, the two emerged from the ramen shop, satiated. You were right. Some things can only be appreciated through experience. Ichiraku ramen is indeed exquisite. Chapter 136. The bond of master and apprentice. The evening breeze swept along the village path as White Knight and Yuki parted ways at the Umbu station. The third Hokage and the higher-ups had permitted Yuki to remain in the village, albeit under Umbu's supervision. White Knight did not contest this arrangement. All decisions aligned with the village's interests. After bidding farewell to the enchanting maiden, he found himself drawn to the entrance of the women's hot spring. The women's hot spring is rather desolate today, failing to meet the requirements for my reconnaissance mission. Peering through the gap left by Jiraiya, he saw only 4 individuals within the pool. 2 were staff members, and the other 2 were elderly, their average age surpassing 50. Alas, it seems the village requires more time to recuperate. The ladies are too apprehensive to venture out at night, preventing me from completing my mission. With a soft murmur, White Knight prepared to leave the women's hot spring. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Lady Tsunade, it's so late. Why not stay home and get a good night's sleep instead of coming out for a bath? As Ino's voice reached White Knight, the mere mention of Tsunade sent a surge of excitement through him. Tsunade, it truly is Tsunade. At last, my eyes have spotted a great catch. I must turn back immediately. I will reward you handsomely. The cacophony echoed relentlessly. This individual resembled an auctioneer, rapidly inflating the base reward for the 08 card to nearly 10 cards. Byakuya was quite pleased with this development and promptly turned to dash towards the entrance of the women's hot spring. By that time, the staff and 2 elderly women had already vacated the pool area. In a slow, graceful descent, Jing-in entered the water, her sweet visage appearing even more drowsy under the influence of the surrounding mist. Meanwhile, Tsunade exuded a wild energy, standing at the edge of the pool with her exaggerated curves on full display, causing a sudden rush of warmth to surge from Byakuya's nostrils. Jing-in, we finally caught a moment when the pool is unoccupied. Let us indulge ourselves. With that, Tsunade pounced into the water like a famished tiger. In an instant, droplets splashed onto Byakuya's face. Dark locks of her hair momentarily dampened, while the young girl inadvertently swallowed a mouthful of water. Tsunade, you splashed water into my mouth. As Jing-in's words fell, Tsunade emerged from the water, her arms, unknown to her, encircling Jing-in's waist, lifting her effortlessly. The 2 women frolicked in the pool, while Byakuya felt his entire being flush crimson. I cannot endure this scene any longer. If this continues, Tsunade will surely notice me. Humph, you're far too timid. I look down upon such cowardice, the voices within Byakuya being lamented. But he had long grown accustomed to their complaints and chose not to respond. The exquisite residence he once occupied was ravaged by a great fire, and he had been residing with Kakashi since. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique, he returned to his room, where a strikingly handsome face awaited him. Kakashi, what brings you to my room at such a late hour? At that moment, Kakashi sat cross-legged on Byakuya's bed, his hands firmly covering his Sharingan. Recently, I had exhibited peculiar behavior, revealing visions beyond his immediate perception. I would like you to help me examine it. Upon hearing this, Byakuya's expression shifted slightly, and he grasped Kakashi's wrist. Relax, let me assist you. The black plum blossoms swirled rapidly in Byakuya's pupils. Once he activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan, he could share visions with his brother. In that instant, he beheld the entirety of Konoha village and the Hokage monument. Kakashi, remain at home and do not move. I will step out briefly and return shortly. With a flash, Byakuya's form vanished, leaving Kakashi in a state of bewilderment. In the village, a figure cloaked in black perched atop the unfinished statue of the 4th Hokage. A mask resembling tree rings adorned with a small opening for the liquor to flow into his mouth. A gentle breeze swept past the figure, and Byakuya approached, carrying a large flask. To return for a visit, I presume you have received the news. Upon hearing Byakuya's voice, the cloaked figure turned to face him immediately. When the crisis struck Konoha, why did you not inform me? That was my teacher. As his disciple, I did not even get to witness his final moments. The voice beneath the mask was hoarse, and Bei's collar was gripped tightly. In response, he said nothing, merely waiting for the cloaked figure to regain composure. Moments later, the mask slipped from the figure's face, revealing Obito's despondent expression. He caressed the stone statue of the 4th Hokage, a sight that stirred a pang of sorrow in Bei's heart. In that instant, he yearned to convey the news that Minato was still alive. Yet, reality dictated that the crisis in Konoha was far from resolved, making such revelations utterly impossible. Minato and Kushina departed with smiles, sacrificing their lives to protect the tender sprouts of Konoha. You have yet to meet little Naruto. Shall I take you to see him? With that, Bei extended his hand towards Obito. Upon hearing these words, the sorrow etched on Obito's face lessened considerably the moment their hands clasped. They instantaneously arrived at the nursery of Konoha. This place was designated for newborns. where the village's medical facilities would oversee their care with medical ninjas until they were stable enough to be taken outside. Naruto's identity had not been publicly disclosed, so he did not receive any special treatment and was placed in the ordinary section, room 3, row 7. The night had deepened, and Bei guided Obito through the rows of incubators until they reached the spot of Uzumaki Naruto. Observing Naruto's hair, reminiscent of his teacher S, Obito's eyes welled with tears. "Teacher, your child is truly adorable," Bei remarked, standing watch as Obito gently lifted Naruto from the incubator. In the next moment, the worrying incident unfolded. The Nine Tails harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Uchiha clan. As Obito cradled Naruto, a chilling chakra emanated from the child. Simultaneously, the suddenly awakened Naruto let out a piercing wail. The entire medical station was instantly illuminated, and Bei realized they had landed in trouble. "Hey, who told you to hold the child? This will expose us. We must leave quickly." With that, Bei cast a genjutsu on little Naruto, soothing his cries, allowing them a chance to escape. By the time the medical staff arrived, the room was enveloped in silence. Chapter 137. Kamui, did you hear that cry just now? There is a special jonin guarding the newborn service station, whose hearing is unparalleled in the village. I heard it too, but there is nothing amiss here. Let us remain vigilant tonight. If any issues arise, we will immediately inform Lady Tsunade. The head of the service station spoke softly to the special jonin. Outside Konoha, Bei led Obito to the small cabin they had previously occupied. "You were too impulsive just now. Had I reacted slowly, we would have been discovered." At Bei's words, Obito offered a faint smile, showing no sign of concern regarding the matter. "Rest assured, such an event shall not transpire. I have evolved from who I once was." As he spoke, Obito pointed to his Sharingan. Witnessing his unwavering confidence, Byakuya's expression brightened with intrigue. "Ding! Hidden mission triggered. Spar with Uchiha Obito. Victory reward, Kamui." Byakuya had indeed contemplated this, and the system's notification resonated with their rare synergy. "It appears your recent advancements are considerable. What say you to a friendly contest with your elder brother? I wish to ascertain whether your current prowess rivals that of our family's prodigy." The mention of Kakashi ignited a fierce determination within Obito. "Very well, I welcome the challenge. However, I shall not hold back. Yet, this locale is ill-suited for combat. Let us find another place." With that, Obito grasped Byakuya's shoulder, and the three-tomo pattern in his right eye began to shift. The space around them began to twist and whirl, ultimately vanishing entirely. As the Kamui eye activated, Byakuya experienced the sensation of traversing through time and space. When their vision cleared, the sound of rushing water filled the air. At that moment, Byakuya found himself atop the colossal statue of Senju Hashirama, while Obito stood on the head of Uchiha Madara. "Byakuya, I shall show no mercy. Do unleash your true abilities." Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. With swift hand seals, Obito, now endowed with Hashirama's cells, executed the Fireball Jutsu in rapid succession, unleashing a barrage of 15 fireballs. Sensing the youth's progress, a smile crept across Byakuya's face. A mighty roar echoed, as Byakuya had silently formed the seals for the Water Dragon Bullet technique. Suddenly, a water dragon erupted from the waterfall, spiraling through the air and extinguishing the oncoming fireballs. As the two forces collided, steam billowed forth, shrouding their duel in mist. In that moment, Byakuya formed another set of seals. Dark Night technique. Abruptly, the mist transformed into an inky blackness, obscuring even the Sharingan's gaze. This was a jutsu devised by the second Hokage to counter the Sharingan. Next, Byakuya prepared to conclude the battle with Obito. The 8 gates open. To elevate his speed, Byakuya activated the lightning armor alongside the 8 gates. He intended to test whether such velocity could evade the grasp of Kamui. Before he arrived, his presence was heralded by a cacophony of birdsong ringing in Obito's ears. Such an assault was inescapable, compelling Obito to resort to his signature technique. A triumphant smile graced his features. "Ah, Bai, you have acted impulsively." Obito lunged towards the sound of electricity, his body phasing into intangibility. Should he seize Byakuya, victory would be assured. Black lightning surged through him, while Byakuya's hand brushed past Obito's side, showcasing the efficacy of his phasing ability. In that instant, Obito's right hand was but a mere centimeter from Byakuya's forehead. The outcome teetered on the edge of a knife. "Brother Bai, you have lost." Obito has already begun to celebrate his victory in his heart, but what transpired next extinguished all his thoughts. Just moments ago, Alongside the brush of that half of a hand against Obito's body, there was a kunai infused with the flying thunder god technique. Concealed by the sound of electricity, Obito was completely oblivious to it. Consequently, this youth suffered a significant setback once again. The heavy, violent flow of the second stage of the flying thunder god was unleashed, and he suddenly appeared above Obito's head, just as he was in the process of materializing. With a fist crackling with black lightning, it struck down upon Obito's shoulder, creating a thunderous sound, and a large crater was formed atop Uchiha Madara's head. After dispelling the ninjutsu, the sky gradually brightened, and the rising sunlight illuminated Obito's head, revealing that his entire left shoulder had been pierced through. Mission accomplished. God S Might obtained. God S Might. Level 1. Can only be used once daily. With a range of 20 meters, chakra consumption is exceedingly high. Use is not recommended unless absolutely necessary. 20 meters. Usable only once a day. This is hardly as useful as the Flying Thunder God or Amaterasu, by Yi mused softly. The system quickly provided feedback. Currently, this is indeed the case. However, God S Might possesses a unique advantage. Utilizing this skill does not cause excessive strain on the Sharingan, requiring only a certain amount of chakra. Moreover, as the level of God S Might increases, both the skill's range and usage frequency will correspondingly rise, while chakra consumption will decrease. Upon hearing this, Bai instantly transformed into a fence-sitter, no longer perceiving God S Might as a mere useless ability. Brother Bai, you are truly remarkable. I concede defeat. Obito found himself pinned beneath Bai Yi and had completely lost his temper. Had Bai Yi not held back during that last attack, it would not have been his shoulder that was struck, but rather his head. Observing the wound on Obito's shoulder, Bai Yi retrieved a small green vial from his pocket. Pouring the liquid over the injury, he watched as the cells visibly began to divide at an astonishing rate, and in the blink of an eye, the wound was healed. That's quite impressive. At your age, you are undoubtedly the foremost among the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara has truly entrusted everything to you. At the mention of Uchiha Madara, a flicker of hatred appeared in Obito's eyes, and his fists clenched unconsciously. Let us not speak of a dead man. Had it not been for him, I would not have lost my comrades, nor would I have missed the chance to see my teacher one last time. With that, Obito slammed his fist into the ground. Enough of that. Life's journey is still long. After darkness comes light. Uchiha Madara must have assigned you many tasks before his demise. Follow his instructions, but remain vigilant. Just be wary of Kaguya. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, confusion etched itself across Obito's face. The plans that Uchiha Madara had shared with him could directly impact the entire ninja world. Even a few intermediary steps could plunge it into immense peril. Yet Bai Yi not only refrained from stopping him, but encouraged him to proceed. What logic was this? Chapter 138. The Wheel of Fortune. Brother Bai. Do you not wish to inquire about the recent events that have transpired in my life? Bai Yi inquired with a slight smile, promptly striking a palm against Daitu's chest. At that moment, a wave of nausea overwhelmed him, and black feathers erupted from his mouth in a continuous stream, culminating in the unexpected expulsion of a crow. There's no need. It will convey the message to me, Bai Yi remarked as the crow took flight from Daitu's lips and settled upon his shoulder. Is it possible that a crow resides within my belly? Daitu mused, intentionally teasing his uvula in an attempt to regurgitate something further, the earlier scene etched vividly in his memory. Enough of that. The crow was placed within you for your protection, Bai Yi explained. During its time hidden inside you, it has witnessed all that has occurred around you. Hence there is no need for you to recount it to me. Upon hearing this, astonishment flickered across Daitu's face. This revelation was entirely foreign to him. The morning sun cast its golden rays upon the Valley of the End, and as a specter, Daitu was bound to depart. After his exit, Bai Yi harnessed his kaleidoscopic Sharingan to delve into the memories of the crow. In this realm, Uchiha Madara's schemes were not dissimilar to his understanding. However, in this moment, Bai Ye's foremost concern was to allow a certain individual to experience the tides of fortune. Within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage had fully emerged from his retirement. With heightened work efficiency, the pile of documents on his desk had thinned, no longer resembling a mountain of paperwork. Please enter, came the response after a knock on the door. With caution, Bai Yi stepped inside. Third Hokage, please set your work aside. I have pressing matters to discuss. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage slowly lifted his gaze, the creases on his face converging like numerous ravines. Speak plainly. The door to the Hokage's office remained firmly shut as Baiyi spent several minutes articulating the information he possessed. What? You claim that Danzo's disappearance is linked to the Ninetales incident? The third Hokage rose from his chair, casting aside his pipe simultaneously. Do not rush. This matter requires careful consideration. This morning, I have already sent a message to the advisory team, and they are currently en route to the office. We shall deliberate collectively. At this proclamation, the third Hokage's expression grew solemn, his aged voice resonating with an unusual gravity. You have long been preparing for this, have you not? As a dear friend, the third Hokage understood Danzo's character. While he possessed a somewhat shadowy disposition, his loyalty to Konoha was undeniably profound. The third Hokage wished to protect him. By temporarily suppressing this issue and delegating it to the Umbu for verification, it could be managed discreetly. However, Baiyi's sudden revelation had thrust Danzo's situation into the limelight, leaving the third Hokage with a desire to assist his old companion, yet feeling utterly powerless. Of course, any threat to Konoha must not be permitted to remain. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, the high-ranking officials of Konoha village gathered in the Hokage's office. From the moment they entered, the atmosphere was charged with tension, particularly surrounding the third Hokage. Both Hizashi and Advisor Bai presented their analyses with sound reasoning. And I too believe that the timing of the Ninetales assault is closely linked to Danzo. Sitting to the left of the third Hokage, the venerable advisor, Narashikaku, spoke with authority, igniting a fervor among the assembly. Indeed, this matter warrants a thorough investigation, and all ninja from various departments should be involved. Calls for the apprehension of Danzo echoed throughout the room, placing immense pressure on the third Hokage. Observing the furrowed brows upon that aged visage, a sense of elation blossomed within me. Danzo, this time no one will come to your aid, not even the third Hokage. It is time for you to experience the taste of being hunted. As moments ticked by, the third Hokage could no longer withstand the clamor. Enough. We shall conduct a stringent inquiry into Danzo's actions. If the allegations prove true, he shall face severe consequences. He then turned to me, Baiyi. Since this matter was brought to light by you, I entrust its resolution entirely to you. The entire village will lend you their full support. Upon hearing this, I sprang from my chair with renewed vigor. Understood. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Stepping out of the Hokage's office, a fragrant breeze wafted toward me. I soon beheld Tsunade approaching, her stunning visage slightly flushed, swaying with a captivating grace. Baiyi, what brings you to the Hokage's office at such an early hour? It's barely 7. Tsunade's words left me momentarily speechless. It was evident she had indulged the previous night. Lady Tsunade, it is nearly time for the afternoon break. If you have urgent matters to discuss with the third Hokage, I suggest you do so promptly. The memory of the previous night's events in the women's hot spring flooded my mind, causing my cheeks to redden. Upon hearing my words, Tsunade glanced at Shizune, then slapped her forehead in realization. Oh no, I overslept. With that, she hurried towards the Hokage's office, and my gaze followed her graceful form. Wow, a tipsy Tsunade is truly a sight to behold. Hey, you little brat, didn't that old coot mention you could freely utilize Konoha's resources? Such an opportunity is rare. You should make the most of it. What are you scheming about? Lady Tsunade is my mentor. Cut it out. What do you take me for? I'm merely offering you strategic advice. Danzo has slipped away to the land of water. Surely you cannot retrieve him alone. This undertaking is perilous. But I have a mission that could assist you. Would you consider it? Spit it out. Mission title: Formation of a female team, limited to 5 members. Completion of this mission will enhance your understanding of Yin-Yang Chakra by 20 and increase your physical strength by 20. The duration of Susanu's third form has been extended by 5 minutes. The level of Kamui has been elevated. This time, the system has truly unleashed a bounty of rewards, leaving Baiyi astonished and filled with anticipation for this task. Without further ado, I have accepted this mission. In swift agreement, Baiyi began to seek out members for his team. Among them, Yumu naturally became the second member, while Tsunade, chosen by the system, claimed the third position. Chapter 139. Team Formation Weight. Are there no specific requirements for these 4 members? Certainly, there are requirements. Aside from the goddess Yumu, all other 5 members must pass an assessment, and team members must exclusively be ninjas from Konoha. The assessment criteria are categorized into 5 levels, ranging from low to high. And once deemed qualified by the system, one can join the team. What levels do Tsunade and Yumu currently hold? Both possess the combat prowess of a Kaguya. Hence they are naturally at that level. The 2 goddesses are exempt from the examination. Furthermore, once you have 2 dual members, the team task requirements may be relaxed. You only need to find 2 additional members. Where am I to find these individuals? Upon hearing the system's voice, Bai Yi sighed softly, a frown adorning his fair visage. Just then, a lively feminine voice echoed in his ear. Good afternoon, Advisor Bai. Turning towards the source of the voice, he beheld a beautiful girl with snow-white skin and crimson eyes greeting him. Ding. Why hi K. After system evaluation, her overall aptitude is at level C. With specialized training, she has the potential to elevate to level B. Thus, she is a candidate worth considering. Gazing at the lovely visage of K, Bai Yi momentarily lost his composure. Is there something on my face? The girl appeared flustered, and upon regaining his senses, Bai Yi hastily replied, No, 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 you are simply too stunning. By the way, K, I heard from Kakashi that you graduated at the top of your class in the Jinjutsu category at the Ninja Academy. That is truly impressive. Faced with Bai Yi's praise, her alabaster cheeks flushed slightly. Goodness, Bai Yi was not trying to belittle her. He and Kakashi were among the village's foremost geniuses, excelling in all facets. Her achievements, while remarkable in comparison to the average individual, appeared trivial when juxtaposed with these 2 prodigies. Advisor Bai, please don't jest. How can I compare to you and Kakashi? As she spoke, a hint of displeasure flitted across the girl's adorable face. Observing K's expression, Bai Yi could not help but reflect, Asoma, oh Asoma, you were indeed a man of unfortunate fate, married to such a beautiful wife, yet taken from this world so soon. Ahem, boy, you aren't developing feelings for this young lady, are you? I must remind you, we do not permit betrayal of the goddess Yumo. Bai Yi merely sighed in contemplation as the voices within him began to engage in their trivial banter. In response, having long since acclimated to his silence, he expressed a modicum of regret to Hong. Hong, I have devised a training regimen that I hope you will participate in. It will be tremendously beneficial for enhancing your illusionary skills. I am uncertain of your thoughts on this matter. Upon hearing these words, her exquisite eyes momentarily widened in surprise. Enhancing illusionary skills? I am most intrigued. How shall we proceed? The young girl exhibited an intense eagerness, which consequently secured the involvement of the 3rd female member within the team. There is no rush on this matter. I shall inform you in due course. Next, Bai Yi intended to pursue the final female member, a choice he had already contemplated. Within the borders of the grass country, Orochimaru had just completed a research project with Hongdo. The young girl, having undergone further development, now possessed curves even more alluring than before. Teacher, what is it that you hold? At that moment, a raven alighted upon Orochimaru's arm. Removing the note tied to his leg, Orochimaru meticulously read the inscription, then gently patted Hongdo on the shoulder. For a while, you cannot remain by my side. Return to Konoha and seek out Bai Yi. He wishes to discuss something important with you. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Hongdo solemnly acquiesced, despite her heart brimming with reluctance. For she knew she must heed her teacher's counsel. 3 days later, Hong and Hongdo arranged to meet at the village entrance. At noon, as a gentle breeze swept through, Bai Yi arrived at the village's edge using the Flying Thunder God technique. I apologize for the wait. Here are some delightful pastries you enjoy, he said, holding a small cake in his left hand and 2 skewers of dango in his right. Women are inherently drawn to food. Thus, the 2 young girls overlooked Bai Yi's tardiness upon seeing their beloved treats. After indulging in the delectable offerings, Bai Yi transported them to a quaint wooden cabin inhabited by the Moku people. By this time, the Moku and Tsunade had already been waiting for some time. Not long ago, Bai Yi had shared his plans with them, which included training for both girls. Today, he aimed to elevate their skills through a brief training session. Tsunade-sama, Miss Moku, what brings you here? Hong inquired with a puzzled expression. At this juncture, Bai Yi took the initiative to clarify. To undertake missions with me, you must first pass an assessment. These 2 are the instructors I have assigned to you. For the time being, the 2 of you will undergo rigorous training until you succeed in your evaluation. Upon concluding his statement, Tsunade stepped forward. My standards are quite demanding. Do you believe you can meet them? When it came to training, the 2 young girls did not hesitate, swiftly preparing themselves for the specialized regimen to commence. In contrast to Hongdo, Hong's training regimen was more straightforward, yet the pain she endured was magnified tenfold. Are you ready? Bai Yi gently inquired as he stood before the young girl, the black plum blossoms flickering within his eyes. Suki no Yomi, the training officially began. As Bai Yi employed Suki no Yomi to enhance Hong's mental fortitude. At that moment, All the anguish permeated within Hong's mind, her consciousness shattered repeatedly, only to be incessantly mended by Bai Yi. A fortnight had elapsed, during which Hong's mental prowess had more than doubled. Throughout this process, Bai Yi imparted to her the advanced illusions provided by the system. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Yuki, masters of their physical arts, bestowed all their knowledge upon Hong Do, who also learned 8 techniques of ninjutsu from Bai Yi. Through the relentless efforts of the 3 instructors, she was now on the verge of unlocking her 4th gate. The rigorous training over the past 2 weeks had proven to be remarkably effective, and it was now time to assess the results. Bai Yi instructed the 2 to stand before him, placing his hands gently upon the girl's forehead. Relax, do not be anxious. You are both exceptional. Ding. Commencing assessment. Please hold for level evaluation. Tsunade and Yuki, unaware of the system's intricacies, found Bai Yi's demeanor peculiar. Chapter 140. Departure, assessment complete. Yuhi Kurenai. Level up. Illusion 10, Ninjutsu 8, Taijutsu 6, Mitsurugi Hong Do. Level up. Illusion 4, Ninjutsu 9, Taijutsu 10. According to the system's calculations, neither meets the necessary criteria. Further training is required. The moment the results were revealed, Bai Yi's head drooped in dismay. Over the past fortnight, he had poured his heart and soul into this endeavor, yet the outcome was far from satisfactory, an outcome that would be difficult for anyone to accept. Witnessing Bai Yi's despondency, the system spoke up. There is a promising solution here. Are you interested? If completed, both young ladies will experience a significant advancement. Do tell. Bai Yi responded with eagerness, intrigued by the system's proactive suggestion. During this time, you have focused on enhancing their fundamental skills. But possessing a powerful summoning beast could also lead to a qualitative leap in their abilities. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi experienced an epiphany. Indeed, how had he not considered this earlier? If he could find suitable summoning beasts for the 2 girls, they might just reach the necessary levels. However, time was of the essence, and where could he procure such beasts? With a sudden shift in thought, Bai Yi turned his attention to the system. Hey, clever one. You must know where suitable summoning beasts can be found. It seems I must call upon your assistance. While I can assist you, you must first agree to one condition. Once we arrive in the land of water, you must unconditionally fulfill one of my requests. Rest assured, I will take care of the summoning beast matter. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Yi replied, agreed. But let it be known that I will not acquiesce to unreasonable demands. Deal. Once the agreement was solidified, Bai Yi found himself holding 2 scrolls. Ladies, this mission is fraught with danger, so we must prepare adequately. These are summoning scrolls I have prepared for you. Your training task today is to subdue them. In the midst of conversation, Bai Yi handed the scroll to the 2 young girls. They exchanged glances and simultaneously bit their fingers, allowing their blood to leave a mark upon the scroll. The incantations resonated together, as Bai Yi instructed Tsunade and the wooden figure to step back a distance. In due course, 2 magnificent beasts materialized before their eyes. At this moment, Hong stood atop a chameleon measuring over 5 meters in length. With its round, doe-like eyes, it appeared somewhat endearing, its skin shifting colors, soon rendering it nearly invisible. Hong, perched upon the chameleon's back, was momentarily startled by the sudden appearance of the creature. Meanwhile, Hong Do was lifted by a magnificent golden-eyed king cobra. Compared to the multitude of snakes, this king cobra was but slightly smaller in size. You 2 may begin. Bai Yi's voice echoed as the young girls commenced their taming of the summoned beasts. To their surprise, these seemingly fierce creatures were exceptionally docile, flailing only briefly before submissively yielding. Once they had tamed the summoned beasts, the girls commanded them to greet Bai Yi and the others. When they leaped down from the backs of their beasts, the 2 creatures stood still as sentinels at the entrance of the Hokage's office, motionless and vigilant. White Advisor. This summoned beast is truly remarkable. It not only possesses the ability to become invisible, but also can extend the range of illusions. As long as I remain on its back, I can employ illusions on enemies within a 15-meter radius. The typically proud Hong now appeared childlike in her excitement. The summoned beast Bai Yi had chosen for her was indeed a perfect match. On the other hand, the more fiery Hong Do clung tightly to Bai Yi, overwhelmed with joy, at a loss for words. Her golden-eyed cobra, aside from its immense size, boasted venom comparable to that of a hornet, marking it as a formidable weapon in group battles. How could she not be elated? Unbeknownst to her, the wooden figure standing not far away was now consumed with jealousy. Her exquisite gaze fixed intently on Bai Yi, as if to convey, If you dare to lay a finger on Hongdo, tonight will be your last. Sensing the subtle tension in the air, Bai hastily sought to change the subject. All right, you two, come over here. I have another test for you. Upon hearing this, the two girls obediently approached. System detecting, please wait. Yu Shizai Hongdo, passed. Shiri Hong, passed. Ding. Congratulations on completing the team task. You have received the following rewards. Understanding of Yin-Yang Chakra increased by 20, physical strength increased by 20. Duration of Susanoo extended. Kimui level 2 can be used twice daily. Skill range increased by 5 meters, with substantial energy consumption, used judiciously. A series of notifications filled Bai's mind, and he began to undergo profound transformations. This was evident in his muscles, which had notably increased in size, and his aura, which had grown more profound, exuding an enigmatic presence. How is it that you appear even more robust than before? As Bai's body underwent a transformation, Yumu was the first to approach him, her delicate fingers inadvertently tapping his chest. Surely not. Perhaps I've simply gained some muscle from my recent training. In response to Yumu's inquiry, Bai offered a rather perfunctory reply, then ostentatiously flaunted his muscles in front of several young ladies. Consequently, the matter was deftly sidestepped, allowing Bai to breathe a sigh of relief. The intricacies of the system were not to be disclosed to anyone, not even to Yumu, whom Bai regarded as his fiancée. On the night the team was formed, Bai submitted a request to the third Hokage. The mission was titled Journey to the Land of Water. Initially hesitant, the third Hokage was eventually persuaded by Bai's earnest entreaties that spanned the entire evening, leading him to ultimately acquiesce. 3 days later, the team was ready to embark. Given the clandestine nature of the operation, Bai did not even inform Kakashi. Upon reaching the borders of the Land of Fire, they were greeted by an expansive ocean. To reach the Land of Water, they would need to traverse these waters. The boatman at the border, seeing the group poised for departure, eagerly approached them. Sir, come this way. Our boat is spacious and splendid. Undoubtedly the finest option at the harbor. Do not heed his nonsense. His vessel has encountered numerous mishaps in the past 2 years and boasts the highest accident rate. My boat is far more reliable. Handsome sir, while you may be indifferent, surely you must consider the comfort of the lovely ladies accompanying you. I am certain you would not wish for them to endure hardship. The second boatman, a middle-aged man with remarkable eloquence, promoted his vessel by emphasizing the comfort it would provide for the young women. However, Bai was unimpressed. Knowing full well that the ladies behind him were hardly delicate damsels, each one could easily overpower an adversary. Scanning the surroundings, Bai's gaze pierced through the crowd, ultimately landing on an elderly man. The old man, past 70, had calloused hands that bore the marks of a seasoned sailor. What captivated Bai further was the depth of wisdom reflected in the elder's eyes. Then, pure chakra emanated from Bai, creating a path through the throng. Good sir, are you setting sail today? I wish to accompany you on your boat. Upon hearing Bai's words, the elderly man, adorned with a conical hat, was overcome with excitement. Yes, yes. Amidst his elation, the old man could scarcely believe the turn of events. Whispers of astonishment rippled through the harbor. How could such a remarkable gentleman choose his vessel, the most dilapidated of all? It was perplexing. Shortly thereafter, Bai and his team followed the elder to the port. And as anticipated, his boat was indeed the most rickety at the dock. Sir, my name is Racker, and this is my boat. It is quite worn, and the facilities are quite aged. Given your appearance, you seem to be no ordinary individuals. Are you truly willing to embark on my vessel? At this point, the elderly man still could not bring himself to believe that all of this was real. Upon hearing this, Bai offered a faint smile and gently patted the old man's shoulder, saying, Have a little faith in yourself. Although your ship may be quite dilapidated, that is of little consequence to me. What I value is you as a person. With that, Bai, accompanied by the wooden figure and others, boarded the vessel. Once inside, the dust stirred by their footsteps filled the air, causing several girls to cough violently. Cough, how suffocating. How long has this ship gone without cleaning? It's utterly filthy. Hongdo, whose hands were covered in dust from the dumplings, became the first to voice her complaints. Just then, a little girl of about 6 or 7 years stepped out from a corner. I'm so sorry. I will clean up right away. Please wait a moment, she said, preparing to pick up a cloth to tidy up the cabin. However, for a girl of her age, the amount of dust was beyond her ability to manage. Bai quickly grasped the little girl's hand. No need, we don't mind. You must be La K's granddaughter, right? Please go fetch him. I have important matters to discuss. Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, the little girl nodded vigorously. In no time, Lockhair hurriedly entered from outside. Did you call for me? Bai Yi casually tossed him a bottle of cola and gestured for him to sit. Mr. Lockhair, I see you have quite a few young crew members here. This time, I would prefer you not to take them out to sea. I will pay them, and it will be 3 times their usual wages. At this, Lockhair's face darkened. What do you mean, sir? Slowly sipping half the bottle of cola, Bai Yi replied softly, because I intend to venture into the forbidden area of the Water Nation. Young crew members would only complicate matters and be of no assistance. It would be better for them to rest at home. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression grew serious. I am but an old man. Why do you think I am capable of such a task? Hearing this, Bai Yi smiled faintly and uttered words that astonished the old man. A mere forbidden area of the Water Nation is hardly enough to instill fear in the former #1 sailor of the ninja world. Minutes earlier, the system had noticed Lockhair before Bai Yi did. That old man over there is quite remarkable. He was once the top sailor of the ninja world. Trust me, he possesses the skills to help you infiltrate the Water Nation undetected. Aside from him, there is no one else in this world with such abilities. The system's words reminded Bai Yi. Otherwise, how would he have understood the situation? With his illustrious past now revealed, Lockhair ceased to argue further. After hiding for so many years, he had ultimately been discovered. Mr. Bai, you all must be members of the Umbu, correct? I once caused significant losses to the Land of Fire. Today, you come to apprehend me, and I have no words to say. I only ask that you do not disturb those children. They are truly pitiful. With that, Lockhair assumed a posture of surrender. Dear sir, where do you intend to go? We have come to present you with an opportunity for redemption. If you can escort us to the forbidden waters of the Land of Water, you need not live in obscurity for the remainder of your days. At that moment, Rocker's eyes widened in astonishment. After a brief preparation, this realm's most formidable mariner set sail with his modest vessel, directing his course towards the Land of Water. The ocean at night was frigid, yet the ethereal beauty of the moonlight dancing upon the waves rendered the scene unforgettable. Yumu perched on the edge of the deck, her long legs dangling gracefully. As the evening breeze swept by, goosebumps erupted across her alabaster skin. Despite the exquisite scenery, one must take care of oneself. A windbreaker was added to her attire, warmth blossoming within her heart. At that moment, Bai Yi emerged from the cabin. Were you not already asleep? Upon hearing this, Bai Yi let out a wry chuckle. With danger looming ahead, as we are to confront the beasts of the forbidden waters tomorrow, how could I possibly find peace? I know you all too well. You have been staring at the goddess Mumu for half an hour, concocting such grandiloquent excuses in hopes of finding a substitute to enhance your favorability. It's quite repugnant. Typically, the stillness of night stirs memories of home. Since Yumu became a rogue ninja of the Land of Thunder, her former home had become a distant memory. Bathed in moonlight, this striking girl revealed her vulnerable side. For Bai Yi, this was a prime opportunity. Her words bore truth. You must be yearning for someone to converse with. I am the most suitable companion. How could I possibly sleep? Tender words echoed in Yumu's ears, and this resilient woman found her defenses momentarily crumbling. Subsequently, Yumu performed an act that would delight Bai Yi for an entire month. Thank you. It feels wonderful to have you by my side. She enveloped Bai Yi in an embrace, their bodies pressed closely together, the comforting sensation causing Bai Yi's cheeks to flush. Such affectionate words left Bai Yi momentarily bewildered. The goddess Mumu has taken the initiative to embrace you. This is truly astonishing. I must reward you with 2 extra legs of chicken and bestow upon you a chakra card. Chapter 142. The Forbidden Waters. As dawn broke, Yumu opened her eyes. Having fallen asleep in Bai Yi's embrace the previous night, suddenly, an aged voice resonated in her ears. Mr. Bai, we have arrived at the Forbidden Sea. Rocker's voice roused Bai Yi from her slumber, revealing the sight of the fabled sea known as insurmountable. This expanse was a windless zone, concealing ferocious sea beasts within its depths. Rocker had fulfilled his obligation by bringing Bai Yi to this location, and their collaboration had now reached its conclusion. The windless stretch required their own passage. Thank you for your efforts, dear sir. Your task is complete. Bai Yi tossed the remuneration for their voyage to Rocker, as several women busied themselves gathering their belongings. Mr. Bai, I sincerely apologize. As I have aged, the courage of my youth has sadly eluded me. Forgive this old man for not accompanying you on your journey. That small boat is my most treasured possession. May you rely on it to traverse this vast sea. With that, Lakar bowed deeply to Bai Yi and the others. Beside the dilapidated ship, the small vessel Lakar referred to was pushed forth by the sailors. The boat, measuring over 10 meters, was entirely enveloped in a deep black hue, crafted from a special material that rendered it indestructible. Upon witnessing such a remarkable creation, Bai Yi smiled with satisfaction. Thank you, esteemed elder, for the vessel. Until we meet again. After a brief farewell, Bai Yi, accompanied by several women, leapt onto the boat and set sail towards the edge of the doldrums. Watching the 5 figures gradually recede into the distance, Lakar sighed softly. Courageous young souls. May we meet again someday. The great ship and the small boat sailed in opposite directions, with Bai Yi's journey ever onward. As they were in a windless zone, the small boat required the aid of chakra to gain speed. Shadow clone technique conjured a duplicate of Bai Yi at the stern, and together they formed a larger Rasengan, which they placed in the water, providing the small vessel with a surge of vigorous propulsion. In the next moment, the boat's speed surged tenfold. A splendid idea indeed. My disciple does not disappoint. Tsunade patted Bai Yi's shoulder, her face alight with joy. Just then, the previously tranquil sea suddenly erupted with waves. Following this, a massive shark leapt into the air, its gaping maw large enough to engulf the entire small boat. Observing this, Bai Yi's lips curled upwards slightly, and the sound of 1,000 birds echoed as black lightning erupted from his fingertips, cleaving the shark's body in two. With a splash, the severed half plunged into the water, the spreading blood inevitably attracting more marine creatures. The true battle was about to commence. Prepare for combat, everyone. We shall soon face more formidable foes. As his voice faded, the group readied themselves for battle, while the 2 shadow clones at the stern continued to channel their strength. Ding! Hidden Mission Ocean Cleaner activated. Conditions as follows. Eliminate 50 large fish measuring over 8 meters to achieve a grade rating. Mission reward. 3 to Divine Might level. Simultaneously unlock team rewards, enhancing each member's overall capability by 10. Eliminating 40 large fish grants a grade rating. 2 to Divine Might level. Eliminating 30 large fish grants 1 to Divine Might level. Fewer than 30 will be regarded as an incomplete mission. Note: no team rewards for levels other than the grade. 1 large fish has been slain. Such fortunate tidings. It appears I must revise my strategy. Upon learning of the Ocean Cleaner mission, Bai Yi was filled with a yearning for the standards. To think this endeavor could also enhance the abilities of his companions. Having encountered such an opportunity, failing to meet the criteria would leave Bai Yi feeling immensely regretful. He promptly communicated with his 2 shadow clones, and at that moment, the entire navigation plan underwent a transformation. In the next moment, the clone deftly maneuvered the small boat, creating circles upon the water's surface to ensure sufficient agility, evading the attention of formidable sea creatures. This left the wooden figures bewildered. What are you doing? Why are we circling? Shouldn't we be hastening through the calm zone? In response to their inquiries, Bai Yi simply smiled and shook his head. Moo, since the conclusion of the 3rd Great Ninja War, how long has it been since you last stretched your limbs? Now that we have this rare opportunity, why not indulge ourselves here instead of fleeing at the first chance? Upon hearing this, the women suddenly understood. As the finest ninjas, they were naturally committed to their training. Now that you mention it, it does seem reasonable. Let us play a little. The sound of joints cracking echoed as the wooden figure was the first to prepare, with the others quickly following suit. Suddenly, several octopus tentacles shot forth from the water, attempting to overturn the small boat. At that moment, the headband of the wooden figure burst open, revealing a dark indigo tail. With a gentle flick, all the octopus tentacles were repelled. Following this, Hong Do stepped forward, forming a hand seal with her right hand, causing her entire left arm to transform into dozens of giant pythons that simultaneously plunged into the water. Her sweet face flushed crimson as she utilized the shadow snake hand technique to pull out the massive octopus from the depths. Fire style, dragon fire technique. After immobilizing the creature, a dragon of flames erupted from Hong Do's mouth, instantly incinerating half of the octopus. Ding! Killed large fish, too, at this moment. The synergy between the wooden figure and Hong Do prompted a shift in the atmosphere. However, Bai Yi was dissatisfied. He deemed their method far too sluggish and sought a more efficient approach. Hold on tight, everyone. We're about to engage in something more exhilarating. With a soft reminder, Bai Yi's hands swiftly formed seals. Great water burst. At that instant, a colossal wave surged beneath the boat. lifting it along with the surrounding marine life within a 100-meter radius. As the vessel hovered in midair, Baiyi, utilizing his Sharingan, swiftly locked onto the surrounding targets. And a silver Susanoo materialized behind him. I hope these large fish attract enough targets. With that, the silver figure wielded a long spear, striking down the suspended fish. Blood splattered across the sea's surface, and after this tumultuous bout, half of the task was accomplished. The pungent scent of blood lingered in the air, causing the three women, aside from Tsunade, to feel nauseous. Concurrently, they realized how perilous the forthcoming situation would be. In stark contrast, Baiyi exhibited no fear. Instead, a frenzied expression spread across his face. Come quickly. You are the key to my success. Time ticked away, and the scene in the Forbidden Sea was on the verge of becoming uncontrollable. Chapter 143. Team Enhancement. The howling winds intensified, and the stench of blood on the water grew ever more potent as large fish leapt from the depths. Even Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, was taken aback by the spectacle before her. Even the tailed beasts would likely find it impossible to navigate such a scene. The Forbidden Sea lives up to its name. The expressions of the group turned grave, while Baiyi sat on the small boat, eyes closed in serene contemplation, an incongruous figure amidst the surrounding chaos. Monitoring complete. The quantity of large fish in the sea is sufficient to fulfill the role of ocean cleaner, the system announced. Hearing this, a faint smile graced Baiyi's lips. At this critical juncture, everyone observed Baiyi's apparent tranquility. In truth, he was merely allowing the system to assess the quantity of large fish. With the dust finally settled, he was ready to embark on an extraordinary venture. Wooden man, teacher, all of you, place your hands upon me, Baiyi proposed after opening his eyes. His request peculiar yet earnest. Although the group was puzzled, their unwavering trust in Baiyi prevented any objections. Utilizing the earth release and the super light rock technique, he transformed their bodies, diminishing their density. As if drawn by an unseen force, several graceful figures ascended towards the heavens. After stabilizing their forms, they swiftly soared into the air. Just as they departed, a shark devoured the small boat, creating towering waves upon the surface of the sea. Our boat has been swallowed. How shall we cross the ocean now? Baiyi noticed the young girl's anxious demeanor and gently patted her head, reassuring her, what is there to worry about? We can already fly. Does crossing the sea still frighten you? Upon hearing this, the others realized the truth. Indeed, they had acquired the ability to soar. They no longer required the assistance of those large fish. Yet, just as they reveled in their newfound power, two wings suddenly broke the surface of the water, followed by a large fish with wings leaping from the depths. Fish in the Forbidden Sea can fly. How is this possible? The women exclaimed in unison. Having grown up in inland regions, they had never witnessed such a sight. Meanwhile, Lakar had only shared this information with Baiyi, leaving the others somewhat bewildered. However, for Baiyi, who was well aware of everything, the unfolding events were hardly surprising. You all step back. Leave the remaining matters to me, he declared, standing resolutely before the onslaught of flying fish. As he clasped his hands together, a spatial cube materialized quietly. Earth release, boundary disintegration technique. Upon executing this technique, everything within a certain radius disintegrated into dust. Dozens of large fish and the surrounding seawater transformed into countless specks. The system's voice echoed once more. Congratulations on completing the ocean cleaner task, restoring balance to the marine environment. From this moment forth, this area shall no longer be governed by the large fish, allowing weaker creatures a chance to thrive. Now awarding you tier rewards. Divine Might level increased by 3. Upon reaching level 5, hidden benefits will be activated. 10 reduction in consumption when using Divine Might. Skill range extended to 40 meters, usable 5 times daily. Hidden benefits activated. Team enhancement by 10, redeemable. At that moment, Baiyi radiated a brilliant light, a gentle glow enveloping the wooden man and the others. After a few seconds, as the radiant light dissipated, the Yumu people felt an overwhelming surge of strength, their spirits elevated beyond measure. That white light was so comforting. Baiyi, what was that? Yumu was the first to inquire, and Baiyi quickly fabricated an explanation. Oh, it's merely a type of amplification ninjutsu. I was concerned for your safety, after all. Now, the training has concluded, and we must take our leave. At the end of the Forbidden Sea stood a towering peak, an insurmountable challenge for ordinary individuals. However, with the aid of the super lightweight rock technique, Baiyi and the others could effortlessly soar across. The hidden mist village lies at the heart of the land of water. Upon crossing the Forbidden Sea, they could head directly towards the central area, a route that is both the shortest and the safest. The only inconvenience was traversing a mountain range, but it was unguarded. And with their stamina, they could manage it in a day at most. As night began to fall, they decided to take a moment to rest. I have some bread and canned ham. Please help yourselves. The group arrived halfway up the mountain, the journey proceeding smoothly, allowing the team a brief respite. Bai distributed food to everyone, and when it came to Yumu, she revealed something special. This is the dorayaki and milk I prepared at home. Enjoy, though I have more in my bag. At that moment, all eyes turned towards her, and Tsunade playfully patted Bai from behind. You clever boy. How could you be so thoughtful? It's no wonder you found such a beautiful girlfriend. Yumu, you ought to cherish a man like this. Upon hearing this, Yumu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She accepted the milk and dorayaki from Bai and silently began to eat. In contrast to the stunning vistas visible from the deck, the forest was overgrown with thorns, and various insects buzzed incessantly, their sounds utterly irritating. Nonetheless, after a long day of exertion, the group slept soundly until a piercing scream shattered the tranquility. Wild boar over there. Let us chase it down. A cool female voice echoed through the woods, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Bai, still not fully asleep, was quickly drawn to the commotion. Finding themselves within the borders of the land of water, encountering such a disturbance was decidedly ominous. He glanced at the delicate sleeping faces beside him, feeling reluctant to rouse them. You all rest well here. I'll go take a look. With a soft sigh, Bai conjured a spatial barrier within a radius of several dozen meters, ensuring their safety before departing. In the forest, a striking blue-clad beauty with long crimson hair was pursuing a massive wild boar, accompanied by members of the Mist's Umbu. Had Bai been present, he would have recognized this enchanting figure. Years later, she would emerge as one of the pivotal figures between the worlds, the fifth Mizukage. Terumi Mei, a goddess of the Naruto realm, her popularity rivaling that of the Leaf Village's goddess, Tsunade, and Yumu from the Cloud Village. Captain Terumi, we have been chasing that wild boar for 3 days now. Why haven't we captured it yet? A man wearing a mask leaned close to Komiya's ear, his tone laced with resentment. For countless days, they had been pursuing a wild boar, having gone 3 days and nights without rest. As a result, Komiya's complexion had dulled, dark circles gradually appearing beneath her eyes, rendering her once exquisite visage somewhat lackluster. Chapter 144. Komiya. This wild boar had repeatedly wreaked havoc upon the village. Long established as a habitual offender, if it were easily captured, there would be no need for our presence. Judging by the footprints, it should not be far from here. Let us proceed and investigate. Komiya meticulously examined the prints on the ground, confidently discerning the direction in which the boar had fled. The group followed the trail of footprints, and it was not long before they entered the surveillance range of Bai. Perched atop a century-old tree, Bai munched on bread while observing the group from Wuin Village. Upon recognizing Komiya as the captain, he felt his heart stir at the sight of her stunning beauty. Compared to the mature, alluring woman he was accustomed to, this version of Komiya appeared to be in her early 20s. Though her figure remained enticing, the full essence of her mature charm had yet to manifest. She looked somewhat youthful, yet undeniably lovely, truly deserving of the title of village beauty. I must admit, this enchanting woman is indeed captivating. I am rather keen to engage with her, Bai murmured softly, as the lecherous side of him stirred restlessly. Eyes, I am not scolding you. If one lacks ambition, what distinguishes them from a salted fish? Mere interaction holds little meaning. We must recruit her into our ranks, another voice chimed in. If that were the case, we could see the goddess every day. Indeed, indeed. What you say is true, I concur. Let us issue a mission forthwith. Ding. Initiating affection quest. Quest objective. Assist Komiya in capturing the wild boar. Reward, 20 affection points. Upon reaching 100%, all attributes of chakra comprehension will increase by 20%, simultaneously activating a team buff of 15%. After a unanimous discussion, they collectively assigned a new mission to Bai, who did not object. After all, what normal man in the world would shy away from aiding a beautiful woman, especially when such assistance was compensated? Very well, I shall comply. With a soft sigh, Bai leaped down from the ancient tree, forming hand seals mid-air. The summoning technique summoned Xiaobai, who perfectly positioned itself below to catch him. Bai then affectionately ruffled Xiaobai's fur. Xiaobai, Please help me locate any large beasts nearby, likely a wild boar. Upon hearing Bei's request, Xiaobai immediately perked up its nose. Moments later, it emitted a couple of soft yelps and darted rapidly towards the northwest. The white figure darted through the forest, following Bei's instructions to run and howl simultaneously, aiming to capture Konomiya's attention. There is movement in the northwest. Let us hasten our pursuit. Upon hearing the resounding roar of the young white creature, the captain, Kagaya Mei, was the first to react, followed closely by her team members who hurriedly made their way towards the northwest. After approximately 20 minutes of pursuit, the young white successfully located the wild boar. At that moment, the boar was resting against a large tree, its body marred with scars, suggesting it had endured a fierce battle. Upon sighting this formidable beast, the young white prepared to charge forward, only to be forcefully restrained by Bai Yi. Are you foolish? Our task is merely to navigate. The capture does not concern us. Chastened by Bai Yi's reprimand, the young white lowered its head in silence. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from behind them. Quick, the wild boar is over there. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi smiled faintly and vanished using the flying thunder god technique. After their departure, the boar, still resting against the tree, also heard the commotion. With a mighty effort, it shifted its bulk and stood up, intending to flee, when a chilling female voice echoed through the forest. Dissolution technique, liquid corruption. A milky white liquid shot forth from the woods, corroding everything in its path. The wild boar was slow to react, and much of the white liquid splattered upon its body. A mournful howl erupted, startling all the birds in the vicinity, as the beast's eyes turned bloodshot from the pain. You truly made it easy for me to find you, the menace to the village. Kagaya Mei emerged slowly from the shadows, while the other members leapt into the trees, blocking the boar's escape routes. Witnessing this, the enormous wild boar, exceeding 7 meters in length, began to panic, thrashing its limbs against the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. Its seasoned experience became evident at that moment. Kagaya Mei remained unfazed by the boar's attempts at deception, for within the entirety of the hidden mist village, few could rival her prowess. To employ such tricks before me, you underestimate Kagaya Mei far too much. Boiling technique, mist of deception. As her hands clasped together, a white acidic mist erupted from her lips, prompting several members of the Umbu to retreat to a safer distance. The mist seeped into the boar's wounds, significantly restricting its movements. With this, Kagaya Mei was ready to escalate the confrontation. Water technique, water prison. In unison, they formed seals, encasing the boar within a massive sphere of water. The oxygen was deliberately extracted, causing the creature to rapidly descend into a state of asphyxiation. With the pursuit reaching this juncture, it could be deemed a conclusion. Bai Yi reappeared using the flying thunder god. Observing Kagaya Mei and the others celebrating their apparent victory, he shook his head in exasperation. If it were this easy to capture, would the higher-ups of your water country still be troubled? Just as Bai Yi's words lingered in the air, a thunderous roar erupted suddenly. Following this, 2 enormous blood-red pupils emerged before them, heralding the arrival of an enormous wild boar, exceeding 10 meters in length. Several team members prepared to respond, but unexpectedly, the colossal beast struck first. Its massive head crashed violently against the ground, causing the entire forest to tremble, and all, including Koizumi Mei, lost their balance. Seizing this opportunity, the gigantic wild boar launched a fierce assault, leaving 2 team members severely injured, while the others sustained minor wounds. Even Koizumi Mei's arm was gashed. How infuriating it was to be ambushed by such a creature. Water release, water dragon bullet. The injury on her arm hindered her hand-sealing speed, allowing the giant wild boar to strike even more swiftly, its elongated tusks aimed directly at Koizumi Mei's waist. In that moment, this future 5th Mizukage felt the chilling breath of death. As others prepared to assist, they were blocked by the female wild boar that had been pursuing them earlier. With the captain on the brink of being pierced, a tightness gripped everyone's hearts. And even Koizumi Mei herself doubted her survival. Chapter 145. Master of the Hunt. Suddenly, the haunting howl of a wolf echoed through the air. Just as the tusks were about to pierce Koizumi Mei, a white figure appeared, abruptly halting the gigantic wild boar's advance. For sharp canines clamped down on the boar's neck, and at the same moment, Koizumi Mei felt a gentle force around her waist. Turning to look, she saw a fairly handsome face before her. Do not worry. As long as I am here, those 2 beasts cannot harm you, he assured her. With that, The two of them ascended to the treetops. Baiyi had donned a simple disguise, his elongated scar making it difficult for Koizumi Mei to recognize him. "Who are you?" she instinctively asked, not realizing how close they were. "I am the guardian of this mountain, and like you, I have been hunting those two wild boars for quite some time. They are quite special. Their thick fur renders most ninjutsu ineffective. The water release technique you used earlier was entirely futile." Upon hearing Baiyi's explanation, Koizumi Mei experienced an epiphany. Indeed, the water release technique was gentler, with very limited penetrative power. It was no wonder that their attacks could not harm the boars, given their thick fur. "If that is the case, do you have a way to injure them?" she inquired. Baiyi responded with a confident smile, "Of course. As long as we can immobilize them, the water release technique will suffice." At this, Koizumi Mei was momentarily bewildered. Hadn't he just said that the water release was ineffective? How could he contradict himself? Her doubts dissipated only when she witnessed the extraordinary technique Baiyi was about to unleash. Water release, water severing wave. Taking advantage of the moment when Xiao Bai had the giant wild boar locked down, Baiyi unleashed the signature ninjutsu of the second Hokage. The accelerated water currents sliced through the boar, carving away a third of its massive body. Stunned, Koizumi Mei and her team could hardly believe their eyes. Incredible. The water release can be wielded this way. It seems even among the ninjas of the Land of Water, there are no records of such a technique. After swiftly dispatching the colossal wild boar, Baiyi immediately turned his attention to another. "Since you are a couple, let us embrace the fate of life and death together. With your bodies tainted by so much blood, perishing by my hand seems only fitting." As he spoke, Baiyi leaped from the treetops, cradling Komiai Mei in his arms. With dark lightning flickering around his form, he raised his right leg high, exuding an unparalleled aura directed towards the female wild boar. With a thunderous crash, Baiyi executed a technique from the fourth-generation Thunder Shadow, shattering the boar's spine. This display of overwhelming power left a profound impression on the lovely Komiai Mei in his embrace. This man is truly extraordinary. If only his face were unmarred by scars, he would be even more handsome, though he is quite striking as he is. With her beautiful eyes fixed on Baiyi, Komiai Mei found herself lost in thought. "Did I frighten you? I may have been a bit too rough just now," he murmured softly, pulling her back from her reverie. "No, not at all. You were incredibly impressive," she replied, a flush spreading across her exquisite features. Nearby, the members of the Mist-Hidden team, witnessing the demise of the wild boar, hurried over. "Captain Komiai Mei, are you all right?" At that moment, their relatively close proximity did not go unnoticed by others. It dawned on Komiai Mei that she had been in Baiyi's grasp for quite some time, her blue gown now marked with handprints. "My apologies, sir, for having troubled you for so long," she said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Baiyi smiled and shook his head in response. "Ding, mission accomplished. You have earned a reward of 20 affinity points. Moreover, having slain 2 wild boars, you have triggered a special mechanism and received a reward of 2. Your current affinity with Komiai Mei stands at 40. As the system relayed the rewards, Baiyi found himself momentarily lost in thought. His gaze fell once more on Komiai Mei. In light of the recent battle, her blue dress was now tattered, revealing patches of her fair skin, which made Baiyi's actions seem somewhat inappropriate. "Sir," Komiai Mei suddenly shouted into his ear, snapping him back to reality. "Ah, my apologies, I was lost in contemplation," he replied, slightly flustered. "These 2 wild boars must have caused you considerable trouble. You should take their bodies back for report. I have no need for pork." Noticing Komiai Mei's flushed cheeks, Baiyi realized he had acted rather indiscreetly and quickly sought to change the subject. "Leave everything to us? That cannot be. These wild boars could fetch a handsome sum at the market, and besides, they were designated for hunting by the Lord of the Water Country, which means the rewards are quite substantial. Our team did not exert much effort. We cannot accept such honor. Sir, what is your name? Why not return to the village with me? I will report this matter to Lord Mizukage, and you shall undoubtedly receive your due reward." Before Baiyi could respond, the entities within him provided a compelling reason to decline. "Ah, the invitation from the enchanting lady cannot be overlooked. Such an opportunity is rare. If you accompany her back to the village, I shall assist in elevating your rapport to its zenith. The enhancement of all attributes, coupled with a 10% boost to team capabilities, is precisely what I, Baiyi, urgently require." With this unexpected olive branch extended, it seems I have no choice but to accept. More importantly, Terumi Mei's invitation presents an exquisite chance to infiltrate the inner sanctum of the Land of Water. With Danzo present, perhaps even Kurizetsu lurks nearby. The closer I get to the upper echelons of the Land of Water, the more likely I am to uncover traces of these two figures. Upon reflection, this opportunity is indeed one I cannot let slip away. I am known as Baijo, the guardian of the mountains here, having traveled through various lands, although I prefer to be called the Master Hunter. Given the lady's generous invitation, I must graciously comply. I kindly ask for your guidance upon our return to the village, as I am not well acquainted with the area. Having reached an agreement, the lightly injured members of the Mist Ninja team prepared the bodies of 2 wild boars. As dawn broke, our group traversed the mountains, soon revealing the full panorama of Kirigakure. The ever-present layers of mist obscured the view. Even with my Sharingan activated, I could only discern the vague outlines of the village. What are you gazing at? We must hurry and bring these wild boars in before the daimyo arrives for his visit, Terumi Mei urged, nudging me as I appeared lost in thought. My apologies. I have not returned in quite some time, and it is only natural to be somewhat mesmerized. Let us proceed, I replied, flicking my sleeve back, casting a stone inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique onto the ground. Chapter 146. Farewell, Danzo. Following the Third Great Ninja War, Kirigakure suffered significant losses in combat strength, including the formidable 7 ninja swordsmen. Consequently, the village's circumstances have become rather intricate, with those who preserved their power during the conflict harboring rebellious sentiments. This is precisely why Kurizetsu has come here. Upon returning to the village alongside Terumi Mei and the others, the massive wild boar they brought drew countless gazes, and cheers erupted from the onlookers. Splendid. The wild boars plaguing our village have finally been captured. You are all remarkable. As the villagers praised us, Terumi Mei exchanged pleasantries with each one, perhaps a testament to her potential to become the 5th Mizukage. To lead a village, one must at least be well-liked, wouldn't you agree? Meanwhile, at the same moment in the village, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, prepared a welcoming ceremony in his office. Captain Terumi Mei, thank you for resolving the village's hidden threat. And who might this be? Terumi Mei led me into the Mizukage's office. My disheveled appearance and unkempt clothing stood in stark contrast to the elegance of the beautiful Terumi Mei, creating a palpable dissonance between our presences. Mizukage-sama, allow me to introduce this gentleman, Baijo, the guardian of the forest. Our successful capture of the wild boars owes much to his assistance. Terumi Mei spoke, her eyes reflecting respect as she mentioned my name. Upon witnessing this scene, Yagura found himself intrigued by Baiyi. It is not often that someone earns the admiration of Captain Terumi Mei. You truly possess remarkable prowess. I never anticipated encountering such a skilled individual outside the confines of the village. As the Mizukage, I must be more vigilant in the future to ensure our village does not suffer from a dearth of talented successors. Please, take a moment to rest. Captain Terumi Mei and I must attend to the esteemed lords of the Land of Water. We shall engage in a thorough discussion later. With that, Yagura waved to the attendant nearby. Understanding his intent, Baiyi discreetly departed with the guards. Just as he stepped outside the Mizukage's office, a familiar figure came into view. The lords of the Land of Water had arrived, and amidst the gathering, Baiyi spotted Danzo's silhouette. Lord Danzo, so you are indeed here, he murmured to himself as he followed the guards away. For one who had rendered substantial contributions, Yagura treated Baiyi quite well, providing him with the most opulent room in the entire village. Despite this, Baiyi felt little joy, as the distance from the Mizukage's office hindered his ability to monitor Danzo's actions. Are you troubled? In truth, you could beseech me. Spying on Danzo would not be a challenge. The eye suddenly spoke, prompting Baiyi to respond without hesitation. Speak quickly, consider it a plea. Coughs, I shall now activate your new skill, the Eye of Sand. The signature jutsu of Gaara was now at Baiyi's command, resulting in an eye composed of swirling sand materializing beside him. By closing one eye, he established a connection with the Eye of Sand. With this newfound ability, he could now eavesdrop on Danzo's every move. Within the Mizukage's office, there existed a dedicated hall of recollection where the lords were seated in esteemed positions, with the 4th Mizukage and the village's senior officials flanking either side. At this moment, all gazes were fixed upon Danzo. I would like to introduce everyone. This is Mr. Danzo Shimura, the leader of the root of Konoha. He has come to discuss significant matters with us. The man with a small mustache took the initiative to introduce Danzo. Upon hearing this, Yagura's expression turned icy, and Terumi Mei, standing behind him, showed signs of readiness for confrontation. Ah, a prominent figure from Konoha. Mr. Danzo, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to our hidden village? Is it possible that Konoha seeks to instigate war unilaterally? Upon hearing this, Danzo lifted his teacup, took a sip, and replied slowly, Mr. Yagura, I believe you are mistaken. I am no longer affiliated with Konoha. It is a place that has fostered animosity within me. My intention here is to collaborate with you, Mr. Yagura, on strategies to counter Konoha. As the former leader of the root, I possess unparalleled insight into that village. As for my credibility, the lords of the Land of Water will surely vouch for me. With a shift in focus, Danzo turned his gaze towards the lords of the Land of Water. Indeed, Mr. Danzo has come with sincere intentions. I can attest to this, as he has shared numerous confidential matters regarding Konoha with me. For instance, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife perished in their endeavor to seal the tailed beasts, leaving behind their posthumous child, who is now the current host of the Nine Tails. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. The village of Konohagakure had effectively concealed the news of the fourth Hokage's demise, although this matter could not remain hidden for long. It was not readily accessible to the distant Land of Water. Furthermore, the fact that Naruto is the host of the Nine Tails eludes their comprehension entirely. The two revelations offered by Dans were indeed explosive. As a result, after discussions among the village's higher-ups, many of Dan's concerns were alleviated. Ah, Mr. Dans, your news is indeed invaluable. Might you have further insights to share? Yagura inquired, causing Dan's expression to return to a semblance of normalcy. This is precisely what I wish to convey. As a former leader of Root, no one possesses a deeper understanding of cultivating adept shinobi than I. The current plight of the Land of Water lies in its scattered and unrefined talents. To truly make a name in the shinobi world, one must nurture individuals of formidable strength. Historically, the most exceptional talents have emerged from mutual slaughter. Moreover, Mr. Yagura, since the dissolution of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, your dominance has waned. Dans approached Yagura, placing a large hand on his shoulder, and whispered softly into his ear. At that moment, Yagura's heartstrings were undoubtedly stirred. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Mr. Dans, I shall contemplate this matter. Byakuya, observing this exchange through the sand eye, was engulfed by an ominous premonition. Was the village of Blood Mist truly unavoidable? Murmuring to himself, he collapsed onto the large bed. He recognized that although Yagura did not immediately acquiesce to Dan's request, his demeanor suggested that this situation was now inevitable, for he needed to consolidate his power. With this thought in mind, Byakuya returned to his comrades' encampment using the Flying Thunder God technique. Suddenly appearing by the fire, several women quickly gathered around him. Where were you last night? Why have you returned only now? Among them, Tsunade was the first to speak. I went out to stretch my legs and glean some information about the hidden mist village. He replied. Upon hearing this, Tsunade leaned in closer. Did you discover Dans? In response to her inquiry, Byakuya nodded gently. Not only did I discover him, but I also learned of his plans. This old man has already divulged Naruto's status as the Nine Tails host, and has intervened in the governance of the hidden mist village. The era of the Blood Mist village is about to commence. The women exchanged glances, bewildered by the concept of the so-called Blood Mist village. At that point, Byakuya began to elaborate on this idea. The Blood Mist village primarily aims to select true elites through mutual slaughter, a policy that serves to solidify the fourth Hokage's rule. The reason Danzo proposed such an ideology was merely to manipulate the selection process, allowing his chosen ones to stand out and become the backbone of the hidden mist village. Once the time was ripe, he could instigate a coup and seize control of the entire Land of Water. At that point, it would be much easier for him to settle scores with me. Upon receiving this detailed analysis, Tsunade struck a nearby tree with great force. How infuriating! Danzo's ambition has reached such heights. Do you know where his henchmen are? Such a grand scheme could not possibly be executed by him alone. Upon hearing this, Baiyi smiled faintly. I will find out, but it will take some time. You all stay here and do not move, awaiting my further instructions. It is getting late. After all, I am a distinguished guest of the Hidden Mist Village and must return promptly. With that, Baiyi prepared to employ the Flying Thunder God technique. Just then, a cool voice suddenly called out to him. Wait a moment. Why do you carry the scent of another woman? Yuki swiftly moved, seizing Baiyi by the collar before he could leave. Her elegant nose lifted, detecting the presence of another's essence on him. It is well known that cats possess the keenest sense of smell in this world. A hint of jealousy flickered across her stunning visage. Witnessing this scene, Bai could not help but smile wryly, his heart secretly rejoicing at Yuki's display of jealousy on his behalf. Indeed, it was the scent of another woman. Their Mizukichi had assigned him a female guard, purportedly to serve him day and night. However, such a person could never compare to my divine Yuki. Fear not, my dear. Your husband will not stray. With that, Bai planted a gentle kiss on Yuki's lovely face and vanished from sight. Observing this, Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle. All right. He was merely teasing you. I'll handle him later. Given the current tense atmosphere, Tsunade hurried over to comfort Yuki to prevent any emotional turmoil. Once back in the lavish bedroom, Bai noticed that the previous arrangement had remained undisturbed, allowing him to finally relax. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Mr. Bai, are you asleep? The voice belonged to Terumi Mei. Bai attempted to calm his breathing, feigning drowsiness as he approached the door. Coming, what's the matter? Before he could finish his sentence, he was taken aback by the beauty before him. Terumi Mei had changed into an outfit that accentuated her figure, a striking blue dress that revealed her long, slender legs. Her ample bosom was unabashedly displayed, complemented by her flowing orange-red hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an aura of irresistible allure. Wow, she is simply stunning. Mei's goddess is radiating pure desire. I can hardly contain myself. Does anyone have a tissue? Quick, bring me one. Handle it yourself. We are all busy admiring the beauty. Cough. A great beauty has come to see you. You must share a meal with her. This is a matter of utmost priority. Dining with Kaguya Mei, I casually inquired about her favorite bathhouses. The first task was quite acceptable, yet the second was merely a figment of the old lecher's imagination. Just as I was about to refute their claims, Kaguya Mei spoke up at the entrance. Mr. Bai, if you have some time, may I invite you to dinner? I sincerely appreciate your help yesterday. Upon hearing this, I was momentarily taken aback and uttered an incredibly blunt remark. Captain Kaguya Mei, are you dressed up just to dine with me? The moment the words escaped my lips, my inner self was torn apart by remorse. What an impertinent thing to say. Is that how one addresses a lady? You ought to be reprimanded. Refrain from such brazen remarks in the future. Meanwhile, Kaguya Mei appeared somewhat flustered by my comment. After all, women tend to be emotional creatures. You may perceive their subtle thoughts, but revealing them is always ill-advised. Consequently, her cheeks flushed a deep cherry red as she stammered. It's just that yesterday was rather perilous, and I thought I should make an effort to look nice, fearing I may not have another chance. Mr. Bai, will you join me? The enchanting beauty extended her invitation once more, and I had no reason to decline. Soon, Kaguya Mei led me to a culinary festival in the Land of Water, where one sushi shop was her absolute favorite. The primary allure of this establishment was its handsome proprietor, a tall man with striking features who perpetually captivated Kaguya Mei. Boss, as per usual, I'd like a double portion today. Upon seeing Kaguya Mei enter, the proprietor greeted her with a refreshing smile before bustling off to the kitchen. After about 5 minutes, he presented 2 plates of tuna sushi, smoked pork buns, and a flask of sake. Enjoy your meal. Tonight's dinner is on me. Without your assistance, my little shop might have faced another onslaught from a gigantic wild boar. Please, don't hesitate. It's the least I can do. With his generous words, Kaguya Mei had no grounds for refusal. She promptly uncorked the sake and filled 2 cups to the brim. Mr. Bai, I have no plans for tomorrow. How about we indulge tonight and drink until dawn? This place is open 24 hours. Hearing this, I shrugged my shoulders. I'm easygoing. As long as it brings you joy, I shall gladly accompany you. However, as I repeatedly addressed her as Captain, Kaguya Mei's exquisite visage reflected a hint of annoyance. Please, refrain from calling me Captain. It feels too distant. After all, we have faced life and death together. Just call me Mei. Very well, Mei, I acquiesced with a smile, which elicited a delightful giggle from her. Now, savor the tuna sushi. I assure you, it will be to your satisfaction. With a light-hearted laugh, Kaguya Mei placed a piece of sushi into my bowl. The exquisite flavor of tuna is truly unforgettable, harmoniously complemented by specially prepared glutinous rice, which indeed leaves Bai entranced. Subsequently, the two clinked their glasses together. Zhao Main exhibits a commendable tolerance for alcohol, even after consuming an entire pot of sake. She remains only slightly tipsy. At this moment, the enchanting beauty poses a question that stirs vigilance within Bai Yi. Mr. Bai, you claim to have traveled the world. Among these countries, which one do you favor the most? Upon hearing this, Bai immediately comprehends the underlying significance of her words. The woman is testing him. Naturally, it is the land of water. The scenery here is stunning, and as I have a particular penchant for seafood, my palate is gratified every day, a luxury unparalleled elsewhere. The tuna sushi is delectable, thank you, Miss Main. With that, Bai once more raises his glass to Zhao Main. As the liquid flows down his throat, the pot of sake has nearly been emptied. Boss, please bring us 2 more pots of sake, along with a few of your signature seafood dishes. The proprietor promptly complies. While Zhao Main gazes at Bai with an intriguing expression, his response was flawless. To seek culinary satisfaction in a place is not an impossible endeavor. As Zhao Main ponders, Bai's glass meets hers once more. Miss Main, let us indulge until we are inebriated. Beep. The system has activated the infinite drinking mode for you. Regardless of how much you consume, the host shall remain sober. It will also monitor Zhao Main's level of intoxication to prevent any deception. The system's voice resonates, uplifting Bai's spirits. This feature is incredibly practical. Between toasts, the two consume pot after pot of sake. As the night progresses, Zhao Main's body sways slightly, her radiant crimson visage inciting an irresistible urge to kiss her. However, the pungent scent of her belches quickly dispels such thoughts. Zhao Main's intoxication level is at 95%, indicating a state of drunkenness. This is a rare opportunity. Please seize it wisely. With the system detecting the beautiful lady's level of inebriation, Bai feels a sense of relaxation. He has been keenly observing this future 5th-generation water shadow. As the night deepens, Bai and Zhao Main are the final patrons in the establishment. The owner emerges from the kitchen, yawning. Upon seeing Zhao Main inebriated, his gaze lingers in astonishment. Sir, you are truly remarkable. To have made Miss Zhao intoxicated is impressive. I commend you, and next time you visit, I shall treat you to a meal. Acknowledging the proprietor's words with a slight nod, Bai gently lifts the still swaying Zhao Main and, as they reach the entrance, he softly remarks, in business, we all face challenges. I have left the payment on the table. With that, Bai exits the sushi restaurant. As he steps outside, a warm breeze brushes past him, causing him to shiver slightly. The street is deserted, devoid of any figures. At that moment, a soft voice suddenly resonates in Bai's ear. I want to take a bath. Let us go to the Blue Sky Hot Springs. The speaker is none other than Zhao Main, who at this instant places her delicate hand upon her chest, preparing to remove her garments. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai hastily shed his outer garment, draping it over the pristine form of Suji Mei, before embracing her tightly. His actions elicited discontent from several entities within him, a cacophony of voices rising in protest. You rascal, what are you doing? The goddess is reveling in the excitement. Why not let her bask in the coolness? She naturally prefers that state. Indeed, I concur. Humph. Silence, all of you. I shall not engage in such opportunistic behavior. The Blue Sky Hot Springs will suffice. She certainly requires a cleansing. Thus, with Suji Mei in his arms, Bai traversed the streets, and after 2 thoroughfares, he finally discovered a modest abode still aglow with light. Inquiring further, he arrived at the location of the Blue Sky Hot Springs. Upon entry, the reception staff immediately adopted a cautious demeanor. Presenting as a rugged figure while cradling a tipsy beauty was a sight that could not fail to provoke speculation. To avert any unwarranted complications, a flash of 3 Magatama in Bai's eyes cast a genjutsu upon the onlookers. Subsequently, the female attendants of the hot springs assisted Suji Mei, ensuring she would be well cared for that evening. Following this, Bai left a generous sum at the bar before striding towards the male hot spring. The money was a reward acquired that day, ample enough to afford him impeccable service within the water nation. Truly, Kirigakure excelled in aquatic leisure, compared to Konoha's hot springs. This establishment was nothing short of opulent, its spaciousness rivaling that of an artificial lake. Reclining comfortably in the warm waters, Bai sighed contentedly. The exclusivity was delightful. Tonight, he intended to indulge thoroughly. With that thought, he slightly squinted his eyes, seemingly on the verge of slumber. Suddenly, a notification chimed, urging him to awaken. For someone was approaching. Unexpectedly, splashes erupted before him, and a chilling iron hook pressed against his neck. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld the petite figure of the 4th Mizukage before him. Mr. Bai, they both exclaimed in unison. Mr. Bai, how did you come to be here? I had instructed the hot springs to close, the 4th Mizukage inquired, her youthful voice tinged with a hint of frost. As Byakuya's gaze fell upon her form, the fourth Mizuki's cheeks flushed crimson, prompting her to submerge half her body beneath the water's surface. At that moment, Byakuya recognized her shyness, a trait unexpected from such a formidable figure. Do not misunderstand, Mizuki. It was Captain Tsuji Mei who insisted on my company. We shared a drink during dinner, and after imbibing too much, she was adamant about coming here. What could I do? Upon hearing this, the fourth Mizuki's expression faltered in disbelief. What? Tsuji Mei drank too much? She is renowned as the strongest drinker in the entire village. Byakuya could only smile wryly as he rose from the pool, his iron-like physique fully displayed. A mere fingertip upon the iron hook dispelled the peril. At that moment, the fourth Mizuki's body swayed slightly, evidently affected by the force. Should Lord Mizuki harbor any doubts, he may accompany me to witness the truth. Captain Terumi Mei is also present. Chapter 149. Testing the waters. Upon emerging from the hot spring, Byakuya strode towards the entrance, oblivious to the gaze of the fourth Mizuki, Yagura, fixed upon him. Having had his iron hook deftly dislodged, the lingering force still coursed through him, leaving Yagura somewhat bewildered. Such formidable power indeed marks a person worthy of attention. Muttering softly, Yagura donned his attire and followed Byakuya. The young girl led them to the lounge of the Blue Sky Hot Springs, where Terumi Mei reclined on a grand bed, her long legs exposed. Byakuya, standing at the doorway, could not resist stealing a few glances. What say you, Lord Mizuki? I have not deceived you, have I? Observing Terumi Mei's slumbering form, Yagura's wariness towards Byakuya diminished significantly. It is well known that Terumi Mei is his most capable subordinate. Her ability to relax and drink with a man likely indicated that this individual posed no threat. Thus, thoughts of courting Byakuya began to form in the mind of the fourth Mizuki. Given the current tumultuous state of the village, the inclusion of a master like Byakuya could fortify his regime. Ah, so that is how it is. I may have misunderstood earlier, Mr. Bai. Could we speak privately? Upon hearing this, Byakuya nodded. Yagura then led him to a small lake outside the village. As they walked, the atmosphere around them felt somewhat peculiar. Warm reminder. This fellow is about to make a move against you. However, rest assured, he harbors no intent to kill. No sooner had the system's voice faded than Yagura lunged at Byakuya with his iron hook aimed at his face. Prepared for this sudden assault, Byakuya swiftly retreated, his body twisting gracefully to create distance between them. What is the meaning of this, Mizuki? I am perplexed. In response to Byakuya's inquiry, Yagura smirked coldly. It is to protect the village. Your strength poses a considerable threat to me. Water release. Water dragon bullet. A resounding dragon's roar echoed from the lakeside as a massive water dragon lunged at Byakuya. In response, he extended his hand, forming two different ninjutsu. Lightning release. Lightning wave. Water release. Water dragon bullet. At that moment, a water dragon, entwined with black lightning, surged forth from the lake. The two colossal dragons clashed in the sky, with the dual attribute water dragon naturally gaining the upper hand. Byakuya then directed the mighty dragon towards the fourth Mizuki. In the face of such an onslaught, Yagura swung his iron hook, conjuring a mirror. Water release. Water mirror technique. Immediately, another massive dragon, also crackling with black lightning, emerged from the mirror, and upon the dragon's head stood a figure that mirrored Byakuya exactly. Yagura had now unleashed his signature ninjutsu, capable of replicating his enemy's skills and matching their power. It seemed that this adversary was now taking the encounter seriously. Byakuya, unwilling to be underestimated by Yagura, endeavored to swiftly unravel a technique. In a moment of inspiration, he recalled the scene in which Karabi had employed the Eight Tails to counter this very move. A large-scale assault, you say? I too possess such capabilities. Water release. Great explosive water colliding wave. Subsequently, torrents of water gushed forth from Byakuya's mouth, his chakra seemingly boundless, conjuring an expanse akin to an ocean that engulfed a nearby small lake. Alongside it, two colossal dragons and the body conjured by the water mirror technique were also consumed by the deluge. Having transformed the terrain, the next step was to seize Yagura. Byakuya merged with the flowing waters, swiftly locating the position of the fourth Mizuki. With a swift motion, a kunai emerged from his sleeve, and Byakuya executed a water surfing strike. Arriving directly behind Yagura, the kunai pressed against his throat. In that instant, the surrounding waters receded, leaving the two standing upon the lake's surface. Lord Mizuki, you have lost. Sensing the sharpness of the kunai, Yagura offered a subtle smile. Not necessarily, he replied, as a metal hook pressed against Byakuya's throat. The captive fourth Mizukage instantaneously transformed into a puddle of water. Water clone technique. The tides of their fates had shifted, and Baiyi let out a bitter chuckle, discarding the kunai into the water. I concede, Lord Fourth Mizukage. You may do as you wish. Bai, am simply outmatched. And thus it is only right. Baiyi feigned surrender, yet to his surprise, Yagura lowered the iron hook. What do you mean? I merely wished to test your abilities. Mr. Bai, you are truly a remarkable individual. Would you care to participate in the selection process for the Hidden Mist Village? With your prowess, you would undoubtedly stand among the finest. Baiyi was not taken aback by the olive branch extended by the fourth Mizukage, for the system had already alerted him that Yagura bore no ill intentions. Were it otherwise, even at the risk of being hunted by the Hidden Mist Village, Baiyi would have sought to eliminate him. A selection? I harbor little interest. However, having been bested by you, Lord Mizukage, what chance do I possess? If I decline, I presume Lord Mizukage would see fit to end my life, would he not? To this, Yagura provided a straightforward response. Indeed, though spoken with a smile. The underlying chill was unmistakable. Then I shall acquiesce. By the way, Lord Mizukage, how many individuals are you looking to select? I have several talented hunter companions whose abilities are formidable, yet they have remained secluded in the mountains due to a lack of fair opportunities. If possible, I hope you might grant them a few slots to partake as well. Baiyi's words filled Yagura with delight. Is that truly so, Mr. Bai? That would be splendid. The Hidden Mist Village is in dire need of individuals like you. I assure you, in the name of the Mizukage, that as long as they are your companions, there will be ample slots available. Once they have made their decision, simply seek out Terumi Mei. She will oversee all matters related to it. The two reached a consensus, and, after bidding farewell to the fourth-generation Mizukage, Baiyi took the opportunity to return to the gathering place of the wooden people. His sudden appearance startled the four women, who instinctively coiled around him like serpents. Do not be alarmed. It is I, he reassured them. As the torch was lit, Baiyi's visage became discernible, prompting the women to lower their guard. What brings you back so late? Is there not someone to take care of you? Yumu Ren remarked, her exquisite features still tinged with jealousy. Baiyi felt a flutter in his heart. Yet he knew that this was not the time for playful banter. He needed to articulate his forthcoming plans. As dawn broke, the women comprehended his intention to infiltrate the Hidden Mist Village. With a call, the transformation technique was initiated, releasing a cloud of white mist. As their figures gradually came into focus, the women's beauty had vanished. Tsunade and Yumu Run retained their voluptuous forms, but their stunning visages were obscured by the transformation technique, their skin appearing slightly dim, and their hair turned black. Meanwhile, Akame and Akira had transformed into more mature versions of themselves, resembling their appearances from the Naruto Shippuden series. After their attire was adjusted, outsiders would easily be unable to discern their true identities. Now that we appear this way, we can infiltrate the Hidden Mist Village, Baiyi declared. In the early morning, Terumi Mei, who had been sleeping in a hot spring room, was roused by members of the Umbu. How much did I drink last night? I can't recall a thing, she murmured, still swaying from the previous night's indulgence. Captain Terumi Mei, Lord Mizukage instructed me to inform you that Mr. Bai can be trusted unconditionally. He tested that last night. He has gone to the mountains to gather his companions. Please arrange for their participation in the selection. Hearing this, Terumi Mei felt a bit dazed, as fleeting, blurred images flickered in her mind. Yet, she couldn't comprehend why Yagura would place such trust in Baiyi. All right, I understand, she finally replied. By noon, Baiyi emerged from the mountains with his companions, who had completed their transformations. Upon reaching the village entrance, a somewhat dazed Terumi Mei awaited them. Mei, Lord Mizukage should have informed you. Allow me to introduce my wife, Yumu Run, who excels in taijutsu and fire-release ninjutsu. These three are my comrades, Xiao Qian, Hong Hong, and Tuanzi. They are also formidable experts. Baiyi embraced Yumu Run in his arms, introducing each of the four to Terumi Mei. Upon hearing this, she began to scrutinize them, her gaze lingering especially on Yumu Ren. As their eyes met, Terumi Mei mused inwardly, recognizing that this fellow seemed to prefer the latter over the former when it came to beauty and figure. As Terumi Mei softly murmured to herself, a hint of jealousy unconsciously flickered in Yumu Ren's eyes. She detected a particular scent emanating from Terumi Mei and unabashedly remarked, recently, it has been this woman who has been in contact with Baiyi. Women are inherently emotional, and Yumu Ren's mind involuntarily conjured certain images. Welcome, everyone, To the Hidden Mist Village. I am Terumi Mei, the captain of the 5th team and a friend of Mr. Bai. Please follow me. Terumi Mei bowed to the group before leading them towards the village's most luxurious tavern. As they walked, the 4 young women observed their surroundings with keen interest. Suddenly, Bai spotted a familiar figure, masked, with a single Sharingan eye visible. Noticing this, Bai gently tapped Yomu's shoulder, subtly conveying his desire to step away for a while. In response, Yomu clutched her stomach. "Darling, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Could you give me a massage?" Her words drew the attention of Terumi Mei and her companions, prompting Bai to quickly clarify. "It's just that my wife has a sensitive stomach and often requires my assistance with a massage during her episodes. Mei, could you arrange a room for us? I need to help her." Terumi Mei readily agreed to Bai's request and soon provided them with a room, stationing 2 Umbu members at the door for guard. Once inside the room, Yumu dropped her pretense. At that moment, Bai created a clone while his main body quietly vanished. He reappeared outside the village to find Obito waiting for him. "Brother Bai, you finally arrived. Here is the information you requested." Obito handed over a black scroll containing the names of Danzo's subordinates. As Bai perused the scroll, he recognized several familiar names: Yamanaka Ryuma, Raiten, and Komura, all members of his root. Additionally, there were names inscribed in red, concluding with the word disguise. These individuals were, of course, transformations of White Zetsu. With this list in hand, Bai felt a sense of relief regarding his upcoming endeavors. "Obito, you've truly been a great help. How have you been faring lately? Is everything going smoothly?" Upon hearing this, Obito removed his mask and smiled, shaking his head. "It's been all right. I now have some team members. By the way, Brother Bai, if you're planning to confront Danzo, you must tread carefully. He has been closely associated with the higher-ups of the Hidden Mist Village. A single misstep could lead to a bounty on your head in the Land of Water and potentially spark a war. The world cannot withstand such turmoil right now." With Obito's words, Bai confirmed that the once youthful boy had not been altered by his circumstances. Thus, he contemplated rewarding Obito. "Obito, I believe you would like to see Rin. Find a time to visit the Land of Whirlpools. You will be pleasantly surprised." At the sound of these words, Obito's eyes widened in astonishment. "Really? Brother Bai, I can meet Rin?" Bai nodded gently. "Yes, but be sure not to reveal your identity. Now, I must take my leave. If anything arises, I will contact you through the crow." With that, Bai used the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. Meanwhile, the massage continued in the tavern, as the Umbu members attempted to enter but were repeatedly thwarted by Yumu. As time passed, the 2 individuals, feeling increasingly uneasy, exchanged glances and boldly pushed the door open, holding towels and teapots. "Mumu, are you feeling any better?" At the moment the door swung open, Bai had just set down his massage tools. On the other side, the wooden figure was dressing, revealing large patches of snow-white skin. A breathtaking sight that the 2 members of the Umbu beheld. "Humph, those scoundrels. These 2 have been eager to spy on the goddess Mumu. Let them see some repercussions. I reward you with a chakra card." Through the feedback from his shadow clone, Bai learned of the earlier events and wholeheartedly agreed with the system's assessment. How could his goddess be watched by others? Rest assured, I shall handle it. Insect technique, parasitism. As Bai brushed past the 2 Umbu members, tiny insects flew into their bodies. Subsequently, the trio proceeded to the dining establishment. At this moment, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, had already arrived. Seeing Bai and his companion enter, Yagura quickly approached to inquire, "Mr. Bai, has your esteemed wife's condition improved? Should we summon a physician?" In response to Yagura's display of concern, Bai shook his head. "There's no issue. It's merely an old ailment. My apologies for keeping Lord Mizukage waiting. Let us take our seats." The group then settled into their designated spots, with the 2 Umbu members, previously reprimanded by Bai, standing behind Yagura. Chapter 151. Refusal. Impressive strength has always served as the finest introduction. During Bai's absence, Tsunade and others had honed their powers alongside the stone. Since Bai completed the team enhancement series of tasks, the members' various metrics had subtly risen. Thus, when they showcased their abilities, Yagura was swiftly captivated. In a moment, a bold idea took root in Yagura's mind. Why bother with selection processes for such caliber? It would be far more efficient to integrate them directly into his faction. "Mr. Bai, I have an unusual request. Might you consider it?" In response to Yagura's inquiry, Bai nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, I have witnessed your strength, and for you all, passing the village's selection would be a mere formality. Instead, let me streamline this process. I shall directly incorporate you into the Mizuki's elite team, granting you the highest welfare benefits in the village. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei was momentarily taken aback. In the entirety of Kirigakure, the Hokage's elite team was a coveted dream for all. Even she had spent 3 arduous years to gain entry. Yet, here Yagura was offering such a privilege to Bai Yi and his companions. However, what Bai Yi said next left him even more astonished. "I appreciate Lord Mizuki's goodwill. Yet I do not favor such backdoor methods. Let us proceed through the proper channels." Yagura's kind invitation was thus met with a sharp rebuttal. As Mizuki, the youthful visage he wore darkened slightly, and at that moment, his 2 guards behind him suddenly stirred with agitation. They were seen writhing incessantly, their hands clawing at themselves, emitting hissing sounds. At that moment, the insects left behind by Bai Yi had begun to take effect. "This is your retribution for spying on the goddess. What are you two doing? As water shadow guards, how can you behave so disorderly outside? Get out." The atmosphere in the room was already quite oppressive, and with these 2 clowns dancing around, there was little hope for anything good to come of it. Due to the rejection, Shirtu's spirits were dampened, and the gathering concluded hastily. Before departing, he left Bai Yi and the others with a cryptic warning. "Mr. Bai, the blood dance plan is extraordinary. You must be cautious." In the afternoon, Bai Yi and Yumu Ren were assigned to the same guest room to rest. The appearance of Ji Mei-in had left her feeling unsettled. Thus her long-hidden affections for Yumu Ren began to surface. While Bai Yi was polishing his ninja tools, he was suddenly enveloped by a chilling sensation around his neck. In the next moment, an overwhelming force flung him onto the bed. Before he could regain his composure, a fragrant aroma enveloped his senses, and a graceful figure pressed against his chest. "What are you doing, Mumu?" At that moment, Yumu Ren had reverted to her true form, her exquisite features tantalizingly alluring, and her seductive red lips irresistible. "We are husband and wife. After all, we must engage in activities unique to couples." Her cool voice echoed in by Ye's ears. Suddenly, he felt a warmth on his lips. At this point, Yumu Ren's fragrant shoulders were bared, her snow-white skin slightly flushed, igniting a fire within Bai Yi. "Wow, the goddess Mumu is quite wild. This is her first initiative. Hee. You must not let this opportunity slip by." Ding. Yumu Ren's affinity has reached 300%. The perfect couple mission is now triggered. Mission objective: completely conquer Yumu Ren. Reward: a 50% enhancement in physical prowess. To better assist you in completing the mission, the reward will be temporarily dispensed. Please seize this opportunity. Suddenly, Bai Ye's muscles began to swell, an indescribable sense of power surging within him. Simultaneously, the long-suppressed fervor erupted in that very moment. Forget everything else. Bai Yi straightened his posture, his arms encircling Yumu Ren's delicate back, drawing their chests closer together. In that instant, their bodies seemed to meld into one. If this trend continued, Bai Yi was on the verge of experiencing the most exquisite moment of his life. Alas, the heavens were unkind, as a knock on the door abruptly shattered the atmosphere. Their movements synchronized, extinguishing the flames within. Yumu Ren reverted to her ordinary appearance, while Bai Yi adjusted his attire. "Stop knocking." As the door swung open, Ji Mei-in appeared before Bai Yi with an elegant demeanor, her stunning face now tinged with a hint of anxiety. "It seems I have inadvertently interrupted Mr. Bai's good fortune. My sincerest apologies." Observing the faint blush on Bai Ye's face, Zhao Mei-ming could not help but chuckle. "What is the matter?" Bai Ye's tone was tinged with a hint of irritation. Zhao Mei-ming, no longer playing coy, handed him a dark brown scroll. "Mr. Bai, you ought not to dismiss Lord Shui Ying's intentions. The roster I present to you contains names marked by him, all skilled individuals he has arranged for you. Most of them are mercenaries, ruthless beyond imagination. Exercise caution." With that, Zhao Mei-ming departed without lingering. As Yumu Ren exited the room, she chanced upon Zhao Mei-ming's retreating figure. "Why has she come to seek you again?" Her words were laced with mounting anger. Witnessing this scene, Bai Yi resolutely lifted Yumu Ren into his arms. This night was destined to be tempestuous. The following morning, the system's voice rang in Bai Ye's ears like an alarm clock. Perfect couple mission completed, physical attributes enhanced by 50%, simultaneously triggering special rewards. From now on, every time you come into physical contact with Yumu Ren, your chakra will increase. The amount of chakra gained will depend on the circumstances. Awakened from his slumber, Bai Yi was elated by this splendid news. Yet, what delighted him most was the very process of completing the perfect couple mission. Yumu Run lay beside him, her lovely visage slightly flushed. This sight deepened Byakuya's affection for the woman before him. From this moment forth, he vowed to protect his beloved unwaveringly. 3 days later, the selection process for the Blood Mist Village commenced. Contrary to Byakuya's recollections, this time, the competition did not allow for one survivor out of 100. Rather, all contestants were to be placed outside the village in a trial arena, vying for a mere 5 coveted spots. Upon learning this rule, Byakuya exchanged glances with his companions. Did this imply they must eliminate all other participants? Chapter 152. The emergence of sharpness several kilometers from the Blood Mist Village lay a natural trial arena, its terrain intricate, featuring lakes, forests, and even cliffs, designed to thoroughly test a ninja's comprehensive abilities. As everyone arrived, they were met with the sight of a colossal barrier. Shirtu and Zhao Meiming stood upon a high platform. Simultaneously, Byakuya also spotted Danzo among the crowd. It appeared this fellow held considerable confidence. Softly murmuring to himself, Byakuya resolved to bring tears to Danzo and Kuroju. Esteemed participants, you are about to engage in the blood trial of the Mist Village. You will enter the barrier shortly. This blood barrier is a manifestation of the entire village's strength. Even shadow-level ninjas could not hope to breach it. The sole method of exiting is to ensure that only 5 individuals remain within the barrier, at which point the gate shall naturally open. Should anyone feel apprehensive at this juncture, you are free to withdraw. Once the barrier opens, such an opportunity will no longer exist. The youthful voice carried a hint of coldness, causing a portion of the 100 contestants present to take a step back upon hearing those words, leaving a total of 105 individuals. Observing the bravery of those who remained, Shirtu nodded in approval. Well done. Now, I wish you all success. With that, he swiftly performed hand seals, invoking the technique of water release, water mirror. Numerous water mirrors materialized silently upon the barrier, forming a passageway for the contestants to enter the trial. At the moment the gates swung open, oily woman Ryoma, standing amidst the crowd, nodded towards Danzo on the platform and led her subordinates into the fray. As former corps members, they understood the significance of familiarizing themselves with the terrain, particularly in a life-and-death battle. As several figures plunged into the trial, more individuals sought to seize the initiative. Before long, the contestant area became sparsely populated, and ultimately, only 5 members of the Bay remained, appearing utterly unperturbed. Mr. Bai, are you not concerned about entering so late? What if they unite to ambush you? Shitu's voice echoed, drawing the attention of all towards Bei and his companions. What is there to fear? Most of those inside will oppose me anyway. What difference does it make whether I enter early or late? Bei replied coolly. After distributing some food to his companions and ensuring they were well fed, he finally led them into the trial. At that moment, the barrier's gates closed and the water mirrors shattered in succession, beads of sweat forming on Shitu's forehead. The activation of the barrier had taken a considerable toll on him, and he could not afford to perform such a feat again in the near future. Aware of this, Bei and his companions revealed their true forms upon entering the trial grounds. Finally, they could present themselves as they truly were. Such an opportunity was rare indeed. Everyone transformed back to their original appearances, and beside them lay a small lake where several women admired their reflections for an extended period. Just then, hundreds of shuriken shot forth from all directions. Shadow clone shuriken technique. Faced with such an assault, a subtle smile appeared on Bei's lips, 3 tomo manifesting in his eyes. Excellent. It has been a while since I last stretched my limbs. Black lightning surged around Bei's form, and he refrained from letting others engage, instead circling around the women. The dark lightning enveloped him, shattering all the shuriken in its wake. Subsequently, Bei's gaze fixed upon the shadowy corner in the northwest as he swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water severing wave. A high-pressure water column erupted from his mouth, slicing towards the shadows, staining the surrounding trees crimson. Do not hide. I can see you. Bei's indifferent voice echoed, and several figures materialized before the adversaries. You are Bei of Konoha? The masked individuals were filled with astonishment. Indeed. And do you have any final words? Bei inquired, his tone unwavering. Hesitation flickered in the eyes of the individuals, exchanging glances that hinted at their desire to retreat. Bei's strength was not something one could contend with alone. Seeking more allies was undoubtedly the prudent choice. Shadows darted as the individuals hastily made their way towards the woods. Desiring to flee, one soon realizes that it is not so simple. Utilizing the earth release technique, Bai Yi clapped his hands upon the ground, and swiftly, a circular earthen wall rose, obstructing the passage of several individuals. "Break the wall at once," shouted the leader, as the others swiftly formed hand seals. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in their ears, "It is too late." Black lightning danced through the crowd, piercing through the bodies of several assailants. All 7 who had come to attack Bai Yi were vanquished. Assassination mission activated. Current completion rate, 7. Special rewards will activate upon reaching 60. Within the trial grounds. Aside from Bai Yi and his 5 companions, exactly 100 individuals remained. Each death would increment the completion rate by 1 point, aligning perfectly with Bai Yi's objectives. Much to his satisfaction. "Let us hasten our movements. The mission waits for no one." With that, Bai Yi summoned Xiao Bai, and all 5 leaped onto his back. With his assistance, their efficiency in locating targets increased significantly. As time ticked by, the white figure darted through the forest and around the lake. Mission completion rate, 23. Xiao Bai's efficiency was remarkable, and soon they discovered a dozen individuals. However, they soon encountered a true challenge. A young man wielding a ninja blade stood defiantly before them. "Though you have changed your appearance, your aura cannot be concealed. I remain here under the orders of the 4th Mizukage." The youth was relatively handsome, reminiscent of a stone. Upon seeing this, Bai Yi halted his steps. "So, you are one of Stone's subordinates? I did not expect you to find me so swiftly. Call forth your brethren. You alone cannot hinder me for long." As he spoke, his Sharingan activated. The young man's expression grew serious, yet his pride forbade him from retreating. "Ah, a member of the Uchiha clan? You have hidden well, even from my sight. It is a fortunate encounter to face you today." Water release, hidden mist technique. A thick fog enveloped the forest, and simultaneously, the sounds of countless footsteps surrounded Bai Yi and his companions. The women on Xiao Bai's back were eager to engage, particularly the one made of wood. However, before she could take action, Bai Yi swiftly intervened. "Do not rush. Allow me to handle this one. It is vital that you conserve your strength." Chapter 153. Tree Enemy's Body Flicker Technique. Is it? If you knew that I once battled Uchiha Shursui, you would not resort to such a tactic. Bai Yi remarked with a faint smile, as several kunai were suddenly launched from his sleeves. Shadow Shuriken Technique. Rain. The kunai soared into the sky, ultimately dissipating within the mist. This was Bai Yi's adaptation of the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, conceived after he recognized the potency of Shursui's Body Flicker Technique. 3, 2, 1. Bai Yi counted down silently in his heart as hundreds of shurikens descended from the sky, all within a radius of several dozen meters. The shadow clone of the Mist Village Master was now approaching Bai Yi. Upon witnessing the scene above, this arrogant individual remained unfazed. "Humph, do you think sheer numbers can hit me?" Bai Yi, endowed with the Sharingan, remained unperturbed. Before he could finish his thought, the hundreds of shurikens illuminated with blue runes, and the sound of the clone's explosion echoed. The crackling of electricity resonated through the mist, as a figure cloaked in black lightning flickered in and out of sight, each strike precisely shattering the clone. Realizing the peril, the conceited ninja from the Mist Village attempted to retreat, only to collide with a robust figure. Overconfidence always exacts a toll. With a piercing sound, the black lightning surged through his chest, gradually dispersing the surrounding mist. Kill task completion rate, 23%. Bai Yi was not entirely satisfied with the minuscule increase in task completion. The frenetic pace made it exceedingly difficult. If others fought fiercely, accomplishing his kill task would be nearly impossible. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he formed a cross with his hands before his chest. With a burst of energy, thousands of figures materialized around him. With his current chakra level, he effortlessly mastered the technique of the 1,000 shadow clones. Listen carefully, everyone. Scatter around the trial grounds, and upon spotting anyone, report my location. And add this: if Bai Yi of the Land of Fire is killed, everyone will earn a promotion slot. Disperse. As his voice echoed, the 1,000 shadow clones simultaneously scattered. A woman nearby expressed confusion, with a wooden figure being the first to inquire, "Why create enemies everywhere? Wouldn't it be better for them to turn on each other?" Hearing this, Bai Yi smiled subtly. "Of course, it's to expedite our exit. Rest assured, I have a plan. Remember, conserve your strength. Soon, you can sit back and watch the show." Time ticked away, and through the feedback of his invisibility, he gauged the number of foes approaching. A commendable outcome. Keep your eyes sharp. My movements will be exceedingly swift, so don't miss a single detail. Rest assured, I won't let a single mistake slip by my eyes. I guarantee every head will count. Amidst his conversation with the system, the cacophony of footsteps approached from a distance. Baiyi of the Leaf Village is over there. Let us hurry and kill him to secure our promotion slots. Moments later, over 30 figures appeared before Baiyi, fully convinced of his words. In their understanding, the Water and Fire Nations had been at loggerheads during the Third Ninja War. As a celebrated figure of the Leaf, Baiyi's presence in the Mist Village warranted the Fourth Mizukage's intent to eliminate him. Baiyi, we owe you a debt of gratitude. In seeking your demise, you've unwittingly afforded us an opportunity. Rest assured, after your demise, we shall pay our respects annually. A bald man wielding a large knife was the first to speak. Oh, who claimed they were to take their own life? What I desire is for you all to perish together. The chilling voice of Baiyi resonated, and in an instant, the bald man's life began to twist, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream as his body was reduced to mere fragments, shocking everyone present. With the kaleidoscopic Sharingan activated, let us unite in our efforts. Upon witnessing Baiyi's use of the Manjiki, the competitors were struck with trepidation. Various ninjutsu erupted chaotically, with multiple water dragons soaring through the air. Not far off, Tsunade, the instructor, observed her disciples in such peril, her delicate hands clenched tightly, mirroring the anxiety of Hong. In stark contrast, the wooden doll and Hongdo sat atop Baiyi's head, indulging in snacks. Do not fret, Lady Tsunade. This fellow has yet to reveal his true prowess. Even the mighty Orochimaru could not contend with him, Hongdo remarked, munching on a rice dumpling while recounting Baiyi's fierce duel with the snake sage. Tsunade's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon hearing this. As their conversation unfolded, it became evident that Baiyi possessed exceptional capabilities. A multitude of attacks rained down upon him, enveloping him in a shroud of smoke. Suddenly, a colossal silver half-giant emerged behind him. Susanoo, third form. After allowing you to strike for so long, it is now my turn, Baiyi declared with a light scoff, commanding Susanoo to execute a feigned grasp forward. In that moment, a silver spear materialized in his hand. Break for me. With a resounding cry, Baiyi raised the spear high and brought it crashing down before him. The previous onslaught had drained the ninja's energies significantly. Faced with such a tyrannical assault, most could no longer muster their ninjutsu. With a thunderous crash, the spear obliterated the bodies of a dozen individuals. Ding! Killing task completion increased by 14. After activating Susanoo, Baiyi had dispatched 14 foes with a single move. The surviving ninjas, relieved to be alive, barely had time to catch their breath before the silver spear began to swell ominously. Soon after, the massive form swept across the battlefield. Shinra Tensei. Baiyi infused the power of Shinra into his weapon, birthing a wholly new skill. This time, none of the 37 who had approached escaped the inevitable fate. Killing task completion stands at 60%. At last, I have rid myself of these bothersome flies. Longma, you and your comrades have hidden away for long enough. It is time to come out and breathe the air. After vanquishing those foes, Baiyi called out toward the thicket ahead as the spear and Susanoo dissipated. At the moment his voice echoed, trees began to topple, revealing a 10-meter-long iridescent beetle. At that instant, Danzo's confidant, the oil woman Longma, and his retinue stood atop it. Baiyi, I never anticipated that after such a long absence, your strength would have grown to such an extent. That was an impressive display just now. Had I remained in the Hidden Leaf Village, I would undoubtedly feel elated to possess such companions. Chapter 154, Zabuza Momochi. Ryoma displayed an expression of regret, yet anyone could discern the insincerity behind it. What a pity. Had you not followed Danzo in committing such foolish acts, I might have truly spared you. However, that opportunity has now vanished. The cold resonance of Baiyi's voice reverberated. Yet Ryoma paid it no heed. Spare us? Who do you think you are? Baiyi, look at your current state. That recent battle must have drained you significantly. Your only remaining asset lies in those few women. Without them, what grounds do you have for your arrogance? If you possess any true manhood, stand alone against us. Wager your life, and I shall respect you as a worthy opponent. It must be noted that Ryoma, having been immersed in this world for many years, exhibited keen observational skills. Despite Baiyi positioning Yurin and the others at a considerable distance, this astute individual still took note of them. Mr. Ryoma, I believe you are mistaken. Those four are merely spectators. Eliminating a wretch like you requires no assistance. I am sufficient on my own. Upon hearing these words, Ryoma was infuriated, feeling insulted by this youth, who was clearly at his last gasp. Unashamedly bold, Bai Yi, I shall ensure you find no resting place in death today. Insect Book, Great Devourer. Ryoma and his companions formed 10 distinct hand seals, causing countless openings to appear on the massive insect's body. Black bugs emerged, swiftly coalescing into a mass, shrouding the surrounding space in darkness. Where the insects passed, not a blade of grass remained. The small creatures that were once scurrying about instantly turned to bone. The power of devouring was on full display, and Ryoma's immediate unleashing of their strongest techniques brought Bai Yi a sense of relief. With this approach, he need not deal with them individually. A collective response would suffice. While the power of devouring was formidable, it paled in comparison to the potency of disintegration. With a swift motion, Bai Yi simultaneously employed 2 ninjutsu techniques, multi-shadow clone technique and ultralight rock technique. In an instant, hundreds of shadow clones formed a semi-spherical formation in the air. Observing Bai Yi's actions, Ryoma erupted into laughter. Bai Yi, do you truly believe that using clones as a shield can counter my technique? Do not harbor such delusions. My devouring insects can shred everything to pieces. Perched atop the bed, Ryoma exuded an air of assured victory. In response, Bai Yi could only shake his head in resignation. Dust release, original world separation technique. All clones simultaneously raised their hands, a chorus of shouts resonating in unison. The next moment, the giant releasing the black insects suddenly halted. A blinding white light emanating from within its carapace. Not good, Ryoma shouted as he retreated in alarm. Yet, how could he hope to match the speed of the dust dispersing? As the bodies of several individuals turned to dust, a crisp voice echoed in Bai Yi's ear. Completion of the slaughter mission has reached 70%. The eternal Mangeki Sharingan is now unlocked for you. As the understanding of all attributes of chakra increased by 20% and the team's enhancement surged by 10%, the rewards this time could aptly be described as a grand gift. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through Bai Yi's eyes. Upon witnessing this, Yumu and the others hurriedly rushed over. During their sprint, that familiar warm current surged within them once again. They could distinctly feel that since they had accompanied Bai Yi to the land of water, this marvelous sensation had manifested 3 times. Each occurrence brought about an augmentation in their various metrics. Bai Yi, are you all right? Open your eyes so I can see, Tsunade said, striding swiftly to Bai Yi's side. Her breath coming in rapid bursts from the exertion. A gentle green light shimmered in her palm, and just as she was about to pry open Bai Yi's eyes, the pattern within his crimson orbs instinctively caused her to stumble back several paces. Bai Yi, what is happening to your eyes? Yumu and the others were drawn in by Tsunade's exclamation, their gazes now fixed on the patterns within Bai Yi's eyes. At that moment, the original plum blossom design was now accompanied by 4 small dots surrounding it. Suddenly infused with this newfound power, Bai Yi felt a slight dizziness, until Tsunade's shout jolted him back to awareness. He then requested a small mirror from Yumu, examining the intricate design of the eternal kaleidoscope closely. Quite beautiful, though perhaps a tad too delicate for a man like me. Is it not somewhat incongruous? Huh, you know nothing of art. This design was meticulously chosen by me. How could it possibly be unattractive? If you do not wish to keep it, I shall reclaim it, and you shall never use it again. Wait. It is beautiful. I rather like it. For Bai Yi, activating the eternal kaleidoscope symbolized an endless reservoir of ocular power, entirely reliant on chakra, alleviating any concerns of eventual blindness or bodily harm. Such a precious gift was not something he could forsake, and thus he found himself extolling its virtues, determined not to relinquish it. Subsequently, Bai Yi meticulously attuned himself to the enhancement of his ocular prowess. To his astonishment, the gauge for his Kemui had vanished, and in his exhilaration, he directed his newfound ability towards the distant barrier, revealing a faint black dot. At that moment, Bai Yi concentrated all his energy on breaching the barrier when, suddenly, a shuriken hurtled toward his eyes. Seeing this unfold, the humanoid cat claw sprang forth from Yumu's sleeve with remarkable swiftness. The clang of metal echoed as the shuriken was deflected. Who goes there? Yumu's sharp call snapped Bai Yi back to reality, causing the black dot on the barrier to vanish. It dawned on him that the barrier had not yet been willingly opened, indicating they were not the only ones remaining in the training ground. Turning his gaze toward the origin of the shuriken, a young man slowly emerged from the thicket. He appeared to be of similar age to Kakashi, yet his countenance bore no trace of youthfulness, only a chilling aura of lethal intent. In the midst of the turmoil, Bai Yi exclaimed in astonishment, prompting Mu Rin and the others to wonder how he recognized the young man before him. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed, announcing, "Ding. There are 6 participants remaining in the trial arena. To unlock the barrier, eliminate the young man before you." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi fell into a moment of contemplation. Were it not for the fact that the individual before him was Zaibu Zhan, he would have incinerated him with black flames without hesitation. However, that was not an option now. Zaibu Zhan had left a significant mark in the world of Hokage, and he was one of the few individuals Bai Yi admired. Bai Yi felt a certain sympathy for this person's tragic past. Now, with an opportunity at hand, he wished to attempt to alter Zaibu Zhan's fate. Chapter 155. A dazzling display. Hey, I must say, Danzo, it is clearly you who seeks to instigate war. As the esteemed leader of the Umbu, your presence in the land of water warrants an explanation, Bai Yi interjected, unable to remain silent any longer as Danzo directed his attention towards Tsunade. Upon hearing this, Danzo focused his gaze on Bai Yi. Do not shift the topic. Those are merely bygone events. My current identity is recognized by the daimyo of the land of water. I am no longer the leader of Root. I have come here to fully support the land of water in overcoming Konoha. Bai Yi, do not think you can sow discord between me and the village hidden in the mist with mere words. I am not so easily swayed. Despite Bai Yi's assertions, Danzo exhibited no hint of alarm. In this moment, his calm demeanor as the leader of Root was evident. Yet, Bai Yi was a man of strategy. Danzo could not dismiss him with trivial remarks. Bai Yi then turned to the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, and tossed a dark purple scroll in his direction. Mizukage. This scroll is a handwritten document from the 3rd Hokage himself. Please peruse it. Once you have read its contents, everything will become clear. The dark purple scroll gracefully arced through the air. Both Danzo and Kurozetsu yearned to seize it, yet they refrained from acting hastily. Aware that it was Yagura's domain, and that any rash movement could arouse suspicion and displease the 4th Mizukage. Yagura deftly caught the scroll with a flick of his iron hook. He then meticulously examined its contents, and the youthful expression on his face shifted dramatically. The scroll clearly stated that Danzo remained the leader of Root, with his status indicating he had not been dismissed. Upon reading those words, Yagura's gaze turned frigid. As he glanced back, Danzo felt an ominous premonition stirring within him. Danzo, I am curious as to what means you employed to manipulate the daimyo of the land of water, allowing them to place such unwavering trust in you. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, what explanation can you possibly provide for being the leader of Root? As he spoke, Yagura handed the scroll back to Danzo, revealing its contents to both him and Kurozetsu. The handwriting within was specially treated and would vanish within 3 days. In summary, it appears that the 3rd Hokage continues to recognize Danzo's position as the leader of Root, which starkly contradicts previous declarations. Thus, Danzo has been deceiving the land of water. Gazing upon the script, Danzo murmured softly to himself, "This cannot be. I have been disavowed by Konoha. Why would Hizen employ such a peculiar method to write this document? It must be a forgery. Lord Mizukage, please believe me." The incongruence of the timeline rendered Danzo's protests futile. Little did this former leader of the Umbu realize. After a lifetime of scheming like a hawk, he too had become prey. In truth, the letter was not penned by the 3rd Hokage. Danzo's information was indeed accurate. The 3rd Hokage had long since issued a declaration dissolving Root, thereby nullifying Danzo's claim to leadership. A fact established long before his departure from the village. The contents of today's scroll were entirely authored by Byakuya, who, utilizing his system's mimicry ability, successfully replicated the chakra and handwriting of the 3rd Hokage, compelling the 4th Mizukage to accept the scroll's claims. A great dam, undermined by a single misstep. Danzo had fallen prey to Byakuya's cunning, tarnishing the reputation of a once great master. Danzo, the truth is now evident. There is little value in further discussion. As the leader of Root, you secretly infiltrated the territory of the land of water, a crime deserving of death. Everyone, seize all individuals from Konoha. Should there be any resistance, execute without hesitation. The cold voice of Yagura resonated, as all the village's skilled warriors mobilized, swiftly surrounding the area. Witnessing this, Danzo and Kurozetsu understood their plan had unraveled. They were left with no choice but to resort to their contingencies. Humph, Byakuya, I never anticipated you would force me into such a corner. Thus, there is no need for further theatrics. Yagura, if you wish to capture me, Let us see if you possess the requisite skill. With that, Danzo clapped his hands, summoning several shadows that swiftly appeared beside the fourth Mizukichi. As the flawed faded away, it became evident that these were indeed white Zetsu, possessing the ability to disguise themselves and evade detection by all except for Jinchuriki. Even sensory ninjas were not exempt. A blade was poised at Yagura's throat, while his iron hook was firmly grasped by two white Zetsu. In an instant, the atmosphere grew unbearably tense, all eyes fixated upon the scene. Yagura attempted to employ ninjutsu, only to discover an unfamiliar cursed seal had been placed upon him. His powers were sealed, rendering him no different than an ordinary person. Danzo, what have you done to me? Upon hearing this, Danzo let out a cold laugh. What have I done? Naturally, I intend to make you obedient. All citizens of Kirigakure, heed my words. Your Mizukichi has been sealed by my earth-cursed seal, and he is now no different from an ordinary man. His life rests in my hands. If you do not release me, your village will lose its most revered leader. Please consider the gravity of the situation. Should I be allowed to leave, or shall your fourth water shadow perish alongside me? At this moment, Danzo's ruthless nature was vividly displayed. Upon witnessing this, Meitarumi and her companions were rendered motionless, acutely aware that the water shadow's fate lay in his hands. Should anything befall Shikamaru, chaos would ensue in the village, leading to an unknown number of tragic fatalities. At this juncture, Bai descended to the ground, surrounded by a dozen guards. He exhibited no sign of concern. Instead, he calmly advanced towards Danzo. The water shadow's protectors, upon seeing this, lunged toward him in unison. What none anticipated was that Bai's form could glide effortlessly through their blades. This remarkable power left each individual in disbelief. In no time, Bai reached Shikamaru's side. Danzo attempted to command his subordinates to thwart him, but a similar scene unfolded once more. Bai had activated his Kamui, rendering it impossible for the multitude to grasp his corporeal form. Lord Danzo, he declared, you shall be sorely disappointed. As long as I am present, you shall not harm the water shadow. Chapter 156. Awakening the moment Bai approached Shikamaru, a hand rested upon his shoulder. With the activation of Kamui, the surrounding space warped rapidly, drawing Shikamaru into his being in an instant, leaving the nearby white Zetsu completely oblivious to the event. Once assured of Shikamaru's safety, dark lightning surged across Bai's exterior. With a thunderous stomp, the ground within a 10-meter radius collapsed, crushing several white Zetsu under its immense force. At this moment, Bai's gaze fixed upon Kuro Zetsu, as black flames ignited in his line of sight. The eternal Manjiki Sharingan bore no adverse effects. Using this technique filled Bai with exhilaration. Soon, he heard Kuro Zetsu emit a wretched scream, hastily burrowing into the earth. Danzo, eager to follow, found his path obstructed by a barrage of massive fireballs. Lord Danzo, a voice proclaimed, by the order of the third Hokage, we must escort you back to Konoha. Surrender willingly. As a cloud of smoke dissipated, Yamato and Tsunade emerged, effectively blocking Danzo's escape. Seeing this, Danzo swiftly drew his kunai, slicing through the air to unleash a wind-release shuriken technique. Capturing me will not be so simple, he retorted. A resonant voice echoed through the space as Danzo summoned his summoning beast. With a vigorous slap upon its colossal form, the creature began rampaging. In the brief moment, Yamato and Tsunade found themselves at a loss against this behemoth. Wisely, they ceded the battlefield to Bai. The three exchanged glances, and a subtle smile graced Bai's face. Lord Danzo, why engage in futile efforts? I have already stated, you shall inevitably be captured. As the sound descended, a silver giant with elongated legs suddenly materialized behind Bai. Having acquired the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, he could now effortlessly activate Susanoo, maintaining its higher form for extended periods. Subsequently, Bai commanded the silver giant to confront the summoned beast of Danzo, its immense arms retracting to rest upon its colossal head. With a powerful thrust of its waist, the giant slammed Danzo to the ground. Caught off guard, Danzo could not evade the impact. At the moment his body struck the earth, half of him went numb, rendering escape utterly impossible. Damn you, Bai, you scoundrel, Danzo muttered under his breath as he struggled to crawl, cursing Bai with increasing fervor. Lord Danzo, cursing is not a commendable habit. Bai's voice reverberated in Danzo's ears as a colossal hand seized him. Danzo fought valiantly against the grip, his curses growing louder. Irritated by the barrage of profanities, Bai tightened his grasp on Susanoo, and Danzo fell into unconsciousness. Afterward, Baiyi voluntarily dispelled Susanoo, just as Terumi Mei arrived with the Umbu of the Mist Village. Upon witnessing Baiyi's formidable power, the others contemplated capturing him at any cost. However, their actions were thwarted by Terumi Mei. The beautiful woman approached Baiyi with measured steps, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Bai, my people will not lay a hand on you. Might you release Lord Ishiro? We can sit down and converse amicably." As Terumi Mei bowed, her graceful figure captured Baiyi's attention, prompting the entities within him to urge for the release. Release him. It is imperative to do so, out of respect for Terumi Mei's sincerity. This is what our nature dictates. Indeed, what a magnanimous gesture. Despite the chaos you've wrought upon the Mist Village, Terumi Mei is willing to set aside grievances to engage in dialogue. She must indeed harbor interest in you. A fact my eyes can discern. The incessant chatter from these entities grew increasingly excessive, and Baiyi chose to disregard them. The release of Ishiro was a necessity, irrespective of their discourse. "I believe Miss Mei has misunderstood. I have no intention of holding the Mizukage hostage. You may confirm this with him." With that, Baiyi released Ishiro from his left eye. Suddenly emerging from the space-time continuum, Ishiro experienced a brief sensation of weightlessness, almost losing his balance. However, the cursed seal on his back had vanished, and his body bore no signs of injury. Moments ago, Baiyi had engaged in a brief conversation with Ishiro within the space-time realm. "Lord Mizukage, I just saved you and resolved the lurking crisis in the village. Given these two conditions, would you be willing to sit down and discuss matters with me?" Upon hearing Baiyi's words, Ishiro hesitated for a moment, then softly replied, "I can, but I must clarify that I will never infringe upon the village's interests." Seeing Ishiro's willingness to converse, a subtle smile graced Baiyi's face. "Certainly. This is not a matter of imposing undue pressure. I merely wish to articulate the current stakes. Lord Mizukage, consider this. Is it not true that Danzo targets the hidden Mist Village precisely because it has long been in disarray, where the selection of talent is excessively brutal and trust among individuals is absent? Stone, to foster genuine development within a village. An overemphasis on power will only lead to fragmentation, ultimately resulting in chaos. Your path is misguided. This can be observed from today's events. Thus my sole condition is that you earnestly contemplate this, guiding the hidden Mist Village out of its post-war predicament." With Terumi Mei's assistance, Stone gradually steadies himself. And in that moment, he comprehends what Baiyi had just articulated. The prosperity of a village should not solely hinge upon the number of strong individuals. Faith and love hold equal significance. Upon this realization, his youthful visage flushed with shame, and he turned to Terumi Mei. "Mr. Bai, I accept your counsel. The hidden Mist Village should not be permeated by an atmosphere of slaughter. Terumi Mei, effective immediately, you shall assume the position of Mizukage, and I, Stone, shall resign. Moreover, prior to my abdication, I shall issue one final decree. No one from the hidden Mist Village shall cause any distress to Bai and his companions for any reason. They are the bridge connecting the two great nations." Stone's sudden declaration left everyone present in stunned silence. Why would the fourth Mizukage, who appeared to be doing well, suddenly wish to step down? Even Terumi Mei was at a loss. "Lord Mizukage, what are you doing? My qualifications are insufficient to assume the position of Mizukage." As Chapter 157, Awakening unfolds, the moment Baiyi approaches Stone, a hand rests upon his shoulder. The space around them warps rapidly, and Stone is drawn into Baiyi's form in an instant, catching the nearby white Zetsu completely off guard. After ensuring Stone's safety, dark lightning surged across Baiyi's form. Righteous thunder, fury of the thunder axe. With a forceful stomp, the ground within a 10-meter radius collapsed violently, crushing several white Zetsu beneath this overwhelming power. At this juncture, Baiyi's gaze fixated on black Zetsu, igniting black flames at the focal point of his vision. The eternal Mangeki Sharingan bore no adverse effects. As he employed this technique, Baiyi felt an exhilarating rush. Then, he heard black Zetsu emit a wail of anguish. Subsequently, this entity hastily burrowed into the earth, while Danzo attempted to follow suit, only to be obstructed by several massive fireballs. "Lord Danzo, under the orders of the third Hokage, we must escort you back to Konoha. Surrender peacefully." A cloud of smoke billowed as Tsunade and the wooden puppet emerged from the depths, completely blocking Danzo's escape route. Seeing this, Danzo swiftly drew a kunai from his waist, expertly slicing through the air to conjure the wind release shuriken technique. Capturing me is not as simple as it seems. A resounding voice echoed through the space, summoning Danzo's summoning beast. He then struck the creature forcefully, causing its massive form to charge recklessly. For a brief moment, neither the wooden warrior nor Tsunade could effectively manage this behemoth, prompting them to wisely cede the battlefield to Bai Yi. The three exchanged glances, and a faint smile appeared on Bai Yi's face. Lord Danzo, why engage in futile efforts? I have already informed you that you will inevitably be captured. As the words fell, a towering silver giant with long legs materialized behind Bai Yi. With the power of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan now at his disposal, he could effortlessly summon Susanoo and maintain its elevated form for extended periods. Subsequently, Bai Yi commanded the silver giant to corner Danzo's summoning beast, its arms retracting onto the massive head as it forcefully hurled it to the ground. Danzo, caught unawares, suffered the consequences. At the moment of impact, half of his body went numb, rendering escape an impossibility. Curse you, Bai Yi, you scoundrel! Danzo muttered angrily as he struggled to crawl. Lord Danzo, cursing is not a commendable habit. Bai Yi's voice resonated in Danzo's ears as a gigantic hand seized him. Danzo fought desperately, his curses growing louder. Annoyed by the foul language, Bai Yi tightened his grip on Susanoo, causing Danzo to lose consciousness. Afterward, Bai Yi voluntarily released Susanoo, just as Terumi Mei arrived with the Umbu of the Mist Village. Witnessing Bai Yi's formidable power, the others contemplated capturing him at all costs. However, their advance was thwarted by Terumi Mei. The elegant woman then approached Bai Yi, bowing respectfully. Mr. Bai, my people will not act against you. Might you release Lord Ro so we can have a proper discussion? As Terumi Mei bowed, her graceful silhouette captivated Bai Yi's attention, prompting the voices within him to urge him to release the captive. Let him go. He must be released. In light of Terumi Mei's sincerity, this is what my instincts say. Indeed, how magnanimous she is. Despite the chaos you've wrought in the Mist Village, Terumi Mei is willing to set aside grievances for a discussion. It is evident she has an interest in you, something my eyes can discern. As the voices grew increasingly insistent, Bai Yi chose to disregard them. The release of the stone was inevitable, regardless of their words. I believe Miss Mei has misunderstood. I have no intention of holding the Mizukage hostage, a fact you may confirm with him. With that, Bai Yi released the stone from his left eye. Suddenly emerging from the realm of space and time, the stone felt a slight sense of weightlessness, almost losing its balance. At this moment, the curse mark on his back had vanished, and there was not a single trace of injury on his body. Just a moment ago, Bai Yi had engaged in a brief dialogue with Shirtu in this spatial realm. Lord Xueying, I have just saved you, and I also assisted in resolving the lurking crisis within the village. Given these two conditions, might we sit down and converse? Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Shirtu hesitated for a moment before softly replying, Very well, but let me clarify in advance that I will not engage in any actions that infringe upon the interests of the village. Noticing Shitu's willingness to converse, a faint smile graced Bai Yi's face. Rest assured, I would never impose unreasonable demands. I merely wish to elucidate the current stakes. Consider this. Lord Xueying, is it not true that Tuanzong targets Wuyin village precisely because it has been in disarray for years, with its methods of talent selection being excessively ruthless, resulting in a lack of trust among its people? Sure to foster genuine development within a village, one must not overly pursue power, for such endeavors will only lead to fragmentation and chaos. Today's events illustrate this clearly. Therefore, my sole request is that you contemplate this matter seriously and guide Wuyin village out of the post-war predicament. Supported by Terumi Mei, Shirtu gradually steadied himself and began to comprehend Bai Yi's previous remarks. The prosperity of a village should not solely depend on the number of strong individuals. Faith and love are equally vital. Reflecting on this, his youthful visage suddenly flushed with shame, and he turned to Terumi Mei. Mr. Bai, I accept your counsel. Wuyin village should not exude an aura of slaughter at every turn. Terumi Mei, effective immediately, you shall assume the position of Xueying, and I, Shirtu, shall step down. Simultaneously, I shall issue one final decree before my abdication. No one in Wuyin village shall cause any hardship to Bai Xian and his entourage for any reason. They are the bridge connecting the two great nations. Shitu's sudden announcement left everyone present in a state of shock. Why would he, the fourth Xueying, suddenly wish to resign? Even Terumi Mei could not fathom this decision. Lord Xueying, what are you doing? My qualifications are insufficient to succeed you. Chapter 158, Returning to the Village. Observing Terumi Mei's bewildered expression, Shirtu replied with a gentle smile, "Why do you gaze at me so? This is not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Terumi Mei, I have been considering this for quite some time. Your strength is formidable, and you possess a compassionate heart, compared to my own past mistakes. You are indeed the most suitable choice. Recently, due to my momentary folly, I nearly caused a catastrophe. Thus, I can no longer bear the responsibilities of shuiying. There is no need for further discussion. Do you wish to disregard the entire village?" Upon hearing his words, Terumi Mei ceased her resistance. She understood what the feudal lords would do next. These short-sighted individuals would not acknowledge their misjudgment of Tuanzong, but would instead cast all blame upon Shirtu, in accordance with the name of Lord Shuiying. Subsequently, Shirtu and Mizukage Mei engaged in a simple handover ceremony, marking a moment of respite for Bai Yi and his companions after the tumultuous events in the Land of Water. That evening, they were escorted by Mei to the dock of Kirigakure. At this juncture, Zabuza, wrapped in white bandages, stood beside Mei. Following Bai Yi's suggestion, Zabuza was appointed as the guardian of the 5th Mizukage. Now, it should be addressed as Lord 5th Mizukage. After we depart, do keep a vigilant eye on the village's affairs. The man with the dark visage has not been dealt with, Bai Yi remarked earnestly. To which Mei nodded gently in agreement. Rest assured, I will closely monitor everything and uphold the responsibilities of the Mizukage, she replied. As the hour grew late, she cautioned them, be careful as you leave. There are many formidable creatures in the open waters. In response to Mei's warning, Bai Yi clasped his fists in gratitude and departed with his companions. Alas, today we part ways, and I know not when I shall see the goddess Mei again. Bai Yi, you inconsiderate fool, do you wish to drive me to despair? Lamented a voice in his mind. Why not keep the goddess Mei by your side, instead of letting her assume the role of Mizukage here? Have you lost your senses? The words were laced with a deep affection for Mei. Whether my senses are intact, I cannot say. I simply know that if Mei were to return with me, my life would become exceedingly difficult. As he spoke, Bai Yi glanced at Yuki, whose slender waist was now graced by his large hand. Just as when they arrived, the two stood on the deck of the grand ship, yet their relationship had evolved. Following the transcendence of that one fateful night, Yuki no longer resisted intimate gestures. Their bodies pressed closely together. A rosy hue blossomed on Yuki's exquisite visage. Seizing the moment's beauty, Bai Yi intended to whisper sweet nothings, only to be met with her soft lips approaching his. The night passed in silence, with Tsunade and the others wisely remaining inside the ship. The following morning, the border of the Land of Fire became increasingly discernible. At last, we can return home. The climate in Kirigakure has been excessively humid. I have scarcely slept, and my skin has lost its luster, Red complained while inspecting her complexion in a small mirror. The others voiced their agreement, while Bai Yi, the rugged man, remained indifferent. What did it matter if his skin was dull? As twilight descended, they finally navigated through the final stretch of the sea mist and docked at the largest port along the border of the Land of Fire. At that moment, Bai Yi stood at the bow of the ship, arms wide open. The feeling of returning home was exhilarating. In the Hokage's office, Hizen remained ensconced in his work, buried under an insurmountable pile of documents well into the night. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Good evening, third Hokage. I brought some late-night snacks. Would you care to join me? The third Hokage was wholly engrossed in his work when the sudden appearance of Bei startled him. When did you return? You could have at least given me a heads up. Glancing at the bento box in his hand, the third Hokage's stomach grumbled audibly. This awkward situation left the esteemed master without any semblance of dignity. All right, let's eat together. I didn't have dinner last night either. Don't let this happen again, or else you may find me less accommodating. Subsequently, the two settled at the Hokage's desk to share a meal, the bento box concealing a fragrant bowl of Ichiraku ramen, its delightful aroma soon permeating the room. What's the matter with you? Didn't you promise me on your way back that your first order of business upon returning to the village would be to visit the women's hot springs? Why are you here dining with this old man instead? Do you believe I can render your eternal Manjiki Sharingan ineffective? The cacophony of voices echoed in Bei's ears, and he felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a sound thrashing to those raucous entities within him. I will undertake the artistic exploration task. For now, be quiet. I have important matters to discuss with the third Hokage. The room fell silent as the inner voices were quelled. Bei then broached the subject of Danzo with the third Hokage. Lord Third, I have brought Lord Danzo back. He is currently being detained outside the village. Upon hearing this, The dough he had just swallowed lodged in the third Hokage's throat. Coughing violently, his aged face flushed with color. What did you say? You brought Danzo back and have imprisoned him? Take me there at once. The urgency in the third Hokage's demeanor was palpable, and Bei dared not delay. He placed his hand on the third Hokage's shoulder, and their forms vanished from the office. When they reappeared, an immense reservoir loomed before them. Lord Danzo is behind that waterfall. Please follow. The third Hokage's anxiety had been mounting since learning of Danzo's capture. The old man swiftly entered the waterfall, with Bei close behind. Through a long corridor illuminated by torches, Danzo gradually came into view for the third Hokage. Hayashi, you have come. I must look quite disheveled now. I suppose this pleases you. At that moment, Danzo was bound by chains, his former grandeur entirely absent, replaced by the appearance of a humbled prisoner. Witnessing this scene caused a pang of sorrow within the third Hokage, particularly upon hearing Danzo's words. He then spoke sternly to Bei, "Why must it be this way? Remove the chains from him." Upon hearing this, Bei smiled and shook his head. "That won't do. Lord Danzo is a fierce beast. Without the chains, he could pose a significant threat." Chapter 159. Grudges. As Bei's words echoed, Danzo, bound by iron chains, suddenly stood upright and barked at the two. "Hayashi, spare me the theatrics. The reason I find myself in this state is entirely due to your actions. Your cruelty is indeed remarkable. Before everyone's eyes, you publicly challenge my position, yet secretly conspire against me. As I venture to the land of water to uphold the will of fire, you send this wretch to undermine me, intent on my demise in that realm. Daybreak, if your hatred for me runs so deep, why not confront me directly? I stand alone now. Once I am gone, your reign shall endure for generations." Towanzo stands there, raging, while the third Hokage looks on in confusion, unaware of these events. He turns to the side, addressing Bai Yi. "Was it you behind all this?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yi does not conceal his actions. "Indeed, it was I. Esteemed third Hokage, you are likely oblivious to the deeds of your old comrade. I shall reveal them to you." As he speaks, the plum blossom pattern and 4 small dots swirl within his pupils. The third Hokage is then shown Bai Yi's memories. In the vision, the Nine-Tails rampages through the village. Countless villagers meeting untimely ends. Atop the beast stand Towanzo and Kurizetsu, with Towanzo wielding 4 Sharingan, one of which has activated its Manjiki. It is this very eye that grants him control over the Nine-Tails. The scene shifts, revealing the moment the 4th Hokage and his wife were slain. The evidence clearly implicates Towanzo as the instigator. After a moment, as Bai Yi withdraws his gaze, the third Hokage's aged face reflects desolation. "Towanzo, your manipulation of the Nine-Tails led to the death of Minato and Kushina. As a longtime comrade, I implore you to speak the truth." Believing the third Hokage to be feigning, Towanzo brazenly admits his transgressions. "Yes, it was I, Daybreak. Consider how much I have contributed to Konoha over the years. Why do you turn a blind eye, preferring to elevate that yellow-haired boy Minato instead of granting me the Hokage position? He must perish. Only then can I rightfully ascend to the role." As he speaks, Towanzo erupts into a maniacal laughter, while the third Hokage collapses to the ground, appearing as though he has aged a decade. "How could this be, Towanzo? You are mistaken. It is through our shared guardianship that Konoha has weathered trials and achieved greatness." The third Hokage continues to lament from the ground, while Bai Yi strides toward Towanzo. "Esteemed third Hokage, given the gravity of these crimes, how can such a man remain within the village? I understand your feelings of betrayal, so let the final judgment be delivered by the younger generation." With a surge of dark lightning gathering in his palm, he strikes directly at Towanzo's head. Alert! Hidden mission activated. Mission objective: eliminate Towanzo. Reward: unlock the construction series Quest for the Land of Whirlpools. The system's voice echoes, intensifying the murderous intent in Bai Yi's eyes. Suddenly, an ancient figure steps in front of him, in the realm of Earth and the Yellow Springs Marsh. The ground beneath Bai Yi's feet became soft, causing his lower leg to sink into it. At that moment, standing before him was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Witnessing this scene, Bai Yi was initially taken aback, but soon found solace. After all, he and Danzo had fought alongside each other for many years. Their bond was no less profound than that of Naruto and Sasuke. Thus, he could not allow anyone to take Danzo's life in his presence. "Third Hokage, what is the meaning of this? Shouldn't Danzo, having committed such grievous sins, face death?" Baiye's voice grew especially somber as he uttered the final words. No. For the sake of the village, he has deserved death a dozen times over. But I cannot allow anyone to kill him in my stead. Baiye, if you truly wish to end Danzo's life, then first, you must deal with me. After my demise, you may do as you please. The third Hokage pleaded, revealing his chest without reservation, arms wide open. Upon witnessing this, Baiye's first instinct was to temporarily subdue the third Hokage, allowing Danzo to be swiftly executed. Yet, upon reflection, he realized the emotional toll this would impose on the third Hokage. The village's post-war reconstruction was still incomplete. The old man could not afford to meet with any misfortune at this juncture. Thus, the black lightning swirling in Baiye's palm dissipated. Third Hokage, since you are so resolute, I shall refrain from further protest. I can spare Danzo today, but you must assure me that he will never leave this place, and the chains upon him shall remain unremoved. Baiye asserted, and the third Hokage acquiesced to this condition. Afterward, Baiye chose not to linger in the cave, fearing he might succumb to the urge to kill Danzo. Perhaps due to his discontent, he sought a place that would elevate his spirits. Outside the women's hot spring, Baiye utilized the flying thunder god technique to arrive at his destination. Stealthily advancing, he soon caught sight of a tall figure clad in a red vest. A mischievous grin spread across his face. Jiraiya, it has indeed been far too long since our last encounter. Curse it, that old lecher has taken the best spot. I am quite displeased and shall deal with him. Current prank mission, expose Jiraiya within 3 minutes. Reward, 2 chakra units. Baiye found this mission exceedingly intriguing, not merely for the chakra, but for the amusement it promised. With a swift transformation, he became a small black cat, quietly slipping through a side entrance into the hot spring while Jiraiya was engrossed. Observing the interior closely, Baiye noticed a flower pot near the window, not far from Jiraiya. If he could shatter that pot, all the female patrons in the hot spring would be drawn to the commotion. I am truly clever. My apologies, Jiraiya. A soft murmur escaped as the little black cat darted swiftly towards the flower pot. In an instant, it collided forcefully with the pot, casting a meaningful glance at Jiraiya. The sound of shattering glass echoed, drawing the attention of the female customers nearby. Chapter 160, Displaying Affection. Ah, what a rogue! Exclaimed a strikingly beautiful woman, her voice startling Jiraiya. Curse black cat, it's all your fault. With that, Jiraiya hastily fled, eager to avoid the embarrassment of his previous encounter. Once he departed, the women in the hot spring leapt into the water, leaving only the one who had shouted standing outside. Baiye had just shattered the vase and had not yet left. As he prepared to leap from the windowsill, 2 delicate hands suddenly grasped him from behind. The next moment, Baiye's body jolted. Turning around, he was astonished to find himself embraced by a woman. The breathtaking scenery instantly captivated him, and combined with the intoxicating atmosphere of the hot spring, the sight nearly rendered him unconscious. Thank you so much, little kitty. If it weren't for your timely warning, I would have been exposed to that lecher, she said, planting a kiss on his forehead. My goodness, today's outing has been exceptionally rewarding. Not only did I drive away Jiraiya, but I also got to engage in close proximity with the beauty. The chakra rewards are doubled. No, tripled. The various entities within Baiye were increasingly thrilled, yet for him, the enchanting fragrance enveloping him was overwhelmingly disconcerting. Thus, transforming back into a cat, he retracted his claws and made a determined effort to move. The beauty, perhaps slightly itchy from the cat fur, finally released her grip. In that moment, Baiye swiftly dashed out through the window. To avoid being discovered by Jiraiya, he maintained this form until he laid down on his bed. The night had grown deep, and Kakashi, who had been busy with the Umbu all day, had finally succumbed to sleep. With the matter concerning Danzo finally resolved, Baiye felt he could now enjoy a good night's rest. With a soft sigh, drowsiness washed over him. The following morning, rejuvenated from a full night's sleep, Baiye embarked on a vibrant new day. He had intended to prepare breakfast for Kakashi, only to discover that he had already left early. Consequently, the lavish spread was left for Baiye to enjoy alone. After satisfying his appetite, he made his way to his retail shop. Ever since his entanglement with Danzo, he had not visited, uncertain if Bai Xiaohei could manage alone. Welcome, chirped a little white cat at the entrance, its voice high-pitched. When did a little she-cat arrive at my shop? Who are you? Baiye exclaimed, startled by the presence of the white cat. I am Xiaohua, Bai Xiaohei's girlfriend. Who are you? They inquired about one another's identities, and Bai Yi found himself perplexed as to why Bai Xiaohei hadn't confided in him about such a significant matter. At that moment, a rotund figure slowly emerged from the convenience store, one hand clutching a bag of chips, and the other grasping a large bottle of cola. "Oh, you're back. Allow me to introduce you with great fanfare. This is my girlfriend, Xiaohua. She is a ninja cat from the Uchiha clan. Isn't she stunning? My taste is quite impeccable, wouldn't you agree? What brings you to the store today? Have you perhaps parted ways with Yuren? That would be rather unfortunate." Bai Xiaohai, upon seeing Bai Yi enter the store, immediately deduced that he must be there out of sheer boredom, most likely due to a breakup with Yuren. Oh no, it's more accurate to say he never truly had her. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt a surge of indignation. He longed to teach this impudent creature a lesson in front of Xiaohua. "Enough of your nonsense. We are doing just fine, Bai Xiaohai. As your master, I must remind you that you are no longer a solitary wanderer. Take good care of her." With that, Bai Yi strode into the convenience store. In response to his reprimand, Bai Xiaohai merely rolled his eyes and mockingly stuck out his tongue, taunting, "Single dog." At this remark, Bai Yi could no longer contain his fury. No matter what Bai Xiaohai said today, he was determined to set this insolent creature straight. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Bai Yi's ears. "So you are here. I've been searching for you all morning." As the voice faded, a stunning beauty with chestnut hair and an alluring figure stood before Bai Xiaohai. Seeing this, Bai Yi rushed over, wrapping his arms around the exquisite waist of the woman and planting a kiss on Yuren's cheek. "Bai Xiaohai, if you dare to call me a single dog again, meet my girlfriend. Isn't it enviable?" Upon receiving the kiss, Yuren quickly grasped his intentions. It seemed Bai Yi had been humiliated by a mere cat. Now, with her presence, she would restore his dignity. Yuren then bent down gracefully, her fair hand reaching out towards Bai Xiaohai. "So, you must be Bai Xiaohai. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Yuren, Bai Yi's girlfriend. We are very much in love, just like you two." With that, she swiftly turned back, her lips brushing against Bai Yi's cheek. Witnessing this scene, Bai Xiaohai fell silent. "I was presumptuous earlier. I wish you both the best. Bai Yi, since you're here, let us settle a score. I still need to take Xiaohua out later." Subsequently, Bai Yi and Bai Xiaohai entered the convenience store, leaving the task of entertaining the guests to Xiaohua and Yuren. Approximately half an hour later, Bai Yi emerged from the store, just as Yuren hurried over. "Bai Yi, just now, Lady Tsunade rushed in to buy some rope. When I inquired about her intentions, she mentioned she was off to capture a rather despicable individual. Should we lend our assistance?" Upon hearing Yuren's words, Bai Yi immediately recalled the earlier scene, and Jiraiya's pitiful cries flashed through his mind. "Cough, no need for that. I'll just take a look myself. It's nothing serious, so rest assured." With that, Bai Yi vanished from the convenience store in an instant. On the Hokage's emblem, Jiraiya opened a portable pack of ramen, lifting a sizable piece of beef to his lips, blowing gently on it. The mere presence of beef is indeed delightful. It's all that little black cat's fault from last night. Had it not been for him, this sage wouldn't have spent the entire night hiding, having to venture far just to buy a box of ramen. "Little creature, should I encounter you again, I shall pluck every last strand of your fur." After uttering this, the piece of beef had cooled substantially. As Jiraiya brought it towards his mouth, a chilling voice emerged from behind him. "Jiraiya, you certainly know how to find a place. After what transpired last night, you still have the leisure to enjoy ramen atop my grandfather's emblem." Chapter 161, Master and Apprentice Mission. The cold voice from behind startled Jiraiya, causing his entire bowl of ramen to tumble to the ground. He recognized that voice all too well. The pain of the past lingered. Hastily, he turned around. Before he could utter a word, a fist struck him squarely on the forehead. After such an assault, Jiraiya's body stiffened, collapsing onto the visage of the first Hokage. "Oomph, I warned you. You went ahead with that act last night. And now I shall make you pay," Tsunade declared, retrieving the rope she had purchased from Bai Yi's convenience store, swiftly binding Jiraiya. This spectacle was observed clearly by Bai Yi from a distance. Once again, Jiraiya was punished for his indiscretions, and surprisingly, Bai Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. Outside the Hokage's office, Tsunade hoisted Jiraiya with one arm, shaking him until he finally regained consciousness. Upon seeing the grand entrance of the Hokage's office, Jiraiya pleaded with Tsunade, "Tsunade, let us discuss this properly. We can resolve this matter privately. Please don't take me to the Hokage's office. Even if I beg you, will it not suffice?" Naturally, he was merely held by Tsunade with one hand, a truly pitiable sight. Passers-by witnessed the scene, wishing desperately to find a place to hide. Resolve it privately. Jiraiya, how dare you bring that up? How many times have you indulged in peering at the women's bath? This time, even if you protest to the heavens, I shall deliver you to Lord Hokage as an example. The anger on Tsunade's fair visage did not wane, and Jiraiya's heart sank. His expression could well be described as one of utter despair. Just as Tsunade stepped halfway through the doorway of the Hokage's office, Baiyi rushed over. Teacher, what has happened to Lord Jiraiya? Why have you bound him? Baiyi's presence before Jiraiya was like a ray of sunshine, almost bringing him to tears. Baiyi, quickly plead for me with your teacher. She intends to deliver me to Lord Hokage. You are my only hope now. Observing Jiraiya's woeful demeanor, Baiyi truly felt reluctant to see him sent to the third Hokage. Moreover, considering the events of the previous night, the third Hokage must be in a rather foul mood. It would be best not to trouble him with such trifling matters. Ahem, sensei. Just now Xiaohei reported some updates to me. During our absence, Lord Jiraiya has indeed shown considerable restraint. In recent days, he has not ventured into the women's hot springs for voyeuristic escapades. Perhaps, given his earnest attempts at self-control, we might let him off this time. After all, the Hokage has enough on his plate without needing to be burdened by such petty issues. I will keep an eye on Lord Jiraiya moving forward. As Tsunade's most favored disciple, Baiyi's words carried significant weight. Tsunade then turned her icy gaze upon Jiraiya, her voice devoid of any trace of emotion. Jiraiya, can you assure me that you will not err again? Upon hearing Tsunade's query, Jiraiya hastily responded, Of course, I will not offend again. Please trust me. Very well. Since Baiyi has already interceded on your behalf, I shall refrain from further admonishments. However, remember this, from now on, I shall oversee the women's hot springs in Konoha. Should a repeat of last night's incidents occur, I will not hesitate to make a floral arrangement of your head. Baiyi, refrain from associating with individuals like him. Prolonged exposure will lead you astray. With that, Tsunade strode away, dismissing Jiraiya entirely. Afterward, Jiraiya scooped Baiyi into his arms. Little Baiyi, I cannot thank you enough. Today marks the second time you have saved me from Tsunade's wrath. I shall treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Come, come. Throughout their journey, Baiyi could hardly contain his laughter at Jiraiya's exuberance. Reflecting on the previous night, he realized that had it not been for his own actions, Jiraiya would not have been caught by Tsunade. Boss, 2 servings of pork bone fish ramen, please. As it was not mealtime, the Ichiraku ramen shop was nearly empty, with only Baiyi and Jiraiya present. The two engaged in conversation about recent happenings in the village. Suddenly, Baiyi recollected a pressing matter. Lord Jiraiya, during my absence from the village, who has been looking after Naruto? In response to Baiyi's inquiry, Jiraiya gestured for him to take a seat. What are you worried about? That little rascal is at the medical station under Tsunade's supervision. He is being well cared for. His daily life is even more vibrant than ours. There is no need for concern. Hearing Jiraiya's reassurance eased Baiyi's furrowed brow. Yet he still felt a lingering unease since he had not yet seen Naruto. After finishing their ramen, Baiyi requested Jiraiya to accompany him to the medical station. However, upon arriving at the entrance, he hesitated, still apprehensive of Tsunade. The events of the morning were fresh in his memory. What brings you here? Just as Baiyi stepped inside, Shizune emerged from the medical station. Shizune, I am looking for Naruto Uzumaki. If it's not too much trouble, could you take me to see him? Upon hearing this, Shizune readily agreed. With their identities as Tsunade's apprentices, they could navigate the entire medical station without hindrance. Swiftly arriving at the location of little Naruto. Look, that little rascal is right there. You can approach him yourself. I have some matters to attend to. Remember, he is still quite small and his body has yet to fully develop, so handle him with utmost care. After a few more words of caution, Shizune departed. Subsequently, Baiyi approached little Naruto, who was currently sucking on a pacifier and slowly crawling on the floor. Unable to resist the charm of the adorable infant, Baiyi picked him up. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. The Master Apprentice mission has been activated. Would you like to proceed? A Master Apprentice mission? What is this? This is a long-term mission. If initiated, you will establish a lasting Master Apprentice bond with Naruto. Whenever his strength increases due to your guidance, the system will bestow various rewards. Conversely, should this little one sustain injuries or perish, your own body will also be affected. This task has its advantages and disadvantages, and it is not mandatory. The decision lies with you. As the system elaborated on the intricacies of the Master Apprentice mission, Naruto's pacifier fell from his mouth. In its absence, he promptly bit down on Byakuya's arm with his newly sprouted teeth. Ah! The sudden pain elicited an involuntary exclamation from Byakuya. Chapter 162. Time flies. Confirmation. The Master-Apprentice mission has commenced. Establishing a contractual bond with Uzumaki Naruto now. The system's voice suddenly echoed. Byakuya, momentarily taken aback, found his hand moving uncontrollably to stroke Naruto's tiny belly. Bond established. Master-Apprentice mission in progress. A brilliant light flashed, and upon regaining his senses, Byakuya discovered that he bore a mark of the Uzumaki clan on his hand. What the hell, system? When did I consent to this? Why did you control me just now? Did you not just call out? I took that as your agreement. Is that really a valid consent? You must be mistaken. Cancel this now. I have no need for some ridiculous contract to teach Naruto. Let me reiterate. Once the contract is signed, it cannot be undone. Thus, you two are bound in a master-apprentice relationship indefinitely. Upon hearing this, Byakuya felt utterly speechless. Being forcibly bound by a contract was one thing, but the fact that it was irrevocable was beyond frustrating. When can I terminate this? I do not wish to tether my life to another's. Once Uzumaki Naruto becomes the strongest in the human realm, it can be concluded. Rest assured, this child possesses remarkable talent, and that day will arrive swiftly. The notion of the strongest in the ninja world reminded Byakuya of the climactic battle between Naruto and Sasuke against Kaguya Otsutsuki. Reflecting on this, he realized that accepting this little one as a disciple was not a loss. After all, it was an opportunity coveted by many. Thus, the relationship between Jiraiya and Naruto may undergo a transformation. Dear Naruto, fret not. I shall spare no effort in facilitating your swift growth, enabling you to surpass your peers. Time flows like a river, and days pass one after another. Before long, Naruto successfully enrolled in the Ninja Academy, and Byakuya was no longer the youthful hero of Konoha. Years have flown by, and the village has undergone a remarkable transformation, with a plethora of culinary delights emerging. The identities of those surrounding Byakuya have also shifted, albeit not drastically different from the original world of Hokage. The venerable third Hokage continues to oversee the village, while the relationship between Tsunade and Jiraiya remains stagnant. Kakashi's generation has largely transitioned into teaching at the academy. At this juncture, Konoha is enveloped in tranquility and comfort. Over these years, Byakuya has experienced what it means to be inseparable. Her bond with Yurin has deepened, and they often indulge in each other's company during leisure. Observing their closeness, the third Hokage took the initiative to facilitate Yurin's complete integration into the village. As his identity as a cloud ninja has been positively reassessed due to recent events, the autumn weather is particularly pleasant. Early in the morning, Byakuya takes Yurin's hand. Wandering as they typically do, the cacophony of voices wafts from the nearby street. Naruto Uzumaki, do not run. Upon hearing the familiar name, Byakuya furrows her brow and then offers a wry smile. Ah, it seems this little rascal is causing trouble again. Yurin, why don't you enjoy your own stroll this morning? I need to check on that little troublemaker. With that, Byakuya plants a kiss on Yurin's cheek and heads towards the street. Watching her retreating figure, Yurin huffs. Humph, I truly do not understand you. Why must you always clean up that brat's mess? I shall seize an opportunity to give him a proper thrashing, and do not even think of stopping me. On the street, Naruto's petite figure flits about, greeting passers-by as he goes. Good morning, Uncle Bai. Good morning, Aunt Yunyu. Just as Naruto dashes off, a dozen figures appear, sprinting down the street. You little rascal, you cannot run anymore. We really won't beat you up. A lean man breathlessly exclaims. Hearing this, Naruto, holding a paint bucket, halts in his tracks. Uncle Wong, you truly won't take me down? He inquires, as the group closes in on him. We would be remiss not to, they retort, eyeing the mess he has made of the Hokage's portrait. As they approach within half a meter, several of them suddenly lunge forward. In that instant, little Naruto, lacking the courage to defend himself with the paint bucket, has it knocked from his grasp, spilling the dark green paint all over the lean man's face and body, leaving them splattered in green. You little rascal, how dare you spray us with paint? Let's get him. The chase continues, as the group of young men takes turns pursuing Naruto, ultimately cornering him in a narrow alleyway. Little Naruto had expended considerable energy, and given that he found himself in a dead end, this mischievous rascal had reached a point where evasion was no longer an option. Hey, little one, you've finally come to a halt. Let us see how we shall deal with you. With that, 4 or 5 individuals lunged forward simultaneously. Naruto's agility was remarkable. He swiftly leaped onto the shoulder of the leading man, exerting force with both feet. The man let out a piercing scream, his body propelled upward as a result. In that instant, one of the men retrieved a long stick and thrust it against Naruto's abdomen, instantly losing his balance in the air. The young lad plummeted to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, the group rushed toward the spot where Naruto had fallen. Everyone, please hold on a moment. Indeed, Naruto's actions were inappropriate, but he is just a child. Let us not hold him to account. As his teacher, I will offer an apology on his behalf. With these words, Bei descended gently from the air. Upon his arrival, the men took a step back and bowed respectfully. Advisor Bai, we did not wish to pursue him so fervently, but look at what this little rascal has done to the Hokage statue. How are we to explain this? The lean leader pointed toward the 4 Hokage statues, now splattered with a vibrant array of paint, a sight that was truly difficult to behold. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Bei chuckled awkwardly before seizing Naruto by the arm. Naruto, you know how I always advise you. If you wish to play, come find me, your teacher. Do not cause mischief in the village. Everyone is busy and has little time to indulge you. Hearing Bei's reprimand, Naruto responded with a simple "Oh." Bei then placed him in front of the group and said sternly, Today, you have caused trouble for everyone. Now, apologize to these uncles. They have had a challenging day, and your antics have hindered their work. Chapter 163. A fine physique, everyone. I'm really sorry. Naruto bowed to the group, preparing to flee, only to find Bei gripping him tightly, leaving no room for escape. Who told you that you could leave once you were finished? Do you see the Hokage statue over there? We are going to clean it up together. He addressed the others. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. With that, Bei and Naruto vanished. Now that Bei had proposed a solution, the others found it inappropriate to voice any objections. They could only express their thoughts among themselves. Lord Bei must be exhausted every day. I cannot fathom why he chose this boy as his disciple. The Uchiha child is quite remarkable, after all. Mused the lean leader, with others nodding in agreement. As the sun gradually set, Bei guided Naruto in cleaning the Hokage statues. Time passed fleetingly, and they completed the first 3 statues. Upon reaching the 4th, Naruto suddenly appeared somewhat melancholic. Master, how much longer until my father returns? At that moment, little Naruto was polishing the statue of his father, Minato Namikaze. Observing the child's melancholic demeanor, Byakuya approached him and gently patted his head. Once you grow stronger, your father will come back. That day will arrive swiftly. For now, your task is to become formidable. Do you understand? Hearing Byakuya's words, Naruto nodded vigorously. That evening, the two had successfully cleaned all 4 statues. Educating a mischievous child requires methods and strategies. Today, Naruto had followed Byakuya's advice, and naturally, he deserved a reward for his efforts. At this time, the Ichiraku ramen shop was bustling, yet there remained an empty seat, reserved and not for sale. Boss, as per usual, we'll have 2 servings of fishboard noodles, Byakuya said as he and Naruto entered through the door. The owner promptly tidied the vacant table. Just a moment. Let me finish this pot of noodles, and then I'll prepare yours, he replied, nodding toward Byakuya. Before long, the noodles danced in the owner's hands, and a delightful aroma began to fill the room. Naruto leaned in occasionally, eagerly watching the pot, as he was quite hungry after a long day of work. Suddenly, a voice with a teasing lilt wafted in from outside. Hey there, you 2 came for ramen and didn't even give me a heads up? How inconsiderate. With that, a tall man in a red vest strode through the door. Boss, I'll have what they're having, and put it on Byakuya's tab. As the owner of Ichiraku Ramen, busy preparing noodles, glanced at Jiraiya upon his entrance, he gestured with his hand. Lord Jiraiya, didn't you say you were engrossed in literary creation lately? What brings you out here today? Even the busiest must take time to eat and rest, Jiraiya replied. We'll talk more once the noodles arrive. Amid their conversation, 3 identical servings of fishboard noodles were soon placed before them. Byakuya and Naruto, feeling the pangs of hunger, devoured their meals at a noticeably faster pace. Once they finished, Jiraiya still had a third of his bowl left untouched. After leaving a generous stack of money on the table, Byakuya prepared to take Naruto home. Just then, Jiraiya seized him from behind. Hee, little Byakuya, it's been ages since we ventured out together for inspiration. How about we take a stroll tonight? First, drop Naruto off at home, and then we can go. Upon hearing this, Naruto, who stood beside Byakuya, became instantly excited. Kirby Sage, where are we going? I want to join. Ding, hidden mission activated. Mission objective, take Naruto along for inspiration. Upon completing this mission, The construction task for the Land of Whirlpools will be unlocked. If you choose to abandon this mission, the construction task will no longer appear in the list. I am deeply appalled by your actions. How could you lack any sense of conscience? How old is Naruto? And you would have me take him to engage in such activities? Absolutely not. I will not partake in this matter. Ah, I see. It appears you have no intention of fulfilling the construction of the Uzumaki Nation's base. If that is the case, I shall cancel the mission. You shall never have another opportunity. Wait, I will go, I cannot refuse. Under the coercive persuasion of the system, Bai ultimately capitulated. The construction task was of paramount importance to him. Upon reviewing the task list, he realized that once this mission was activated, he would acquire a substantial amount of materials and items, rendering the establishment of the Uzumaki Nation as a formidable entity beyond the 5 great nations an achievable feat. As night deepened, after Jiraiya finished his ramen, the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the women's hot spring. The same old time, the same familiar place, with the same well-known individuals. Jiraiya had been engrossed in literary creation for some time and had not visited this place in a while. Yet, upon his return, he navigated the location as effortlessly as before. 2 blue bricks were pushed aside, allowing the trio to peer inside. Ding! The hidden mission has been completed. The construction series tasks are now available to you. Task 1, stay tuned. What on earth are you doing? The system's voice flickered momentarily before providing a rather vague response. Upon hearing this, Bai was utterly infuriated. Observing his reaction, the system quickly adopted a conciliatory tone. The construction tasks are rather intricate. This series requires careful compilation before full disclosure. There's no need to rush. Good things come to those who wait. Upon receiving such a dismissive reply, Bai found himself at a loss for words. As he regained his composure, he noticed that Naruto was completely captivated by another young girl. Then, he made a rather astonishing statement. One that all Naruto fans would unanimously agree upon. Hinata's figure surpasses that of Sakura. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was drawn over, playfully ruffling Naruto's hair. What a perceptive lad. Perhaps the volume of his voice was a tad too loud, as several girls in the hot spring seemed to have overheard. Consequently, some turned their gaze in their direction. Realizing this, Bai quickly placed his hands on Jiraiya and Naruto's backs, and the trio vanished just as the girls approached, leaving them none the wiser. There were definitely people here. Where have they gone? Chapter 164. The passionate youth. The evening breeze swept past the 4 Hokage statues, making this perhaps the coldest spot in the entire village. In such an environment, Bai and his companions, having returned from the women's hot spring, were indulging in ice pops, embodying the spirit of iron-blooded youth. Hey, Naruto, how are your grades at school? Jiraiya handed an ice pop to Naruto and casually inquired. Faced with such a question, the young Naruto sheepishly scratched his head. Not particularly well. I remain at the tail end. Yet I am resolute in my future ambition to become Hokage. Indeed, even as the top student in the class, the aspirations of this passionate youth remain grand. Naruto is still the same Naruto. Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya immediately turned to the side where Bai stood and softly uttered a phrase that Naruto did not quite grasp. This time, Jiraiya adopted a serious demeanor. Have you yet to teach him how to control that power within him? Upon hearing this, Bai gently nodded. Not yet. One must ponder. If a person possesses unparalleled strength at a young age, how much attention do you think they would devote to training? Rest assured, Lord Jiraiya, I am fully aware and shall not disappoint Minato's expectations. It is getting late. I must return to accompany my wife. With that, Bai placed his hand on young Naruto's back, and they vanished together, leaving Jiraiya alone to enjoy his popsicle. If only I could master the Flying Thunder God technique. How frustrating it is. The next morning, Naruto set off for school as usual, but on his way, he suddenly encountered a bit of trouble. In a more secluded street of Konoha village, a group of teenagers cornered a boy in an alleyway. Accompanied by a flurry of punches and kicks, the boy emitted a rather pitiful cry. Witnessing this scene, the impassioned Naruto rushed over. Stop it. How can you bully someone like this? With me, Uzumaki Naruto, here, none of you can continue to harm him. His somewhat immature voice echoed through the corridor, prompting laughter from the group of youths. I thought it was someone impressive. Turns out it's just that tail-end loser who can't even perform a shadow clone. What? Do you think you can play the hero all by yourself? We are Genin. Naruto froze momentarily upon seeing them. These were not ordinary delinquents. They were the troublemakers expelled from the Ninja Academy, known for their penchant for brawling, each possessing considerable fighting prowess. So it's you lot. That only compels me to intervene even more. Stealing his resolve, Naruto shouted and charged forward, fists raised. The leader of the group made no effort to evade. He simply raised his hand and effortlessly caught Naruto by the head. Despite Naruto's flailing punches, he could not land a hit on the youth before him. Such little skill. Indeed, you are at the tail end. With that, the youth tossed Naruto aside, who landed unceremoniously in a trash bin, a truly disheveled sight. Don't overestimate yourself. Ignore him. Let us continue beating this kid. If he dares to resist, we'll break a leg today. As the youth's words faded, his companions began to throw punches. You all stop right now. The clamor echoed through the alley as Naruto's clothes became soiled, and his body bore various degrees of damage. Nevertheless, his face displayed no trace of fear. With a fierce cry, he charged once more towards the youths. The familiar scene unfolded once more, the sounds of conflict echoing through the alley. Naruto, with his limited prowess and tender age, seemed ill-equipped to contend with such a multitude of ruffians. Outside the alley, Byakuya observed with a calm demeanor, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. Indeed, it was essential to grow bolder with each challenge faced. Well done. Suddenly, Byakuya sensed a cool, aloof figure weaving through the alley, drawing ever closer to Naruto. Oh, little Naruto, it appears salvation is at hand. Cough, cough, young one, I have an idea. Perhaps we could initiate a hidden task, and upon your completion of 3, the foundational mission would be fully unlocked. What do you think? What task? Stop being cryptic and just say it. Have Naruto and Sasuke become close. Completing this task would suffice. What say you? Upon learning of this task, Byakuya couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though he anticipated the scene with great enthusiasm, as it mirrored a classic moment from the Naruto saga. Very well, I shall proceed. Summoning forth a spirit cat through a summoning technique, Byakuya watched as the little creature dashed through the alley, swiftly reaching the side of the aloof youth. The kitten grasped the boy's pant leg with its tiny paws, mewing insistently. What's the matter, little cat? The cool youth was none other than the Uchiha prodigy, Sasuke. In this world, Sasuke had managed to dispel the village's suspicions towards the Uchiha clan ahead of time, thus avoiding the harrowing tragedy of his family's demise. His heart remained filled with affection, particularly for small kittens. Once cradled in his arms, the kitten pointed towards the street in the northwest direction. Sasuke, grasping its intent, inquired, "Are you saying there's a fight over there?" The kitten nodded vigorously, prompting Sasuke to act without hesitation, swiftly making his way to Naruto's location. Upon arrival, he witnessed Naruto shielding a child with his own body. Despite the numerous injuries he bore, his gaze remained resolute. Observing this, Sasuke gently set the kitten aside, eschewing Naruto's theatricality of announcing his name before engaging. In a situation where they were outnumbered, a stealthy ambush was undoubtedly the most prudent approach. Thus, Sasuke sprinted towards the leading youth with remarkable speed. Before anyone could react, he delivered a swift kick to the young man's head. "Ah!" the youth cried out, collapsing to the ground. Seeing their leader felled, the onlookers prepared to retaliate against Sasuke. At that moment, several shadow clones suddenly enveloped the assailants. Sasuke seized one of the youths by the head, executing a graceful spin through the air, with a series of resounding impacts. The surrounding youths were all dispatched by Sasuke's deft maneuver. Naruto, having regained his footing, clapped his hands in approval. "Sasuke, splendid work. Keep it up." Chapter 165. A change of teachers. As Sasuke made his move, he immediately demonstrated his prowess, executing a swift spinning kick that sent the nearby adversary sprawling. He then positioned himself protectively in front of Naruto and the young boy. It was foolish to aspire to be a hero without the requisite strength, he coldly remarked to Naruto, revealing a more aloof side of himself. However, in Naruto's eyes, all he could see was the gallant figure of Sasuke during the rescue, oblivious to the mockery directed at him. "Well done. Let us fight side by side from here on," Naruto declared, staggering forward, clearly drained of energy, yet resolute in spirit. In response, Sasuke forcefully shoved him aside. "Don't be a hindrance. I can handle this alone. Take that child away first," he instructed, then swung his fist and charged forward. One of the still-dazed youths received another blow, his body stiffening before collapsing onto the ground. Witnessing this, the leader of the group was filled with fury. One of his men had been defeated by a student several years their junior. The thought of this humiliation spreading was unbearable. "You dare to harm my brother? You shall pay dearly." As the group engaged Sasuke, The leader began to weave hand signs, and soon, a brilliant blue lightning surged from his palm. At that moment, Sasuke was engrossed in combat, entirely unaware of the impending threat. "You will die, kid," the youth shouted, his arm crackling with lightning chakra as he lunged at Sasuke, leaving the latter with no room to evade. Yet, just as the attack was about to land, the youth's movement abruptly halted. The lightning dissipated as he found himself lifted by a strikingly handsome man. "Tell me, how has your teacher raised you? Bullying classmates is one thing, but resorting to lethal techniques to salvage your pride is utterly disgraceful." The chilling voice fell upon the group, and the other youths, upon recognizing the handsome figure, fell to their knees, their voices trembling. At this moment, it was Bai Yi who had arrived, having observed the scene for quite some time. Initially, he had anticipated witnessing teamwork between Naruto and Sasuke, but upon seeing the ruffian resort to deadly measures, he felt compelled to intervene. Bai Yi, the youth, now suspended in the air, paled at the mention of the name. "I was reckless. I shouldn't have resorted to ninjutsu." Hearing the youth's pleas, Bai Yi cast him aside and pointed towards the boy who had been previously beaten. "You have no deep-seated grudge against him, yet you have reduced him to this state. Now, let me be clear. These three are under my protection. You know what you must do." His tone carried a hint of amusement as he concluded. Upon hearing this, the leader of the group immediately knelt before Naruto and his companions, bowing deeply in a gesture of submission. "Three young heroes, future Hokage, I acknowledge my past transgressions. I humbly request your graciousness to overlook my faults this time. What are you all staring at? Hurry and bow before me." Faced with reprimand, the other youths dared not retort. 5 or 6 of them knelt on the ground, bowing deeply. At this moment, Naruto could no longer bear it. "There is no need for this. We are all strangers, after all. Just refrain from bullying others in the future." "Xiao Chun, what do you think?" The child who was bullied, named Xiao Chun, nodded immediately upon hearing Naruto's words. "I will listen to Brother Naruto. As long as you don't bully others in the future, everything will be fine." Meanwhile, Sasuke turned to leave, maintaining his aloof demeanor. However, before he could take more than a couple of steps, Bai Yi called out to him from behind. "Sasuke, don't you have anything to say?" Hearing Bai Yi's words, Sasuke replied coldly, "No, unless you have something to discuss, I will be on my way. Also, Uzumaki Naruto is your disciple, isn't? You must keep him in check and prevent such a fiery character from seeking glory, as it will only lead to trouble for others." With that, Sasuke strode away from the alley. This remark thoroughly infuriated Naruto. "Damn it, Sasuke, come back here. If you have the guts, let us fight and see who is superior." Naruto attempted to rush towards Sasuke, but Bai Yi caught him from behind. "Hey, that guy may seem cold, but what he said is indeed correct. Enough of that. You should head to school now. Later, I will teach you some formidable techniques that will surely enable you to defeat him." Upon hearing this, Naruto's azure eyes sparkled with excitement, and he hurried off to school. The lives of these two fated children unfolded day by day at the Ninja Academy, and soon they faced graduation and class placement. Just as Bai Yi had known, Sasuke graduated with perfect scores across all subjects, while Naruto was undeniably at the bottom of the class. As for Sakura, her performance was more balanced. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage distributed the class placement lists to each teacher. When it reached Kakashi, the names Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura were prominently featured. For the time being, Kakashi remained the leader of Team 7. Just as all the teachers received their rosters, Bai Yi's figure suddenly appeared in the Hokage office. "Kakashi, I will take over your class." Upon hearing this, Might Guy, Asuma, and others standing nearby were taken aback. Bai Yi was a living legend in Konoha. It was astonishing that he had come to lead a class. Observing his brother's serious demeanor, Kakashi pointed to himself and asked, "Are you sure you want to personally take charge?" In response, Bai Yi gently nodded, then took the roster from Kakashi's hands. "Indeed, from this moment on, those 3 youngsters will be my subordinates." With that, Bai Yi strode out, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. The following morning, the teachers and students from each class convened at the designated location agreed upon the previous day. Kakashi and his trio met in the woods to the north of the village. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke had already arrived, having waited for what felt like an eternity. Yet their teacher had yet to make an appearance. At this point, Sakura began to express her impatience. What could be taking Kakashi-sensei so long? Other teams have already begun their assignments, while we remain here waiting, she complained, to which Naruto quickly concurred. "Don't fret, Sakura. I have some bread and milk here. You should eat first." As he spoke, Naruto retrieved the sustenance from his pack. Perhaps due to its prolonged storage, the bread appeared somewhat stale, lacking an appetizing appeal. Sakura hesitated to accept it, but her rebellious stomach betrayed her with a loud grumble. I suppose I'll have a little, she conceded, taking the bread and milk from Naruto's hands. After providing these items to Sakura, Naruto beamed with happiness and resumed rummaging through his backpack. Soon after, he extracted a rather imperfect piece of bread, bearing a bite mark from his breakfast. Sasuke, you must be hungry. This bread is for you. We boys are tough, so we can afford to eat a bit less. He broke off the bitten portion to keep for himself and handed the rest to Sasuke, including the last of the milk. Witnessing this scene, Sasuke scoffed dismissively. You can keep it. I'm not hungry. His gaze, however, betrayed a flicker of unease. Given that they had waited for so long, claiming to be unhungry seemed disingenuous. Noticing this, Naruto insisted on shoving the food into Sasuke's hands. The two began to tussle, causing the half piece of bread to tumble to the ground. I want to eat it. You can keep it, Sasuke replied coldly, while Naruto slowly bent down to retrieve the fallen bread. It was now covered in dust, but he seemed unfazed, still managing to smile. Sasuke, I'll leave the milk over there. Drink it when you're hungry. With that, Naruto set aside the unsoiled bread and milk, while he dryly munched on the now dirty piece. Not far away, a large tree concealed the watchful eyes of Bai Yi, who had been observing the trio for the better part of the day, eager to witness the discord among them. I can no longer bear to watch. Despite being a team, why do they treat Naruto this way? He thought. Now, I shall assign you a task to properly discipline Sasuke and Sakura. After completion, a grand surprise awaits you. Ah, you needn't tell me. I shall do this regardless. They will face life and death together. Such discord cannot be allowed to persist. With that, Bai Yi sprang from the treetop, suddenly appearing before the three. As he approached, the three stood up simultaneously. At that moment, Sakura had just finished her milk, her lips still not wiped clean. Teacher, what's wrong? Where has Kakashi-sensei gone? Naruto was the first to inquire. Bai Yi walked over and gently patted his head. There has been an urgent situation in the Hidden Leaf Village, and the third Hokage has assigned Kakashi some important matters. He will no longer be leading your team. From today onward, I shall be your captain. I noticed that you all seem a bit hungry. How do you find the bread? Bai Yi's gaze fell upon Sakura, who instantly flushed with embarrassment for not considering her companions while eating. In contrast, Naruto remained oblivious to the underlying meaning of Bai Yi's words. It's certainly delicious, but half a piece is rather insufficient. Teacher, do you have any more food? Upon hearing this, Bai Yi nodded slightly, and a box filled with Ichiraku ramen appeared in his palm. Of course, Naruto. This bowl of ramen is your task. You must finish it all without sharing with the other two. This is mandatory, otherwise, you won't be able to train with me in the future. Upon hearing this, Naruto grew anxious and began to devour the ramen eagerly, relishing every bite. Meanwhile, Sakura and Sasuke watched him eat, feeling a mix of discomfort and envy. At that moment, the usually aloof Sasuke found himself in an embarrassing predicament. His stomach began to growl, making him wish for a place to hide. After Naruto finished his meal, he sprawled on the ground, stretching contentedly. This mission is fantastic. I wish I could have it every day. Once Naruto was done, Bai Yi turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, are you hungry as well? Next, I want you to compete against Naruto. He is already full and in great condition. You need to replenish some energy, or you'll be defeated. Eager for a challenge, Naruto sprang to his feet. Great. I've been wanting to challenge Sasuke for a while. Sasuke regarded Naruto with an air of disdain, convinced that even in his hunger, he would prevail. No need. Even if he is full, I can easily defeat him. With that, Sasuke stepped forward, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Naruto, feeling irritated by Sasuke's arrogance, retorted, Don't be too confident. I'm quite formidable. He charged towards Sasuke with a swift punch, but Sasuke sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the attack. Seizing the moment when Naruto lost his balance, Sasuke landed a solid punch to his midsection, causing Naruto to expel the ramen he had just consumed. Following this, Sasuke executed a shoulder throw, sending Naruto sprawling. Not far away, Sakura watched in awe as Sasuke displayed his remarkable skills, her face radiating admiration. At that moment, Bai reminded, Hey, Sasuke, do not underestimate him. Naruto is indeed quite strong. As soon as Bai's voice fell, Naruto's fist swung towards Sasuke once more. Do not belittle him. I will surely prevail. With a resounding thud, the outcome remained eerily similar as Naruto found himself struck down yet again. Once, Twice, thrice, Naruto charged in with a relentless 16 attacks. His face battered and bruised, yet he showed no signs of conceding. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had not eaten, began to break into a cold sweat. When Naruto launched his 17th assault, Sasuke's fists grew weak, and he was toppled by Naruto's force. Bei merely observed, offering no intervention, until Sakura tugged at his sleeve. Bei, do not let them continue. It could end badly. Humph, this little girl is quite hypocritical. When Naruto was being struck, she said nothing, instead gazing at Sasuke with admiration. I can hardly bear to watch, brat. You must teach this girl a lesson, perhaps. As he spoke, the implications of his words turned somewhat inappropriate. Stop. Do not continue down that path. I will intervene, but not in that manner. Given that Sakura was close to Bei, his murmurs were overheard. At this juncture, Bei pointed, and an air bullet sent Naruto flying. Enough, this contest has produced a victor. Uchiha Sasuke, do you still dare to underestimate your opponent? After numerous bouts, the famished Sasuke had long since exhausted his strength. Damn it, how could I lose to this underachiever? Though he was reluctant to accept this outcome, he found himself unable to rise, reduced to staring at the ground. Once the matter with the two boys was settled, Bei shifted his focus to Sakura. Underestimating your opponent was Sasuke's error. What mistake do you think you made? With this, Bei directed his attention squarely at Sakura. The young girl was momentarily taken aback. What mistake? I should not have consumed all the food. Upon hearing this, Bei nodded gently. Indeed, clever girl. In that case, you shall face the consequences. With that, a flurry of 4 small plum blossom patterns suddenly illuminated Bei's gaze, and a mountain of bread materialized before the three. Now, you must consume all of this bread by yourself. If you cannot, you must leave my team. I am tired and shall return to rest. Remember, neither of you is permitted to assist her, otherwise, the outcome will be the same. With that, Bei utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. Sakura gazed at the towering pile of bread, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes, and tremblingly picked up a piece of yellow bread to eat. As time passed, Naruto and Sasuke remained nearby, resting in silence. The alarm bell sounded before the arrival of Byakuya was evidently effective. Neither of the two made any move to assist. Sakura let out a small burp, her soft belly swelling after having consumed quite a bit, yet the yellow bread before her remained unchanged. At this moment, Byakuya had already been gone for 2 hours. Naruto, having scoured the surroundings for several hundred meters, finally sat down next to Sakura after confirming that no one was around. Sakura, please don't cry. I'll eat with you. We can finish it together. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sakura gazed at him with her tear-filled, large eyes. Aren't you afraid of being kicked out of the team? Perhaps it's best if I bear this punishment alone, as I was indeed in the wrong. Sakura's words caused a slight shift in Naruto's expression. What are you talking about? We are a team. We share both joy and hardship. Besides, Byakuya isn't here. He won't find out. With that, Naruto began to devour the yellow bread. Not far away, Sasuke, emerging from his previous failures, slowly approached and coldly remarked, "Count me in." Thus, the three of them began to eat together. The following morning, when Byakuya arrived in the woods, he found that the bread he had left the night before was still half untouched. At this moment, all 3 little ones had round bellies. Upon seeing Byakuya's figure, Naruto and Sasuke contemplated getting up to evade him, but their full stomachs caused them to plop back down onto the ground. "Teacher, you've arrived." Observing the trio, Byakuya initially donned a serious expression, which made the 3 quite anxious. "Ha ha, well done. You've begun to cooperate as a team. From today onward, you 3 are my subordinates. Our Team 7 is officially established." Suddenly, Byakuya burst into hearty laughter, leaving the 3 present in a state of surprise. Had they passed the test? This was a fact no one dared to believe, especially since they had aided Sakura. Unbeknownst to them, Byakuya's actions the previous night were deliberately orchestrated to achieve today's outcome. The yellow bread was akin to a small mountain. How could a single person possibly finish it alone? Among the trio, Sakura was the first to comprehend the situation. She straightened her posture as best as she could, bowed to Byakuya, and then turned to Naruto and Sasuke. "I apologize for yesterday. I should not have enjoyed the bread alone." At this moment, Sasuke grasped the underlying meaning of the yellow bread, while Naruto merely stood there grinning foolishly. Observing the 3 of them, their bellies swollen, it was clear they could not train today. Thus, Byakuya granted them a generous break, instructing them to reconvene in 3 days. During this time, Byakuya also sought to learn from esteemed teachers. Strength is one thing, but being an effective educator is quite another. In the Ichiraku ramen shop, Bai and Jiraiya sat opposite each other, adhering to their old custom of ordering a bowl of fish cake ramen. So, tell me, what is your purpose in inviting me to this meal? Moreover, it appears you have made some progress today, as you are now acquainted with sushi, which is rather expensive. Jiraiya indulged in a bowl of noodles while savoring sushi. My dear Jiraiya, do consider your words. Given our relationship, is it not permissible for me to treat you to a meal without ulterior motives? However, today is indeed an exception, for I have a genuine request. You are likely aware that I have been tasked with overseeing the training of Team 7, and I find myself rather inexperienced in the role of a teacher. Thus, I humbly seek your guidance. Upon realizing that Bei had a favor to ask of him, a mischievous grin spread across Jiraiya's face. It seems you have come to me with a request. Very well, in light of your sincerity, I shall assist you. But you must first agree to one condition. How about accompanying me for a night of inspiration? Jiraiya whispered conspiratorially into Bei's ear. At that moment, the entities within him stirred with excitement. Inspiration sounds delightful. It has been quite some time since we've admired beauty. I've noticed your recent lack of enthusiasm for missions. If this continues, the tasks may need to be adjusted. For instance, each time you miss a routine inspiration task, your chakra will be reduced by 0.5. That plan is quite reasonable. I also support it. Let us proceed with this arrangement. Goodness, are you all even human? Is this how you conduct yourselves? After dinner, Bei found himself compelled by Jiraiya and the entities within him to return to the familiar location by the women's hot spring. During the inspiration session, he paid no heed to the beauties within, instead pondering whether his future happiness with Yuki would be adversely affected. Ding! Today's inspiration task completed, chakra reduction waved. Upon hearing the system's notification, Bei felt utterly speechless. Chapter 168. Sending flowers today, the hot spring was particularly lively, and Jiraiya was utterly captivated, causing Bei's inquiries to be postponed. Time passed slowly, and suddenly, engrossed in the view, Jiraiya abruptly dropped to the ground, tugging at Bei's clothing with urgency. Hey, little Bei, we must leave this place at once. I spotted Tsunade. Hurry, or we shall be too late. Jiraiya appeared quite frantic. After previous encounters, he genuinely feared Tsunade. Witnessing his distress, Bei shook his head in resignation and placed a hand on Jiraiya's shoulder. In an instant, they both vanished, just as Tsunade arrived to observe the scene. There was clearly some commotion here. Did I mishear? She mused. Sigh. After all the times I've dealt with Jiraiya, he surely wouldn't dare return. With that, Tsunade turned her attention away from the situation. Thank you so much, little Bei. I will certainly assist you with your endeavors. When it comes to being a good teacher, the most crucial aspect is not to cultivate overwhelming abilities in students, but to ensure their minds are resolute. Additionally, fostering a sense of camaraderie and consideration for one another is paramount. You are already doing splendidly, so there is truly no need to seek my counsel. Through the third Hokage, Jiraiya became fully aware of the events concerning Class 7, and he held a profound appreciation for Bai's teaching philosophy. Upon hearing Jiraiya's sentiments, Bai offered a faint smile. I am merely here to confirm something. By the way, Jiraiya-sama, aside from your literary pursuits, do you harbor any other aspirations? Perhaps a romantic relationship? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya hastily waved his hand, exhibiting immense aversion to the topic. What are you saying? I, Jiraiya-sama, have always flitted through the gardens of romance without ever lingering. How could I possibly engage in something as mundane as dating? Absolutely not. I have no interest in such matters. Despite his words, Bai, being experienced, could discern that Jiraiya indeed had a romantic interest. Thus, Bai resolved to assist him. Hey, are you all present? I need your help with something. What is it? I'm busy reading Paradise of Affection. To be honest, Jiraiya's writing is quite impressive. Indeed, I'm engrossed in it as well. Speak quickly, our time is limited. Lately, it seemed they had all become inexplicably captivated by Paradise of Affection. Consequently, the remaining matters became easier to handle. I have a sudden idea. Would you like to make Paradise of Affection even more intriguing? What? This book can become more fascinating? Hurry and tell me. I shall definitely assist. Ahem. As you know, the author, Jiraiya, has always been a lovesick bachelor. Just imagine if he were to find a girlfriend. Wouldn't that spark more inspiration? Oh, I see. Rest assured, this task is in my capable hands. Task initiated, Jiraiya's path to romance. Task 1, deliver flowers. Assist Jiraiya in presenting flowers to the girl he admires. This may activate the base construction series tasks in advance. With this, Bai became exhilarated. What? You are actually willing to initiate the base construction tasks? Truly, the sun must have risen in the west. Ahem, to witness a more admirable story, one must be willing to pay any price. This is what we brothers wish to see. Right, don't you agree? The group began to discuss amongst themselves while Bai gazed at the moon above. Under the splendid night sky, it was indeed a fine evening for Jiraiya's mission. Without delay, Bai seized Jiraiya's arm and led him to a flower shop. Boss, please wrap up all your most vibrant red roses. I will leave the payment here. As he spoke, Bai placed a green pouch on the counter. Suddenly presented with such a large customer, the shopkeeper became animated and swiftly wrapped all of the freshest red roses. What is the occasion for buying flowers at this hour? Shouldn't your little girlfriend be asleep by now? Jiraiya scoffed, and Bai chuckled heartily before promptly tossing a bouquet into his hands. This is not a gift for the wooden puppet, but for my teacher. However, I wish to surprise her, which is why I brought Lord Jiraiya here. Hoping you could assist me. Please help me deliver this bouquet to my teacher without mentioning my name in the process. Go now, and once you've completed the task, I shall treat you to a year's worth of ramen. Bai initially assumed that Jiraiya would hesitate, yet upon hearing about the year of ramen, Jiraiya immediately dashed out with the flowers in tow. Do not go back on your word. I will fulfill my task, and you must do yours. Jiraiya ran swiftly, his voice growing fainter as he distanced himself. Observing his retreating silhouette, Bai sighed softly before heading to the building adjacent to the women's hot spring. After waiting a few minutes, Jiraiya hurriedly approached from the west. Coincidentally, Tsunade had just emerged from within, her stunning visage flushed. With few people around, Jiraiya rushed directly to her. Tsunade, this bouquet is for you. Tsunade, momentarily bewildered, suddenly found a vibrant bouquet of red roses in her hands. The instant she released her grip on the flowers, she could only see Jiraiya's receding figure. Jiraiya, why are you giving me flowers? Come back and explain. No matter how Tsunade called out, Jiraiya continued to run away without looking back. At that moment, Bai observed the subtle transformation on Tsunade's face from the loft. Indeed, regardless of a woman's age, they all have a fondness for flowers, and Tsunade was no exception. Ding, task completed. The series of base construction tasks is now unlocked. Task 1. Recruit personnel. The condition for completion is to recruit 10 individuals of at least Kaga level strength to reside in the base. Current completion rate, 40. Upon completion of the task, this system will provide you with a treasure map within the land of water. The notification echoed clearly in Bai's ears, and he immediately grasped the difficulty of this task. Recruiting ninjas to inhabit the base might be straightforward, but enlisting Kaga-level ninjas would not be accomplished in a single day. Since Bai had designated that place as his base, many years had passed, and only 4 Kaga-level individuals, Kakashi, Might Guy, and the couple Minato and Kushina, had joined. Chapter 169. Journey to the Land of Waves. Bai was intrigued by the treasure map, so he promptly began strategizing on how to complete the first task. However, after much contemplation, he could not identify a rapid solution, and thus, the matter had to be set aside for the time being. The following morning, as the team leader, Bai gathered Naruto and the others again at their usual spot. Well done, you 3, for arriving on time today. Here are some rewards. Take these snacks and eat well, for training requires energy. Bai casually tossed them a large bag of treats. This time, the 3 of them exchanged glances, none daring to be the first to dive in. Observing their hesitation, Bai nodded in satisfaction. By noon, the 3 little ones had devoured all the snacks, their bellies round and full. At this moment, a mischievous smile graced Bai's face. Ahem, now that you have all feasted sufficiently, we shall proceed to the second task. You 3 must devise a means to snatch the bell from my grasp within 1 hour. During this endeavor, you may employ any tactics you deem necessary. Commence now. With these words, Bai deftly lifted a small bell attached to a red string. No sooner had his voice faded than Sasuke, the first among the trio, launched a flurry of shurikens aimed at severing the red string. However, Bai had anticipated this move. With a swift flick of his fingers, he deflected all the shurikens, retreating rapidly to create distance between himself and the young challengers. In that instant, Sakura, unbeknownst to them, had dashed behind Bai and launched herself directly at him. Oh, quite the cooperative spirit, Bai chuckled, extending a finger to tap Sakura's forehead, sending her flying across the clearing. At this juncture, Naruto also made his move. His approach was rather peculiar. as he wrapped his legs around Bai's, biting down firmly. "I've got him restrained. Hurry up," Naruto exclaimed, using all his strength to hold Bai in place. Witnessing this, Bai suddenly conceived another playful strategy to toy with the trio. "If you desire the bell, why not seek it among the heavens?" he proclaimed, tossing the bell skyward, only for Sasuke to grasp at thin air. In that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within Sasuke. He swiftly clamped his legs together and delivered a forceful kick to Bai, then quickly retrieved all the shurikens from his toolkit. Observing this, Bai vaguely discerned Sasuke's intent, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Should Sasuke succeed, it would indeed be a remarkable feat under Bai's watchful gaze. Sasuke hurled shuriken after shuriken into the air. They collided mid-flight, altering their trajectories, a technique unique to Uchiha Itachi. Clang, clang. 2 shurikens struck the bell in midair. And just as victory seemed imminent, Sasuke, overwhelmed by nerves, miscalculated the angle on his final throw. Bai, no longer inclined to watch, interjected. Spiral sphere. A blue chakra sphere materialized in his hand, drawing the bell back to him through the swirling currents. The trio, witnessing this turn of events, felt a wave of despondency wash over them. Yet, this minor setback was insufficient to dissuade them, for time was still on their side. Subsequently, the 3 members of Team 7 launched one attack after another. However, until the very last moment of the countdown, they remained unable to seize the bell. "Teacher, you aren't giving us a fair chance," Naruto exclaimed, leaning against a tree, panting heavily, while the other 2 remained silent. In response, Bai approached and playfully tapped Naruto on the head. "The impudent boy, when did I ever suggest that you complete this task in one go? This task is ongoing until you manage to seize the bell from my grasp. When that moment arrives, I shall reward each of you with a splendid gift. However, let us not digress. Let us discuss today. All 3 of you performed admirably, and you now recognize the significance of teamwork. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me on a mission." Upon hearing the prospect of embarking on a mission, Naruto's fatigue vanished in an instant, and joy illuminated the faces of the other 2. As ninjas, nothing brings greater joy than the prospect of a mission. On the following morning, Byakuya awaited the trio at the village entrance. Sakura and Sasuke arrived early, while Naruto, predictably, was the last to arrive. When he finally sprinted to the entrance, panting heavily, Byakuya tossed the backpack onto the ground and instructed Sasuke and Sakura. "You 2 should set down your bags. Naruto is late, so he will carry these." Freed from the burden of backpacks, the trio moved swiftly, whereas Naruto struggled under the weight of 4 individuals' luggage, exhausting himself with every step. He grumbled as he walked, unaware that Byakuya's actions were indeed for his benefit. As the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, a robust physique would better enable him to harness the beast's power. Naruto was still growing, and this was an opportune moment to strengthen his physical capabilities. After nearly 2 days of arduous travel, Byakuya and his companions finally arrived at their destination, the Land of Waves. The scene was eerily familiar. Standing at the border of the Land of Waves, Byakuya sighed softly, gazing at the bridge where Zabuza and Haku had perished, not far in the distance. This sight stirred memories of the little girl who had fought alongside Zabuza. Oh no, it should be a little boy. The debate surrounding Bai's gender has long been contentious. As the saying goes, where the heart wanders, echoes will follow. Just as Byakuya pondered Bai's identity, Bai unexpectedly appeared before them. "Hello, is there anything I can assist you with? I am Bai, the receptionist within the Land of Waves. You must be from the Hidden Leaf Village." The gentle voice resonated with Byakuya, and as he turned towards the sound, Bai came into view. At that moment, Byakuya scrutinized her closely, particularly focusing on certain key aspects. He was determined to ascertain whether Bai was male or female. Just as he was engrossed in this inquiry, the system's voice chimed in. "Stop staring at a grown man. I can assure you, he is indeed male. No matter how much you ponder, it won't change the truth." Official response, accurate and valid. Please refrain from unfounded speculation. Upon learning that Bai was male, Byakuya ceased his relentless scrutiny. Chapter 170. The Bridge Expert. Greetings, Bai. We seek the Bridge Expert, Das. While Byakuya contemplated Bai's gender, Naruto, who found himself quite taken with the striking young man before him, dashed forward eagerly. The purpose of this journey was nearly divulged, but fortunately, Sasuke reacted swiftly, covering Naruto's mouth. "Naruto, are you a fool?" Upon hearing Sasuke's reprimand, Naruto finally recognized his mistake. However, the clever Bai had already discerned their intentions upon hearing the phrase Bridge Expert. "You are seeking Mr. Dazuna, aren't you?" Many have been looking for him lately, including representatives from several major nations. Seeing Bai willingly divulge this information, Bai could only continue the conversation. Mr. Dazuna is indeed quite popular. Bai, do you know which nation he wishes to collaborate with recently? To Bai's inquiry, Bai shook his head. I am unaware. I only know that Mr. Dazuna is a deeply patriotic individual, eager to channel his ambitions into the land of waves. Bai was not surprised by Bai's words. For the mission he had received explicitly stated, various nations wish to enlist Mr. Dazuna's services. Team 7 must devise a reasonable method to invite him back while ensuring his safety. Upon completion, a significant task reward shall be granted. One must ponder, how often are significant tasks easy to accomplish? Bai anticipated the unfolding events, which was precisely why he had brought the 3 young ones along. Only through enduring trials can one grow more swiftly, a timeless truth. Mr. Dazuna's patriotism is truly admirable. Bai, we wish to pay him a visit. Could you lead the way? While Bai spoke, Naruto's gaze remained fixed on Bai. Upon witnessing his expression, Bai found it difficult to decline. All right, but let it be known beforehand that you can only visit. Any forceful actions will compel me to intervene. As he uttered the final words, Bai's demeanor turned notably frigid. Ice release. This little girl possesses commendable abilities. You must be cautious, as she poses a threat to you. Eyes, are you perhaps nearsighted? You just referred to him as male, yet now you call him a little girl. Oh, is that so? That indeed is my oversight. In any case, I merely wish to alert this insufferable brat that the individual before us is formidable. As the eyes and body conversed, Bai caught a crucial detail. Bai posed a threat to him. This reminded him that he now possessed the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and wielded various jutsu. How could Bai be a threat to him? He was puzzled but chose not to probe further, opting instead to remain vigilant around Bai. Subsequently, Bai led Team 7 to Mr. Dazuna's residence. By this time, night had fallen, and the streets were nearly deserted. This is bad. Something is amiss. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai instantly became anxious and hurried towards the house, followed closely by Bai and the others as they rushed into Mr. Dazuna's home. At the moment they pushed the door open, they found Mr. Dazuna being lifted by a man wearing a white headscarf. His stout fingers were wedged tightly around the old man's throat, seemingly ready to sever his breath at any moment, causing the elderly gentleman's face to flush a deep crimson. Sand Shinobi, release Mr. Dazuna at once, or I shall take your life, declared Haku, the first to burst into the room. Upon seeing the small figure rushing in, the Sand Shinobi, adorned with a headscarf, instantly wore a mocking expression. Humph, just a mere child, daring to threaten a jonin of the Sand Village. How utterly foolish. I stand here, unperturbed. Do your worst, he boasted with arrogance. At that moment, the temperature in the room plummeted, as an icy blade began to emerge from Haku's palm. A child cannot harm you. Yet what of me? Just as Haku prepared to strike, the voice of Byakuya resonated throughout the chamber, prompting Team 7 to enter. Upon recognizing Byakuya's face, the Sand Shinobi was momentarily taken aback. It is well known that in the shinobi world, Byakuya of Konoha, son of the legendary Konoha White Fang, commanded a fearsome reputation. Byakuya, what brings you here? This matter does not concern you. Do you wish to incite a war between the land of wind and the land of earth? The Sand Shinobi dared not confront Byakuya directly and instead invoked the might of his country, hoping to deter the man with the weight of his nation's power. To this, Byakuya merely responded with a cold smile. Foolish indeed. Do you truly believe that the death of a few Sand Shinobi would provoke the Kazekage into a full-scale conflict with Konoha? Byakuya's tone grew increasingly frigid, prompting the Sand Shinobi to thrust Mr. Dazuna in front of him, pressing a kunai to the old man's neck in a desperate attempt to escape. Do not approach, or I will take his life. As he spoke, the headscarf-wearing shinobi signaled his 2 companions with a glance, urging them to flee. At this moment, Byakuya made a surprising decision that astonished all present. Team 7, intercept them. His command resonated, and Naruto and Sasuke charged forward, while Sakura remained rooted in place, trembling with fear. Do not go, they are jonin. Sakura shouted, but Naruto and Sasuke had already surged ahead. The 2 young ninjas engaged in a fierce struggle with the 2 jonin. Meanwhile, Haku's expression was one of confusion, his gaze icy. They are merely chunin. Sending them to confront desperate fugitives is tantamount to sending them to their doom, he chastised. Yet, Byakuya remained silent, urging him to watch quietly. Suddenly, the headscarf-wearing ninja stiffened, releasing Mr. Dazuna, and lunged toward his partner. A scream echoed through the room as the ninja who had been overpowering Sasuke was stabbed from behind. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke swiftly kicked the assailant in the face, rendering him unconscious, before racing to assist Naruto, brandishing a kunai against the sand shinobi's throat. Do not move. The battle concluded in an instant, unnoticed by all, as the pattern of plum blossoms appeared in Byakuya's eyes. Just moments ago, he had once again taken control of the ninja adorned with a white headscarf. With his involvement, Naruto and Sasuke were poised for victory. In the recent test of courage, Sasuke had performed admirably, earning 3 points, while Naruto received 2. As for Sakura, she was deducted 3 points. Byakuya's voice turned frigid as he spoke these words, clearly directed at Sakura. Throughout this assessment, Byakuya did not expect the trio to vanquish their opponents. Rather, he valued the courage to confront adversity, a quality that Sakura evidently lacked. At that moment, the young girl's face flushed crimson, tears silently streaming from the corners of her eyes, before she hurriedly dashed out. Upon witnessing this, Naruto prepared to follow, but Byakuya seized him firmly. Do not pursue her. It is essential for Sakura to come to terms with this as a ninja. Rest assured, as long as I am here, she shall not come to any harm. Byakuya added, with Sasuke chiming in at that moment. As a ninja, if one lacks the courage to confront formidable foes, it would be best for her to leave Team 7, lest she become a hindrance. Naruto immediately bristled at Sasuke's words. Sasuke, Sakura is a girl. How can you say such things? Their exchange grew increasingly heated, with the prospect of conflict looming, when Bai, accompanied by the elderly Dazuna, approached. At that moment, the old man's complexion had improved slightly. Lord Bai, everyone, thank you for saving me. Hearing this, the clenched fists of the two boys relaxed. Ah, Dazuna-san. No need for formalities. It is our duty, Naruto replied, his previous anger dissipating at the compliment, while Sasuke merely nodded, revealing no emotional fluctuation. It is good to hear that, old man. It seems you truly care for your country. In that case, I shall refrain from further comment. After all, I represent the land of fire. Team 7 listened attentively. Let us depart. Consider this mission a failure. As he spoke, Byakuya led Naruto and Sasuke outside, counting down in his mind, 3, 2. Before he could finish, Dazuna suddenly called out to him. Lord Bai, do not mistake me for someone else. While I am patriotic, I am not obstinate. I know how to repay the debt of gratitude owed for saving my life. I shall undertake the construction tasks for the land of fire. My reluctance to collaborate with those others stemmed solely from their domineering ways. If only they could conduct themselves like you, Lord Bai, I might truly reconsider. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Byakuya's face, indicating that his strategy of feigned capture had borne fruit. With the old man's acknowledgement, Byakuya did not shy away. In that case, I shall rely on you, Mr. Dazuna. Rest assured, from this moment on, Team 7 will ensure your safety. With the agreement reached, dusk gradually descended upon the land. Teacher Byakuya, Sakura has gone missing. I have searched for her 10 times outside. Suddenly, Naruto kicked open Byakuya's door, followed closely by Sasuke, who wore an expression of annoyance. Oh, she might have gone out to train. She will be back by tomorrow morning. You both should hurry and rest. You've been quite exhausted these past few days. Byakuya casually remarked to Naruto as he prepared to lie down and sleep. At that moment, Naruto dashed forward and seized Byakuya by the collar. Teacher Byakuya, Sakura is a girl. It's dangerous for her to be outside at night. You must go find her. She is also a member of our Team 7, Naruto exclaimed fervently, while Sasuke remained indifferent. What use is a partner without courage? Team 7 doesn't need someone like that. After saying this, Sasuke retreated to rest, while Naruto continued to hold on to Byakuya, steadfastly adhering to his convictions. Faced with Naruto's stubbornness, Byakuya had no choice but to search for Sakura. Fine, I'll go. You stay here and don't wander off. Upon hearing Byakuya's agreement, Naruto nodded vigorously, promising to remain quiet that night. With a swift motion, Byakuya activated the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared in a small grove. At that moment, there was no sign of Sakura nearby, only a kunai scattered on the ground. This very kunai had been given to Sakura by Byakuya to ascertain the positions of the members. The reason Byakuya was not overly anxious was precisely because of this kunai. However, with Sakura and the kunai separated, Byakuya's expression darkened until he noticed bloodstains near the kunai. This scent of blood is so familiar. Let me think for a moment. Ah yes. This is the blood of that brat from the Mist Village. What was his name again? Zabuza Momochi. Yes, that's it. As the name echoed in Byakuya's mind, his demeanor grew even graver. Could this be some sort of fate? In this world, Zabuza had not turned rogue but still ended up here. Remembering his merciless demeanor, Byakuya felt a wave of unease wash over him, especially with so much blood on the ground. Nose, track the scent. I must find Sakura. Understood, rest assured. Sakura should be fine for now. All the blood on the ground belongs to Zabuza. Perhaps he has sustained severe injuries and only took Sakura to tend to them. A few kilometers outside the village of the Land of Waves, in the thicket, a man wrapped in bandages, bleeding profusely, leaned against a large tree. Beside him stood a large sword with a circular hole and a pink-haired girl. The little girl was crying, her small hands trembling as she attempted to tend to the man's wounds. Don't be nervous, little girl. Once you finish treating my wounds, I will let you go. Okay. Sir. Had Byakuya been present, he would have recognized both individuals. The man wielding the large sword was none other than the 5th Mizukage Terumi's bodyguard, the notorious Zabuza Momochi from the Mist Village. The girl, of course, was Sakura, who had gone missing earlier that day. At this moment, Zabuza was grievously wounded. His body riddled with numerous minute lacerations, and a darkening hue was evident upon his skin. He had succumbed to poison. As Sakura tended to his injuries, a spurt of crimson erupted from Zabuza's mouth. Sir, how are you feeling? I barely applied any pressure, she exclaimed. Do not blame yourself. The poison is my own doing. Please, expedite your treatment. I must leave swiftly, or those two will soon find me. Upon hearing Zabuza's words, Sakura hastened to apply her knowledge from the Ninja Academy to his wounds. Just as she was finishing the last stitch, a vivid scarlet figure charged towards Zabuza. Be careful, Zabuza shouted, shoving Sakura aside and wielding his massive blade in a sweeping arc. A thunderous sound reverberated through the forest, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. Zabuza emerged, his heavy form dragging along, and the recently sutured wounds began to split open anew. Not far off, a diminutive man appeared, his back adorned with a scorpion's tail. Chapter 172. The artistic duo Zabuza, you are quite adept at fleeing. Let us see where you can escape to now. The man with the tail murmured. If Kakashi were present, he would recognize this individual as Sasori of the Red Sand, a member of the artistic duo. Fleeing? At this juncture, it seems unnecessary. Zabuza murmured, invoking the water release, hidden mist technique. A thick white mist swiftly enveloped the forest, rendering Zabuza invisible. Observing this, the small man chuckled coldly. What folly! As he spoke, his tail lashed out behind him. Zabuza had just positioned himself behind the man, only to be struck forcefully. Immediately, the diminutive man opened his mouth, and 2 puppets clad in crimson robes materialized. The puppets advanced from either side, closing in on Zabuza, who lacked the strength even to draw his blade, as the steel blades targeted his neck. Was this truly the end? Despair filled Zabuza's eyes, marking the conclusion of the named demon. Yet, just as he found himself in utter desolation, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted. The 2 attacking puppets transformed into solid blocks of ice. Then, a chilling voice resonated through the woods. Zabuza-san, I apologize for my tardiness. A beautiful figure, Haku, descended gracefully from the treetops above Zabuza. With a delicate grasp of her snow-white hands, she obliterated the 2 puppets in an explosive display. Another fool seeking death? Allow me to oblige, the diminutive man declared, as dozens of puppets emerged from behind him, each wielding deadly weapons such as steel blades and battle axes, charging recklessly towards Zabuza. Humph, no matter how many you send, it will be futile. In the face of this onslaught, Haku merely scoffed. Subsequently, she extended both hands, forming distinct hand seals. Ice release, ice rock dome. Ice release, crystal mirror. The temperature plummeted by several degrees, and an imposing ice wall rose before Haku and Zabuza, effectively thwarting all puppet attacks. At the same time, the mirror crafted by Haku completely sealed off all escape routes for Sasori of the Red Sand. Subsequently, Haku slowly approached one of the mirrors and seamlessly melded into it. Witnessing this scene, Sasori felt a pang of anxiety. He sensed the peril posed by this jutsu and realized that the only way to extricate himself from this predicament was to shatter all the mirrors, utilizing his secret technique, the 100-puppet jutsu. In the next moment, numerous red silhouettes emerged behind Sasori, and simultaneously, hundreds of figures launched an assault on the mirrors. However, just as these puppets were about to make contact with the mirrors, their movements abruptly halted. At that moment, Sasori's expression darkened. Ice release, invisible flying blades. This was Haku's expansive offensive technique. She could leverage the ice mirrors to execute an all-encompassing attack without any blind spots. Severing the strings attached to the puppets was a trivial task. Thus, despite the 100-puppet jutsu's ability to obliterate a small nation, it could not withstand this assault. In an instant, Sasori found himself at a disadvantage, as his body was gradually besieged by the encroaching frost. If this continued, he might very well be slain by Haku. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated in the air, shattering all the mirrors in that moment. "Sasori-senpai, are you unharmed?" A voice laced with amusement rang out, revealing a large white bird soaring through the sky. On the back of the bird stood a young man with blonde hair, clad in a red cloud-patterned garment. "Deidara, you finally arrived. Why did you also capture that little girl?" At this moment, Deidara had ensnared Sakura with clay. "Well, I saw her running around earlier and worried she might seek help, so I thought it best to subdue her first. Sasori-senpai, it seems this kid is quite formidable. Do you require my assistance? I am far more adept at countering ice release." Upon hearing Deidara's words, Sasori snorted derisively. "Enough chatter, eliminate him quickly. We have urgent matters to attend to." With that, Sasori summoned the puppet of the third Kazekage, while Deidara commanded the bird to dive down. Faced with the dual onslaught, Haku became tense. He first assessed Zabuza's condition, then expended a significant portion of his chakra to cast the crystal ice mirror technique, creating a protective barrier around Zabuza. Following this, he engaged the artistic duo in combat. The clashes ensued repeatedly. Initially, Haku maintained complete dominance over Sasori. Deidara was ensnared by various jutsu, leaving him with little opportunity to counter. However, as time passed, Haku began to exhaust his stamina and chakra significantly. The duo swiftly retaliated, and within a few breaths, Haku found himself at a disadvantage. With a thunderous crash, he fell before the crystal ice mirror, his body bearing multiple wounds. Deidara's jutsu was exceedingly effective against him. Observing Haku's plight, Zabuza within the mirror urgently shouted, "Haku, don't concern yourself with me. Quickly leave this place. I am gravely injured and cannot flee far. You are still young, do not risk your life for me." In this world, the bond between Bai and Zaibu-jan is not one of subordination, nevertheless. Their relationship remains the most genuine. In Bai's youth, Zaibu-jan once saved his life, a debt of gratitude Bai feels compelled to repay. "No, Mr. Zaibu-jan. Since you saved my life, even if it means my demise, I shall stand before you." As he spoke, Bai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth onto his palm, preparing to employ the last of his strength in a summoning technique. This scene did not escape the eyes of Deidara, who would not allow it to unfold as desired. The explosive clay detonated beside Bai, sending him hurtling backward and interrupting his hand seals. After this, Bai found himself devoid of any power to resist. "Zaibu-jan, that kid has been defeated. I wonder who can save you now," Scorpion remarked coldly, as the massive tail behind him morphed into a drill, aiming directly at Zaibu-jan, poised to bring about his demise in an instant. Water release, water shockwave. At that moment, a high-pressure water column shot forth, severing Scorpion's tail. "Cease your actions. I shall safeguard this individual." A calm voice resonated as Bai Yi emerged from the shadows. Upon seeing him, Scorpion was momentarily taken aback. "Kakashi Bai Yi, what brings you here?" Noting Scorpion's astonishment, Bai Yi gestured towards Sakura perched upon the white bird and declared, "I care not for your intent to kill Zaibu-jan, but he is my subordinate. You have taken him, and as captain, I cannot stand idly by. Depart swiftly, lest you compel me to act." Chapter 173, Retreat. Bai Yi's voice was icy. Deidara glanced at Sakura, then gauged the distance between himself and Bai Yi. With a hint of amusement, he replied, "The Leaf's hero, Bai Yi, is indeed a formidable figure. However, given the distance between us, how do you intend to save this young lady?" As he spoke, Deidara grasped Sakura's neck. "Kamui." The plum blossom pattern and 4 small dots began to spin rapidly, distorting the space around Deidara. With a scream, the hand gripping Sakura's neck was twisted off by the Kamui technique. The white bird could no longer maintain its stability and plummeted from the sky. Magnet release, sand iron triangular prism. Seizing the opportunity while Bai Yi engaged Deidara, Scorpion unleashed his ultimate technique. The third Kazekage puppet expelled magnetic sand from its mouth, rapidly forming a prism aimed at Bai Yi's head. In response, Bai Yi did not flinch. Another eternal Mangeki Sharingan glimmered quietly. A silver-white hand emerged from behind him, shattering the prism in a single blow and swiftly reaching for Scorpion. It seemed that this white hand bore the power of space. At that moment, Scorpion's joints stiffened, and as that great hand approached, he had no choice but to sever his tail to survive. The essence of his being detached from the aged body, revealing a red-haired youth before the onlookers. Deidara, we must retreat. Magnetic escape, sand and iron as wings. Scorpion placed his palm upon his chest and behind the puppet. The third Kazekage emerged with 2 wings. In a swift motion, the puppet soared into the sky, accompanied by a duo. Truly overestimating themselves. With such meager skills, they dare to provoke us. Byakuya, I have a task for you. Pursue them and capture the 2. I shall now disclose the location of the treasure map to you. Upon hearing this, Byakuya smiled and shook his head. They were likely subordinates of Obito. There was no need for complete annihilation. Moreover, the relationship between my father and Scorpion is rather delicate, making it inconvenient for me to act in such a manner. Very well. Let us first check on the 2 severely injured individuals. As he spoke, Byakuya released Sakura from the Kemui dimension, the moment her feet touched the ground. Sakura felt a bit dazed, unaware of how she had been rescued. Sensei, where was I just now? Observing the confusion on the young girl's face, Byakuya gently patted her head. You were in a very safe place. There's no need to worry. By the way, I witnessed your performance earlier. Under threat to your life. You skillfully stitched the wounds of the injured. Well done. I shall award you 6 points, bringing you on par with Naruto. Upon hearing this, the girl instantly became elated. Subsequently, Byakuya instructed Sakura to assist in lifting Haku, while he approached Zabuza. Byakuya, I owe you 2 lives. Zabuza bowed his head as low as possible to express his gratitude, despite his wounds being torn open. Do not speak such words. I did not come today to save you, but rather to rescue my apprentice. Let us return to the land of waves. Your injuries also require tending. With that, Byakuya placed his hand upon several individuals, and they vanished together. Later that evening, Naruto paced back and forth in Byakuya's room. Suddenly, Byakuya and the others appeared on the large bed. Sakura, you're back. This is wonderful. Upon seeing Sakura, Naruto rushed over, ready to give her a big hug, only for Sakura to firmly press his head down. I'm fine, don't come near me. Watching the 2 youngsters playfully tussling, Byakuya couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed that Sakura truly did not harbor feelings for Naruto. If it were Sasuke seeking to embrace her, the little girl would likely be overjoyed to tears. Subsequently, Byakuya placed Zabuza and Haku on the large bed, a deep green light emanating from his palm. Everyone, lend a hand, please. These 2 are men. I have no interest. You should seek help from them. I feel the same. Handle it yourself. The reality of their attitudes was starkly displayed, seeing their unwillingness to assist. Byakuya sighed softly. Well then, I suppose it shall be. I was initially considering a visit to the hot springs in the land of waves. Yet since you are so reluctant, I shall heal them myself. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up. Do not worry, we were merely jesting with you. How could one of my capabilities refuse such a request? Just watch and see. The rapid healing technique enhances one's comprehension of yin-yang chakra by 100%. Following the actions of those within, the emerald glow emanating from Byakuya's hands became exceedingly radiant. Immediately after, an astonishing scene unfolded. The wounds on Zaibujan and Bai began to heal at a visibly remarkable rate. In less than half a minute, their flesh had completely mended. Zaibujan, who had suffered more severe injuries, rose from the bed, astonished to find his wounds restored to their original state, unable to believe this miraculous occurrence. How could my injuries have healed so completely? He exclaimed. Just as his words faded, Naruto dashed in, announcing, of course, it was my master who saved you. His healing techniques are extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Zaibujan's gaze towards Baiyi filled with an even deeper sense of shame. Counting this instance, he now owed Baiyi 3 favors. Just as he prepared to express his gratitude, Baiyi waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. By the way, Zaibujan, could you explain why those 2 wanted to kill you? Perhaps I might be able to assist. In response to Baiyi's inquiry, Zaibujan did not hesitate. It is as follows. Recently, tensions have been brewing between the land of wind and the land of water. Lord Terumi may dispatch me to the land of wind to gather intelligence. The operation was progressing smoothly, and I successfully obtained information regarding the land of wind, which plans to launch simultaneous assaults on both the land of fire and the land of water in the near future. On my way back, those 2 targeted me, intent on preventing me from delivering the intelligence. I was pursued relentlessly until I sought refuge in the land of waves. If I am not mistaken, those two were likely hired by other nations, with the land of wind being the prime suspect. Zai Bujan spoke earnestly, his eyes reflecting gratitude towards Bai Yi. At this moment, he was in dire need of assistance, and Bai Yi was the most suitable ally, especially considering that Konoha in the Land of Fire was also a target for the Sand Ninja's assault. This reminded Bai Yi of the Chunin exams arc in the world of Naruto. Could the Sand Ninja be planning an attack during the Chunin exams? What a cunning scheme. Bai Yi murmured quietly, unnoticed by those around him. Bai Yi-kun, are you listening to me? Zai Bujan called out, noticing Bai Yi lost in thought. Oh, I am indeed listening. Since you have now become a target for those individuals, I believe it is ill-advised for you to return to the land of water. I have a splendid place you could go. Perhaps you and Bai could accompany me. Upon hearing this, Zai Bujan and Bai exchanged glances, almost in unison asking, "Where's this place?" Seeing their enthusiasm, a faint smile graced Bai Ye's face. The land of waves, an utterly safe haven. Are you both interested? As he spoke, Bai Yi stepped closer, whispering softly into Zai Bujan's ear. My father and the couple of the fourth Hokage have not perished. They are both residing in the land of Whirlpool, ensuring your safety and that of Bai. Upon hearing this, Zabuza's body trembled slightly. Zabuza-sensei, what troubles you? Bai inquired, concerned by the sudden change. It is nothing, Bai. Would you care to accompany me to the land of Whirlpool? Zabuza's invitation prompted a gentle nod from Bai. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Bai Ye's mind. Congratulations, the invitation was successful. Task completion increased by 10%. New members acquired as follows. Bai, Kaga level strength. Zabuza, elite Jonin level, potential to develop into Kaga level strength. The base in the land of Whirlpool had suddenly gained 2 formidable warriors, and Bai Yi felt a sense of gratitude towards the artistic duo. As night deepened, after discussing the matter, Bai Yi returned to his chamber, feeling quite pleased at the prospect of acquiring 2 battle-ready allies. The following morning, Bai Yi utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to swiftly transport the 2 individuals, soon departing from the land of waves. Once outside, Bai Yi pointed ahead, stating, in front lies the land of grass. Take this item and seek out a woman named Sakura in the hidden grass village. Ensure she sends you off with a guardian. You must show her this. As he spoke, Bai Yi produced the exquisitely crafted kunai that Sakura had entrusted to him years ago. Despite the passage of time, the kunai's intricate patterns remained unblemished, as if perpetually timeless. After receiving the kunai from Bai Yi, Zabuza and Bai bowed deeply in gratitude. Bai Yi-kun, I shall remember your kindness. Observing Zabuza's earnest demeanor, Bai Yi smiled and shook his head. Enough of the pleasantries. I dislike such formalities. It is getting late. You two should depart quickly. The children of the land of waves are awaiting my care, and I cannot be away from them for too long. Our paths may cross again in the future. With those words, Bai Ye's form vanished instantaneously. Upon returning to the land of waves, Naruto was still sound asleep, while Sasuke and Sakura were diligently practicing in the yard. Good morning, Bai Yi-sensei. Sakura greeted him eagerly upon seeing him. Sasuke remained aloof, focused on mastering the shuriken technique he had struggled with previously. Time and again, shurikens lay scattered across the ground, indicating that he had risen earlier than Sakura and was exerting greater effort. It appeared that Sasuke was grappling with some challenges in understanding this technique. As a teacher, Bai Yi felt compelled to assist his student during such difficulties. Hey, you stubborn brat. Why don't you seek your teacher's help when faced with challenges? Isolating yourself will only hinder your progress. Bai Yi approached Sasuke, gently patting his head while imparting wisdom. However, Sasuke seemed indifferent to his words. If I wish to seize the bell from your grasp, I must employ a unique technique. Otherwise, I would fall victim to your countermeasures. I am not so foolish, Sasuke declared with a hint of arrogance, nearly provoking a laugh from Bai Yi. What kind of reasoning is this? Fearing his own supermarket might be thwarted, he opts to toil away in isolation. Such a notion is truly unwise. Hey, you little rascal. Your thinking is rather peculiar. Here I am, a splendid teacher, yet you choose to struggle alone instead of learning from me. Do you truly believe that once you master your technique, you can overcome me? The path to snatching leadership from my hands is still a long one for you. Is not the very technique you are studying one that I also possess? As she spoke, a cerulean current swirled rapidly in Bai Ye's palm. In the next moment, these currents drew all the shurikens from the ground toward her. Following this, Bai Yi hurled them in successive waves. The first volley soared high, the second dipped lower. and the third carried formidable momentum, striking the earlier shurikens and altering their trajectories. Before long, an astonishing sight unfolded before Sasuke. The ground was littered with dozens of shurikens. Yet Bai Yi had managed to hit every single target with unerring precision, not a single one missed. Moreover, throughout this entire process, she had not relied on the power of her Sharingan. Her actions were guided purely by instinct. Sasuke's throat tightened slightly. How did you accomplish that? At that moment, the young boy was utterly dumbfounded. Bai Yi was not surprised by his reaction. Do you still believe that solitary study can surpass me? Only by diligently learning from me can you hope to truly grow stronger. Otherwise, even if you practice for a decade, you will never wrest the bell from my hands. No sooner had Bai Yi's words fallen than Naruto, in his usual exuberance, burst from the room, having witnessed the entire display. The little fellow rushed over, excitedly clinging to Bai Yi's leg. Teacher, your technique was incredibly impressive. Please teach me quickly. I don't want to be left behind by this arrogant guy. I want to make him eat dirt and call me Naruto brother. As he spoke, Naruto pointed at Sasuke, already reveling in the thought of being called big brother. Boring, Sasuke scoffed softly. Not wishing to engage further with Naruto, he began to extract the shurikens from the target one by one, resuming his arduous training. With Naruto present, Sasuke felt hesitant to consult Bai Yi about crucial matters. In contrast, Naruto diligently documented the earlier process, noting down the spiral technique Bai Yi had just employed. Chapter 175. The survival battle. After bidding farewell to Zabuza and Bai Yi, Team 7 lingered in the land of waves for a while. Bai Yi conducted intensive training for the young ones. Having met the set standards, it was now time to return home. At the entrance of Konoha village, a welcoming procession had been arranged, with Hong and Asuma accompanied by their respective students awaiting the arrival of guests. During the time that Bai Yi and his companions had been away, Konoha had been abuzz with a significant event, the Nin exams. This occasion is renowned in the original world of Naruto. Why haven't the shinobi from Sunagakure arrived yet? I still want to get some proper rest, Shikamaru lamented. Leaning against a pillar at the entrance, exuding an air of lethargy. In stark contrast, Lee stood beside Guy, both radiating youthful exuberance, as if brimming with endless vitality. Aside from these three anomalies, the others appeared quite typical as they eagerly awaited the visitors from the land of wind. This Nin exam was once again co-hosted by both nations. As noon approached, the sun ascended to its zenith, prompting Shikamaru and Ino to voice their grievances. At that moment, a cloud of dust swept through, revealing a red-haired youth gradually coming into view. His heavy makeup combined with his aloof demeanor sent chills down one's spine upon merely encountering him. A prominent kanji for love adorned his forehead, Gaara of the Sand. Within the borders of the land of wind, this name instilled fear in the hearts of many. Closely flanking Gaara were Temari and Kankuro, with elite Nin from the land of wind trailing behind, tasked with ensuring the safety of the participants. Upon their arrival, Kakashi and several other instructors took the initiative to approach them. Welcome to Konoha, Sand Shinobi, Asuma greeted, extending his hand, only to be met with indifference. Not only did a Nin clad in a white headscarf dismiss him, but he also rudely bumped into him, exhibiting an arrogant demeanor. This display did not sit well with Kakashi, who, having spent years alongside Bai Yi, had developed a tendency to intervene when witnessing rudeness. After Asuma was slighted, Kakashi stepped forward to confront the Nin. Although his eyes betrayed a smile, an underlying chill was evident. Good sir, while others extend their hospitality, might you consider reciprocating? Such conduct is rather discourteous, he remarked. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, the Nin's gaze shifted to the scar over Kakashi's left eye. Oh, you must be the copy ninja Kakashi. You don't seem particularly impressive. Move aside, don't block our path, he retorted, striding past Kakashi without a second thought. In response, Kakashi placed a hand on the Nin's shoulder. One must uphold civility, he intoned in a low voice, causing the atmosphere at the entrance to grow tense. Just then, a clear, resonant laughter echoed through the air. Kakashi, let it go. Their lack of manners is one thing, but we shouldn't lower ourselves to their level. Bai Yi's voice chimed as Team 7 approached gradually. The expressions of the Wind Country shinobi shifted to a complex mix upon seeing him. Concerning the White Knight, they all held it in great apprehension. Even the fellow adorned with a white turban dared not continue his arrogance. Subsequently, the forces from both nations exchanged few words. Mr. Dasna, you have arrived? After the departure of the Wind Country's entourage, Kakashi and the others laid eyes upon the elderly man beside White Knight. The urgency with which Konoha had summoned the old gentleman was to involve him in the construction of the venue for the Chunin exams. The timing of White Knight and his companion's return was impeccable, marking the completion of this task. 3 days later, with the assistance of Elder Dazna, the necessary locations in Konoha had been established. The much-anticipated finals of the Chunin exams were about to commence. By White Knight's suggestion, this year's exams would feature a survival battle, organized into teams of 3. Those who could endure until the end would earn the title of Chunin. The event was inaugurated by the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Kazekage. As they prepared to depart, White Knight affixed a flying thunder god kunai to each of the trio, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. At the moment the event began, the referee from Konoha activated the hourglass positioned at the center of the podium. As the fine grains of sand cascaded from the glass vessel, the Chunin exams officially commenced. Time passed steadily, and one by one, the eliminated participants were ushered out of the venue. Although Team 7's ranking was currently low, White Knight remained unperturbed regarding their potential elimination. Hey, White Knight. Their rankings have already fallen so far behind. Aren't you the least bit worried they might be eliminated? If they truly are disqualified, your mentorship task will be impacted. Don't say I didn't warn you. The body began to nag, and White Knight felt no patience for it. Having imparted such techniques to them, there was no way the 3 youngsters could lose the competition. Rest assured, everything will be fine. In the testing grounds, following their journey through the land of waves, Naruto and his companions displayed remarkable synergy, maintaining a steady performance throughout the competition. Consequently, they did not become the targets of Gaara's team. On the contrary, those who had rapidly amassed points from the outset had now become the prime targets of Gaara's squad. At this moment, they occupied an absolute lead, with a vast gap separating them from the second place, rendering them nearly invincible in the arena. Currently, Naruto and his team stood in the 7th position, which was also the last. Sasuke, why don't we try to catch up in points? Imagine how splendid it would feel to be in first place. Throughout the journey, under Sasuke's leadership, Team 7 had consistently adopted a cautious approach. This left Naruto, who often lagged behind, feeling discontent. After White Knight's rigorous training, they had all made significant improvements. Why couldn't they seize the opportunity to shine? Hearing this, Sasuke shot him an irritated glance. Gaara's team is formidable. If we inflate our points too high, we will become their primary targets. Even if we can defeat them in battle, the physical exertion and chakra we expend would be considerable, leaving us vulnerable to other teams. Sasuke elucidated the origins and developments of the matter, thereafter refraining from further commentary. At that moment, the sound of a notification resonated through the arena, indicating an increase in the score for Gaara's team, as 2 more teams were eliminated, among them Hinata's. Upon hearing Hinata's name, a shadow of concern perpetually crossed Naruto's face. Chapter 176. Crisis in the Arena. Naruto, what are you pondering? We must depart. It is time to join Gaara and the others. Naruto appeared momentarily lost in thought, prompting Sasuke to gently prod him. Very well, let us proceed. Victory in this match will surely be ours. Reinvigorated, Naruto's heart brimmed with a desire for vengeance on behalf of his comrades. The trio of Team 7 dashed forth, and in a brief span, they stumbled upon the gravely injured Neji and Lee, while Tenten valiantly struggled alone. At that moment, Kankuro's voice echoed through the air. Little girl, concede. I have no desire to engage you. Tenten, upon hearing this, let out a disdainful huff. Absolutely not. I shall not betray the will of my 2 comrades. I will fight until my last breath. With that, she bit her finger, drawing upon the scroll with fervor. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind surged forth, sending Tenten and her scroll soaring into the air. I shall ask you once more, do you concede? A cold, melodic voice resonated, and from behind emerged Temari, wielding a large fan and clad in black stockings. After enduring the previous attack, Tenten felt as though her very bones had shattered. Damn it, I will not yield. She retorted fiercely at Temari's icy facade. At that moment, the enormous fan began to rise ominously. It is over. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Temari's eyes. Just then, several figures lunged towards her. Sensing the imminent danger, Temari's fan shimmered with 2 stars. In the blink of an eye, those charging at her were sent sprawling. Vortex Naruto is here. You shall not harm Tenten. Fire style, great fireball technique. As Naruto's voice rang out, a colossal fireball erupted beneath Temari's feet. By diverting Temari's attention, Sasuke, who had been concealed underground, prepared to strike. Noticing this, Kankuro swiftly unleashed several chakra strings, pulling Temari back to safety. Meanwhile, Sakura had quietly retrieved Niji and Lee. Tintin, you are all gravely injured. It is best to concede now. We shall uphold the honor of the Hidden Leaf Village. A confident smile graced Sakura's face, and seeing Tintin persist, their team opted for a strategic surrender. Thus began the clash between Team 7 and the Sand Shinobi. Oh, those little ones who only know how to dodge have finally revealed themselves, have they? Quite tactical, but alas, your opponents are us. All your skills will be rendered futile here, Kankuro remarked with amusement, just as Gaara emerged from the shadows, his ominous gaze fixed intently on Naruto. Hello, Ninetales. Gaara opened his mouth, and a voice that did not belong to him reverberated through the air. At that moment, both Kankuro and Temari turned to him in sheer terror. Gaara's eyes had transformed into the shape of coins, indicating that the entity within him had awakened, an occurrence they had not anticipated. For if Gaara erupted at this juncture, both of them could very well meet their demise. Beep. Warm reminder. That restless little fellow seems a bit off. His consciousness has fallen into slumber. The One Tail has taken control of him. The system's voice echoed in Shiroya's ear, causing him to grow tense. Should the One Tail go on a rampage now, it could swiftly endanger Naruto and the others. Recognizing this, Shiroya understood he could no longer remain a mere spectator. Although he had imparted numerous skills to the three children, it was impossible for him, with the strength of a mere chunin, to contend with a tailed beast. Thus, he resolved to find an opportunity to intervene. He first departed from the advisory group, seeking a secluded spot before preparing to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. Just then, golden sand ensnared his body. Shiroya, there's no need to rush off. The best part is yet to come. A deep voice resonated as the golden sand coalesced into a figure before Shiroya, none other than the fourth Kazekage, Raza. So it is the fourth Kazekage. Do you truly believe your sand can entrap me? Beep. Reminder, his sand indeed can. As Shiroya prepared to activate his Kimui, he discovered that his chakra could not be summoned. His newly awakened Sharingan had also closed. Simultaneously, the system's alert chimed in his ears. Damn, what is happening? You have been ensnared by a sealing technique. This individual wields a formidable jutsu, one that even your own body cannot unravel. You are unable to utilize any ninjutsu for the next 15 minutes. You may only employ the first 5 gates of the 8 gates. The irresponsibility of this statement made Shiroya curse under his breath. What kind of absurd answer is that? Seeking your assistance is a hassle. I'll handle this myself. Opening the 3rd gate, the life gate, the 8 gates possess the power of instantaneous amplification. Even with just the first 5 gates activated, the enhancement to Shiroya's combat prowess was significant. The moment he unleashed the 8 gates, the golden sand binding him exploded. With a powerful shout, Shiroya's fist pierced through the 4th Kazekage's clone. Kazekage, even though I have been ensnared, you can only hold me for a maximum of 15 minutes. I do not believe you will prevail during this time. As the clone was shattered by Shiroya's punch, his words echoed back. On the viewing platform, the 4th Kazekage's gaze fell upon the dense forest. Shiroya, much can be accomplished in 15 minutes. Meanwhile, within the forest, the battle of Team 7 had commenced. However, their skirmish was not a fair 3-on-3, rather, it was 5 against 1. At this moment, Gaara's consciousness had succumbed to slumber, replaced by Shikaku, who harbored a desire to eliminate everyone present, particularly Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, whom she despised with fervor. Amidst the chaos of battle, the surrounding forest transformed into a desolate desert. Throughout the fray, all 5 combatants sustained varying degrees of injury, with Naruto bearing the brunt of the wounds. This was not due to any lack of intelligence on his part, but rather because he had devoted most of his energy to safeguarding Sakura. Hey, Blondie. If you're struggling to hold on, you should retreat, Kankuro cautioned, observing Naruto's grievous injuries from the perspective of a comrade. However, Naruto showed no signs of retreat. With resolute determination, he formed a cross seal with his hands and declared, I will not concede. I am destined to become Hokage. These injuries are inconsequential. With a flourish, he unleashed the multiple shadow clone technique, and a white mist enveloped the area as 100 clones sprang forth. Hand and Temari, witnessing this spectacle, were taken aback. Chapter 177. 15 minutes from the onset of the battle, Naruto had been utilizing the shadow clone technique, and even after such a lengthy engagement, he was still capable of producing hundreds of clones. The prowess of the Uzumaki clan was indeed legendary. Let's go? Naruto shouted, and all the clones surged forward with vigor, charging unimpeded. In response to this onslaught, Gaara slowly raised his hand, summoning a swirling sandstorm that repelled Naruto's clones one by one. Soon, half of the 100 clones had been driven back. On the surface, Naruto's tremendous effort appeared futile. However, for Sasuke and the others, Naruto's clones provided a means to evade danger, enabling them to advance successfully. Among them, Sasuke moved with the greatest speed, his clones soaring into the sky as he swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Streams of fire shot towards Gaara, who manifested a sturdy earthen wall that withstood the fiery barrage without yielding. At that moment, Sasuke conceived another strategy. Temari, use your numbers to propel me forward, he instructed, as lightning chakra gathered in his palm. Simultaneously, Temari, summoned to action, executed her own technique. Ninjutsu Kamaitachi. A gentle wind blade surged forth, propelling Sasuke's body onward. The storm granted him a downward momentum, significantly amplifying the potency of his Chidori. With a thunderous roar, the lightning chakra shattered the earthen wall. Concurrently, strands of chakra ensnared Gaara's body from behind, setting the stage for an optimal offensive. Gaara emitted a muffled grunt as his entire left chest was pierced. At this moment, both Kankuro and Temari called out simultaneously, "Gaara!" Their brother lay wounded, and just moments ago, they had been aiding Sasuke in the attempt to vanquish him. Upon witnessing the moment when Gaara was pierced through the chest, an indescribable sensation enveloped their hearts. However, the two quickly regained their composure. Realizing that the entity controlling Gaara's body was Shikaku, he would never allow his host to perish so easily. As expected, when Sasuke drove his weapon through Gaara's torso, the wound began to heal rapidly. The previously dim eyes sparkled back to life. How could this be? Heh, it's over for you, Uchiha brat. The laughter of Shikaku echoed through the forest as Sasuke's body was gradually ensnared by the quicksand, with death approaching silently. In that moment of dire peril, Sakura suddenly embraced Gaara from behind. The illusion was activated, causing Gaara's body to momentarily freeze, allowing Sasuke to escape, taking Sakura with him. Shikaku, having missed his target in this round of confrontation, was understandably irate. Damn it, you have toyed with me repeatedly. I shall tear you all to shreds. With that, Gaara's body was swiftly enveloped by the quicksand. Witnessing this, Kankuro immediately used his chakra strings to pull the nearby allies closer to Gaara. Run, Gaara is about to erupt. No one in the arena will be spared. Without hesitation, the three complied. Just as they fled, Shikaku transformed into his complete form, his massive body trampling the forest of the trial grounds. This scene was observed by the third Hokage atop the platform, and an ominous premonition surged within him. Raza, do you intend to incite war between our nations? Upon hearing the third Hokage's admonition, the fourth Kazekage gradually stood. Who could argue otherwise, Sensei Sarutobi? Suddenly, the third Hokage recognized a familiar voice. Orochimaru. Where had the fourth Kazekage gone? At that moment, Shikaku had already gone berserk, and Orochimaru no longer needed to maintain his disguise. Thus, the fourth Kazekage's mask was rendered unnecessary. As the skin on his visage faded away, Orochimaru revealed his true form. Within the advisory council, upon seeing Orochimaru, Kuroya's expression turned grave. Just then, Yamura swiftly appeared beside him. The three youngsters are still inside. Why do you not rescue them? Hearing Yamura's words, Kuroya quietly recounted the current situation. I can't believe you've been ensnared as well. I will go first. It will be too late if I delay. With that, Yamura dashed towards the trial grounds, fully aware that the enemy's scheme to ensnare Kuroya was primarily aimed at attacking Konoha and capturing Naruto, the vessel of the Nine Tails. Thus, Yamura had to reach them as swiftly as possible. However, considering that even Kuroya had been caught in their trap, one could only imagine the meticulousness of the enemy's plan. Yamura was undoubtedly entangled in the same web. Just as he prepared to charge into the trial grounds, a shadowy figure suddenly obstructed his path. The figure was clad in pure white, his body a mass of explosive muscle. Witnessing this, Yamura was momentarily taken aback. Lord Third Raikage? The individual was devoid of consciousness, and while the wooden figure lamented, an attack had already been initiated. In a moment of haste, the wooden figure could only defend with both arms, being forcefully propelled away by a single punch. His body collided with three houses before finally coming to a halt. Not far off, upon witnessing the form of the Third Raikage, Byakuya's heart swelled with animosity towards Orochimaru. This scoundrel had betrayed him, explaining his prolonged absence, during which Byakuya had been unable to locate him. Now, he had returned to Konoha with the experimental materials Byakuya had once gifted him, seeking trouble. Merely contemplating this was enough to stir deep frustration within him. System, can I still exert control over that clone? Regrettably, Orochimaru has completely claimed that body as his own. There is a blood-pact connection between them. No matter what methods you employ, regaining control is impossible. Additionally, I must inform you that the body is indeed formidable. Even in your peak condition, it would not be easily subdued. If you can run, then run. This is the best advice I can offer you. How dare you say such things? Now, could you enlighten me on the number of enemies currently surrounding Konoha? Surely, that is within your capabilities. That is not a difficult task. Allow me to check. Activating ability, omnidirectional perception, confirmed. There are currently 3 factions attacking Konoha. They consist of the ninjas from several small nations led by Orochimaru, the ninjas from the Land of Wind, and that ominous entity. The latter may not have a large number of personnel, but their strength is considerable. The chakra within them is equivalent to that of half a tailed beast. Upon hearing the number of enemies Konoha faced, Byakuya nearly spat blood. How could he possibly resist such overwhelming odds? Today, he was destined to endure the longest 15 minutes of his life. Chapter 178. The tables turned. How am I to survive these 15 minutes? The crux of the matter lies in how to deal with this immense trouble. Byakuya murmured softly, his gaze falling upon the body of the 3rd Hokage clone. If it cannot be resolved, then let it be. I have no better alternatives. At this critical juncture, relying on others was futile. It was time for him to devise his own solution. With that, Byakuya retrieved 2 explosive tags from his footwear and affixed them to his kunai. Although he could not currently channel chakra, his physical techniques remained intact. Who would have thought that today he would engage in combat with his most esteemed creation? Orochimaru, I owe you my gratitude for this opportunity. As he spoke, Byakuya cast a glance towards Orochimaru on the podium, who was currently engaged in a clash with the 3rd Hokage. Simultaneously, a classic scene unfolded, as both were enveloped by the 4 purple flames formation. Byakuya had no time to dwell on their confrontation. At this moment, he needed to do everything in his power to restrain the clone of the 3rd Raikage. This way, the wooden figure could proceed to rescue Naruto and the others. Without delay, Byakuya, a man of action, swiftly launched 2 kunai towards the clone. In close proximity to the clone, less than 3 meters away, Byakuya detonated them directly. At that moment, the 3rd Raikage remained stationary, for as a clone, he possessed no soul and could only react instinctively, attacking anything encroaching within that 3-meter radius. Byakuya had precisely grasped this pivotal moment, which was of utmost significance. Utilizing the explosive talisman to create a diversion, Byakuya deftly approached the clone. The 5th gate, the Gate of Limit, was opened. A surge of azure chakra erupted instantaneously. Byakuya's delicate visage flushed crimson as all his strength converged into his fist. With a resounding crash, his fist collided with the clone's form, sending a jolt of numbness through his wrist, rendering much of his body immobile. Conversely, the clone, embodying the 3rd Raikage, truly lived up to its title of the strongest shield. Augmented by Orochimaru with Hashirama's cells, its physical power now surpassed that of tailed beasts. With a resounding slap, the clone struck Byakuya, sending him hurtling backward. His body tumbled several times before finally coming to a halt. Damn it, that hurts so much. Byakuya, you must retaliate. I shall now impart the 7-day breathing technique to you. Upon hearing this name, Byakuya felt a pang of unfamiliarity until he recalled that man, the one who had contended with Shao Li using techniques. The 7-day breathing technique bore similarities to the 8 gates, albeit significantly less in intensity. It is divided into 3 stages: 1st activation, 2nd activation, and 3rd activation. Upon reaching the 3rd activation, one would wield power comparable to the opening of the Gate of View. Cough. I have now bestowed the 7-day breathing technique upon you. The subsequent actions rest in your hands. Allow me to forewarn you, the 7-day breathing technique does not consume chakra and can be harmoniously employed alongside the 8 gates. Given your physical constitution, you should be able to endure it. The mouth elaborated on the remarkable applications of the 7-day breathing technique. At that moment, Byakuya finally felt a resurgence of strength. Very well, then, let us engage in a grand endeavor. If I can hold out for 15 minutes, I am confident I can alter the circumstances here. 1st activation, 2nd activation, 3rd activation. having already mastered the 8 gates. Bai Yi found the learning process of this technique effortless, achieving results in mere moments that would typically require years of effort for an ordinary individual. The triple activation was thus developed to its zenith, while simultaneously, his physical prowess enabled him to open the 5th gate of the 8 gates. Furthermore, the gate of view began to shift under the influence of the breathing technique. The 6th gate, the gate of view, was opened. In an instant, the ground beneath Bai Yi shattered, his hair defying the wind, exuding an aura of dominance. Upon activating the gate of view, Bai Yi could finally unleash techniques capable of inflicting damage upon the clone. Empowered by the breathing technique, his peacock dance transformed into a hauntingly blue display, appearing far more formidable than before. A series of fiery lines cascaded downwards, gradually repelling the clone's body. At that moment, the wooden figure slowly emerged. Upon noticing that she was relatively unharmed, Bai Yi promptly urged, "Hasten to assist Naruto and the others. Those young ones may be in peril." Hearing Bai Yi's words, the wooden figure nodded emphatically. At that instant, her headband shattered, and her chestnut hair danced in the wind as she transformed into her tailed beast form. Seemingly startled by the unfolding events, Shikaku, who had been pursuing Naruto and the others, suddenly halted, gazing intently at the now two-tailed wooden figure. "You harbor animosity towards me. Do you wish to align with humanity against your dear companions?" Shikaku's voice resonated with a sharp edge. "No, Shikaku, I merely wish to awaken your senses. You have been exploited. Stand down, for when that man regains his strength, you shall not match him. He possesses the eternal Mangeki Sharingan." At this juncture, the wooden figure relinquished control of her body to the two tails, facilitating communication with Shikaku. "Possessing the Mangeki Sharingan, huh? Indeed, but do you think we are unprepared? There are more than just one clone capable of holding him at bay." Shikaku erupted into laughter, his massive hands coming together ominously. In that moment, both the wooden figure and the two tails felt an unsettling premonition. Whatever this creature was planning, it surely boded ill, especially after it mentioned the clones. As anticipated, at the instant Shikaku's hands clasped, the rocky surface beneath erupted. White figures emerged, entities the wooden figure had encountered before. "White Zetsu, no? They are not the white Zetsu of old." The wooden figure's voice trailed off, her tailed beast visage reflecting sheer terror. An ominous feeling gripped her heart. "You are correct. The Jinchuriki of YRU, they are indeed not the former white Zetsu. Now, they possess the combat prowess to overturn the entirety of Konoha. Watch closely. You shall soon comprehend the folly of your actions, though I shall not hold it against you." "Ninjutsu, false appearance technique," Shikaku's voice echoed, and those white Zetsu that had surfaced became animated, their bodies shimmering with an array of chakra colors, clearly imbued with diverse abilities. Chapter 179. The White Zetsu Army. It is well known that white Zetsu in the world of Naruto are akin to super soldiers. They are not particularly adept in ninjutsu, their most formidable skill being deception. Bai Yi had conveyed these matters to the wooden figure, but it was evident that the beings before them were no ordinary white Zetsu. As the wooden figure observed them, to her astonishment, they began to form hand seals. 5 natures, Dragon Bullet. The white Zetsu arranged themselves according to their respective attributes. Colossal dragons of 5 distinct colors soared into the sky. Not only did these beings possess varying chakra natures, but they also exhibited a keen understanding of formations. The might of the colossal dragon was indeed formidable, as the beast transformed from the wooden figure was sent tumbling. Meanwhile, in another battlefield, Bai Yi, having activated the breath technique and the 8 gates of Duanjia, was locked in combat with a clone. Although merely a minute had elapsed, it felt interminable to Bai Yi. The third Raikage clone before him was overwhelmingly powerful. Despite exhausting all his skills, he could inflict no damage, merely managing to delay the inevitable. Suddenly, a potent surge of chakra erupted from the third Raikage's form. At that moment, Bai Yi realized that the Raikage was finally serious. His earlier actions were merely a prelude. As he escalated his bodily activation to its peak, the Raikage's speed transcended the limits of human perception. In a mere blink, he found himself behind Bai Yi, for fingers poised to pierce directly into Bai Yi's heart. "Warning, this attack is unavoidable." The system's voice resonated, prompting Bai Yi to instinctively shield his chest with his hands. He then saw the Raikage's fingers gradually penetrating his torso. With a violent jolt, half of Bai Yi's heart was pierced. Assessment complete. Heart damage at 49. Full recovery requires 15 minutes. Activation of super healing takes only 1 minute. Immediately, he activated it. Alright, super healing is now initiated. Once the super healing was engaged, Baiyi suddenly felt the pain diminish, and his body regained its mobility. This was undoubtedly a promising sign, yet 1 minute stretched out like an eternity, for the Raikage's onslaught was far from over. A fierce wave of energy surged towards Baiyi, as the Raikage's fingers diminished from 4 to 2. How would he defend against this? Shadow clone technique. A familiar voice echoed in Baiyi's ear. In the next instant, numerous petite figures lunged toward the Raikage, some obscuring his vision, others clinging to his waist, and a few tugging at his legs. Seizing this opportunity, Baiyi swiftly retreated. At that moment, Naruto and the others arrived on the scene. As Naruto embraced the Raikage with his shadow clone technique, the sound of chirping birds filled the air. Chidori, Sasuke, with a surge of lightning in his hand, dashed towards the Raikage. Though his momentum was fierce, it was regrettable that the Raikage's armor was not so easily breached, as Sasuke's Chidori left no marks upon him. With a roar, the chakra of beast-level magnitude exploded, sending Naruto and all his clones hurtling away. The Raikage clone advanced slowly, resembling a harbinger of death, toward the group. This could not continue. Baiyi pondered countless strategies in his mind. Finally, Naruto's arrival sparked a significant revelation. Perhaps he could temporarily unseal the Nine Tails, thereby gaining the power to contend with the third Raikage. I need you all now. Help me loosen Naruto's seal a bit. I intend to wield the chakra of the Nine Tails in battle. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. Allow me to assist you. Without further ado, Baiyi swiftly approached Naruto, placing his palm upon his lower abdomen. Little Naruto, I require a fragment of your strength to vanquish that foe. This process may cause a modicum of discomfort, so you must endure. Upon hearing Baiyi's words, Naruto nodded vigorously, and thus commenced the process of chakra absorption. The seal upon his abdomen was partially unbound by Baiyi, unleashing the tempestuous chakra of the Nine Tails. The clone attempted to launch an offensive, but was immediately repelled by this surge of power. Indeed, compared to other tailed beasts, the Nine Tails proved to be considerably more formidable. After a brief moment, once Baiyi had absorbed a sufficient amount of chakra, he resealed Naruto's abdomen. At this juncture, Naruto appeared somewhat weakened, yet a smile remained steadfast upon his face. Teacher, you must defeat that individual. Hearing this, Baiyi nodded gently. Rest assured, I shall prevail. With that, Baiyi turned his gaze towards the clone, his eyes radiating a chilling intensity. After having been struck by you for so long, it is now my turn. Utilizing the Shadow Shuriken technique, Baiyi drew 4 shurikens from his waist and hurled them skyward. Under the influence of ninjutsu, the number of shurikens multiplied exponentially, dispersing across every corner. This time, Baiyi felt no apprehension regarding speed. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing above the third Raikage. Possessing formidable reflexes, the Raikage swiftly turned, his massive arms swinging downwards to cleave Baiyi. Unfazed by such an assault, Baiyi was well aware of the flying thunder god mark beneath the Raikage's feet. With a burst of brilliant black lightning erupting from the shuriken, the attack's penetrative power surpassed that of ordinary lightning techniques. The clone of the third Raikage's armor could not withstand the strike, and as the blade sliced across his chest, Baiyi utilized the second stage of the flying thunder god technique to position himself directly in front of him. With a sudden twist of his body, black lightning coiled rapidly around his fingertips and surged towards the wound on the clone's chest. This time, Baiyi did not falter. The strongest spear pierced through the clone's form. Simultaneously, Baiyi stomped his foot upon the ground. Earth-style, Yellow Springs Marsh. The earth beneath them softened instantly, ensnaring the third Raikage. Now, Baiyi was poised to conclude the battle with a decisive blow. A radiant white light blossomed from his left hand, manifesting a spatial cube. He understood that clones were composed of identical cells. To defeat him, he must dismantle him entirely. Dust release was the optimal method. Dust release, original world separation technique. The white cube detonated, defining the space, and the third Raikage's body was instantaneously rendered insubstantial, leaving naught but a cloud of dust. The battle had finally reached its conclusion, yet only 5 minutes had elapsed. For Baiyi, this duration felt interminable. Having successfully dealt with the third Raikage, Baiyi immediately turned his attention to Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen, encased within the violet-black barrier. In order to avert tragedy, he must take action at this very moment. Chapter 180, we have arrived. Susanoo. A luminous sphere of white chakra materialized behind Bai Yi, gradually coalescing into the towering silhouette of a giant, wielding a silver spear that emanated an exceptionally sharp brilliance. Bai Yi commanded Susanoo to hurl the silver spear, which pierced through the four purple yang formation, creating ripples in its wake. At that moment, Bai Yi's momentum swiftly dwindled, as the chakra borrowed from Naruto had been fully expended. Is this the limit? My tasks remain unfinished. Bai Yi gazed at the forest where the wooden man was locked in a fierce confrontation with the One Tail, a wave of melancholy washing over him. At this juncture, the beastly form of the wooden man was no match for the One Tail, whose head was forcefully held down, eliciting a heart-wrenching cry. Flames blazed fiercely in the sky as Shikaku's body was struck repeatedly. The enormous claw resting atop the wooden man's head was finally lifted. Seizing the opportunity, the wooden man swiftly condensed the tailed beast ball, the yin-yang chakra forming a sphere with a thunderous boom, sending Shikaku reeling back several hundred meters. At that moment, Bai Yi leaped atop the wooden man's head. How are you holding up? I'm not dead yet, but those adversaries are quite formidable. With them around, I cannot hope to defeat Shikaku, the wooden man murmured, his gaze shifting toward the multitude of white Zetsu. Indeed, they posed a significant challenge. Following the recent battle, Bai Yi's breathing technique and the 8 gates would soon become ineffective, leaving his body weakened for a spell. As for borrowing chakra from the tailed beast, he was not inclined to ponder that matter now, especially since neither Naruto nor the wooden man could provide him with substantial chakra at this time. Faced with so many adept in ninjutsu, Bai Yi felt a twinge of apprehension. More critically, he also had to contend with Shikaku and the 4th Kazekage, Raza. After Bai Yi entered the fray, golden sand swept through the forest as the 4th Kazekage leaped onto Shikaku's head, exchanging glances with Bai Yi. Bai Yi, do you believe that if you merely delay, your chakra will replenish? The 4th Kazekage's voice resonated coolly. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's expression momentarily froze, a sense of foreboding surging within him. System, conduct a comprehensive examination of my body without delay. Initiating examination now. Beep. Examination completed. Results are as follows. You have contracted a super virus that intensifies with movement. Following your recent battle, this virus has fully manifested. A complete recovery will require at least 6 hours. Why didn't you inform me earlier? Bai Yi exclaimed in disbelief. Alas, how can I be blamed for this? The virus only erupted during combat. Even I did not anticipate its potency or latent attributes. Responding to the words of the 4th Kazekage, Bai Yi's expression shifted to one of displeasure. Ah, it seems you have conducted your self-assessment. Tell me, have we spoken amiss? A hint of mockery graced the 4th Kazekage's countenance. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have believed he could best Bai Yi, yet now, with Bai Yi unable to utilize chakra, he found himself with an undeniable advantage, especially with the assistance of Shikaku and the formidable army of white Zetsu. Should he lose, the position of Kazekage would undoubtedly be forfeited. Bai Yi, is what he claims true? Does your chakra require an extended period before it can be summoned? Observing the smug demeanor of the 4th Kazekage, Yuki inquired of Bai Yi. Indeed, I cannot access my chakra at present. However, we may not be destined for defeat. Kakashi, let the people of the land of wind witness the prowess of the Hatake clan. As Bai Yi's voice faded, the space around the 4th Kazekage began to distort. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, he swiftly elevated his body with sand, diverting the full force of the spatial distortion onto Shikaku. A piercing scream echoed as Shikaku's left hand was wrenched away by the power of Kamui. Simultaneously, a colossal white tiger burst through the ranks of the white Zetsu army. Snowflakes swirling in the air. Jinjutsu, dance of snow. As the recovering white Zetsu sought to counterattack, they found their bodies ensnared by a subtle force. My apologies for our tardiness. Kakashi's voice resonated in Bai Yi's ears. In that moment, Kakashi, Might Guy, Kurenai, Asuma, and Narashikamaru joined Bai Yi's side. Upon their arrival, smiles broke across the faces of Bai Yi and Yuki. Excellent, your presence reassures me. Let us fight side by side. Yuki, unleash the tailed beast bomb. Hearing Bai Yi's command, Yuki opened his mouth wide, summoning an even larger tailed beast bomb. At this juncture, Bai Yi gently placed his hand upon the tailed beast bomb, gradually asserting control over its power. Although he could not wield his own chakra at this moment, his comprehensive understanding of various chakras allowed him to briefly manipulate the ninjutsu of others. In an astonishing display, Bai divided the immense tailed beast bomb into numerous smaller fragments, resembling a sky filled with twinkling stars. Engage. In the next moment, these segmented tailed beast bombs were hurled forth, rendering ordinary ninjutsu utterly ineffective against them, resulting in a devastating loss for the White Zetsu army. Bai's preemptive strikes significantly influenced the battlefield. Witnessing this scene, Rashi recognized the necessity of countering Bai's momentum and raised both hands to the sky. A golden sea of sand surged forth, pulverizing all trees into dust. Noticing this, Kakashi and the others swiftly ascended onto Yuki's back. The azure form navigated the sea of sand with agility, continuously unleashing fireballs. The feline grace was vividly displayed at that moment. On the observation platform, following the shattering of the four purple flames formation, members of the Umbu swiftly converged upon the battlefield. They encircled Orochimaru and the four ninjas from the Land of Sound, significantly alleviating the pressure on the third Hokage. Orochimaru, why have you chosen this path? The somber tone of the third Hokage echoed. A hint of melancholy etched upon his aged visage. Upon hearing his words, Orochimaru erupted into maniacal laughter. Sensei Sarutobi, our village could have evolved into something greater, more powerful. But due to your indecisiveness, we have lost countless opportunities. What you cannot achieve, your disciple shall accomplish. I will ensure that the Hidden Leaf Village flourishes under my guidance. With a venomous glare directed at the third Hokage, the fervor within Orochimaru was palpable. Chapter 181. The Bond of Master and Disciple, then do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A fire dragon erupted from the third Hokage's mouth. Faced with such an assault, Orochimaru merely scoffed, his left hand transforming into a massive serpent that effortlessly intercepted the oncoming attack. Simultaneously, he opened his mouth wide, expelling a long sword in a rather grotesque display. Sensei Sarutobi, I shall not hold back. With that, Orochimaru charged forward, sword in hand, towards the third Hokage. Summoning technique. The King of Monkeys appeared, joining the third Hokage as they rushed forward. Just as the sword was about to cleave through the third Hokage's head, the King of Monkeys instantaneously transformed into a staff. The sound of metal clashing resonated, marking the official commencement of the battle between master and disciple. Beyond this battlefield, another pair of master and disciple began their own contest. Ever since Shiroya joined the fray on the side of the wooden figures, Naruto and his companions entrusted their protection to Jiraiya. For Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, dealing with ordinary ninjas was a trivial task. However, it wasn't long before he encountered a familiar face. Konan, a woman adorned in a cloud-patterned attire, stood elegantly, her violet hair cascading down, a small flower perched atop her head. Indeed, it has been quite some time, Sensei Jiraiya, she spoke softly, her eyes gleaming with a chilling light. At that moment, Naruto found himself ensnared by a multitude of white papers. Perverted sage, something's binding me. Please help. Naruto struggled valiantly. Yet his efforts proved futile as the papers lifted him into the air. Upon hearing Naruto's plea, Jiraiya immediately connected his former pupil to the organization. Toad Oil Bullet. A yellow oil bullet shot forth from his mouth, causing Naruto to plummet from the sky. Konan, if you wish to capture this blonde brat, you'll first have to contend with his teacher. Summoning technique. Jiraiya's voice rang out, and a large toad materialized from thin air. Its cavernous maw could easily swallow 3 individuals, perfectly capable of accommodating Naruto and his comrades from Team 7. Perverted sage, what are you doing? I don't want to go in. In contrast, Naruto was the most vociferous among the trio. Sasuke and Sakura remained notably quieter, aware that Jiraiya would not bring them harm. Thus, the 3 little ones were swallowed by the great beast, which subsequently vanished, leaving Jiraiya as the sole being in this world capable of locating them. Upon witnessing this, Konan, suspended in midair, felt her exquisite visage turn icy. Jiraiya-sensei, it appears fate has destined us to be adversaries. With a flourish, the dance of the paper shuriken unfolded as 2 wings, formed from white paper, materialized behind Konan. These wings then transformed, the paper morphing into lethal blades, hurtling downward with terrifying force. In response to such an onslaught, Jiraiya inhaled sharply. Toad Oil Bullet. At that moment, the golden oil projectiles intertwined with the paper shurikens, leading to an intense clash between the 2 mentors. The battlefield in Konohagakure was divided into 3 fierce arenas, each brimming with ferocity, particularly at the site involving Bai, where the tailed beasts were engaged. Two colossal forms collided, sending reverberations akin to shockwaves throughout the area. When Shikaku clashed with the wooden golem, Bai found himself unable to remain on her back. His current opponent was the fourth Kazekage, while the White Zetsu army was left to Kakashi and his team. In this moment, Bai acutely sensed the might of the fourth Kazekage's sand, realizing that those capable of subduing tailed beasts were indeed formidable, far from the inadequacy he had previously assumed. Hey, you lot, think of a way out of this. At this rate, I won't last much longer. We can't purge the toxins, but if you can accomplish a task, I can grant you some new chakra. You need not worry when using it. Spit it out quickly. I'm being cornered here. I will agree to anything. Ah, that's easy. Look to the northwest. There's a purple-haired beauty there. If you can hold her for 3 seconds, I will consider the task complete. Then you'll receive new chakra. Solving the current dilemma should not be difficult. So, shall we proceed? Delay any longer, and you will face dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Bai felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Good heavens! This being wished for him to commit a faux pas before the wooden golem. In the midst of such a fierce battle, if he were to rush over and embrace Conan, how would the wooden golem perceive him? Would he even have a future after that? However, upon further reflection, he realized he was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the fourth Kazekage. If he did not take some decisive action soon, Konoha could indeed meet its demise. Forgive me, wooden golem. This time, I fight for the sake of the entire village. Murmuring these thoughts silently, Bai swiftly approached Kakashi, stating gravely, Kakashi, do you see that purple-haired beauty over there? Use your Kamui to send me over immediately. Kakashi, hearing this, felt a twinge of confusion. The battle raged fiercely, and yet Bai was preoccupied with thoughts of a beauty. Nonetheless, recalling that his older brother was a person of incredible prowess, Kakashi decided not to question further. Once again, after utilizing the Kamui, Bai's body was drawn into it. At the moment when Conan was engaged in battle with Jiraiya, she dared not show any sign of complacency in the presence of her mentor, focusing all her energy on countering Jiraiya's moves. Consequently, she was oblivious to the surrounding changes. Under the cover of his comrades, Kakashi released the Kamui from behind Conan, and Bai's form emerged from within. In the next instant, Bai's arms tightly ensnared Conan. Just then, Jiraiya's fire dragon technique hurtled towards them. Unable to move in that critical moment, Conan found herself without a suitable means of evasion against such an onslaught. Thus, she could only hastily dispel the jutsu, bracing her body to withstand the flames. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, ding. Mission accomplished, received 50 chakra points, which are non-replenishable and will be exhausted upon use. Water release, water barrier. After Bai completed the mission, the flames continued to scorch both him and Conan. Therefore, he promptly employed the water release technique to extinguish the fire enveloping them. Chapter 182, the final chapter. The sensation of chakra recovery is truly delightful. Friendly reminder, 50 chakra points are insufficient for frivolous expenditure. Use them wisely. Understood, at least this technique is available, Susanoo. A colossal silver figure swiftly materialized behind Bai, brandishing a silver spear, with movements that seemed capable of obliterating anything in its path. Subsequently, Bai locked onto the one tail, and the silver spear cleaved through the air, pinning Shikaku to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, the tailed beast transformation from the wooden figure leapt onto him, rapidly condensing yin-yang chakra in proportion. Tailed beast bomb. An explosive roar erupted as the black chakra sphere struck Shikaku's head, rendering its form incomplete. Well done, Moku Moku. I'll take it from here. Bai utilized the flying thunder god technique previously marked on the wooden figure to arrive at this location. Shikaku had not yet fully recovered, making it an opportune moment to seal him. Wind release, spiraling sphere. A blue chakra sphere swirled in Bai's palm, drawing a white zetsu towards him. He then bit his finger, controlling the white zetsu while inscribing runes upon it. Corpse sealing technique. At this juncture, Bai aimed to conserve chakra to the greatest extent. Employing another's body and chakra for the sealing, clearly a prudent strategy. The white zetsu, still in a state of confusion, was swiftly ensnared from behind by an enormous hand. The majority of the one-tail's chakra was thus sealed away. Gaara reverted to his original form. At last, a significant dilemma on this battlefield had been resolved. With Shikaku's absence, Bai, now recovering chakra, found it no challenge to confront the fourth Kazekage. As for the remaining white zetsus, The wooden figure could now assist Kakashi in dealing with them effectively. The battlefield is presently evolving in a manner favorable to Bai Yi. However, he finds it rather peculiar that Luo Sha remains unperturbed. Gazing skyward, a flicker of anticipation glimmers in his eyes. At this juncture, it is time for your assistance to manifest. The voice of the fourth Kazekage resonates through the heavens, and before Bai Yi and his companions, a magnificent white bird materializes in the sky. Upon closer inspection, several figures stand atop this great avian creature. The foremost individual boasts a mane of crimson hair and eyes encircled with peculiar patterns, flanked by several others adorned in garments emblazoned with red cloud motifs. Unmistakably members of the renowned Akatsuki organization from the world of shinobi. The leader among them is none other than Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan. At this moment, Bai does not discern the presence of Obito or Itachi among the throng. Yet, he is acutely aware of the presence of Kurozetsu, the mastermind lurking within their ranks. With the puppet master finally revealed, Bai sees an opportunity to eliminate this adversary, though a tinge of regret lingers. For Nagato proves to be a formidable opponent given Bai's current capabilities. As the battle looms imminent, the head of the King of Hell unexpectedly materializes behind Bai. Confronting the formidable entity of the Hungry Ghost Path, Bai activates his phasing ability as the Devourer. Ding! Phasing duration, 5 minutes. Chakra expenditure, 3 cards. Concurrently, he employs his other eye to unleash a long-range Kamui. As the Hungry Ghost Path's elongated tongue ensnares the wooden puppet, Kamui swiftly obliterates it. Witnessing this, Nagato adopts a serious demeanor, promptly leaping from Deidara's great bird. Summoning the Outer Path's Geto Mazo, a colossal gray-white figure emerges, towering even above tailed beasts. As its massive hands sweep through the air, the fully transformed wooden puppet and the sealed chakra of the One Tail are ensnared. Upon witnessing this, Bai gasps, preparing to sever the Outer Path's Geto Mazo's neck with Kamui. However, at that moment, a multitude of clay bombs descend from above. To shield himself from harm, Bai must maintain his phasing state, thereby missing the optimal opportunity for rescue. The chakra of both the One Tail and Two Tail is absorbed, causing the Geto Mazo to swell in height, rendering the shattering of mountains an understatement. System, what am I to do now? Quickly lend me some chakra, or I shall be unable to contend with this behemoth. It is not that I am unwilling to assist, but I have truly reached my limit and can no longer provide chakra. Allow me to offer a suggestion. Hasten to Jiraiya. You must ensure that matters on his end remain stable. Should the Nine Tails chakra be absorbed, the consequences will be dire. Upon receiving the system's warning, Bai comprehends the gravity of the situation. He realizes the truth in its words. The Outer Path's Geto Mazo must not be allowed to continue absorbing the Nine Tails chakra, lest the repercussions be unfathomable. Thus, Bai promptly employs the Flying Thunder God technique to hasten his journey toward Jiraiya. At this moment, Jiraiya had already fallen into a trap. While Kurozetsu and Byakuya were engaged in battle, Kurozetsu stealthily approached Jiraiya and, through parasitic means, had taken control of him, leading him to extract Naruto and Sasuke from Myobo Kuzan. By the time Byakuya sensed their presence, Naruto had already succumbed to Kurozetsu's grasp. Kurozetsu, release him, Byakuya commanded, his voice firm. Kurozetsu responded with a chilling smile, release him? Byakuya, your naivety is astonishing. You have repeatedly thwarted my plans. Today, I shall ensure your demise. Once the Outer Path Golem absorbs the chakra of the Nine Tails, none here will survive. With that, Kurozetsu dragged Naruto downward. Byakuya attempted to intervene, but Nagato's chameleon thwarted his efforts. In that moment, he could only watch helplessly as Naruto was taken away. Just as despair began to overwhelm him, Naruto suddenly vanished from Kurozetsu's grip. Then, a familiar voice echoed through the air. Byakuya, after all these years, thank you for taking care of my son. Leave his protection to us. Indeed, as parents, we must do our part for our children. Two figures materialized on the battlefield, leaving everyone in stunned silence. It was the fourth Hokage and Kushina. They had not perished. A cacophony erupted, and Kurozetsu gazed at them in disbelief. At that moment, a white light sliced through his left shoulder. Son, encountering such a calamity and not informing your father? As the light coursed through Kurozetsu's body, another legendary figure emerged, Kakashi Hatake. Simultaneously, a thunderous voice resonated. The seventh gate, the shock gate, open. The white tiger clamped down on the Outer Path Golem's body, forcing it back several steps. Dad, you're alive. In the sky, a figure emanating blue steam captured Might Guy's attention. Meanwhile, in another battle zone, Three Tails lashed out at Orochimaru. The Three Tails had appeared, with 4 individuals atop its back: Zabuza Momochi, Haku, Obito Uchiha, and Itachi Uchiha. Lin, I never imagined you could master the power of the tailed beast so perfectly. It's truly remarkable. At that moment, Obito had shed the Akatsuki attire, revealing his true self. Obito, please be quiet. I am currently dealing with one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Not a problem, Lin. You have no idea how powerful you are now. Confronting him will pose no challenge. However, that particular opponent is best handled by Itachi. As he spoke, Obito glanced at Itachi. Their eyes met, and Itachi transformed into a sorcerer's crow. On the chairman's platform, Orochimaru, still reeling from the impact of the Three Tails, found himself surrounded by dozens of crows. Tsukuyami. Illusions had always been the bane of this formidable foe, especially against the one possessing the most potent illusions, Itachi Uchiha. Even someone as strong as Orochimaru was rendered helpless in that moment. The third Hokage beheld the familiar faces before him, their aged visages reflecting a hint of surprise. You are all still alive? As his voice echoed, the space around him began to distort, and Bai Yi arrived through the power of Kamui. Indeed, they were alive. My choice to assist them was made with the intention of lending a hand to Konoha in its time of need, and it appears that this decision has yielded favorable results. Bai Yi cheerfully addressed the third Hokage. While the personnel from the land of whirlpools and the undercover agents he had placed were already converging upon Konoha, the moment Black Zetsu revealed its true colors, the backup forces would be activated. This plan had been set from the beginning. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Although the outer path golem was formidable, it proved to be no significant challenge even against the full manifestation of the Nine Tails and the fourth Hokage. Meanwhile, Nagato faced off against Obito, Kakashi, and Rin. Despite their years of separation, their synergy remained intact. At that moment, Rin utilized the chakra of the tailed beasts to support her 2 companions. Both activated their Sharingan simultaneously, and a colossal blue Susanoo materialized. The black shuriken, infused with spatial power, flew forth, swiftly dispatching all of Nagato's summoned beasts. Under the onslaught of the Susanoo, he too was soon overwhelmed. As time passed, the formidable warriors of Konoha had completely secured their grip on the battlefield. Witnessing this scene, Black Zetsu felt the meticulous plans he had woven unraveling, prompting thoughts of escape. Yet, Bai Yi remained ever vigilant, unwilling to grant him the opportunity. Amaterasu, black flames engulfed Black Zetsu in a rapid blaze, accompanied by a wretched scream, extinguishing the menace of the Hokage world. 3 months later, the shinobi world had returned to peace, and Konoha stood as the unequivocal strongest village.